Ian found himself ensconced in a remarkably crowded space, unable to open his eyes, his ears devoid of sound. His body instinctively struggled, and as his foot pressed against something, he exerted force, and after a while, the surroundings became somewhat more spacious. Then, he became the younger brother in the 56th year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory. I knew you would be here. Today, brother has taken the rare opportunity to teach us shuriken throwing. Let's go together. Uchiha Iin, fixated on the ants on the ground, shook his head upon hearing Sasuke's words. I don't want to go. Oh, come on. I've been pestering brother for ages to find some time. Without heeding his reluctance, Sasuke grabbed the sleeve of Uchiha Iin and began to pull him outside. Why are you so heavy? He grumbled, dragging Iin toward the designated training ground. Upon arriving early at the training area, Itachi observed Sasuke struggling to pull a large stone wrapped in cloth toward him, which sparked his curiosity. Sasuke, didn't you say we were practicing shuriken throwing? Are you changing your mind to practice taijutsu instead? Sasuke paused, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, glanced back at Iin, and then looked at his elder brother, confusion etched on his face. Itachi pondered for a moment, employing a jinjutsu to indicate Sasuke to look behind him. Sasuke turned around, and his expression darkened, fists clenched in frustration. That guy Iin. I'm going to find him. With that, he stormed back. Behind him, Itachi bit his lip, suppressing a smile. He hadn't anticipated this side of Iin. When Iin was born, he opened his eyes to the sight of a single Tomo Sharingan, a talent unheard of. However, his disposition had been solitary from birth, frail and sickly, often sitting on the steps of the backyard for entire days, never having ventured outside the Uchiha compound, nor had he ever called out to his parents or brother, scarcely uttering a word throughout his early years. Their father had inquired about this situation with the elders. The elders' response was, the Uchiha require intense emotional upheaval to awaken their eyes. Perhaps Yin's temperament is a consequence of awakening too early. Upon hearing this, Fugaku understood. The elder further suggested that Fugaku should take extra care of Uchiha Iin while he was still young, as it might alter his disposition. However, this suggestion was promptly dismissed by two other elders. The Uchiha were not lacking in peculiar personalities. If Yin's character were to be altered, what if it compromised his innate talent? Indeed, Yin's abilities had never disappointed Fugaku, mastering ninjutsu and jinjutsu with a single viewing. Thus, Fugaku nodded in agreement with the two elders' sentiments. Host, the show Ultraman Tiga has concluded. Would you like to watch the next animated series, Demon and God? A certain system attempted to engage its host. Seeing that Uchiha Iin remained unresponsive. By default, the system has automatically begun to play Ultraman Taro. Loading. Taro. There's an ant, that big 6, and the green-headed one, a few green. Uchiha Yin fell silent. After a long pause, he finally could not help but inquire, System, are you a person? The implication was layered, the theme song halted, and the synthesized, youthful voice of the system carried an unexpected note of joy. Host, this healing system is a creation of a certain technological literary star. It is artificial intelligence. So your healing consists of playing this in my mind. Well, a somewhat dejected tone surfaced in Uchiha Yan's consciousness. This system is a rudimentary artificial intelligence, designed to collect the host's happiness points. For upgrades, just 10 happiness points, and the system can advance to level 2, unlocking its functionalities. It continued, the tone rising slightly with anticipation. Boring. Don't play that anymore, it's rather noisy. With that, Uchiha Yin resumed his gaze at the ants on the ground. Healing system, woo so fierce. Clearly, you finished watching Ultraman Digga. You interrupted me only after watching it. Uchiha Yin froze for a moment. Was he really that fierce just now? Apologies. After uttering the apology, Uchiha Yin suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, uncontrollably breaking into a fit of harsh coughing, his body growing weak and painful, tilting and collapsing onto the ground, curling up into a ball, his vision blurred, and just before losing consciousness, he faintly saw the blood he had coughed up on the ground. And Sasuke's panicked voice. Konoha Hospital outside the ward. A doctor shook his head slightly at the Uchiha family. Apologies, we found no discernible cause for the patient's condition. Only Lady Tsunade can conduct a thorough examination. Fugaku glanced with complex emotions at his two worried sons and his sobbing wife. Muttering softly, Tsunade, After a moment of internal struggle, as if having made a resolute decision, he addressed the three. Leave it to me. With that, he strode purposefully towards the Hokage office. Inside the ward, Uchiha Yan slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any panic. It appears the host is unwell. Shall the system play a cartoon for you? Is your sole function to speak and play cartoons? Well, as soon as I obtain 10 happiness points from the host, the level 2 system can unlock the system mall, system space, and system scanning. At that point, whatever illness the host has can be diagnosed with a simple scan. Uchiha Yan chose not to respond further, casting a glance at the 4 drip above him, his pupils trembling slightly, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Fugaku's retreating figure, a smile gracing his face at a time when the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was becoming increasingly strained. The fact that the Uchiha clan leader was willing to humble himself to seek the village's assistance in locating Tsunade might just be an opportunity to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha. Seeking help was also a sign of vulnerability. The Uchiha are secretly plotting a coup, yet he still has the audacity to seek the village's aid, Danzo scoffed. Over the years, through his profound understanding of his old friend, he could discern his thoughts merely by observing his expressions. The moment his friend shifted in his seat, Danzo would immediately comprehend the nature of his concerns. The malevolent Uchiha must be eradicated. There must be no opportunity for Hiruzen to waver. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and remarked, "The fact that Fugaku seeks assistance from the village, rather than dispatching Uchiha shinobi to locate Tsunade, indicates his desire for a peaceful coexistence between the Uchiha and the village. Furthermore, the contributions of the Uchiha since the village's inception cannot simply be overlooked." Hashirama, you are being excessively lenient with the Uchiha. The village has always prohibited shinobi from venturing out on their own. Fugaku's plea for help is solely for the sake of his son. Danzo continued to undermine the Uchiha, intensifying his tone as he addressed Hiruzen. As Hokage, I have my own considerations to make, and there is no need for you to concern yourself with them. Danzo, observing Hiruzen's resolute demeanor, rose in anger, preparing to leave. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Hiruzen, unfazed, retorted, you have uttered that phrase 800 times. I find it tiresome. If you intend to leave, then do so promptly. With a scoff, Danzo slammed the door behind him. At that moment, Hiruzen felt quite content, unaffected by Danzo's outburst, that he gazed into the crystal ball, catching a glimpse of a certain little orange-haired figure before the image gradually shifted. Focus. Ha. Hiruzen Sarutobi diligently wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose. Chapter 2. The hellish beginning of blood disease within a modest and on Short Book Street. Uchiha Yan listened to the pleading voice of Fugaku outside, his expression somewhat somber. Had he once again become a burden? Ding. Happiness level. For upon hearing the sound of the system, Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback. Surely, the system would not deceive him. Could it be that he was a pervert? His father was humbly imploring that doctor outside, and here he was, experiencing such emotions? Rest assured, host, you are certainly not a pervert. It is simply because you cherish the feeling of being cared for that you find joy. Is that so? Uchiha Yan seemed to gain a deeper understanding of his own character from the system's explanation. He rose from his bed and made his way to the door. Outside, Tsunade pleaded, only you can determine the cause of Yan's illness. I beg you, just examine him once. As Fugaku bowed deeply, his desperation apparent, Shizun tugged gently at Tsunade's sleeve, feeling a pang of sympathy. She hasn't found anything. We must rely on Lady Tsunade. After all, he was such a small child. Internally, Tsunade wrestled with her resolve, yet vivid images surfaced in her mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. After a moment's hesitation, she firmly shook her head, saying, Fugaku, you know I have a phobia of blood. I no longer wish to employ medical ninjutsu. Just as Fugaku's expression turned despondent, the door suddenly swung open. A calm voice emerged. Father, I assure you, I am fine. My body just needs a couple of days to recuperate. Hearing Yin address him as father made Fugaku's heart leap, a mix of surprise and excitement washing over him, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Tsunade and Shizun observed the touching scene between father and son, falling silent. Fugaku opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he softened his expression and earnestly looked at Uchiha Yan, declaring, even if I must search the entire ninja world, I will find a way to heal you. Happiness level, 6 system upgrading. Upgrade complete. Scanning host's body. Scanning complete. Host, you are afflicted with blood disease. If you expend 20 happiness points, the system will reach its maximum level, and a remedy will be available. Uchiha Yan shook his head at Fugaku and said, I already know what my ailment is. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, inquiring, and what illness might that be? It is blood disease. Fugaku's face registered shock as he looked to Tsunade for assistance. Her pupils constricted, and her tone turned grave as she explained, blood disease is an incurable affliction. Even I cannot heal it. How could this be? Tsunade continued. Blood disease is a condition that only the bloodline clan suffers from. The stronger the innate talent, the greater the likelihood of falling ill. And there is no cure for this disease. Once she finished explaining, she turned to Uchiha Yan with a serious gaze, asking, Can you be certain that you have blood disease? Moreover, how did you come to know of this ailment? Uchiha Yan remained silent, offering no explanation. Fugaku, appearing lost and despondent, finally spoke. Yan's talent is indeed exceptional. It is on par with Shisui and Itachi. Tsunade perceived that Uchiha Yan was unwilling to elaborate, yet she did not press him further. With a sigh, she remarked, If you wish for your son to see his 30th year, refrain from allowing him to pursue the path of a ninja. Additionally, he must maintain a stable emotional state. Any further enhancement of his bloodline will only exacerbate his affliction. Fugaku regarded Uchiha Yan, whose expression remained inscrutable, with a complex look, and turned to Tsunade, saying, I understand. Uchiha Yan, observing Fugaku's demeanor, hesitated before saying, I may find a solution in the future, so there's no need for concern. Tsunade shook her head. This young Uchiha was surprisingly sensible. Despite suffering from a terminal illness, he exhibited no fear of death and sought to comfort his family instead. Senior Tsunade, I apologize for the trouble, but here is the payment for Shizune's medical services. Fugaku said, presenting a small box he retrieved from a storage scroll. Tsunade raised an eyebrow but accepted it without hesitation. She had come to begrudgingly acknowledge this young Uchiha, and should he fall ill again, Shizune could provide care. Upon opening the box, she nearly dropped it in shock at the sight of 2 bundles of cash. It's here, she exclaimed, quickly closing the box. This amount would suffice for her gambling needs for a couple of days. A gleam shone in Tsunade's eyes, causing Fugaku and Uchiha Yan to squint and instinctively avert their gaze. This was the body's protective mechanism, unless one had undergone deliberate training. It was challenging to control. Fugaku, my young friend, is remarkably genuine. Tsunade mused. With a playful demeanor, she sidled up to Fugaku, patting his shoulder amicably. Should someone important fall ill in the future, be sure to seek my assistance. Shizune has been trained by me, and her medical ninjutsu is unparalleled. Shizune's gaze was fixed on the box, nodding like a chick pecking at grain, and she thought, this money should last quite a while, shouldn't it? In the dead of night, Fugaku confided Uchiha Yan's condition only to Mikoto, while his 2 sons were merely brushed aside with vague reassurances. Listening to his wife's muffled sobs, Fugaku sighed. Maintain a stable emotional state, you say? And yet, there's the coup, he murmured to himself. Uchiha Yan lay on the tatami mat, cradling his head in his hands, his fingers weaving through his soft hair as if lost in contemplation. Those who spoke little often harbored the most thoughts. Host, if you can't sleep, would you like to watch an animated film? The system inquired. Uchiha Yan, seemingly apprehensive about the system's assumptions, replied, no need. Would you like to watch an Ultraman movie? It prompted. No. Uchiha Yan retorted. How about a story? The young Uchiha curled up, turning away, and murmured, sleep. The following day found him in his usual spot, seated on the steps, observing the ants on the ground. He took a small piece of biscuit and placed it on the ground, watching as one ant ventured off. He soon saw it return with a multitude of companions to transport the biscuit. Quietly, Uchiha Yan extended his hand and removed the biscuit. Ding! Your ant credit has decreased by 2 points. Happiness value, 1. Uchiha Yan felt a twinge of guilt for his actions. His conscience pricked him, and he placed the biscuit back down. Why do you always enjoy sitting here? Itachi approached and took a seat beside Yan. Did you not attend the Anbu today? Itachi observed Udo, who did not respond to his inquiry but instead posed a question to himself, a behavior that had become somewhat routine. Itachi was quite familiar with Udo's character. He disliked being questioned as he was not fond of conversing. However, failing to respond could come across as impolite. So he typically redirected the conversation. This behavior was generally reserved for family and those he acknowledged. For instance, he would engage in a few exchanges with Shisui. I specifically took a day off today. It has been a while since I accompanied you. Yan's expression faltered upon hearing Itachi's words. I do not require it. Itachi smirked. You are not particularly adept at deception. Yan glanced at Itachi and promptly denied it. I am not. You are quite stubborn. Itachi, would you like to stroll through the village? No, I do not enjoy crowded places. It appeared that this delightful holiday would be spent merely sitting here with you. Itachi feigned a look of disappointment. Yan continued to observe the ants, seemingly devoid of any sense of guilt. At that moment, Itachi felt an unusual lightness in his heart. Ever since their father sought help from the third Hokage for Yan, the pressure from the higher-ups in Konoha had notably alleviated. Yet, what truly eased his spirit was the signal conveyed through his father's actions. It was evident that their father wished to mend relations with the village. The third Hokage shared this sentiment as well. Consequently, it seemed that the only remaining pressure stemmed from a certain faction of Konoha's higher-ups and the radical members of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 3. How could the Nine-Tails be male? Host, would you like to watch an animated series? Yin hesitated momentarily and responded within his mind. Is it because you wish to watch that you constantly ask? No, how could that be? Hee. If you want to watch, then go ahead. There is no need to ask me. All right then. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. Itachi glanced at the seemingly dazed Udo and could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. Aren't you bored? Does your backside not ache? Udo appears exceptionally suited to being a ninja, given such remarkable endurance. The voice of the system echoed in Yan's mind. Ultraman has been defeated. How infuriating. Boo-hoo. Wow. Host, you are too much. Yan sighed and thought, apologies, I did not mean to. Itachi, perplexed, looked at Yin and inquired, why the sudden sigh? Are you bored sitting here? Would you like to visit the village? Like a certain system, remain true to your original intentions. Yin fell silent for a moment before diverting the topic, asking, where is Sasuke? Sasuke? He went to train with Shisui. Oh, I wondered why he hadn't been pestering you. Itachi reflected, indeed, Sasuke is quite the adorable Udo. A blatant hint. Should I also indulge you with some charm? Itachi gazed at Yan's emotionless face, imagining him acting coy, and couldn't help but shudder. Instinctively, he blurted out, yes. Then do not resist. The illusion contains everything. Uchiha Yan spoke with an expressionless demeanor, then let's forget it. Itachi sighed, already knowing it was impossible. The voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Wow. The seven brothers of Ultraman. Uchiha Yan sighed again. Are you hungry? Is there anything you wish to eat? I can go buy it for you. Itachi shifted in his seat, glancing at Yan as he replied. My backside is a bit sore, so I have no cravings. What hobbies or interests do you have then? Solitude. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he was being dismissed. Well then, I shall go buy you something to eat, he responded, his tone tinged with disappointment. Uchiha Yan paused, wondering if he had misspoken. As he observed Itachi preparing to rise, he attempted to amend his words. I didn't mean to imply I dislike you. Itachi pointed 2 fingers at Yan's forehead, speaking with a tone of inherent authority. Of course, a younger brother would never harbor disdain for his elder brother. Happiness value, 1. Uchiha Yan watched as Itachi turned away, hesitating momentarily before saying, I'll accompany you. A smile graced Itachi's face as he pondered. Is this a form of compensation? However, his smile gradually faltered upon noticing the small cushion beneath Uchiha Yan. The two exited the Uchiha clan grounds and walked for quite a while before reaching the more bustling part of the village. Observing the throngs of people, Uchiha Yan felt a slight sheen of sweat on his palms, betraying his nervousness. They arrived at a dango shop, where Itachi purchased 10 skewers of 3-colored dango, somewhat reluctantly offering one to Yan. Uchiha Yan shook his head gently. I'm not fond of sweets. Itachi regarded him with an expression of disbelief. These dango are truly delicious. You should at least try one. No, I must decline. Upon hearing Uchiha Yan's refusal, Itachi carefully placed the skewer into a bag, fearful of it falling, and suggested, how about we try some ramen instead? I know a place with exceptional flavor. Uchiha Yan nodded in agreement. They arrived at a ramen shop named Ichiraku. Itachi called out, Owner, 1 special ramen, please. He then turned to Uchiha Yan, stepping back slightly to allow him to see the menu on the wall. Uchiha Yan glanced at it and replied, just a bowl of clear broth ramen will suffice. The total came to 130 ryo. After Itachi paid, they sat down. Initially, Uchiha Yan intended to sit at the back, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose the seat directly across from Itachi, as there were no other patrons present. In less than 3 minutes, the ramen was ready. Uchiha Yan looked at the bowl before him and took a sip. Due to the clear broth, it was difficult to discern its exceptional flavor. However, the noodles were more resilient than those made at home, and the texture was indeed pleasant. At that moment, a youthful, cheerful voice broke through the door curtain. Uncle Ichiraku. One bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Upon entering, Naruto noticed the presence of other customers, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Ah, it's Naruto. Come in. Uncle Ichiraku greeted him with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto entered and sat down one seat away from Uchiha Yan. Itachi cast a glance at Naruto, while Uchiha Yan remained engrossed, not lifting his gaze. Naruto covertly cast a glance at Uchiha Yan from a distance, seemingly fearful of being discovered, and quickly averted his gaze. After a while, just as Naruto was about to steal another look, the door curtain was abruptly lifted. Boss, I'll have a serving him. This fox spirit is here too. Let's go. How disappointing to encounter the Nine Tails. It was then that Uchiha Yan turned his gaze towards Naruto. The Nine Tails? Why is it a male? A youthful voice echoed in his mind. Yes. How is it a male? The tone was somewhat endearing, a tad whimsical, and quite soothing. Happiness level 1. Host. There's an anime cover that resembles you and the Nine Tails beside you. Would you like to see it? Uchiha Yan's hand paused momentarily, and he silently acknowledged. As Naruto began to play, Uchiha Yan couldn't help but glance at Naruto, their gazes meeting at that precise moment. Uchiha Yan, devoid of any discernible emotion, turned his gaze away. When Uchiha Yan saw Sasuke appear in the anime, he could no longer restrain himself and inwardly inquired, System, does your technological civilization have the capability to craft the future of an entire world into a narrative for others to view? I'm not quite sure about that. I'm merely a rudimentary artificial intelligence system, it replied, adding somewhat self-deprecatingly, you could acquire it for just half a month's salary. Uchiha Yan merely acknowledged with an O, devoid of any intent to console. Upon witnessing the seductive technique, Uchiha Yan couldn't help but glance at Naruto again. Their gazes met once more. Naruto, taken aback, hesitated before asking Yan, are you looking at me? Uchiha Yan remained silent, swallowing the last mouthful of his noodles. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should we be afraid? Itachi pondered Uchiha Yan's words. Indeed, Yan's character might benefit from befriending peers his age. However, would higher-ups suspect that the Uchiha had ulterior motives in befriending the Jinchuriki? Upon hearing this, Naruto's face brightened with a hopeful smile as he looked at Uchiha Yan and asked, can we be friends? No. Uchiha Yan coldly refused, shifting his gaze to Itachi, signaling that it was time to leave. Itachi glanced at the somewhat dejected Naruto, suppressing his complex emotions, and turned to exit the noodle shop. Quickly recovering from his rejection, Naruto beamed once more and declared to Yan, who was preparing to leave, I will earn your approval. I want to be your friend. Uchiha Yan merely responded with an O and followed Itachi outside. On their way back to the clan, Itachi suddenly suggested, Yan should indeed make some friends. It could be quite troublesome. Uchiha Yan paused momentarily in his stride upon inadvertently witnessing Naruto and Sasuke accidentally kiss, then continued walking as if nothing had transpired. Happiness level 1. Host, are you relishing in their misfortune? Not at all. Chapter 4. Words failed to express in the days that followed. Uchiha Yan immersed himself in the Naruto anime, which depicted a world where he did not exist. Itachi and Sasuke noticed that every mealtime, Uchiha Yan regarded them with a peculiar gaze. Upon witnessing Sasuke's revelation about Itachi's role in the Uchiha massacre, Uchiha Yan's initial reaction was one of disbelief, a sentiment that time would ultimately prove misguided. Over a month later, as he listened to the masked figure unveil the truth to Sasuke, Uchiha Yan gradually awakened his Sharingan. A hand pressed against his chest, feeling a profound ache. While he harbored a sense of sorrow for Itachi, his heart ached even more for Sasuke, a boy who, despite his fondness for sweets, endured a lifetime of suffering, one who had never truly lived for himself until his quest for vengeance began. Was Sasuke not merely 7 years old at the time? Uchiha Yan's emotions swirled within him. He was not a person of formidable inner strength. If the most cherished individuals in his life were to perish, he could not envision surviving alone. Thus, he yearned to alter the course of this tragic fate and reshape the destiny of his family. If the host wishes to change fate, one must first endeavor to transform oneself. By maintaining a positive disposition and accumulating happiness points, he could exchange them in the system's shop for items capable of altering destiny. Uchiha Yan stared blankly at the wooden floor beneath him, and after a lengthy pause, it seemed he had come to a momentous decision. He would access the system shop. Very well, he murmured. As he perused the offerings, he noted the limited number of jutsu available. However, most were rare and clearly marked with their prices. 1 happiness point could be exchanged for basic techniques and ninja knowledge, while 10 points could procure advanced ninjutsu, Uchiha-style taijutsu, and throwing techniques. 20 points could unlock higher-level ninjutsu, and 30 points would grant access to even more powerful skills. For 40 points, one could obtain forbidden techniques and secret arts of various clans. And 50 points would allow for the exchange of the Bloodline Limit and Manjiki Sharingan. Remaining happiness points, 7. Some of these must pertain to Uchiha techniques, correct? He pondered. All of these are techniques from Konoha. Once scanned by the system, they are available for inclusion in the shop. I even scanned the sealing book from the Hokage's office. He chuckled softly to himself. But what of this Manjiki Sharingan available for 50 happiness points? This was replicated after scanning your father's eyes, the system clarified. Upon exchange, you may choose to either directly implant it or merge its ocular power with your own. The system further elucidated that should he elevate the system level to 3, he would unlock the ability to enhance his attributes, such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and hand seals, to their maximum potential. Additionally, the shop would soon offer a potion that, when consumed, could transcend the limitations of humanity. This meant that even after reaching maximum capacity, one could continue to enhance their abilities. Listening to the system's impressive features, Uchiha Yan sincerely commended its capabilities. That is truly remarkable. Thank you for the praise, the system replied cheerfully. Seated on the floor, Uchiha Yan hugged his knees and exhaled deeply. In essence, to alter this tragedy, he first needed to transform his character, making it easier to acquire happiness points and grow stronger, especially since time was a luxury he could scarcely afford. Merely contemplating this transformation felt as daunting as the sky itself collapsing. He remained uncertain about how to initiate such change, an endeavor seemingly more arduous than death itself. Host, strive to strengthen yourself swiftly, the system urged. This is merely a rudimentary system, among the weakest tier. The ninja world cannot replenish its energy, and the system will inevitably cease to function one day. Listening to the system's despondent tone, Uchiha Yan was taken aback, his gaze shifting to his wrist. He felt weary. Yet the thought of his family compelled him to confront his reality. The following day, Yan, are you heading out? Sasuke inquired, swallowing a rice ball, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Odo. Yes, I plan to take a stroll. With a soft thud, Sasuke's rice ball fell to the ground. This time, as he ventured alone beyond the clan's territory, Uchiha Yan swallowed hard, his fingertips turning pale from the tension, and he walked towards the more bustling streets. Guided by his memories. After a short while, Uchiha Yan paused, glancing back. He spotted a small ping-pong paddle turned away from him, gazing skyward. Sasuke? Upon hearing Uchiha Yan's voice, Sasuke's lips twitched. The area was too vast, leaving no place to hide. His pursuit had failed. Why did you follow me? Isn't it because you suddenly decided to venture out alone? Happiness level 2. Uchiha Yan hesitated before responding, then let us explore together. Sasuke, astonished, watched as Odo turned away, feeling somewhat flattered, and hurried to keep pace. As they walked, Uchiha Yan sensed Sasuke's frequent glances and asked, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Sasuke quickly denied. But after a moment added, "It just feels like you've changed somehow. I wish to transform myself." To Uchiha Yan's surprise, Sasuke nodded in agreement, saying yes. It is time for a change, his expression betraying an unspeakable sentiment. After all, your personality is quite exhausting to deal with, isn't it? I apologize. Sasuke shook his head vigorously. No, it's fine. You are my brother. I don't mind the effort. Happiness level 1. Do you have a place in mind to visit? I hope you don't intend to wander aimlessly. Upon hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Uchiha Yan rubbed his forehead in distress. I'm not sure where to go. By the way, what do you think would bring you joy? Sasuke paused, recollecting, and after a moment, blushed slightly as he replied. Eating the rice balls my mother makes, training with my brother, and receiving praise from my father always make me happy. Uchiha Yan sighed. The two reached a bustling street near the Hokage building, where Uchiha Yan spotted an all-too-familiar figure. That figure had appeared before. It was Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the Naruto series, the son of the fourth Hokage, and the destined savior of Konoha, who would one day defeat Pain. Observing Naruto trying to mingle with the children, only to be shunned by their parents, who shielded their offspring from him as if he were a plague, Uchiha Yan noted that some even scolded Naruto to stay away from their children. Sasuke, unable to bear the sight, questioned, "What has this guy done to deserve such treatment?" Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment before explaining. "He harbors a sealed fox spirit within him, a creature that once ravaged the village, causing immense loss of life. But what does the sealing of the fox spirit have to do with him? He did not commit those acts himself. Why do they treat him this way?" Uchiha Yan remarked to Naruto. "Perhaps the villagers' fear of him outweighs their sympathy." Sasuke, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable irritation upon first laying eyes on Naruto. However, witnessing Naruto's plight shifted that irritation elsewhere. Unlike Yen, Sasuke frequently departed from the clan grounds. The Uchiha clan also faced disdain and rejection from the villagers. Although not as overt as Naruto's experience, he could empathize nonetheless. As Uchiha Yen observed Sasuke hastening his steps towards Naruto, he fell into contemplation. If they had met earlier, would the incident of the kiss have been avoided? Chapter 5. Master of Grilled Fishballs. "Hey, why don't you seek out others to play with if you're not welcomed here?" Sasuke approached Naruto, adopting the distinctive haughty tone characteristic of the Uchiha clan. The nearby villagers, upon noticing yet another child from the Uchiha family approaching, instinctively pulled their own children away to a safer distance. "If someone were willing to play with me, I wouldn't have to endure this," Naruto said, his gaze cast downward, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Sasuke's expression faltered, and seeing Naruto in such a state inexplicably unsettled him. "Then let us play together. You can come find me any time in the future." Naruto lifted his gaze, his face alight with hope as he asked Sasuke, "Will you be my friend?" "But they all say I'm the Nine Tails." "The Nine Tails is sealed within you. Isn't it? What does that have to do with you?" Sasuke exclaimed, his voice rising in anger. "The village has suffered losses and casualties, but the destruction was wrought by the beast within you, not by you. The Uchiha clan does not blame others like those ordinary villagers." Sasuke's voice grew louder, as if scolding the onlooking villagers in the distance. Ashamed, the villagers shifted uncomfortably, with some even taking their children away. Naruto's azure eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Thank you." Sasuke held his head high, proudly addressing Naruto. "Come on. Let me introduce you to my younger brother. He is a genius who mastered numerous ninjutsu and jinjutsu by the age of 4. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. "That's incredible." He followed Sasuke, joy radiating from him until he spotted Yen, his eyes widening in surprise. "It's you." Uchiha Yen acknowledged him with a grunt. Noticing Sasuke's puzzled expression, he clarified, "We have met before." Excitedly, Naruto turned to Uchiha Yen. "Can we be friends this time?" Yen glanced at Naruto. "Didn't you mention wanting to earn my approval? You haven't done anything yet." Once again rebuffed, Naruto felt a wave of dejection wash over him. "I also said I wanted everyone's approval, but I have no idea how to achieve it." At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as usual, intended to use his crystal ball to check on Naruto before attending to his duties. However, upon observing the interaction between the two Uchiha children and Naruto, he furrowed his brow and puffed thoughtfully on his pipe. Then, he heard a cold voice emanating from the crystal ball. "What is so difficult about gaining the villagers' approval? As the village teeters on the brink of destruction, one could simply rise to its defense." Coughing violently, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to catch his breath, leaning over with one hand pressed against the table. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained some semblance of composure, though it had taken a toll on him. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he mused on the audacity of the Uchiha, who spoke so freely. Yet, upon deeper reflection, there was indeed a kernel of truth in his words. Naruto, somewhat bewildered, nodded and inquired, "How can I earn your approval?" Uchiha Itachi, disinterested in providing an answer, turned on his heel and walked away, prompting Naruto and Sasuke to hurriedly follow suit. Before long, noon approached. During this time, Uchiha Itachi had been making his way toward the more populated areas, a routine he had begun to adapt to. Sasuke enjoyed the leisurely stroll, feeling no discomfort, while Naruto, restless by nature, trailed behind them with a sense of ennui. Moments later, Sasuke's stomach audibly grumbled, his face flushing slightly. After glancing around, he quietly asked Itachi, "Do you have any money?" Itachi shook his head. "I never carry any." "Then let's head home for a meal," Sasuke suggested. But before he could finish, Naruto eagerly interjected, "How about I treat you both to ramen? I still have some money." Sasuke hesitated for a moment. "Aren't we friends?" "It's just a bowl of ramen," Naruto declared, patting his chest confidently. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded in agreement, thinking he could always repay him later. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Naruto, recalling that his allowance was quite limited. Why not go fishing instead? He proposed suddenly. Really? Both Naruto and Sasuke brightened at the idea, with Sasuke eager to jump into action. Naruto, relieved, thought that his funds could barely cover 3 bowls of ramen. If either of them ordered something extra, he would be unable to settle the bill. The trio made their way to a nearby stream, where Sasuke wasted no time diving in to catch fish. However, after a considerable while, he had yet to catch a single one. In contrast, Naruto soon managed to catch a fish. Uchiha Itachi chose not to enter the water, instead finding a rock to sit upon, engrossed in thoughts of the Naruto series. Host, you can speed up the anime playback. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Because you never asked. I only sensed your anxiousness and brought it up. Then let us set it to 5x speed. For unimportant plot points. Let's go for 5x speed, so I can wrap it up sooner. With that, the focus shifted primarily to gaining insight into future events. However, the host pondered, why am I not in Naruto? Perhaps it is because your soul does not belong to this timeline. Uchiha Itachi was not one to be consumed by curiosity, even regarding matters pertaining to himself. Choosing not to respond, he dedicated his attention to the unfolding future. As time passed, Naruto had successfully caught 5 fish, while Sasuke, drenched and somewhat disheveled, managed to catch just 1. They gathered dry twigs and skewered the fish with sticks, while Sasuke formed hand seals, puffing out his cheeks in concentration. Fire release, little flame technique. Once the fish was perfectly grilled, Naruto eagerly grasped a skewer and handed it to Yen. Thank you. Yen from the Uchiha clan accepted it with a smile. So, can we be friends now? Observing the anticipation in Naruto's eyes, Yen hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's splendid, Naruto exclaimed, jumping up with excitement. Hey, you fool. You splattered mud on the fish. Oh, my apologies. Naruto obediently sat down, holding the grilled fish. Glancing at Sasuke, then at Yen, who was caught up in the moment, grinning foolishly. Yen found himself lost in thought, staring at the campfire, holding the grilled fish, and murmuring to himself, is that the 8 Tails, Killer Bee? Sasuke nearly got taken out by that guy. After finishing the grilled fish, the trio introduced themselves and lingered for a while. As dusk approached, Sasuke suggested heading home. Noticing Naruto's evident reluctance, he pointed to a distant location and said, That's the Uchiha clan's territory. You can come find us anytime. Naruto beamed with joy and quickly nodded. Then I'll come looking for you tomorrow. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Naruto's joyful expression through the crystal ball, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. After all, he is just a child. Let them be, he murmured, summoning the Umbu with instructions. If Naruto approaches the Uchiha clan, do not intervene. Additionally, bring Kakashi here. Chapter 6. Nothing escapes your attention. Upon returning home, Yen sought out Fugaku. Father, could you lend me some pocket money? Hearing this title from Yen once more made Fugaku's heart skip a beat. Didn't he notice the envious look on his wife's face? His stern demeanor softened as he gently inquired, what suddenly makes you need money? I've made a friend and might need it occasionally. I see, so you've made a friend. Mikoto always spoke with a gentle tone. In that case, you should ask your mother for the money. After all, she manages the household finances. Only then did Fugaku notice the jealous expression on his wife's face, prompting him to clear his throat and nod. Yen turned to his mother. Mother, before he could finish, Mikoto stuffed a thick wad of cash into his hands. Yen was taken aback. Isn't this too much for just a few bowls of ramen? Mikoto gently caressed her younger son's smooth hair, saying, I'm so happy that you've made a friend. Happiness level 3. Watching Yen leave the room, Fugaku's gentle expression vanished, and he clenched his fists. Until he found a cure for the bloodline disease, the Uchiha clan could not instigate a coup. He couldn't guarantee that a pair of Manjiki Sharingan would be enough to contend with the village, even if he could control the 9 Tails. He only had a slim chance of success. Returning to his room, after reading the true story of Itachi, Yen calculated the time. It had been only a few days since Shisui had been ambushed by Danzo. Yen curled up on the tatami mat, his complexion suddenly paling, and his entire body began to tremble. Once again, a violent fit of coughing seized me, and fearing that my family might hear, I pressed my mouth tightly against my clothing to muffle the sound. The blood-related illness had flared up. Host, please do not be overly anxious. Maintain your composure. There is still over a year until the Uchiha massacre, and surely a solution will emerge, the concerned voice of the system echoed in my mind. Uchiha Yen clenched his fists, feeling a profound lack of confidence in his ability to alter these events. You must believe, host, everything will turn out for the better. After a moment, the intensity of my coughing subsided. Uchiha Yan's emotions gradually calmed as he slowly sat upright, the three tomo of his Sharingan rotating gently. You are right. Everything will indeed improve. Uchiha Yan remained seated on the tatami all night, lost in thought. He did not consider himself a master strategist, nor did he perceive himself as particularly intelligent. Thus, a fool must resort to foolish methods. Shisui must not perish. If Shisui were to die, it would lead to Itachi, sent by their father to infiltrate the Umbu, being suspected and ostracized by the Uchiha clan, just as the narrative foretold. It would create the impression that the village had instigated Itachi to ambush and kill Shisui. Such a scenario would only exacerbate the radical factions within the clan and extinguish any remaining hopes among the conservatives for the village leadership. The discord between the Uchiha and the village would become irreconcilable. Uchiha Yan's expression darkened. If the day of no return truly arrived, in that moment, the power of the three tomo Sharingan within his eyes surged dramatically. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, Naruto arrived early, hesitating and unwilling to enter in search of Sasuke and Yen, thus opting to wait outside. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was intently observing Naruto through the crystal ball. Nara Shikaku entered, casting a glance at the scene within the crystal and remarked, Shikamaru has agreed to approach Naruto, so there is no need for you to worry too much, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed slightly and smiled. After all, he is your son. With Shikamaru's intellect, he should discern the task you have entrusted to him. That brings me some peace. Nara Shikaku smiled wryly. Hokage-sama, you have no idea what that boy said to me yesterday. Noticing the puzzled expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Nara Shikaku continued. He remarked that the village has truly fallen. Even children must be spied upon. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat awkwardly. The intent behind Shikaku's words was not difficult to decipher. After the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had suffered significant losses, and the number of available ninjas was already scarce. So his words carried subtle hints and warnings. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that if the village were to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Uchiha clan, the other major ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. The economic might of the Cloud Village and the numerical strength of the Rock Village were not something Konoha could contend with at this moment. If they were to exploit this chance to strike at Konoha, the village's situation would become dire. The prospect of direct conflict was a thought Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not entertain. The Uchiha were also an indispensable force for Konoha, which is why Shikaku advocated for the village to mend relations with them. At that moment, the image within the crystal orb displayed a ninja from the Uchiha clan emerging from their territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious, and Nara Shikaku's demeanor tightened somewhat. According to the intelligence provided by Itachi, this ninja was none other than Uchiha Fugaku's trusted aide, known as Uchiha Yakumi. A cold voice emanated from the crystal orb. Kitsune, what brings you to the Uchiha clan's domain? Uncle, I am here to find Sasuke and Yen. And I am not called Kitsune. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Yakumi paused in surprise, scrutinizing Naruto for a moment before gesturing towards a nearby building. That is the clan leader's residence. You may go directly to him. With a multitude of duties awaiting him in the police force, he had no time to spare for Naruto, and after speaking, he vanished in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed this exchange, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. It seems that Uchiha Yakumi is not of the radical faction. Then, as if struck by a thought, he summoned a member of the Umbu and instructed, go fetch Itachi. Nara Shikaku raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud. Could it be that the Hokage has a plan? Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a wry smile in Shikaku's direction, realizing he had already deduced his intentions. I wish for Itachi to gather intelligence on the conservative faction within the Uchiha. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin and added, in that case, should a coup indeed be in the works, we could preserve a flicker of hope for the Uchiha clan. The elders and Uchiha Fugaku might find it more palatable, and Itachi would not be caught in the crossfire of conflicting allegiances. Perhaps he will ultimately gravitate towards our village. Truly, one cannot help but admire the Hokage's foresight. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, contemplating, no, I had not considered it so deeply, while verbally acknowledging, as expected of Shikaku. Nothing escapes your notice. Uchiha Yen suppressed a yawn and turned to Naruto, inquiring, What brings you here so early? Naruto chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I just couldn't wait to see you both. At that moment, Sasuke stepped out, muttering upon seeing Naruto. Why are you here so early? He then stifled a yawn. Uchiha Yan, unable to hold back any longer, followed suit and yawned. Naruto felt the contagious urge to yawn as well, but after a moment of struggle, he curiously asked, Did you not sleep well last night? Uchiha Yan, wide-eyed, replied evasively, It was fine. Naruto continued, So, shall we head out now? Sasuke shook his head, stating, I must train today, you two should go ahead. I will join you when I have the time in a few days. The pressure from his brother and cousin was immense. Just yesterday, while boasting about Yan's prowess to Naruto, he suddenly realized that among the 3 children in the family, he possessed the least talent. He resolved to train diligently in the coming days. Naruto scratched his head, wondering if Sasuke always trained this hard. Well, let us be off then, Uchiha Yan said to Naruto. As soon as Uchiha Yan uttered those words, a gentle voice chimed in. Aren't you going to finish your breakfast before heading out? With that, Makoto emerged. Upon seeing Naruto, she froze momentarily. I wanted to eat breakfast outside, Uchiha Yan replied dismissively. After finishing their conversation, she swiftly lifted her leg and exited. Naruto hurriedly trotted after her. Makoto, realizing the situation, turned to Sasuke and inquired, What is that child's name? Where are we going to have fun? I don't know. Are we going to stroll around the village like yesterday? Yes. Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Why do you enjoy strolling so much? He asked, perplexed. I wish to alter my disposition, making it easier for me to find joy, Uchiha Yan replied, his eyelids drooping. Oh, now that you mention it, I see why you often appear so unhappy, Naruto observed, staring intently at Uchiha Yan's expression and scratching his face in curiosity. I don't know. There must be a reason behind it. Perhaps I have been different from others since birth, Uchiha Yan stated, gazing up at the azure sky with a neutral tone. Host, is there a possibility that your Mengpa soup is actually diluted with water? Uchiha Yan's eyes displayed a look of confusion. All right, happiness acquisition failed. Were you just joking with me? Uchiha Yan asked, slightly bewildered. The system remarked, Since you wish to be happy, as a friend, I shall take care of this. Naruto replied with a confident smile. Happiness value, 1. The system responded. Am I no longer your source of joy? Uchiha Yan, observing Naruto's serious demeanor, softly replied, All right. At that moment, Naruto suddenly felt a weighty responsibility. Watching Uchiha Yan turn away, he found himself lost in thought. How could he bring happiness to Yan? Naruto pondered, scratching his head. Do you want to hear a joke? No. Then don't you want to acquire happiness value? Uchiha Yan considered the system's assertion, finding it somewhat reasonable. Then go ahead and tell one. Many in the village aspire to become the Hokage, and then, to become the man known as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yan contemplated this, indeed understanding it in that manner. Is there more? Next, the system told several more jokes, but undoubtedly, they all failed. The system expressed a hint of despondency. As noon approached, Naruto suddenly dashed to Uchiha Yan's side and exclaimed, I'll treat you to ramen. Uchiha Yan nodded, feeling increasingly anxious. At that moment, the system suddenly remarked, Sasuke's first kiss was given to Naruto. Happiness value, 1. The system continued. Host, do you have some peculiar preference? No. Do you not feel that Naruto is pursuing his beloved like a romantic tale? Happiness value, 1. You have the right to remain silent. But your schadenfreude will serve as evidence in court. I did not. You are evading. Uchiha Yan, unwilling to engage with the system, proceeded into Ichiraku ramen alongside Naruto. What do you wish to eat? Vegetable ramen, please. Ichiraku-san. 1 special ramen and 1 vegetable ramen. After paying, Naruto sat beside Yan, his face beaming with joy. Host, do you not resemble a couple on a date? What kind of absurd joke is that? Uchiha Yan replied without a moment's hesitation. Not at all. In a rather whimsical exchange, Uchiha Yan found himself engaged with the system, which remarked, Oh, how utterly dull you are, dear host. Not a trace of humor to be found. Truly disheartening. With that, a sound akin to a rhythmic tapping echoed, reminiscent of someone knocking on a skull. Happiness level, 1. Yin pondered whether the dark humor was merely a prelude. The system, in tears, lamented its fruitful harvest of 3 metaphorical strands of wool from the host. A feat not easily accomplished. Persevere, dear host. You are merely 4 points away from upgrading the system. Yen, taken aback, inquired, What is the matter, system? Thank you, replied Yen, just as he was about to savor a mouthful of ramen when a sound of sniffing reverberated in his mind. Oh, how touching, he thought, momentarily distracted by Naruto's slurping. However, his hunger soon reclaimed his attention, having skipped breakfast. As they finished eating, a voice from outside interrupted the moment, breathlessly calling, "Hey, boss. One special ramen." Yin cast a glance at the pineapple-haired figure and muttered to himself, "Narashikamaru? I should find an opportunity to get acquainted with him. His intellect exceeds 200, and he could be of assistance for any challenges I may face. How should I approach him?" Yin's expression betrayed his inner turmoil. The system chimed in. "This truly poses a challenge for you, host." "What's wrong, Yin? Where shall we head next?" After a moment's hesitation, Yin glanced once more at Shikamaru and replied, "Anywhere is fine." Shikamaru observed the direction in which they had departed, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. "Am I late? This is quite bothersome." Naruto, as if struck by a brilliant idea, turned to Yin and exclaimed, "Hey, let us go catch some game this afternoon. It'll be a blast." "Really?" Yin replied, and Naruto eagerly nodded. The prospect of enjoying a hard-earned wild rabbit brought a sense of joy. Yin, slightly puzzled about the difficulty of catching a rabbit, ultimately agreed, finding merit in Naruto's enthusiasm. The afternoon sun shone brightly as they passed a clothing store, prompting Yin to pause. "Wait for me a moment," he instructed Naruto. The latter, perplexed, watched Yin enter the shop. Inside, Yin surveyed the wares and purchased 2 identical, high-quality orange shirts. After completing the transaction, he exited and tossed a shopping bag to Naruto, saying, "The black shirt absorbs heat. Find a place to change into this." Seeing Naruto's tear-filled eyes, Yin chose to ignore the emotional display and turned towards the forest. Clad in traditional Uchiha garb, a deep blue turtleneck emblazoned with the clan's crest, Yin felt the warmth and yearned to reach the shade of the trees. "Yin, thank you," Naruto expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. Let us move," Yin replied. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene with thoughtful contemplation. If even the Uchiha lad treats Naruto with such kindness, perhaps it's time to reconsider Naruto's standing. Upon arriving in the forest, Naruto dashed after a wild rabbit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yan observed Naruto's clumsy antics of tripping and colliding with trees, his expression a blend of emotions. Happiness level 3. Host, he wishes to amuse you, I understand. Indeed, the host seems to prefer the sensation of being cared for, Uchiha Yan mused, picking up 2 stones from the ground. He calculated the running speed of one rabbit and hurled them with force. The stones collided mid-air, one striking a large tree and ricocheting directly in front of the rabbit. Naruto, seeing the rabbit sprawled before him, cast a puzzled glance in Uchiha Yan's direction. "How did you manage that? You didn't even hit it?" he inquired, carrying the rabbit closer and scratching his head. "I employed a few illusion techniques," Uchiha Yan clarified. Naruto, still bewildered, responded, "I don't need you to amuse me in that manner." Did you catch on?" Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Uchiha Yan suppressed his complex feelings, saying, "That doesn't genuinely bring me joy." "All right," Naruto replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Was it a failure?" In Chapter 8, which is more important, me or the village? Naruto held the rabbit before him, asking Uchiha Yan, "What should we do with this?" Uchiha Yan fell silent. "I've never taken a life. I'm unsure how to handle it." Naruto gently patted the rabbit's head. "If it were a fish, we could simply roast it. But with a rabbit, I'm at a loss. Perhaps we should release it," Uchiha Yan suggested, nodding in agreement. Observing the sky, he noted the time and said to Naruto, "It's getting late. I must leave." "All right, see you tomorrow." After parting ways with Naruto, Uchiha Yan searched extensively before locating the site where Shisui had been ambushed. It resembled a shrine, and Uchiha Yan remained in a discreet corner of the building from dusk until nightfall before heading home. It seems today is not the day. Uchiha Yan's rudimentary plan involved intervening at the critical moment of Danzo's ambush on Shisui. If Danzo wished to keep the incident under wraps, he would have to eliminate or control both him and Shisui, thus casting the blame onto Itachi. The former option seemed more probable, as long as he and Shisui survived. Danzo would be left vulnerable, unless he had already prepared for outright conflict with the Uchiha clan. Shisui would undoubtedly not remain idle, and Yin believed rescuing him would not pose much of a challenge. In the end, he might sustain some injuries, leading to a scenario where Konoha would face a proactive and formidable Uchiha leader. Yin trusted that Itachi, for the sake of his brother, would not continue to side with the village. Thus, The notion of the village seizing the Uchiha clan without bloodshed would be utterly fanciful. The choices remaining for the third Hokage were stark. Either engage in war with the Uchiha clan, a gamble he was unlikely to take with the village's future at stake, or acquiesce to the demands of the Uchiha by either surrendering Danzo or removing him from his position to quell their fury. It must be said that this is the advantage of possessing intelligence. Uchiha Yan can clearly analyze the character of Sarutobi Hiruzen and skillfully utilize this insight to formulate his own plans. As long as he can step forward during Danzo's ambush on Shisui, making it evident that the matter has reached the ears of the Uchiha clan leader's son, the entire scheme will proceed smoothly. Even if unforeseen complications arise, the outcome will certainly be far superior to inaction, if all goes according to plan. Even if the village ultimately refuses to surrender Danzo, when Danzo is removed from his position, Uchiha Yan can leverage the incriminating evidence revealed in Naruto to craft rumors that deliver a fatal blow to Danzo. Some of this information may not even pertain directly to Danzo, yet it can still be used to tarnish his reputation. Although this path is fraught with peril and may even pose a threat to his life, Danzo must perish, and the sooner, the better, for Uchiha Yan's peace of mind. As Uchiha Yan approached the clan grounds, he spotted Itachi waiting at the entrance. "Why are you back so late? If you had delayed any longer, father would have sent someone to look for you," Itachi inquired. "A leisurely stroll does wonders for one's mood," Uchiha Yan replied, his expression inscrutable, leaving Itachi puzzled about how he could possibly feel better. Walking side by side towards home, Uchiha Yan fell into silence for a moment before softly uttering, "Nisan." Itachi was taken aback, having never heard this address from Uchiha Yan before. "Which is more important, the village or me?" "You are more important," Itachi responded without hesitation. Uchiha Yan sighed. "You hesitated." Itachi gazed at his brother, whose facade of composure was crumbling, and replied softly, "You truly are more important. There is no doubt." "That's good to hear. I'm going to my room now." Upon returning to his chamber, Uchiha Yan called out to the system in his mind, but received no response. It appeared the upgrade was still underway. Lying on the tatami mat with his hands behind his head, he gazed at the ceiling. Having spent the previous night awake, his eyelids grew heavier, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, upon reaching his door, Uchiha Yan opened it to find Naruto waiting. "You finally emerged, Yan. I made a new friend yesterday," Naruto exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment, struggling to recall anyone from the Ninja Academy who would befriend Naruto, but he replied, "Congratulations. You've taken another step towards gaining everyone's acceptance." "Hee," Naruto chuckled, then continued, "Let's go find him. I want to introduce you." Uchiha Yan did not decline and nodded in agreement. "Yan, let's have breakfast at home today. I've already prepared it." Uchiha Yan glanced at Naruto, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Naruto suddenly remembered that Yan seemed to have skipped breakfast yesterday, so he quickly added, "No rush. I'll wait for you here." "Did you eat breakfast?" "Just a piece of bread." "Oh, then give me a moment," Uchiha Yan said, turning back into the room. Mikoto cast a complex glance at Naruto. With the resemblance to the fourth Hokage and sharing the Uzumaki surname, she had almost confirmed that this was Kushina's child. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before them, Uchiha Yan picked up a few rice balls and said to Mikoto, "This will suffice." "Is that all you're going to eat?" "I have spent a long time preparing this," Mikoto replied, exuding a sense of helplessness as she looked at her younger son. "Oh, mother," Uchiha Yan slowly completed his sentence. "Go on, return early. Do you have enough pocket money?" As she spoke, Mikoto produced a stack of bills from her person and placed them in Uchiha Yan's hands. She then affectionately patted his head, gently adding, "Be sure to come back soon. Oh, and bring a few rice balls for Naruto as well." Uchiha Yan nodded, stating, "What I have is sufficient for two." Just as he was about to reach the door, he added, "I will return at the same time as yesterday. There is no need to worry." Upon exiting the room, Uchiha Yan handed 2 rice balls to Naruto without glancing at his expression and proceeded toward the clan grounds. "Is the system not fully upgraded yet?" "It completed the upgrade last night, but you were asleep." Uchiha Yan opened his personal information panel for a glance. Ninjutsu, 7 illusion, 8 physical, 4 strength, 3 chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, in remaining happiness points, 2 host. Each point added to basic attributes requires 10 happiness points, and after reaching 10, further enhancements must be purchased from the shop using a life growth potion, which costs 50 happiness points. The bloodline illness can also be treated with a healing potion, similarly priced at 50 happiness points. This is quite difficult, Uchiha Yan sighed. Do not lose heart, host. Everything is progressing toward a positive outcome. Glancing at the cheerful Naruto, Uchiha Yan paused momentarily. Perhaps being a fool would make it easier to be happy? Yet it seemed to be more challenging. System, hurry and finish watching Naruto. Understood. My wise, composed, handsome, and elegant host. Uchiha Yan maintained a stoic expression. System, failed to acquire happiness points. Chapter 9. Ababa Naruto waved a hand in front of Uchiha Yan's eyes. What are you thinking about? Snapping back to reality upon hearing this, Uchiha Yan shook his head dismissively. Nothing. How can Sasuke have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, yet still be so weak? Uchiha Yan mused deeply. Host, do you think it's possible that the enemies are simply too strong? After all, what is seen in anime differs from first-hand experience. One only understands the true strength of an adversary through direct confrontation. In that case, if I get the chance, I will challenge these few Kage to gauge their true power. Are you sure this isn't just to avenge Sasuke? That, after all, is something that has not occurred in reality. The host cannot bear to see Sasuke in such a state. Thus, these events are likely to remain in the past. True enough, Uchiha Yan replied, but he covered his eyes with his left hand. He had a feeling that his eyes were only a single opportunity away from awakening the Manjiki. I didn't expect the host to have a protective side. Happiness points, 1 Sasuke. The system, I have gradually deciphered the joy value code of the host. Uchiha Yan fell silent, quietly trailing behind Naruto. As they ventured into a small grove, Uchiha Yan wiped the sweat from his palms on his pant legs, his heartbeat steadily quickening. Is it coming? After walking for a while longer, 3 figures emerged ahead. Uchiha Yan recognized them from Naruto. They were the Ino Shikacho trio. Naruto, you're late, Shikamaru complained upon seeing Naruto's arrival. Sorry, I overslept today, Naruto said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Joy value 1. Uchiha Yan glanced at Naruto. Clearly, he was the one who woke up late. Yet it was because he had been waiting for him that he was delayed. Nevertheless, he truly cherished this feeling, as if he had longed for such affection in a previous life. Shikamaru glanced at Uchiha Yan beside Naruto and introduced them, saying, this is Choji, and the other is Ino. Internally, Shikamaru mused that Ino's eyes were practically glued to Uchiha Yan's face. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Yan. Ino seemed to see little hearts in her eyes as she stepped forward to greet Uchiha Yan. Hi. Uchiha Yan managed a stiff reply, suppressing the urge to flee. Observing Uchiha Yan's demeanor, Naruto quickly stepped in front of him and said, Yan is just like this. He's a bit shy. Shikamaru widened his eyes. So bashful? Not quite resembling the Uchiha my father described. The system? Sasuke, you may be in trouble. What is this? Brother-in-law issues? Ino stifled the urge to peel Naruto away, forcing a shy smile. All right, she said, retreating a couple of steps. The 5 of them sat for a while, and Shikamaru proposed. How about we play hide and seek? Sounds great. Naruto was the first to agree, his face alight with joy. Choji also concurred, adding, with 2 more people. It will surely be a lot of fun. Ino stole a glance at Uchiha Yan, her ambitions carefully concealed, fearing to frighten him away. Sitting upright in a demure manner and nodding. Shikamaru found this somewhat exasperating and then looked at Uchiha Yan, thinking he would likely decline. The other 4 turned their gazes towards Uchiha Yan simultaneously. Uchiha Yan felt a struggle within, gazing at Naruto's expectant expression. He had never played hide and seek before and didn't even understand the rules. In truth, Naruto hadn't played either, but he grasped the rules from watching other children. Suddenly, the system spoke in his mind. Host, you have already changed significantly and accomplished much, so let the system handle the joy value from now on. Joy value 3. Thank you, system, but this is still far from enough. To become stronger, I must gradually alter my character. After all, this is a long-term strategy. Uchiha Yan nodded at the 4 of them. Yay, that's wonderful. Yan, hide and seek is so much fun. It will surely make you happy. Joy value 2. Had he truly been harboring this thought all along? Uchiha Yan mused as he looked at Naruto. In a game of rock, paper, scissors among 5, Choji lost and began counting with his eyes covered in a circle. The other 3 quickly sought hiding places. Uchiha Yan did not stray too far and concealed himself beneath the dense branches of a nearby tree. As time elapsed, Naruto was the first to be discovered, followed by the other 2. However, they failed to locate Uchiha Yan's presence. After searching fruitlessly for a while, Choji had no choice but to concede defeat, prompting Yin to leap down from the tree. In the second round, Naruto was tasked with catching others, while Yen employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as a rock nearby. The system commented, "Host, you are quite the trickster, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Yen paused momentarily. The notion of being a trickster resonated with him, sparking a realization, though he still found it somewhat perplexing. Naruto, the straightforward boy, first caught Ino. As time passed, when Shikamaru and Choji were also found, Yan's figure remained elusive, even after a thorough examination of the tree. Ultimately, they had to concede defeat. Seeing a rock suddenly transform back into Uchiha Yan, Naruto exclaimed, "That's too much of a trick." Shikamaru couldn't help but remark, "Indeed, who would have thought that you, not yet in the Ninja Academy, have already mastered the transformation technique?" Choji nodded in agreement. Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, Yen is truly a genius." Hearing Shikamaru's words, Uchiha Yen felt as if he grasped something significant. He repeatedly pondered this phrase in his mind, growing clearer with each reflection, yearning for a quiet place to understand it fully. "Yen, what's wrong?" Naruto approached with a hint of concern. Uchiha Yen slightly shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry. I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to." "I see," he said apologetically, glancing at the reluctant Naruto before raising two fingers and swiftly utilizing the body flicker technique to depart. This maneuver left Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino in awe. Choji remarked, "Yen is truly impressive. I initially thought mastering the transformation technique at this age was remarkable, yet he has already learned the body flicker technique as well." Shikamaru nodded in agreement, saying, "My father mentioned that we would only learn chakra refinement when we enter the Ninja Academy next year. I never imagined I would fall behind my peers so much already." Naruto, however, was not particularly surprised, stating, "Sasuke mentioned that Yen is a prodigy who learned many ninjutsu and jinjutsu by the age of 4. Of course, Uchiha Yen did not possess the exaggerated prowess that Sasuke claimed. Aside from the Uchiha signature technique, the Great Fireball, he had only mastered the body replacement technique and the body flicker technique. As for jinjutsu, he was proficient in merely 3. Chapter 10. Host, you're blocking me. Uchiha Yen arrived at the location where Shisui had been ambushed, finding the hidden spot he had occupied previously and seated himself cross-legged. It was not only the system that had discovered the code to happiness. During this period, Uchiha Yen had also come to understand his own inner self. He felt that although he was not exceptionally intelligent, he could discern what experiences led to an increase in happiness value. Slowly closing his eyes, Uchiha Yen entered a meditative state, and the system refrained from disturbing him. Uchiha Yen felt a slight flush on his face, and the recollection of certain events filled him with an intense sense of embarrassment. His thoughts began to drift. In that moment, Uchiha Yen recalled his family's triumph over adversity, which brought him a modest happiness score of 2, as he had anticipated the outcome. The thought of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi falling in love after overcoming their challenges, ultimately marrying and starting a family, elevated his happiness score to 5. The awareness of his parents' care for him, the feeling of being needed and recognized, surged his happiness score to 8. He sensed the warmth on his face intensifying. However, no matter how he fantasized afterward, his happiness score did not rise further. Even envisioning himself as the strongest ninja in the realm, a deity, proved futile. Just as Uchiha Yen prepared to open his eyes, the system spoke softly. "Why not contemplate Naruto and Sasuke getting married? Happiness score, 5. They have a child. Happiness score, 6. Their child resembles Sasuke, complete with 6 whisker marks on his face. Happiness score, 9. All right." Uchiha Yen opened his eyes and shook his head. He could not dwell further. He had no peculiar inclinations. "Host, you have me stumped," the system lamented, sounding quite pitiful. Uchiha Yen's expression was one of confusion. He clearly did not comprehend the remark's meaning, but he grasped its essence through the system's tone. "Is that inappropriate? My apologies. Of course, it is permissible, but you reminded me that I am but a rudimentary system," it whimpered. Uchiha Yen felt a flicker of curiosity. To him, the system's capabilities seemed quite formidable. He wondered what a more advanced system would entail. Upon sensing Uchiha Yan's musings, the system replied with a hint of insecurity. "I lack the authority to know about the top-tier systems, but there are superior healing systems capable of acquiring others' happiness points." Uchiha Yen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was easier to harvest happiness from others than to cultivate his own. "Regardless, in my eyes, you remain the finest system," Uchiha Yen declared earnestly. After a brief silence, the system's voice, tinged with a weeping tone, emerged. No more tears, no more tears, or else your head will fill with water. Uchiha Yan sighed, deciding to disregard the system, closing his eyes to continue his search for the code to happiness. Yet, despite his imaginative endeavors, Uchiha Yan could not accrue any more happiness points. Reluctantly, he was forced to envision once more, but the second round clearly could not bring him joy anew. Only by conjuring images of Naruto and Sasuke's child did he manage to gain an additional 2 happiness points. Uchiha Yan had no choice but to concede. System, can I now increase the illusion to 10 points? You can. But you are merely 4 points shy of exchanging for a healing potion that would completely cure your bloodline disease. Then let us enhance the illusion. The bloodline disease can wait. Surmounting the immediate crisis is of utmost importance. Very well. The host currently has 26 happiness points remaining. As night fell, Uchiha Yan understood that Shisui's ambush would not occur today. He rose and made his way home. Upon returning, he quietly retrieved 2 rice balls from the refrigerator, preparing to retreat to his room to watch Naruto. Simultaneously, I found myself pondering the intricate abilities of the masked man. Does the host not perceive a certain resemblance between the masked man's powers and Kakashi's eye? Uchiha Yan paused for a moment and murmured, Uchiha Obito? If Kakashi's Kimui and the masked man's abilities exist within the same realm, it seems a solution might be at hand. The remaining narrative of Naruto essentially revolves around the 4th Great Ninja War, which can be consumed in roughly 4 to 5 minutes per episode at 5 times the speed. In the following days, Uchiha Yan immersed himself in the storyline, determined to complete Naruto in one go. Thus, he trailed behind Naruto like a mere shadow, entirely absorbed in his own world, devoid of any joy. When Uchiha Yan witnessed Kagaya's attack on Uchiha Madara, releasing the chakra of the progenitor, he felt a sense of numbness envelop him. Host, how pitiful you are, the system lamented. After saving your family, you must also rescue the world of ninjas for the sake of your loved ones. Uchiha Yan gazed at the smug expression of Kagaya in his mind, along with the oppressive aura she emanated, and gently shook his head. I am not so noble. When the time comes, I will seize Uchiha Obito's Sharingan and retreat with my family and friends into Kimui's dimension. After a brief pause, he added, the safety of the ninja world does not concern me, but your family and friends may not share your sentiments. The system fretted on Uchiha Yan's behalf. Lost in contemplation, Uchiha Yan eventually conceived a brilliant idea and slowly articulated. In that critical moment, the only solution is to eliminate the 8 tails to delay the Moon's Eye plan. He continued, or perhaps the 2 tails through to the 6 tails. We can resurrect them afterward. The system detected an unusual seriousness in the host's tone. What should we do about my overly protective host? It pondered. Host, we must employ some reason here. Sasuke has not yet faced his trials, and in Naruto, it is Sasuke who first approaches these matters. Uchiha Yan sighed, somewhat distressed. Then perhaps we should devise a method to draw their ire. The system suggested, host, why don't we target Kagaya? Uchiha Yan reflected and deemed it an excellent plan. In that case, I shall also need to learn some powerful sealing techniques. Just as the system was about to respond, the scenes from Naruto left it utterly astounded. What a terrifying reverse harem technique. If the host were here, Kagaya would surely be ensnared. Uchiha Yan mused, this transformation technique is indeed quite practical. Observing the twilight, he bid farewell once more to Naruto and the Inoshikacho trio. They had come to understand his return timeline over the past few days and did not protest, simply waving him off. Having completed Naruto, Uchiha Yan realized that the progenitor of chakra was not invincible. Host, would you care to watch a few Naruto films that remain? Very well. Upon returning home, Uchiha Yan reflected on the genuine peril of the ninja world. After the crisis posed by the progenitor of chakra was averted, the Tsutsuki clan on the moon still sought to bring about destruction. Even after defeating Tsutsuki-shun, members of the Tsutsuki family would soon arrive in the ninja world. Only Sarana, a certain healing system, wow. Host, you can actually smile. Chapter 11. A shift in atmosphere happiness level. 3 Uchiha Yan's perception of Sakura is neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. At the beginning of the narrative, Sakura's evaluation of Naruto in front of Sasuke left a profoundly negative impression on Uchiha Yan, marking a rather poor first impression. Fortunately, after Sakura's assessment of Naruto earned Sasuke's disdain, she began to empathize with Naruto's long-standing feelings and resolved to treat him with greater kindness, which prevented Yan's impression of her from descending into outright dislike. However, Upon witnessing his obedient little niece, his perception of Sakura significantly improved. He skillfully began to envision the scene of cradling his newborn niece. Happiness level 5. As she grows, she may not recognize her busy Aunt Odu, yet sweetly calls him Uncle. Happiness level 7. System. If this continues, will the host develop delusions? Never mind. It understands that the host is compelled by life's pressures, observing the host's shifting demeanor. The system sighs for the hardships of life. Uchiha Yan continues to indulge in his fantasies. His obedient little niece, under his guidance, surpassing her 6-tomo Rinnegan Aunt Odu, leaving the Otsutsuki clan in awe. Happiness level 8. Uchiha Yan quickly shook his head, glanced around, and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, no one was privy to his thoughts. He had just been behaving like a lovesick fool, which brought an inexplicable shame. The system spoke softly. I hope the host continues to strive. You have already amassed 49 happiness points. Just a little more to redeem the healing potion. Uchiha Yan. The bloodline disease is not urgent. Besides, Itachi must also suffer from the bloodline disease, right? Uchiha Yan murmured to himself. The system sighed. I hope the host refrains from hastily redeeming the life growth potion after acquiring the healing potion for Itachi. Otherwise, the host may not survive to adulthood. Should you awaken the Mangeki prematurely, I will reconsider. Host, I am serious. If you continue this way, the system will also fall into despair. Fantasies diminish the value of experiences, making it exceedingly difficult to accrue happiness points in the future. There are not many things that can evoke joy for the host, so how could the system not feel anxious? The following day, Uchiha Yan, unusually awake early, had just finished his meal and grabbed 2 rice balls to seek out Naruto when Sasuke called out to him. Wait for me. I have a day off today and will accompany you. Sasuke held a rice ball in his left hand, taking a large bite, while his right hand clutched 2 more. After hastily finishing, he grabbed another to eat outside. Let's go. Sasuke adjusted his chest and addressed Odu. You wouldn't even think to take a sip of water if you choked. Makoto couldn't help but sigh. Both of her young sons hurriedly rushed out of the house at dawn, only to return after dark. As they reached the entrance of the clan grounds, they fortuitously encountered Naruto. Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto joyfully exclaimed, Sasuke, you finally have some time. I haven't seen you in ages. Since my talent at home is lacking, I must train diligently. I hardly have time to play with you all. Huh, is Sasuke's talent really that poor? Sasuke scoffed, remarking that this was merely in comparison to his brother and younger sibling. When measured against others, he certainly did not fall short in any regard. Naruto's, in his naivety, nodded in agreement. Uchiha Yan, listening intently to Sasuke's words, fell into contemplation. Though Neji, Haku, Kimimaro, and Gaara were older than Sasuke at this moment, he was indeed inferior to them. Currently, Sasuke was only proficient in fire release and martial arts, lacking in Genjutsu, meaning that even Deidara, who was a couple of years his senior, could effortlessly overwhelm him. With a cheerful disposition, the host remarked, You are here, delighting in the misfortunes of others. Naruto, his curiosity piqued, turned to Uchiha Sasuke and inquired, You keep mentioning how strong Yan is. Just how formidable is he? Sasuke glanced at Odu and replied, I have only heard about Yan's strength from my father and brother. I have never witnessed him in action. He added, Nevertheless, you should know that my brother is undoubtedly the strongest among his peers. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yan shook his head, stating, I am not as powerful as you envision. Seeing Sasuke's skepticism, Yan continued, I merely possess a slight proficiency in Genjutsu. My chakra is limited, and my taijutsu and throwing techniques do not compare to yours. Sasuke nodded at Odu's words, for he trained diligently in taijutsu and throwing techniques. Thus he had some confidence in those areas. As for Yan's claim of only being somewhat skilled in Genjutsu, he chose to believe it, especially since he had heard that Yan possessed a single Tomo Sharingan. Naruto couldn't help but scratch his head, thinking that even so, it was still quite impressive. Simultaneously, he resolved within himself. He aspired to become Hokage and could not afford to lag behind. Shikamaru, upon encountering Sasuke, finally understood that his father's descriptions of the Uchiha were not fabrications. At that moment, Sasuke exuded an air of superiority, seemingly dismissing everyone except Naruto and Yan. He couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Ino glanced between Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Sasuke, her expression one of conflict. This day was largely unproductive. The group spent most of their time meandering about or finding a place to sit, with their only notable experience being Yin treating them to ramen. As usual, when the time came, Uchiha Yin bid farewell to the group, instructing Sasuke to return home on his own as he had other matters to attend to. Watching Yin depart, Sasuke quickly said his goodbyes to Naruto and followed suit. He aimed to catch up to Uchiha, but before he could, he suddenly witnessed Yan's figure vanish completely. Uchiha Yin settled back into his familiar spot, an inexplicable sense of foreboding stirring within him. Indeed, after a brief moment, a sound pierced the tranquil dusk. The figure of Uchiha Shisui materialized, his three-tomo Sharingan glimmering. Uchiha Yin murmured to himself, "It seems today is the day." Soon after, a rustling sound heralded the arrival of Danzo and a cadre of root ninjas. "Lord Danzo summoned me here for a specific purpose?" Shisui inquired respectfully. "I have heard that you intend to use Kotoame Tsukumi to control the radical elders of the Uchiha clan?" Tuanzong gazed at Shisui with an expression devoid of emotion. "Indeed, Lord Tuanzong," Shisui replied. "At present, Lord Fugaku has allied with the conservatives to suppress the radicals. If I can control the elders of the radical faction with the other gods, then the Uchiha clan can achieve complete reconciliation with the village." Inside the room, Uchiha Yin was taken aback by this revelation. How could his father join forces with the conservatives to suppress the radicals? Tuanzong shook his head upon hearing Shisui's words, his hawk-like eyes darkening as he fixated on Shisui. "But I know that the conservatives within the Uchiha clan comprise less than 20%. Even if you control the elders of the radical faction, it would have little effect." Shisui was momentarily stunned, lifting his gaze to Tuanzong and asking, "What do you mean, Lord Tuanzong?" "I do not trust the Uchiha, nor do I trust you," Tuanzong replied, subtly forming hand seals with one hand concealed within his sleeve. Chapter 12. The turn of events allow me to personally resolve the Uchiha coup. Tuanzong suddenly appeared before Shisui, reaching for his eyes. Shisui reacted swiftly, seizing Tuanzong's hand and employing the Sharingan Genjutsu to render him unconscious. Uchiha Yin recognized that the moment to act had arrived and immediately sprang into action. In quick succession, Tuanzong utilized his Izanagi to reappear before Shisui. Uchiha Yin timed his movements perfectly, preparing to complete the final hand seal and block Tuanzong's advance. However, a figure emerging from the distance caused him to freeze, halting his actions in surprise. "Sasuke?" In that moment of distraction, Tuanzong successfully ambushed Shisui, acquiring one of the Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui covered his eyes and hurriedly retreated. But when he lifted his gaze to see Sasuke and Yin, his expression turned to one of sheer horror. Tuanzong's countenance also shifted upon noticing the two Uchiha children, and he was about to raise his hand to command the root to eliminate them when he heard the nearer child speak coldly. "Our father is the leader of the Uchiha clan. Do you wish to wage war against the Uchiha?" Tuanzong narrowed his eyes and replied, "Uchiha Shisui killed the two sons of the Uchiha clan leader for the sake of the village, and was discovered by a passing elder from Konoha who intended to negotiate peace with the Uchiha. Therefore," Tuanzong gestured, issuing the order, "Leave no one alive." Seeing Sasuke paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground and trembling, Uchiha Yin instantly appeared before him, shielding him and glaring at Tuanzong with a fierce murderous intent. Sasuke, witnessing his brother's sudden appearance and protective stance, gritted his teeth, mustering the courage to rise. Just as he was about to form hand seals to unleash a great fireball to fend off the approaching root ninjas, Shisui appeared, standing in front of them. With hands forming seals, Shisui expelled a blazing fireball toward the root ninjas, then turned, swiftly lifting Yin and Sasuke in his arms and fleeing into the distance. The root ninjas quickly employed water release to extinguish the fireball and hurriedly gave chase. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tuanzong's eyes as he commanded, "Taruchi, you personally go and eliminate them." "Yes, Lord Tuanzong." Tsurui possessed considerable confidence in Danzo's abilities. With Uchiha Shisui encumbered by two liabilities, catching up to them would be effortless. Coupled with the encirclement from the root ninjas, eliminating them would prove to be a simple task. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, Danzo contemplated as he touched Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. He would have no choice but to betray Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that juncture, he would directly manipulate Hiruzen to dispatch the village's ninjas to engage the Uchiha clan in battle. Once the village's ninjas suffered substantial losses, he could then approach the daimyo to impeach Hiruzen, leading to his downfall. By that time, He was confident he could ascend to the position of Hokage. However, he was no fool. The repercussions of significant losses among the village's ninjas were equally unwelcome to him. Moreover, the Nara clan's intellect should not be underestimated. Mito Gate SN and the advisors, including T and Koharu, were also aware of the Kodoamatsu Tsukimi Jinjutsu. Any unusual occurrences would inevitably be noticed, thus making this approach a last resort. If he could eliminate Shisui and his companions, there were numerous methods to extricate himself from suspicion, such as framing Orochimaru or the masked man Uchiha Obito, who sought his collaboration to obliterate the Uchiha clan. Alternatively, as previously mentioned, he could claim that the Uchiha clan leader's son was slain by Uchiha Shisui. Host, there seems to be a flaw in the plan. Uchiha Itachi heard the wind whistling around him and smiled wryly. Indeed, who could have predicted that Sasuke would suddenly appear? Uchiha Shisui, in a bid to save Itachi's two younger brothers, exhausted his chakra and consecutively performed several body flicker techniques to distance himself from the root ninjas. When Shisui finally slowed down to catch his breath, he heard Sasuke's concerned voice beside him. Shisui, what is wrong with your eyes? Do not worry, Sasuke. Our primary concern is to ensure your safety, Shisui replied, glancing back over his shoulder, breathless. Uchiha Itachi interjected, they are closing in on us, Shisui. Try to draw them together, allowing them to cluster. I will handle the rest. But this requires your cooperation. Shisui was taken aback for a moment, then looked down at Uchiha Itachi, cradled in his arms. Upon seeing the three tomo in Itachi's eyes, he was momentarily stunned and replied, all right. Internally, he mused, what can I say? Itachi truly is remarkable. A 5-year-old with 3 tomo is unprecedented. Sasuke turned to glance at Udo, and that single look left him agape, speechless for quite some time. They are almost upon us, Shisui. Turn left. Uchiha Itachi drew forth 2 hands, poised to form seals. Observing several root ninjas relentlessly pursuing them, flanked by another on each side, they were effectively surrounded. The shuriken and those tied with explosive tags hurled by the ninjas were all thwarted by Shisui's Susanoo. At this point, continuing their escape had become rather challenging. When a person is attacked, their instinctive reaction is to retreat towards a direction that offers a sense of security. Thus, Uchiha Itachi rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a fireball at the ninja on the left, then executing the same technique against the one on the right. As anticipated, the 2 ninjas refrained from clashing with ninjutsu, opting instead to evade toward the center. The Sharingan within Uchiha Yan's eyes could distinctly perceive the position and movements of his opponent. Shisui, turn right. Upon hearing Yan's command, Shisui pivoted his feet and leaped to the right. Due to Shisui's embrace of Sasuke and Yan, combined with the slight deceleration from the recent turn, they found themselves considerably closer to a group of root ninjas, simultaneously thwarting any attempts by the enemy to encircle them once more. Recognizing the opportunity that had been created, Uchiha Yan swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his ocular power to unleash a genjutsu that he had refined to suit his style. The technique, illusionary chains of enchantment, ensnared the pursuing root ninjas, drawing them into a mental realm where their limbs were pinned by ethereal stakes. The intense agony compelling several of them to cry out in pain. Those ninjas still airborne or perched upon branches plummeted to the ground. With the illusionary cherry blossom fall, the remaining root ninjas experienced a sudden dizziness, collapsing unconscious. Uchiha Yan, of course, would not squander the chance to strike down his beleaguered foes. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing sphere hurtled towards 2 immobilized root ninjas lying on the ground. Just as Uchiha Yan completed his hand seals and prepared to unleash another fireball, he was halted by Shisui's urgent shout. That's enough. Yan, do not kill them. They are also comrades of the village. Uchiha Yan, begrudgingly, redirected the fireball towards a nearby tree. With a resounding crash, the fireball shattered 2 large trees. Chapter 13, Clumsy Methods After the Shock. Sasuke could not help but wear a proud expression. Truly worthy of being my brother. You are incredible. Shisui also smiled, releasing the 2 and wiping the blood from his eyes. Indeed, Yin is something else. Uchiha Yin turned to Shisui and inquired, Shisui, is your eye all right? Shisui's smile remained unchanged as he shook his head. Just a Danzo was not enough to shake his faith in the village. Let us return to the clan. Father will assist you in retrieving that eye. With that, Uchiha Yin, maintaining an impassive demeanor, strode towards the Uchiha clan. Shisui, wearing a pained expression, followed closely. parting his lips as if to speak, but hesitating. Uchiha Yan sighed. It was evident that Shisui did not wish to escalate the matter. Otherwise, the village and the Uchiha clan would find reconciliation exceedingly difficult. Yet, Shisui was unaware of the third Hokage's character, while Uchiha Yan was acutely aware. Danzo had dispatched assassins against the third Hokage on more than one occasion. Even Kakashi had been swayed by Danzo due to the incident involving Konoha's White Fang. Nevertheless, the third Hokage chose to exercise restraint. Just after signing a ceasefire agreement with the Cloud Village, Hinata was abducted by their Umbu, despite the significant losses Cloud had suffered. Yet, the third Hokage still opted to appease Cloud. This was a tactic of the third Hokage, capable only of bullying Danzo. Uchiha Yan was certain that as long as Danzo, the most hawkish faction in Konoha, was alive, and the third Hokage remained in office, the Uchiha clan, regardless of their strength, would not easily provoke war. Due to the indecisiveness of the current third Hokage, who is plagued by excessive doubts, Uchiha Yan found himself unable to confide in Shisui about his foresight of the future. Suddenly, an idea struck him, one that might lead to peace in the shinobi world, albeit requiring a degree of self-protection, for he knew that pursuing this path would undoubtedly incite many to seek his demise. The three of them made their way towards the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, both Shisui and Yin halted in unison, with Sasuke glancing back in confusion. He caught sight of a figure moving at an incredible speed towards them, evidently intent on preventing their escape, suddenly surging forward at a short distance away. It was now too late to flee. I will hold this person off. You two hurry back to inform the clan leader, Shisui declared, acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the individual before them, rendering Yin and Sasuke's presence here somewhat perilous. Yin disregarded Shisui's advice and turned to Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, return at once. I may still be able to assist with Genjutsu here. This person is very strong. Though Sasuke was prone to bravado, he was not foolish. After a quick glance at the two, he gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the Uchiha clan. Yin had no time to heed Shisui's words. He formed hand seals and unleashed a Genjutsu against Terui, momentarily halting the figure's pursuit of Sasuke. However, it was swiftly disrupted as Terui disturbed his chakra. Yin recalled the masked figure. It was Terui from the Root, whose prowess he had not witnessed in the original narrative. Yet, he was aware of Danzo's confidence in Terui's abilities. For Danzo had once sent Terui alone to chase after Orochimaru during his defection, indicating Terui's formidable strength. Shisui, do you have any kunai? Please give me two. Yin called out, deliberately ensuring Terui could hear him. Shisui promptly retrieved two kunai and tossed them to Yin. At that moment, Terui suddenly appeared behind Yin, striking down with his blade. Although Terui's speed was remarkable, Shisui reacted instantaneously. Just as he was about to intervene, a loud thud resonated, and Yin transformed into a piece of wood. Simultaneously, one of the kunai tossed by Shisui morphed back into Yin, who seized the other kunai and hurled it towards Terui. Terui aimed to cleave the kunai, but it unexpectedly transformed back into Yan's form with a resounding crack. Yin was struck in the chest by Terui's blade. Yet at that very moment, three tomo of the Sharingan fixated upon Terui's eyes. In the midst of Terui's stunned gaze, Yin landed, stifling the discomfort in his chest, and swiftly executed a decisive strike across Terui's neck, splattering his own face with the opponent's blood. Shisui, taken aback, stared in disbelief as Terui collapsed. Both the goal of injuring the opponent and eliminating him had been achieved. Fortunately, it was not merely a shadow clone for testing. Terui likely never anticipated encountering a 5-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Yin coughed up blood, his vision darkening, and dizziness overwhelmed him as he collapsed to the ground. His constitution was inherently frail, and the consumption of chakra and mental energy was quite substantial. Coupled with the intense discomfort of his first close-range kill and the faint metallic scent of blood, he found himself on the verge of collapse. It was at this moment that Shisui reacted, swiftly appearing behind Uchiha Yin to support him, preventing him from crashing to the ground. He then conjured a shadow clone to inform the clan leader of the situation. Shisui cast a complex glance at the fallen Teruchi, embracing Uchiha Yin as they hastened towards the Konoha hospital. The individual was a rare elite ninja of the village. Yet Shisui harbored no resentment towards Yin for slaying a village comrade, as it was evident that the comrade had posed a lethal threat. At the Konoha hospital, Uchiha Itachi rushed to the premises upon receiving the news. Entering the ward, he beheld the pallid face of Udo lying on the hospital bed, his three tomo spinning uncontrollably in his eyes, ultimately synchronizing in a gradual convergence. Shimura Danzo, perhaps? Fugaku was oblivious to his eldest son's peculiar condition, fixating instead on his younger son, who bore a grievous wound to the chest. Upon returning to the police force, he promptly summoned the Uchiha clansmen, marching with fervor towards the Hokage building. For the sake of Yen and Sasuke, the stalemate between the village and the Uchiha could not persist any longer. In that moment, Fugaku resolved to take a decisive stand. Some of the more radical clan members, witnessing the scene, hastily donned their battle attire, excitement radiating from them as they followed suit. Shisui, with only one eye, and Itachi quickly joined in, while the sole conservative elder of the Uchiha sighed in resignation. Before the group could enter the Hokage building, they were encircled by Umbu ninjas, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Fugaku spoke with a calm demeanor, instructing, "You all wait here. I shall enter alone." With that, he strode towards the Hokage building, and this time, the Umbu ninjas did not impede his progress. Itachi and Shisui trailed behind, and once again, the Umbu offered no resistance. Uchiha Te, unable to restrain himself, attempted to advance, but was blocked by a silver-haired Umbu. Te, indignant, activated his three-tomo Sharingan, glaring fiercely at his opponent, only to find that the Umbu had also unveiled his forehead protector, revealing his own three-tomo Sharingan, which regarded him with an emotionless gaze, as if to signal that any further advance would provoke a response. Te promptly subdued his demeanor. The reputation of the copy ninja Kakashi and his formidable lightning release techniques were well known throughout the ninja world. Kakashi had been a prodigy, subduing all peers since childhood, one of whom was Uchiha Te, who had been among those overshadowed. Chapter 14. The wayward son grows up. Fugaku entered the Hokage's office, his gaze sharp and imposing as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat in his chair. "Hokage, have you contemplated what explanation you will provide?" Sarutobi, troubled, took a puff from his pipe. Was he contemplating a direct execution of Danzo? Fugaku, observing Sarutobi's silence, crossed his arms and queried, "Does Danzo not possess an indelible contribution to the village? I shall ensure he returns Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. Has the village truly prepared for war against the Uchiha?" Hearing these words, Fugaku's expression darkened, his aura intensifying as the Manjiki Sharingan materialized, fixating intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart gradually sink. Indeed, the Uchiha clan still possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. With a bitter smile, he said, "Fugaku, please calm down. Danzo is truly vital to the village. Most of the intelligence from outside villages is collected by root. Surely, you can recognize Danzo's importance and contributions?" Fugaku furrowed his brows, but firmly replied, "My purpose here is to seek an explanation for my son. Danzo's significance to the village is irrelevant to me. As one of the two founding clans of Konoha, shouldn't the Uchiha clan consider the village? Without a source of intelligence, how would Konoha formulate strategies against formidable ninja from enemy villages in the event of another large-scale war? How many ninjas would the village have to sacrifice?" Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but rise, looking gravely at Fugaku. Fugaku retorted with a cold smile. "When you relocated the Uchiha to the village's outskirts, why didn't you voice your concerns then?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a moment of embarrassment before attempting to shift the topic and counter, "Isn't it precisely because the Uchiha clan was the culprit behind the Ninetales incident? If you were in my position, would you trust the Uchiha?" Fugaku impatiently stated, "Enough with the pleasantries. Either hand over Danzo or execute him directly, or we shall wage war against the Uchiha. The choice is yours." It was then that Itachi and Shisui, standing at the office door, exchanged glances, refraining from entering. "Fugaku, Danzo is an elder of Konoha. It is impossible to execute him or hand him over directly. Such actions would tarnish the village's reputation. If this news spreads, which client would still come to Konoha for missions? Are you seeking to sever the very foundation of survival for our ninjas?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Narrowing his eyes as he replied, "Wasn't part of the reason for the death of the White Fang of Konoha related to this?" With a disdainful sneer, he continued, Konoha. This fleeting reputation pales in comparison to the contributions of the White Fang. Your inaction regarding these rumors has led to the loss of such a powerful and significant ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are growing old. Perhaps it's time for a member of the Uchiha to assume the position of Hokage. You may as well forget about the Hokage title. There are no Uchiha who inherit the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless by the rebuttal, but upon hearing Fugaku's final words, he swiftly rejected the notion without a second thought. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Fugaku's eyes as he addressed the outside. Shisui and Itachi, did you hear that? In the eyes of the Hokage, you lack the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes, realizing he had been ensnared. He quickly reverted to the advantageous topic, saying, Danzo's ambush on Shisui was also for the sake of the village. Though I feel some guilt towards Shisui and the Uchiha clan, I will ensure Danzo returns Shisui's eyes and relinquishes all his positions. Furthermore, do not forget, although your son was injured, he also killed a comrade of the village. This is already the greatest concession. I believe you, Fugaku, do not wish to see the village and the Uchiha clan suffer mutual destruction. The phrase mutually assured destruction is a rather euphemistic expression, serving as a means to provide Fugaku with a graceful exit, and I believe he is capable of comprehending it. No matter how formidable the Uchiha clan may be, they cannot surpass Konoha. This is an undeniable truth. The sheer number of ninjas is not something the Uchiha can compete with, and the elite Umbu left behind by the second Hokage possess considerable strength. As for Konoha's secret techniques and bloodline clans, even if the news regarding Shisui were to spread, in times of crisis, the village would undoubtedly prioritize its own defense. After eavesdropping for an extended period, Itachi has begun to discern the character of the third Hokage. He realizes that as long as the third Hokage remains in power, the village may refrain from taking the initiative against the Uchiha clan, with the primary source of conflict seemingly rooted in Danzo and the Uchiha extremists. At this moment, Itachi suddenly conceived a bold plan. Thus, as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Itachi's calm voice resonated within the room. Is that so? Sarutobi turned to behold the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Itachi's eyes, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Fugaku, witnessing Itachi's solidarity and the Sharingan in his gaze, felt tears welling up in his eyes. This wayward son has finally matured, and you have finally embraced your role as a son. Before Sarutobi could finish his statement, Itachi interjected, I have decided to withdraw from the Umbu and seek an explanation for my brother and Shisui. Shisui entered the room as well, casting an apologetic glance at Sarutobi and stating, I apologize, Lord Hokage. Although the village and my comrades are of utmost importance to me, my clan holds equal significance. His stance was unmistakably clear. Sarutobi, looking utterly despondent, sank into his chair. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the Umbu and instructed, have Danzo return Shisui's Sharingan and relieve him of all duties, confining him to Konoha prison. Yes, Lord Hokage. Wait. Ensure that the Umbu handling this matter remains vigilant against Danzo's Kotoamatsukami. Now go ahead. He then turned to the three and said, this is my greatest concession. Even if it means waging war against the entire ninja world, Konoha cannot execute Danzo. Furthermore, upon the return of Shisui's eyes, Shisui must not use Kotoamatsukami against the villagers. Shisui nodded in agreement. Fugaku, with a cold smile directed at Sarutobi, remarked, I see you wouldn't dare execute this old friend, even if it means battling the entire ninja world. No, Fugaku, never underestimate the will of fire that resides within a Hokage, Sarutobi declared, his gaze fixed firmly out the window. Fugaku cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi, stating, then let us proceed with this arrangement for now. Since we've addressed the main matter, it is time to discuss another pressing issue. Sarutobi, Shisui, and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances at Fugaku. That is to ensure the Uchiha clan fully integrates into the village. Fugaku paused for a moment before continuing with a serious tone. I will resign as the head of the police force and the Uchiha clan leader, cleansing the Uchiha of all radical elements. However, the condition is that the village must treat the Uchiha clan equally and allow them to return to the heart of the village. The three looked at Fugaku in disbelief. Fugaku turned to Sarutobi and added, once these tasks are completed, I shall become a rogue ninja of Konoha, traversing the ninja world to gather intelligence for Konoha. However, should I discover that you fail to meet these expectations, I shall disseminate the intelligence of Konoha throughout the shinobi world, and we shall settle all accounts together. Of course, there exists another motive that Fugaku has yet to disclose. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Fugaku with a solemn expression and stated, if you can achieve this, I am willing to acquiesce to your conditions. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome of the negotiations did not exceed his expectations, and Danzo's life was preserved. Moreover, this was the result he desired. Should Fugaku reveal Danzo's usurpation of Shisui's eyes, in the absence of a coup by the Uchiha clan, the secret arts and the bloodline that had never been disclosed would undoubtedly incite significant aversion from the shinobi clans towards Danzo's actions, uniting them to pressurize him into dealing with Danzo. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan harbored excessive pride. Even Fugaku himself scorned the idea of allying with other shinobi clans. It was commonplace for the ninjas of the shinobi clans to look down upon the civilian ninjas, and a substantial part of the disdain towards the Uchiha clan stemmed from their unreserved contempt for both other shinobi clans and civilian ninjas alike. Chapter 15, Mischievous? On the journey back to their clan's territory, Shisui, who had been internally conflicted for quite some time, finally made up his mind. Upon arriving at the clan grounds, Shisui earnestly addressed Fugaku, clan leader, allow me to undertake this task. Itachi chimed in, let me go as well. He had originally intended to do so, but was surprised that his father shared the same thought. Fugaku looked at the two with a sense of comfort, yet he shook his head and spoke, do not quarrel. My primary objective is to send Yen into the shinobi world to seek a cure for the bloodline disease. Otherwise, he cannot become a ninja and may not live to see 30, or even face an even shorter lifespan. Upon hearing this, Shisui abruptly raised his gaze to Fugaku. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply with shock. Fugaku sighed at the sight. Let us not forget that Yen is his son, and he possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 5. After a prolonged silence, Itachi again looked up at his father and said, Father, please allow me to go. I too have the bloodline disease. This revelation struck Fugaku like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shisui voiced his concerns. Itachi, can you be certain? Itachi nodded earnestly to Fugaku. Therefore, let me take on this task. I have searched through countless intelligence reports within the Umbu, yet found no remedy for the bloodline disease. Allow me to dedicate the remainder of my life to doing something for the village and the Uchiha. After hearing Itachi's words, Shisui fell silent for a moment, then placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder, saying, Then let me accompany you. Do not relinquish hope. The Umbu's intelligence is not all-encompassing. I will join you in seeking a cure for the bloodline disease. At that moment, Fugaku interjected, No, I will accompany Itachi. He is my son, and together we shall search the shinobi world for a remedy for the bloodline disease. Ignoring the expressions of the two, Fugaku continued. With both Itachi and I possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, we can traverse anywhere in the shinobi world and watch over each other. Shisui, you shall remain at the clan to hold the fort. I entrust the position of clan leader and the conservative clan members to you. Do not let me down. Seeing Fugaku's resolute demeanor, Shisui could only nod with difficulty. Subsequently, the three individuals deliberated on the plan to eliminate the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. This was undoubtedly a grave matter for them, necessitating thorough preparation. One could not simply act on impulse. However, this course of action was essential for the future of the Uchiha, as some decisions had to be made for the sake of peace and comfort. The plan was rather straightforward. Fugaku would summon all radical members under the pretext of discussing his son's injury and the impending coup within the Uchiha clan. The radicals would first be separated from the conservatives, and then action would be taken against the radicals. A day later, at the Konoha hospital, Uchiha Itachi gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the presence of his mother, Sasuke, Naruto, and the new generation of Ino, Shika, Cho. Happiness level 5. The system remarked joyfully. You have finally awakened. It seemed to recall the happiness value password, adding, I was so worried. Happiness level 3. It continued with a playful tone. It's easy to manipulate a host who adores sweet words. Inwardly, Uchiha Itachi replied, I apologize for causing you concern. Seeing him awake, Naruto exclaimed, Itachi, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. You've been in a coma for an entire day. As the others gathered around, Itachi, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, I'm sorry for causing you worry. Indeed, is the essence of humanity merely that of a parrot? The system muttered softly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Uchiha Itachi turned to Mikoto and inquired, Is my injury serious enough to warrant a hospital stay, or can I recuperate at home? Noticing Mikoto's inclination to refuse, he added, Okayasan. Mikoto hesitated as she observed the blood-stained bandage, preparing to refuse once more. At that moment, A doctor entered, removed Itachi's fore, and examined his pale complexion. The wound has scabbed over. There's no issue with discharge, he stated. As he held the needle closer, he noted Itachi's increasingly pallid face, which was now beaded with cold sweat, and realized that the paleness stemmed from a fear of needles. Feeling mischievous? The system inquired. Itachi cast a penetrating glance at the doctor, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and awkwardly withdrew the needle. As he exited the room, he scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "What did the patient's wound look like? Why did I allow him to leave?" Makoto, observing her younger son's evident desire to leave the hospital, reluctantly nodded in agreement to his discharge. Uchiha Itachi addressed his four companions, saying, "I won't be able to join you for a few days. Once my injury has healed, I shall seek you out." They nodded in understanding, and Shikamaru remarked, "Take good care of yourself at home. Aim for a swift recovery." With a slight blush, Ino presented a bouquet of flowers placed on the bedside table to Itachi, saying, "Don't forget to take these. The carnations and lilies symbolize wishes for a speedy recovery." "Thank you," Itachi replied hesitantly as he accepted them. Makoto observed Ino's flushed cheeks with a bemused expression, pondering, is she not merely 5 years old? As soon as the smile graced Ino's face, she immediately felt Makoto's gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson down to her neck. In a hurried manner, she exclaimed that she needed to help her mother at the store before dashing out. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Yan promptly took out paper and pen, spending the entire afternoon diligently revising his writing. During dinner that evening, Fugaku cast a puzzled glance at the paper handed to him by Yan. After a cursory glance, Fugaku's expression transformed into one of seriousness as he spoke. "Once we finish our meal, I will come to your room, and Itachi should join us as well." Sasuke, curious to catch a glimpse, felt Itachi's fingers pressed gently against his forehead. "Don't be so inquisitive, Sasuke," Itachi softly chided. Sasuke looked at the three of them, rubbing his forehead in defiance and pouting slightly. "Humph, you're all keeping secrets from me. Even Yan knows. I won't talk to you anymore." With that, he stormed off towards his room in a huff. Makoto glanced at the three and said, "I'll go check on Sasuke. You all carry on." Fugaku nodded but, still somewhat anxious, advised Yan, "You should go to your room." Yan acknowledged with a nod. Once inside the room, Fugaku handed the paper to Itachi and asked, "How did you come to know all of this?" After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yan organized his thoughts and replied, "Consider it as though I possess the ability to foresee certain fragments of the past and future." Fugaku and Itachi, unable to contain their surprise at Yan's calm demeanor, reacted with disbelief. "Foresee?" Itachi pondered, feeling that the juicy revelation had lost its appeal, and looked even more astounded at Yan. "Most of the damaging information regarding Danzo was something I had fabricated to tarnish his reputation. Although lacking solid evidence, it could still implicate him." Chapter 16. Unscientific. After a moment of shock, Fugaku seemed to recall something, his expression becoming complex as he inquired, "Since you can foresee the future and the past, which events bear your influence?" Uchiha Yan reflected for a moment before responding, "The only injury I sustained was intentional. Otherwise, it would not have posed a problem for Shisui to handle. It seems I have already achieved half of my intended goals. In the future I witnessed. The Uchiha clan faces annihilation, with Danzo as the mastermind, hence my determination to alter this course." Upon hearing Yan's mention of the Uchiha clan's demise, Fugaku appeared unsurprised, as though he had anticipated such an outcome. After gazing at his youngest son for an extended period, his stern expression gradually softened, and he could not help but burst into laughter, pride illuminating his face as he patted Yan's shoulder, saying, "You truly are my son." Itachi, however, looked somberly at his younger brother. No matter how exceptional Yan may be, he could not escape the affliction of the bloodline disease. Although Fugaku did not notice Itachi's expression, he too was consumed by thoughts of the bloodline illness. His smile slowly faded as he addressed his youngest son. "Your foresight is due to the Manjiki Sharingan, isn't it? You are not to use that eye again until we find a cure for the bloodline disease." Uchiha Yan shook his head, asserting, "I have yet to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. My foresight stems from other sources." Upon hearing Yan's words, Fugaku and Itachi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that as long as the Manjiki had not been awakened, there would be ample time to seek a remedy. Observing Yan's apparent reluctance to elaborate on his precognitive abilities, Fuyue wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. The Uchiha clan possessed some records concerning the bloodstained disease, it was noted that the stronger the bloodstains, the purer the lineage and the more potent the abilities. The earliest records indicated that Uchiha clan members with the 3-tomo Sharingan had previously manifested the Susanoo. The ocular techniques encompassed an array of peculiar abilities, and while documentation was scarce, it seemed plausible that with Yan's prodigious talent, the awakening of the 3-tomo Sharingan would indeed grant him precognitive powers. As the two figures exited the room, Uchiha Yan inquired of the system. I should be able to exchange for the healing potion now, correct? Affirmative. You currently have 58 points of happiness value remaining. Then let us proceed with the exchange. Immediately, Uchiha Yan beheld a 250 milliliter glass vessel materialize out of thin air. Is this amount excessive? He pondered, momentarily taken aback by the system's apparent astonishment. Can two individuals consume this? Would it diminish its effects? He further queried. The system seemed to rattle its own head several times before responding. Please hold on. I shall consult the instruction manual. After a brief pause, the system announced, the healing potion will take effect with just a single sip. However, to fully cure a terminal condition, it is advisable to consume a complete 100 milliliters. Uchiha Yan, though pleasantly surprised, felt little joy and then inquired, what about the growth potion? Without hesitation, the system replied, the growth potion is limited to 100 milliliters, and it must be administered via injection. Uchiha Yan's face drained of color. Then perhaps I shall reconsider. Stealthily, he slipped out of his home and boldly acquired 2 100-milliliter glass vessels from the Konoha hospital. Upon returning home, he meticulously poured the potion into the vessels, one containing 100 milliliters and the other 50. After completing this task, he consumed the remaining potion. Instantly, Uchiha Yan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his limbs, and the wound on his chest began to heal gradually. As he unwrapped the bandage, he was astonished to find no trace of the injury remaining. The system appeared utterly flabbergasted by this spectacle. Goodness, this defies logic. For a fleeting moment, Uchiha Yan was rendered speechless. System, your existence is somewhat illogical for the ninja world as well. Ah, indeed. I am merely astonished by the efficacy of this potion. On my planet, such remedies have been scarcely utilized for centuries, and I never anticipated such remarkable results. Uchiha Yan, perplexed, asked, is it because there are superior potions available? But how much better could they be? This healing potion was already astonishing, allowing wounds to heal instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. The bloodstain disease should have disappeared as well. And Yin felt that even his breathing had become significantly easier. It is not due to the existence of superior elixirs, but rather because subsequent generations of humanity, upon their birth, were administered growth serums of equivalent cost. Their physical forms have transcended the limits of ordinary humans. Henceforth, they shall neither fall ill nor succumb to terminal diseases, rendering therapeutic agents unnecessary. While growth serums lack the capacity to cure incurable ailments or facilitate the regeneration of severed limbs, they possess the remarkable ability to elevate human potential indefinitely, fortifying physical constitution and enabling rapid healing of wounds, even allowing for a certain chance of survival in the event of a pierced heart. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Yan could not help but envision the future where Itachi and Sasuke's children would also receive an injection, followed by the sound of their joyous cries. Happiness level 5 system, what a surprise. Uchiha Yan glanced at the 2 vials before him and approached Itachi's door, gently knocking. After a moment, the door opened. He extended the vial in his hand, saying, drink this. Itachi hesitated, taking the vial and inquiring, what is this? A remedy for bloodstain disease. Itachi's pupils constricted. Indeed, Yin possesses foresight. He must have witnessed a vision of his demise due to the illness. With some reluctance, Itachi asked, is there more of this? Uchiha Yin shook his head. After I drink, only 150 milliliters remain. 100 milliliters is required for a complete cure. Observing Itachi's expression, Uchiha Yin seemed to recall something and reassured him, do not worry, Sasuke does not have bloodstain disease. At this, Itachi felt a sense of relief. Uncapping the vial and pouring its contents into his mouth. Mirroring Uchiha Yan's feelings, Itachi found his breathing significantly eased. Do you have any storage scrolls? I wish to place the remaining 50 milliliters into one. Itachi nodded and turned to retrieve a scroll, handing it to Uchiha Yan. This elixir not only cures bloodstain disease, but can also heal other internal injuries. Should you ever need it, you may find this scroll in the drawer of my room. With that, Uchiha Yan turned and departed. Itachi gazed at the glass vial in his hand, his expression a mixture of complexity. He would not inquire about the origin of this immensely valuable elixir, as it was Yan's secret. Yet, as an elder brother, he could not suppress his worry. After all, to attain something of great worth, one must invariably pay a price. Chapter 17. June snowfall the following morning. The villagers observed the papers swirling chaotically through the streets with curiosity, casually picking one up for a glance. They were soon struck with astonishment by the content of the paper. It was densely packed with accounts of the nefarious deeds committed by Shimura Danzo, the elder of Konoha. Almost every incident that had cast a dark shadow over Konoha in recent years could be tied to Danzo. Did Shimura Danzo collaborate with Orochimaru to experiment with Hashirama cells on human subjects? Did the roots of Konoha emulate the blood mist policy of the Mist Village, forcing the ninjas of the roots to turn against one another? Did Danzo ambush Shunshin no Jutsu to seize a Sharingan? Even Jiraiya Sensei's 3 disciples, who were taken in from outside the village, had been conspired against by Danzo in collusion with Hanzo of the Salamander. Even the Hyuga clan and the incident involving the White Fang bear the shadow of Shimura Danzo. In the affair concerning the Hyuga clan, Danzo conspired with the Hidden Cloud to secure his ambitions of becoming Hokage, discreetly revealing the moments when the clan's defenses were most vulnerable. This treachery led to the abduction of Hinata Hyuga by Hidden Cloud ninjas, with the intent of escalating tensions between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, or coercing the third Hokage into submission by accepting unreasonable demands. Either scenario would tarnish the third Hokage's reputation, thereby enhancing Danzo's own prospects of ascending to the position of Hokage. In the case of the White Fang, the immense esteem held for him within the village prompted many villagers to rally for his election as Hokage. To undermine his standing, Danzo orchestrated a scenario in which the White Fang was forced to forsake a mission to save a comrade. Even those saved by the White Fang expressed their discontent, attributing significant losses to his actions. Had the White Fang not intervened, would there have been rumors circulating about him neglecting his comrades during missions? Ultimately, Danzo's failure to achieve the Hokage title incited his wrath, leading him to seek opportunities to assassinate the third Hokage. Villagers observed this with indignation, some vocally expressing their outrage in the streets, drawing even more attention. Who exactly is Shimura Danzo, and what is the true nature of the root organization? Is he merely an elder of the village? I have never heard of him. Neither have I. Look, this paper has 2 sides. After reading one side, there is still more on the reverse. Host, will this half-truth rumor be exposed? Uchiha Yan sat cross-legged on the tatama mat, resting his chin on one hand while idly toying with a kunai, contemplating how to elicit joy points next. Upon hearing the system's words, he casually remarked, "The more people who witness it, the more will believe it. Even if some discern its falsity, the momentum of this tangled web of truth and deception, once set in motion, is unstoppable, even by Sarutobi Hiruzen." Uchiha Yan is indifferent to Konoha's disgrace spilling over the borders of the Land of Fire. His sole desire is for Danzo to perish. If that does not occur, he shall personally ensure the other meets their end. Most of these rumors, of course, are concocted by Uchiha Yan, drawing from the narrative of the Hokage's tales, even implicating Danzo in the blame for Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha. It is recounted that shortly after the founding of Konoha, Danzo unwittingly collided with Madara, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Madara, intending to assist Danzo, inadvertently frightened him to tears. This incident contributed to Madara's sorrowful departure from Konoha. When Madara re-emerged, intent on the village's destruction, the first Hokage intervened, resulting in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights, culminating in Madara's death at the hands of the first Hokage, who soon succumbed to illness thereafter. Thus, Danzo indirectly played a role in the demise of the first Hokage. This burden of blame is likely to leave Danzo utterly bewildered. Though this matter may seem absurd, the sheer ignorance of the masses ensures that there will always be those who believe it. Soon, the narrative will spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Furthermore, there is the tragic fate of Uchiha Kagami, a student of the second Hokage, who was ambushed and slain by Danzo, who subsequently took his eyes. The Nine-Tails incident was orchestrated by Danzo, who sought to ascend to the Hokage position by manipulating the beast with his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan endeavored to come to the rescue, but were thwarted by Danzo's root, preventing them from intervening. Had they been allowed to act, the village would not have suffered such grievous losses. Before writing, Uchiha Itachi pondered for quite some time, and ultimately chose not to directly accuse Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he felt that subtly alluding to Danzo's dark deeds would suffice. Hiruzen had held power in Konoha for many years and enjoyed considerable support among the people. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the window of his office, observing the throngs of villagers gathered outside, vociferously denouncing Shimura Danzo. He glanced at the document in his hand. Initially, the contents incensed him to the point of nearly causing him to lose composure, but as he continued reading, he discerned more inconsistencies, even deeming some of it utter nonsense. He recognized that while much of the information contained a kernel of truth, as some of Danzo's actions had indeed been tacitly approved by him, certain elements were undoubtedly false, such as the claim that Danzo had collided with Uchiha Madara. They had been inseparable as children, and Danzo had never encountered Madara. Moreover, the assertion that Danzo ambushed Kagami was sheer fabrication. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen lamented that the tangled web of truth and falsehood was utterly confounding. This time, Danzo could no longer evade the consequences. It would not be long before the various ninja clans within the village would collectively exert pressure upon him. Their relationship was not so amicable that Hiruzen would forgive Danzo's multitude of transgressions. Rather, it was due to Danzo's undeniable efficacy. Not to mention, he adeptly gathered intelligence from the various nations, often creating trouble for them, thereby stifling their development, actions that ultimately benefited Konoha and which few others were willing to undertake. Hiruzen rubbed his temples in frustration. The Uchiha clan had played their hand astutely, yet at this juncture, he could not take action against them, as the more radical faction within the Uchiha would soon meet their own demise. With the situation irretrievably broken, he resolved to address Danzo. He hoped that by the time the next Hokage assumed office, Konoha would still stand as a cohesive village. If Uchiha Fugaku could truly integrate the Uchiha into Konoha, then Danzo, Hiruzen, feeling somewhat despondent, returned to his seat. By muscle memory, he instinctively activated the crystal ball to gaze into the bathhouse, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. Why did I choose to open the crystal ball? Observing the scene within, he was unexpectedly devoid of the usual reaction. He murmured to himself, "Am I truly feeling some discomfort within? System, host, ISNT, it's still June? Why is it snowing? I have no idea." Uchiha Itachi shifted his posture, resting his chin on one hand, leaving a red mark on his left cheek. "Then shall we go play in the snow? You have no physical form. What do you expect me to do? Play alone?" As the narrative unfolds, Uchiha Yan soon hears the system's pitiful sniffling, tinged with an electronic tone. With a hint of exasperation, Uchiha Yan remarks, "All right, you have the ability to control my body, so if you wish to play, go ahead and do so." The system, akin to a cloudless sky after a storm, instantly brightens. Almost immediately, Uchiha Yan senses his body moving uncontrollably towards the door, bouncing lightly as he goes. His expression darkens with annoyance. "System, do exercise some restraint." The system responds with a playful acknowledgement, understanding that the protagonist's persona must remain intact. In Chapter 18, Next Time for Sure, Uchiha Yan expresses a desire for the system to keep its distance, as there are several clan members nearby. "All right, I understand," the system replies. Uchiha Yan is left puzzled by what the system comprehends. The sensation of his body operating independently is indeed quite peculiar. Meanwhile, Naruto steps outside his home, intending to seek out Shikamaru and Choji, only to discover that snow has begun to fall. He gazes up at the sky in disbelief, catching a snowflake on his outstretched hand, feeling its coolness. A joyful smile spreads across his face. Despite the snowfall, the air remains warm, and he eagerly anticipates meeting his friends. As Naruto walks along the path, he has grown accustomed to the whispers of the villagers around him, yet their words leave him baffled. Who is Danzo? Why does he wish to exploit me? He muses, scratching his head. In the Akatsuki organization, White Zetsu presents a piece of paper to the masked man, adopting a comical tone as he declares, "Abido, here is the latest intelligence from Konoha." Upon noticing the scrutinizing gaze from Abido, White Zetsu quickly corrects himself. "My apologies, Madara." Only then does Abido return to a stoic demeanor, focusing on the information. After perusing it, the fluctuations in his emotions become evident. It seems the plan has been compromised. "That useless Danzo," he coldly remarks. Nevertheless, the objective of further weakening Konoha has been achieved. If this information circulates throughout the ninja world, it is likely that there will be few task issuers willing to assign missions to Konoha for several years. Abido's gaze lingers on the final piece of damaging information, The Kyuubi incident was orchestrated by Shimura Danzo, who controlled the beast using Uchiha Obito's Sharingan. This revelation obscures the truth, rendering it difficult for him to discern which parts of the information are authentic and which are fabrications. After contemplating for a prolonged period, Obito, vexed, crumples the paper and commands White Zetsu. I will head to Konoha to acquire a few Manjiki Sharingan for future use, as such opportunities may prove scarce. You shall disseminate this information throughout the ninja world and investigate its source. Understood, Madara, White Zetsu affirms, crouching before Obito and tugging at the crumpled paper in his hand. With a pitiful expression, he adds, I only managed to retrieve this one. Obito responds, Land of Rice, Sound Ninja Village. Just moments ago, Orochimaru had lifted the Edo Tensei. Pharmacist D adjusted his round glasses and remarked, although the first experiment of the impure world reincarnation was successful, this child, Tai, is exceedingly naive. Blissfully believing he has been resurrected, which nearly exposed half of Konoha to the snow. Orochimaru, with a raspy voice, chuckled, This trip to Konoha was not in vain. I did not expect Danzo to conceal so much from Lord Sarutobi. Upon hearing the name Danzo, a glint of coldness flashed in D's eyes beneath his spectacles. Yet he maintained a smiling facade as he replied, After all, it is the darkness of the ninja world. One should not be surprised by the repugnant deeds that emerge. A hoarse, magnetic voice echoed in D's ear. D, if Danzo remains alive after this incident, I can provide you with an opportunity for personal revenge. If he perishes, your focus should shift towards the future. D gazed at Orochimaru's retreating figure and smiled. I am grateful to you, Lord Orochimaru. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Yan observed as the palm-sized, exquisite snowman in his hands gradually melted away. Oh, why did the snow suddenly stop? The system lamented. It is indeed a pity. The snowman you crafted was quite beautiful, Uchiha Yan replied earnestly. Soon after, he heard the system's whimpering voice. Host, you have taken a turn for the worse. It would have been sufficient to simply enjoy sweet words, yet now you even articulate them. Uchiha Yan was somewhat perplexed. When did I ever come to enjoy sweet nothings? Moreover, I merely complimented it. Why does it feel as if I am trying to woo it? As time passed, by evening, Uchiha Yan inquired about Itachi's plans for the Uchiha clan. Noticing Itachi's hesitant expression, Uchiha Yan directly questioned, Are you planning to eliminate the radical faction? Itachi's pupils constricted, and he managed a bitter smile. You truly miss nothing. After all, you are merely 5 years old. What about the time and place? Uchiha Yan asked. You must not interfere in this matter. Will you bear the guilt of slaughtering our kin alone? Itachi paused for a moment before softly responding. We have already discussed it. I will bear this sin alongside my father. So you, Uchiha Yan interrupted, thoughtfully stating, the South-He Shrine is an exceptionally suitable location. It should be when my father gathers the radicals that action will be taken, perhaps on a recent night, when the clan lowers their guard. After speaking, he observed Itachi's expression and added, It appears my conjecture was correct. Itachi slowly crouched down, tapping the ground with his fingers, feeling somewhat withdrawn. Indeed, Sasuke is rather more endearing. Uchiha Yan chose not to engage with him further and turned to leave. Host, do you truly intend to take action against your kin? Will such deeds not affect your spirit? No one can compare to family, not even our clan. Eliminating the radicals will enable the Uchiha to integrate into the village, eradicating the threat of clan annihilation and granting me more time for growth. The future holds many crises. Furthermore, the burden of killing our kin should be shared, allowing their hearts to feel somewhat lighter, should it not? Host, have you not noticed? Sasuke and Sakura's first kiss was given to Naruto, with a hint of resignation. Uchiha Yan remarked, All right. I truly possess no peculiar inclinations nor any malicious thoughts. I have conceived another method to acquire happiness points. Perhaps I shall attempt it later. He paused. Oh dear, I've completely forgotten whether they have any silk left. Uchiha Yan found himself perplexed by the system's implications. System, Abba. Happiness points, 3. Listening to the system's explanation, Uchiha Yan felt a flush creep across his cheeks, hastily covering his ears. This time, the explanation was incomprehensible. Uchiha Yan resolved to ignore the system. Oh, dear host, what purpose does covering your ears serve? Enough of this nonsense. I need to contemplate certain matters. I shall acquire happiness points after this incident has passed. Such confidence? Open up your permissions. Let me see what divine or demonic schemes are brewing in your mind. After a brief pause, I am, after all, a healing system. Yet you perpetually seek to ensnare me for happiness points. How vexing. Uchiha Yan, absorbing the system's loud complaints, pondered for a moment before speaking. If I could continually seek and utilize your capabilities to attain happiness points, would that not render you more formidable than an intermediate system? Ah, that is indeed a valid point, though it ultimately hinges on the host, does it not? If the host is a traditionalist, it would be rather challenging to find loopholes. Wait, do not divert the topic. While your aim is to gain strength, my purpose is to heal you. Uchiha Yan, feeling a headache approaching, gently tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Apologies, system, perhaps next time. Indeed, next time, without fail. Chapter 19. Bearing this weight together 2 days later. Uchiha Yan finally received word that Fugaku had summoned the Uchiha clan to the south shrine for a clan meeting. Searching through his home, he could not find a single kunai. It seemed Itachi had hidden them away, likely intending to convey his disapproval of Uchiha Yan taking action. Fugaku had not sought him out either, indicating that Itachi had kept this matter from him. The sin of slaughtering their own kin must weigh heavily on both Itachi and Fugaku, yet to Uchiha Yan, those who had plunged the Uchiha into crisis, potentially endangering his family, were not worthy of pity. If Uchiha Yan's hands were also stained with the blood of his clan, perhaps the anguish in Fugaku and Itachi's hearts would be somewhat alleviated. Host, do you truly believe that? Uchiha Yan responded with a soft affirmative, slipping the black ink pen of the Akatsuki into his pocket. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami, he contemplated whether he might encounter Uchiha Obito and how he would respond if such a meeting occurred. Uchiha Yan genuinely felt a lack of cleverness when faced with dilemmas. He could only sit in contemplation, seeking solutions to resolve them, and if none emerged, he would simply let events unfold as they may. As dusk approached, unexpectedly, Uchiha Yan stood and made his way outside. Passing the clan's training grounds, he spotted Sasuke, that solitary figure, diligently practicing his throwing techniques. Since the recent incident had struck a blow to Sasuke, he returned home late each day, appearing disheveled and grimy, a clear testament to his earnest training efforts. Uchiha Yan felt that he was significantly inferior to Sasuke in terms of enduring hardship, and he also lacked the resilience that both Sasuke and Naruto possessed. After all, the host had an unfair advantage, even without any effort. Maintaining a positive disposition and becoming the strongest in the ninja world was not an arduous task. He recalled the system mentioning that if the energy were depleted, it would depart. Uchiha Yan spoke with a complex expression, pondering the unimaginable scenario of life without the system's companionship. The system's electronic voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, responded, "After all, the ninja world cannot replenish energy. However, I will not abandon my host. If the host can restore energy, the system will be reactivated. Where should I seek this energy?" Yan inquired. "Many advanced civilizations likely have it for sale. It should not be difficult to find," the system replied. "Is that so? If one day your energy runs out, I will undoubtedly find a way to restore it, ensuring you do not leave me for too long," Uchiha Yan stated earnestly as he gazed at the clouds above. Oh, the host has learned the art of sweet talk. Upon arriving at the South Shrine, he fortuitously encountered Itachi, who stood at the foot of the stairs. Itachi, with a touch of resignation, remarked, "Must you wade through these murky waters? You should be aware of the reasons." After a brief silence, he added, "I will protect you." Yan shook his head, replying, "Just take care of yourself. The Manjiki Sharingan is not invincible. It suffices to know that the blood of our kin stains not only your hands and those of our father." Upon hearing this, a heavy burden lifted slightly from Itachi's heart, only to be replaced by confusion as he realized Yan had vanished. Genjutsu? When did that happen? Itachi pondered, astonished that even the Manjiki could not resist Yan's illusionary arts. Although it was merely a lapse in vigilance that led to his ensnarement, the potency of Yan's Genjutsu was undeniably formidable. This thought brought Itachi a measure of reassurance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tetsuhan and his companions departed from the police headquarters, making their way toward the South Shrine. Uchiha Hokage smirked, saying, "It seems the clan leader has irreparably fallen out with the village over Yan's injury." Uchiha Ina snorted disdainfully, retorting, "To have taken so long to decide on a coup, hesitating and wavering. Such a person is unworthy of being the Uchiha clan leader. Once we address the higher-ups of the village, the positions of Hokage and clan leader should be entrusted to another clan member." Just as Uchiha Tetsuhan was about to voice his agreement, he he suddenly spotted a diminutive figure ahead and raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the genius from the clan leader's household? What brings him here? The three turned their attention to Uchiha Yan, and as he turned around, revealing a glimmer of crimson in his eyes, their expressions momentarily fell into a daze. Yan summoned a layer of wind attribute chakra around his pen, propelling it with astonishing speed towards one of them, effortlessly piercing Uchiha in his neck. Witnessing the incredulous expressions of the other two as they regained their composure, Uchiha Yan unleashed his Sharingan Jinjutsu once more. Uchiha Hakadai, seasoned in battle, swiftly disrupted his chakra to break free from the illusion, simultaneously retreating at an accelerated pace. In the next moment, the ground, along with Uchiha Iron Fire, was struck by a colossal fireball. Uchiha Yan formed hand seals and unleashed an illusion towards Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Hakadai momentarily appeared dazed, sensing something amiss, and hastily retreated into the distance, simultaneously hurling several shurikens and kunai towards Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yan employed the body flicker technique to appear beside Uchiha Iron Fire, delivering a powerful kick to his temple, sending him flying. Forming hand seals, he unleashed a fireball towards Uchiha Iron Fire, who had yet to land. You wretch, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Uchiha Hakadai questioned furiously. After delivering the blow, Uchiha Yan's figure reappeared at the landing point of the kunai, retrieving it from the ground and responding to Uchiha Hakadai. I am aware. Uchiha Hakadai, infuriated by Uchiha Yan's calm demeanor, lost his composure, and a fierce killing intent erupted from his Sharingan as he formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Yan evaded the attack with the body replacement technique, simultaneously launching the kunai he held with force. Observing the kunai, Uchiha Hakadai drew another kunai from his waist and threw it. The two kunai clashed, producing a metallic clang and scattering sparks. It was at this moment that Uchiha Hakadai appeared dazed once more. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Yan teleported in front of him and, while he was still ensnared in the illusion, released a fireball that sent him hurtling away. Picking up a kunai from the ground, Uchiha Yan approached Uchiha Hakadai, who struggled to rise but failed. Why? Uchiha Hakadai gasped, looking at Uchiha Yan, barely clinging to life. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Yan replied, because you would lead the Uchiha clan to complete annihilation. Ignoring Hakadai's sardonic laughter, Uchiha Yan decisively slashed the kunai across his throat, blood splattering onto his face. Wiping the blood from his visage, he gazed somewhat entranced at Uchiha Hakadai's lifeless body. Strangely, he felt no guilt. Perhaps he had always been a selfish individual. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. Chapter 20. Attempting to deceive the masked man, Uchiha Yan turned to see the swirling mask on the face of the applauder, causing his palms to sweat. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure and inquired, "Who are you? An extremist?" The masked individual paused, waving his hands repeatedly while speaking in a somewhat comical tone. I am not. I am not. I am a member of the conservative faction of the guard unit. I couldn't help but applaud as I witnessed you effortlessly eliminate 3 elite Uchiha ninjas. It was hardly effortless. My chakra is entirely depleted. Uchiha Yan replied with a serious expression. Since you are from the guard unit, please escort me to my father. Certainly, my lord. The masked man straightened his posture and offered an awkward salute. Uchiha Yan nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. He turned, crouched down, and retrieved several shurikens, kunai, and some explosive tags from Uchiha Hakadai's ninja tool pouch. After rummaging through the bag, he decided there was nothing else of use, and stood up. After walking for a while, the two could distinctly hear the distant sounds of explosions and the rising flames. Uchiha Yan sensed some movement from the masked man beside him and directly inquired, "Why do you wear a mask?" I don't recall the security forces having a custom of donning masks. At the same time, he prepared himself for combat. A low, chilling voice emanated from beneath the mask. You have always known, haven't you? Luring me here, hoping your father and brother would join forces to eliminate me? The young ones today are indeed clever. As the masked man gazed at Uchiha Yan, he noticed the 3 tomo emerging in his eyes and couldn't help but express surprise. Suddenly, he felt a momentary dizziness, and as he beheld the approaching kunai, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested. Indeed, have I failed? Uchiha Yan remarked in disappointment as the kunai pierced through the masked figure. Haha, a remarkable Jinjutsu talent has emerged from the Uchiha clan, capable of even influencing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In that case, I shall have to take you down here. The masked man conjured chains in his hands and charged toward Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yan's three-tomo calmly regarded the opponent's kaleidoscopic Sharingan as he drew another kunai. As the masked man drew near, Uchiha Yan unleashed his Sharingan Jinjutsu, and his kunai once again pierced through the opponent's mask. Missing the strike, he quickly employed the body substitution technique, leaving behind an explosive tag. With a loud boom, the tag detonated. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the intact figure of the masked man emerged. "Ah, what an interesting little brat," he remarked. With that, the masked man formed hand seals. Observing this, Uchiha Yan followed suit. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. The two colossal fireballs clashed, the masked man's fireball demonstrating significantly greater power. After dispersing Uchiha Yan's fireball, it barreled straight toward him, gouging a deep trench in the ground. Uchiha Yan hurriedly used the body flicker technique to evade. Seeing Uchiha Yan narrowly escape the fireball, the masked man squinted his eyes and formed hand seals once more. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Yan watched as a series of fireballs rained down upon him, simultaneously blocking his escape route, his expression growing grave. His chakra was truly on the brink of exhaustion. If Itachi and his father did not arrive soon, he would meet his end here. He formed hand seals again, channeling his dwindling chakra, and expelled a fireball from his mouth, attempting to counter the barrage of smaller fireballs. Boom! Uchiha Yan, feeling fatigued, mustered his remaining strength to watch the masked man slowly emerge from the flames. Glancing at the chains hanging from the man's wrist, a plan began to form in Uchiha Yan's mind. "Surrender your struggle. You have no chance," the masked man stated in a calm tone. "One might think he possesses mind-reading abilities," the system quipped. Uncertain whether he could endure until their arrival, Uchiha Yan pondered if there were alternative solutions. Faced with Uchiha Obito, escape was undoubtedly impossible. The host still possessed 22 points of happiness. Should he augment his chakra points? Apart from Jinjutsu, Uchiha Yan had never paid much heed to his fundamental abilities. It was only after the system's reminder that he experienced a moment of clarity. He decided to allocate 2 points, reasoning that if his opponent continued to toy with him in this manner, he would surely be able to withstand until Itachi and his father arrived. The allocation was complete. Host's ninja capabilities: Ninjutsu 7, Jinjutsu 10, Taijutsu 4, Strength 3, Seals 8, Precision 6. Feeling a resurgence of chakra within him, Uchiha Yan's pallid complexion, previously drained from excessive chakra consumption, regained some color. As he beheld the approaching masked man, he no longer hesitated and charged forward. As he drew near, he launched a kunai, which indeed penetrated his opponent's form, affixing an explosive tag to the nearby iron chain on his wrist. Just as the chain was about to ensnare him, he executed the body replacement technique to evade. Upon the chain's impact with the ground, a resounding explosion followed. The masked man, upon hearing the detonation, promptly rendered his arm intangible. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the smoke. "It appears I cannot subdue you just yet. However, I have taken note of you. Perhaps I shall seek you out again. Intriguing little one. Remember, I am Uchiha Madara." He had never intended to eliminate this child. Given his talent and the ruthlessness he exhibited towards his kin, it would be a grave loss to extinguish such potential. Instead, he preferred to nurture him, confident he could guide the darkness within him. Otherwise, he would not exert such effort to capture him. It would have been far simpler to eliminate him outright. Sensing two presences drawing near, he realized that Uchiha now possessed 3 pairs of Sharingan. The myriad of abilities within the Manjiki Sharingan could potentially backfire, so after uttering those words, he vanished into thin air using his Kimui technique. Uchiha Yan watched as his adversary disappeared, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he glanced towards the 3 Uchiha corpses. He had deliberately spared their eyes for Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, he feared that Obito might resort to violence against the remaining conservative Uchiha clan members in pursuit of the Sharingan. At present, it mattered not how many Izanagi Obito possessed. He would likely mature before Obito could exhaust his abilities. Besides, with Kakashi present, Obito would probably refrain from targeting him. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku arrived in succession, their expressions falling silent as they took in the blood-staining Uchiha Yan's face and attire. Yan broke the silence, inquiring, "It seems your mission has been accomplished." Itachi shook his head, responding, "There are still some radicals within the clan grounds who have yet to arrive." Fugaku crouched down, gently wiping the blood from Yan's face, asking, "What was that sound of battle just now?" Uchiha Yan had no intention of revealing to his father and Itachi that the masked man was Uchiha Obito, otherwise Obito, driven to desperation, would be a sight Yan wished to avoid. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke. He is a Uchiha ninja wearing a vortex mask, possessing the Mangeki Sharingan and a certain space-time ability, which can last for approximately 5 minutes. But one must be cautious of his Izanagi. Observing the frowns on Fugaku and Itachi's faces, Uchiha Yan continued. He claims to be Uchiha Madara, who is likely the mastermind behind the Nine Tails turmoil. Once you leave the village, you will inevitably encounter him. Be wary of his abilities. What? Uchiha Madara? Fugaku's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in shock. Chapter 21. I will take good care of Yan. Uchiha Yan shook his head and replied, that may not be the truth. The focus should be on being cautious of his space-time abilities. Itachi and Fugaku pondered this, realizing that the elusive nature of the masked figure did not necessarily confirm his identity as Uchiha Madara. Fugaku murmured, space-time abilities, indeed, are quite troublesome. With concern, Itachi asked, after being entangled with him for so long, are you unscathed? We hastened our pace to eliminate the radicals upon hearing the sounds of battle from this direction. Uchiha Yan shook his head. The two refrained from questioning how Yan knew about his Izanagi, as he had previously mentioned possessing a foresight ability regarding the future and past, making it entirely plausible for him to have perceived images related to his Izanagi. Moreover, it seemed that his understanding of the masked man's identity was not comprehensive. As Fugaku appeared to have an epiphany, he shot a glare at Itachi before addressing Uchiha Yan. Itachi has just informed me on our way here about your bloodline disease being cured. Thus, I need not venture into the ninja world seeking a remedy for you. Do not disclose the matter of killing your kin, and the masked man is unlikely to inform Konoha. In that case, you and Sasuke should remain in Konoha for safety. Pausing for a moment, he added, I will also take your mother with me, considering it a leisurely tour of the ninja world. As for where Itachi wishes to go, so be it. I entrust Sasuke to you. Take good care of yourself as well. Itachi wore a bitter smile, feeling somewhat scorned. Uchiha Yan nodded, contemplating for a moment before earnestly stating to both, in 10 years, you can return to Konoha at any time. By then, no one in the ninja world will dare to utter a word. Fugaku and Itachi were momentarily stunned. Then Fugaku could not contain his laughter, patting Uchiha Yan on the shoulder with pride. My son, how commendable, to possess such spirit at the age of 5. Itachi also wore a smile as he remarked, indeed. My brother. In the dead of night, Sasuke, weary and unsteady, was making his way home when he paused in front of a house, leaning in closer. He sniffed the air, uncertain, and knocked on the door. To his surprise, the door swung open, and an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses. Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld a figure collapsed in a pool of blood and immediately cried out for help. Hearing Sasuke's voice, a neighbor opened their door, revealing Uchiha Haru, who looked pale and regarded Sasuke with a hint of disdain, saying, What are you making such a racket for? What transpired here? You might as well return and inquire with your father and brother. With that, the door was slammed shut with a resounding thud. Sasuke stood there, gazing vacantly at the closed door, murmuring, What does Yuinjo's brother mean by that? Given the proximity to the training grounds, this elder from the clan often passed by to offer guidance on his training and had always been quite kind to him. Yet now, he found himself suddenly despised by the very person he respected. With a heavy heart, Sasuke trudged home, pondering Yuinjo's words and the families around him who, despite having their lights on, did not even bother to open their doors when he cried for help. The more he contemplated, the paler his complexion became. Could it be that his brother and father were responsible for the deaths of those clansmen? Shaking his head vigorously, he refused to believe that his father and brother could commit such an atrocity. Dragging his weary body homeward, he yearned for clarity. Upon reaching his doorstep, he fortuitously encountered Shisui, who was exiting his own home. Sasuke hurriedly approached him, asking, Shisui, what on earth has transpired within the clan? Why have clansmen been murdered in our home? And why does Yuinjo's brother harbor animosity towards me? Shisui regarded Sasuke's single Tomo Sharingan with a complex expression. Pausing for a moment before responding, you should ask Yin about this matter. I will explain the situation to the remaining clansmen, and perhaps once I do, they will no longer harbor disdain for you. He had come to understand Uchiha Yan's character. For the sake of family, he could swiftly eliminate comrades within the village without hesitation, and could just as easily take the lives of 3 clansmen. Even for Yan's sake, Shisui felt compelled to clarify matters with the remaining conservative clansmen, urging them to set aside their grievances. After all, who could predict what Yan might do if they continued to despise Sasuke? It was evident that the information concerning the deaths of the 3 clansmen had been deliberately relayed to Shisui by Yan, serving as a warning to convey that. Aside from family, Yan was not one to be trifled with. Having assumed the responsibilities of the clan leader, Shisui deemed it reasonable to delegate these burdensome issues to him. By bullying an honest individual, Yan believed he could secure a tranquil existence for himself and Sasuke, deeming it a worthwhile trade. As Sasuke hastily threw open the door, inquiring about the whereabouts of his parents and brother, Yan gestured towards 3 letters on the coffee table. These letters had been penned by Fugaku and Itachi the day before. Due to time constraints, their mother's letter was notably brief. Yan possessed copies of these letters as well, which merely contained messages of care and explanations for their actions. With evident signs of revision, changes made after Fugaku decided to take Mikoto away. With misty eyes, Sasuke gazed at the letter in his hands, and upon finishing it, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Father, mother, brother, do not worry. I will take good care of Yan. The room fell into a profound silence for a moment. Sasuke wiped away his tears and took the initiative to offer comfort, saying, Yan, you must understand that our father and brother act as they do for the sake of the clan. It is the radical faction within our family that has been scheming a coup. The clan cannot stand against the village. If they do not take action, the consequences would be dire. Yan Uchiha listened quietly to Sasuke's words, feeling a warm sensation in his heart, and nodded in acknowledgement. The following morning, Yan emerged from his room, noticing the breakfast and a note left on the table. He approached and glanced at it. The breakfast had been brought back by Sasuke, who had already gone off to the training grounds, eager to enhance his abilities so that he might one day reclaim their parents and brother with honor. With a touch of sadness, Yan consumed his rice, his eyes reflecting the slow rotation of 3 tomo, forming a complex pattern. After finishing dinner, Yan made his way outside the clan grounds, where he encountered clan members who regarded him with a myriad of emotions, their expressions revealing a complexity toward the son of the former clan leader. It seemed his presence had made an impact. At least they did not exhibit overt disdain or rejection. Emotionless, Yan traversed the clan grounds and proceeded toward the village entrance. Due to his non-ninja status, leaving the village was rather effortless. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 guarding ninjas, he leaped onto a tree, fixated on the distant horizon for a prolonged moment. The host, despite often appearing overly mature, still harbored a profound dependence on his parents. System, I find myself reliant on you as well, he lamented. Oh dear host, your traits of a cad can break through human constraints even without growth potions. Your innate talent in this regard is truly formidable. Chapter 22, Yan Uchiha. Master of Names System, I merely speak the truth. You should be able to sense it. Yan attempted to reason with the system, questioning how he had earned such a reputation. I refused to listen. Disregarding the system's commentary, Yan leaped down from the tree and walked back toward the village. After a short while, he suddenly heard a faint mewing sound nearby. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a small, cream-colored kitten, slightly larger than an adult's palm. Its fur disheveled and dirty, emitting a hoarse cry of distress, evoking a sense of pity. Yan crouched before the kitten, lifting it gently, only to find a wooden splinter embedded in its small belly, blood trickling down its fur onto the ground. With a tender touch, he stroked its head, and intricate patterns flickered in his eyes. He first cast a genjutsu to lull the kitten into unconsciousness, then carefully extracted the splinter. Meow. The kitten awoke in pain, letting out a sorrowful cry and struggling in Yan's embrace. Realizing his miscalculation, Yan promptly utilized the healing abilities of his right eye. Before his eyes, the wound on the kitten's belly began to mend gradually. The system, unable to hold back, remarked, a kaleidoscope eye capable of healing. How utterly trivial. Mastery of ninjutsu could achieve the same. Uchiha Yan expressed his frustration, remarking, I am uncertain why I awakened such an ability. Even the simplest task of healing wounds necessitates a considerable expenditure of ocular power. The severity of the ailment corresponds to an increased demand for this power. The system interjected. Your statement further emphasizes the ineffectiveness of this ability. What of the power of your left eye? It can foresee the future by 1 to 3 seconds while amplifying the 5 senses, albeit for only a brief duration. Wow, the ability to foresee the future. Such a formidable power. Alas, dear host, your time is quite limited, it quipped. Uchiha Yan noticed a small white cat gazing at him curiously before glancing at its own belly. It extended a paw to scratch it, confirming that the discomfort had subsided, and meowed softly. The sound remained unpleasant. Uchiha Yan set the creature down, but could not resist petting it a few more times, quietly urging, "You may return now." After taking a few steps toward the village, he turned back, catching sight of the little white cat trotting behind him like a puffed-up ball of fur. "Host, it is following you." Uchiha Yan squatted down, observing as the small feline approached him, asking, "Do you wish to accompany me home?" "Meow," responded the cat. Uchiha Yan extended a hand, and upon seeing this, the little white cat placed its paw upon it. Ding. Contract signed. Happiness level 3. Heh. Host, you are smiling again. Uchiha Yan replied with a smirk. Encountering such an adorable creature always brings a sense of healing. Much like Might Guy's acorn, Uchiha Yan understood instantly, and his lips twitched in bemusement. He could not fathom how such a robust and powerful ninja could. Well, never mind. Alas, happiness acquisition has failed. It appears the objects of the host Schadenfreude are all acquaintances. Gazing down at the kitten in his arms, which was playfully clawing at his clothing, he couldn't help but stroke it again. Although its texture was less than pleasant, this little white cat was undeniably charming. "Host, perhaps you should bestow upon it a name?" Uchiha Yan contemplated, realizing that a name was indeed warranted. After much deliberation, he decided on a fitting moniker. "Let us call you Xiaobai." The system responded, "That name is rather lackluster." "Meow?" The little white cat nodded in agreement. "What about Xiaohei?" "Meow?" The cat protested, pushing against Uchiha Yan's chest with its paw, clearly resistant to the suggestion. Uchiha Yan sighed in resignation, continuing his walk while surveying his surroundings, pondering aloud about various objects and seeking the cat's opinion. A rock? A tree? Leaves? Branches? A plaque? A forehead protector? A puppy? Dog egg? Perhaps that last one is best left aside. As he strolled toward the stream, a name came to him. "How about the name Little River? What do you think?" The little white cat let its front paws droop, panting slightly, appearing utterly exhausted, and emitted a weak meow. Meow. The system, equally fatigued, responded, "How about Pepper?" Glancing at the cat's round head, finding the name apartment. "Since you chose to remain silent, I shall take it as your approval." Uchiha Yan looked at the small white cat and called out, "Pepper?" "Meow." It seems that it is quite pleased with this name. Uchiha Yan extended 2 fingers to gently pinch the little tongue of Huajiao. "System, how about I give you a name as well?" Uchiha Yan suggested earnestly. "No. Giving a name would create a sense of intimacy. Why not choose one for yourself?" "No. I find the name system to be quite splendid." "Very well." Uchiha Yan walked to the riverbank and tested the water temperature with his hand, finding it somewhat chilly. Cradling Huajiao in one arm, he formed hand seals with the other. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a resounding boom, a splash of water erupted, sending several fish soaring into the air. Huajiao gazed longingly at the floundering fish by the roadside. Testing the water temperature once more, he deemed it adequate this time. Pressing the somewhat restless Huajiao down by the riverbank and scooping some water to wash away the blood from its fur. Meow. After a few washes, feeling the water growing cooler, Uchiha Yan finally removed his outer coat to dry Huajiao's body. Noticing the eager look in Huajiao's eyes, he picked up a twig, skewered the still flopping fish, and, using fire release, roasted it before placing it before Huajiao. "System, do you know how to make wood fish rice balls?" Upon hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Yan silently took notes in his mind. Once Huajiao finished eating, he cradled it again, finding the sensation much improved, though the sound remained as unappealing as ever. Subsequently, Uchiha Yan ventured to the central street of the village to purchase an abundance of ingredients, intending to learn some culinary skills. After a leisurely respite, Uchiha Yan felt his spirits considerably lifted. Upon returning home, he took a shower and entered the kitchen to prepare wood fish rice balls as instructed by the system. Meow. Huajiao gazed eagerly at the finely grated wood fish in the caretaker's hand. Uchiha Yan sliced some and placed it before Huajiao, before focusing intently on forming the rice balls. The process was not overly complex, and he soon completed them. He shaped a portion into a ball and presented it to Huajiao. Huajiao pawed at it, unable to suppress a sneeze. Upon discovering there was no fish within, it walked away in disappointment. "Host, the rice balls you made are not even favored by Huajiao. Perhaps it is simply full," Uchiha Yan remarked, taking a bite of the rice ball, and was promptly enveloped in silence. Despite using the same ingredients, he remained skeptical and turned his gaze to the remaining ingredients, this time preparing to try his hand at stir-frying. Chapter 23. Practicing ninja techniques. Sasuke observed thick smoke billowing from the direction of his home, his expression shifting as he abruptly halted his training and dashed towards the house. Is it on fire? Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted a Dudu sitting expressionlessly on the steps, cradling a small white cat, while the door behind him stood ajar, dense smoke swirling outwards. Sasuke inquired, was there a fire at home just now? Why is there so much smoke? No fire. I merely forgot to add oil while cooking, Uchiha Yan replied, ruffling Huajiao's fur. Sasuke tilted his head in confusion. Do you need to add oil when cooking? Uchiha Yan responded, it seems we will have to rely on takeout from now on. As the haze began to dissipate, the two finally stepped into the room. Noticing Sasuke's puzzled gaze fixed on the kitten nestled in his arms, Uchiha Yan offered a brief explanation. If you dislike it, I can place it in my own room. Sasuke shook his head, replying, it's not that I dislike it. Given your reclusive nature, having a cat to accompany you is quite commendable. Uchiha Yan nodded in agreement and subsequently shared his intention to search for the family's ninjutsu scrolls. Intrigued, Sasuke joined him, and together they began rummaging through the house. After an extensive search, Sasuke finally located the scrolls in his parents' room. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yan ventured into Itachi's room, where the scrolls were prominently displayed, clearly placed there by Itachi himself. There were 4 scrolls in total, containing techniques of 3 elemental affinities, fire, water, and lightning, along with a few illusions, though the latter were not extensively documented. Upon returning to the living room, Uchiha Yan recalled that Sasuke possessed lightning affinity and, finding little interest in the lightning techniques himself, handed the scrolls over to Sasuke. Sasuke paused momentarily, then presented a chakra test paper, having just completed a test of his own chakra attributes. How did Yan know he had lightning chakra as well? Uchiha Yan shook his head, stating, I possess 5 elemental affinities without the need for testing. Oh, Sasuke replied, somewhat dumbfounded, before retracting the chakra test paper. Once he processed this revelation, he exclaimed in surprise. Gazing at Uchiha Yan, your talent is undoubtedly superior to mine. I only have 2 chakra affinities. Uchiha Yan reassured him, explaining, this is not merely a matter of talent. Having more chakra affinities isn't necessarily advantageous. I initially intended to master only 2 affinities, otherwise, one may become overwhelmed. Sasuke nodded, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. Uchiha Yan took out paper and pen, jotting down the sequence of hand signs and chakra manipulation techniques for the water and fire ninjutsu that piqued his interest, while dismissing the illusions as unnecessary and uninteresting. Just as he was about to return to his room, Sasuke called out to him, Yan, I have awakened my Sharingan. I believe I will soon catch up to you. Uchiha Yan nodded earnestly, encouraging him, keep it up. Upon returning to the clan, Uchiha Yan gently stroked the kitten with his left hand while holding the paper with his right, sighing softly. Exchanging happiness points for ninjutsu in the shop felt like a significant loss. It would be far better to learn them at his own pace. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived, and Uchiha Yan had meticulously recorded the hand sign sequences and chakra manipulation methods for the ninjutsu. He glanced up at the pepper cat, amusingly chasing its own tail atop the table, contemplating whether to take it along when he practiced ninjutsu. Host, have I fallen out of favor? Come and see me. Come and see me. The system chimed in cheerfully. You are irreplaceable in my heart, so I shall never overlook you, Uchiha Yan replied. Wah, ungrateful host. You only know sweet words, yet you seem to have grown fond of the new, forgetting about me entirely. Your thoughts are solely on it. The system lamented. Upon noticing the caretaker's gaze directed at it, the pepper cat wagged its tail vigorously. System, are you feeling jealous? Uchiha Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. I am not. Nonsense. How could that be? Uchiha Yan blinked, mentally responding with 3 words. You are evading. The system noted that this scene felt somewhat familiar. Humph. The vengeful host. Today, this grudge is also etched in my memory. One day, it shall be repaid. Happiness level 2. The system remarked, in truth. You are even more adorable than the pepper. Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment before hastily redirecting the conversation with the system. Ah no, this is too much. If you keep blushing like that, the host's brain may overheat. Uchiha Yan, somewhat speechless, found his gaze uncontrollably drawn to the pepper again. The pepper seemed to be engrossed in play, its tail flicking with increasing exuberance, until with a resounding thwack, it struck its own head. sending itself tumbling off the table with a meow, paws flailing as it landed on the ground. Fortunately, the table was not very high, and as it hit the ground, the pepper quickly stood up and shook its head. Happiness level 2. The system couldn't help but burst into laughter. Uchiha Yan, with an expression of helplessness, cradled the little creature in his arms, gently pinching the nape of its neck, the texture quite delightful. Exiting the room, he glanced at Sasuke's tightly shut door, presumably still engrossed in studying those ninjutsu techniques. He left a note informing him that dinner would be taken care of by himself, then headed towards a small river within the clan's territory. Upon reaching the riverbank, he noticed other clan members nearby. Furrowing his brow, he promptly turned away. Ultimately, he found another river not far from the village. Uchiha Yan set the pepper down on the ground and formed hand seals. Zicho Su Wu Shin Haiyin. Fire release, great fire annihilation. With a thunderous roar, a massive fire spear plunged into the river, sending a spray of water into the air. As the surface began to boil and bubbles rose, shrouding the area in a dense mist. Although he had not channeled much chakra, the potential power of this technique remained formidable. Uchiha Yan continued to form seals. Zichin Inin. Water release, water dragon bullet. It failed. He attempted with 6 seals. Undoubtedly, it failed again. If he could only utilize the water dragon bullet with 44 seals, there would be no need to waste time practicing it. Uchiha Yan temporarily abandoned the practice of the water dragon bullet technique. In CZC. Water release, water barrier. A colossal waterfall erupted from the water's surface. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A series of sizzling sounds ensued. The Phoenix Fire Technique could incorporate shuriken, rendering it quite practical. Whereas the water barrier consumed a significant amount of chakra, if not for countering fire release, it would be more beneficial to learn Earth Style, Earth Wall. Uchiha Yan contemplated silently, his kaleidoscope of Sharingan swirling. Being so close to the village, such a commotion would naturally attract the attention of the Umbu. Casting a glance at the 2 Umbu ninjas peacefully slumbering in the distance, he erased their memories of his appearance, picked up the pepper, formed a one-handed seal, and his figure vanished. On his way to buy dinner, Uchiha Yan passed through a forest and spotted a somewhat familiar figure. It was Naruto, practicing his throwing with stones. Chapter 24. Realizing the efficacy of this technique after throwing the stone, Naruto lifted his gaze and spotted Uchiha Yan standing a short distance away, cradling a small white cat. Momentarily taken aback, he instinctively inquired, "Have your injuries healed?" Uchiha Yan nodded. "That is wonderful. I shall come to play with you tomorrow." He then approached and poked the cat, only to have its 2 tiny white paws grasp his finger, attempting to bring it to its mouth. Upon witnessing this, Naruto quickly retracted his hand, chuckling as he poked it again. Uchiha Yan shook his head, saying, "I have some matters to attend to in the coming days. Let us meet once I've finished." "All right then." Uchiha Yan observed the cat, which was gnawing at his clothing, leaving it damp with saliva, while it persistently rubbed its little head against his chest. With a hint of exasperation, he pinched the back of its neck and placed it on the ground. Mischievous children often garner the most attention, and this was no exception for Uchiha Yan. The 2 points added to his happiness indicated that he relished this sensation. Lowering his gaze to the stone in Naruto's hand, Uchiha Yan inquired, "Shall I teach you the techniques of throwing? Without the proper method, practice is futile." Naruto nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen held the intelligence report from Itachi, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Is it the masked man? Uchiha Obito? Have we truly wronged the Uchiha clan all along? And what of the Akatsuki?" Just then, a knock echoed through the room. "Enter." The door swung open, and 2 members of the Umbu entered, kneeling on one knee to report on the previous situation outside the village. Hiruzen's pupils contracted. Such a formidable genjutsu. Could it be Fugaku has returned? Did he not just leave? Or perhaps Shisui? Yet, Shisui had no reason to cast genjutsu upon the villagers. Hiruzen felt a pang of confusion. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Uchiha Yan gathered the cat in his arms and bid farewell to Naruto. After a dusty afternoon spent demonstrating throwing techniques, he could not help but rub his grimy hands on the cat's head. The cat, sporting a coat of gray fluff, gazed at its caretaker with innocent eyes, then sweetly nudged its forehead against Yan's chest. Embarking on new endeavors from scratch is often the most challenging. After an afternoon of instruction, Naruto's throwing technique had likely reached a level of 0. 5. Uchiha Yan felt a weariness settle within him. After purchasing dinner, the first task upon returning home was to wash his hands and clothes, and he also planned to give the cat a bath. Meow. The cat thrashed violently in protest. Yet Uchiha Yan subdued it with one hand. After bathing the disheartened creature, Uchiha Yan retreated to his room. Extending a hand, he reflected on the training method for the Resignation. A sphere of chakra coalesced in his palm as he endeavored to induce its rotation. Success. The next phase commenced. The swirling chakra in Uchiha Yan's hand gradually concentrated, and as it neared dissipation, he attempted to channel more chakra into it. Gazing at the perfected Resignation in his hand, Uchiha Yan sought to infuse it with a hint of wind-style chakra, only to witness the Resignation vanish entirely. It seemed that the host must first grasp the nature and form transformation of wind release. Uchiha Yan nodded in understanding. The versatility and practicality of the Resignation technique were evident, and it could lead to the development of numerous useful ninjutsu in the future. Moreover, it would be prudent for the host to refrain from revealing the Resignation too readily, as it would be difficult to explain how the host could utilize a technique created by the fourth Hokage. Yes, I comprehend. The purpose of learning the Resignation is solely for its rotational capability. Host, allow me to present something intriguing, the system suddenly remarked with an air of mystery. Uchiha Yan felt a flicker of curiosity, and soon images began to materialize in his mind. Happiness value 5. The image depicted Uchiha Itachi swaying toward Sasuke, who bore a look of terror as Itachi's fingers extended toward his eyes. I am sorry, Sasuke, this is the last time. With that, 2 fingers plunged into Sasuke's nostrils. Witnessing Itachi's bewildered expression nearly caused Uchiha Yan to lose his composure. Flipping through the pages, he encountered an illustration of a bald Sasuke. Happiness value 8. Further along, there were images of bald Naruto and other bald figures. The most striking among them was Hinata. Happiness value 10. He. Onward we go, host. You are not far from invincibility. A bizarre video emerged, showcasing the battle at the Valley of the End, where Naruto punched Sasuke into a wall. Sasuke, gripping his clothing with one hand and clenching his fist with the other, bore a fierce expression, relentlessly pummeling the wall in rage. The rhythmic chant of man more grew increasingly frenzied as he struck faster, the sounds becoming more absurd. The video looped until the final scene, where Sasuke lay broken and alone on the ground. Happiness value 12. Uchiha Yan's lips twitched as he covered his face with a peppercorn. It was almost unbearable to watch. Wow, this system is truly a genius. I knew this would be effective for the host. Uchiha Yan pursed his lips, contemplating the remaining happiness value 49. System. No need for thanks. Uchiha Yan toyed with the peppercorn, pondering the reliability of the system he planned to card tomorrow. It should be dependable. Yet the host displayed an excessive lack of desire for anything beyond his family, devoid of ambition and longing. Simply reliving the previous fantasy may yield some happiness value, though not significantly, depending on the host's imaginative capacity. Listening to the system, Uchiha Yan murmured, ambition and desire. Huh? If one were to possess ambition and desire, the day those are realized would indeed bring joy and motivation to grow stronger. Moreover, if the host were to adopt a more cheerful and lively demeanor, the happiness value would surely increase. Uchiha Yan nodded, indicating his understanding, and then, as if a realization struck him, he couldn't help but exclaim, surely. Technological civilization must vastly surpass the ninja world. Indeed, that world is infinitely larger than the ninja realm, teeming with all manner of bizarre entities, including mutated black humanoid lizards, entirely obsidian humanoid roosters, and even creatures resembling humans with horns like goats, not to mention the existence of humanoid flies. And of course, there is Godzilla as well. Listening to the system's exaggerated tone, Uchiha Yan found it difficult to fathom what a black humanoid lizard might look like, or a humanoid rooster for that matter. The jarring sound of metal scraping resonated in his mind. The system was probing his thoughts. He recalled that the mutated humanoid lizard was likely derived from the Bengal lizard. Chapter 25. The 10-year pact I have kept to myself. The following day, after breakfast, Uchiha Yan returned to his room, secured the door, and drew the curtains. He glanced at the pepper that was struggling to climb up his leg. Hesitating for a moment, he activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, causing the pepper to feel increasingly drowsy before it plopped to the ground, slipping into a deep slumber. It was best that no one, including the pepper, knew about this. Otherwise, he would be compelled to silence them. Gazing into the mirror at his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Uchiha Yan cast an illusion. in the realm of illusions. He pondered what Sarada might look like if Sharon's cells were no longer present in the future. Outside the ward of the Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Yan fell into deep contemplation. It would be preferable for her to resemble Sasuke, for after all, Sasuke would likely be more aesthetically pleasing in female form than Sakura. This wave of self-healing brought Uchiha Yan 2 points of joy. As his imagination unfolded, he cradled a beautiful infant in his arms. Joy level 3. He extended a finger to tease his little niece, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Joy level 4. As time passed, Uchiha Yan's chakra finally waned. Upon opening his eyes and returning to reality, he was engulfed by a profound sense of shame. His face flushed a deep crimson, as though steam were rising from his head. "Oh dear, host, you've struck gold," the system exclaimed. Uchiha Yan remained silent, picking up the pepper from the floor, burying his burning face in its fur. After a while, due to excessive chakra and mental fatigue, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Uchiha Yan was awakened by a series of loud thuds, faintly accompanied by a muffled meow. Upon opening his eyes and following the source of the noise, he saw the pepper with a ceramic jar stuck on its head, despondently banging it against the table leg. Uchiha Yan rubbed his forehead, resisting the headache as he rose to embrace the pepper. Meow? Uchiha Yan, at a loss for words, gently tugged at the jar, cautious not to exert too much force for fear of harming the pepper, and amidst his confusion, he found himself somewhat flustered. Meow? It was surprising how soundproof the jar was. He couldn't imagine how long this silly creature had been meowing, its voice now a bit hoarse. Displeased by the cacophony, Uchiha Yan grasped the edges of the jar with both hands and, with a sudden forceful motion, shattered it into 3 pieces, scattering them across the floor. "This foolish cat," he muttered, tapping the pepper's forehead lightly. "Meow meow," the system chimed in agreement. As I drew back the curtains and surveyed the sky, dusk had already descended. Cradling my feline companion, Huajiao, I stepped outside, where a feast awaited on the table. I retrieved a small bowl and filled it with rice for Huajiao, who devoured it voraciously, no doubt starved. Although there was food in my own abode, Huajiao, with a jar affixed to its head, could not partake. As I savored my meal, a question surfaced in my mind. "System, what is my current happiness value?" "You have acquired 74 points of happiness in the illusionary realm. You may now exchange them for the Manjiki Sharingan, totaling an impressive 125 points." I set down my chopsticks, rubbing my temples as I spoke. "First, I wish to exchange for a growth potion. While my mind is still clear, I fear I may lack the courage to do so later. As for the Manjiki, using the growth potion first should expedite the fusion. Indeed, you still have 75 points of happiness remaining." I gazed at the syringe before me, my complexion paling. At that moment, memories of the mischievous doctor from the Konoha Hospital flooded back. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flickered in my eyes as I resolutely plunged the syringe into my arm. My face contorted in an instant, and after a brief moment, the discomfort began to wane. Feeling the transformation within me, my mind sharpened, and my chakra gradually increased. I sighed, muttering, "I would rather make an incision in my arm and pour the potion directly inside than endure another injection." The system pondered for a moment before responding, That approach may not be entirely unfeasible. After using the potion, the wound will heal, although the pain may linger." I found myself staring blankly at the chopsticks on the table, my eyelids drooping. "Meow?" The vibrant voice of Huajiao broke the silence. I raised the syringe towards Huajiao. "Meow?" Huajiao's voice trembled in fear, puffing up and darting to the corner, too frightened to approach. The system was taken aback. "Is it really that dramatic?" With the syringe in hand, I swiftly transported myself to the small river within the clan's territory. Ignoring the surrounding clansmen, I hurled the syringe into the water. Forming hand seals, I declared my vengeance for the shattered bowl. Fire style, great fireball technique. As the syringe plunged into the river, it was instantly struck by a fireball. With a thunderous roar, a great splash erupted, and at the moment of contact between fire and water, a thick mist arose. Nearby Uchiha clansmen were drenched, staring in astonishment at the now-vanished Uchiha Yan. Is he not but 5 years old, already mastering such advanced fire techniques? It was clear he was a prodigy, having awakened his bloodline limit from birth. Alas, one could not help but marvel at the prowess of the Uchiha clan, especially the children of Fayek, with Sasuke being no exception to this exceptional lineage. Yet it depends on whom one compares them to, does it not? Sasuke's talent surpasses that of most clansmen, but he trains diligently, often late into the night. Truly, they are a remarkable family, and I cannot help but envy their prowess. If only Uchiha Yan did not suffer from his bloodline disease, perhaps the position of the 5th Hokage would not be beyond my reach. Upon returning home, in his mind, Uchiha Yan remarked, "System, redeem a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. I recall having 75 points of happiness, and I shall also augment my illusion abilities." Very well. 5 points of happiness remain. Uchiha Yan's ninja ability panel displayed. Ninjutsu. 8 illusion, 11 body, 6 strength, for seals, 8 spirit, 8 thanks to the growth elixir. His other abilities had also seen considerable enhancement. Even without examining the panel, Uchiha Yan could distinctly feel the difference. Gazing at the Mangeki Sharingan within the vessel, he fell into contemplation. Was it overly conservative of me to establish a 10-year pact with my father? Yet, who could have anticipated the host's illusionary powers to be so formidable? A shadow crossed Uchiha Yan's face as the system invoked certain embarrassing memories. He sighed ultimately. It is for the sake of overcoming crises. Otherwise, how could I ever choose such a peculiar method to grow stronger? He planned to revisit the illusionary realm after this experience. The results may not be as favorable as the first, but he could still reap some benefits. Host, why not indulge your niece as much as possible? When Sasuke's child is truly born, might they question you about your lack of joy? Considering your elder niece has already come into the world, Uchiha Yan fell into silence upon hearing the system's words. Chapter 26. Once you become unattractive, I shall no longer want you. Uchiha Yan purchased 2 dinners, and, upon returning home, saw Huajiao scampering eagerly towards him. Happiness points, 2. With a gentle expression, Uchiha Yan crouched down, preparing to scoop up Huajiao. The cat halted abruptly before him, fixated intently on the dinner. Meow? Uchiha Yan's demeanor stiffened as the system's gleeful laughter echoed in his mind. Ha! How self-deluded the host is. He retrieved several rice balls from the container, crumbling them into Huajiao's small bowl, and then sat cross-legged opposite the cat, resting his chin on his hand and staring into space. Due to the rapid growth in his strength, Uchiha Yan felt somewhat bewildered, although he was still some distance from invincibility. His illusion ability of level 11 granted him such formidable mental power that he felt he could easily control even a wary Mangeki. As he sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, Uchiha Yan took out a Mangeki Sharingan from the vessel and, without hesitation, replaced his left eye with it. The right eye's Mangeki began to rotate, accelerating the fusion with the left eye's ocular power. When he sensed it was nearly complete, he extracted his right eye and replaced it with the Mangeki from the vessel. He wiped the blood that flowed from his eye socket with one hand. The ocular technique of his left eye remained unchanged, still capable of predicting the future, albeit enhanced to foresee events approximately 5 seconds ahead. The technique of his right eye, poised between Amaterasu and healing, prompted Uchiha Yan to deliberate momentarily before ultimately opting for healing. There is an inherent practicality to Amaterasu when casting ninjutsu or throwing tools. One could envelop them in the flames of Amaterasu to augment their potency. Uchiha Yan remarked, "Let us focus on healing instead. Enhanced healing abilities can replenish the ocular power of my left eye, allowing its foresight to persist for approximately 7 to 8 seconds. Then healing it shall be," he decided. Uchiha Yan nodded, feeling the fusion of his 2 Mangeki Sharingan, continuing to nurture his eyes with care. After a considerable duration, Uchiha Yan sensed that the ocular power of his right eye had nearly integrated. He gradually opened his right eye, employing his ocular technique to hasten the fusion of his left eye. In the evening, Uchiha Yan opened both eyes, glancing at the side where the sleepy Hujiao lay. Exposing its belly, he reached out and gently rubbed it, yet it remained undisturbed. In its slumber, Hujiao instinctively grasped Uchiha Yan's hand, attempting to bring it to its mouth. Evidently hungry, Uchiha Yan smiled softly and murmured, "Hujiao, it's time to eat." Meow. Hujiao opened its eyes, lethargically uttering a sound. It then shook its head, turned over, and approached the caretaker, its tail swaying eagerly. Observing the caretaker's stillness, Hujiao urged, "Meow." Uchiha Yan finally experienced the true essence of a greedy cat. He rose and approached the refrigerator, retrieving 2 rice balls. Using a small flame of fire release, he warmed them slightly, crumbled them, and placed them into Hujiao's bowl. After completing this task, Uchiha Yan stepped outside, gazing at the moonlit sky, inhaling deeply. The immense power within him instilled an overwhelming sense of ease. even igniting an impulse to venture into the ninja world, to reunite with his family and inform them that they could return home now. Host: the Uchiha bloodline is indeed formidable. Have you been influenced as well? Uchiha Yan paused, reflecting carefully, and recognized that several ninjas in the ninja world still posed a threat to him. Uchiha Obito's Kimui, Uchiha Shirsue's Kotoeme Tsukumi, the third Tsuchikige's Dust Release, Might Guy, Nagato, and the staggering use of explosive tags. While the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain, possessing the ability to foresee the future already positioned him in an advantageous stance. Yet, the possibility of unforeseen misfortune lurked. Uchiha Yan rubbed his temples, engaging in self-reflection. Indeed, each substantial enhancement in strength begets a delusion that I could effortlessly overpower any ninja in existence. The host remains exceptionally strong and will only grow stronger. With numerous choices ahead, such as escaping Konoha alongside Sasuke, or waiting until he possesses the might to dominate the Tsutsuki clan. Rest assured, that day shall arrive soon. The system advised. After all, if Uchiha Yan were to meet an untimely demise, the fates of his loved ones could very well take a turn for the worse, perhaps even more tragic than before. Uchiha Yan acknowledged this with a nod, returning inside, grasping Hu Jiao by the hind leg and lifting it into his embrace. Meow? Hu Jiao protested, glancing at the remnants in its bowl with dissatisfaction, its front paws flailing in vain. Uchiha Yan sighed, lifting the bowl and presenting it to Hu Jiao, allowing it to lick the remnants clean before returning the bowl to its original place. As you grow plump and lose your beauty, I shall no longer require your presence. Uchiha Yan extended a finger, playfully prodding the chewing Pepper to frighten him. Meow? Upon hearing this, Pepper stared blankly at the caretaker, the remnants of his morsel suddenly losing their allure. Anxiously, he called out, extending his tiny paws to frantically swipe at his tongue, causing bits of saliva-laden residue to fall to the ground. Host: you have learned mischief. Uchiha Yan did not anticipate such a strong reaction from Pepper and hurriedly ruffled his head, soothingly whispering, I was merely jesting. I would never abandon you. Observing Pepper still teary-eyed, Uchiha Yan placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Alas, the jest had gone too far. Ultimate technique. Uchiha Yan employed the methods he used to amuse his little niece in the illusionary realm on Pepper, coaxing him for an extended period. Pepper, feeling wronged, clung to the caretaker's clothing with both paws, wiping away tears with the fabric. Host: you have become much gentler after your experiences in the illusionary world, is that so? Uchiha Yan pinched his paw, glancing at his reflection in the mirror, noticing an unconscious smile had crept onto his lips. With Pepper's paws hanging on his clothing, seemingly unable to let go, he paid no mind to the potential damage to his garment as he playfully tussled with Pepper. The little creature squirmed and pretended to bite, ultimately refraining and resorting to kicking with his tiny legs. Joy level 3. Meow? Uchiha Yan carefully detached Pepper's paws from his clothing, and the moment he did, Pepper slipped from his embrace and scampered away. The little feline then leapt onto the table, laying down with a displeased meow, crossing his paws and turning his head in irritation. After a moment, noticing the silence, Pepper couldn't help but glance back at the caretaker. With just that one look, his pupils softened, instinctively making his way toward Uchiha Yan, who once again gathered him in his arms. Indeed, the greatest adversary of a cat is. Hearing the system's voice, Uchiha Yan curiously inquired, Indeed, what is it? Ahem, nothing of consequence, host. Why does your kaleidoscope resemble a sunflower? Quite unsightly, the system quickly shifted the topic. Uchiha Yan examined the mirror closely, observing the star-shaped design reminiscent of a shuriken, adorned with intricate curves. How does it resemble a sunflower? Is that so? Yet at first glance, it certainly appeared to be similar. The system sighed in relief, successfully diverting the conversation. Is that so? By the way, what was that again? Uchiha Yan asked, still puzzled. System, Chapter 27. Attempting to salvage my persona. The system changed the subject again, somewhat enviously remarking, Does Pepper feel delightful to the touch? Host, you seem quite addicted. Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment, deciding not to press further. How about you control my body and give it a try? Ha ha ha, that was your suggestion. Once the system took control, it extended a hand to gently rub Pepper's head. So fluffy, the texture is wonderful. It then pinched the nape of his neck. Indeed, the sensation is quite delightful. No wonder you enjoy holding Pepper so much. System, could you refrain from exhibiting such a foolish expression on my face? It's as if drool is about to escape. Uchiha Yan shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Before the system could compose itself, the sound of the door being pushed open resonated. "Yan, I brought 2 servings," Sasuke exclaimed, gazing at the oddly perplexed expression of Odo, his face filled with astonishment. "I apologize for the intrusion." Sasuke could distinctly sense the oppressive atmosphere within the room, and, feeling somewhat intimidated, took a step back. Before closing the door, he hastily added, "I bought 2 roasted chickens and placed them on the dining table. If you and Huajiao are hungry this evening, feel free to help yourselves." With that, he shut the door and departed. Uchiha Yan sighed deeply, expressing, "System." Feeling the host's resentment, the system awkwardly replied, "Host, I was mistaken." After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Yan found acceptance, exhaling a sigh. "Well, it is what it is. The event has already transpired." The system chimed in, I knew the host would respond positively to this. Uchiha Yan cast a resigned glance at the door, a reminder of his lost image. The following day, Uchiha Yan locked the door, reinforcing it with a table to prevent Sasuke from barging in unexpectedly. He drew the curtains and, with practiced ease, cast an illusion on Huajiao, who lay beside the tatami, licking one of her paws. Standing before the mirror, the kaleidoscope emerged, continuing the unfinished journey of yesterday. In the illusionary realm, Sasuke entrusted, "Sakura and I will be leaving the village to investigate the Tsutsuki clan. Please take care of Sarada for a while." Uchiha Yan nodded, holding his niece's small hand. Fugaku's gaze was entirely fixated on his granddaughter, hardly acknowledging Sasuke. Mikoto gently reminded, "Be careful." Sarada, just over 2 years old, looked upon her parents' retreating figures with teary eyes. Uchiha Yan crouched down, comforting his niece, "Your parents haven't abandoned you." Wah. Joy level 6. Observing his niece's tear-filled single tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Yan felt a sense of pride. This talent was nearly rivaling his own. Mikoto, filled with concern, embraced her granddaughter, soothing her while lightly scolding her younger son. "Why must you tease Sarada?" Fugaku cast a stern glance at his younger son. Upon returning home, Itachi, donned in an apron, entered with a tray of food. "Let's eat first." Upon seeing Itachi, Sarada stretched out her small hands. "Uncle." Itachi quickly wiped his hands on his scarf and embraced Sarada, his eyes radiating warmth, disregarding his father's envious stare. Fugaku then picked up Huajiao, speaking in a neutral tone. "Itachi, are you planning to keep Izumi waiting indefinitely? You're not a child anymore. Starting tomorrow, you should move out. Bring back a grandchild for me next year." At these words, Uchiha Itachi's expression morphed into one of despair. Joy level 9. Uchiha Yan's lips curled into a smile. "What are you laughing at? I wasn't referring to you, was I?" Uchiha Yan's grin faltered as he shot a glare at Huajiao, whose lips were curving in amusement at his expense. Illusion, release. Is there no way to confront this, nor any avenue for escape? Uchiha Yan opened his eyes, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, where his smile still lingered. How delightful, he mused internally. The room reverted to its original state as he cradled the soft, slumbering Huajiao, who was blissfully asleep with its tongue out, nearly slipping from his embrace. Leaning closer to Huajiao's ear, he whispered, "Huajiao, it's time for dinner." Meow. Huajiao blinked awake, slightly dazed from its nap. Upon stepping through the door, Uchiha Yan spotted Sasuke seated at the dining table, gnawing on a chicken leg. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Uchiha Yan broke the silence, casually inquiring, "Aren't you training today?" "No, I'm taking a day off. I thought I might check on what that rascal Naruto is up to this afternoon." Although he said this, Sasuke's concerned gaze upon Uchiha Yan caused a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "System, my bad." Uchiha Yan took a seat opposite Sasuke, tearing the chicken into strips to feed Huajiao while his mind raced. After a moment, Uchiha Yan explained with a serious demeanor, "Enhancing the Sharingan requires intense emotional fluctuations. Both painful and joyful experiences can bolster one's mental strength. Therefore, I cast an illusion on myself to endure some torment in the illusionary realm." "Oh, and you happened to catch me in the act." Sasuke blinked, still puzzled. If it was a painful experience, why did Oda show such a countenance? Yet, being young and somewhat gullible, he remarked, "So that's how it works. No wonder you advanced to the 3-tomo Sharingan so early. I want to learn illusions too." Uchiha Yan nodded and replied, "Don't you have the scrolls? If you have questions, feel free to ask me during mealtime." Sasuke nodded, as if realizing something, grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Uchiha Yan was momentarily at a loss for words, responding with a hint of exasperation. Such methods can lead to mental instability. After saying this, he noted Sasuke's expression of understanding and promptly excused himself from the uncomfortable situation. Miao Huajiao's eyes were fixed on the dining table. Sasuke observed Udu's retreating figure, his face a mix of confusion. Mental instability sounded rather daunting. Uchiha Yan playfully teased Huajiao with his finger. Watching as it extended its tiny tongue to lick the remnants of oil from his finger, unable to resist attempting to pinch it, Huajiao, quick to react, withdrew its tongue and turned toward its caretaker, smirking, and provocatively let out another playful meow. Meow. Uchiha Yan raised an eyebrow, reaching for the tongue again, but alas, missed. He could clearly see the playful smirk on Huajiao's face. You don't know that playing coy is my favorite pastime? Uchiha Yan's eyes swirled with three tomo. He deftly caught the flicking tongue, pinched it, and gave it a gentle tug. Huajiao, are you not up for the challenge? Huajiao let out a spirited cry, flailing its front paws, its claws once again snagging the caretaker's clothing. Uchiha Yan washed his hands at the sink, glancing at Huajiao, who was still perched on him. He felt it was time to trim the nails of Flower Pepper. Chapter 28. Flower Pepper is a female cat. Upon returning to the room, Uchiha Yan held a pair of nail clippers in his right hand and grasped Flower Pepper's tiny paw with his left. Flower Pepper closed her eyes and struggled vigorously. How clever she is, realizing she shouldn't make eye contact with him, although it proves futile. Indeed, this situation thoroughly demonstrates that intelligence and foolishness cannot complement one another. He chuckled softly. She was undeniably adorable, yet he resolutely dismissed any thoughts of indulgence. Observing Flower Pepper squirming like a worm, Uchiha Yan contemplated for a moment and casually placed a kin over her head. A muffled meow echoed as she ceased her struggles, her body still but her head swaying. Uchiha Yan had no need for Flower Pepper to be a ninja beast or to catch mice. She merely needed to serve as a decorative presence. Thus, it was prudent to trim her nails, lest she ruin his clothing. Once he finished trimming Flower Pepper's nails, Uchiha Yan shattered the can as he had done previously. The moment Flower Pepper was liberated, she sprang up, ready to retaliate against her caretaker with her soft paws. However, she was unexpectedly caught by both hands of the caretaker, lifted high, while her tail instinctively flailed to shield her vulnerable parts. Yet, Flower Pepper was blissfully unaware that her speed was utterly ineffective before Uchiha Sharingan. The system chuckled softly. No bells. Uchiha Yan cradled Flower Pepper once more, scratching her chin with his right hand. Flower Pepper attempted to scratch his clothing, but her claws merely slid off, failing to hook as they usually did, which made her appear somewhat melancholic. Uchiha Yan mused that if he could bring his family back to Konoha, living a simple life could indeed be quite pleasant. As long as he dealt with the Otsutsuki clan and Kagaya, with the host's strength, choosing any lifestyle would be feasible. Perusing the system's shop, Uchiha Yan reflected, currently, aside from the possibility of the Corpse Demon Seal and the Four-Symbol Seal, there seemed to be no other sealing techniques capable of restraining Kagaya. It appeared necessary to scan Itachi's Tensigen in the future. The Diamond Lock of Karui also held significant utility and practicality. The host could also attempt to master Yin-Yang release. The 7 elemental chakra transformations should not pose a challenge for the host. As for Yang release, he could seek an opportunity to acquire some of Naruto's cells, and perhaps, with Sasuke's cells as well, he might unlock the Rinnegan, making it easier to eliminate Kagaya. Uchiha Yan contemplated the fusion of Sasuke and Naruto's cells, and, upon the foundation of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and formidable mental strength, there indeed lay a possibility of awakening the Rinnegan. Grasping the soft pads of Flower Pepper's paws, Uchiha Yan remarked, "System, how wonderful it would be if you were tangible, much like Flower Pepper. Would you like to be bullied like Flower Pepper all day? I certainly wouldn't want to be a great fool." Come evening, Sasuke returned with 2 chickens, primarily because he noticed how much Flower Pepper relished them, along with 2 servings of rice drenched in tomato sauce. As expected, Flower Pepper was most enthusiastic during mealtime. Throughout, Sasuke incessantly ridiculed Naruto for his ineptitude, recounting how he had spent an entire day teaching Naruto the art of throwing ninja tools, yet he had not hit the target even once. Even a different person could have hit the target with a random throw. Uchiha Yan listened quietly, not because he was unwilling to assist Naruto, but primarily because Naruto was the child of prophecy. In this world of shinobi, aside from himself, who possesses extraordinary abilities, which formidable warrior has not forged their path through adversity? He feared that aiding Naruto could hinder his future development, dealing with Sasuke, who had already altered his fate. was burdensome enough. Otherwise, when Kurizetsu initially confronted him, he could have easily revealed Naruto's true identity or threatened the Nine Tails to refrain from interfering with Naruto's chakra flow. It was not a lack of capability or desire to help, but rather an inability to do so. As for why he harbored a desire to assist Naruto beyond familial ties, it stemmed entirely from a sense of guilt, a sentiment that the system should comprehend. Host. There is a saying on my planet: evaluate actions, not hearts. In this world, there are no truly good people. Though one may contemplate, it does not mean they have acted. At that time, your heart had yet to acknowledge Naruto. You merely enjoyed a meal of grilled fish. Thus, it was understandable that when the Uchiha clan faced peril, he contemplated controlling Naruto and unleashing the Nine Tails to wreak havoc on Konoha. After all, filial piety comes first. It was for the sake of his own family. Uchiha Yan sighed and remarked, "What about Kurizetsu saving Otsutsuki Kagaya? How does that fit into the narrative? That little black placenta will eventually meet its demise." The double-standard system proclaimed without a second thought. "You spoil his father," it continued. Apart from actions that posed a threat to himself, the system was unconditionally supportive or offered solace. Uchiha Yan buried this sense of gratitude deep within his heart. Suddenly, Sasuke, who had been devouring his meal, lifted his head and inquired, "By the way, I noticed that the Genjutsu scroll features two methods of training for the Kage main technique. The version you adapted can be performed without the Sharingan, utilizing only hand seals, correct?" Uchiha Yan nodded and replied, "At that time, I had only the single tomo. The effect when using ocular power was too weak, hence I adapted it for hand seals. The drawback is that it requires hand seals to activate, which slows it down considerably. The advantage is that it can combine chakra and mental energy, enhancing or amplifying the technique's effect." After explaining, he elaborated on the two training methods. Uchiha Yan felt a sense of anticipation. When Orochimaru ambushed Itachi, Itachi had pinned him down with a mere glance, securing 4 stakes. He contemplated doing the same to Orochimaru when he sought him or Sasuke again. "Host, why are you becoming increasingly sinister?" Uchiha Yan questioned, puzzled. Is this truly considered dark? In truth, he had previously contemplated controlling Orochimaru upon their encounter, compelling him to assist, of course, after subduing him. The Edo Tensei, eliminating the third Hokage, cellular research, sage art of the Dragon Cave, and those forbidden techniques Orochimaru had collected. How much joy would that save? In the land of rice, at the Sound Ninja village, Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings with a hint of confusion. Nearby, Kabuto, who was assisting him, also cast a puzzled glance at Orochimaru. Why did Lord Orochimaru's body just shudder? At that moment, Orochimaru felt his right eyelid twitching, but he dismissed it, focusing intently on the task at hand. Superstitious nonsense. The host. The experience of the second pillar has been altered by you, devoid of its original hardships. It seems you must pay more attention to his strength in the future. Uchiha Yan mused internally, only to quickly realize, wait, the second pillar? Big brother Itachi, the second pillar, stop right there. Uchiha Yan interrupted the system's ensuing dialogue with a dark expression. How about I give you a nickname as well? We could use these nicknames in place of formal titles. This tactic proves to be quite effective. The system quickly capitulated. I won't dare to mention it again. Boo-hoo. As the second pillar contemplated Adudu's explanation, he continued to eat. Upon finishing his meal and looking up, he happened to catch a glimpse of Adudu's expression, which seemed to reflect some kind of anguish. He thought to himself, it appears that what Yen said is indeed true. But is he working that hard? Even during mealtime, he is employing illusions to enhance his mental prowess? It seems I must exert myself even more. Otherwise, with Yan's innate talent, I will only fall further behind. Chapter 29. The opening of the ninja school. Time passed day by day, and soon it was the day the ninja school commenced. During this period, the Uchiha clan had moved back to the center of the village. On this day, Shisui, in his capacity as an older brother, accompanied Sasuke and Yen to school. The system murmured, 25 minutes since leaving the pepper. Thinking of it, Uchiha Yan pondered and said, since I have already exchanged for knowledge of the ninja school, perhaps I should just withdraw? I remember that Sarutobi Hiruzen is still unaware that my bloodline illness has been cured. Perhaps in his eyes, it is reasonable for me, who cannot become a ninja, to withdraw. Indeed, host, it seems you two are longing for the pepper, aren't you? I am not, Uchiha Yan instinctively denied. Yet he couldn't help but glance in the direction of home, turning his head back to declare, I won't withdraw from this school. System, is it not commendable that you are indeed a pure-blooded Uchiha? Shisui gently ruffled Sasuke's hair and said, make sure to get along well with your classmates. Watching Sasuke nod, Shisui turned to Yan, extending a hand to similarly tousle his hair, saying, you too, Yan. What is this sensation? Why is it so prickly? It shouldn't be. Genjutsu, release. Why is it Naruto's head? Observing the peculiar expression on the other's face, Shisui was taken aback and awkwardly withdrew his hand, reflecting on Yan's talent in illusions. Perhaps due to their new home being adjacent, he and Adudu had spent considerable time together. Shisui felt that at this moment. Yan's gaze towards him mirrored the disdainful look Adudu often gave him. Just a hint of scorn. A slight hint. Adudu is the quintessential guardian of the elderly and the young, mercilessly reprimanding those in between. Indeed, one could hardly touch him, for due to the chakra within, his grip was exceedingly strong. A mere tap would leave one in pain for quite a while. During this time, Sasuke had developed a good relationship with Naruto. This was partly due to a letter from Mikoto mentioning that she hoped her two sons would look after Naruto, as Naruto's mother was a good friend of hers. But this must remain a secret from Naruto. Sasuke's yearnings surged like a river, and he pinned his letter well into the night. As for Uchiha Yan's response, it was succinct. No need for a decade. I can return to Konoha at any time. This time, the system refrained from offering counsel. The moment Fugaku and Mikoto tore open the envelope, they were ensnared in a world of illusion. A towering black Susanoo, 100 meters in height, materialized before them, exuding an overwhelming presence, yet the couple felt no trace of danger. Such is the power of persuasion. Fugaku's reply to Yan conveyed that they were in no rush to return to Konoha, as they had not yet exhausted their adventures. They expressed their pride in Yan's growth, affirming that he truly was his father's son. Furthermore, they urged him to take good care of Sasuke. The couple reveled in the ninja world, oblivious to the dangers that lurked within. Only upon seeing Mikoto's letter did Uchiha Yan realize the astonishing content that even surprised him. Had this couple embarked on a film shoot? Naruto, engrossed in the incessant prattle of the third Hokage, leaned towards Uchiha Yan and whispered, Yan, why didn't you bring the pepper out? The system noted, indeed, after prolonged interaction, none can resist the charm of a little kitten. The pepper relished in teasing other small creatures, often without restraint, which made me apprehensive. Naruto glanced at Kiba's Akamaru, a look of sudden realization dawning upon his face. Sakura stole a glance at Sasuke's retreating figure, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, joining Ino in their silent camaraderie. Aside from the introverted Uchiha Yan, everyone else had shared previous experiences together. When Naruto and Sasuke practiced their throwing techniques, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura had joined in the merriment, with Kiba and Shino later adding to the group. Now, with friends by his side, Naruto no longer resorted to mischief to capture attention as he once did. As the third Hokage concluded his discourse on the will of fire, he surveyed the attentive children below, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Naruto, digging in his nose, remarked, it's so chaotic down there that I can't hear a word of what Grandpa Third is saying. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced at his own unique features. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the orderly procession of various teachers and their students heading to the classrooms, nodding in approval. Upon returning to class, the first task was to introduce themselves. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and my favorite food is the ramen made by Uncle Irika. My dream is to become Hokage. I am Inuzuka Kiba. I adore beef jerky and soft bones. My interest lies in walking with Akamaru, and my dream is also to become Hokage. After this declaration, Kiba's gaze met Naruto's, igniting a fierce spark between them. After a moment of mutual staring, they both turned away in unison. I am Uchiha Sasuke. My favorite foods are tomatoes and mackerel rice balls. My goal is to surpass Yin and my brother, and my interest is in training. Uchiha Yin. Devoid of hobbies or favorite foods. I am Hyuga Hinata. She noticed Naruto's gaze, her face heating up, and her subsequent introduction faltered slightly. Once the introductions were complete, the teacher shared some history about Konoha, and by afternoon, school was dismissed. Rejecting Naruto's invitation to play, Uchiha Yin resolutely made his way homeward. Host, please hurry. The system urged. Upon reaching home, Uchiha Yin opened the door. Huajiao was using one of its front paws to wipe the floor with a cloth. Hearing the door open, it turned its head to see the caretaker. Meow? That little expression seemed to plead, praise me, praise me. It was clearly its own mess. The noise it made was rather unpleasant, akin to a broken gong. Meow. Huajiao fluffed up its fur, raising a paw as if to strike this sharp-tongued caretaker. Uchiha Yan swiftly grasped its paw, pulling it into his embrace, pinching the nape of its neck, causing Huajiao to become immediately docile. Although Huajiao's weight was not overtly noticeable, Uchiha Yan felt a heaviness in his left hand. As he gently petted Huajiao, it let out a reluctant meow, struggling slightly. A classic case of all bark and no bite. Uchiha Yan playfully flicked its forehead. To his surprise, after receiving the flick, Huajiao's lips curled into a faint smile, which made Uchiha Yan feel uneasy, but it was too late. A warm stream dampened Uchiha Yan's chest. With a powerful push from its hind legs, Huajiao broke free from the caretaker's grasp and swiftly disappeared. Uchiha Yan wore a dark expression, ignoring the system's mocking laughter. Foolish cat. Do you think I taught you to refine chakra for nothing? He bit his finger and slapped it on the ground. Summoning technique. With a bang, Huajiao reappeared before him. Trapped, Huajiao could not struggle, so it resorted to its ultimate tactic, looking innocently and adorably at its caretaker. Uchiha Yan felt his heart soften, closing his eyes to avoid Huajiao's pleading expression. In the next moment, Huajiao was pressed against Uchiha Yan's damp chest, rubbing against him, while he gritted his teeth and said, "Come with me to take a bath." Chapter 30. Who taught Huajiao this? Huajiao was quite clever and had learned some simple human vocabulary during this time, such as hungry, meal, and not full. Besides food-related terms, there was one instance when Huajiao wet the bed while sleeping, even soiling Uchiha Yan's tatami mat. Realizing punishment was imminent, Huajiao unexpectedly exclaimed, "I love you." Uchiha Yan's heart melted at that moment. However, normally Huajiao would use meow to brush off such matters. So Uchiha Yan was unsure of how many human words Huajiao had truly learned. After using Huajiao to wipe his clothes for a while, Uchiha Yan paused and noticed Huajiao nuzzling its head against his chest, unconcerned about the dirt. He scolded the foolish cat, "Isn't this dirty? Rubbing your head?" Huajiao looked up. Its damp fur frizzed out, appearing completely harmless as it let out a sound. Baba the system was utterly shocked. Wow, it really learned? Suddenly, the system felt a bit uneasy. Uchiha Yan stood there, frozen. Who taught it this? However, just at that moment of distraction, Huajiao abruptly shook its head. A damp liquid splattered everywhere, including all over Uchiha Yan's face. Huajiao gathered its strength, kicked its legs, and once again escaped from the embrace of its caretaker. Off it went. The system, taken aback, hastily shifted the blame. Host Huajiao has learned mischief from you. Uchiha Yan inquired. Is it possible that Huajiao inherently possesses a mischievous nature? This is mere sophistry. Huajiao was once so soft and obedient. You have led it astray. Uchiha Yan chose to disregard the system and strode toward the door. Outside, Huajiao was blissfully consuming the food offered by Shisui when it suddenly perked up, hearing the sound of the door being pulled. Quickly, it hid behind Shisui, peeking out with half its head visible. Uchiha Yan noticed Shisui raising an eyebrow. What brings you here? I bought some snacks for Huajiao, Shisui explained, crouching down with eager anticipation, extending his hand toward Huajiao. Success seemed imminent, for once. Huajiao did not raise its paw or retreat. Had Shisui finally won over Huajiao with his little treats? Shisui sniffed the air, detecting a peculiar scent, but paid it little mind as his hand finally made contact with Huajiao. However, he soon wondered why Huajiao felt damp. Content. Shisui lifted Huajiao, only to find the scent intensified as he drew closer. Suddenly, Huajiao shook its head vigorously, flinging droplets of liquid onto Shisui's face, reminiscent of a rain shower. There is still some left, I'll share it with you. Huajiao gathered strength and, escaping the embrace, darted back into the room. This little glutton. Who breaks bowls after a meal? Where did it acquire such behavior? Uchiha Yan glanced at the food Shisui had brought. My apologies, Shisui, Huajiao is a bit mischievous. Shisui wiped his face, bringing his hand to his nose, and upon hearing Uchiha Yan's insincere apology and noticing the wet patch on his clothing, he seemed to deduce something. Shaking his head with a wry smile. It's all right, I can wash up when I get back. After a brief glance at Shisui, Uchiha Yan returned indoors. In truth, this tangled relationship began when Huajiao had pummeled Shisui's crow. Uchiha Yan had a habit of trimming Huajiao's nails, and the crow was not killed. Grateful for Huajiao's mercy, the honest Shisui fed it generously, leading Huajiao to frequently visit next door for treats. Huajiao also trusted Shisui greatly. However, aside from Sasuke and the caretaker, it refused to let anyone else touch it. Anyone who reached out toward it would be met with a scolding from the older ones or a feigned bite from the younger ones to frighten them away. When Uchiha Yan opened the bathroom door, he found Huajiao sitting on the floor, waiting for its bath. He poked its forehead with a finger. You only behave so well after causing trouble. Meow, I'll be good after the bath. Uchiha Yan returned to the room, with Huajiao scampering closely behind. After locking the door, he approached the window to draw the curtains. Upon seeing this, Huajiao promptly lay down, closed its eyes, and pressed its front paws firmly against its ears. Regrettably, Uchiha Yan showed no mercy as he reached out and gently brushed aside the little claws, then snapped his fingers. The pepper-headed creature tilted its head, completely relaxed, and unusually fell asleep in a prone position. This was not without reason. The crisis in the illusionary world of Otsutsuki had long been resolved. At this moment, this realm of free development had completely crumbled. Uchiha Yan sighed. It was time to bid farewell to this illusionary world. With the peace in the ninja realm, the volume of missions from the ninja villages had significantly diminished, leading to a fundamental loss of livelihood for the ninjas. Consequently, many ninjas, who were not fond of labor but possessed economic acumen and foresight, chose to venture into commerce. One day, a vendor adorned with a grass ninja headband arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi held in his hand a collector's edition of Intimate Violence, a gift from Lord Jiraiya for his birthday, an unedited version signed by the author. As he leisurely strolled past, his peripheral vision caught sight of the large characters on the merchant's sign, perhaps due to the resemblance to a particular segment in his book. He momentarily hesitated before casually continuing on. After a brief moment, Kakashi employed a transformation technique to return to the vendor's stall. Excuse me, does this potent medicine truly deliver such remarkable effects? What do you think? The vendor replied, with a hint of pride. I'm not just boasting, young man. I'm 69 this year. A few years ago, for my 60th birthday, I even welcomed a pair of twins into the family. Kakashi pondered, stroking his chin, thoroughly intrigued by the description on the medicine box. I'll take 2 boxes to try them out. Of course, esteemed customer, that will be 2,000 ryo. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really that expensive? Quality comes at a price. If I were to sell you 10 boxes, would you even be able to afford it? Kakashi considered this logic, and after settling the payment, he was about to leave when he noticed another box with a familiar label. Development? He read aloud. Is this the second developmental potion I think it is? The vendor, with a sly grin, retorted, what do you reckon? Kakashi's mind wandered to his close friend. I'll take 2 boxes. No, make it 3. 2 suffice for Guy. That will be 9,000 ryo, the vendor cheerfully responded. With a pained expression, Kakashi completed the transaction and turned to depart. The vendor, still maintaining his transformation with chakra, muttered softly as he observed Kakashi's retreating figure. Oh Kakashi, why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? Is my intimate series truly that detrimental to the youth? An elderly man with white hair sighed. I can hardly be blamed for selling counterfeit medicine. The profits in this industry are simply too enticing. After thoroughly settling his wife's gambling debts, he hadn't seen meat in his meals for 3 days. Uchiha Yan stood at a distance, having witnessed the entire exchange. This illusionary world had become devoid of any worthwhile gains. His little niece, whom he had watched grow, had now reached the age of romance. Itachi had yet to produce human offspring with Izumi. Although the pepper-headed creature had transformed into a ninja beast, it was now aging and struggling to move. This world, filled with suffering, was better left behind. At this moment, the appearance of Huajiao served as a reminder for Uchiha Yan. One wonders if Huajiao could cultivate natural energy to become a sage. Chapter 31. One cannot remain single. Returning to reality, as the illusionary world dissipated, a vast surge of chakra flowed back into Uchiha Yan's body. Host Uchiha Yan's ninja foundational abilities. Ninjutsu, 9 Jinjutsu, 19 Taijutsu, 8 Strength, 8 Seals, 9 Spirit, 10 remaining happiness points, 175 system. This Jinjutsu is certainly perplexing. Upon hearing the word Jinjutsu, Uchiha Yan inexplicably thought of the bloodline limit of ice release. Creating ice mirrors with ice release to complement Jinjutsu is indeed quite practical. However, the system had not scanned it, rendering it impossible to analyze and input into the system's store. System, raise my ninjutsu to 10. In exchange for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan. The system paused momentarily. It always struggled to comprehend the host's thought process. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique is undoubtedly of great developmental value, But what on earth is the secret art of the Yamanaka clan? Uchiha Yan granted the system access to his thoughts. System, what sort of audacious maneuver is it to derive happiness points by having others make you happy? Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment and replied, I actually have a few suitable candidates in mind. The system retorted, no, you need not select suitable candidates. As soon as you step outside, the streets are filled with tools. Indeed, this was the case, though it felt somewhat unreliable. The system sighed, forget it. I can't manage you anymore. After all, you are no longer the same as before, always contemplating escape through self-destruction. Having experienced the beautiful illusionary world, you have learned to cherish life. Uchiha Yan softly stated, yes, I owe it to you for always being by my side, striving to bring me joy and keeping me vigilant. I know that even now, my character is far from the strength of Naruto and Sasuke, but because of you, I can face any adversity without fear. Thank you, system. System, whooped. Scoundrel. Uchiha Yan smirked and rolled his eyes at the system, which had disrupted the atmosphere, and retorted, have you not eaten? Cry louder. System, for the first time, it desired a physical form, motivated by the prospect of striking the host. Remaining happiness points. 75 Uchiha Yan picked up a hair from Huajiao on the tatami mat, entwining it with wind chakra, effortlessly slicing it in two. He possessed a strong affinity for wind-based chakra and had already mastered the transformation of its properties. To master ice release, the next step was to first grasp the transformation of water-based chakra properties. The most challenging aspect would be merging the transformations of these two attributes. Host with such beautiful white hair, do you have no thoughts at all? Why don't we seize him from Zabuza? Then we could scan him and directly exchange for ice release in the store. Even if they succeeded in capturing him, given Bai's loyalty and feelings towards Zabuza, it would be exceedingly difficult to recruit him as a subordinate. It's best to avoid forcing someone against their will, and for now, I have no intention of leaving the village. Unless he takes Zabuza as a subordinate, the offer of buy one get one free seems unappealing to Uchiha Yan. It is indeed a pity for such a handsome young man. However, I find solace in the fact that you have not allowed your character to transform drastically due to your strength. You still adhere to your principles. That said, there have been some subtle changes. Though not overtly noticeable, your temperament has indeed become increasingly domineering as a result of your power. It is a natural trait among the Uchiha, and the system has little to comment on. Once it departs, your strength will ensure you do not falter. Reflecting on the Uchiha's inherent nature, Uchiha Obito perceives himself as ensnared in a hellish existence, yearning to obliterate the world and establish a beautiful realm with Rin, along with his masters. Uchiha Madara, seduced by Kagaya's black essence, believes that the illusionary world contains all that one desires, promising everlasting peace for the ninja realm. Uchiha Sasuke's aspirations are rather commendable. Possessing strength to alter the ninja world's dynamics, vanquishing the 5 Kage, and unifying the realm could indeed usher in a prolonged tranquility. Alas, he insists on confronting with Chidori and Resignation head-on. Were it his canine host, at the moment of collision, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a Chidori spear. As for Uchiha Yan, having acquired strength, he indulges in life's pleasures, cultivating a habit of collecting joy while ensuring his loved ones thrive, aspiring toward all that is beautiful. The system believes its canine host is the finest. The system muses, with such striking looks, White is nearly on par with the host. How wonderful it would be if he were a female. Not interested, and besides, he's male. And what of it? A man should pursue men. Just look at Zabuza. Isn't that merely friendship? Uchiha Yan retorts, somewhat exasperated. Perhaps it is love? After all, White has stated he is male, but Zabuza has never explicitly claimed the same. Does it matter? I will further explore the realm for attractive females for the host. It cannot be that you remain single for a lifetime as in the illusionary world. With your qualities, what type of woman could you not attract? Unnecessary. The system disregards the host's disinterest, continuing its analysis. Let us first eliminate Ino, Sakura, and Hinata. Does the host have a preference for mature women? How about Tsunade or Konan? Or perhaps Taiya, Kuratsuchi, or Anko? Not appealing, nor do they impress me. Indeed, the host's cross-dressing surpasses their beauty. You likely would not fancy the younger black-skinned girl from the Cloud Village. What of the more mature Tsunade? Uchiha Yan's expression darkens, choosing to ignore the system as he embraces the peacefully slumbering Huajiao nearby. Little Huahua is quite adorable. How about her? Receiving no response, the system ponders for a moment before suggesting, what of Cheyenne? She would be quite suitable for the host. After all, You will need to scan her for the Kenjutsu block eventually. Why not save her in a heroic rescue? Not appealing. And what of I am? When you visited Ichiraku Ramen. Her gaze was practically glued to your face. Ugh, not appealing, nor this, nor that. Ultimately, someone must accompany you through life. Uchiha Yan pinches his flesh pad. Huajiao is just fine. What are your thoughts on Orochimaru, host? What do you mean? Orochimaru has the ability to continuously change bodies, making him the perfect entity to keep the host perpetually intrigued. Uchiha Yan comprehended immediately. He remained silent, pondering whether he truly had no means to contend with the system. The system provocatively remarked, "Do you not fancy Orochimaru? What about Granny Chio?" Uchiha Yan switched on the television. Host, what are you about to do? Uchiha Yan rummaged through the room and eventually unearthed a horror movie DVD. Let us meet our demise together, system. I was wrong, host. I shan't dare again. Uchiha Yan sat before the television, tightly clutching the pepper. Chapter 32. The host's most potent genjutsu in the evening. Host, have you fallen asleep? The system called softly. I just dozed off, came the host's melancholic response. The system, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, since you are awake, why not keep me company? Uchiha Yan, holding the pepper close, turned away with an emotionless refusal. No, go frighten yourself instead. A sound akin to a heart-shattering echoed. What, you want to be punished? Well then, you sleep, and let me borrow your body to cuddle the pepper. Once the system commandeered the body, it extended a finger and poked the pepper. Upon being disturbed, the pepper instinctively leaped into the caretaker's embrace, seeking affection. After a while of petting, the system, noticing the host had fallen asleep, turned the pepper's face towards itself. Seriously instructing, say it with me. Dog host meow? The pepper tilted its head. The system patiently repeated the lesson. Observing the pepper's continued confusion, it whispered into its ear. Silly cat meow. The pepper fluffed up in indignation. The next day, Uchiha Yan entered the classroom under the gazes of his female classmates, noticing several bouquets of roses and 2 envelopes on his desk. Without a glance, he tossed them into the trash. His experiences with Abido had imparted a crucial lesson. If one does not harbor affection, one must refuse clearly. Otherwise, false hope would be bestowed upon the other party. In this regard, Sakura was certainly more decisive than Rin, refusing outright when disinterested. However, there existed the possibility that Rin held feelings for Abido or was simply too compassionate to reject him outright. Why did Uchiha Yan ponder such inconsequential matters? It stemmed from Abido's prior assertion that he would return to Konoha to find him, and Yin was awaiting his arrival. He no longer wished to eliminate Abido, including Kaguya, as he intended to serve as a stepping stone for Naruto and Sasuke. It was prudent to refrain from excessive interference. Otherwise, should he depart the Shinobi world one day, how would the unseasoned Naruto and Sasuke confront the looming crises of the future? Yet, a part of him felt unrest without delivering a blow to Abido. He recalled Abido. And naturally, thoughts of Noira Rin followed. The system quipped, the host is merely a step away from jotting down notes. It recalled the previous night's events and shivered slightly, also reminiscing about a certain doctor at Konoha Hospital who, while administering injections, often accidentally pricked his own hand, a clear testament to the host's handiwork. Harboring a grudge without immediate retaliation, one prefers to return home and ponder a method of revenge. The morning hours swiftly elapsed, and the classes proved to be rather tedious, merely recounting the history of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Will of Fire. As the afternoon came to a close, Ino approached Uchiha Itachi with a faint blush. Inviting him, Itachi, we made a new friend yesterday. Would you join us in getting to know him? Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to, Uchiha Itachi replied, deftly circumventing Ino and heading towards home. Just a few steps away, he was called back by Naruto, who had rushed out of the school. Ino's expression dimmed slightly. Oblivious to her disappointment, Naruto exclaimed, Itachi, we met a new friend yesterday. He's incredible. He can summon sun showers and sun snow. Come with us to meet him. All right. Itachi acquiesced. Ino remarked, is this new friend you met yesterday named Yuta? Does he possess a bloodline limit that allows him to manipulate the weather with his emotions? With a hint of confusion, Sasuke responded, so that is Yuta's bloodline limit? How did you come to know this? Just a guess, Uchiha Itachi replied nonchalantly. Sasuke extended a hand, contemplating the implications, his expression one of skepticism. The group continued until they reached a large tree adorned with a sign that read weather for sale. Naruto shouted up at the tree, Yuta? Yuta, we're here to see you. Suddenly, small snowflakes began to fall from the sky. A distinctly cheerful voice emerged from a cozy nook in the tree. Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Akamaru, Sasuke, and a stranger. How handsome. You're all here. Hiba interjected with mild irritation. Hey Yuta, is that all you remember about us? Just Akamaru's name? A soft voice from behind Sasuke chimed in. What about me, Yuta? Sasuke flinched, startled. Uchiha Itachi turned in surprise, realizing this individual had been trailing closely behind him and Sasuke. Shino cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Itachi, lowering his hand and awkwardly adjusting his sunglasses. Itachi redirected his gaze towards Yuta, feeling little interest in this undefeated group of 12. My apologies, Shino. Yuta grinned, baring his teeth. Naruto eagerly suggested, Yuta, let us build a snowman today. Almost as an afterthought, he added, Oh, Yuta, this is Itachi, my good friend. Yuta hopped in front of Uchiha Itachi, examining him closely before saying, Hello, handsome. Uchiha Itachi corrected him, I am Uchiha Itachi. All right, handsome, Yuta replied, his green eyes sparkling with excitement. The system chimed in, Ninetales, let us build a snowman. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi discreetly formed hand seals with his hand hidden in his sleeve. The system remarked, Host, you sly one. After completing the seals, Uchiha Itachi subtly utilized chakra transmission to share Yuta's emotions with himself through the mind-body switch technique. Happiness level 5, happiness level 5, happiness level 6. Uchiha Yan found the notification sound somewhat bothersome for the first time. Perhaps this is the burden of happiness? System, how pretentious. As a snowman took shape, Yute joyfully hopped around a few individuals. Happiness level 7, happiness level 7. Uchiha Yan also molded a small snowman beside them, raising an eyebrow and inwardly inquiring, System, is this one more aesthetically pleasing than the last? The system retorted with a mere 2 words, Nonsense. I am not. I did not. Do not speak indiscriminately. The system denied it. It is indeed more attractive than the one you made. Humph. The host's most formidable illusion. My snowman is more beautiful than yours. With a twitch of his lips, Uchiha Yan turned to Sasuke and asked, What do you think of this snowman? Sasuke reassured him, It looks great. Such a well-behaved child. Even he will resort to deception after spending time with you. Your flattery is so evident. What more can you say, Senyan? Uchiha Yan blinked. I have nothing to say, wealth. The system exclaimed in shock. What on earth is wealth? It is a name I have pondered for quite some time. It signifies prosperity and nobility, and ever since I conceived this name, my happiness levels have never dwindled. Uchiha Yan stated with utmost seriousness. Host, I concede I shall not dare again. My snowman is truly ugly. Oh dear, host, I must critique your judgment. Just look at this snowman. The details are exquisitely handled. Its round head and body are even more spherical than the eyes of a pepper. How perfect. The system rambled on, eventually running out of words. Keep it up, system. Just 5 more words, and you'll have a complete 600-word essay. Uchiha Yan encouraged the system. This snowman is truly white. Chapter 33. The unfilial son within the village. An Umbu ninja approached the Umbu assigned to protect the Ninetales Jinchuriki and inquired, Hey, it's time for a shift. Where's the Ninetales Jinchuriki? The Umbu responsible for today's protection turned, and a complex pattern appeared in the eyes behind the mask, pointing to a location and stating, Isn't he right ahead? He has been practicing shuriken throwing since school ended. The incoming Umbu frowned, as he had not seen the Ninetales Jinchuriki moments earlier. Illusion, release. It seemed not to be an illusion. However, the Umbu still harbored doubts. Just then, a kaleidoscopic pattern emerged in his own pupils. In the Uchiha clan, Shisui tore a piece of cod from his hand and fed it to the pepper. Honestly, you never dismantle your own home. You always come to dismantle mine, Shisui complained. Meow? The pepper protested, emboldened by its sense of justice. All right. It was the table that initiated the contact, Shisui said, exuding a sense of helplessness. As time passed and the sky darkened, Uchiha Yan bid farewell to Naruto, Sasuke, and the Inoshikacho trio. Goodbye, handsome. Yute waved, flashing a broad smile. Goodbye, Yute. Uchiha Yan also took his leave from this most formidable tool. He raised 2 fingers and performed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Upon returning home and opening the door, Huajiao let out a meow and dashed straight towards the caretaker. Uchiha Yan spread his arms wide, preparing to embrace Huajiao, yet was knocked back a step by the exuberant little creature. Gently stroking Huajiao's fur, Uchiha Yan softly inquired, Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare something for you. With unwavering eyes, Huajiao nodded in agreement. Uchiha Yan cradled Huajiao as if it were a child, while his other hand offered a bundle of vegetables wrapped around lean meat and carrots to its eager mouth. Starved, Huajiao fervently bit into the morsel, scattering bits of carrot and greens in every direction, and soon the meat was devoured. Uchiha Yan frowned, wondering when Huajiao had learned to be picky. He gathered the vegetables and carrots into a ball, pried open Huajiao's mouth, and forcefully stuffed it inside. Shaking Huajiao's jaw vigorously, he admonished, "No more being picky. Look at how plump you've become." Huajiao's expression was one of defiance. Uchiha Yan, seeing this, delivered another light rap on its head. "Did you hear me?" Huajiao obediently nodded. Gazing innocently at the caretaker while mewing, dog host Uchiha Yan gritted his teeth, having pinpointed the source of the mischief. "Host, there's something we can discuss," the system stammered. "No, not like that. Ah, help." Uchiha Yan pressed 2 fingers against Huajiao's eyes, controlling its head to keep it fixated on the horror movie playing on the television. Trembling, Huajiao's pupils dilated and contracted in rapid succession. Though curious, it was undeniably frightened, mewing incessantly and even releasing a few drops of urine on the caretaker's leg. Uchiha Yan gently massaged the back of Huajiao's head, not out of anxiety, but because its head felt quite pleasant to touch. "Yes, just like that," he affirmed. "Host, I was wrong." Uchiha Yan ignored it. "Host, I truly made a mistake." Seeing that gentleness was ineffective, the system opted for a firmer approach. "Host, if I end up scared enough to wet myself, your mind will be muddled." Uchiha Yan noted the efficacy of this tactic and released his grip on Huajiao. With a sharp meow, Huajiao bolted, colliding with the table leg with a thud. Observing Huajiao, whose eyes were filled with stars, Uchiha Yan waved gently. "Come here, Huajiao." Huajiao shook its head, warily eyeing the caretaker, crouching low and ready to flee. Yet, the next moment, it approached Uchiha Yan with a dazed expression. Utilizing the ocular technique from his right eye, Uchiha Yan healed Huajiao, then carried it towards the bathroom. After bathing, Uchiha Yan sighed and wiped the sofa and the trail of urine left by Huajiao with a clean cloth. Once tidied up, he felt inexplicably fatigued. Reclining on the tatami mat, he observed Huajiao, who, out of fear, continuously nestled closer to him. Uchiha Yan playfully pushed it away with his foot, causing the little creature to slide a considerable distance. "Keep your distance, you're bothersome." Having spoken, he turned back to cover himself with the blanket. Ready to close his eyes, Huajiao found it amusing and wished to repeat the moment. With a direct charge towards the caretaker lounging on the tatami, it sprinted a few steps before leaping high, nearly colliding with the ceiling. "Here I come, caretaker. Catch me." Uchiha Yan, observing this rebellious creature hurtling towards him like a cannonball, felt his pupils constrict. Just as he withdrew his hands from the blanket, it crashed into him. The impact made Uchiha Yan bend forward, his abdomen taking the brunt of the blow. System. "Ouch, that looks painful." Huajiao sensed it might have caused trouble and hurriedly nudged the caretaker with its head, adopting an innocent demeanor. Uchiha Yan grimaced. "Are you not aware of your weight? Stop messing around. I need to sleep." Host, let me play with it. I promise not to teach it any more peculiar things." Uchiha Yan paused for a moment, opened his mouth, and uttered a single word. "Fine." The system eagerly took control of the body. Wow, that hurt so much it curled up. After a considerable time, the pain in his abdomen finally subsided. A while later, Uchiha Yan reminded, right eye's ocular technique. "System, you little rascal." Host. The following day at the Ninja Academy. It was Wednesday, with only 4 classes, and the homeroom teacher finally ceased recounting the glorious history of Konoha. The first 2 classes focused on theory, where Uchiha Yan and Shikamaru slept at the back, while the attentive Choji sat in front, using his ample physique to shield the 2 slumbering boys. The 3rd and 4th classes transitioned to the playground for a test of basic ninja skills. After the homeroom, teacher wrote the schedule for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday on the blackboard. He assigned homework requiring students to write a reflection on the morning's classes before dismissing them. Thursday and Friday consisted of morning theory and history, with afternoon lessons on the 3-body technique. At the school gate, Sasuke and Uchiha Yan simultaneously declined Naruto's invitation. For Uchiha Yan, the current happiness value was merely a string of numbers, more than sufficient. "I haven't trained in 2 days. I don't wish to waste more time," Sasuke declared, turning to head home. He only desired to grow stronger swiftly, strong enough to bring his parents and brother back to Konoha openly, ensuring no one would dare voice dissent. He wished to bear this pressure alone. Although Udo was currently stronger, he was still the elder brother and believed that with enough effort, he would surely surpass both Udo and Nissen. Unbeknownst to him, his parents were currently out enjoying themselves, completely uninterested in returning to Konoha. Chapter 34. The consequences of meddling. Noticing that Sasuke seemed to be waiting for him to return to the clan, Uchiha Yan said, "You go ahead. I'll buy some toys for Huajiao. It needs to lose some weight." Seeing Sasuke nod, Uchiha Yan headed towards the pet store. Passing by a bookstore, he noticed a promotional banner for Intimate Paradise hanging at the entrance. "Host, why don't you go in and take a look? You might find a book you like." "Perhaps Intimate Paradise?" "No. Aren't you curious about the contents of the book?" "Not at all." "All right then," the system replied, somewhat dejected. Uchiha Yan purchased a cat teaser and a small ball, then proceeded to buy some low-calorie food. Although the food Pepper usually consumed was relatively low in calories aside from the egg yolk, it was undeniable that Pepper had a hearty appetite, and with its growth, it had taken to eating directly from a bowl. The items he bought required no elaborate preparation. A simple boil in water sufficed. As he passed by the bookstore once more, he noticed a white-haired individual glancing around, and upon realizing there were no acquaintances present, he stepped into the store. The system, remaining true to its purpose, endeavored to persuade its host with great fervor. "Host, do you know why one of Kashi's Sharingan took 10 years to use, while Danzo's 10 Sharingan were utilized in less than a day?" "Kashi, why is that?" "It's simply because Kashi often nurtures the eye," the system urged. "You should also consider purchasing a book for yourself." Uchiha Yan mused. There seems to be some merit to that. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the system quickly added, "You could also buy a book for your parents and relatives, nurturing their kaleidoscopes. Who knows, it might even alleviate their blindness." Uchiha Yan twitched his lips. "System, I am young, not simple-minded." "Oh well, perhaps just buy one." With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Yan acquiesced. "Fine." He transformed into an adult guise and ventured to the bookstore to acquire a copy of Intimate Paradise, which he then stowed away in the system space. Upon exiting the bookstore, he dispelled his transformation. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. "Hey, has such a tiny brat already begun reading such books?" Uchiha Yan turned to face the white-haired figure and calmly explained, "I bought it for someone else." Kakashi tapped his finger against his head, observing the indifference on the young boy's face, which indeed did not suggest he would be interested in such literature. "For whom did you buy it? Don't lie to me, or I'll inform your homeroom teacher," Kakashi warned ominously. "None of your business," Uchiha Yan retorted, turning to leave. "This kid," Kakashi was about to pursue when he was abruptly ensnared by a green figure. "Kakashi, let us engage in a spirited duel." "No, I'm busy." Kakashi struggled momentarily and, finding no success, resigned with a hint of exasperation. "All right then." "Oh, let the flames ignite." The surrounding pedestrians beheld a white-haired ninja seemingly frozen in place. Curiosity drew a crowd. As an Umbu ninja passed by, he paused in intrigue. "Captain, what is he doing?" Another Umbu ninja furrowed his brow. "Is the captain ensnared in a jinjutsu?" But whose jinjutsu is so potent that even the captain, with his extensive experience, has not perceived it? The gathering onlookers and ninjas grew ever larger. "Is this the renowned Kakashi of the Sharingan? What on earth is he doing?" One mission client from another village inquired of a nearby ninja. The Konoha Jounin replied, somewhat awkwardly, "It seems that Kakashi-senpai has fallen victim to a jinjutsu." Truly, Konoha is a place where both geniuses and strong warriors abound. Even an elite ninja like Kakashi can be caught off guard, remarked the mission client in awe. The high-ranking ninja quickly concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, particularly our village's Sunset Red, who, relying solely on her illusion techniques, can ascend to the rank of Jonin. This speaks volumes about the potency of her jinjutsu. Should you have any acquaintances in need of commissioning tasks, do ensure to recommend them to Konoha." The repercussions of the Danzo incident have cast an overwhelmingly negative shadow over Konoha, resulting in a significant decline in the number of task issuers visiting the village. The current task issuer merely posted a mission involving a potential encounter with bandits and rogue ninjas, yet a multitude of Konoha's Jonin flocked to seize it. The village has now reached a point where Chunin are accepting missions of this caliber. The contemptible Danzo does not even deserve to have his ashes interred at the memorial stone. Instead, a modest mound has been erected nearby, which some childish individuals, regarding Konoha's White Fang as a hero, have even disgraced by urinating upon. Fortunately, the third Hokage managed to stabilize the situation, requesting funds from the daimyo to sustain the village's daily expenditures. Occasionally, The village still issues a few missions to eradicate bandits within the Land of Fire to ensure a steady income for some ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategies have indeed proven effective, not only restoring his image but also garnering the gratitude of Konoha's ninjas. The onlookers, witnessing Kakashi's previously stationary demeanor finally shift, initially presumed he had dispelled the genjutsu. However, they were taken aback when they observed Kakashi suddenly engaging in a game of rock-paper-scissors with the air. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Who would have anticipated that Captain Kakashi possessed such a playful side? It was truly a revelation that shattered their preconceived notions. A certain jonin, noticing the task issuer's wide-eyed astonishment, awkwardly remarked, "I never imagined Kakashi-senpai could be so approachable." Kakashi, with his lifeless gaze, turned to Guy and said, "This time, you have won." No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt the surroundings rapidly shift back to reality, faced with the bewildered crowd. Kakashi, taken aback, stood amidst their curious stares, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he pressed his toes firmly against the ground. An Umbu member, visibly conflicted, stepped forward, stating, "Captain Kakashi, it is not that we do not wish to assist you in breaking the genjutsu, but we have attempted to disrupt your chakra, and unfortunately, it bore no fruit." Uchiha Yan produced a small ball and tossed it before the little creature, then squatted down, encouraging it to retrieve the item. The creature, displaying impatience, swatted at it, resulting in a loud pop as the ball burst. Subsequently, it sat on the ground, fixated on the food within the bag. Uchiha Yan narrowed his eyes, observing the creature's hastily concealed claws, which had grown rather quickly since their last grooming. He retrieved a cucumber, took a bite, and offered the remaining half towards the creature. The little one sniffed the air, its gaze transfixed on the other food items. As the caretaker crunched on the cucumber, curiosity finally got the better of the creature, prompting it to approach. Uchiha Yan awaited the creature's proximity before swiftly scooping it up. "Let us trim those nails before you eat." The creature squirmed and protested, "Meow." Uchiha Yan, seeing it struggle, produced a pair of clippers, grasping the nape of the creature's neck, securing its fate. Hua Jiao lay docilely, limbs dangling, resigned to the whims of its caretaker. The claws demanded trimming. Otherwise, Hua Jiao's playful antics could inadvertently cause serious harm or even death to other creatures, such as the water-stopping raven. Had there been claws during the last encounter, that raven would not have merely been injured. After the trimming, Uchiha Yan took out a feather toy to distract Hua Jiao. The feline reacted swiftly, swatting at the feather, but alas, without claws, it failed to capture it. Lying on the ground, Hua Jiao's ears drooped, conveying a sense of disappointment. No more play. Chapter 35. A most appropriate name. Uchiha Yan gazed at the large, heaving white mass on the floor, lifting it into his arms. Seeing its tear-filled eyes, he felt a surge of tenderness and guilt. Ultimately, he realized how selfish he had been, his desire for control overshadowing consideration for its feelings. Retrieving some dried fish from the refrigerator, he offered it to Hua Jiao. The cat turned its head, wiping away tears with a paw. It refused to eat. The caretaker's personality was well understood by Hua Jiao. It knew how to manipulate him. Indeed, upon witnessing its genuine sorrow and anger, the caretaker resorted to coaxing, apologizing, and tempting with delicacies, ultimately promising not to trim its claws again. Only then did Hua Jiao happily consume the dried fish. Afterward, it licked Uchiha Yan's face, signaling that it had forgiven him. Although having its claws trimmed meant a temporary cessation of tree climbing and fish catching by the river, the feline still loved him. Uchiha Yan returned to his room. "System, I shall venture into the world of illusions. Please assist in completing today's assignments." With that, he relinquished control of his body to the system. "System, is this how it can be done?" In the illusionary world, Uchiha Yan stood opposite the reanimated Pain. His current prowess could be deemed the strongest in the ninja world. Even illusions could not withstand the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He had yet to test the Rinnegan, known for its resistance against the infinite Tsukuyomi, leaving uncertainty regarding its efficacy against illusions. However, defeating Pain should pose no challenge. Now was the perfect opportunity to test his skills, for he lacked only combat experience. Concealing his hand within his sleeve, Uchiha Yan quietly formed seals. Wind style, spiral ice 1,000 needles, shadow clone technique. Using the spiraling acceleration of the wind release Resignation, the ice needles, resembling blue streaks of light, shot forth densely towards Pain. Pain formed seals with both hands. Summoning technique. A large panda appeared, attempting to shield against the ice needles. Yet, the moment it made contact, it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, promptly followed by the ice needles reducing it to a sieve. Pain extended his hands. Shinra-tensei. He continued to form seals. This technique was rather grotesque, instantly placing him in a passive position. With a thunderous boom, the majority of the ice needles were negated. Wind style, gale palm. In the Azura path, a mechanical arm sprouted from Pain's shoulder, ready to retaliate, but was momentarily disrupted by the illusion. Behind Uchiha Yan, a colossal black skeletal figure materialized, wielding an enormous blade far exceeding its size. It then swung downwards towards Pain. Nagato raised his hands once more, before the immense power was fully unleashed. He was once again ensnared by an illusion, and subsequently struck by a blade. The body of impure earth gradually began to restore itself. The Azura path summoned the art of summoning. The Hellhound, Yada no Kagami, and the Chameleon emerged successively before Nagato. Uchiha Yan swung his long sword, effortlessly obliterating a missile, then leapt into the air, hands forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Hungry Ghost path extended a hand. Sealing technique absorbed the summoning as Yada no Kagami soared above Uchiha Yan, dropping explosive eggs. The Hellhound leaped into the air, biting at the yet-to-land foe, while the Chameleon extended its tongue towards the enemy's landing spot. With hands clasped together, Nagato propelled a black sphere into the sky. This seamless series of attacks could be described as exceptionally fluid. Uchiha Yan chose to forego resistance, his skeletal form dissipating into a cloud of smoke the instant it was struck. Simultaneously, a colossal black Susanoo rose behind Nagato, casting a shadow over him. Uchiha Yan raised a hand, slicing towards the location of the heavenly star. The pitch-black, dazzling zero-style slash. Perhaps not. While melodious, it feels somewhat lengthy. Uchiha Yan unleashed several slashes towards the three summoned beasts. Observing Nagato preparing to employ the summoning technique once more, Uchiha Yan felt a flutter in his eyelids. Summoning technique, outer path. Before Nagato's palm could touch the ground, he noticed ice crystals reflecting a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. His movements abruptly slowed, and a dazed expression overtook him. The Susanoo dissipated, and Uchiha Yan instantly appeared behind Nagato, placing a palm upon his back. Sealing Evil Seal. Simultaneously, an ice Senbon pierced Nagato's body, encasing him in ice. In the real world, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the system cradled a pepper in its left arm while holding a book titled Intimate Heaven in its right. If one were to disregard the title, it appeared as though a picturesque scene had unfolded. A young boy reclined in the corner of the room, his features gentle, with a smooth, pale face pressed closely against a chubby-faced cat. Beneath long, slightly curled eyelashes, his dark eyes fixated intently on the text within the book, as if deeply engrossed in study. His lips parted slightly, imbued with an endearing undertone. "Pepper, could you please turn the page for me?" The pepper licked its paw and extended a claw to flip a page. Alas, there were no illustrations. Otherwise, it might have comprehended the content as well. "System, could you refrain from speaking to me in that tone while hovering over my face?" Uchiha Yan remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, host, you're back? Did you win?" "Yes, I did not employ my ocular techniques or complete Susanoo." He did not utilize the outer path's golem, for reasons unknown. Uchiha Yan felt exceedingly fatigued after experiencing an abundance of events within a single day. "By the way, have you finished your homework?" Never mind. I shall complete it myself." Uchiha Yan tossed a small Liu Bei into the system space, forming a hand sign to create a shadow clone. "You go right. Why don't you go yourself?" The shadow clone looked up, casting a cold gaze at the original. Uchiha Yan frowned. "If you don't want to go, just leave." With that, an ice spike materialized in his hand, aimed at the shadow clone. The shadow clone instinctively intended to use Susanoo for defense, but suddenly recalled that they were at home. Upon this thought, an ice wall surged forth from beneath, effectively thwarting the icy projectiles. Simultaneously, a single hand formed a seal. Ice release. Miao Huajiao let out a frightened cry, curling up in Uchiha Yan's embrace. The shadow clone's gaze softened instantaneously, causing the ice wall to melt away and vanish. Uchiha Yan pondered briefly and mockingly threatened, "Hurry and write, or today you shall dine on cat meat." The shadow clone regarded the original with an expression akin to disbelief. "You must be jesting." Nevertheless, it obediently set about completing its homework. Huajiao gazed at the caretaker with incredulity. You are not my true caretaker. The other one is, right? Uchiha Yan hurriedly scratched Huajiao's chin in a soothing manner. I was merely teasing. Do not take it to heart. 10 minutes later, the shadow clone finished its task and rose to its feet. Throughout this time, Uchiha Yan had been comforting Huajiao, and upon seeing the shadow clone stand, he finally spoke. Since you have completed your work, you may leave. The shadow clone retorted coldly. Have you never considered that you may be the shadow clone? It is you who should depart. The scene before Uchiha Yan shifted rapidly, and he gazed disdainfully at the youth in the corner cradling the white cat. Merely a mass of chakra, he scoffed. Since you are so in need of education, I shall oblige. Chapter 36. A sound-beating Jinjutsu. Released. The scene before Uchiha Yan returned to normal as he gently stroked the cat's head, his eyes lifting to unleash a Jinjutsu. Once the shadow clone dispelled the illusion, another Jinjutsu was hurled its way. A relentless cycle ensued. Observing the shadow clone's dwindling chakra, Uchiha Yan finally ceased. Such a repugnant method of combat. With that, the shadow clone smirked, dissipating with a resounding pop, transferring its memories and experiences back to the original. This expressionless original was irksome, barking orders as if he held some higher status. As the shadow clone vanished, Uchiha Yan was struck by a severe wave of dizziness. Toppling over, he closed his eyes, regaining composure after a moment. Upon reopening them, he found himself gazing into a pair of round, gemstone-like eyes, filled with concern. Uchiha Yan embraced Huajiao for a brief moment. After a while, he mustered the strength to stand. I cannot allow this. The more I think, the angrier I become. He formed hand seals, conjuring a shadow clone with a minuscule amount of chakra. Seizing the initiative, he launched a Jinjutsu, followed by an ice spike that pierced the shadow clone's form. With a pop, the shadow clone disintegrated. System. In truth, not all shadow clones display such rebelliousness. Many mirror the temperament of the original. System. Please tend to Huajiao for me. I need to take a nap. After a moment, as if recalling something, he added, Ensure Sasuke does not see. I understand. I understand. The host persona must not falter. The system cautiously opened the door, peering into the living room. Uchiha Yan instructed, Utilize the ocular technique of my left eye for perception. Understood. The system activated the Manjiki, sensing that neither the house nor its surroundings harbored anyone, straightened up, and proceeded into the living room. It retrieved some lean beef from the refrigerator, minced it, warmed it briefly, and placed it into a bowl, then fetched a spoon. Miao Huajiao looked up, eyes wide with anticipation towards the caretaker. Lifting it up, the system gently blew on the meat paste in the spoon. In the hopeful gaze of Huajiao, the spoon was brought to its own lips. Quite delicious indeed. Miao? All right, I shall feed you. The system blew on the spoon once more and, feeling it was sufficiently cooled, offered it to Huajiao. Delaying it is time for your medicine in the evening. The system lay on the tatami, its expression focused intently on the contents of the book. It seemed to have completely immersed itself in the narrative. Huajiao Miao, huh? Could you please massage my legs? Miao a bit higher, yes, right there. Apply a bit more pressure. After a while, Huajiao the other leg the system. Burning the midnight oil, finally finished reading this masterpiece of Jiraiya. It lingered on the story, feeling both nostalgic and slightly melancholic, carefully storing it in the system's space, planning to revisit it when time permitted. Upon awakening, Uchiha Yan found Huajiao sleeping on his lap, softly snoring and deeply immersed in slumber. Even when he shifted it, it did not wake. Glancing out the window, he noticed the sky had yet to brighten, having fallen asleep in the afternoon. It was only natural for it to rise early. Since it was still early in the illusionary realm, Uchiha Yan formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. Clenching his fist, the shadow clone furrowed its brow. What are you up to? Sometimes, the bizarre thought processes of the original were incomprehensible even to itself. To eliminate you. A colossal, complete-body Susanoo, towering 100 meters, emerged, striking down at the shadow clone with a single sword. The shadow clone rolled its eyes and retorted, Are you out of your mind? An identical Susanoo materialized behind it. In the afternoon, Huajiao awoke, its stomach growling, and pushed open the door, spotting 2 small bowls on the ground. It scampered over to devour the food. After a long night, such a meager amount was hardly sufficient. Glancing at the refrigerator, it recalled having pilfered food from there before. It was too cold, and that had resulted in an upset stomach. Huajiao stepped outside, heading towards the residence of Shisui. Arriving at the door, it lifted a paw and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment with no response, Huajiao felt dejected. reaching the small pond in the clan's territory. It extended a paw, hoping to catch a small fish, but lacking claws, the fish escaped. Sadness flowed like a river at that moment. A little tabby cat approached the pond, observing the unsuccessful Huajiao. With ease, it hooked a fish with its claws and taunted Huajiao with a call, as if mocking its inability to catch a fish. In the face of such provocation, Huajiao would never relent. It stepped towards the tabby cat, Meow sensing danger. The little tabby bared its sharp teeth, crouching slightly and issuing a warning growl. Huajiao disregarded it and continued advancing. Seeing Huajiao ignore its warning, the little tabby, in a fit of rage, lifted a paw, revealing its sharp claws, and lunged at Huajiao. Huajiao took the hit and retaliated with a swift paw, striking the little tabby in the face and sending it tumbling into the pond. Then, without further ado, it began to relish the fish that the tabby had caught. After climbing back onto the shore, the little tabby shook off the water and angrily charged at Huajiao. As it approached, Huajiao, with a mouthful of food, raised a paw and pressed it down upon the little tabby cat's head. The tabby struggled, yet remained utterly immobile. Once Huajiao had savored the fish to its satisfaction, it carelessly swatted the tabby back into the pond. Feeling somewhat sated, Huajiao strolled leisurely towards home. After a short while, it abruptly halted, lifting its gaze to behold the little tabby perched atop a rooftop, beneath which lay a hornet's nest. With a swift swipe, the tabby knocked the nest away and fled. Huajiao's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Meow? Huajiao appeared pitiable, its round face swollen like a dumpling, tears glistening at the corners of its eyes, while its body and four legs, including its little paws, were slightly swollen, making it look rather bloated as it limped homeward. Just as Huajiao neared home, the little tabby suddenly dashed out from an alley, letting out a cry, followed by a dozen wild cats rushing in from all directions, encircling Huajiao, among them a ninja cat clad in a costume. Rage filled Huajiao's eyes as it disregarded the other wild cats, charging directly at the little tabby. Startled, the tabby took flight, prompting the others to rush toward Huajiao. Suppressing the pain in its paws, Huajiao struck out, one by one, but was ambushed by the ninja cat, which slashed Huajiao's cheek with its sharp claws. In retaliation, Huajiao swatted the ninja cat, sending it staggering back several steps, however, lacking claws. The ninja cat was left slightly dazed but unharmed. Seeing this, the little tabby attempted a sneak attack, scratching Huajiao with two paws before being pinned to the ground, disregarding the flurry of other cats surrounding it, and delivered a series of blows. The ninja cat shook its head and swiftly charged forward, sinking its teeth into Huajiao's nape. Huajiao remained immobilized, besieged and torn at by a throng of cats. The little tabby lay on its back, stars dancing before its eyes, blood trickling from its mouth and nose. Realizing Huajiao had ceased to resist, the ninja cat hurriedly picked up the little tabby, preparing to take it away for treatment. Just as it departed, a furious shout echoed from a distance. "Hey, what are you doing? Get lost." Upon hearing the commotion, the cats promptly scattered. Sasuke rushed over to the pitifully battered Huajiao. Chapter 37, Healing Eye Technique. Meow? Huajiao cried out in agony. "Does it hurt? I am sorry for returning late. I shall take you to the hospital at once." With two spinning tomo in his eyes, Sasuke shot an angry glance in the direction the cats had fled before carefully scooping up Huajiao, disregarding his training, and hastily made his way to the pet hospital. Uchiha Yan glanced at the sky, bidding farewell to his classmates and the ever-reliable assistant. It was, indeed, a bountiful day. Uchiha Yan made another visit to the pet store, purchasing a ball and a cardboard box for Huajiao. The cat would surely delight in the box. Casting his eyes around, he noticed some nutritious canned cat food and bought a few cans as well. After paying, he placed everything into the box, thinking of Huajiao's head bobbing while eating. Uchiha Yan felt inexplicably cheerful. In the past 6 months, Huajiao has been akin to a system, continuously healing the inner turmoil of Uchiha Yan. Along the way, the host inquired, "Can you guess what I've discovered?" "What?" "Take a wild guess." "I won't guess." "All right then, host, take a look at the system marketplace." Uchiha Yan opened the system marketplace and browsed, only to find an unexpected addition, a puppet technique. Is it a spy? Indeed. It was scanned from a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Care to guess which one? After contemplation, Uchiha Yan responded, "I recall that the spy work in Tsunade is managed by eyes. This teacher must be one of his operatives. Since you prompted me to guess, it must be someone I know. I can eliminate Mizuki and Irika, leaving only our homeroom teacher." Hee, impressive. Will the host take action? Not interested. Besides, the village will discover it sooner or later. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Irika to become the homeroom teacher. At the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Yan frowned as he noticed several pools of blood near his home, but he felt no inclination to investigate further. Just as he opened the door to enter, his steps suddenly halted. Upon closer inspection of the bloodstains on the ground, he noticed a few strands of white fur nearby. The cardboard box in his hand fell to the ground, and his pupils constricted. At the pet hospital, Sasuke looked at the heartless Huajiao, who yawned despite its pain. Meowing pitifully, he recalled what his classmate's sister had said about their injured dog. 7 or 8 bones are broken, and a few more are fractured. There isn't a single part of its body that isn't scathed. If it weren't so robust and resilient, it might have succumbed during the journey here. Sasuke, visibly anxious, asked, "Can Huajiao be cured?" Inuzuka Han pointed affirmatively. Even for a ninja cat, such injuries will require several months of care to heal completely. Sasuke then exhaled a long breath. Uchiha Yan expanded his senses, but did not detect Sasuke and Huajiao in the clan grounds. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the pet hospital, employing the body flicker technique to accelerate. He was unaware of Huajiao's current condition, if the injuries were too severe. The spatial rift produced during the summoning technique might inadvertently exacerbate Huajiao's suffering. Upon nearing the pet hospital, he indeed sensed Sasuke and Huajiao's presence. As he pushed open the hospital door, he caught sight of Sasuke attempting to administer medication to Huajiao, who was shaking its head side to side, seemingly in pain from a hornet sting, letting out a pained cry. Sasuke hesitated, unsure whether to take advantage of the moment to feed Huajiao the medicine, fearing it might choke. Hearing the door creak open, both the boy and the cat turned their gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing its caretaker, Huajiao became suddenly animated, meowing incessantly despite its pain, as if to complain about the bullying cats and that wretched feline. As it continued to call out, its large, round eyes began to fill with tears, ultimately bursting into a torrent of weeping. Once it had finished its lament, its swollen face bore an expression of utter grievance. Ignoring the furious voice of the system echoing in his mind, Uchiha Yan approached Sasuke and said, "Let me handle this." Sasuke, with a twitch of his eyelid, nodded and handed over the bowl. At that moment, he sensed an unusual danger emanating from Auto. Uchiha Yan softly remarked, "Soon, I shall take you to exact vengeance. But first, drink the medicine. You must be parched, your throat is hoarse." Meow Huajiao obediently opened its mouth. Once the concoction was administered, Huajiao smacked its lips, the medicinal liquid trickling down its chin. Yin instinctively reached out to poke its head, but halted, recalling its injuries. With a hint of exasperation, he said, "You refuse to drink even a drop of this bitter brew." Huajiao stuck out half of its tongue and feigned death. Yin placed the bowl on the table and meticulously examined Huajiao's wounds, noting that they had been merely treated with basic healing jutsu. He gently lifted it into his arms. Sasuke opened his mouth, about to protest, when he noticed a complex pattern forming in Auto's eyes, leaving him speechless. "Have you awakened the same eyes as your father, brother?" "And Shisui?" "Indeed, one of them is a healing ocular technique," Auto replied. "It is fortunate that I chose the healing technique at that moment. This ocular art is known as Guardian." Uchiha Yan began to unwrap the bandages from Huajiao. Sasuke, seeing this, hurriedly inquired, "Did you awaken these eyes because you mentioned casting Jinjutsu on yourself?" Yan's lips curved slightly, not entirely, but casting Jinjutsu on oneself can indeed enhance Yin chakra. Once sufficiently strengthened, a mere small opportunity can lead to the awakening of these eyes. "Well, although I lack talent in Jinjutsu, I shall strive to master it," Sasuke declared, gazing into Auto's eyes as if he had discovered a clearer objective. "If you truly cannot grasp it, feel free to seek my assistance." Agreed. Uchiha Yan had expended a significant portion of his ocular power, yet he managed to completely heal Huajiao's injuries. After giving the lively Huajiao a playful pat on the head, he cradled it in his arms. "You truly are a source of concern." Upon encountering Inuzuka Hana, who was drawing medicine from a vial with a syringe, Yin instinctively took a half-step back. Huajiao instantly bristled, burying its head into its caretaker's embrace. Inuzuka Hana chuckled, "You must be part of Huajiao's family as well. Just one more injection, and it can be discharged. A few months of rest at home, and it will be well. Huajiao has recovered. Thank you, doctor." Uchiha Yan expressed his sincere gratitude. Is this truly Huajiao? It has healed so swiftly. Has Lady Tsunade returned to the village?" Inuzuka Hana inquired, puzzled. Seeing Huajiao with its head down, she raised a paw to wave, confirming its identity, which only added to her confusion. I possess some medical ninjutsu as well, Uchiha Yan explained, and he reiterated his thanks to Inuzuka Hana. His right eye's ocular power was sufficient to restore two near-death individuals to health. Given that Huajiao had expended so much of his ocular energy after receiving treatment from Inuzuka Hana, it was evident that Huajiao had been on the brink of death. Thus, referring to her as Huajiao's savior was no exaggeration. Huajiao turned its head and called out to the veterinarian, expressing gratitude. The sight of Inuzuka Hanami and her adorable pet, while glancing at the one-eyed dog sleeping by the wall, made him feel that his own dog was lacking in charm. Chapter 38. Surely, you do not believe that Uchiha Yan is easy to deal with? After settling the medical expenses, a diamond-shaped pendant crafted from ice release materialized in Uchiha Yan's hand. Observing Inuzuka Hanami's astonished expression, he offered an explanation. This pendant, upon infusing it with chakra, would summon my shadow clone, although it can only be utilized once. Should you encounter any difficulties or insurmountable problems in the future, you may activate it with your chakra. Maintaining the temperature of this ice pendant requires a continuous expenditure of chakra from Uchiha Yan. However, this amount is negligible for him, comparable to a drop in the ocean. Not considering the Nine Tails, he currently possesses more chakra than future Naruto. The shadow clone is capable of employing the ocular techniques of his right eye and can wield the complete Susanoo, delivering the most formidable strike, the Abyssal Dazzling /0. Inuzuka Hanami accepted the pendant, smiling as she remarked, "What a curious ability. Thank you very much." She did not ponder too deeply, merely recalling the medical ninjutsu that this shadow clone could perform. Upon exiting the pet hospital, Uchiha Yan instructed Sasuke to return home, first while he took Hanami's pet, Huajiao, to purchase a scratching post. "Meow!" Huajiao exclaimed joyfully, seemingly indicating that the caretaker had indeed resolved not to trim its nails any longer. As Uchiha Yan approached the clan grounds, he formed seals, creating 6 shadow clones. "Host, are you truly resolved to proceed this way? Is it not somewhat? My strength is to protect my family. If I fail to safeguard them, then I shall seek vengeance." He had already prepared himself for a confrontation with Shisui. As the clan leader, Shisui bore the responsibility and obligation to protect all within the Uchiha clan. Host Uchiha Yan's fundamental ninja abilities. Ninjutsu, 15 Jinjutsu, 30 Taijutsu, 10 Strength, 10 Seals, 10 Spirit, 11 The 6 shadow clones swiftly formed hand seals. A magical illusion barrier enveloped the entire Uchiha clan grounds, rendering it indistinguishable from the outside. Within the barrier, the sky darkened ominously, while no abnormalities were detectable from outside. Over the past 6 months, Huajiao had seamlessly integrated into the family. Uchiha Yan's utmost boundary lay in his family. Cradling Huajiao, Uchiha Yan's expression turned icy as he gazed intently in a certain direction. In the next moment, he appeared beside the calico cat. "Is it?" he inquired of Huajiao. Meow! Huajiao nodded before extending her tiny paw to pat the caretaker's chest, attempting to soothe his anger. The calico cat's eyes widened in terror, seeking to flee, yet found itself utterly immobilized. Uchiha Yan ensnared the calico cat with chakra threads, subsequently tightening them to grasp the cat firmly in his palm. After extracting its memories, Uchiha Yan's expression grew even colder. He had initially suspected external interference, only to discover that the true culprit behind Huajiao's near-fatal injury was merely a stray cat. Observing the now mindless calico, an ice spike emerged, piercing its body. And upon contact, the spike detonated. In the next moment, Uchiha Yan appeared at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's ninja tools shop. This place served as a gathering ground for the Uchiha clan's ninja cats. The disturbance from the barrier had already alarmed the members of the Uchiha clan. Swiftly, several figures emerged before Uchiha Yan, while others hurriedly made their way to the scene. "What are you planning to do, Uchiha Yan?" "Step aside," one Uchiha member, his eyes revealing 3 tomo, furrowed his brow and inquired. "First, tell us your intentions. Why have you enveloped our clan's territory with a barrier?" "Step aside. This is the last time I will ask," Uchiha Yan retorted, as he observed the Uchiha members revealing their Sharingan in unison. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Grasping his blade, a black skeletal figure materialized, slicing horizontally toward the gathered Uchiha clan members. "What? Susanoo?" The Uchiha ninjas leaped back, simultaneously launching a counterattack. Fire style. ninja tools, explosive tags. All struck the black Susanoo, but to no avail. Uchiha Yan swung his blade toward the clustered ninjas, only to be intercepted by a green skeletal figure. "Calm down, Yan," shouted Shisui anxiously. "I understand the situation, but the Ninja Cat clan has long been allied with the Uchiha. You cannot harm them. I am calm and fully aware of my actions." "Step aside," Uchiha Yan replied, momentarily using Genjutsu to distract Shisui, then struck the green Susanoo with his blade. A sharp crack echoed as the Susanoo shattered. Shisui, clutching his bleeding eye, stood up and positioned himself in front of the ninja tools shop. Uchiha Yan halted his blade, frowning, and coldly questioned, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Yan, you cannot harm the Ninja Cat clan. The Uchiha's ninja tools and exclusive intelligence come from them," Shisui implored. Uchiha Yan regarded Shisui with impatience. "What does that matter to me? All I know is that my family nearly perished at the hands of that Ninja Cat. Granny Cat has watched Itachi grow up, and both Itachi and Sasuke hold her in deep respect. I can have that Ninja Cat apologize to Huajiao. You wouldn't want Sasuke and Itachi to be saddened, would you? So let this end here." Meow Huajiao, wanting to show respect to Shisui, nudged against the caretaker's chest to calm him, indicating that it had already forgiven the Ninja Cat. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Yan finally reached a decision. To ensure that Huajiao would not be bullied within the clan henceforth, the current intimidation was far from sufficient. "I will say this one last time. Step aside." Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flashed in Shisui's eyes. "If that is the case, then there is no other choice." "Amaterasu," Uchiha Yan coldly scoffed. "Ridiculous." At that moment, a powerful mental force surged forth, effortlessly dismantling the influence of Amaterasu. Shisui's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that even Amaterasu had been countered? The figure of the black Susanoo surged upwards, its colossal blade descending toward Shisui and the ninja tool shop. Gritting his teeth, Shisui conjured the green Susanoo once more. First stage, second stage, third stage of Susanoo. Blood streamed from Shisui's eyes once again. There was no further enhancement possible. Susanoo 99, a colossal figure, was bombarded with an uncountable barrage of pellets, while simultaneously raising its massive hands, bracing itself to withstand the impending strike. The Uchiha clan's ninjas maintained a considerable distance, fully aware that in such a fierce confrontation, even a mere graze could lead to death or severe injury. Thus, they chose to place their trust in the clan leader. Shisui. Sasuke stood not far off, nearly swept away by the enormous gusts generated by the battle, his fists clenched in frustration. Had I truly fallen so far behind? Is this really the power of a ninja, as demonstrated by brother Shisui? Doubts began to cloud Sasuke's mind. A fellow Uchiha ninja attempted to console him, saying, "Do not lose heart, Sasuke. Your brother is a unique anomaly. He is a singularity within the Uchiha lineage." Yet, Sasuke was puzzled. But why are Yen and brother Shisui fighting? He pondered. He understood that Yen likely sought vengeance for the pepper, but what part did Shisui play in all this? Surely he wasn't the cause of the conflict. "One of the ninja cats that injured your little kitten belongs to Granny Cat's household," the ninja remarked. Sasuke paused, then asked, "But why is Yen making such a commotion?" The Uchiha ninja looked at him incredulously. "You cannot seriously believe your brother is easy to reason with? Remember, last year, he played a significant role in the eradication of the radical faction within the Uchiha." Observing Sasuke's shock, he continued, "Many of the clans suspect the reasons behind his actions. He wishes for your father and brother to comprehend the weight of the sin that comes with the slaughter of their kin, a burden he too bears. But consider this, a mere 5-year-old child can unhesitatingly take the lives of his own kin. Even those who have watched you 3 brothers grow up and have guided your training. What does that reveal about your brother?" Sasuke, absorbing the words of his clansmen, gazed blankly at the green Susanoo being forcefully subdued. "So, the one who is truly protected is me?" Chapter 39. The Art of Deception and the Power to Upend Tables, slightly revised. Sasuke felt as though his worldview had shattered. Was Yen truly such a character? The shy, reticent, incredibly gifted yet unambitious brother, who seemed so delicate, often confined to the comforts of home. Was he really capable of such actions? Realization struck Sasuke suddenly, and he sprinted forward. "Hey, Sasuke, where are you going? It's too dangerous." Without looking back, Sasuke shouted, "I must stop Yen. Granny Cat cannot die." The Uchiha clan certainly owed much to the Ninja Cat clan, particularly to their family. The exchanges with the Ninja Cat clan often transcended monetary value. encompassing vital intelligence, and even sending letters or money to parents whose lives had spiraled into chaos. When their parents and older brother departed, they left the majority of their wealth behind, and since their father and mother were clearly unfit to undertake bounty missions, they had requested pocket money in the last correspondence. Not far away, Shisui's Susanoo dissipated as Uchiha Yan swung his blade, only to have Shisui evade the strike in the nick of time, cleaving the street in two. The restraint exhibited was commendable. Otherwise, the full might of the Susanoo would have obliterated the entire clan territory. The clumsy black Susanoo dissipated, revealing Uchiha Yan before Shisui, who was sent flying by a swift kick. Shisui coughed up blood, and while being propelled through the air, he formed hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A fireball infused with shuriken surged rapidly towards Uchiha Yan. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yan's shadow clone appeared behind Shisui, executing hand seals alongside the original. Water release. Water barrier. Shisui's pupils trembled in alarm. This was dire. Indeed, two torrents surged forth, crashing against Shisui from both directions, rendering him immobile amidst the tremendous force of the cascade. Uchiha Yan formed hand seals with one hand. Water release. Water prison. In the next instant, the hollow water prison froze instantaneously. He had no intention of truly harming Shisui, although there was little camaraderie between them. Itachi and Sasuke had always regarded Shisui as an elder brother. The black Susanoo re-emerged. At that moment, Granny Cat emerged, cradling a trembling ninja cat. Do you truly intend to eradicate them all? Chunshui is still young and a bit mischievous. It realizes its mistake now. The ninja cat, sensing the palpable aura of death surrounding it, quivered incessantly. It was uncertain of its transgression. Perhaps it was merely a case of numbers overwhelming the few. Or perhaps it sought to defend its bullied younger sibling. Uchiha Yan, weary of idle chatter, raised the long blade in Susanoo's grasp. The one gravely injured and on the brink of death is not your ninja cat, yet you speak so lightly of it. Who is this moral high ground for? Granny Cat, in despair, closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable. Suddenly, a powerful gust swept through, and the blade did not descend. Granny Cat opened her eyes, astonished to see Sasuke standing before her, arms outstretched in defense. Sasuke, looking up with earnestness, implored, Yen, could you spare the Ninja Cat clan? They truly cannot perish. It was Chunshui who sent letters and money to our parents. It will apologize to Huajiao, and after this incident, no one will dare bully Huajiao again. Uchiha Yan fixed his gaze upon Sasuke's eyes, questioning, then what of Huajiao, who has been by your side for the past 6 months? Is it of lesser importance compared to these? If it were merely a case of being bullied, he would not have been so enraged. He would have strengthened Huajiao to retaliate. Yet Huajiao was gravely injured and on the verge of death. Huajiao quickly embraced its caretaker's neck, whispering in his ear. Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback. Did I frighten you? My apologies. Meow seeing Huajiao's timely intervention, Sasuke quickly urged the ninja cat, Chunshui, hurry and apologize to Huajiao. It has a kind temperament and will forgive you. Despite immense fear, Chunshui understood this was its only chance at survival and decisively broke free from Granny Cat. Approaching the imposing Susanoo, Granny Cat looked at Sasuke with gratitude, saying, Thank you, little Sasuke. Sasuke shook his head, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. Huajiao watched as Chunshui approached. Gathering strength, it prepared to leap. However, its paws slipped, and it remained nestled in its caretaker's embrace. Somewhat anxiously, a voice called out. The Susanoo dissipated, and Uchiha Yan released his grip, watching as the pepper flower fell to the ground and approached Haruki. Host. Observe the name bestowed upon the little kitten, Spring Snow. What a beautiful image it conjures. Now, compare that with the names you have chosen. Uchiha Yan understood that the system aimed to divert his attention, wishing to prevent any discord between him and his clan, as well as with Shisui and Sasuke. After all, the pepper flower was thriving, and their purpose had nearly been fulfilled. Following this incident, the Uchiha clan would likely ensure the pepper flower's protection, preventing it from further harm. Indeed, one should not toy with subtle intentions in front of the host. Now everyone was advising him, asserting that the tide had turned, and he should concede. Is that so? The system quickly stifled its laughter, hastily flattering, No. The magnificent host is not bound by the whims of fate. It nearly forgot that the host was rather obstinate, prone to playing tricks, as evidenced by the cards. It often could not afford to engage, yet possessed the strength to upend the table. The pepper flower and spring snow engaged in close conversation, the nature of which remained unknown, as both felines assumed battle-ready stances. The atmosphere grew tense. Just as spring snow raised a paw, the pepper flower swiftly swatted it away. Spring snow finally grasped the extent of the pepper flower's full power. As it was sent tumbling to the feet of Grandma Hua, Sasuke's expression shifted, but before he could speak, Grandma Hua silenced him. From their exchange, I discerned that the pepper flower merely sought to prove it was not inferior to spring snow, urging little Sasuke not to be alarmed. Uchiha Yan observed the pepper flower, which stood at his feet seeking praise. He picked it up and questioned, somewhat skeptically, "You claim that slap was for my sake?" Meow. Uchiha Yan sighed, saying, "If you choose not to hold it against them, then let them be for now." How could he fail to perceive the deeper meaning behind the pepper flower's actions? That slap was intended to save Spring Snow's life, while Spring Snow's reception of it aimed to placate him. The deterrent effect should suffice for the moment. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, Uchiha Yan summoned dozens of shadow clones to clear the feral cats from the clan's territory. An elder of the Uchiha clan obstructed Shisui, who sought to intervene, stating, "This is already his greatest concession." In truth, aside from some buildings and the feral cats, the Uchiha suffered minimal losses, did they not? These feral cats often gathered to vie for territory, engaging in brawls that disturbed the peace and proliferated rapidly. While some clan members cherished cats, the majority had long harbored dissatisfaction. However, none wished to assume the role of the villain. Shisui sighed. "How shall we explain this to the village?" The Uchiha elder replied. An explosion occurred at a ninja tool shop within the Uchiha territory, triggered by a curious ninja cat channeling chakra into a detonating tag, causing a chain reaction that obliterated the vicinity. Once the barrier dissipates, you will need to arrange for the traces of battle to be eradicated. Shisui bowed in gratitude. The Uchiha clan unanimously believed that such matters should remain concealed from outsiders, including Shisui, who had transcended the clan's ideology. The prowess of Uchiha Yan might instill panic among the current leadership of Konoha, especially since the Uchiha had not yet fully integrated into the village. Uchiha Yan was not one to be easily placated. Should the village choose to apply pressure, the now mature Uchiha Yan would not show leniency toward them. Given his current unwavering stance, Shisui felt a chill run down his spine at the prospect of a confrontation with the village. However, Shisui overlooked a crucial point. While Uchiha Yan's strength could indeed provoke fear among the higher-ups, it could also inflate the ambitions of certain clan members. At that moment, an Uchiha clansman approached Uchiha Yan, kneeling fervently before him and exclaiming, "Lord Yan, with your strength, it would not be an exaggeration to declare you the strongest not only in Konoha, but in the entire shinobi world. Thus, I beseech you to lead the Uchiha clan and restore the glory of our ancestors." Chapter 40. He has begun again. Some clan members stirred with enthusiasm at these words, yet many others chose to observe in silence. Uchiha Yan remained motionless, gesturing for the clansmen to continue. The Uchiha, trembling with excitement, proclaimed, "Lord Yan, if you were to eliminate the third Hokage and ascend as the fifth, the name of the Uchiha would echo throughout the shinobi realm. Your parents and brother would surely learn of it, and reclaiming your place in Konoha would be but a word from you. After all, this debt is owed to the Uchiha by Konoha. Why should the Hokage be solely from the Senju clan?" Having finished his impassioned plea, the initially agitated clansman suddenly fell silent, realizing he had revealed himself as a radical, attempting to use Uchiha Yan as a pawn, a Na'vi endeavor. In an instant, a massive column of water erupted from the ground, crashing into the clansman and propelling him onto a shard of ice, which shattered upon impact, scattering blood, bones, and flesh across the ground. The rest of the clan members, who had been stirred to action, were abruptly calmed by the display. Uchiha Yan disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around him and strode homeward. Uchiha Izumi, observing the scene, remarked with a hint of admiration, "Truly worthy of being Itachi's brother. He is remarkable." Yet upon recalling Itachi, a shadow of melancholy crossed Uchiha Izumi's face. Sasuke, noticing that his friend Dudu had ignored him and walked away, assumed he was upset and hurried after him. As Uchiha Yan absorbed the memories relayed by his shadow clone, he placed the pepper he had been holding on the ground and swiftly formed hand seals to dispel the barrier. If the Yin formation were not integrated with illusion techniques, it could be dispelled with a single tiger seal. However, once intertwined with illusion, it required over 50 seals. This illusionary barrier, akin to a magical mirror of ice, was under Uchiha Yan's absolute control beneath the shroud of dark clouds. Its only flaw lay in his lack of familiarity with the technique, as the numerous seals made simplification exceedingly challenging. This indicated that he bore no intention of harming Shisui. Otherwise, within this illusionary barrier, his Susanoo could expand several folds more, rendering Shisui's Susanoo incapable of even reaching his knee. Dismantling Shisui's Susanoo would be as effortless as twisting off a bottle cap. He could also emulate Uchiha Madara, effortlessly obliterating entire mountains with a single stroke. Uchiha Yan harbored lingering ire in his heart, contemplating these trivial matters. The little cat, Huajiao, scampered merrily at his feet. Uchiha Yan found Huajiao's gait remarkably soothing, his expression softening somewhat. However, upon hearing footsteps behind him, his demeanor promptly reverted to its norm. The two, accompanied by a cat, proceeded in silence, neither uttering a word. Sensing Sasuke's occasionally peculiar glances, Uchiha Yan broke the tranquility. "What is it? Why do you keep looking at me with that expression?" Sasuke shook his head, replying, "I merely feel that you have suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar. If you were gravely injured and on the brink of death, I would seek vengeance for you as well." As Sasuke beheld Uchiha Yan's earnest expression, the corners of his mouth twitched. Though he ought to be touched, the sentiment eluded him, and the more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Sasuke picked up the hefty Huajiao and inquired, "There are many innocent wildcats in our clan's territory. Why must you eradicate them all? Do you not keep Huajiao because you genuinely adore cats? There are over 10 of them. I cannot be bothered to search for each one, so I decided to eliminate them all." His inclination to eradicate an entire clan over a single ninja cat exemplified Uchiha Yan's reasoning quite aptly. Noticing Huajiao's gaze upon him, Uchiha Yan gently tapped its forehead and confessed, "I do not particularly love cats. I merely cherish Huajiao, having taken a liking to it at first sight." System, he has begun again. He has started once more. Meow. Huajiao, touched, kicked off Sasuke, landing back in the embrace of its caretaker. Sasuke stumbled back, gazing at Huajiao in exasperation. Before Uchiha Yan could gather Huajiao again, a series of explosions erupted from afar, centered around the Uchiha clan's territory, audible to nearly half of Konoha's ninjas. Startled, Huajiao's fur stood on end as Uchiha Yan swiftly scooped it up, offering consolation. Konoha Village. Mere seconds after the explosion at the Uchiha clan's territory, the sky was inundated with a swarm of Konoha ninjas, hastily converging towards the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage, clad in battle attire, stood at the entrance of the Uchiha territory, with an increasing number of Konoha ninjas arriving behind him. Uchiha Shisui and the elders of the Uchiha clan hurriedly exited the compound. Observing the situation, the third Hokage's concerns lessened. It appeared that the village was not under attack. Konoha could not withstand further turmoil. With a serious expression, the third Hokage turned to the two and asked, "Shisui, what on earth has transpired?" The skilled actor, Shisui, donned a pained smile as he recited the prepared explanation, bowing in apology to the gathering Konoha ninjas. The elder of the Uchiha clan, representing the conservative faction, bowed in gratitude, expressing appreciation for the swift arrival of aid despite past grievances. This gesture of goodwill was duly noted by the Uchiha clan. "How considerate," mused the third Hokage inwardly, before responding with a warm smile. "There is no need for thanks. We are all family within the village." The Uchiha elder displayed a certain astuteness, positioning himself as an observer, which allowed him to perceive the essence of matters more clearly. Uchiha Yan reassured the anxious Sasuke. "Do not fret. The clan aims to conceal my strength to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The Uchiha have yet to fully integrate into Konoha, and revealing my capabilities would keep the village leaders awake at night." Sasuke nodded in understanding. "Then I shall keep this secret as well." Yan added, "Jishui will issue a confidentiality directive. You will likely be reminded of it when we leave the clan grounds tomorrow. Is that so?" Sasuke pondered, gazing blankly at Udu, murmuring, "I wonder if I will ever be able to catch up to you in this lifetime." "Do not be disheartened. You have your own path to tread, and I have mine. Before I depart, I will help elevate your strength. Why not begin today?" Sasuke, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Today? Are you referring to the use of Genjutsu?" Yan affirmed with a nod, lifting his gaze to the starry sky. He was uncertain about when he would leave this world of shinobi, as the energy of the system had already diminished by over 20%. It might deplete before he graduated from the Ninja Academy, at which point he would depart for a technological civilization to reactivate the system. He could not guarantee when he would return to the world of ninjas. This uncertainty was the reason he could only passively alter Sasuke's fate while being unable to actively change Naruto's destiny. He even abandoned the notion of sealing Kaguya Otsutsuki, as she served as the finest sharpening stone for Naruto's resolute growth. While Naruto would mature into a formidable shinobi on his own, Sasuke, whose fate had already been altered, would find it challenging. Thus, in order to ensure his family's survival through the crises of the shinobi world, Yen resolved to enhance Sasuke's strength as much as possible before his departure. Yet, he remained unaware that altering Sasuke's destiny would inevitably impact Naruto's fate, triggering a chain reaction. Chapter 41. Sasuke's psychological shadows of the Byakugan. As Sasuke glanced at the sky, a sense of anticipation filled him. When shall we begin today? I wonder if I can reach the level of the 3 tomo. We shall start before you sleep, Yen replied. Upon returning home, the lively pet, Pepper, excitedly dashed towards a cardboard box in the room, having escaped from the caretaker's arms. Eagerly, Sasuke headed towards his room, preparing to lie down and undergo the transformative experience of Jinjutsu. Why does this room suddenly feel so eerie? Sasuke murmured with curiosity. As time passed slowly, just as Sasuke began to feel drowsy, a peculiar sound echoed from the entrance, resembling something scraping against the floor, followed by the door being pushed open. Sasuke sat up, quietly inquiring, "Is that you, Pepper?" With a sudden clap, a pale hand struck the doorframe. Sasuke was startled, his body instinctively recoiling as the ominous pattern of the Sharingan flickered into his eyes. He shouted, "Who is it?" At that moment, a pale hand vanished into thin air. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. Just as he attempted to rise, a frigid hand clapped down on his shoulder. He tried to turn around, but to his dismay, found himself utterly immobilized, unable to utter a single cry for help. A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. The icy hand, somewhat sticky, inched closer to his eyes. At last, he caught sight of the hand, ghastly pale, with wriggling insects crawling upon it. A wave of nausea washed over him, and just as the hand was about to make contact with his eye, it abruptly vanished. Sasuke discovered that he could move his head again, yet his voice remained trapped within him, leaving him to stare longingly at the doorway, hoping that the formidable Udo would sense the anomaly and come to his rescue. However, fate seldom grants such wishes. A white figure scuttled past the entrance with blinding speed. Though swift, Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to perceive the figure clearly, and his complexion paled. The crawling entity was upright, with long hair cascading around it, and a face smeared with blood, rendering its features unrecognizable. Panic surged within Sasuke as the figure inexplicably retreated, causing his pupils to constrict to pinpricks. He silently screamed, "Don't come any closer." The horrific presence moved with astonishing speed, swiftly entering Sasuke's room and politely closing the door behind it. In despair, Sasuke wished to shut his eyes, only to find them stubbornly open. The figure had already climbed onto the ceiling. Daring not to look up, his eyes betrayed him, glancing upwards to meet a pair of pure, untainted pupils. Uchiha Yan needed to harness his imagination to conjure this illusion, having merely adapted the spine-chilling narratives from horror films he had seen at home. Uchiha Yan beckoned towards the box containing Huajiao. "Huajiao, come here." A head peeked out, round, curious eyes filled with confusion. "Come here," he insisted. Huajiao feigned deafness, quickly retreating back into the box, refusing to emerge. Uchiha Yan's expression darkened. Just as he was about to employ an illusion to compel Huajiao to approach, he suddenly sensed that one of Sasuke's Sharingan had advanced to the 3rd tomo, while the other remained at 2. He frowned slightly. Sasuke's talent for in release was indeed lacking. Thus, he resolved to exert even more effort. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, Naruto sat beside Uchiha Yan and inquired, "Where's Sasuke? Why isn't he here today?" Uchiha Yan replied, "He is ill and hospitalized." After a brief pause, he added, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. A few injections will suffice." He informed Sasuke that his ocular technique could not mend the wounds inflicted upon his psyche. The concern etched on Naruto's face began to ease. "I'll let Shikamaru and the others know. After school, we want to visit Ute first. We'll go see Sasuke at the hospital instead." "No, Sasuke is very resilient." After school, Uchiha Yan emerged from the Ninja Academy and raised an eyebrow at Sasuke, who stood not far away. "Are you ready?" Sasuke scoffed disdainfully, his expression brimming with pride as he replied, "It's merely a trivial trick." If it allows me to awaken those eyes, I would endure it countless times. Host, take a look at him. Then look at yourself, Uchiha Yan silently lamented. At least I haven't been crying and screaming for help. Have I? You had Hwaja with you. I had no one. I had nothing. Choosing not to respond to the system's remarks, Uchiha Yan turned his attention back to Sasuke and asked, "Shall we continue today?" Sasuke swallowed hard, especially upon noticing a classmate with white eyes slowly emerging from the school. He took a step back, but still insisted, "If we continue, then so be it. Who's afraid? After all, I won't die. Besides, you train this way, so I can too." Uchiha Yan scrutinized Sasuke. Despite some shadows of doubt, he still exhibited considerable courage. Thus, he thought, why not change the method of training tonight? Sasuke inquired, "Are we going to train now?" "Later tonight. I'll go home and bring Hwajiao out. It hasn't left the clan grounds in a while, and I want to take it for a stroll." Sasuke nodded. "All right, then I'll find Yute." Uchiha Yan then visited a pet shop to purchase a box of cat food for Hwajiao. The feline relished this delicacy after buying it yesterday. Hwajiao devoured 3 cans as if they were dessert, sometimes craving another can as a snack. This cat food was rather expensive. One can equated to the price of 3 bowls of Ichiraku ramen, and Hwajiao had 4 meals a day. As Uchiha Yan walked home, he pondered the situation. The money might not last for many years. Before long, Hwajiao might have to settle for meager meals, but that wasn't a significant issue. If it fell ill, its owner could use ocular techniques to heal it. Upon returning home, he entered to find Hwajiao nestled in a cardboard box. Typically, it would rush to greet him at the door upon hearing any noise. "Hwajiao," Uchiha Yan called out. "Meow," Hwajiao responded, remaining still. Uchiha Yan retrieved a can, opened it, and playfully threatened, "If you don't come to eat, I might just finish it all myself." Hwajiao hesitated, considering dragging the box over with its mouth. As it had done that morning, after waking in Uchiha Yan's arms last night, it had scampered back to the box, clearly showing its affection for it. This led to Uchiha Yan feeling a tinge of jealousy. The consequences could be dire. In Hwajiao's eyes, the box suddenly sprouted 2 arms and 2 legs, which pushed Hwajiao aside and dashed away, swiftly escaping the house. Meow? Chapter 42. A day of not being human. Hwajiao was momentarily perplexed but quickly chased after it. Upon witnessing Hwajiao's speed, Uchiha Yan frowned, just as the box unexpectedly accelerated. As the box of Sichuan pepper was pulled apart, it exploded with a resounding bang, scattering fragments into the air. The little creature, Pepper, paused in its tracks, its round, glistening eyes fixed in a daze ahead. After a brief moment, Pepper opened its mouth wide, revealing tiny sharp teeth, and emitted a prolonged cry. Meow. This sound was laced with sorrow and despair, akin to an air raid siren. Pepper possessed an adorably rounded face, complemented by its snow-white fur, exuding an air of innocence that might lead one to perceive it as sweet and gentle. Yet it actually had a voice reminiscent of a vice grip. Uchiha Yan cradled Pepper in his arms, gently wiping away the tears from its eyes, and softly reassured, "Mr. Box only sensed its impending demise and avoided hurting you out of compassion. Every little box has its own lifespan, and after prolonged use, it may explode. This time, it was my fault. I didn't anticipate your fondness for it. I promise I won't buy you any more little boxes that might cause you grief. Is that all right?" The system interjected with a question mark. Pepper, nestled in its caretaker's embrace, dabbed at its tears with a paw. Meow. Uchiha Yan understood this as an affirmation from Pepper. After its meal, Pepper consumed only a single can of cat food, clearly still distressed, as its appetite had diminished compared to the previous day. However, Pepper was carefree, and perhaps within a couple of meals, it would forget the incident entirely. As time passed, Uchiha Yan, concerned that Pepper might remain hungry, grabbed 2 cans of cat food and tossed them into the system space, preparing to take Pepper for a stroll in Konoha to lift its spirits. His attention was solely devoted to Pepper. Thus he failed to notice that one of the cans was the very one he had previously threatened Pepper with. The thick, white nutritional broth slowly oozed out, dampening a corner of the intimate haven. Pepper rested its chin on its caretaker's shoulder, tilting its head slightly. Its gaze fixed intently in the direction of the clan, exhibiting a noticeable unease. After a moment, Uchiha Yan tilted his head slightly, contemplating Kakashi, not far behind him. Kakashi concealed himself behind a tree, watching discreetly. Could it truly have been him last time? It seemed implausible. He was merely a schoolboy. Kakashi pondered with uncertainty, yet could not suppress the thought, should I test the waters? Reporting this to the Hokage without further investigation might be rather rash. What if he truly was just an ordinary child? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Kakashi prepared himself to probe further. Ensuring that a repeat of the previous incident would not occur, he adjusted his forehead protector. Kakashi approached Uchiha Yan directly, standing before him, his expression vacant. It was fortuitous indeed. He could summon Obito for a thorough reprimand. Uchiha Yan rummaged through Kakashi's ninja tool pouch, retrieving a pen, and from the system space, he extracted the intimate haven. With a hint of distaste, he flicked off the thick broth from the can, which had smeared onto his hands, and wiped it on Kakashi's ninja vest. Opening to the first page, he inscribed a simple note. Come to Konoha. Ninja technique. Heart turn technique. The three tomo in Kakashi's eyes began to rotate slowly, ultimately merging into a singular form. Shinobi Uchiha Yan casually cast the warm paradise into the Kamui space. Ultimately, he had not sent the shadow clone inside. If he had failed, it might have alarmed Obito, compelling him to take action against Kakashi. After completing these actions, Uchiha Yan intended to turn and depart. However, upon reflection, he surmised that Kakashi's aim was probably to test him, which was hardly different from creating trouble for himself. Uchiha Yan decisively erased the memories related to himself from Kakashi's mind. Subsequently, a mere glance activated the illusion. Before the gaze of the public, he commanded, "Go read your little Liu-bei." In the Kamui space, a solitary figure sat quietly. Obito's eyes were filled with nostalgia and longing. As if Lin's ethereal presence stood before him, he gradually extended a hand, yearning to caress the cheek of the girl before him. Suddenly, a sticky book struck the palm of his hand with a loud thud. Obito gazed at the thick white sauce on the warm paradise, his expression fluctuating between anger and despair. Has Kakashi already begun to wield Kamui? Humph. I have always maintained that Kakashi is undoubtedly a brooding and lascivious fellow. Lin, I miss you. It's all that useless Kakashi's fault. He had promised me he would protect you. Now he dares to emerge. How shameless to indulge in such literature. In a fit of rage, Obito hurled the warm paradise far away. After a while, his heaving chest finally calmed. Reflecting on Kakashi, he naturally recalled Konoha, and the memory of that cold boy who could ruthlessly kill his own kin filled him with admiration. He wished to nurture him as a subordinate by his side. Unfortunately, he had vowed to Itachi Uchiha that he would not harm his two younger brothers. Otherwise, Itachi would disseminate the Akatsuki's information throughout the ninja world. This was also a condition for Itachi's invitation to join the Akatsuki. He was confident in his eloquence. Once Itachi's usefulness waned, he would extract Itachi's eyes and use them to lead that Uchiha boy into darkness. Nagato knew that Itachi was his asset, and he also understood that Itachi was merely a spy with loyalties to Konoha. In their eyes, Itachi held only utilitarian value and was not worthy of trust. Let us allow that boy some time to grow, Obito muttered to himself. Outside of Konoha, with Tai, Naruto, Kiba, and Uchiha Yan sat together. Kiba chuckled. Hana, it seems Akamaru really likes you. Hana looked at the small creature that approached to sniff here and there, raising a paw. Before it could land, the caretaker delivered a swift reprimand. Hana, you mustn't be impolite. Do you not remember that it was Akamaru's sister who saved you the day before yesterday? Hey, my name is Inuzuka Kiba, not Akamaru. My sister's name is Inuzuka Hana. My apologies, Kiba, Uchiha Yan said, rubbing his temples. Meow? You claim you didn't mean to strike Akamaru? You only wished to pet him? My apologies, I misjudged you. Meow? Alright, I offer my sincere apologies. Uchiha Yan produced 2 cans of cat food, placing them before Hana. The flower pepper picked up a can and placed it in front of the lively red, extending its tiny paw to affectionately pat the dog's head. Uchiha Yan turned to Ya, who shook his head and earnestly explained, "It's fine. Dogs can eat cat food, but they shouldn't have it long term." After a brief pause, gazing at the can, he continued, "However, this particular cat food is quite nutritious and safe for dogs to consume at will. And you even bought the most expensive brand. Let's be friends, wealthy one." At that moment, a swift ninja cat dashed towards Uchiha Yan, revealing itself to be Hayuki. Upon reaching him, it came to an abrupt stop, dropping a letter it was holding at his feet before darting away without collecting any payment. Uchiha Yan picked up the letter from the ground, opened it casually, and glanced through it, noting mentions of money and films. He decided to keep the letter for later examination at home. Sasuke had also received a letter and, after bidding farewell to everyone, asked Odo if he wanted to return home with him. Uchiha Yan shook his head. The contents of the letter were merely regarding their financial shortfall, and he planned to gather some money with Sasuke the next day to send it. The rest was likely just to assure him and Sasuke that they need not worry about them. The young couple was actually enjoying a leisurely life in the ninja world, with no significant troubles. Despite their relaxed lifestyle, they carried little money, their greatest asset being Fugaku's bounty of 10 million ryo. Because Fugaku had brought Mikoto with him when he left, Sarutobi Hisashi kindly refrained from classifying Fugaku as a rogue ninja of the highest order, instead marking him as a mid-tier rogue with a bounty of 500,000. As for the reason behind the current bounty of 10 million, it was a sum added by various ninja villages, aimed at causing annoyance to Konoha. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the absurdity. The infamous Itachi, renowned for his Sharingan, was a mere mid-tier rogue? Was Konoha making a mockery of itself? As the couple departed from Konoha, they enjoyed hot springs in the land of soup one day, and the next, they experienced the culture of the land of iron, later appearing in the land of snow, and eventually finding themselves in the land of birds, where they encountered a film crew shooting a movie. Mikoto, intrigued, watched for a while, and coincidentally, the crew was seeking extras, prompting Fugaku to give it a try, hoping to earn some money instead of constantly asking his son for financial support. Didn't he have any pride as a father? The movie had already been released, but the couple felt embarrassed to share this with their 3 sons. As for the film in which Fugaku participated, he played a minor role as a henchman to the main villain, merely an extra, given his lack of acting skills. Although the film did not flop, it also did not earn much, primarily due to a critical flaw that resulted in poor ratings, most negative comments directed at him, criticizing his exaggerated performance that seemed out of place. Those unaware might have thought he was the main villainous boss, but was that truly the case? How could he project such a commanding presence, yet find himself evenly matched with a soldier trembling before the protagonist? Accompanied by his dog, he arrived to witness the spectacle, the canine lifting its tail at the sight of his entrance on the grand screen. Yet, have you not yet bested the minions? Is it not rather audacious of you to partake in the crew's provisions with such lackluster performance? Have you no sense of restraint? Another wave of criticism was directed at the director, who was said to lack the ability to utilize actors effectively, consequently implicating Miss Shuehue. The director, however, found himself in a rather unfortunate position. After all, Fuyue was a novice, devoid of acting experience. How could one expect him to immediately assume a pivotal role? As dusk fell, Uchiha Yan returned home cradling a pepper, only to encounter Sasuke's expression, a tapestry of complexities. Uchiha Yan, assuming something amiss, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" Sasuke, with a hint of unspoken troubles, replied, "You will understand once you read the letter." Uchiha Yan nodded, retreating into the house. Upon perusing the contents of the letter, he finally comprehended the reason behind Sasuke's expression. Mikoto had taken on a godsister for her 3 children, essentially securing a younger god-aunt for them than Itachi himself. Uchiha Yan sighed. The couple, now liberated from pressure, seemed to have cast off all restraints. Had they been suppressed for so long that they were now rebounding? This godsister, known as Fugaku's Yuki, was but a stage name. Her true name was Kazahana Koyuki. Initially, during filming, Kazahana Koyuki's demeanor towards them was anything but amiable. Despite her youth, she possessed a reputation and commendable acting skills, rendering her popularity essential for the film's success. The modestly attired couple chose to remain silent. It could be said that no one would concern themselves with the attitude of an aunt. However, as time passed, the couple discovered that Kazahana Koyuki's indifference was not directed at them per se, but rather was her demeanor towards everyone. During filming, due to Fuyue's lack of acting prowess, the director had to halt and reshoot several scenes, yet Kazahana Koyuki exhibited no signs of impatience. Before the scene commenced, her expression remained perpetually aloof, exuding an aura of distance. Asama Santai, perceiving Mikoto's bewilderment, recounted Kazahana Koyuki's past, hoping that Mikoto and her husband could exhibit a measure of tolerance towards her behavior. This couple, upon closer inspection, were evidently not ordinary folk. Their aura transcended the simple garb they wore, embodying a presence absent from the average ninja or noble. Their every gesture seemed to command authority. Santai, once a minister of the land of snow, possessed the discernment to recognize this. Uchiha Yan furrowed his brow at this revelation. He could sense Santai's ulterior motives even amidst the leaves of Konoha. It was implausible that Santai would casually divulge Kazahana Koyuki's story to a stranger without intent. Clearly, Santai sought to exploit Mikoto's compassion, betting that she would develop a sense of pity for the princess, and perhaps, in the future, assist her in reclaiming her rightful kingdom. Indeed, this was the case. Santai gambled on the notion that the seemingly gentle Mikoto would harbor sympathy for the princess, potentially leading the couple to inadvertently aid her in regaining what rightfully belonged to her. Through their recent interactions, Mikoto began to understand that Kazahana Koyuki's cold exterior was merely a fade, a protective shield for her true self. In the days that followed, Mikoto indeed bestowed additional care upon Koyuki. After all, this young girl was even younger than her own son, yet had endured such considerable hardships. Years had passed, and she still lived in fear of her treacherous uncle, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Mikoto, with her gentle demeanor, effortlessly disarmed Koyuki, leading to a swift warming of their relationship. Koyuki frequently referred to her as Sister Mikoto, a title that brought great satisfaction to the 35-year-old Mikoto, filling her with joy. Subsequently, Mikoto began to affectionately call her sister Koyuki in private. As their interactions lengthened, both Mikoto and Fugaku discovered that the seemingly guarded Koyuki possessed a delightful personality and was remarkably easy to get along with. Moreover, Koyuki often assisted Fugaku with his acting, addressing him as brother-in-law, which startled him. Eventually, Mikoto and Koyuki's bond grew so strong that they shared the same bed. As for Fugaku, there were plenty of rooms in the production crew's accommodations, allowing him the freedom to choose his quarters. The letter also mentioned that if he ever encountered Aunt Koyuki, he must be polite and greet her, especially regarding his speech. This demand was quite a tall order. Imagining Itachi, with a facade of politeness, a hint of discomfort, a forced smile, and an overwhelming sense of exasperation, addressing a girl even younger than himself, as Aunt painted a rather picturesque scene. The joy level stood at 8. Yet, there was no denying that Koyuki had earned Fugaku's acknowledgement and recognition. A resounding triumph. Chapter 44, Bankruptcy Later. Mikoto also broached the subject of assisting Koyuki in restoring her nation. However, little did she anticipate that their friendship would nearly shatter over this matter. Ultimately, through the heartfelt persuasion of Sandaime, Koyuki made a daring escape one moonless, tempestuous night. She was aware that both Mikoto and Fugaku were ninjas, yet she perceived the Windflower Fury as insurmountable. The shadow of Windflower Fury loomed large over her, to the extent that even hearing terms related to the land of snow instilled dread within her. Eventually, when the others located Koyuki, who was cowering in a corner, trembling, Mikoto felt a pang of guilt, believing she had inadvertently reopened Koyuki's wounds. To soothe her, Fugaku, with no other option, revealed his identity, dismissing the Windflower Fury as a mere trifling entity. Just a small country, after all, it could be restored in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Koyuki even forgot to wipe her nose. After the initial shock, both Sandaime and the director were overjoyed. Sandaime rejoiced at the prospect of restoring the nation, while the director was thrilled that this could be a major sensation. As long as they retained this remarkable talent, the film's audience would extend beyond commoners and nobles. Ninjas would also be drawn to watch out of curiosity. Fugaku had once been the leader of the foremost ninja clan in the world. Though he himself was not particularly renowned, his son certainly was. Who didn't know of the illustrious Itachi, wielder of the Sharingan? If they promoted the film with the tagline, "A breathtaking grand production is here," featuring the father of the legendary Sharingan Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, in a leading role, the title would be attributed to Fugaku, for the film itself did not merit such distinction. The portrayal in this performance is certainly not a reflection of Fuyue's acting prowess. As the group journeyed towards the land of snow, they encountered tales of the monstrous entity, the Wraith, while traversing the land of demons. The responsibility to save the ninja world rests upon everyone's shoulders, and Fuyue was eager to engage in a grand battle against the Wraith, envisioning a clash reminiscent of Susanoo battling a tentacled beast. Upon articulating this thought, the director's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He envisioned capturing this epic confrontation on film, thereby saving the ninja world while simultaneously reaping substantial financial rewards. Rumors suggested that the Wraith possessed the power to annihilate the world, yet in Fuyue's eyes, the Uchiha Sharingan was unrivaled, rendering the creature a mere trifle. His only concern was the considerable energy expenditure required for utilizing his ocular prowess. After a discussion with the director, Fuyue was convinced that this film, in which he would star, would undoubtedly become a sensation. He expressed his desire to invest personally, to which the director acquiesced. Despite lacking funds himself, Fuyue's two sons were financially capable. Sandaifu, displaying remarkable understanding, proposed to Fuyue that should the land of snow be restored, they could lend him the necessary capital for the film's production, with the expectation of repayment once profits were realized. Fuyue nodded in agreement. It seemed inappropriate to always seek financial assistance from his sons, as a father should maintain a semblance of dignity. He hoped that once this venture proved profitable, he would no longer need to rely on them for monetary aid. Unfortunately, the funds of the Land of Snow had already been allocated to Fukanudo's research on ninja tools. Fukanudo had previously informed Fuyue that his chakra armor could enhance ninjutsu, rendering both ninjutsu and jinjutsu ineffective against him, compelling them to surrender and relinquish Fukakoyuki and the hexagonal crystal to spare their lives. Fuyue, typically serious, found himself amused by the absurdity of the situation. Koyuki, initially resistant to the idea of becoming the feudal lord of the Land of Snow, preferred the art of filmmaking, yet under persistent persuasion from the others, she reluctantly agreed to assume the role for a time. They settled on an agreement. She would stabilize the situation in the Land of Snow, and, once peace was restored, she would pursue her film career unimpeded. Everyone nodded in accord. The director sighed in disappointment. The footage of Fuyue battling Fukanudo was regrettably brief, and considering the latter's banter, it was hardly substantial. Had he known the extent of Fuyue's strength, he would have allowed him to showcase his abilities more freely. As it appeared, this segment of video would go to waste. Due to the financial constraints of the Land of Snow, Fuyue and Mikoto resorted to writing to their sons, hoping to repay them once they had earned sufficient funds. The moment the money arrived, production on the film would commence. Notably absent from their correspondence was any mention of the young priestess, who had not hindered Fuyue. Rather, she was quite supportive, as she had no premonition of impending death. This suggested that even if the seal on the wraith were to be lifted, the outcome would ultimately be favorable. Uchiha Yan opined that without the assistance of the priestess from the land of demons, Fuyue would stand little chance against the wraith. Moreover, the wraith had the ability to harness chakra to create an immortal army capable of obliterating the 5 great nations, and in a scenario of overwhelming odds, Fuyue's ocular energy would be insufficient to contend with it. The wraith's soul and corporeal form were not confined to a single location. To vanquish it, one would first need to break the seal and release it. Should they fail to subdue the wraith, the entire ninja world would face catastrophe. The next priestess, Cheyenne, has yet to mature and is utterly unprepared to confront such a situation. Uchiha Yan feels that he might not even have the means to deal with the wraith. Perhaps he could vanquish it countless times, yet the wraith, born from the desires and evils inherent in humanity, possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely. While the 10 Kusanagi could perhaps seal it away, in due time, the wraith would inevitably return. The only viable solution lies in addressing the root cause. Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment, uncertain whether Shisui's Koto Amatsukami could be projected onto the moon. Perhaps an infinite Koto Amatsukami could dispel the desires and evils that dwell within the hearts of humankind. After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Yan dismissed this impractical notion. A world devoid of desire and malevolence would render humanity akin to puppets, unfailingly friendly with one another. Who would then confront the Tsutsuki clan? Him. Thus, Uchiha Yan concluded that it would be more prudent for him to personally deliver the funds. Should Fugaku encounter a mishap, he would still be there to cushion the fall. Additionally, he would take the opportunity to scan Itachi's 10 Kusanagi, exchanging it for a pair of Mangeki Sharingan for both Itachi and Fugaku. Cradling the cat, Pepper, Uchiha Yan meticulously calculated the sum required by Fugaku. There were several zeros, and even he felt a pang of apprehension. It was a substantial undertaking. Uchiha Yan jested with Pepper. "Dear Pepper, it appears we shall soon be reduced to subsisting on mere scraps. I am on the brink of bankruptcy." Meow? "Because we shall soon be out of funds. Both the canned food and sustenance must be purchased." Meow, "I am not adept at hunting." Meow, "Very well. Once you grow your claws, you shall catch fish to sustain me. It is settled. With a respite tomorrow and the day after, and school resuming on Monday." It was evident that 2 days would be insufficient. Thus he would have to employ shadow clones for school. Pepper could not be taken along. The wraith's unsightly appearance would surely frighten her. During dinner, Uchiha Yan opened a can of cat food, causing Pepper's ears to perk up. As Pepper leaned closer, Uchiha Yan playfully placed the can before her, teasing, "Just take a whiff. Once this is finished, we might not be able to afford more." Meow? Pepper looked up at her caretaker with an expression of longing. "A few licks?" Uchiha Yan nearly succumbed to laughter at her antics. All right, eat up. Even in the face of financial ruin, I shall not deprive you of a meal. Chapter 45. Where are all these conspiracies? After dinner, Uchiha Yan made his way to Sasuke's room. Observing Sasuke's anxious yet expectant demeanor, Uchiha Yan spoke. I understand you are not one to divulge everything. But I must caution you. No matter what you witness in the illusionary realm, do not speak of it to anyone. Though somewhat perplexed, Sasuke nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured. I shall remain silent. Uchiha Yan acknowledged him with a nod, his Manjiki Sharingan manifesting as he drew Sasuke into the illusionary world. Sasuke felt a dizzying whirl, instinctively closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he was met with an expanse of utter darkness. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. In such an ominous environment, if Yen were to employ yesterday's tactics, just as Sasuke's thoughts spiraled, a colossal luminous screen suddenly materialized before him. On the screen, a young boy cradling a baby slowly materializes. Sasuke is momentarily taken aback. Is that Itachi? Is the infant in his arms me? What on earth is going on? At that moment, the scene shifts. Itachi joins the Umbu, and Sasuke incessantly pesters him for guidance in his training. Sasuke feels a flush of warmth on his cheeks. Is it truly that embarrassing? How come he didn't feel this way during the actual experiences? And what about YN? Where has my sizable self gone? The narrative on the screen continues to unfold. Within the story, the tensions within the village and the clan escalate until one fateful night when Danzo ambushes Shisui and seizes one of his Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke stares intently at the screen, unblinking. If his memory serves him right, Shisui would subsequently return to the clan, and then their father would help him reclaim that eye. Yet the plot on the screen diverges from his expectations. Shisui doesn't return to the clan? Instead, he arranges to meet with his brother? He even sacrifices himself to aid his brother in awakening the Manjiki Sharingan? Could it be that a world devoid of YN would lead to such drastic alterations? Sasuke stares blankly at the screen, an unsettling premonition brewing within him. As Sasuke feared, after Shisui's death, Itachi is unjustly vilified, with everyone suspecting that he was responsible for Shisui's demise, facing accusations and inquiries, while Itachi continues to tap his forehead with 2 fingers. Clutching his chest, Sasuke murmurs, if Nissen hadn't executed that massacre against the radical faction, would the course of events have unfolded this way? I shall no longer covertly berate YN in my heart. If it weren't for him, the scene on the screen shifts once more, and a year has passed. The conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan has reached an irrevocable point. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan can no longer endure and plans to execute the coup they have secretly orchestrated. Is this where the Uchiha faces extermination at the hands of the village? A sense of foreboding stirs within Sasuke. He begins to ponder where in this tale the divergence from reality truly began. Was it during the night Shisui was ambushed by that despicable Danzo? And then when their father sought out the Hokage for answers due to YN's injury, also reclaiming Shisui's eyes? Why does it seem that YN's shadow looms over every aspect of this? Was YN's injury a reflection of Shisui's perceived insignificance in their father's eyes? After all, in the story, Shisui has always stood with the village against reality. The voice of the system resonates in YN's mind. Sasuke has nearly deduced the truth. The host had long hesitated to exchange for the healing potion that would cure his bloodline disease, intentionally maintaining a frail and sickly state, perhaps to influence his father's thoughts. Your father once declared that he would go to any lengths in the ninja world to heal your affliction. Host, could it be that you began devising your plans even then? Although you had yet to encounter Naruto, you were aware that the Uchiha clan was secretly plotting a coup, recognizing that the family could not withstand the village, thus foreseeing the Uchiha's fate. Your apparent fixation on ants was likely a ruse to contemplate how to alter your loved one's destinies. Uchiha Yan rolled his eyes and replied, there are no elaborate conspiracies. I was genuinely lost in thought at that time. My father's notions were merely coincidental, and how could I possibly scheme against my own father? Really? Yes, indeed. I refuse to believe it. Uchiha Yan continued, upon reflection, it is rather chilling. At that moment, I was engrossed in watching Ultraman Tiga. The host was equally captivated, which is why there was no interruption. Only after finishing did I realize that it hindered your contemplation on how to save your family. Hence, when I played Ultraman Taro, you appeared so impatient, even scolding me and interrupting. The host truly embodies the essence of a scoundrel. turning his back as soon as he pulls up his trousers. Uchiha Yan picked up a pepper and retrieved a disc, preparing to play a horror film. A tactic that had proven effective time and again. No, I was wrong. I shall say no more. Uchiha Yan remarked softly, I am indeed a scoundrel. I merely complimented you on your scoundrel-like appearance. After all, scoundrels tend to be rather handsome. The host maintains integrity, refraining from early romantic entanglements. Thus I was referring to appearance rather than character. I am cunning, fond of manipulating others' fates, even plotting against my own father. No, absolutely not. These are all mere coincidences. My illustrious host is as pure as a white lotus, with the grandest dream of living a simple life with family. How could the host be such a person? The Uchiha boy, cradling his cat, forever aspires to beauty. Uchiha Yan sighed. Indeed, I am foolish beyond measure. There are no grand conspiracies. I only grasp these matters superficially. Yes. Whatever the host says is correct. May I turn off the television now? Uchiha Yan tightly embraced the pepper, slowly leaning toward the television. After turning it off, Uchiha Yan slightly furrowed his brow. Sasuke witnessed the Uchiha clan's demise within the realm of illusions. He had indeed not unlocked the Mangeki Sharingan yet, but he was not overly concerned. As there remained a soul strike ahead, the system interjected, after all, this is an event that has yet to transpire. He is merely observing it as a story. Moreover, he has not personally experienced it. No matter how painful that scene may be, he cannot empathize with it. Uchiha Yan lamented. I fear that if he empathizes enough to awaken the Mangeki, his character may become even more radicalized. That is why I did not allow Sasuke to enter the perspective of the Sasuke within the story, but rather to observe from the sidelines. Merely watching the story means that even if he awakens the Mangeki, it will not significantly affect his mental state, and he may still be salvaged. Indeed, after all, the host cannot correct Sasuke's path with the power of love by breaking his arm. Sasuke's experiences have already altered. The likelihood of him defecting from Konoha in the future has significantly diminished. Coupled with a radical character, unforeseen troubles may arise. Uchiha Yan paused, as if recalling something, and slowly cradled his head in his hands. Things have become chaotic, utterly chaotic. The system promptly understood Uchiha Yan's thoughts and inquired, for the sake of Naruto's tumultuous pursuit of love, should we consider allowing Sasuke to defect from Konoha? Alternatively, after assisting Sasuke, might we find a way to help Naruto enhance his strength? Chapter 46. Uchiha Yan is a cunning one. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Yan inquired, System, can the remaining 70% of energy sustain me until I graduate from the Ninja Academy? It is challenging. If the system reduces its verbal communication, it could potentially last until the host's graduation. Should the system enter standby mode, it may endure for an even longer duration. Before I depart from the ninja realm, please enter standby mode. Even if I must transition to a technological civilization, I must first ensure the safety of my family in the ninja realm, allowing them to survive until the impending crisis arrives. It's just a temporary departure. Surely it's not that serious? I cannot fathom a future devoid of you. No matter the circumstances, your absence is preferable to your departure. As long as I know you remain by my side, I wish to keep both my family and you. How utterly charming, my dear host. Despite my assurance that acquiring energy to reactivate the system is sufficient, you insist on uttering these sentimental phrases. How nauseating. Uchiha Yan retorted to the system, which seemed intent on mutual harm. What difference does it make if I allow you to rest for a while before reviving you? At least in standby mode, akin to a comatose state, I can still ascertain your existence. Wretched host. Go into standby. Your life is of utmost importance. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Yan ceased to engage the system. He sensed the illusionary world where Sasuke, with tear-streaked cheeks, sat numbly on the ground. Having witnessed the class assignment for graduation, he gazed at the screen displaying a version of himself rife with hatred, lost in thought. Though he perceived it as merely a story, it represented an alternate existence, significantly impacting Sasuke. Even without awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, his mental fortitude had notably increased. It was only when he saw their white-haired Jonin, leading his real-life friend Naruto, execute 1,000 years of death technique, that Sasuke snapped back to reality. He had initially believed that the Tiger Seal was a fire release technique, unaware that it was, in fact, an advanced taijutsu. How could Kakashi-sensei be so unfair? Uchiha Yan resolved to hasten the pace. In the illusionary world, Sasuke observed the shifting images on the screen. depicting himself bound to a tree while Kakashi urged him to relinquish his hatred. Next, he witnessed his desire to leave the village, as his beloved Sakura attempted to stop him. After departing, his good friends and classmates also sought to retrieve him, seemingly obstructing his pursuit of power and vengeance. Why does this scene feel so familiar? The image shifted once more, revealing his battle with Itachi. From an observer's perspective, it became evident that Itachi was intentionally holding back. With a deliberately slow hand seal, feigned injuries, and a palpable fear of harming himself with Amaterasu, he continued to employ Susanoo to mitigate the curse mark's threat, despite numerous opportunities to eliminate him. Ultimately, Itachi, clinging to the last vestiges of life, approached him step by step, reminiscent of times past, and gently pressed 2 fingers against his forehead before collapsing. Upon comprehending the unfolding events, Sasuke's visage contorted with agony as he gazed upon the scene before him. His mouth opened in a silent scream, tears cascading down his cheeks in torrents. After a prolonged moment, the stillness of the illusory realm was shattered by Sasuke's anguished howl. What is the meaning of this? This peace was ostensibly achieved through Itachi's sacrifice, yet he remains, to the very end, branded as the greatest villain in the history of Konoha. The world around him spun violently, and Sasuke found himself abruptly returned to reality. Within his tear-filled eyes, 3 tomo began to rotate languidly, ultimately converging at a singular point. His hatred for Danzo had reached a fever pitch, albeit too late. For Danzo had already met his demise at the hands of his own brother. Uchiha Yan entered, stating, "You may regard this tale as a fabrication born from my manipulation of your vulnerabilities, a mere narrative designed to unlock your Manjiki Sharingan. So do not become overly entangled in its plot." Sasuke lifted his gaze to Ududu and inquired, "If you had not taken action against the radical faction, would the future truly have unfolded in such a manner?" Uchiha Yan nodded solemnly. "At that time, I was too feeble to avert the tragedy. I had no choice but to resort to such means. Due to my frail health and reclusive nature, my parents' attention was predominantly directed towards me. In a moment of vulnerability, unable to suppress the pain wrought by my illness, I inadvertently swayed my father's intentions regarding a coup. Moreover, following the grievous injury inflicted upon Shisui during Danzo's ambush, my father was determined to prevent such calamities from recurring. Thus, the most straightforward and brutal option available to Fugaku was to suppress the radical members of our clan, ensuring the Uchiha's integration into Konoha. Sasuke stared blankly at Ududu, suddenly engulfed by a sense of despondency. "Only I remain in ignorance. Regardless of your decisions or the actions you have taken, you have concealed everything from me. Itachi in the illusory realm was like this, and so are you in reality. You need only understand that I would never inflict harm upon you. That is sufficient." Sasuke, refusing to yield, retorted vehemently, "I am the elder brother. You are the one who ought to be protected. I have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and I can sense my strength is formidable. You may share your decisions with me from now on." Uchiha Yan pondered briefly before tentatively suggesting, "We were born in close succession. Perhaps it is possible that I emerged first?" To which Sasuke, filled with fervor, vehemently countered, "Nonsense. Mother has always said that I was the first to be born. You are the younger brother." Uchiha Yan sighed. The instinct to struggle amid a crowded environment is an innate human response, and it cannot be blamed on others. He then shifted the topic. "By the way, tomorrow I will personally deliver money to our parents. Please keep an eye on the pepper, and I will leave a shadow clone to attend school." Upon saying this, he noted the yearning on Sasuke's face, which seemed to read, "I want to go too." Uchiha Yan offered a wry smile. "You need not accompany me. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Stay in Konoha and assist Naruto in enhancing his strength. There are numerous impending crises in the Shinobi world, and you still have a long way to go. The only one capable of matching your prowess is Naruto." Sasuke paused, astonished. Naruto? How could he possibly match my strength? After pondering the image of Naruto bursting forth in a fiery display, he questioned whether it was due to the beast, the Nine Tails, dwelling within him. And what about the impending crises looming over the ninja world? Pray tell, how many secrets are you still withholding from me? Sasuke inquired with palpable dissatisfaction. Uchiha Yan fell silent for a moment before tentatively asking, "If the ninja world were to face a cataclysmic crisis, would you consider fleeing to safety?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke retorted, "How could I? If there's a crisis, we should confront it head-on. Why abandon the ninja world?" Uchiha Yan sighed, noting how a mere hint of power could lead to arrogance, a trait indeed inherited by the Uchiha clan. But what if the crisis were insurmountable? One that no one could resolve? Have you ever contemplated the possibility of seeking refuge on another planet? If your parents and Itachi were to go, would you follow? Choosing to evade is not in my nature. However, if my parents and brother were to leave, I would prefer to resolve the crisis in the ninja world first before considering such an escape. After saying this, Sasuke pressed further. By the way, you haven't yet explained what future crises the ninja world may face, and how do you know all of this? Once your strength is sufficient, I shall reveal it to you. For now, your task is to mentor Naruto, helping him grow swiftly. Focus on body techniques, throwing techniques, the body flicker technique, shadow clone jutsu, and the wind release scroll from home. Noticing Sasuke's eagerness to inquire further, Uchiha Yan gently implored, I beg of you, brother. Sasuke's body trembled slightly. Chapter 47. The disappearance of smiles before Sasuke could react further, Uchiha Yan vanished from sight. Upon returning to his room, Uchiha Yan clutched his head in anguish. Having realized he had indirectly altered Naruto's fate, his mind had become a chaotic whirl. All his original plans lay in shambles. No matter how formidable the adversary, Naruto had always triumphed with a single Resignation, a testament to his tenacity and unwavering willpower, forged through his experiences. Nagato, Obito, the Nine Tails, and many others had been swayed by Naruto, with strength and resolve being crucial factors. One might even call it verbal prowess. Now that Naruto's destiny had shifted, perhaps he would encounter fewer hardships and setbacks, with his verbal prowess also sealed away. Could Naruto still conquer foes more powerful than himself? Uchiha Yan could not be certain. Deep down, he had already acknowledged Naruto as a friend. He could not possibly create trouble for his friend to foster growth, for that would be unconscionable. Thus, he resolved to let Sasuke guide Naruto for the time being, laying a solid foundation until he could devise a means to enhance Naruto's strength upon his return from the land of demons. According to the system, this could last for 6 or 7 years. Uchiha Yan aimed to elevate both Naruto and Sasuke's abilities to a level capable of defeating Kagaya during that time, for such a strategy would provide the utmost assurance. He understood all too well the mindset of one who had never faced hardship, much like himself, narrow-minded, lacking in generosity, prone to evasion in the face of challenges, devoid of motivation, neglectful of training, selfish, and self-righteous. The will is insufficiently resolute, the mind lacks maturity. The intellect is not agile enough, and the thoughts are not sufficiently nuanced. Host, may I offer you a few suggestions? Please return to standby mode. The system, Uchiha Yan sighed. He was one who relished self-reflection, yet he was not inclined to transform himself, even when he recognized his faults. He cast a glance at Huajiao, who was fervently gnawing on a cucumber. It was evident that Huajiao was striving to adapt to the harsh realities of the future. The following day, after breakfast, Sasuke hastily made his way to the Ninja Cat clan to procure intel on Itachi's whereabouts, while Uchiha Yan ventured out to purchase several days' worth of canned food for Huajiao. Upon returning home, he inscribed Naruto's forthcoming training regimen on a sheet of paper. The initial step was to master the shadow clone technique, followed by honing chakra control skills, tree climbing, and water walking. Upon the dissolution of the shadow clones, memories would be transmitted back to the original body, akin to Naruto's training with the Resignation. If the mind could not retain the information, the body would. This ninjutsu seemed tailor-made for Naruto. When Sasuke returned, Uchiha Yan glanced at the intelligence he had retrieved. Itachi's report indicated he had just completed a bounty mission and would soon head to the land of hot water to recruit a new member for the organization. Uchiha Yan pondered thoughtfully, depositing the couple's necessary funds into a storage scroll. After creating a shadow clone, his figure vanished instantaneously. The two guards of Konoha appeared oblivious to Uchiha Yan, as if he were entirely invisible to them. Upon exiting Konoha, Uchiha Yan made his way towards the land of hot water. Employing the complete Susanoo would be rather conspicuous, yet he lacked the ability to utilize flying ninjutsu, so he opted to run instead. While on his journey, Uchiha Yan contemplated what additional ninjutsu he might require, intending to awaken the standby system to scan for the Ten Kusanagi sword, thereby exchanging for other items as well. Flying Thunder God, Ten Kusanagi sword, and perhaps the Super Beast imitation technique for travel would also be advantageous. As he pondered, thoughts of his family emerged, Sasuke, Itachi, and his father, necessitating 3 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. He also wished to reserve a pair for Sarada. Would Itachi have children in the future? Furthermore, If he brought gifts solely for his father, would his mother be displeased? 6 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, 300 happiness points. The growth potion for living beings was equally crucial. If Naruto were included, he would require at least 7, totaling 350 happiness points. The Flying Thunder God technique demanded 50 happiness points, while the Super Beast Imitation technique required 30. The price of the 10 Kusanagi sword, one of the spiritual tools, remained unknown, but it was likely to be bundled with the sake jar for sale. Suddenly, Uchiha Yan felt a pang of anxiety. All of this happiness value was painstakingly accumulated, bit by bit. What? Yute has vanished? Within the village of Konoha, upon hearing Naruto's somewhat anxious words, Sasuke sprang to his feet. Let us search together. If Yute has disappeared within the village, it could spell trouble. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke with a quavering voice. This morning, we set out to play with Yute, only to find him missing. Everyone has scoured the village, and he is nowhere to be found. Yute is one of my few friends. In the land of the rice field. Within the shadowy confines of a laboratory, a gravelly voice resonated. Ha ha ha, not bad, Itachi. I never anticipated your brother's innate talent to be so remarkable. Is that a 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the laboratory. Utakata shouted, filled with rage, Orochimaru, you scoundrel. Release me at once. I must find Naruto and the others. What a formidable bloodline limit this is. Ha ha. As Utakata realized that his Edo Tensei was being undone and he was on the verge of returning to the afterlife, tears streamed down his face as he lamented. I haven't even said farewell to Naruto and the others yet. A gentle rain began to fall within the laboratory. Orochimaru's smile abruptly vanished. A look of bewilderment plastered across his face as he gazed at the precious experimental apparatus, now sparking and sizzling from the influx of water. Uchiha Yan sensed 5 distinct auras in the distance, contemplating how to approach Itachi. Those 5 individuals were none other than Itachi, Haiden, Kakazu, JZ, and the explosive tags. After a moment of contemplation, a plan began to form. From within the carnivorous plant, White Zetsu spoke. A powerful aura is approaching us. It appears to be an enemy. The visitor bears ill intent. The other 4 simultaneously turned their gaze toward a single direction, only to witness a colossal blade of light descending upon them. The carnivorous plant burrowed into the earth. Conan ascended into the sky, while the remaining trio hastily leaped aside. Boom! Mountains in the distance were cleaved in 2, and the earth was gouged by the force of the strike. Uchiha Yan raised an eyebrow. This technique is quite suitable for tilling the land. After the strike, Uchiha Yan stood within his Susanoo, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. Ice release, 1,000 killing water flight. Ice release, ice 1,000 bodies clone technique. A vast whirlpool of cascading water enveloped the 4, slowly crystallizing into countless ice Senbon. In the next instant, the number of ice Senbon multiplied exponentially. What kind of absurd joke is this? A water release technique of such magnitude? It completely encircles the forest? And it's an ice release user? Who on earth is our adversary? This feeling. It reminds me of facing Senju Hashirama. Chapter 48. Is it really a mere child? Haiden gazed with fervent enthusiasm at the immense Susanoo in the distance. If he could present such a powerful foe to his lord, the evil god, surely it would bring him great joy. If only he could acquire a drop of that individual's blood. Conan surveyed the ice walls surrounding her comrades, as well as the throng of ice Senbon, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Itachi's 3-tomo spun in his eyes as he observed the familiar figure within the Susanoo, pondering Yan's intentions. An ice release. Has Yan mastered the transformation of chakra to such an extent? A faint smile graced Itachi's lips before he quickly composed himself, addressing Conan in the air. Conan senpai, come take shelter beside me. With that, a crimson skeletal figure manifested behind him, rapidly growing flesh. The colossal Susanoo enveloped Kakazu and Haiden nearby. Observing this, Conan hurried to Itachi's side, inquiring, what is happening? And who is that black giant? But before Itachi could respond, the relentless barrage of ice Senbon launched toward the red Susanoo. With a resounding crash, it became evident that Susan's ice technique, Hai Rinmaru, had been entirely depleted. With both hands forming seals, he prepared to retaliate. Itachi, observing this, also made a symbolic hand seal, unleashing fire release, great fireball technique. Haiden, wielding his bloodied scythe, rushed madly into the distance. Conan frowned at this sight but remained silent, acknowledging that the man was immortal. Standing in Susan, she spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "Thank you for your assistance, Itachi," before soaring into the air. Uchiha Yan formed seals once more, employing water release, water barrier, and ice release, ice thousand bodies technique. Conan returned to the Crimson Susan. Itachi's lips twitched. This to do was rather troublesome. Haiden, witnessing the multitude of ice projectiles hurtling towards him, instantly regained his composure and ceased his struggles, standing still. There was no escape. All retreat routes had been sealed off by the ice projectiles. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a frozen statue. The trio within the Crimson Susan watched as the enormous black Susan raised its great blade, their expressions shifting in alarm. They had just witnessed the devastation of that technique. A mere graze would spell certain death. Now, with the gigantic Crimson Susan immobilized, evasion was impossible. Itachi gazed helplessly at a doo-doo in the distance, questioning the purpose of his actions. There was no alternative. He had no choice but to activate the fourth stage of Susan, his Manjiki Sharingan Bloodshot. With the manifestation of the fourth stage, the silhouette of the Crimson Susan surged dramatically, shards of ice cascading to the ground. A shield, the Yata Mirror, one of the sacred tools, materialized in his grasp. As the blade struck the Yata Mirror, an explosion of flames erupted. True to its reputation as a sacred artifact, the Yata Mirror remained unyielding, the Susan behind it unaffected. The black Susan trudged forward, its heavy steps echoing ominously towards the Crimson Susan. Uchiha Yan adjusted his expression and, upon nearing, delivered a powerful punch towards the Crimson Susan before the trio could utter a word. The Crimson Susan raised the Yata Mirror to defend itself, while Itachi shielded his eyes. He was uncertain of Yan's intentions, but he resolved to cooperate, even at the risk of blindness. Just as Uchiha Yan believed Itachi would trust him, so too did Itachi feel that Adudu's actions bore profound significance. Kakuzu leapt aside, the collision of fist and shield generating a gust that nearly swept him away. As the wind subsided, Kakuzu's remaining four masks emerged, opening their mouths towards the Black Susan. Wind release, pressure damage, earth release, earth spear, fire release, great fireball technique, and lightning release, earth walk were unleashed. Conan ascended into the air, retaliating against the Black Susan with paper rain, dance of paper. However, her assault had no effect on the fully realized Susan. Uchiha Yan cast a glance at the two, summoning 3 shadow clones. 2 charged towards Conan and Kakuzu, while the remaining clone activated sensory perception to seek out the carnivorous plant, the pitcher plant. Kakuzu furrowed his brow as he observed the diminutive figure, cloaked in a trench coat that obscured much of their face, charging towards him. A dwarf? No, that cannot be right. As the figure approached, Kakuzu's pupils dilated in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, it was a mere child. Uchiha Yan, in his true form, closed his eyes to compose his emotions. When he opened them again, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him, as if the word hatred were inscribed upon his countenance. Brother, you have always claimed my hatred insufficient, urging me to loathe and fear you. Iron Fire and Rice Fire brothers, as well as the 8th generation brother, treated me with such kindness in my youth, yet you ruthlessly took their lives. Now, I come seeking vengeance, bearing eyes that mirror yours. Itachi's lips twitched. What was happening? If memory served correctly, those 3 members of the police force were slain by Yan himself, were they not? Conan and Kakuzu exchanged glances, realization dawning. This was a quest for revenge. And he was Itachi's brother. Yet, this child seemed excessively formidable. Indeed, almost unheard of. Itachi quickly regained his composure, but before he could utter a word, a colossal fire spear hurtled towards him. Itachi formed hand seals. Water style, water barrier technique. With a hissing sound, the fire spear collided with the water wall, generating a thick cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Yan unleashed a Jinjutsu upon Itachi. In the next moment, Yan's figure appeared before Itachi, thrusting a scroll into his embrace, before dragging him into the realm of illusion. In the Jinjutsu world, Itachi surveyed his surroundings and turned to the figure, inquiring playfully, "What brings you out of the village to seek me? Do you miss me?" Uchiha Yan replied with a calm demeanor, "You think too highly of yourself. I have come to deliver the Manjiki Sharingan to you. That pair of eyes will enable you to awaken the eternal Manjiki." Itachi's expression shifted abruptly. Worry etched across his features. Has something happened to father or Sasuke? Rest assured, Those eyes were cultivated using Father's cells. I possess your Mangeki as well, which will be delivered to Father, Yen reassured him. Itachi's mind swirled with confusion, his expression conveying disbelief. This defies logic. Yen continued. The scroll contains a syringe capable of transcending human limits and accelerating the healing of the Eternal Eye. It should take just over a month to fully integrate. The rationale is simple. My direct assault on you necessitated this. You overexerted your eyes while trying to obstruct me and require time to recuperate. I trust Nagato will remain silent. Although the incident originated with you, you did save Konan and Kakazu. Itachi hesitated, his brow furrowed as he queried. You aren't conducting human experiments like Orochimaru, are you? Before Yen could shake his head, Itachi's voice rang out again. Do not let the village discover this. Yen pondered briefly before responding earnestly. No human subjects are involved. I am utilizing artificial intelligence. Itachi tilted his head slightly. A look of confusion etched across his face. Chapter 49. Frigid and chilling, Yen did not delve further into the explanation, stating simply, Sasuke is faring well. There is no need for concern. He awakened the Mangeki just yesterday and is advancing rapidly in strength. Itachi stood in stunned silence. This was even more illogical. Furthermore, as I have previously stated, you may return to Konoha whenever you wish. I have acquired the strength to silence those who speak ill of me. I possess all the intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization that you seek, and I am well aware of the identity of the masked man. Itachi shook his head and replied, I do not wish to return at this time. Is it fear of how to face the remaining clan members? Uchiha Yan pondered this and refrained from saying more, forming hand seals to dispel the illusion. If Itachi truly desired to return to the village, Konoha would not hinder him. After all, he bears the Uchiha name. The Shinobi world would not obstruct him either, for it too is rooted in the Uchiha legacy. Yet, Itachi could not overcome his own internal turmoil. Returning to reality, the thick fog had just dissipated. Itachi coughed up blood, discreetly tucking the scroll into his bosom with a hand pressed to his chest. The careless Idudu nearly dropped it to the ground. Uchiha Yan covered his eyes with one hand, his tone icy as he declared, I will not so easily bring about your demise, Nissen. You shall live in perpetual fear, fearing that I may come to kill you, for your strength remains insufficient. Itachi summoned 3 shadow clones, which dissipated, giving rise to a colossal black Susanoo that soared into the sky, its wings unfurling as it flew into the distance. Dust and debris were stirred from the ground. Konan, gasping for breath, watched the departing Susanoo, covering her mouth and nose with her sleeve. I told you, no brother would slay his own flesh and blood. Kakazu, also slightly breathless, adjusted his red cloud-black robe. What a terrifying little demon. This ice release clearly bore a significant proportion of wind attribute chakra. The cold was piercing, and the ice spikes detonated upon contact. How could this little devil achieve such feats? Although the 3 of them appeared somewhat disheveled, the 2 aside from Itachi bore no visible wounds. At this moment, Konan and Kakazu each supported one of Itachi's arms, slowly making their way towards the land of rain. Those of great strength often garner the respect of others. Yet, the trio felt as if they had overlooked something. In the distance, Haiden, encased in ice, wept profusely. This ice is terribly cold. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation picture. Uchiha Yan gazed at the creature he had conjured, with one wing larger than the other and a rotund figure resembling a fusion of Godzilla and Gojira. System. Go to standby. Never mind, let it be flamboyant. The complete form of Susanoo's wings slowly unfurled, and with a thunderous boom, it ascended into the sky. The next day, Uchiha Yan, pen in hand, diligently sketched within the confines of Susanoo. In truth, he found his debut work rather endearing, adorably grotesque, a creation he could not replicate. He thought of it as the first day of his Virgo phase. On the 3rd day, a shadow clone manipulated Susanoo's right hand to poke the sleeping body nestled in its left palm. Hey, wake up, we have arrived. Uchiha Yan opened his eyes, tinged with a hint of menace, only to see the shadow clone dissipate with a bang. As Susanoo began to dissolve, Uchiha Yan's body plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Witnessing the earth draw nearer, his mind snapped into clarity. Ice release, 1 corner white whale. Uchiha Yan cast forth chakra strings, entwining the tail of the whale. As the whale's head crashed into the ground, Uchiha Yan forcefully tugged at the chakra line, propelling himself away. In the midst of his backward flight, he summoned several shadow clones to cushion his fall against his back. Such a grotesque and despicable original. This enmity will not be forgotten. Just you wait, original. Huh. Foolish original. As if this sensation won't return to you. With a series of thuds, Uchiha Yan landed safely, albeit with a furrowed brow. What was with these shadow clones? So rebellious. Wasn't it merely a matter of flying for a day and a night? At that moment, Fugaku was diligently honing his acting skills in front of a mirror, while the director advised him from the side, Lord Fugaku, hold back a bit. Yes, that's it. The goal of this villain is world peace. To the extent of opposing the entire world, uniting the originally hostile 5 nations against him. Uchiha Yan, observing in silence, pondered over the director's words. However, this script would not hold in the ninja realm, where the greatest enemy was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Uniting the ninja world would prove futile and even counterproductive. Fugaku then displayed a fierce expression in the mirror. Before he could compose himself, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Yan, what brings you here? The system remained idle. Joy points were unattainable, which was somewhat regrettable. Uchiha Yan maintained a calm demeanor. I've come to deliver some money and bring you a few gifts, local specialties from the Uchiha. Gifts. His father seemed less stern than before. It appeared that his year in the ninja world had indeed been quite relaxed. The director, keenly perceptive, smiled and remarked, "This must be Lord Fugaku's son. Truly a fine young man. You two haven't seen each other in quite a while? I want to interrupt. Lord Fugaku, feel free to find me whenever you wish to practice your acting." Fugaku nodded in appreciation and turned to his younger son. "Let us head back to the inn first." Uchiha Yan nodded in agreement. On their way back, Fugaku suddenly inquired, "Aside from delivering money and the gift you mentioned, you must have other matters on your mind, right?" Uchiha Yan gathered his thoughts and replied, "The demonic entity, the Wraith, indeed possesses the power to obliterate the 5 great ninja villages. It would be unwise for you to confront it alone. That decision seems rather rash." Fugaku chuckled and responded, "I see you underestimate me, my son. Do not forget that I am also a ninja. I would not recklessly confront the Wraith head-on. I will first go to the shrine in the land of Marsh to unseal the Wraith's physical form. Once I deal with the physical body, I shall then confront its spirit." He then produced a small bell from his robe. This was a command left by the former priestess, Miroku. If one were to encounter a Uchiha ninja with a Mangeki Sharingan, this bell would serve as a protective talisman for Cheyenne. Otherwise, it would be given to that Uchiha ninja. It seemed as though there was a prophecy at play. Uchiha Yan recognized the bell. In that case, the odds were nearly even. As for who held the advantage, that would remain unspoken. One must maintain some dignity for his father. Uchiha Yan chose to remain silent, confident that as long as he was present, his father would not falter. Upon returning home, Fugaku pushed open the door and stepped inside, with Uchiha Yan closely following. He was greeted by the sight of the television playing on a loop, showcasing footage of Fugaku clashing blades with a subordinate. Makoto, donned in an apron, sat on the floor, savoring a rice ball while engrossed in the broadcast. A lunchbox lay on the table, evidently prepared for Fugaku. Hearing the commotion, she turned her gaze towards the entrance. Upon recognizing her husband alongside their youngest son, her mouth fell open, and a torrent of emotions condensed into a single utterance. "You've lost weight." Uchiha Yan felt somewhat flustered. This scenario was his least favorite to navigate. However, he ultimately retorted defensively, "I eat on time every day." Chapter 50, Natural Energy Konoha. Uchiha clan territory. The shadow clone consoled Sasuke, saying, "Itachi is but a reanimated corpse, long since departed. There is no need for you to grieve excessively. You will have another chance to meet him." Sasuke wiped away his tears and replied, "I'm not sad." He then asked, his voice tinged with emotion, "Is it Orochimaru?" This fellow was shedding tears more copiously than Naruto ever had. The shadow clone internally scoffed and explained, "Indeed, it is Orochimaru." Itachi originally belonged to a family that made a living by forecasting the weather. Perhaps due to the potency of his bloodline, he met an untimely demise, coincidentally intersecting with Orochimaru and Kabuto's experiments in reanimation. With a sigh, he glanced at a large white figure curled up in the corner. It was astonishing that the pepper could distinguish between the shadow clone and the original. Had he known, he would have chosen a different clone for this task. In the land of demons, night had fallen. The origins of the kaleidoscope and the function of the syringe had already been disclosed to the couple. Fugaku pressed his lips together, his complexion paling slightly as he inquired, "Is this syringe truly as effective as claimed?" Uchiha Yan brandished a kunai and made a swift incision on his arm. The wound healed instantaneously. He then encouraged, "It's nothing to worry about. The injection isn't painful at all. It's over in a flash." I wasn't scared at all. After a moment of silence, Fugaku replied, "I have no intention of returning to Konoha or pursuing a life as a ninja. This contraption holds no value for me." Makoto, examining the syringe in her hand, asked, "Can it be injected anywhere?" After receiving a nod from their youngest son, she swiftly plunged the syringe into her husband's shoulder, catching Fugaku completely off guard. By the time he realized what had transpired, the injection was already complete. Observing his wife's beaming expression, Fugaku's lips quivered slightly. Makoto, Happiness Value 5 System. It appears that certain traits within the host have found their origin after a while. Fugaku scrutinized the kaleidoscope within the glass vessel and marveled. The power of technology is indeed wondrous. My right eye's ocular technique possesses healing capabilities and can expedite the fusion of 2 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shall we proceed with the exchange now? Without hesitation, Fugaku extracted his own eye. Let us do it now. 3 days later, in the land of marshes, the equipment powered on, and everyone prepared diligently to capture the noble visage of Lord Fugaku. Uchiha Yan sat cross-legged in the distance, resting his elbows on his knees, with one hand propping up his chin. Beside him stood a petite girl with white hair and purple eyes, the shrine maiden Cheyenne. "You seem utterly unconcerned about your father," Cheyenne inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed into the distance. "Aren't you worried that once the seal is broken, you might lose control of the situation?" Uchiha Yan countered. "Because you are here," Cheyenne replied, her gaze fixed on him, before continuing, "In my mother's prophecy, it is you who ultimately seals the yokai." Uchiha Yan responded with a nonchalant "Oh," not particularly surprised. However, in this world, the emergence of yokai is born from the malevolent hearts of humanity. Even if we seal the yokai this time, it will inevitably resurface in the future. So, I too harbor a formidable power sealed within me. Uchiha Yan glanced at her and remarked, "It is evident that this power is immense." Cheyenne's previously aloof demeanor dissipated, her cheeks flushing as she mustered the courage to say, "I wish to pass this power down to the next generation of shrine maidens, and your strength surpasses mine. If you could assist me, perhaps the yokai would no longer pose a threat to the ninja world." Uchiha Yan instinctively replied, "The safety of the ninja world is of no concern to me." Upon realizing the implications of his words, he stared blankly at her. Cheyenne's face turned crimson, reaching the base of her neck. As she hastily raised her hands to shield herself, peering through her fingers to gauge Uchiha Yan's reaction. "So, your earlier statement was an insinuation for us to have children together?" Heat surged to Cheyenne's head. "What a fanciful thought," she retorted, momentarily doubting her own appearance. In the distance, Fugaku had just released the seal on the yokai, and countless black-purple tentacles surged forth from the shrine, the wicked chakra spiraling skyward. Simultaneously, a gray Susanoo wielding a massive sword materialized in the air, cleaving through a colossal tentacle. Yet, in response, a multitude of other tentacles ensnared the gray Susanoo. The Susanoo struck out repeatedly, severing the encroaching tentacles. Fugaku's brow furrowed tightly. Can the full form of Susanoo not inflict damage on these tentacles? Having fused with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he felt an unprecedented strength, yet he remained powerless against the tentacles. As he pondered this, he was suddenly attacked from behind with breathtaking speed. Before he could react, a tentacle struck the Susanoo from behind with a thunderous crash, driving the immense form into the ground and creating a deep crater. Such force! The moment Fugaku rose, he hastily maneuvered the Susanoo to evade the oncoming tentacle assaults. Activating the ocular technique in his right eye, he unleashed Amaterasu, the black flames entwining the black-purple tentacles and swiftly spreading. Fugaku scoffed disdainfully. Even without the Shrine Maiden's power, the Sharingan can still vanquish this creature capable of annihilating the ninja world. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed the black-purple tentacles severing and then sprouting anew. In the distance, the director gazed at his equipment with tears streaming down his face. Even though he was positioned far away, the tumultuous winds stirred by the battle still swept everything away. As the equipment hit the ground, it was unsurprisingly rendered inoperable. Uchiha Yan cautiously withdrew his hand from his sleeve, as he wished to avoid being photographed while rescuing his elderly father. Naturally, his father would not succumb so easily, for the power of the former priestess, Miko, had yet to be unleashed, and that force was the true nemesis of the malevolent spirits. having switched his resting hand. He heard the voice of Ziyuan beside him. When you employed the wind release earlier, you also utilized an illusion, didn't you? You created the illusion that the equipment was lifted by the shockwaves from the distant battle. Such an impressive technique. Uchiha Yan cast a surprised glance at her. I hadn't anticipated you would notice. Ziyuan shook her head. It's not merely observation. Uchiha Yan promptly summoned the system in his mind. System, please skin Ziyuan. Moments later, he beheld an increase in natural energy and sealing techniques within the shop and decisively opted for redemption. However, a notification appeared. Redemption failed due to insufficient happiness points. Pondering briefly, he decided on the sage arts over the sealing techniques, reasoning that the 10-handed sword sufficed for sealing. All right, you may stand by now. With only a scant amount of happiness points remaining, he had initially wished to allocate the rest to enhance his illusion techniques. To ensure the system would endure for several more years, providing ample time to aid Naruto and Sasuke in confronting the looming threat of the Tsutsuki. Uchiha Yan resolved to forge his own path to strength. He had indeed contemplated returning swiftly, but as the system had indicated, relying solely on the flight speed of a complete Susanoo to traverse the cosmos could take decades or even centuries to discover a technological civilization. Merely avoiding getting lost would be a feat within a single lifetime, if lost. Chapter 51. How about calling it Zypeliao Light? The enormous sword held by the gray Susanoo, entwined with vibrant chakra, representative of the priestess's power, swung effortlessly, severing the dark purple tentacles. The tentacles recoiled, attempting to flank and launch surprise attacks, yet were met with a swift counter from the Susanoo, which cleaved the attacking appendages. Despite this, in the face of the multitude of tentacles, Fugaku appeared somewhat beleaguered, vigilantly guarding against surprise strikes, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan fixated on the ground below, seeking a flaw in the malevolent spirit to exploit. At that moment, the countless tentacles seemed to be provoked, swirling chaotically towards Fugaku, striking, piercing, and attempting to ensnare him. The massive Susanoo struggled to evade, staggering under the onslaught. Just as he was about to be ensnared, Fugaku made a desperate gamble. The gray Susanoo transformed the gigantic sword into the shape of shuriken, enveloped in vibrant chakra, and hurled it towards the heart of the tentacles. In that instant, as Fugaku became ensnared, several icy spikes surged forth, swiftly piercing the tentacles, causing frost to begin its slow crawl down their length. Sage technique, Ice Spike. At this moment, Uchiha Yan bore intricate black markings across his face, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed as he attuned himself to the essence of the malevolent spirit below. A formidable figure loomed, its visage grim and shrouded in dark, purplish malevolent chakra. Though devoid of consciousness, it instinctively resisted the encroaching chakra unleashed by the massive shuriken. At that moment, Uchiha Yan's gaze abruptly shifted towards the direction of the land of demons, where the souls of the malevolent spirits had also been unsealed. Is it the Yellow Springs? Uchiha Yan pondered thoughtfully before forming hand seals, producing 6 shadow clones. In an instant, the 6 clones vanished from his sight, poised to encircle the land of swamps, awaiting the arrival of the wayward souls to close the trap. After a brief interval, a dense mist infiltrated the body of the malevolent spirit, its wicked aura palpable even from a distance. Upon the soul's return to its corporeal form, the malevolent spirit grew exponentially more powerful, successfully resisting the encroachment of the priestess's chakra. Uchiha Yan rose, and a voice emerged from behind him. Do you require this? It was Zishuan, presenting a bell to Uchiha Yan. The bell contained limited power, meant for Zishuan's own preservation in critical moments. Uchiha Yan shook his head. It is unnecessary. Senjutsu, illusory shadow formation. In the distance, Fugaku noticed a tentacle lunging towards him, causing his pupils to constrict. How swift! Although his eyes could perceive the speed, the cumbersome Susanoo struggled to evade. With a resounding thud, the Susanoo was struck and sent sprawling, and before it could regain its composure, several more tentacles lashed out. Hee hee. Mere ants, your strength is commendable. Why not serve as my subordinates? Once I unify the ninja world, you shall be its greatest benefactor. The colossal gray Susanoo was ensnared by the relentless tentacles, unable to retaliate or defend itself. Yet, Fugaku remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips upon hearing the malevolent spirit's words. You underestimate the Uchiha far too much. You are but a trivial monster. With that, the immense Susanoo manifested dozens of colossal swords, severing the surrounding tentacles before transforming into a radiant streak of light that hovered in the palm of the Susanoo. The Susanoo directed its palm towards the malevolent spirit below, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that surged forth. Boom. This was the power of Susanoo, akin to Itachi's Yasukani no Magatama. Yet this shockwave was released by a fully realized Susanoo, its might surpassing that of Itachi's incomplete Susanoo. In the next instant, Uchiha Yan appeared within Fyake's Susanoo, glancing down at the malevolent spirit that had been driven into the earth. Does this skill possess a name? Fyake shuddered at the voice near his ear and inquired, "How did you arrive here?" Uchiha Yan replied, "I merely came over. If this technique lacks a name, shall we call it Zypeliao-Ray?" Fyake shielded his eyes, furrowing his brow. This technique certainly has a name, and Zypeliao-Ray? What a peculiar name. Very well, Uchiha Yan responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Your father's ocular power must be nearly exhausted, yes? It is time for a change. With that, he plunged downward. Wait. Uchiha Yan halted. Fyake, with a note of concern, remarked, "You should be able to endure for 5 minutes, right? Please grant me 5 minutes to regain some of my vision. Exercise caution. If you feel overwhelmed, do not force yourself." Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment. 5 minutes was hardly necessary, yet he nodded earnestly, declaring, "I shall do my utmost." Fugaku also nodded solemnly. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events, the physical form of the Emri would have already been annihilated. Countless tendrils erupted from below, accompanied by an immensely furious voice. "Ants, you have successfully provoked me." Before the words could fully escape, the speaker was frozen into an icy statue. Uchiha Yan joined his hands together, invoking Senjutsu, Icebound Coffin. The Susanoo, a colossal black entity far larger than Fugaku's, materialized and smashed the icy surface with a single punch, subsequently seizing the Emri's core and uprooting it from the ground. "Why, you fiend?" The Emri's voice trembled with fear, unable to complete its sentence. Uchiha Yan tightened his grip on the Susanoo, reducing the Emri's essence to mere pulp that oozed through the fingers of his colossal fist. "Oh!" The Emri cried in agony, its grotesque visage still discernible. The black Susanoo hurled the Emri's head onto the icy surface, and in a fleeting moment, the Tenk-kin manifested in his hand, piercing through the Emri's mouth and drawing it into a gourd. In the next instant, Uchiha Yan's Susanoo dissipated, a step ahead of his father. In the distance, Ji Yuan's eyes shimmered with a myriad of colors, her cheeks slightly flushed, lost in her own reverie. The director stood in stunned silence, mouth agape, utterly captivated by the spectacle before him. This is nothing short of art. The surrounding crew members gradually regained their composure, engaging in fervent discussion. Is this truly a ninja? Surely, you jest. Have you ever encountered such a formidable ninja? Though I have not seen it firsthand, I have heard tales of the god of ninjas, who is said to be exceptionally powerful. Yet, I wonder if the legendary figure can compare to this one. I doubt it. The Emri is a being capable of world destruction, and before him, it resembles a mere octopus, utterly powerless. I believe he is the true god of ninjas. Even those at a distance were struck by the profound visual impact, let alone Fugaku, who was close by. At that moment, Fugaku appeared as if struck by lightning, his gaze vacant, fixated on his youngest son, when Yin had previously communicated that he could return to Konoha at any time. Fugaku thought that Yin had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. It was only 3 days prior, when Yin revealed the Mangeki, that he realized he had been surpassed by his own son. When he activated the eternal Mangeki, he believed he had reclaimed his dignity as a father, surpassing his younger son, who also possessed the eternal Mangeki. Even while sensing the overwhelming power of the Eternal Eye, he felt a fleeting illusion that he could contend with the ninja world. It was only now that he understood his youngest son had not been boasting. Truly, he is his father's son. Chapter 52. The Chronicles of Hashirama and Madara. At this moment, it had been 2 days since the sealing of the MRY. Within a luxurious suite in the land of demons, Fugaku appeared troubled, while Mikoto stood by to offer comfort. The reason, of course, is the camera malfunction, which resulted in the battle footage not being captured. Fugaku is not concerned about his trump card being exposed, even if it were known. One must possess the capability to rival Susanoo. Furthermore, no one is seeking to trouble him at present. It appears that the remaining 4 great nations have reached an unspoken understanding, as long as the audacious Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, the bearers of those 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, do not return to Konoha and the bounty is not revoked, the other four nations will refrain from instigating conflict. Should these two pairs return to Konoha, not only Suna and Kiri, but even the historically adversarial Kumogakure and Iwagakure would unite to exert pressure on the land of fire and Konoha. However, at this juncture, Fugaku is indifferent to such matters. If they possess the audacity, let them declare war, just do not regret it later. His younger son's whims could very well alter the landscape of the ninja world. Uchiha Yan, holding a scroll, inquired of the young couple, "Will you still need this money? If you're not investing in other films, I shall reclaim it." Makoto opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. After a moment's hesitation, Fugaku finally said, "Let us keep a portion for living expenses." Uchiha Yan blinked and replied, "Then I shall leave you a bit more. I am departing tomorrow for some pressing matters." The pressing matter, of course, pertains to Naruto's prowess. Sasuke is nearly ready as well. Upon returning, he will receive a transplant of the Manjiki and be taught sage techniques. Once he integrates Naruto's and Sasuke's cells, should he awaken the Rinnegan, they may well experiment with mutual cell transplants. Who knows what surprises await? When the two mature, it will coincide with his departure from the ninja world. Makoto, somewhat reluctant, remarked, "Must you leave tomorrow?" Uchiha Yan produced 2 ice pendants and 2 rings, saying, "If you encounter danger, channel chakra into the pendant. It contains one of my shadow clones. As for the rings, they bear the mark of the Flying Thunder God." Flying Thunder God? The young couple exclaimed in shock, exchanging glances before Fugaku couldn't suppress a laugh. "Ha ha ha, truly my son. To possess such talent in space-time ninjutsu." Makoto, however, expressed her confusion. But how did Yan acquire this forbidden technique? Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. With Yan's talent in Jinjutsu, he could stroll into the Hokage building without raising suspicion. What is so surprising about that? Uchiha Yan mused, "Such a technique exists? I have gained knowledge." In the evening, Uchiha Yan sat at a low table in his room, deep in thought. The somewhat awkward expressions of his parents requesting money floated in his mind. This money is rightfully theirs. Yet they insist it is for the living expenses of their 2 sons. The young couple is accustomed to living extravagantly, leading to considerable daily expenses. And once the money runs out, they feel embarrassed to ask their own son for more. Uchiha Yan pondered. Perhaps he should write down the plot of Ultraman Tiga and have his father invest in its production? But he quickly dismissed the idea. A film seems more reliable. Although Ultraman Tiga is captivating, its audience within the ninja world is far too limited. In the ninja world, the majority of civilians do not even possess televisions, and the ninjas themselves lack the leisure to watch them. Consequently, the audience primarily comprises a select group of idle nobles. Uchiha Yan murmured to himself, "A film that promises no financial loss must first possess a certain level of popularity and visual appeal, whilst also igniting the curiosity of the majority within the ninja realm." After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated Uchiha Yan's thoughts. Senju Hashirama. With this revelation, he withdrew a pen and began to sketch and jot down ideas on paper. These 2 figures are renowned within the ninja world. Surely not only ninjas would be intrigued, but even some civilians and nobles would find interest. Most importantly, this film has the potential to be profitable, and it would not alter the course of the ninja realm. Until a comprehensive plan is established, Uchiha Yan hesitated to make substantial changes to the future. Once the plan is complete, the consequences would be inconsequential. Yet, he pondered whether to include the Battle of the Valley of the End. Would the budget suffice? The following day, Uchiha Yan presented 2 sheets of paper to Fugaku. With some confusion, Fugaku accepted them and glanced at the contents. This brief glance caused his eyes to widen in astonishment, as the paper bore the title, "The Affairs of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara." He suddenly recalled that his youngest son had mentioned possessing prophetic abilities, capable of perceiving both the past and the future. This implied that these events were indeed real occurrences. To his surprise, he learned that Madara and Hashirama had met while fishing. After perusing the first sheet, Fugaku took a look at the second one. Uchiha Yan explained, "This is a depiction of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in their childhood. Although the artistry leaves much to be desired, it retains certain characteristics." Fugaku's expression grew somewhat peculiar. A depiction? Was this truly what Senju Hashirama looked like as a child? That mushroom haircut is far too exaggerated. Upon seeing the childhood illustration of Uchiha Madara, Fugaku realized the truth. It was his own son who lacked artistic talent. Naturally, there existed portraits of Uchiha Madara within the Uchiha clan, yet the one depicted here resembled a mutated hedgehog. though inwardly critical. Fugaku refrained from discouraging his son's artistic endeavors and decided to steer the conversation away from the illustrations. It is prudent to keep your prophetic abilities concealed. While you may not fear the repercussions, they could lead to considerable complications. As for the script, it is excellent, and I have no intention of abandoning it. Therefore, I plan to publicly declare that this is recorded in the annals of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yan nodded in agreement and subsequently handed over a scroll filled with money. Fugaku accepted it, patting his youngest son on the shoulder as he said, "Once this film generates profit, I shall repay you in full." After finishing breakfast, Uchiha Yan bid farewell to the young couple and prepared to depart. Exiting the suite, he caught a glimpse of the vigilant Cheyenne observing him from the shadows, but chose to ignore her and vanished without a trace. Cheyenne revealed herself, staring longingly in the direction of Uchiha Yan's departure. "I wish to visit Konoha," she mused. "Rock, paper, scissors. The original lost, so I shall travel on my own." With that, the shadow clone dissipated with a resounding pop. Uchiha Yan created 2 additional shadow clones. "Rock, paper, scissors. You have lost. A wager is a wager," Uchiha Yan remarked to one of the shadow clones. The clone blinked and, with a swift pop, vanished as well. Uchiha Yan, with a furrowed brow, manifested a shadow clone. The clone, visibly irritated, spoke up. "Are you never going to stop? Do shadow clones have no rights? Can traveling alone truly tire you out?" No, it was not merely about traveling. Uchiha Yan fixed an impassive gaze upon his counterpart, casting a genjutsu while simultaneously conjuring an ice spike. Chapter 53. Sasuke's parents and brother have become unhinged upon returning to Konoha. A week had passed. During this interval, he had taken on several bounty missions in the underground black market using transformation techniques to ensure his expenses would last until the day his film earned a profit. The moment he stepped into the clan grounds, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over him. It was the memory of the shadow clone returning to the original. He was somewhat taken aback by Yuta's disappearance. He had employed Jinjutsu on the Umbu protecting Naruto, ensuring that they would be unable to locate Yuta for a short period, hoping to keep such a valuable asset around a while longer. Little did he know, Orochimaru had preemptively lifted the impure world reincarnation. As for the matter of Huajiao not recognizing the shadow clone, it was due to the cat's nearsightedness. It relied on scent to distinguish individuals, and the shadow clone bore no trace of its scent. Nevertheless, the shadow clone was indeed quite indulgent with Huajiao, chopping down a tree to serve as a scratching post when it lacked funds, and even learning sewing to craft a cushion for the cat. A vision of his clansmen observing him as he felled trees surfaced in Uchiha Yan's mind, and he let out a sigh. One by one, they were all contributing to the erosion of his carefully cultivated persona. When Uchiha Yan swung open the door to his room, he found Huajiao hiding beneath the table, its round, vigilant eyes fixed on him, cautiously shifting to the left and half-crouching behind the table leg. Observing quietly, Meow Uchiha Yan, amused, remarked, "What are you up to? Sneaky little cat. It's me who's returned, not a shadow clone." "Meow?" Huajiao leaped forward, and Uchiha Yan instinctively caught it. "Meow, I went hunting. You'll have food again," he said. "Meow occasionally, I suppose," Uchiha Yan replied, gazing into Huajiao's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Meow? Yes, often occasionally." Huajiao blinked thoughtfully for a moment before nuzzling closer. "System, scoundrel host." At that moment, Sasuke burst through the door, panting as he exclaimed, "Seeing your shadow clone dissipate. I knew you were back. Thankfully, school has ended. Otherwise, the teacher would have caught on to your truancy." Uchiha Yan regarded Sasuke and inquired, "Why the rush?" "Yan, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Sasuke hesitated before closing the door behind him. "Speak." I want to leave Konoha to find my father and mother." Sasuke raised his gaze to meet Uchiha Yan's eyes. He hoped Yan would acquiesce. Ever since he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, this thought had emerged, and it had only grown more insistent. Even though Sasuke was aware that this decision meant leaving his brother alone in Konoha, he was now somewhat unhinged. He missed his parents, and he missed his brother as well. Uchiha Yan gazed into Sasuke's tear-filled eyes, and a moment of silence enveloped them. He suddenly felt the capriciousness of fate. Why did the plans he meticulously crafted always seem to have flaws? He yearned for Sasuke to grow stronger, strong enough to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Even while undertaking bounty missions, he was devising strategies, plotting Sasuke's path to development. Yet, Uchiha Yan let out a sigh, feeling weary, wishing to simply lie down. After a prolonged silence, having gathered his thoughts, he finally spoke. I respect your choices, but there are certain matters I must convey to you. The guilt on Sasuke's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a smile. Realizing that the scene felt somewhat inappropriate, he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Udu. Please, go ahead. I will ensure that it is done. You are not merely doing this for me. You are also doing it for the Shinobi world, for our parents, and for Itachi. Sasuke paused, momentarily bewildered. You and Naruto can both be regarded as the destined saviors of the Shinobi world. The legend of the Sage of Six Paths is not a mere fabrication. And his mother hails from the Otsutsuki clan of the Starry Skies. Uchiha Yan succinctly elucidated the essence of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, as well as the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, alongside the looming thread of the Otsutsuki clan's invasion and their ulterior motives. Thus, your future will far surpass that of your father and Itachi. The Shinobi world cannot thrive without you and Naruto. Therefore, at no time should you allow yourself to become complacent. Your Mangekyou Sharingan is still lacking. Enhancing your foundational ninja skills and combat experience should be your primary focus at present. Before you depart from Konoha, I will perform the transplant for your Sharingan to unlock the eternal Mangekyou. Once I transcribe the training methods for the 8 gates for you, you may leave. This technique is formidable, and you must diligently practice it. If you tire of staying with your parents, I recommend seeking out Orochimaru to sign a summoning contract for the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great sanctuaries. It would be prudent to learn the sage techniques there while also remaining cautious of Orochimaru's attempts to seize your body. Jinjutsu will be particularly effective against him. Uchiha Yan rambled on like a concerned mother, while Sasuke stared blankly at Udu. What was all this? The Sage of Six Paths truly exists? I am the reincarnation of Indra, the Sage of Six Paths' son? I was Naruto's elder brother in my past life? No wonder he felt irked upon first seeing Naruto, but felt even more irritated when witnessing Naruto's grievances, as if he could empathize. Furthermore, against the Otsutsuki clan, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and even sage techniques would prove ineffective. Only physical techniques augmented by sage abilities would be of use. No wonder Udu claimed he could save the Shinobi world in the future, rather than the more talented and powerful version of himself. Udu merely excelled in jinjutsu, appearing rather delicate in demeanor. With this realization, Sasuke confidently declared, "All right, I will accomplish everything you have mentioned. I will master the 8 gates and the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. When the Otsutsuki arrive in the future, I will surely protect you. Yes, I believe in you." Uchiha Yan's thoughts were scattered, and upon hearing Sasuke's words, he responded casually. Meanwhile, in his mind, he summoned the system and inquired, "System, if I wish to locate the Otsutsuki clan's lair now, is it possible to find it before they arrive in the Shinobi world? It is quite challenging. Perhaps Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki are already on their way, but they may not arrive for another 2 to 3 decades, came the reply. Well, I did not anticipate the vastness of the cosmos, Uchiha Yan mused. Host, dare to imagine, the cosmos is as expansive as your thoughts allow it to be. The system replied, is it possible for it to be infinite? Close enough, Uchiha Yan said with a slight twitch of his lips. The sensation of being a frog at the bottom of a well was palpable. No wonder you previously advised against my seeking technological civilizations at this moment. Indeed, one must at least possess the spatial time abilities equivalent to the Otsutsuki clan to locate a technologically advanced star within a short time frame. There are countless parallel dimensions, and if one were to stray into them, returning to this Shinobi world might become uncertain. Therefore, the host should not rush to seek energy sources. Is that so? Uchiha Yan chose to disregard the system's last statement, pondering how to acquire the Otsutsuki clan's spatial time abilities. Chapter 54. The Rogue Ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke after dinner. Uchiha Yan produced a syringe and began explaining its purpose to Sasuke. However, before he could finish, Sasuke interrupted him by extending his arm. Just inject it quickly. There's no need for so much explanation. You wouldn't harm me, Sasuke remarked with a slight pout. Uchiha Yan approached the arm with the needle, observing Sasuke's expression. It seemed he had inherited this trait from his mother. Once the injection was complete, Uchiha Yan suddenly recalled something. I forgot to mention. There is a relative of Naruto in the grass village named Uzumaki Karen. She has not been living well there, possessing abilities in healing, perception, and sealing. She would make a valuable ally and could save your life in critical moments. If you're interested, you should bring her with you. Claiming to have forgotten was a mere pretense. This connection was intended for the future Sasuke. Now that Sasuke was planning to leave Konoha, he thought it best to act sooner rather than later. He had no desire to entangle himself in melodramatic tales of life debts. Without a second thought, Sasuke replied, "Since she is a relative of Naruto, I shall bring this Uzumaki Karen back to Konoha. Naruto will surely be pleased." Uchiha Yan nodded in agreement. "That works. However, you must remain vigilant. The grass village is inconsequential, but if you offend a major ninja village in times of danger, channel your chakra into the ring inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, and I will assist you in resolving any troubles." Sasuke, feeling his strength questioned, frowned and muttered, "I'm quite strong now, you know." Then, recalling something uttered by Udo earlier, he curiously asked, "By the way, you seem to know Naruto's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Do you know who Naruto's parents are?" "I do not," Uchiha Yan replied without blinking, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "Your curiosity is more intense than that of a peppercorn." Upon hearing its name called by its caretaker, the pepper flower instinctively raised its head in the embrace of the caretaker. Viewed from this angle, the caretaker's face appeared notably larger. "I find myself genuinely curious. Is there truly a child born without parents?" Uchiha Yan remarked, "In the land of rain, there are countless children, yet not a single pair of parents to be found among them." Sasuke was taken aback by this revelation. How tragic, how deeply sorrowful they must be. Although Uchiha Yan had never witnessed it firsthand, he had nearly lost his own family and had endured prolonged anxiety over the matter, thus managing to empathize to some extent. They may have grown numb to their plight. Perhaps only the child of destiny can alter this grim fate. Sasuke nodded solemnly, saying, "I understand your point. I shall strive to grow stronger and change this reality." In that moment, Sasuke felt as though the weight upon his shoulders was akin to 1,000 pounds. Uchiha Yan felt a sense of relief. His earlier persuasion was not in vain. Sasuke inquired once more, "So you must know who Naruto's parents are, right?" Uchiha Yan thought to himself, "This slap in the face comes far too swiftly. The child may be young, yet he seemed not so easily deceived. Was he selectively trusting?" In an effort to convey the significance of Karui to Sasuke, he had intentionally introduced Naruto as a pivotal point, neglecting the fact that Sasuke would dig deeper to uncover the identities of Naruto's parents. Uchiha Yan recognized that his failure to consider all aspects was his most significant flaw. No wonder his plans often encountered discrepancies. He sighed and said, "I feared that once you learned the truth, you would be disappointed in Konoha." Sasuke scoffed, "I was disillusioned with the village the moment Danzo ambushed Brother Shisui." "Very well, but for now, this matter should remain unknown to Naruto. He is still quite young, and his character is at its most malleable. If he were to discover the identities of his parents and reflect upon his past experiences, the consequences could be dire. After all, Naruto is destined to save the world of shinobi, and any disruption to his character could lead to significant complications." Prior to attending the Ninja Academy, Naruto's demeanor was far from cheerful and bright. He often lay in bed, weeping in frustration, vehemently rebutting the malevolence directed at him by the villagers. Smiles were a rarity. He longed to integrate with other children, only to be repelled by the parents of those children, a smile lingering on his lips yet to fade. He also entertained himself with laughter. Before encountering Iruka, Naruto frequently sat idly on the monkey bars, lost in thought. After meeting Iruka, he often sat disheartened on the swings, gazing into the distance. Uchiha Yan slowly uttered a name. Sasuke paused momentarily in confusion before realization dawned upon him, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. "Yandai? How dare the village? Why did the third Hokage not intervene? He must surely be aware of Naruto's identity." Sasuke recalled the hostility he and Naruto faced while walking through the streets, and in that instant, he felt no fondness for the village whatsoever. Uchiha Yan felt a tinge of consolation within his heart. He harbored the hope that Naruto and Sasuke would maintain a harmonious relationship, wishing to avoid any future conflicts that might result in one losing a hand, as such calamities could extinguish the very essence of their powers. If only Sasuke were spared the loss of his parents and siblings, it seemed improbable that he would succumb to darkness or sulk in the future. Indeed, one's worldview must be nurtured from a tender age. Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment before securing another lock. In truth, Naruto's mother also wished for him and Naruto to grow up as good friends. I had forgotten to mention that Naruto's mother and ours were once dear companions. As time flowed, half a year swiftly passed. During this period, the shinobi world witnessed numerous events, predominantly concerning Konoha or its rogue ninjas. The first event, the son of the former Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Sasuke, defected from Konoha. The second event, Uchiha Sasuke astonishingly possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan and, while fleeing Konoha, vanquished 2 Konoha Umbu who pursued him, leading Sarutobi Hiruzen to classify him as a high-ranking rogue ninja, with a bounty set at 2 million ryo. Kumogakure added an additional 1 million ryo, stipulating that he must be captured alive. Whether their intention was to retrieve him for breeding or to acquire his Sharingan remains uncertain. An anonymous rogue ninja from Konoha, wishing to remain unnamed, added 500,000 ryo, requesting only information regarding Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts. The remaining 3 great ninja villages nominally contributed to the bounty on Sasuke. A covert ninja from Kusagakure broke the round figure. Uchiha Sasuke status: Rogue ninja of Konoha abilities. Mangekyou Sharingan, Purple Susanoo, Fire Release, Lightning Release, Jinjutsu personality: arrogant, conceited, tyrannical, unreasonable, disdainful of small ninja villages' whereabouts, uncertain. Between the land of demons and the land of birds bounty: 22,219,000 ryo. The third event, rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke assaulted Kusagakure, abducting a child from their ninja academy. The fourth event, the former clan leader of the Uchiha, the rogue ninja Uchiha Fugaku, based on Uchiha historical records, produced a film titled The Tales of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, scheduled for release on Sunday, with a cast list included. Fugaku, utilizing transformation jutsu, portrayed Uchiha Madara, while the defected Sasuke played Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother. Sasuke must have deeply regretted his departure from Konoha, contemplating that he should have waited a few more months before leaving. The image of Sasuke addressing Fugaku as Nisan made Uchiha Yan shudder involuntarily. Chapter 55. Naruto's growth. Huajiao tilted his head, mimicking his master's stance, shaking his body in confusion. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had fallen from a tree with a hefty stone tied to him, found himself unsettled by Uchiha Yan's explanations. The actions of the other ninja villages were indeed excessive. After all, Sasuke merely yearned for his parents and brother. With a pitiful gaze, he turned to Uchiha Yan, asking, after these bounties were placed on Sasuke, can he truly never return to the village? Uchiha Yan shook his head, replying, no, he cannot. The purpose of the increased bounties from these ninja villages is to acknowledge Sasuke's status as a rogue ninja in the Shinobi world. It is futile for Konoha to revoke his rogue status. How infuriating. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. Naruto, if you truly wish for Sasuke to return to Konoha in the future, then strive to become stronger, surpassing the legendary Hokage and even transcending all others. As long as you possess sufficient power, the Shinobi world will conform to your desires. Once you have gained strength, only then, when Konoha is on the brink of destruction, will you possess the means to save the village and earn the villagers' recognition. Very well, I shall continue practicing tree climbing. Naruto, seemingly imbued with an inexhaustible vigor, dashed towards the great tree. Uchiha Yan observed Naruto's retreating figure and let out a resigned sigh. It was no easy task to dissuade this foolish child. When Naruto learned of Sasuke's departure from Konoha, he immediately pursued him without a second thought, ultimately being restrained by the Umbu who were tasked with his protection and confined for 2 days. Fortunately, Naruto was merely impulsive. After Uchiha Yan explained the reasons behind Sasuke's departure, Naruto managed to regain some composure. Subsequently, Yan elaborated on the complexities of the situation, and although Naruto grasped it only partially, he came to understand that Sasuke, along with his parents and brother, could no longer return to the village. The most compelling reason for Naruto to abandon his pursuit of Sasuke was a single statement made by Uchiha Yan. If you two are deemed a rogue ninja and barred from returning to the village, what would become of Kaguya, who has just escaped from the abyss? Naruto and Kaguya were of the same age. She was born in June, while he was born in October. Though their bloodlines diverged greatly, Naruto still referred to Kaguya as sister. He believed that Kaguya might be his only remaining kin in this world, so he cherished her and felt a deep-seated anger toward her past experiences. As their relationship deepened over time, Naruto regarded Uchiha Yan as all-knowing and omnipotent. Thus he inquired about his parents, only to be met with evasive responses from Yan, leaving Naruto feeling quite dejected. Meanwhile, the Ninetales seemed contemplative. Due to Sasuke's defection, Uchiha Yan had also come under surveillance by the Umbu for the past 6 months. However, he remained unconcerned, confident that the Umbu could not see what they ought not to. As night fell, Uchiha Yan leaned against a tree, cradling the flower pepper that helped him swat away mosquitoes. After a while, Naruto approached, panting, and declared, "Yan, the time has come for our practice match." "All right." Uchiha Yan summoned 4 shadow clones to establish a barrier. As for the reason behind the formation of the barrier, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of Naruto clones surrounded Uchiha Yan. Naruto was aware that no matter how he attacked Yan, he would not sustain any injury. So he might as well unleash his full potential. He recalled Yan telling him that after a shadow clone dissipated, it would transfer its memories and experiences back to the original. Thus, the more clones, the better. The greater the number of clones that endured blows, the more the original would learn to avoid being hit. Ice Release, Crystal Mirror Ice Blade. Uchiha Yan wielded an ice dagger, his Sharingan adeptly perceiving the flaws within the techniques of the shadow clones. Slightly sidestepping a punch from one of the clones, Uchiha Yan delivered a kick that sent it flying, colliding with several other clones, which subsequently vanished in a series of explosive bursts. When confronted with a surprise attack from behind, Uchiha Yan exhibited an uncanny awareness, as if his back possessed eyes. An ice spike erupted from the crystalline structure, piercing through the assailant in an instant. Super Chakra Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones surged towards Uchiha Yan, each brandishing a Resignation. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Yan had undoubtedly made significant progress. His most notable achievement was mastering Sage techniques, alongside the transformation of Lightning Release, which he fused with Fire Release to create a bloodline limit. Fire Release, Dimensional Pitch Black Phantom Slash. Uchiha Yan's figure flickered around, wielding ice blades that carved through the air, unleashing waves of black flame that encircled the multitude of shadow clones. Observing Naruto once again forming seals to generate hundreds of shadow clones, rushing towards him with spiraling orbs, Uchiha Yan found himself somewhat accustomed to the spectacle. Initially, he had only witnessed Naruto's combat techniques and how he endured attacks. It was only after battling Naruto once that he comprehended just how formidable this opponent truly was. Lightning Release, Lightning Thousand Books Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Naruto again formed seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Yan also formed seals. Zeichin Maoin, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. He continued forming seals. Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Damn it, at least let me land a hit, Naruto exclaimed, somewhat disheveled as he stood up, expressing a hint of frustration. But his eyes soon transformed into a resolute gaze. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Yan also formed seals. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. After a while, Naruto lay on the ground, panting heavily. Uchiha Yan retrieved a can of cat food from a spatial scroll. After opening the lid, he offered it to the cat, saying, "You must be hungry. Have a bite." The cat responded with a soft sound, using its paw to fish out a piece of beef. "Naruto, are you going to the movies tomorrow?" "Of course. I am. After all, it's a film featuring Sasuke," Naruto replied with an air of certainty. "And Ino will be there too. We should also invite Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, Kiba, and Sakura." At the mention of Sakura, Naruto's face flushed slightly. How could this foolish child be so infatuated with Sakura? Uchiha Yan could not help but inquire, "Naruto, what is it that you like about Sakura?" In truth, Naruto's original persona bore a resemblance to the dynamic between Obito and Kakashi, with Obito harboring feelings for Rin, only to be overshadowed by the prodigious Kakashi, who captured Rin's attention. This inevitably bred resentment in Obito towards Kakashi, yet the bond forged through such circumstances remained profound, leaving even Uchiha Yan perplexed by its intricacies. Scratching his head, Naruto sheepishly replied, "Sakura, her hair looks beautiful." Uchiha Yan, in contemplation, asked, "Isn't Ino's hair beautiful as well?" "It is, but Ino only likes Sasuke." Uchiha Yan sighed, "But Sakura also only likes Sasuke." "Well," Naruto faltered, "if given a choice between someone who likes you and someone you like, which would you choose?" "Huh." Naruto's face contorted in confusion. To illustrate further, if you have yet to forge any friendships and have remained solitary, devoid of companionship, which option would you choose? Naruto found himself in a quandary. "I want them all." Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback. Naruto cast a peculiar glance at Uchiha Yan. After a brief pause, he finally grasped the situation and, with a hint of urgency, quickly clarified, No, that is not what I meant." What I intended to convey is that I will cherish those who appreciate me, but I still hold affection for those I admire. Naruto was at a loss for words. He had not considered the romantic implications when he uttered that statement. Uchiha Yan sighed in relief. He understood now. Naruto meant that he would treasure both those who affirm him and those he holds dear. Was the consequence of the sealing of the searing mouth technique truly this severe? Chapter 56. The film premiere on Sunday morning at 8:30. Kakashi had transformed his appearance. Donning a mask, a wig, colored contact lenses, and upon inspecting his reflection, felt somewhat insecure. He added a hat and sunglasses, resembling a celebrity. It was unavoidable. 6 months prior, he had inexplicably read from Paradise of Affection in front of a large audience, and even his Umbu subordinates could not restrain him. He had become a notable figure in Konoha. He himself did not understand why he had acted in such a manner. It had been quite sudden. Sighing, he mused that had he not been excessively curious about the film's content, he would have preferred to remain indoors, especially since there were no missions in the village. In the land of rain, Itachi looked at Conan with surprise and inquired, "Are you also curious about this film, Senior Conan?" After all, it featured Mr. Itachi's father and brother, which naturally piqued some interest. Most importantly, it was vital to comprehend the past of the masked man, Uchiha Obito. Itachi nodded in agreement. Haydn exclaimed, "I want to go too. Take me along. Let's all go together, including Kakuzu and the others." Sasori's monotonous voice emerged from the depths of his crimson hair. "That works for me." Kakuzu grimaced at the thought of joining them. "I think I'll pass. Just tell me the plot when you return. Perhaps I might even catch a glimpse of my battle with the first Hokage. Shouldn't you come along, Obito? Let's see if the film's storyline holds any truth," Haydn remarked, flicking away a booger. Underneath his mask, Obito's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. How could he ascertain its authenticity? Humph, what could possibly be interesting about childhood events with Hashirama? Boring. Yet, despite his words, he ultimately decided to attend. At the Konoha cinema, Uchiha Yan settled into the far left corner, cradling a handful of spicy snacks. To his right, Naruto raised 2 buckets of popcorn. With Shino seated beside him, and Ino next to Shino, Yan extended a claw, subtly extracting a piece of popcorn from Naruto's bucket. Uchiha Yan yawned. He had little interest in the film. His sole purpose was to observe Sasuke's. Suddenly, the lights in the cinema dimmed, signaling the commencement of the film. The opening scene briefly introduced the backdrop of the Warring States period. Some villagers and ninjas in the village appeared to awaken to the reality of their history. Unable to contain himself, Naruto inquired, "Yan, did even children have to go to battle during the Warring States period?" Xianglin cast a curious glance. Uchiha Yan nodded and then remarked, "It is said that the Senju and Uchiha clans were the 2 mightiest ninja clans during the Warring States period. However, I fail to perceive their strength. How formidable can a clan be if they must send children to the battlefield? If, in the midst of war, a faction deems the contribution of children irreplaceable, it indicates that the faction lacks true strength and is unworthy of claiming the title of the strongest. Such a decision made by a leader reveals their inherent weakness." Naruto and Xianglin nodded in agreement. Xianglin, intrigued, inquired, "Was the Uzumaki clan also formidable during the Warring States period?" Naruto, having just turned his head away, turned back again. "In terms of strength, the Senju and Uchiha are undoubtedly in the first tier, followed by the Uzumaki, Hyuga, Kagaya, Yatsuki, and then the Inuzuka, Sarutobi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans." Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding. "Ah, I see." With that, he turned to gaze at the large screen, having missed the initial scene while conversing with Yan. On the screen, by a small river, Madara questioned Hashirama, "Who are you?" "I am Hashirama. As for my surname, I am unable to disclose it due to certain reasons." "Hashirama, you say? I see it clearly. This time, I will succeed," Madara confidently declared, striking a pose to prepare for a shuriken throw. Observing this, Hashirama silently thought, "So that is the hand gesture. It is indeed a shuriken throwing technique." Yet, the stone, rather inconsiderately, merely bounced 3 times on the water before sinking. Madara maintained his throwing stance, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, while Hashirama wore a look of exasperation. "I expected more of you." Madara abruptly turned around, pointing angrily at Hashirama. "It must be you. You scoundrel, standing behind me on purpose, distracting me. I am quite sensitive. If someone stands behind me, I can't even relieve myself." Hashirama immediately sat down, hugging his knees in despair. "I'm sorry." The cinema erupted into a cacophony at this moment. Uchiha Yan could vaguely hear a few remarks. So this is Uchiha Madara? His impression of Madara shifted unexpectedly. How shameless. How could the formidable Shura of the ninja world possess such a weakness? A certain Chunin scoffed. On the screen, upon seeing Hashirama's disheartened demeanor, a bead of sweat appeared on Madara's brow, and with a resigned gesture, he said, I mean, you don't need to be this despondent. Do you? With that, he raised one hand to his forehead, apologetically adding, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so argumentative. Hashirama lowered his head slightly. I genuinely didn't know, and then lifted his gaze to Madara, saying, You have such an annoying self-awareness issue. Kakashi, observing this scene, contemplated. Well, it seems our first Hokage had a bit of a dark side during his youth. Mike Guy suddenly turned to look back. Kakashi? Kakashi's expression changed, and he lowered his voice. No, you've mistaken me for someone else. On the screen, Hashirama stood up, wearing a proud expression. Regardless, it is clear that I am better at skipping stones than you. Madara instantly flared up, pointing at Hashirama in anger. Do you believe I want to use you as a stone? Hashirama, feeling threatened, fell into despair. I never intended to provoke your anger. As an apology, I suppose I should prepare myself for being thrown into the river. Go ahead, throw me. With her hands on her hips, Ban spoke in a tone filled with disappointment. Do you not realize how bothersome your faults are? Hashirama glanced at Ban and replied softly, Well, I hope you can be thrown to the other side. Next to Naruto, Shikamaru and Ino stifled a laugh. Shikamaru remarked with a smirk, I never imagined the first Hokage was like this in his youth. It certainly contrasts with his serious image on Hokage Rock, doesn't it? Quite a revelation. Suddenly, the two noticed a corpse drifting by the riverbank, prompting Hashirama to hastily wade over. It was at that moment that Ban finally recognized it. Hashirama was a ninja. Hashirama spoke gravely. This place is about to become a battlefield. We must return quickly. He turned to Ban across the river and said, I'm sorry, but I must leave. Ban seemed to anticipate Hashirama's question and replied, My name is Ban. Ban, you don't reveal your surname to anyone. That's the rule of ninjas. You are indeed a ninja as well. Returning to his clan, Hashirama gazed at his brother's incomplete corpse and murmured, Wakamura. Their father had said that the enemies this time were the Uchiha and the Yui clans. He had instructed that ninjas must not cry. But Wakamura was only 7 years old. When would such a war ever come to an end? Hashirama looked at his two younger brothers, Tobirama and Banjin. I do not wish for you to lose your lives in vain. Suddenly, Hashirama turned angrily toward his father, shouting, What kind of love is this from the Senju clan? What does it mean to be a self-sufficient ninja? Is this not merely adults collaborating to drive a child to death? How are our actions any different from the Uchiha? Chapter 57. A moment of suspense. Uchiha Yan's lips twitched. Their father was a straightforward man. Did he not even consider cutting that scene? The plot continued. Before long, Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Banjin, also perished. The young Banjin was surrounded by a throng of Uchiha ninjas, and by the time Hashirama arrived, only a lifeless body remained on the ground. Uchiha Yan turned to glance at Naruto upon hearing the commotion. Oh dear, the first Hokage's fate is indeed tragic. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he stared at the big screen, sniffing and reaching into the popcorn bucket, which was empty. Shikamaru thoughtfully handed him a tissue. Naruto instinctively accepted it, wiping his tears with his sleeve. Thank you, Shikamaru. On the screen, Ban arrived to find Hashirama sitting by the river, lost in thought. Oh, it has been a while. What is your name? Hashirama. Ban, standing behind him, inquired, Hashirama, what's wrong? You seem so downcast today. What has happened? What does it matter? I'm perfectly fine. The two lingered for a while, but Hashirama could no longer contain himself and turned to Ban, tears streaming down his face. Ban was momentarily taken aback, his voice softening significantly as he asked, What is truly going on? My brother has died. The reason I came here was that looking at this river, I felt as if the turmoil within me could be washed away. I see. You are Ban, correct? I suspect you might share a similar sentiment. Do you have siblings? I have 5 children in my family. Uchiha Madara bent down, picked up a stone, and added, Once upon a time. Upon hearing this, Hashirama could not help but turn to face Madara, slowly inquiring, Once upon a time? We are ninjas, unaware of when death may claim us. If there were any way to ensure our survival, it would be through candid encounters with our adversaries, devoid of deceit, binding ourselves as brothers. Yet, this is an impossibility, for the human heart is inscrutable. No one can truly fathom another's innermost thoughts. After uttering these words, Madara cast the stone away, perhaps unaware that his opponent was seething with rage. Hashirama gazed at Madara in a daze, and after a moment, he asked, "Is it truly impossible for us to be honest with one another?" "Uncertain, but I often ponder this here, hoping to discover a solution." This was the first time Madara successfully threw a stone across the river. Little did he know, Hashirama's heart was profoundly shaken at that moment. For no one had ever comprehended his thoughts, yet Madara seemed to resonate with them. Like him, Madara yearned to transform this war-torn era. These words felt like divine revelation to Hashirama. Although their ideas were not entirely aligned, their meetings became increasingly frequent thereafter. Without knowing each other's surnames, they discussed the future and engaged in mutual training. During their sparring, they struck each other in the face. Hashirama slid back several meters, while Madara was thrown to the ground with considerable force. As Madara propped himself up and wiped his mouth, he remarked, "Your taijutsu is impressive. You managed to fight me to a standstill." Hashirama humbly replied, "No, it's not a standoff. I'm still standing." Just as he finished speaking, a stone struck him on the head, causing him to collapse instantly. Madara triumphantly exclaimed, "What did you say? Isn't that a tie?" "When did you?" Madara reclined on the ground, laughing. "I threw that the moment you sent me flying. I am not so easily dealt with." While discussing the future, Madara took a sip from a bamboo tube. Hashirama asked, "But how exactly can we change the current situation? We must have a plan for the future." After finishing his drink, Madara set the bamboo tube down, crossed his arms, and contemplated, "First, we must firmly establish this conviction, and we must grow stronger. The cries of the weak bear no weight." Hashirama agreed. "Indeed, if we can master various ninjutsu and become powerful, the adults can no longer disregard our opinions." Naruto, glancing at the screen where Madara had already risen, murmured, "That's the same principle that Yoda taught me yesterday." After getting up, Madara walked to the riverbank to relieve himself, a look of utter relief on his face. However, before he could finish, that expression of relief abruptly vanished. Beads of sweat appearing on his brow, and the sound of water ceased instantly. He had somehow forced it back. Hashirama stood not far from Madara, hands on his hips, peering at the scene with surprise. "You actually stopped?" Madara instantly erupted in anger, shouting, "I told you not to stand behind me." Hashirama, with a mischievous grin, covered his mouth and chuckled, "I found your weakness. Do you believe I would toss you into the river where I just relieved myself?" Without even pulling up his pants, Madara charged at Hashirama, declaring, "Let us see my water style." Hashirama took off running, shouting, "That's disgusting. Don't splash." Ultimately, the two of them tumbled into the river together. Obito gazed at the members of the Akatsuki organization who were looking at him, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. To his surprise, he discovered a different side of Madara. The voice of Scorpion echoed from the Crimson Stream. Obito opened his mouth, struggling to find an explanation. With a blank expression, he remarked, "How tedious. I never imagined that the younger generation would document even this." Conan delivered a decisive blow, saying, "But the introduction at the film's opening stated that this is a memoir recorded by Senior Madara himself." Itachi, with a thoughtful demeanor, commented, "I always believed that the Uchiha clan would not document everything." Haiden chuckled gleefully, "I didn't expect Lord Madara to have such a weakness. Let's see how my water style performs." Ha. Obito's expression darkened. That old geezer Madara. To think he had such a side in his youth. The ungrateful descendants had publicly executed him. On the screen, Uchiha Madara stood at the edge of a cliff, arms crossed, waiting for Hashirama, who was running towards him from afar. "Madara, I've thought of an incredibly powerful jutsu. Let's practice together." "What jutsu?" Madara inquired seriously, as Hashirama formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Taijutsu secret art, super fire release illusion technique, great shuriken / second segment." Uchiha Itachi fell into contemplation. In truth, this technique might have potential for development. By utilizing the sound of shurikens slicing through the air to create an illusion, and with a powerful throw, it could blend seamlessly with fire release. He could even incorporate flame release and shadow clones of shurikens. However, that would require a new name. Flame release Taijutsu secret art, super black flame nether illusion technique, radiant wheel, gale shuriken shadow clone, second segment. When it came to naming, he still fell short compared to Hashirama. Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of inadequacy. Naruto, with an exasperated expression, remarked, "What a ridiculous name." In agreement, Ino and Shikamaru nodded. On the screen, the two sat atop the cliff, as Hashirama asked, "Say, are all your brothers gone?" No, I still have one younger brother. Madara tightened his grip. No matter what happens, I will protect him. He then turned to Hashirama, asking, what about your brothers? I also have a younger brother, and I intend to protect him at all costs, Hashirama declared resolutely. Chapter 58. One could sense Sasuke's collapse even through the screen. Let's establish a village that belongs to us here. Hashirama spread his arms wide. In this village, children need not fight each other. We shall build a school to train them, enabling them to grow strong. Everyone can select missions based on their abilities and strength, and there should be superiors to reasonably categorize mission levels. A village where children do not have to risk their lives on the front lines. Only you would utter such foolish words. What do you think? Not bad. Then it is settled, Madara stated. If this village is truly established, I will ensure my brother is well protected in a place that overlooks the entire forest. The cinema erupted in a flurry of chatter. Is this cliff the location of the Hokage rock in Konoha? I just realized. I have goosebumps. I've been watching the movie without eating a single piece of popcorn. Can I have some? Naruto turned to Uchiha Yan and inquired. So, behind that lies the efforts of Madara and the first Hokage as they grew stronger, eventually establishing Konoha, right? Although the Ninja Academy offered history lessons, they merely recounted the achievements of past Hokages, leaving Naruto in the dark about the true genesis of Konoha. Meanwhile, Sarada perked up her ears, curiosity piqued. Uchiha Yan shamelessly divulged. No, it was not that simple. Their meeting was discovered by their fathers. While they had vaguely suspected each other's surnames, that incident shattered the veil between them. Madara could no longer convince himself to maintain relations with the Senju, the clan that had murdered his brother, and conversely, the brother of Senju Hashirama was also slain by the Uchiha. Henceforth, they were destined to be adversaries. As they ascended to the roles of clan leaders, Hashirama mastered wood release, while Madara awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. However, by that time, the strength of the Senju clan had far surpassed that of the Uchiha, with many Uchiha even surrendering. The subsequent conflict between the two clans resulted in Izuna's demise, granting Madara newfound power, yet he ultimately fell to Hashirama. Although Hashirama sought reconciliation, Madara, burdened by Izuna's death, declared his mistrust of the Senju, demanding either the death of his brother or his own suicide. Sarada, turning away, quickly covered her ears, not wishing to hear more. Yen, you are utterly despicable, she thought. How could he spoil the plot while she was distracted? Naruto, puzzled by Sarada's reaction, turned back with keen interest and asked, what happened next? At that moment, Hashirama chose to commit seppuku with a kunai, only to be halted by Madara at a critical juncture. Thus, Konoha was born. Uchiha Yan fell silent thereafter, uncertain if the film would depict their ensuing battle or the Valley of the End, knowing that without wood release and the Azure Susanoo, special effects would be necessary, and the production team likely could not afford such a segment. Casting a glance at the screen, Naruto noted that Madara had activated his single Tomo Sharingan, muttering, hearing Yan's account has suddenly made this film seem less captivating. Izuna, portrayed by Sasuke, was grievously injured by a body flicker technique, prompting Madara, played by Fugaku, to leap forward. Izuna, how are you? Uchiha Yan observed that this segment, devoid of laughter, showcased Fugaku's improved acting skills. Watching Hashirama's words attempt to mend fences with Madara, it was evident that Madara was somewhat swayed. Yan focused intently, even activating his Sharingan to observe closely. Here it comes, he thought as Sasuke's portrayal of Izuna implored, brother, do not trust the Senju. Uchiha Yan could distinctly see the corners of several actors' mouths twitching, particularly Sasuke and Fugaku, though Sasuke was not merely suppressing amusement. Yan could sense Sasuke's struggle from across the screen. As for their father, Yan believed he had succumbed to darkness, his glee unmistakable. Did he find amusement in his second son's plight? He had succeeded in his performance. Before their parents, Sasuke, usually the obedient son, had been thoroughly undermined. When Madara and Hashirama met again, it would be in the midst of a colossal clash between their full Susanoos and the wooden giant. Uchiha Yan, shaking off his lethargy, was eager to discern how the production team had orchestrated this battle sequence. However, he soon found himself envious. The amalgamation of artistry and special effects was nothing short of remarkable. The finesse of the animation bore only the slightest distinction from that of a film. Without keen observation for flaws, it was nearly indistinguishable. His envy deepened. He had dabbled in drawing before, having successfully rendered the humanoid lizard that the system described. His attempts utilized the super beast pseudo-painting technique, nearly transforming his home into a veritable gallery. The Sichuan peppercorns, frightened, had taken refuge by burrowing their heads into jars. The audience in the theater was utterly captivated, and Naruto whispered nearby, "The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara are truly formidable." In response, Shikamaru leaned in closer, murmuring, "Sasuke is not far behind Uchiha Madara now." The colossal purple Susanoo was an image she would likely never forget. Uchiha Yan shook his head, asserting, "Sasuke still has a long way to go." Shikamaru puffed out her cheeks, feeling a sense of injustice for Sasuke. In truth, during the incident to rescue her, Sasuke had brazenly infiltrated the land of grass to extract a high-profile target. This was quintessentially Sasuke, although no one could withstand the full manifestation of the Susanoo, nor could they effectively counter it. Sasuke's youth and lack of combat experience rendered him incapable of playing his cards wisely. The village hidden in the grass, after all, was still a ninja village, boasting seasoned Umbu and Jonin with a wealth of intelligence, alongside bloodline limit users and secret technique practitioners. It wasn't long before Sasuke's vulnerabilities were exploited. First, they provoked him with taunts, luring the Susanoo to the seaside, then erected barriers to prevent his escape. They relentlessly dispatched ninjas to deplete his chakra and ocular power. After all, how much chakra could a Uchiha of such tender years possess? While they could not physically overpower him, they could certainly vex him. The Susanoo obliterated a shadow clone with a single punch, only to be met with explosive tags affixed to its face. Following further verbal jibes, Sasuke lost his composure entirely. What ensued were a series of traps and minor techniques that, while ineffective against the Susanoo, systematically drained Sasuke's ocular power and chakra. Ropes, deep pits. An explosive tag array swiftly robbed Sasuke of a significant portion of his chakra, much of which was squandered. Despite appearing to dominate the fray, he was, in truth, at a disadvantage. Sasuke was not the type to retreat when faced with adversity. After all, the full Susanoo could easily breach a minor barrier. As time elapsed, Sasuke's ocular power waned gradually. In a moment of desperation, he called for assistance. The instant he did, the barrier shattered, and the grass village ninjas collapsed en masse around him, the devastation spreading to encompass nearly half of the village. Though reeling from the blow, Sasuke found the display exhilarating and yearned to learn it himself. The boy with the cat, however, remarked with biting sarcasm, "Any chunin from Konoha with your level of skill could effortlessly dominate the entire grass village." Sasuke reflected, this is the consequence of never having undergone true trials. Impatient, irritable, inexperienced in battle, and possessing a fragile heart, he resolved that once they reached the land of birds, he would engage in rigorous practice with his father to hone his combat experience. There is undoubtedly more to learn from Orochimaru. He is the most suitable mentor for you. By the way, do not forget that illusion techniques can counter Orochimaru effectively, so make sure to practice the Kage Shuriken technique regularly. As for the curse marks and your use of the tongue to lick your lips, employ the sealing technique against him. In Chapter 59, Lord Madara once exhibited a gentler side. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Itachi who brought the unconscious Karen near Konoha, leaving behind a letter expressing his hope that she could reside in Konoha in the future. The letter was signed by Uchiha Sasuke and contained a brief introduction regarding Karen's background, which, when presented to the guarding ninjas of Konoha, would prompt them to take the appropriate actions. When this letter reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, he personally went to the village gate to verify Karen's identity. The grass village had indeed caused trouble for Konoha in the past. Are you not concerned about your international reputation? You let a rogue ninja escape from Konoha to wreak havoc elsewhere? Moreover, you abducted one of our important companions. Konoha must be held accountable. Although the Uzumaki clan is an ally of Konoha, Karen, being raised by the grass village alongside her mother, is part of their community. Sarutobi Hiruzen had secretly sheltered the orphaned Uzumaki, yet outwardly he slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "Sasuke has gone too far. Increase the bounty. Let it be 1,000,000 ryo." However, upon reconsideration, he decided on a more modest 50,000 ryo, acknowledging the village's financial constraints. The grass village's advisor, faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's obstinacy, left Konoha with a gloomy expression, having gained no compensation. This outcome was not unexpected, as the land of grass had previously betrayed Konoha. It was unrealistic to expect Konoha to show benevolence by providing compensation or dispatching forces to assist the grass village in reclaiming Karen. The land of grass has consistently played the role of a fence-sitter, siding with whichever party appeared stronger during the Great Ninja Wars. From the perspective of the Land of Grass, this is the tragedy of a weak nation, but from Konoha's standpoint, it is utterly distasteful. During the Third Great Ninja War, upon hearing of the alliance between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, the Grass Village unhesitatingly aligned itself with Iwagakure, providing them with a supply line that caught Konoha off guard and nearly brought the conflict to their doorstep. This was also a failure on Sarutobi Hiruzen's part. Konoha's reputation had become too soft and accommodating. Even if Danzo had been in the role of Hokage, the Land of Grass would not have dared to betray Konoha. Consequently, Karin did not join the Ninja Academy as a transfer student. Instead, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for a private tutor for her. In this exchange of Sasuke for Karin, without factoring in Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan, Hiruzen perceived it as a significant gain. After all, the Ninja Academy still boasts a top student in Uchiha Itachi. In Hiruzen's eyes, Uchiha Itachi undoubtedly possesses the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, perhaps even rivaling Itachi and Shisui from years past. He also appears to have a kind disposition, as those who love small animals tend to possess a compassionate nature. The only unfortunate aspect is his bloodline affliction. Obito, observing the scene on the screen, found himself lost in contemplation as he recognized the young boy struck down by Uchiha Madara. Was this Danzo in his youth? Thus, the intelligence he had previously reviewed was largely accurate. The authenticity of that intelligence is shrouded in ambiguity. Aside from the QB incident, he finds himself unable to discern which pieces are genuine and which are fabrications. This disinformation serves to fulfill Danzo's ulterior motives, inciting disdain for the shadows of the ninja world among all its inhabitants. Should Konoha persist in its reluctance to deal with Danzo under pressure, its influence within the ninja realm would undoubtedly wane. Who, indeed, orchestrated such a scheme? The thought furrowed Obito's brow. Hayden observed the screen, where Uchiha Madara extended a hand to assist Danzo, and could not help but click his tongue. It appears that Lord Madara's heart had been shattered by this very matter, leaving one to ponder the gentleness he once exhibited. Conan, with a frosty demeanor, remarked that such scant tenderness had been wasted on the despicable Danzo. Itachi's expression was peculiar, for he was acutely aware that this segment was a mere fabrication by Udo. The blame squarely rested on Danzo's shoulders. If this masked individual were to affirm his identity, it would indicate that he was not the genuine Uchiha Madara. Conversely, if he were not Madara, he must be a member of the Uchiha clan. Udo's reluctance to elaborate on the masked person allowed Itachi to surmise that he was not truly Madara, though he could not yet ascertain the truth. How could I have known that this child would grow up to be such a wretched being? My affections have been squandered, he lamented. Furthermore, it was not heartbreak that afflicted him, but rather the realization that he had devised a superior method to achieve peace in the ninja world. As all could see, the ninja village system established by Hashirama fails to bring about tranquility. As long as there are people, there will be desires, and where there are desires, conflict will ensue. Itachi maintained his composed facade, having confirmed his suspicions. The film neared its conclusion. Madara's abrupt departure from the village preceded the eruption of the Valley of the End battle. The cataclysmic clash left the audience questioning their very existence, their hair standing on end. Could this truly be the way of the ninja? Treating the QB as a summoned beast? The difficulty of the beast? The QB wielding only the minuscule jutsu of a mere human? Can one truly call this ninjutsu? Although Madara managed to strike the opposite shore once more, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. He fell victim to his own vulnerabilities, pierced in the heart by Hashirama from behind. Lord Madara, is it possible to survive such a heart stabbing? Do you also revere the malevolent deity? Obito twitched his lips, swiftly devising a strategy. After a moment, he mused. I used Izanagi to feign death and deceive Hashirama, which is why I am left with only this singular Sharingan. Itachi, observing the perplexity on the faces of those around him, kindly elucidated the nature of Izanagi. Conan regarded the masked individual thoughtfully. It was enlightening to learn that the Uchiha possessed such a technique. In Konoha, Naruto muttered under his breath. No matter how one viewed it, there certainly weren't 1,000 hands, were there? Naruto, now acutely aware of numbers, recalled his spar with Uchiha Itachi, where he had conjured hundreds of shadow clones, employing the tactic of overwhelming foes with thousands of hands as a means to strike. Yet the results were starkly opposite. Uchiha Itachi found himself at a loss for words, as Naruto's observation indeed held merit. Perhaps the first Hokage simply believed that thousands of hands sounded more poetic than hundreds. Perhaps there truly are 1,000 hands. Yet the spectacle would be far too costly for the production team to realize. Thus they opted for a more simplified portrayal. Naruto nodded, a hint of admiration gracing his countenance as he mused. So that's how it is. The first Hokage is indeed the god of shinobi, showcasing unparalleled strength. He resolved to set himself a modest goal, to surpass the first Hokage. Kushina's lips twitched slightly. A modest goal? Naruto recalled the battle at the Valley of the End and regarded his own hands with a twinge of doubt. Can I truly achieve that? Uchiha Yan pondered for a moment before offering reassurance. The first so-called 1,000 hands may not genuinely number 1,000. Yet the quantity of your shadow clones should exceed 1,000. In time, if you gain the QB's acknowledgement, those shadow clones will indeed become thousands. The QB's ears perked up, disdain evident in its scoff. Gain my acknowledgement? From this little brat? Absolutely not. The QB is far too weak, having been sealed away by the first Hokage with but a single hand. Gaining my acknowledgement will not elevate you beyond the first Hokage. Naruto grimaced in response. The QB instantly flared with rage, its 9 tails thrashing wildly within the confines of the seal, seething with fury. Damn you, Senju Hashirama. And you, wretched brat. I shall annihilate you. Chapter 60. The little raccoon truly dislikes the little fox. Uchiha Yan spoke earnestly to Naruto. Do not underestimate the tailed beasts. Upon hearing this, the QB calmed slightly. The fact that this seemingly unreasonable child could articulate such thoughts afforded it a modicum of respect. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. But the QB doesn't seem particularly strong compared to the first Hokage's Buddha form. It's so small. As he spoke, Naruto gestured with his hands to illustrate the size. The QB gasped for breath, agitated. Uchiha Yan shook his head. Allow me to provide an analogy. Should you earn the QB's recognition and become its perfect Jinchuriki, a single individual could bring about the destruction of Konoha. No more than 3 could stand against you. Without formidable release chakra, even a perfect Jinchuriki of the QB cannot withstand the mental intrusion of the Tsukuyami. And one more thing, the acorn. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. So powerful. Kushina tilted her head. Why use the destruction of Konoha as an analogy? Upon hearing Naruto's incredulous tone, the QB scoffed derisively. The mightiest of the tailed beasts cannot be comprehended by a mere child. For the QB, the number of tails represented the ranking of power among the tailed beasts. Its thoughts were not unfounded, and it had reiterated this sentiment more than once, contributing to the ongoing discord between the proud little fox and a certain little raccoon. Well then, let us strive to grow stronger, aiming to enhance our abilities within the limited time we have. I shall endeavor to communicate more with the QB and first achieve the initial goal of knowing its true name. Upon hearing this, the QB furrowed its brow. What do you mean by limited time? Furthermore, divulging my name to humans? How could that ever be? Wait, the QB has a name? Naruto scratched his head, then patted his chest confidently, declaring, I will surely earn the QB's recognition and have it reveal its name to me. Let the progress bar shine bright. Proud little fox. The corner of the 9-tails mouth curled into a smirk, revealing a sharp fang as it coldly observed the unfolding scene. Uchiha Yan nodded and stated, I trust you. He then bid farewell to Naruto and Sharon, preparing to return home to transplant cells. The preparatory work was nearly complete. As he walked towards his abode, a sudden whoosh cut through the air as a ninja cat darted past, leaving behind a letter. It seemed the child had been left with quite a shadow. However, the pepper had already forgiven it, and Uchiha Yan chose to say nothing further. He picked it up, used the pepper's claw to slice open the envelope, and extracted the letter within. It was from his father, conveying that the film had received a great response, with full attendance, and inquiring if there were any similar scripts available. He also subtly asked if there was a story about himself, expressing a desire to have his tale adapted into a movie. Since his younger son possessed the ability to foresee the future, he might catch a glimpse of his destiny. And if there were any highlight moments, it would be prudent to monetize them in advance. Uchiha Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth. What could he write about? His profound paternal love, calmly facing death before his elder son? He was more inclined to craft a script about Kakashi, allowing Obito to ponder who had suffered more. If the duration fell short, he could always incorporate Acorn to extend it, infusing the film with an element of inspiration. However, it was not the right time for such a portrayal. Otherwise, Kakashi and Guy's abilities would be exposed, making them easy targets during missions outside the village. At the very least, they must wait until the day of peace in the Shinobi world. Upon returning home, Uchiha Yan began to pen a reply to his father. Essentially, he suggested that Hiruzen Sarutobi would be more suitable for a film adaptation, encouraging his father to inquire about his experiences. After all, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were about to become legendary figures in the Shinobi world once again. Should Hiruzen also gain fame, it would further aid in disseminating the will of fire throughout Konoha. Additionally, he mentioned that upon awakening his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he had shifted the ocular technique that allowed him to glimpse into the future towards a combat-oriented one, albeit only foreseeing 5 seconds ahead. This, of course, was a fabrication by Uchiha Yan. He could hardly see any future visions. Initially, he had struggled to explain himself, resorting to half-truths to deceive both his father and Itachi. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for his extensive knowledge. Uchiha Yan handed the letter to the Pepper, requesting it to deliver the correspondence to the Ninja Cat. He then retrieved 2 vessels and a syringe. These vessels contained the cells of Naruto and Sasuke. The most pressing dilemma before Uchiha Yan was determining which cell to inject first, or whether to merge the reincarnated cells of Indra and Ashura before introducing them into his body. He had previously injected growth serums and felt confident that his own cells were not inferior to those of Indra, but Ashura wielded yang release. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Uchiha Yan suddenly lifted his head. He vividly recalled the moment when the Sage of 6 Paths awakened his Rinnegan from his 3 Tomo. This led him to think of Indra. Indra had only inherited the Sage's eyes, but not his body, thus lacking yang release chakra. Likewise, the descendants of Indra, the Uchiha clan, also did not possess yang release chakra. The Uchiha clan and Indra cannot, like the Sage of 6 Paths, evolve directly from the 3 Tomo to the Rinnegan. Perhaps the mere possession of yang release chakra is insufficient. The cells of a sage's body may also be required. Uchiha Yan fell into contemplation. Does the existence of the Manjiki and eternal Manjiki not serve as proof of an incomplete bloodline? If the Tsutsuki clan awakens the Rinnegan from the outset, does that imply that the Sage of 6 Paths, who awakened the Sharingan, possesses a bloodline that is likewise not entirely pure in the eyes of the Tsutsuki clan? Furthermore, the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan are exceedingly stringent. Uchiha Yan rubbed his temples. If this theory holds true, it suggests that awakening the Rinnegan does not necessitate the cells of the reincarnated Indra and Ashura. It merely requires the cells of a sage's body and the yang release contained within those cells. Without yang release, Indra Si, capable of unleashing the complete Susanoo, would surely face blindness. Yet, Obito's Manjiki can also summon the complete Susanoo without any signs of blindness. Kakashi's vision diminished after using Kamui twice. While Obito wields the power across the entire ninja world, his ocular strength is evidently recoverable, as he utilized it to cast a limited Tsukuyomi upon Naruto. Thus, after Obito implanted Hashirama cells, has he effectively achieved a genetic complement? Does this mean Obito's lineage is now complete? A complete lineage, where even the Manjiki does not succumb to blindness. Uchiha Yan silently committed these deductions to memory. Should these hypotheses be validated, he could administer 2 injections to Itachi and Sasuke's children, one containing a serum and the other containing Sage's cells, ensuring their offspring possess a complete bloodline from an early age. Uchiha Yan collected the 2 vials and a syringe from the table. He intended to seek out Kaguya for some cells to confirm his theory. It was certainly not a matter of fear over the injection that caused the delay. After all, the injection must be administered eventually. What difference does it make whether it is done sooner or later? Uchiha Yan quietly sighed in relief. Chapter 61. Humanity is truly excessive. Short book Street. I never anticipated that so much had transpired between my grandfather and Uchiha Madara. The events could rival any cinematic spectacle in their excitement. Yet, what madness drove Uchiha Madara to suddenly vanish, only to reappear with the intent to annihilate Konoha? The film does not elucidate this mystery. Tsunade, it seems, Uchiha Madara neglected to document this portion of history, only chronicling his past with the first Hokage. Tsunade turned, gazing at Shizune as she inquired, "Is that truly necessary? Look at how frightened you are. What is there to fear?" Shizune trembled, tears streaming down her face as she replied, "Lady Tsunade, in the cinema, I was surrounded by familiar faces of debtors. Did I not use transformation jutsu?" Tsunade remarked nonchalantly, "If discovered, I would simply help you escape. It's not our first time." Shizune fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something, then asked, "By the way, Lady Tsunade, have you truly no intention of taking Kaguya as your disciple?" Vortex Kagaya? Tsunade murmured, sighing deeply, before resolutely stating, absolutely not. The sound of the old man's abacus resonates even in the narrow streets, and observing the perplexed expression on Tsunade's face. She explains in a calm tone. Karen hails from the grass ninja village. It is evidently inappropriate to take her away from her home. If her identity were to be discovered, not only would we face trouble, but Konoha would also encounter international disputes. The old man intends to use a member of the Uzumaki clan to keep me in the village. I refuse to return to that wretched Konoha. I suffer from a phobia of crowded spaces, and I cannot endure the cunning nature of that old man. In the land of rice, the Sound Ninja Village declared, "You shall not be disrespectful to Lord Orochimaru." Kimimaro stood protectively before Orochimaru, his gaze fixed warily on Sasuke. Whenever Orochimaru fell under a genjutsu, Kimimaro would position himself like this to shield him. At that moment, Sasuke found himself reminiscing about his mother's teachings, who wished for him to be a polite and well-mannered child. Indeed, Orochimaru had been devoted to his education, providing him with companions like Kimimaro and Yugo for training, imparting ninjutsu knowledge, and gifting him the Kusanagi sword. The rarity of the Kusanagi sword was something Sasuke learned about from the pharmacist Kabuto. In the ninja world, only 11 Kusanagi swords exist, each immensely valuable, and Sasuke's sword is known as the Tambari sword. Despite Orochimaru's kindness, Sasuke repeatedly used the cursed seal against him, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. "I apologize, Orochimaru-sensei. My brother mentioned that as long as you mention the cursed seal or lick your lips at me, I would cast a genjutsu upon you." Orochimaru, somewhat weakened, patted Kimimaro's shoulder, chuckling hoarsely. "It's all right. I am accustomed to it. I never imagined Sasuke-kun's brother would understand me so well, even knowing how to restrain me with genjutsu." Uchiha Itachi's caution was evidently aimed at dispelling some of Orochimaru's intentions. Even if Orochimaru had the chance to possess Sasuke, his spirit could not contend with Indra's. Rather than lingering on Sasuke's body, it would be more prudent to improve the impure world reincarnation technique. However, does Sasuke-kun truly not desire the cursed seal? This is, I apologize, Orochimaru-sensei. That was an involuntary reaction. Sasuke hurriedly stepped forward to assist. In Konoha, Naruto exclaimed, "Hey, Big Fox, I've already told you my name. Shouldn't you reveal yours?" "Get lost." The fox retorted, "You already know my name, yet you still refuse to share yours? How unfair. Stay away from me, you little brat. Just tell me, okay? I promised Itachi I would find out your name." The Nine-Tails watched Naruto's antics with a furrowed brow. Taking a deep breath, it bellowed, "Leave." Naruto was sent flying, crashing against a wall, and after a dazed moment, he fell to the ground, stars dancing in his vision. Rising with a smile, he declared, "Big Fox, I will not give up. Unless you tell me your name, I will stick to you like glue." With that, Naruto struck a triumphant pose. "You little brat." The Nine-Tails squinted its eyes. "Humph, you only seek my power. Why should I lend you my strength? Without reason. I was captured and sealed within the bodies of you humans. My disdain for your kind is profound, and you dare seek my approval? Such folly." The Nine-Tails, indifferent, scoffed and lay upon the ground. Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his face contorted with righteous indignation. How could these humans be so egregious? The Nine-Tails' initial fury stemmed from the memories of the 4 individuals it loathed the most, stirred by Naruto's presence. "Nine-Tails, your current state is merely temporary, a fraction of your power dispersed. You are but an unstable creature devoid of wisdom. Only the Uchiha can guide you. You-tailed beast shall serve the wielder of the Sharingan, so submit." Uchiha Madara remarked, "Nine-Tails, your strength is formidable. I cannot allow you to act freely." Senju Hashirama added, "No matter the words, the moment you unleash your power, you will invoke hatred. Therefore, remain quiet within me." Vortex Kushina asserted, "It is certain that both you and I are unfortunate beings. You have the capacity to suppress the world, while I can restrain you. If there were a hierarchy of the Nine-Tails' hatred, at the pinnacle would undoubtedly be Uchiha Madara, the scoundrel. Following closely would be the impish Naruto, the masked man who manipulated it with the Sharingan at his birth. Third was Senju Hashirama, the wretch. Then came the fiend wielding the Sharingan. Lastly, the despicable Uchiha clan. Of course, such sentiments must remain unspoken, especially considering the existence of a particularly powerful Uchiha youth who still draws breath. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Yan approached a small lake, expertly discarding a syringe. With swift hand seals, he declared, "Fire style, great fire destruction. A noble avenger, obliterating the evidence, causing the earth to tremble, leaving not a trace." The cells of Kagaya had already been implanted within him. Uchiha Yan sensed a hint of the power of the universe. Yet his yang chakra was insufficient. However, his yin chakra had long surpassed the requirements for awakening the Rinnegan. If only his yang chakra could attain such strength, perhaps he would awaken with the Tomo Rinnegan. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish the ocular technique of his left eye, as it foresaw the future, perhaps crucial in dire moments. Thus, when awakening the Rinnegan, he resolved to channel all the power of the universe into his right eye. Presently, he sought a means to enhance his yang chakra, the essence of life energy, a prerequisite for awakening the Rinnegan. Chapter 62. 2 spoonfuls. Uchiha Yan, in a rare good mood, prepared to venture out for provisions. With Sasuke gone, he found himself needing to stock up on food every few days. Thus, he thought it prudent to learn the art of cooking. After all, food left too long becomes unpalatable. Not having traveled far from the clan's grounds, he passed by a training ground where the raucous sounds of children could be heard. Uchiha Yan, typically uninterested in such matters, was abruptly startled by a child's loud exclamation. "Hachiman's mother! Madara!" "Ah!" A voice rang out, with style, true 1,000 hands. As Uchiha Yan turned his gaze, he noticed one child fiercely swinging their tiny fists at another child, who was cowering in fear. Occasionally, the first child would leap to deliver a few more blows. A ninja game, perhaps? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Uchiha Yan's mouth, suggesting that this film had indeed left its mark on the ninja world. Even as he walked away, the distant cries of Heisei's mom echoed in the air. "Matalala, you cannot fight back. This is not how it's meant to be. You cannot overpower Heisei's mom." Upon returning home, Uchiha Yan washed the vegetables he had purchased. He then approached the stove, placing the vegetables aside as he mentally rehearsed the steps over and over again. Once the fire was lit, his mind suddenly went blank, and he grabbed a larger tomato, preparing to toss it in. Meow? Oh, right, he needed to add oil first. Even peppercorns knew that. Then came the salt. As he glanced at the salt in the ladle, his pupils narrowed to mere slits. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, surely that would suffice? It seemed he would need to buy more salt after school tomorrow. Just as Shisui returned home, he spotted Uchiha Yan sitting on the steps, sewing. The door was ajar, seemingly to let in some fresh air. As Shisui approached, he was caught off guard by a sudden cough from the pungent aroma filling the air. Piled beside Uchiha Yan were a dozen coats, all damaged by Peppercorn's playful claws during their time of want. No wonder the shadow clone had to learn sewing. They had been facing tough times without any resources. Watching Shisui sit beside him, expertly offering up snacks to Peppercorn, Uchiha Yan remained silent, his expression serious as he continued stitching. Mending the frayed seams or holes in the garments was not particularly challenging for him. Given his foundation in the craft, practice had made him adept. This was akin to his desire to learn cooking. Every endeavor has its initial difficulties. Once he finished mending a piece of clothing, he heard Shisui inquire, "Yan, do you possess the means to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan?" Was this question prompted by Sasuke? Shisui sighed. There are clan members who still regard the Manjiki as a legendary power. However, those clan members are of no concern to me. Rest assured, even if they seek me out, I will not assist. Shisui felt a wave of relief wash over him. No matter how peace-loving the conservatives claimed to be, they were still Uchihas, and few of them possessed sound judgment. Previously, an elder had supported him, but after the elder's passing, it became increasingly difficult to command respect from the clan members, who remembered him as the amiable figure he had been. After all, who wouldn't desire the power of the Manjiki? Yet, it was this very desire that deterred clan members from approaching Uchiha Yan. The conservatives frequently convened clan meetings, deliberating on ways to persuade Uchiha Yan to aid them in awakening the Manjiki or divulge the method. If all clan members were to awaken that eye, chaos would ensue. Shisui sighed again. The Uchiha clan would be in turmoil. There were even clan members who sought his assistance in persuading Uchiha Yan. At times, Shisui found himself envying Uchiha Yan, admiring how he had cultivated an intimidating reputation that made him difficult to approach. This truly can avert a multitude of troubles. However, substituting oneself with Shisui seems quite difficult for him to achieve. After a while, Shisui noticed that the day was drawing to a close. Just as he was about to rise and take his leave, he seemed to suddenly recall something and cautioned Uchiha Yan. it would be wise to refrain from utilizing the Mangekyou Sharingan and Susanoo excessively. Ever since the last incident, I have sensed a significant decline in my vision. I shall impart the same advice to Sasuke and Itachi. Uchiha Yan cast a sidelong glance at Shisui and replied, "There is no need for such admonitions. Our ocular prowess can be restored." Shisui was momentarily taken aback. "If you wish to regain your visual acuity, you could transplant Hashirama's cells. Surely they exist within the village, or you could search through the remnants of the previous root organization. If they are unavailable in the village, you may seek out Orochimaru. Should he refuse, simply employ the impure world reincarnation technique. You are bound to succeed." Shisui stared in disbelief, recovering from his astonishment. Shisui questioned with evident reluctance, "Are there no alternative methods?" "Indeed, there are," came the reply. "You could conceive a son or daughter once they awaken their eyes. Take them to Orochimaru to extract your cells and clone a new pair of Mangekyou. Upon fusion, you would acquire the eternal Mangekyou. Alternatively, Orochimaru could clone additional versions of your eyes. When your vision fails, you may simply replace them. However, it is likely that Orochimaru has yet to develop such technology. Nonetheless, if you present these requests to him, he would surely comply, as he is presently fixated on the Mangekyou." As Shisui's lips twitched, he pondered, "I have gained new insights. Is it truly feasible? But what if the clone Mangekyou techniques are all Kodoame Tsukumi?" At this, Uchiha Yan's lips quivered as well. He had not considered that aspect. After all, the mental intrusion of Kodoame Tsukumi had no effect on him, which is why he had never regarded Shisui's ocular abilities with much seriousness. Should Orochimaru possess a plethora of Kodoame Tsukumi techniques, the implications would be dire. Uchiha Yan's mind wandered, offering a suggestion. "Then you might consider providing your cells to Orochimaru, allowing him to clone a son endowed with Uchiha blood. Once he matures and awakens his eyes, you could take them. Yes, Orochimaru could also utilize his own cells alongside yours to create a son or daughter and then possess them. This would suit his physique perfectly while granting him the coveted Sharingan." Shisui retorted, "This increasingly seems implausible. Is he truly capable of such actions? It would be far simpler to directly transplant Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru is relatively reliable. At the very least, he treats Sasuke well." Uchiha Yan mused, stroking his chin. "By the way, your remark just reminded me. Why should Sasuke seek out Orochimaru? After all, he is a rogue ninja of the highest caliber. And being in his company is perilous," Shisui said, regarding Uchiha Yan with a serious expression. Shisui furrowed his brow once more, adding, "Moreover, Orochimaru conducted human experiments on the village's ninjas and children, and was only discovered before he defected. Thus, in my eyes, he is not to be trusted." Chapter 63. Orochimaru's reliability. Uchiha Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you ever considered that it might be Orochimaru's experimental subjects who sought him out willingly in pursuit of power?" Shisui, upon hearing this, wore an expression of incredulity. "How can that be possible?" he exclaimed. "Why is it not possible?" Yan continued, "Danzo's roots emulate the blood mist policy of the Hidden Mist Village, capturing numerous children left destitute by war, forcing them into a brutal struggle for survival. Only the last one standing is granted an opportunity to join the roots. There are countless experimental subjects in the ninja world. Why would Orochimaru, in his madness, insist on abducting villagers for his experiments, leaving himself vulnerable to repercussions?" Shishui's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered. "Is any of this true? Surely, Danzo's actions cannot have escaped the notice of the third Hokage. Why did he not intervene? Why should he?" Yan retorted, "The root ninjas are incredibly useful, emotionless tools that have facilitated countless clandestine operations benefiting Konoha over the years. If not the wandering orphans from various corners of the ninja world, should we then resort to using the children of Konoha? Such actions are beyond Sarutobi's moral compass." With a complex expression, Shisui lamented, "I never imagined our village harbored such darkness." A boy skilled in needlework interjected with a sharp tone, "All this darkness is intricately linked to Danzo, whom you once trusted." Shisui nodded thoughtfully. "Moreover, do not underestimate Orochimaru's charisma. Many are willing to follow him and risk their lives for him, especially since he offers them power." Yusho Washi, filled with disdain at the mention of Orochimaru, found herself unable to confront even one of his shadow clones. Perhaps she resented him for not taking her along when he defected from Konoha. Shishui's face was etched with skepticism. Is it truly possible that Orochimaru possesses the ability of the heavenly god? After Orochimaru's defection, Kakashi pursued him. At that time, Orochimaru neither killed Kakashi nor extracted his Sharingan. You are aware of this, are you not? Although Orochimaru professes disdain for imposters, one must observe his actions. It is likely he still cherishes his bond with the White Fang, just as he took Yusho Washi as his apprentice following the sacrifice of Yusho Zhixiao. Perhaps he holds onto these past connections. Had Orochimaru not been sealed by Itachi's Totsuka blade, it is conceivable he would have ventured to the Land of Rain to resurrect past Kage, using the impure world reincarnation technique to avenge Jiraiya's death. After all, Orochimaru has even played the role of a bandit to assist Jiraiya in pursuing Tsunade. Such ties are not easily severed. As for the collapse of Konoha, Orochimaru's motives are not difficult to decipher. One objective is undoubtedly Sasuke's Sharingan. Another is the desire to kill his master. But what drives this urge? Does he harbor hatred for Sarutobi? There is no justification for such animosity. Orochimaru, a child of humble origins, must have felt elation and admiration when he was taken as a disciple by the renowned ninja of the time. Yet, what has become of Sarutobi now? It is weak. It is disappointing. In pursuit of peace, the Uchiha clan plots a coup. What has Sarutobi Hiruzen accomplished? He merely believed that Shisui could transform the Uchiha clan. Yet he allowed Danzo to wreak havoc. During the incident when Hinata was abducted, even sacrificing Hayashi Hyuga did not embolden him to confront the Cloud Village. Is this the essence of the will of fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen embodies? Or is the will of fire of the Hidden Leaf truly this way? To sacrifice one to spare the majority? Thus, Orochimaru's primary aim in slaying Sarutobi Hiruzen was to preserve his mentor's legacy. To have the once-admired hero of the village fall in the name of protection. Would Orochimaru shed tears over his sealed hands? Perhaps. Shisui reminisced. It indeed seemed that way. When Orochimaru defected, it was Kakashi who pursued him. Even injured, Orochimaru was not someone a young Kakashi could contend with. Kakashi's return surely indicated Orochimaru had shown mercy. Uchiha Yan returned after finishing his meal, lifted him, and said to Shisui, "You may leave now." Though he said this, Orochimaru was not exactly a virtuous person, ultimately. The choice lies with you, and every action carries its risks. If you choose to transplant cells, I can assist you, with a success rate exceeding 50%. Shisui offered a wry smile and replied, "I will think it over, thank you." In truth, the clan elders had previously informed him that Uchiha Yan should possess abilities akin to Foresight or ocular techniques. Although hard to believe, numerous signs suggested this was indeed the case. Moreover, where are the records of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage within the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yan lay on the tatami, cradling his head in his hands, contemplating how to enhance his yang release chakra. One option was to continue cell transplantation, preferably of Hashirama's cells. The other was to dedicate himself to training. Uchiha Yan leaned toward the latter, not out of fear of needles, but rather because he found the strength he cultivated through training to be more reliable. As for the training methods for yang release, Uchiha Yan found the multiplication technique quite appealing. The technique required 50 points of happiness, and he was just 49 points short, but that posed no challenge for him. Is the host interested in the multiplication technique? Uchiha Yan felt perplexed. I am intrigued by its ability to transform fat into yang release chakra, allowing me to sustain myself on high-calorie foods in the future. Besides, what use is the multiplication technique? It pales in comparison to the power of Susanoo. Should I then strike with an oversized head? A multiplied head could shield me from the elements. Great Fox, I have come to see you again. The progress of the strategy remained at 0. The Nine Tails lay lazily on the ground, disinterested in Naruto. Great Fox, at least acknowledge me. The Nine Tails lifted its gaze, glanced at Naruto, then scoffed, turning its head in another direction. Seeing this, Naruto sat before the cage, fixated on the Great Fox. After a while, the Nine Tails suddenly spoke. Brat, did you not wish to know my name? Naruto nodded vigorously. As long as you tear down the seal on the cage, I will tell you. How about that? Naruto stood up, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at the seal, raising his head to inquire. Is this the one? The Nine Tails gazed at Naruto, a smirk forming at the corner of its mouth. Yes, just tear it off, and I will reveal my name to you. Naruto stretched out an arm, jumping twice in vain, his expression innocent as he said, but I can't reach it. It's too high. Nine Tails, Chapter 64, An Encounter with the Nine Tails. Little brat, you can climb up and tear it down. Right. The next day, at the Ninja Academy. Naruto. After school this afternoon, Let me treat you to Ichiraku ramen, Uchiha Yan said, casting a technique to share emotions with Naruto. This feeling. Just as Uchiha Yan sensed something was amiss, he suddenly heard Naruto's low murmur. Yan, I met the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Yan's pupils constricted slightly as he scrutinized Naruto. Finally noticing something was off, Naruto appeared lethargic, his eyes devoid of spirit. Even when mentioning Ichiraku ramen, he showed no interest. Uchiha Yan's eyes manifested a kaleidoscope pattern. In the illusionary realm, Naruto had no mood to survey his surroundings, merely staring blankly ahead. Uchiha Yan frowned and asked, Can you explain what happened? Did you tear off the nine-tail seal? It seemed the fourth Hokage had resealed the nine tails. Otherwise, the beast would not be so compliant. With tears welling in his eyes, Naruto looked up at Uchiha Yan and asked, Yan, have you always known who my parents are? When I met the fourth Hokage yesterday, I didn't even know who he was, but the nine tails said he is my father, sealing the beast within me at my birth. At that moment, I realized that everything I had endured was due to the fourth, so I did not give him the chance to speak, continuously accusing him. I recounted all my experiences to him, ultimately questioning how a father could act in such a manner. Other children have parents from a young age, while I have had nothing since birth, enduring the disdain of the villagers. Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks, until the very end, his chakra dissipated. Uchiha Yan listened to Naruto's heartfelt confession, his emotions a tangle. Do you hate the fourth Hokage? Or would you like to see him again? Naruto wiped his tears and replied, I do not know if I should hate him, but I no longer wish to see him. As for the Hokage in the future, let whoever wants to take the role do so. I find it repugnant that a Hokage would sacrifice a child for the greater good. What recognition is there? None of this concerns me anymore. Naruto lowered his eyelids, slightly raising his head, his tone calm. Uchiha Yan stared at Naruto, lost in thought. After a sigh, he softly spoke, Naruto, I will go see the nine tails first. You should get some rest. His voice was laced with illusion. In the ceiling space. What brings you? You Uchiha brat to this place? The nine tails lay on the ground, glancing at Uchiha Yan with curiosity. Kurama. The nine tails' pupils constricted as he blurted out. How do you know my name? I am not only aware of your name, but also of the names of other tailed beasts, including the divine tree and Tsutsuki Kagaya. I possess knowledge not only of the past, but also of many events yet to unfold. The nine tails rose to its feet. A grave expression etched upon its visage as it regarded Uchiha Yan, inquiring, How do you possess such knowledge? You even know the name of the old man? And the future? At that moment, the nine tails recalled Uchiha Yan's words. In limited time, strive to grow stronger. It sensed that phrase concealed profound implications. Who exactly are you? I had thought a mere child could not be this powerful. Could it be? Uchiha Yan found himself intrigued, pondering what the nine tails might be contemplating. The incarnation of the 10 tails? The old man's brother? No, that's incorrect. The old man's brother possesses the Byakugan. Am I merely the parasite within you? That cannot be. For I lack knowledge of future events. The nine tails speculated. Could it be the reincarnation of the old man? Uchiha Yan, exasperated, replied, Enough, enough. You become animated at the mention of the sage of 6 paths. I shan't indulge in illusions. I am merely an unremarkable Uchiha, not a reincarnation nor a parasite. I have simply glimpsed fragments of the past and future, though the present future has already been altered. Upon realizing that Uchiha Yan was not the reincarnation of the sage of 6 paths, the nine tails felt a wave of disappointment wash over it, resembling the dullness of airplane ears, and could not suppress a scoff as it resumed its position on the ground, feigning indifference. Uchiha Yan's lips twitched, and he could not resist saying, Kurama, are you aware you have caused trouble? Trouble? What trouble have I caused? I am oblivious, the nine tails scoffed. Naruto is the child of prophecy. Your guidance toward darkness could potentially lead the future of the ninja world to ruin. What concern is that of mine? Uchiha Yan solemnly reminded. It is truly regrettable that the ninja world established by the sage of 6 paths stands on the brink of destruction. The nine tails paused, recollecting that this ninja world was indeed founded by the old man, and could not help but ask, Are you suggesting that the future of the ninja world will face annihilation? Who could possibly possess such strength? Surely it cannot be the old man himself. It is an adversary whose power surpasses that of the sage of 6 paths. The nine tails responded with a sardonic smile. Do you believe I will take that at face value? The strength of the sage of 6 paths is not as formidable as you might presume. He awakened the Rinnegan, possessed the sage body, and sealed his mother under circumstances where she could not bear to harm her children. Subsequently, he became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. However, after dividing the Ten Tails into nine-tailed beasts, how much power could he retain for himself? Perhaps in your eyes, the Sage of Six Paths, endowed with the sage body and sage eyes, remains formidable, yet compared to his mother's kin, he still falls short. Gazing at the dazed Nine Tails, Uchiha Yan continued, "Thus, it ultimately falls to the Child of Prophecy to save the ninja world. The Child of Prophecy is Naruto. He is also the son of the Sage of Six Paths, the reincarnation of Ashura. If you lead him toward darkness, who will save this ninja world in the future? Without Ashura's reincarnation to guide, do you believe Indra's reincarnation would lend assistance? Given Indra's disposition, he would likely observe from afar." The Nine Tails' pupils quivered. Uchiha Yan's intention is to allow the Nine Tails to heal Naruto's heart, akin to the way a system would restore him. Therefore, numerous matters must be addressed. Should the Otsutsuki clan descend upon the Shinobi world, would the reincarnation of the Dark Ashura still assist it? I comprehend the resentment and hatred that resides within you. However, unbeknownst to you, a vivid image suddenly materialized in the Nine Tails' mind. Nine Tails, I believe that one day, the whirlpool of hatred within your heart will surely be washed away by Naruto. This is a scene from a future moment. Following this, a rapid sequence of images flashed through the Nine Tails' mind. A fist bump with Naruto, acknowledging him, battling the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara being absorbed by the Ten Tails shell. The deaths of Naruto and Sasuke, the appearance of the Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and the progenitor of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon aims to obliterate the world with the Rinnegan, as the future Otsutsuki family descends upon the Shinobi world. The Nine Tails was left astounded. Chapter 65, Let Destruction Reign. Exhausted. Do you now grasp the magnitude of the chaos you have caused? Uchiha Yan sighed, his plans disrupted yet again. Now compelled to find a way for the treacherous Nine Tails to make amends. Even if Naruto were to gain my recognition, that is a matter for the future. How could I possibly know such things? Furthermore, should I not harbor hatred towards humanity? Indeed, that is true. Yet do you not intend to take any action? What do you desire of me? If it pertains to recognizing Naruto, I have yet to experience that future and have never acknowledged him. Thus I am unable to do so now. Moreover, given your immense power, do you intend to cower away like a turtle while the Shinobi world faces peril? Speaking of which, I suddenly recalled that during the Shinobi world's crisis, I did not envision you stepping forward. You are not truly hiding, are you? The Nine Tails suddenly regarded Uchiha Yan with disdain. Uchiha Yan replied in a calm tone, I have my own affairs to attend to. I shall likely depart from the Shinobi world within a few years, hence I cannot assist in its crisis. The only aid I can provide before my departure is to eradicate the remnants of the U village on the moon, eliminating this future threat. However, I prefer to leave the adversary, Otsutsuki Shurin, as a stepping stone for Naruto, for ultimately, Naruto's foes are the stronger Otsutsuki clan. If you wish to do nothing, then so be it. Consider me as never having been here. At this point, Uchiha Yan paused, then retorted sharply, in any case, I doubt you would be of much help. You lack understanding of human hearts. Merely a steel-hearted fox who has lived for millennia. What did you say? You insolent brat of the Uchiha clan. How dare you underestimate me? As Uchiha Yan's figure vanished, the Nine Tails seethed with impotent rage, its nine tails thrashing wildly within the ceiling space. After a while, the Nine Tails calmed down, laying back on the ground. Get lost, Uchiha. You know what I am most susceptible to. Afternoon. Naruto, would you like to join us? No. Sakura and Ino will also be going. Are you truly not coming? No. I wish to train. Choji observed Naruto's retreating figure, scratching his head and muttering, why does Naruto seem different? In the tranquil expanse of the Konoha forest, Uchiha Yan observed Naruto, who was diligently practicing tree climbing while embracing a large boulder. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to be promptly dismissed. He had already considered Naruto a cherished friend. Erasing a segment of Naruto's memories would be an act of profound disrespect, akin to manipulating the course of his life. Much like his choice to permit Sasuke's defection from Konoha, Yen recognized his own selfishness. Yet, when it came to those he acknowledged and held dear, he found it impossible to act in such a self-serving manner. Upon returning home, Uchiha Yen sat upon the tatami mat, staring vacantly at the cat tree adorned with prickly ash. After a lengthy silence, he murmured a wish. I only hope my Rinnegan's ocular technique possesses spatial abilities. Otherwise, to confront the likes of Kaguya, I shall be compelled to gather tailed beasts and become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. At that juncture, I would forcibly extricate all those I care for from the shinobi world. Let the shinobi world meet its demise. I have grown truly weary. He had become a quintessential example of someone who, the harder he strove, the more he failed. Initially, he had aspired to eliminate figures like Obito and Kaguya in a decisive manner, unperturbed by the arrival of the Otsutsuki. However, as his bond with the system deepened, he found himself increasingly reliant on it. After all, everything he possessed was bestowed by the system, which had also rescued his family. The system had been a constant companion, providing him solace. In hopes of nurturing Naruto's growth, he relinquished his intention to eliminate Obito and Kaguya, even desiring to become inconspicuous. Fearful of inadvertently influencing Naruto's fate, Sasuke, having not endured the tragedy of his clan's annihilation, had already seen his destiny altered. Yen later realized that altering Sasuke's fate had, in fact, altered Naruto's as well. Thus, he endeavored to enhance Naruto's strength, enabling him to safeguard the shinobi world and protect his family within it. Now that Naruto had succumbed to darkness, he too contemplated embracing the shadows. System, host. The notion that you are not darkened is as absurd as claiming you are pure. Uchiha Yan, in the land of rice, at the Sound Village. Two figures engaged in a fierce duel, the sounds of their blows resonating loudly. Sasuke refrained from utilizing his Manjiki Sharingan, relying solely on his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Komaru, too, did not employ his Shikatsu Myaku, yet the Kaguya clan was inherently born for battle. Although the 3-Tomo Sharingan could track Komaru's movements, the latter maintained the upper hand due to his superior age and experience. Sasuke, momentarily careless, was thrust back several steps by a kick from Komaru. Once he regained his footing, he crossed his arms over his forehead, enveloping himself in a layer of verdant chakra. The 8 gates. The second gate, the rest gate. Open. With a swift motion, Sasuke appeared behind Komaru, delivering a powerful punch. Komaru raised his arm to block, yet due to his relatively light frame, he was propelled backward by the force of Sasuke's strike. Sasuke, alarmed, called out, "Komaru, are you alright?" "I'm fine, Sasuke. That technique is impressive. Your strength has surged exponentially. This technique is called the 8 gates. My brother insists it is essential to master along with sage techniques. And I promised him that if you wish to learn, I could teach you. Is that truly possible?" Komaru inquired, a hint of hesitation in his voice. This technique is indeed formidable, but ultimately, it belongs to Sasuke. It matters not, for we are friends, are we not? Sasuke smiled as he spoke. Very well. Let us continue. I too have an ability yet to be utilized. Alright. Curse mark, second form. Curse mark, third form. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of Kimimaro, Sasuke's pupils constricted. So swift. Although the 3-Tomo could perceive it, my body could not react in time. Evening. Orochimaru-sensei, I too desire a curse mark. Oh. Sasuke-kun finally wishes to receive the Sasuke, you must not speak disrespectfully to Lord Orochimaru. In Konoha, Naruto walked home, noticing how the villagers quickly distanced themselves upon seeing him. He could faintly hear murmurs of the 9 tails and similar terms, yet he felt neither anger nor grievance as he usually would. Instead, he was enveloped in a serene calm. Why is this 9 tails showing no reaction today? Indeed, it feels quite strange. In truth, one cannot entirely blame the 9 tails. It had lived peacefully in the wild until Uchiha Madara took control of it. Later, the first Hokage insisted on sealing it away, so its fury towards Konoha seems quite justified. Considering your words, the 9 tails' desire to obliterate Konoha does appear quite reasonable. Back then, your family suffered no losses, did they? You speak so lightly of it. My son and daughter-in-law perished in the battle against the 9 tails, leaving me with but a single grandson, who often asks me where his parents have gone. The elderly woman next door lost her entire family due to the 9 tails rampage. Indeed, my father also fell in that confrontation. Why should I be compelled to forgive that beast? Chapter 66, Host. You truly are inhuman. Upon returning home, Naruto found himself involuntarily appearing in the ceiling space. With an expression devoid of emotion, he inquired of the 9 tails, "Do you require something from me? You, little brat, have long desired to know my name, have you not?" "Well, I shall." Before the 9 tails could finish, Naruto interrupted, "No, that is unnecessary. I have lost interest in such matters. The Nine Tails watched Naruto's figure vanish, falling into contemplation. If Naruto were to remain in this state, what would become of the future of the shinobi world? Feeling somewhat agitated, it scratched its head with a paw. I cannot disappoint the old man. This is his burden. The Nine Tails summoned Naruto once more to the ceiling space. Hey, brat. I wish to be alone. With that, Naruto's form faded away yet again. The Nine Tails summoned him once more. You. The Nine Tails glared at Naruto's suddenly vanishing figure, a frown creasing its forehead. Humph. This little brat thinks he is someone special? He is merely the reincarnation of the old man's son. Whether there is a crisis or not, that is no concern of mine. The Nine Tails huffed, turning its head away in irritation. Uchiha Itachi gazed sternly at the pepper, stating, "You must cease your excessive consumption. Our supplies are dwindling, and the money I earned from my last hunt has all been spent on you. Meow? I can no longer afford to feed you. You require 3 cans of cat food after every meal, 4 meals a day. You do not understand the value of rice and firewood, do you? Meow? You previously promised to catch fish for me, yet to this day, not a single one has graced my bowl. Henceforth, I shall limit myself to but 1 can after each meal. Meow, am I being stingy? I could be even more frugal. 3 cans a day. Meow? 2 cans. Huajiao gazes at the litter box attendant with tearful eyes. Uchiha Yan turns away with a facade of indifference. The following morning, after breakfast, Huajiao tilts her head at the 3 cans before her. Uchiha Yan secretly forms hand seals, employing the technique of heart-turning. That was merely jesting yesterday. How could I bear to treat you so? Meow, Uchiha Yan softly reassures. It is not a day's worth, but rather a single meal. Fret not. Yesterday was truly a jest. Happiness value, 677. Yesterday, I thought the sky had fallen, only to discover today it was merely a prank. Amidst great joy and sorrow, Huajiao, with tears in her eyes, extracts a small piece of lamb from the can with her claws. System. Host, you are truly beyond human comprehension. Uchiha Yan sighs. There are no more suitable subjects left. Alas, host, you have inadvertently elevated me, this rudimentary system, to an intermediate level. Ultimately, you still resorted to gathering the happiness values of others. You even had to employ strategies for that. The system loudly accuses. Let us calm down. Raising your voice consumes more energy. Moreover, don't you think my current state proves that aside from energy consumption, I am no less capable than an advanced system? Oh. After exchanging for the technique of duplication, Uchiha Yan retrieves the cream cake that had long been prepared in the refrigerator. He takes a spoonful and shoves it into his mouth. Meow, once he swallows the cream, Uchiha Yan states, "You cannot partake in this." Meow, Huajiao, disheartened, approaches the cans once more and digs out a piece of beef with her claws. Host, why does eating this cake resemble devouring a meal? Uchiha Yan wipes his lips, feeling somewhat slow, and directly squishes the cake into a ball to shove into his mouth. Sigh, I wonder if I shall become a corpulent creature. Be sensible. Go log off. Your canine life is at stake. System. Dog host, in the afternoon. Naruto, let me treat you to ramen tonight. Naruto gazes at Uchiha Yan, wishing to decline, yet considering he is one of the few friends he has, ultimately nods and states, "Let us train first after school, then we shall go." Uchiha Yan observes Naruto's lack of enthusiasm and sighs. Is the Nine Tails truly unreliable? Let us engage in a spar. Allow me to witness your current prowess. Naruto nods. In the Konoha forest, Uchiha Yan forms hand seals. The illusory shadow formation is not merely to secure an invulnerable position from the outset, but rather to ensure that each movement creates significant noise, preventing any abnormality from being detected within the barrier. After completing the opposing seal, Naruto leaps back, forming hand seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Wind release. Breakthrough. Hundreds of shadow clones unleash a barrage of wind blades, creating a formidable visual impact. Without any observable action from Uchiha Yan, a wall of ice suddenly rises from the ground. The icy wall bore the marks of the wind's blade, until it shattered. Water release. Water barrier. A colossal waterfall surged towards Naruto, who deftly leapt aside, effortlessly standing upon the water's surface. Water release. Water whip. Before Naruto could make a move, the flowing water began to converge in one spot, unleashing a barrage that swiftly obliterated numerous shadow clones. Naruto formed hand seals. Wind release. Pressure damage. A fierce gust directly shattered the concentrated water. Uchiha Yan furrowed his brow. Has Naruto grown this rapidly? Having practiced tree climbing while carrying a heavy stone, He had already mastered the transformation of wind chakra. If he were to learn sage techniques, it would become exceedingly difficult for me to control my strength during our sparring sessions without causing him harm. Naruto completed his hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Then, a multitude of shadow clones simultaneously formed seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Uchiha Yan performed seals, summoning the water from the ground to raise a massive ice wall. Boom. Crack. Ice fragments shattered and flew in all directions. Suddenly, Naruto picked up a chunk of ice and hurled it at Uchiha Yan. Observing this, Uchiha Yan smirked slightly. Is he attempting this trick? He sidestepped to evade the ice block. With a resounding pop, Naruto transformed into smoke, only to reappear behind Uchiha Yan. Wind release. Resignation. Infused with wind chakra, the Resignation struck Uchiha Yan successfully. Bang! Uchiha Yan's voice, tinged with surprise, resonated from behind him. Have you progressed this far? You've already integrated wind chakra into the Resignation. Yan, I am diligently striving to keep pace with you and Sasuke. Naruto suddenly pivoted, coalescing a wind-infused Resignation to strike Uchiha Yan. Wind release. Resignation. Before it could reach Uchiha Yan, Naruto felt a sharp pain in his wrist, followed by a sensation as if a heavy object had struck his chest, sending him flying. Upon landing, a layer of frost enveloped his body. Gazing at the floating ice spikes before him, Naruto offered a wry smile. I still couldn't land a hit on you. You've already performed admirably. Haven't you defeated my shadow clone? Naruto remarked, somewhat exasperated. That was a trap clone, wasn't he it? And I let you hit it on purpose. After saying this, Naruto simply laid down on the ground. Your next training focus should be mastering the transformation of wind chakra. Is that so? After integrating the transformation into the Resignation, it becomes akin to a shuriken, immensely powerful and perfectly suited for you. Naruto mused. I think I have an idea of what this technique entails. Why not come up with a name for it in advance? Let us call it Spiral Flash Super Rotation. Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted him. However, I believe Great Spiral Rotation sounds even better. Uchiha Yan. Chapter 67. At least let Kurama finish his thoughts. In the evening, I walked home and measured steps. Uchiha Yan leaned on the table, hesitant to sit, having consumed 8 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Even when Naruto felt despondent, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Perhaps the image he held of himself was suddenly upended. Host, if all else fails, just clear your throat, suggested Uchiha. No, this is all yang release chakra. Upon returning home, Naruto's consciousness was once again drawn into the ceiling space. The Nine-Tails spoke in a noticeably slower tone. Naruto, I believe it is time for us to have a serious conversation. I am not interested. If you refuse to engage in a proper discussion, I will persistently cling to you. Naruto replied, I understand that your current state stems from a sense of grievance. From the moment of your birth, you have possessed nothing, and you have been despised by the villagers. I also recognize that you envied the children who had parents, imagining what it would be like to have your own, believing they would undoubtedly love you. However, when you discovered that all the suffering you endured was the result of your father, Minato Namake's, your most cherished fantasies shattered, and the pent-up rage within you finally erupted. Yet before he could finish, Naruto coldly interrupted, Nine-Tails, are you here to mock me? To provoke the darkness within me? I must admit, you have succeeded. The Nine-Tails stared in astonishment as Naruto vanished. You little brat. Let me finish. After his outburst, the Nine-Tails painfully covered his head with his claws. Only hearing those words will have counterproductive effects. As Naruto emerged from the ceiling space, he noticed a box of expired milk on the table and angrily hurled it out the window. Oh dear. It's just Grandpa Third. I thought it was some peeping Tom, Naruto remarked, casting a complex glance at the third Hokage. It's Grandpa Third here to see you. Why is little Naruto so angry? Is it because of the villagers' attitudes? The third wiped the white milk off his face and clothes. Observing this scene, a phrase inexplicably surfaced in Naruto's mind. Everything has been smeared evenly. Is it because of the villagers? Or perhaps being bullied at the ninja academy? Neither. Naruto shook his head, then fixed his gaze on the third Hokage and stated, it's because I met the fourth. The smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face faltered. He then realized that perhaps the Nine-Tails had manipulated Naruto into helping it break the seal, triggering the chakra seal left by the fourth. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly adopted a grave demeanor and cautioned, little Naruto, do not be easily swayed by the Nine-Tails' deception. Its hatred for humanity is beyond your comprehension. Then perhaps Grandpa Third can explain to me why, As the son of the fourth Hokage and a hero who sacrificed for Konoha, his son is subjected to such treatment? Observing Naruto's somewhat sarcastic expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of foreboding. Has Naruto already succumbed to darkness? After much internal conflict, he sighed and said, "This matter was something I intended to reveal when you matured a bit more. I did not expect you to learn of it so soon. This is certainly not a favorable situation. Your father, the Yellow Flash, shone brilliantly during the Third Shinobi World War, yet he amassed countless enemies. For that title was forged in the crucible of battle. In a fleeting moment, he even dispatched 50 elite shinobi, instilling deep trepidation among the great ninja villages. At that time, your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, the previous host of the Nine Tails, gave birth at a moment when the seal on the beast was particularly weakened. However, despite the layers of protection surrounding Konoha, a mysterious individual infiltrated, utilizing the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, wreaking havoc within the village and resulting in the deaths of numerous shinobi and civilians alike. This is the reason why the villagers treat you in such a manner. When the tailed beast was forcibly extracted, the host was doomed to perish. In that dire moment, your father, as the fourth Hokage, resorted to a forbidden technique that would claim his life, splitting the soul of the Nine Tails into two halves, one sealed within himself and the other within his newly born son. He fully understood the fate that awaited a Jinchuriki. Yet he believed that his son would overcome all adversities and emerge as a remarkable ninja. Naruto recalled that during their time in the sealing space, due to his outcry, the fourth had not even the opportunity to explain himself, leaving with an expression of profound guilt. Wiping away his tears, Naruto, with a somewhat hoarse voice, remarked, "But I do not wish to live as he envisioned, just as he never granted me what I truly desired." Sandaime remained silent for a moment. "I am sorry for these years, little Naruto. An old friend of mine, an elder of Konoha, sought to mold you into a weapon of war for the village, spreading rumors to that end. Yet at the time, such matters could hardly be clarified. The intentions of that mysterious individual who unleashed the Nine Tails upon Konoha were still ambiguous. Perhaps it was to annihilate the village or to exact revenge on your father. If your true identity were revealed, and the mysterious figure learned that the son of Namake's Minato still lived, it could prompt a resurgence of chaos." Naruto nodded, indicating his understanding. "Could you tell me about that elder friend of yours? Where is he now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "What do you intend to do?" Cough. "Well, little Naruto, my old friend has already passed away. Oh, however, little Naruto, I regret to inform you that your identity cannot be disclosed for the time being, at least until you have matured enough to confront that mysterious individual. I bear responsibility for this. I was too indulgent with my friend. When that time comes, I shall step down from the position of Hokage and publicly apologize to you before everyone," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly. "There is no need for that. I no longer care about such things." Naruto stared vacantly out of the window. "Grandfather Sandaime, I wish to be alone for a while." "Very well, little Naruto. If you require anything, do not hesitate to speak with me." Observing Naruto's silence, Sarutobi sighed and departed from the room. At that moment, Naruto found himself lost in thoughts, imagining what his mother must have been like. Uzumaki Kushina, perhaps she resembled Sister Karen, with her beautiful crimson hair. As a certain client exited the task delegation center, he encountered an elderly man approaching him. His gaze briefly lingered on the man's face and attire, prompting an internal murmur. Is it fair to say that this is indeed one of the 5 great ninja villages? Even the atmosphere here is remarkably liberal. Chapter 68. The joy of skipping class in the Hokage office. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Iruaka, the reason I called you here is to appoint you as Naruto's homeroom teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, facing away from Iruaka as he gazed at the Hokage rock of Konohagakure. However, Hokage-sama, Yamashita-sensei has always been diligent in his duties. Before Iruaka could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Sarutobi's firm words. Yamashita Keisuke is a spy for Tsunade. The reason I have kept him around is to allow him to relay false information back to Tsunade, making them believe that Konohagakure is formidable. This way, we can temper their ambitions. But now, Naruto has already fallen into darkness. Iruaka, you are an exceptional teacher, and I wish for you to guide him properly. Iruaka hesitated, responding, there are many teachers in the village who are more qualified than I am. Iruaka, is it because of Naruto's identity as the Nine Tails that you are hesitant to become his homeroom teacher? Iruaka lowered his head, silently acquiescing. His parents perished during that fateful battle, making it exceedingly difficult for him to forgive the Nine Tails. But Iruaka, do you understand? When people harbor disdain for someone and refuse to acknowledge their existence, the gaze they cast is chilling enough to instill fear. Iruaka's expression froze momentarily. Lord Third, have I erred? Noticing the third Hokage remained silent, Iruaka found himself engulfed in conflict. After a lengthy pause, clarity dawned upon him, and he spoke earnestly. I am a teacher at the Ninja Academy. I should not project negative emotions onto a child, even if that child is a demon fox. For the teaching profession is sacred. In conclusion, he gazed resolutely at the third Hokage and declared, I now know what I must do. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, smiling as he said, It is good to see you come to terms with this. However, Naruto is not merely a demon fox. He is also a member of our village. The following day at the Ninja Academy, Yamashita-sensei has some personal matters to attend to and will not be here temporarily. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yumino Iruka, and I am your new homeroom teacher. Naruto turned and quietly inquired, Yen, do you know Shimura Danzo? Uchiha Yan shook his head, replying, Not very well. Very well then. Naruto understood what was on his mind. Even as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo had no reason to target Naruto so aggressively. The root of the issue stemmed from the position of Hokage itself. Danzo had tirelessly plotted against Konoha's White Fang and Orochimaru, all to facilitate his ascent to the Hokage position after Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down. He had always believed no one was better suited for the fourth Hokage position than himself. Yet, unexpectedly, a certain yellow flash emerged. Danzo's myriad of schemes ultimately culminated in fulfilling the childhood dreams of both Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. One became Hokage, the other the Hokage's wife. How could Danzo not harbor resentment? Even if the root could not obtain the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's future would be far from easy. Iruka observed the two individuals whispering below, ultimately fixating his gaze upon Naruto. Sensing the scrutiny, Naruto turned his head, their eyes locking momentarily. Instinctively, Iruka averted his gaze. Why was he the one feeling guilty when it was Naruto who had been speaking out of turn during class? With this thought, Iruka resolutely redirected his attention. Alas, Naruto had already shifted his focus elsewhere. Today, we shall elucidate the principles and applications of the body flicker technique, he droned on, while Uchiha Yan and Naruto simultaneously yawned. Yan cast a glance at Shikamaru, who was slumped over and fast asleep behind Choji, feeling a twinge of envy. Host, what are you envious of? The words seemed to awaken Uchiha Yan. Upon hearing this, he slapped his forehead with a resounding thud, the sound infused with an illusionary technique, and exclaimed, Why had I never considered using Genjutsu to skip class before? Who would even notice my absence? What is the harm in skipping a lesson when this knowledge serves no purpose for me? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Yan nonchalantly strolled to the door, glancing back at Naruto, who appeared to be conversing with thin air and disregarded him entirely as he exited the classroom. Upon returning home with a creamy cake and a box of cat food, he opened the door, only for his feline companion, Huajiao, to rush over eagerly. Sitting on the floor, Huajiao looked obediently up at him, eyes fixated on the box of cat food. Uchiha Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped over the cat's head. Meow? Strangely enough, the successful evasion of class always uplifted his spirits. In the land of rain, Kakuzu listened intently as White Zetsu animatedly recounted the plot of a film, stirring an inexplicable desire within him to watch it. Though he hesitated at the thought of spending money. After the tale concluded, Kakuzu produced a tenri coin and pressed it into White Zetsu's hand. This is a tip. No need for thanks. White Zetsu, taken aback, stared blankly at the coin in his palm. Have my efforts finally been rewarded? Tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, Lord Kakuzu, for your generosity, he exclaimed, overwhelmed. Kakuzu waved his hand dismissively, observing White Zetsu's touched demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he produced another coin and tossed it over. Regrettably, the historical records of the Uchiha clan did not document the battle I had with the first Hokage. Not far off. Obito glanced at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Initially, he had been reluctant to reveal Madara's identity within the Akatsuki, but now he realized that Itachi was not as compliant as he had presumed. He needed to devise a strategy to keep him in check. As evening fell, Uchiha Yan lay on the tatama mat, pondering the future. The vastness of the starry sky filled him with a sense of longing. If only he could traverse the cosmos. Host, do not dwell on such thoughts. You might wander so far that you lose your way in the Shinobi world thus. There is no rush to acquire energy at the very least. One must possess some means of self-preservation in this boundless universe. You make a valid point. Yet I shall not heed your advice. Uchiha Yan gazed at the ceiling, momentarily blinking. Huajiao, observing her caretaker, recalled the moment he had stepped over her head and approached him. Suddenly, Uchiha Yan felt a wave of darkness wash over him as wet fur brushed against his eyes, prompting him to shut them tightly. After a gentle rub, his expression suddenly shifted. Did the pepper just pass over his face? What was this damp fur? Uchiha Yan gritted his teeth. Pepper. Sensing impending doom, Pepper took off running. The system gleefully remarked, I can smell something peculiar even through the host's mind. Uchiha Yan's face darkened as he hurried to wash his face. After biting his finger, he slammed it onto the ground, summoning technique activated. With a thud, Pepper looked up, innocently gazing at the caretaker. Uchiha Yan forcibly gave it a bath and turned on the television. A horror movie. Meow. Chapter 69. The unexpected arrival of Aobi. Uchiha Yan held Pepper's head steady, fingers prying open its eyelids, contemplating the back of its head. Currently, his yang release chakra was undoubtedly insufficient, and his stomach was not as large as that of the Akimichi clan or Hinata. To hasten the awakening of the Rinnegan, the best course of action was to transplant cells. Cells from Naruto, cells from Hashirama, cells from Karen. But who exactly devised this needle for the reverse eye invention? Uchiha Yan sighed. Meow. Uchiha Yan stared at the back of Pepper's head and said, Am I not keeping you company? What is there to fear? Such a timid creature. Meow meow. Uchiha Yan chose to ignore Pepper and instead cast a sidelong glance towards the window, a smirk forming on his lips. Moments later, a voice echoed. If I recall correctly, your name is Uchiha Yan, right? Itachi's younger brother. I mentioned I would come to find you. As soon as the mysterious masked man finished speaking, his steps involuntarily moved towards Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yan casually removed his mask and took down his Sharingan. Obito covered his right eye with his hand and took 2 steps back. You rascal. Uchiha Yan presented the Sharingan before Obito, stating, Uchiha Obito, I believe we should have a serious discussion. Obito's left eye, with its 3-tomo pattern, contracted. What was the source of this child's strength? And how could he simply return his Sharingan? This was a Mangeki. Why return it yet still cover my eye? Do not attempt to flee, or I shall seek you out in the land of rain. Cold sweat trickled down Obito's forehead as he gazed at Uchiha Yan, asking, What do you wish to discuss? Furthermore, your strength. How is that possible? Let us talk about the Eye of the Moon plan. How do you know about the Eye of the Moon plan? What else do you know? I also know that as a child, you performed the great fireball technique and choked on a candy. Obito choked. Contemplating the shift in topic, it seems you have awakened some form of foresight. Is that why you wish to discuss the Eye of the Moon plan? Do you wish to join us? With your involvement, the future would surely bring peace to the ninja world. Uchiha Yan replied nonchalantly. What if I were to say the Eye of the Moon plan is unreliable? Obito pressed his Mangeki into his eye socket, suddenly emboldened, his tone turning icy. So, you have foreseen the future? Is that why you are advising me to cease the Eye of the Moon plan? The system of shinobi villages established by Senju Hashirama is fundamentally flawed, merely amplifying the scale of war. To achieve peace in the shinobi world, only the Moon Eye plan holds promise. Even if your strength is formidable, you shall not hinder my resolve. Uchiha Obito, upon hearing these words, glanced at Madara before removing his eyes and presenting them before him, stating, I hope you can reassess your position before choosing your tone in our discourse. To me, you are but a mere fish on the chopping block. Startled by the keywords, the trembling figure of the Pepper, hidden in the corner, glanced at the caretaker. Obito's expression bore a semblance of terror. Although he had been on guard, he had still fallen victim to an illusionary technique. With his chest heaving, Obito's voice softened considerably. I admit, I underestimated your power. However, how could you, who have never witnessed the brutal realities of the shinobi world, comprehend what it truly requires to eliminate war? To eradicate conflict, one must satiate humanity's desires, and the Moon Eye can ensnare all in a blissful dream. What could be so wrong with that? Therefore, join me. With your assistance, this plan is destined for success. Uchiha Obito cast a sidelong glance at the hand extended towards him and retorted, You have droned on endlessly. I scarcely have the chance to interject, and you dare to attempt to persuade me? Have you indulged in too much fake wine? Yet, the truth of the matter was that Uchiha Obito intentionally refrained from interrupting Obito. With Obito's incessant references to the Moon Eye plan, The initial step to dismantling his psychological defenses was to instill in him the belief that the Moon Eye plan was indisputably reliable, leaving him no avenue for retreat. The subsequent step would be to dismantle the very foundation of the Moon Eye plan, causing his long-held faith to crumble. Once achieved, the objective would be nearly realized. Obito wiped the blood trickling from around his eyes before responding. Very well. Speak your piece, and let me hear your reasons for deeming the Moon Eye plan unreliable. What if I were to say that the Moon Eye plan is, in itself, a deception? Those ensnared by the illusion become white Zetsu. Uchiha Madara has deceived you. And in turn, he too has been deceived. If that were the case, what would you do? Noting the disbelief etched on Obito's face, Uchiha Obito remarked, "You know I have no reason to deceive you. Eliminating you, or even a Fusion Shuriki, could similarly thwart the Moon Eye plan. I possess myriad methods. I spare you because I find you of value." Obito, momentarily taken aback, pondered this realization. This boy was astonishingly formidable, akin to a deity. You claim the Moon Eye plan is false. This revelation is more terrifying than death itself. Thus, I remain reluctant to accept your words, Obito replied with a hoarse voice. The Moon Eye was his sole purpose for existence. If even the Moon Eye were a fabrication, what meaning would his life hold? Uchiha Obito, taken aback by the ease of his manipulation, seized the moment and cast an illusion upon Obito, drawing him into the realm of illusion. Confused, Obito surveyed his surroundings, which resembled a theater. The illusions of this fellow Uchiha Yan began to recall bit by bit the moment when Otsutsuki Kagaya activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, utilizing the god tree nurtured by humanity, projecting the transformation of those humans into white Zetsu onto the screen. Following this, the sealing of the chakra progenitors by Yui and the manipulation of Indra into darkness by black Zetsu unfolded. Obito stared blankly at the black Zetsu displayed on the screen, slowly coming to the realization that the Moon Eye plan was indeed a fabrication, a grand scheme orchestrated by black Zetsu to liberate Otsutsuki Kagaya, a plot that had been in the making for millennia. It was only then that he understood the deception surrounding Uchiha Madara, altered by the stone tablet. Was this the true nature of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End? Was it truly for the sake of Hashirama's cells? As Obito observed Madara choosing him, a sudden epiphany struck him, contorting his face in anguish. Lin. He recalled the true cause of Lin's demise. Unbeknownst to him, Lin's life had merely been a tool for Madara to plunge him into darkness. Uchiha Yan, witnessing Obito kneeling on the ground, clutching his heart, contemplated the situation and deemed it somewhat precarious. Chapter 70. Obito, I understand. Uchiha Yan reminisced about his experiences with Kakashi, projecting them onto the screen. At that moment, the image of a boy, missing the right half of his body, filled with terror and tears as he gazed at the scythe in Uchiha Madara's hand, abruptly vanished, replaced by scenes of young Kakashi. In his youth, Kakashi held immense admiration for his father and dedicated himself to rigorous training. Upon their second meeting, he declared, "A comrade must be saved. That is my creed." Upon witnessing this, Obito scoffed, "Pathetic Kakashi." This was the second time Kakashi had overshadowed him. A memory etched vividly in his mind. Subsequently, Kakashi applied for early graduation, becoming one of the village's youngest prodigies. Their encounters began to dwindle until the following year, when Kakashi was promoted to Chunin. Obito seemed to recall something, murmuring, Konoha's White Fang. He recognized that White Fang's choices had a significantly adverse impact on Konoha. Yet even in that moment, he still revered the man who defied the rules of the ninja world to rescue his comrades. Indeed, the next scene depicted the suicide of Konoha's White Fang. At that instant, it appeared as if Kakashi's beliefs shattered, and he never mentioned his creed again. Obito couldn't help but reminisce about that time when two Konoha genin lamented Kakashi's failure to save his comrades during missions. He self-deprecatingly mused, "I truly was a fool back then, believing the words of those two imbeciles. If Kakashi had not rescued his comrades, how could those two fools have complained while passing right in front of him? They would likely have already been buried beneath the grass of the graveyard." After all, Danzo's little mound was perpetually fertilized. In the next scene, he and Lin graduated. At that moment, he noticed more details. Did Lin blush when mentioning that their teammate was Kakashi? Obito felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, clutching his chest as he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Damn Kakashi, always stealing my thunder. Following this, Obito watched the scene of his own sacrifice unfold on the screen. The seventh squad mourned profoundly for their lost moments. Rin and Kakashi found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Rin charged towards Kakashi's Raikiri, while Obito's face twisted in a grotesque grimace. Resembling a shirt that had never known the touch of an iron, its creases accentuated by his fury as he spat out, "Uchiha Madara." Thus, Kakashi's nearest companions dwindled to just the fourth Hokage and his wife. Obito shielded his brow with his palm, seemingly attempting to evade the harshness of reality. Upon realizing the deception of the Moon Eye plan, he felt he had wronged his master and mistress the most. He pondered whether, should he take his own life in atonement, he would ever get to see them again. He longed for the chance to apologize to them in person. He still owed Kakashi an apology. Obito knelt, covering his face with his hands as tears slipped through his fingers. He lamented, "I didn't even attend my grandmother's funeral. I am the true failure. Damn it. If Rin has indeed been watching over me, she must be utterly disappointed in the person I have become." As he sat on the ground, he noticed the screen had shifted to a new scene. Kakashi, addressing the trio of young ninjas from the 7th Squad who were complaining, said, "Well, my apologies, I was delayed by a black cat on my way here. Am I truly living the life of that hero, Obito? Perhaps it would be better for me to die now, if he discovers that I am still alive." Obito stared blankly at Kakashi on the screen. "Humph. This fool even shares the same excuse for being late as I do. I genuinely encountered a black cat." Yet Kakashi was at the memorial stone. The scene transitioned dramatically. The opening thunderclap. Is that pain? Kakashi is dead? Obito's pupils dilated. How could Kakashi, who had endured so much suffering and emerged resilient, fall so easily? Obito slowly bowed his head, murmuring Nagato. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, The rebirth of the samsara? His expression shifted as he realized, "Uchiha Shin, I believe I grasp your intent." Having spoken those words, the scene shifted again. And Obito addressed Uchiha Shin. "I now comprehend your meaning. I will bide my time and seize Nagato's Rinnegan. That is your ultimate task, but for now, you must assist me." Obito, puzzled, asked Uchiha Shin, "Given your strength, there should be no need for my assistance, correct?" "Not at all. Do you not wish for peace within the Shinobi world? Then prepare for the impure world reincarnation, clone the cells of white Zetsu, and amass hundreds of thousands, even millions of white Zetsu clones to wage war against the 5 great nations. This way, they will have but one common enemy, you. When the 5 great nations unite, those ninjas who have fought together will become allies, battling to safeguard the peace of the Shinobi world and collectively eradicate you, the malevolent force. You could easily persuade Nagato. After all, he is rather indecisive." Obito listened, dumbfounded, as he absorbed this plan, taking a long moment to regain his composure. "Are you suggesting that you would stand on the side of justice to have the bounties on your family revoked, thereby contributing to the Shinobi world and eliminating us, the wicked?" Uchiha Yan scrutinized Obito and remarked, "It is truly remarkable how the shadow of that former fool has vanished. Has descending into darkness somehow elevated your intellect?" Upon hearing Yan's mocking words, Obito's expression darkened. "Your plan is indeed commendable, far more reliable than Nagato's endeavor to gather all 9-tailed beasts. It fosters trust among the Shinobi world, uniting them as comrades. I must admit, it is surprising that such a scheme originates from a mere child." "Very well then," Obito said, "I shall play the villain, while you assume the role of the hero." Uchiha Yan extended a hand. "Let us forge a prosperous collaboration." Obito, with a wry smile, reached out. "It is hardly a joyous partnership. If you were to join me as the villain, only then would it be enjoyable. After all, the Akatsuki's collective strength is hardly sufficient to match your prowess. Who could withstand a single illusion followed by a fatal strike?" Uchiha Yan replied, "Rest assured, I shall hold back and not unleash my full capabilities." As Obito prepared to depart, Yan suddenly recalled something. "I cannot guarantee that Naruto will remain oblivious to your role as the mastermind behind the 9-Tails chaos. Should he discover the truth, given his current temperament, he may very well pursue you relentlessly." Obito, with a complex expression, responded, "I understand. Do not worry. I shall restrain myself. No, what I mean is, until you fulfill my plan, you must avoid him. His current strength has escalated to an alarming degree. Once the plan is complete, whether you choose to resurrect his parents and then take your own life in atonement, or resurrect them only to perish at his hands, is inconsequential." Chapter 71. The Ashura-like sensation of Sasuke. Obito, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "Naruto? Has he inherited his teacher's talents? He was just like you. Once a fool at the bottom of the ladder, Yet after a transformation in character, his ninja knowledge and strength have surged dramatically. If he has achieved such greatness, the true culprit is still you. Is that so? If given the choice, I would prefer to perish at Naruto's hands in the future. Consider it an apology for everything he has endured over the years. Obito nodded solemnly. With that, his figure gradually faded from view. Uchiha Yan closed his eyes, sensing the flying thunder god coordinates, and discovered that Obito had exited Konoha. He couldn't help but exclaim, Kimui is indeed a most convenient ability. If only my Rinnegan could awaken spatial powers as well. Huajiao, come here for a moment. It is getting late, and we must finish this horror film. We cannot be half-hearted cats. Meow? As Uchiha Yan turned to look at Huajiao, a streak of crimson light flashed past his eye. System, trembling with trepidation. The following day, at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Yan sat beside Shikamaru, calculating angles, and concluded that Choji's ample frame might just suffice to shield him. Irika entered the classroom and stood at the podium, noticing two students in the back row sound asleep. Frowning slightly, he opened his mouth to speak, but halted upon seeing the chubby student in front taking deep breaths, seemingly attempting to inflate himself further to obscure the two sleeping classmates behind him. Ultimately, he swallowed his words. After all, such bonds hold their own significance. As the class was about to conclude, Irika instructed them to stand outside as a punishment. He rapped the blackboard, but before he could finish his sentence, a knock at the door interrupted him. Approaching the entrance, Irika found a masked ninja dressed in Anbu attire, who informed him, "This is a transfer student arranged by Lord Hokage, who wishes to join your class." Lowering his gaze, Irika noticed a boy with a sketchbook, a smile adorning his lips, standing beside the Anbu ninja. Nodding, Irika invited the boy, "Please come in and introduce yourself." The boy nodded and stepped forward. "My name is Sai. My favorite food is hibiscus tofu, and I dislike dango. My interests include drawing and calligraphy." Irika concluded, "All right, Sai, please find a seat." Although the boy wore a smile, his eyes betrayed a deep sadness. After the dissolution of Root, he had no desire to become a ninja. He merely wished to live alongside his brother, Shin. However, with Shin's frail health culminating in his untimely demise, Sai found himself alone, compelled to attend the Ninja Academy. Having endured rigorous training in Root and distinguishing himself therein, he garnered considerable attention from the third Hokage. Glancing at the empty seat at the back, Sai approached without hesitation. In the second class, Shikamaru and Uchiha Yan were indeed summoned to stand outside as punishment. As they exited the classroom, an illusion enveloped them. Uchiha Yan took a few steps, turned back to glance at Shikamaru, who was lamenting to the empty air beside him, and without hesitation, proceeded towards the school entrance. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, a figure swiftly appeared, leaving behind a letter. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it was from Sasuke. Mimicking the tone of his parents, Sasuke briefly recounted his recent experiences, assuring him that he was well and not to worry. He mentioned having made many good friends, including Guren, who was exceptionally powerful. Without using the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke could not hope to match him. There was also Kidomaru, who possessed 3 eyes and 6 arms, and Jirobo, who was quite amiable like Choji. Another intriguing character was called Suigetsu, whose body was fluid-like, capable of transforming into liquid. Sasuke humorously speculated that if he were to mix in some urine, even he would be cautious in the face of such a formidable ability. Uchiha Yan couldn't help but smirk at the uncanny resemblance of Sasuke's experiences to that of an Asura. Sasuke continued to share that he was diligently training in the 8 gates, having already unlocked the 2nd gate, though he still found himself outmatched by Guren when he activated his cursed seal. He expressed a strong desire for the cursed seal himself. Despite their close friendship, Guren's health was deteriorating, and even Orochimaru could not cure him. It was rumored he had but a few years to live. Thus, the letter had 2 intentions, one concerning the cursed seal, and the other regarding Guren's affliction. Contemplating the matter, Uchiha Yan recalled that they still had 50 milliliters of healing elixir remaining, and Itachi had not taken the storage scroll. Since Sasuke and Guren shared a close bond, he decided to send the elixir to Sasuke. As for the cursed seal, he dismissed that thought entirely. The first order of business in his reply would be if Orochimaru dares to place a curse mark on Sasuke, he will summon a substantial number of shadow clones, relentlessly employing the binding technique against him. The second matter is that the healing potion should be examined by Orochimaru to ascertain if there exists a means to replicate or manufacture it. Once this task is completed, Uchiha Yan will create a shadow clone, intending for the complete Susanoo to deliver a message to Sasuke, aiming to succinctly demonstrate his capability to accomplish the first task. With a resounding pop, the shadow clone dissipates. Uchiha Yan. In the realm of illusions, Uchiha Yan had previously set a trap, forming hand signs to create another shadow clone. With a swift motion, he cast another set of hand signs. Before the shadow clone could utter a word, an illusion enveloped it. In the next moment, with a loud pop, he returned to reality, letting out a sigh. This shadow clone possessed an unusual defect. While ordinary shadow clones are not devoid of flaws, it requires a stroke of luck for him. Uchiha Yan contemplated obtaining some cells from Karui, and fortuitously encountered Shikamaru, who was skipping class. Oh, the cat is out of the bag. Shikamaru, with his deadpan gaze, fixed his eyes on Uchiha Yan and said, I noticed something was amiss when you failed to respond. Indeed, you're using illusions to skip class? Uchiha Yan, slightly embarrassed, replied, Well, would you believe me if I said I had urgent matters? Would you believe me if I said I noticed something odd about you yesterday? Have you been occupied these past few days? Uchiha Yan nodded earnestly, yes. It is of great importance. Shikamaru was speechless. After spending considerable time with him, he knew that whenever Uchiha Yan wore that expression, he was certainly lying. Uchiha Yan adjusted his demeanor. I truly have something significant to attend to. Shikamaru, do you doubt my intelligence? After yawning and waving his hand dismissively, Shikamaru said, Never mind. You carry on. I shall find a tree to nap beneath. Observing Shikamaru's retreating figure, Uchiha Yan mused that the boy was young, but not easily deceived. Chapter 72. Time flies. Feeling somewhat guilty for continually extracting blood from Karui, Uchiha Yan visited a fresh produce store, emerging with a substantial bag of red dates. In the afternoon, as the ninja school day concluded, Naruto seized Sai by the collar and dragged him into a small grove. Bang, 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 who calls me ugly? Bang, bang, how dare you call me ugly? Bang, don't feign a smile and say I'm lacking. Bang, 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 bang. After a brief moment, Naruto exited the grove, followed by a dejected Sai clutching a sketchbook. The book states this, yet why do I experience the opposite effect? Moreover, why is he so powerful? In the evening, upon returning home, Naruto's consciousness was swiftly drawn into the ceiling space. The Nine Tails softened its tone, saying, Naruto, shall we have a proper discussion? Disinterested, Naruto replied. At least allow me to finish what I started last time. Do you truly not wish to harness my power? Naruto hesitated. Time raced by. Tomorrow marks the graduation day of the ninja school. The system still possesses 27% of its energy to afford its canine host ample time for strategizing. It had remained silent for quite some time. Although this small plant person does not speak, it perpetually resides in Uchiha Yan's heart. At this moment, Uchiha Yan is seated at the threshold of his home, contemplating the future. His yang release chakra has nearly accumulated to a sufficient level. He estimates that if he consumes 3 cream cakes daily to harness yang release, it will take at least 3 more years. However, if he also administers reverse white ton injections to himself, incorporating the cells of SH10 or Naruto, the time frame could be reduced to within 6 months. Indeed, it is quite agonizing, daily indulging in sweets to the point of nausea, alongside the necessity of self-injection. It is noteworthy that Obito's plan initially did not persuade Nagato. Nagato actually believed that opposing the ninja world and uniting it against the Akatsuki organization was a commendable idea. Yet, he harbored doubts about the capacity of the ninja world to achieve mutual understanding and eradicate the hatred among them. Even if they became comrades, it would only be temporary. Only by endowing the 5 great nations with the capability to effortlessly obliterate each other could they foster mutual apprehension, which he deemed the optimal path to eliminating war. Uchiha Yan originally intended to journey to the Land of Rain for a thorough discussion with Nagato, but ultimately did not proceed. This was due to Itachi elucidating to Nagato the essence of war among the 5 great shinobi villages, rooted in interests and reputation. Commission tasks constitute a substantial pie, and the victorious nation's reputation naturally garners the trust of clients across the ninja world. Thus, even with weapons capable of annihilating a major shinobi village in a single strike, the various villages would refrain from utilizing them. War would inevitably erupt regardless. Nagato found Itachi's reasoning compelling. As for Naruto's character, the Nine Tails had already soothed the 3rd Hokage, who, in turn, comforted Iruka, effectively pulling Naruto from darkness to a significant extent. A certain disillusioned Uchiha suggested to his friend Naruto that to maintain this cherished status, it would be best to consistently wear a cold, aloof facade, as that would yield the most favorable results. Although the initial intentions were noble, Naruto's future seems promising, and the third Hokage and Iruka would increasingly focus their attention on him. However, Uchiha Yan remains unaware that wearing a mask for too long may render it impossible to remove. This is his burden, though he has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Nine Tails, too, remain oblivious. Truly, one learns throughout life. In recent years, Uchiha Yan's most significant achievement has undoubtedly been mastering Sage Mode. Although its potency may not rival that of the Senjutsu from Mount Maiboku, nor its perception compare to that of the Dragon Cave Sage Arts, it is nonetheless the most suitable complete Sage Mode for him. He can even impart this knowledge to others, such as Naruto, and perhaps even SHJ. Naruto is faring relatively well, his face adorned with streaks of black markings. SHJ, however, feels as though she is clad in an unsightly black net. Additionally, he has been working on the transformation of Earth-style chakra. Dust Release is a bloodline elimination formed by the fusion of wind, fire, and earth transformations. His current major challenge lies in the final step of this integration. Good evening. Lord Yan, a voice greeted him. Good evening, he replied, acknowledging the passing clan members. Shizuka remarked on the significant changes he has undergone in recent years, a sentiment Uchiha Yan himself has begun to perceive. The reason for the relatively relaxed relationship with his clansmen can be traced back to the day when Uchiha Izumi inquired about the method of awakening the Sharingan. In truth, Uchiha Izumi was reluctant to attend, but she could not withstand the persistent persuasion of her kin. After all, despite Uchiha Itachi's notoriously difficult temperament, one ought to show some respect for his elder brother. Uchiha Itachi harbored a favorable impression of his future sister-in-law, and since she was eager to learn, he decided to oblige her request. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi cast an illusion on a youthful clansman who was surreptitiously observing them from a distance. The boy, after removing his trousers, began to jump about in a frenzied manner, and when he finally regained his composure, he had successfully awakened his Sharingan. From that moment on, Uchiha Itachi's reputation among his kin was irreparably tarnished, and the image he had painstakingly cultivated vanished into thin air. Oblivious to the chaos he had inadvertently caused, Uchiha Itachi calmly explained to his future sister-in-law that members of the Uchiha clan could awaken their eyes only under extreme duress, resulting in intense emotional upheaval. It was not a prerequisite to witness the death of loved ones or sever bonds. The ability of Sasuke to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan served as the most compelling evidence. Uchiha Izumi continued to regard Uchiha Itachi with a look of astonishment. The disparity was rather pronounced, was it not? Given the prevalence of conservative clansmen, even if someone could vaguely deduce the method of awakening, it would never be divulged. After all, even the most conservative members of the Uchiha clan were not particularly rational. Observing from afar, the clansmen were horrified by the child's antics and attempted to intervene, their disappointment in Uchiha Itachi palpable. Yet, to their astonishment, the boy truly awakened his eyes. The clansmen erupted in exclamations. So this is how one can awaken the Sharingan. I had assumed Lord Itachi, as well as the clan leader Shisui and young Sasuke, also awakened their eyes in this manner. Perhaps so. I never imagined that such a serious person as Lord Itachi would resort to such antics. Why is that child crying? How pathetic. If even Lord Itachi awakened his eyes this way, what is there to weep about? Why scold the child? Uchiha Itachi belatedly grasped the situation, but alas, it was too late. He could not possibly attempt to restore his image by once again punishing the Uchiha. That would be rather excessive. Uchiha Izumi greeted the boy, who was seated at the entrance, cradling a cat. Good evening, Itachi. Good evening, future sister-in-law, he replied. Uchiha Izumi's body trembled, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily covered her face and fled. Uchiha Itachi watched her retreating figure, puzzled. Was it truly necessary? Hadn't he Itachi mentioned they corresponded frequently? Alas, if only he had possessed his current strength back then, he might have held Izumi and Itachi's child in his arms. But, regrettably, there are no ifs. Chapter 73. A sense of familiarity. Shisui entered from outside the clan grounds. What brings you here? Surely, you're not too anxious to sleep due to tomorrow's class division? He teased. How could that be? Uchiha Itachi grimaced at the ridiculous jest. The night is cool. You ought to return indoors early, Shisui advised. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. The steps are, in fact, the most comfortable place. Sitting cross-legged on tatami mats for too long can be quite uncomfortable. And chairs tend to be too high. One cannot always sit at a low table, can one? With a resigned sigh, Shisui settled beside Uchiha Itachi. Observing Itachi's expression, Shisui offered an explanation. Since you choose not to return to the house, I shall keep you company for a while. It is unnecessary, was Itachi's dismissive reply. Shisui stroked his chin and remarked, I beg to differ. It feels eerily familiar, Itachi said, casting a glance at Shisui's ninja vest as he rose to his feet. I shall return to the house now. Shisui also stood, offering a smile as he advised, do not stay up too late. Very well. The following day at the Ninja Academy, drawing is a challenging endeavor, particularly from the ground up. 5 years prior, upon discovering Itachi's keen interest in art, Sai had been as joyful as a 10-year-old child, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. However, upon witnessing Itachi's abysmal artistic skills, even his invisible tail began to wag more slowly. Thus, over the past 5 years, Sai had taken the time to teach Itachi how to draw. Regrettably, Itachi's talent remained lacking, leaving Sai feeling quite helpless. From 0 to 1, after 5 years of instruction, they had achieved merely a score of 0.5. At that moment, Itachi was scribbling on a piece of paper, while Naruto gazed impassively out the window, lost in thought, and Sakura appeared somewhat bored. Sai entered the classroom. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly would not overlook Sai's promising potential. After all, there were few ninjas in the entire Leaf Village with the ability to fly. Thus he had directly recruited Sai into his umbu, eager to cultivate his skills. Sai's gaze swept across the remaining 3 classmates. Hey, have you not yet completed the design for that horror film? Not yet, Itachi replied, aware that Sai often spoke in sarcasm and thus remained unfazed. Their father intended to produce a horror film, claiming that Itachi's previous abstract depictions of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were quite inspired, and requested his assistance in creating new illustrations. After consuming a plethora of horror films over the years, Itachi had grown bolder, no longer feeling fear. I am not even afraid of the spiciest pepper. Sai glanced at Naruto, hesitating slightly before saying, Hey handsome. Naruto feigned aloofness, responding with a non-committal grunt as a form of greeting. Sai's eyes then landed on Sakura. Hey ugly. Sakura's forehead furrowed in irritation, her fists clenched tightly. Stay calm. Stay calm. I must maintain my image as a lady in front of Sasuke-kun's younger brother. Feeling the palpable tension, Sai swallowed nervously. He hurried to Itachi's side, eager to offer guidance. After a brief glance at the paper, Sai quickly turned away and said, Forget it. You exhibit far more talent for horror film character creation than I do. I shall take my leave. Naruto, curious, turned to glance back. His face paled, and he swiftly faced the window once more. After a while, Itachi finally completed the abstract horror design. Sensing Kakashi's approach outside the door, Itachi swiftly cast an illusion. Kakashi peered through the crack in the door at the trap-laden classroom, narrowing his eyes. A punishment for my tardiness? Or a test of my abilities? In the eyes of Naruto and Sakura, a white-haired ninja suddenly burst through the door. After a brief moment, he dashed into the room, dodging left and right, leaning sideways, and squatting down. Following a series of fluid maneuvers, Kakashi's surroundings returned to normal. In that instant, it felt as if crows were nesting above. Caw caw caw, Kakashi remarked. Perplexed, Naruto glanced at Uchiha Yan, while Sakura tilted her head in confusion. Kakashi, expressionless, stood up and walked toward the door. He exited, closed the door, then reopened it to step into the classroom. At that moment, Kakashi resembled a master thespian, akin to Roronoa Zoro aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship, as if nothing had transpired. He cast a sweeping glance at the trio, his gaze settling on Uchiha Yan. Was that illusion just now his doing? Yet, why did he seem so familiar? It felt as though he had encountered him before. How should I put it? My first impression of you all is quite pleasant. Let us meet on the rooftop for introductions, after which I shall treat you to some barbecue. Uchiha Yan pondered. Is this barbecue a form of hush money? Kakashi, evidently experienced in such matters, responded, On the rooftop, I am Hitaki Kakashi. As for my preferences, I possess neither likes nor dislikes. My future dreams and interests are numerous. Now it's your turn. Naruto displayed a bemused expression, quickly reverting to a facade of coolness. Sakura interjected, So all we know is his name. Uchiha Yan stole a glance at Sakura. Strangely, if it were Uchiha Izumi, calling her sister-in-law would seem entirely natural. But why did Sakura only evoke a sense of a younger sister? Uchiha Yan stated, I have no dreams or interests, but I admire artificial intelligence and detest tardiness. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he too has no dreams or interests, but enjoys Ichiraku ramen and despises being late. Sakura glanced at both of them. I am Haruno Sakura. My affections lean more towards people than things. As for my future dreams, her face flushed as she succumbed to delightful fantasies. After a moment, she added, I also detest tardiness. A bead of sweat the size of a bean appeared on the back of Kakashi's head as he stammered an explanation. I encountered an elderly lady in need of assistance today, which caused my tardiness. Having clarified, Kakashi swiftly changed the subject. Let us go. I'll treat you to barbecue. After their meal, Kakashi reminded them, tomorrow morning at 5, we have a survival exercise. Do not eat breakfast, and do not forget. The following day, Sakura and Naruto lounged beneath the shade of a tree, appearing somewhat listless. Uchiha Yan stood beside them, holding a book on interpersonal relationships, a gift from Sai. Perhaps I thought he needed it? Naruto leaned in curiously, reading aloud. Learn how to refuse others? You don't need to learn that, do you? He continued. And this script for refusal. How about you act as if I'm dead? What does that mean? Naruto pondered, scratching his head, but his hand suddenly froze. And he lowered it, his expression returning to indifference. Uchiha Yan scrutinized Naruto's expression, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. This expressionless visage. He elucidated. The underlying implication of this statement is a refusal, an unwillingness to acquiesce, yet without a direct dismissal, thus preserving amicability. It seems rather ominous. In the 74th chapter, until he agrees, Sakura, upon hearing this remark, muttered in a tone of resignation, is there truly such a way to refuse? After a brief moment, she noticed Kakashi approaching. Before she could voice her complaints, Kakashi preemptively interjected, my apologies. A black cat crossed my path and obstructed my way, hence my tardiness. Kakashi surveyed the three individuals present. Uchiha Yan displayed no signs of impatience. For him, it mattered little where he lingered, as his rebellious child at home was far more disruptive. Kakashi then glanced at Naruto's impassive face, clearly sensing the resentment emanating from him. Approaching a wooden post, Kakashi set an alarm clock atop it, declaring, the alarm is set for noon. He then produced 2 bells. Your task is to seize these 2 bells from me before midday. Those who fail to procure a bell shall forfeit their lunch and be bound to that post. Compelled to witness me enjoy my bento. Uchiha Yan recalled the cake he had consumed that morning, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea, after over 5 years of cream cake. He deemed this accursed Sharingan unnecessary. Sakura, realizing the implication, remarked in exasperation, so the reason for skipping breakfast was this? She paused, pondering, but why only 2 bells? Due to the limited number, at least one individual would inevitably be tethered to the post and deemed unsuccessful, necessitating a return to school for remedial training. Only those determined to vanquish me stand a chance of obtaining the bells. Naruto was eager to test his mettle, curious to discover the true prowess of the village's elite shinobi, all while harboring a resolve to defeat him. Uchiha Yan hastily reminded, Naruto, remember to hold back. Naruto hesitated for a moment before nodding, I understand. Sakura cast a puzzled glance at her 2 teammates, aware that they both surpassed her in skill, and she mentally prepared herself for the possibility of repeating her studies. Uchiha Yan had consistently been the top of their class. His precise strength remained a mystery, but his mastery of Jinjutsu rendered even the second best, Naruto, unable to evade his illusions. Naruto's taijutsu was formidable. In practice, apart from being swiftly defeated by Uchiha Yan, he had never lost to anyone else. Even Iruka-sensei had remarked that Naruto's taijutsu surpassed his own. Let us commence, Kakashi said, extracting his small liu-bei with a nonchalant demeanor. Just then, a flurry of sounds erupted, prompting him to turn in astonishment, nearly widening his eyes in disbelief. Sakura stumbled back, tripped by a stone, and fell onto the ground. Is this truly Naruto's strength? How formidable! Uchiha Yan turned a page of the book in his hand, unperturbed by Kakashi's reaction. Had that shinobi from the root, Shinji, possessed Kakashi's combat experience, the need for Shisui's intervention would have been inevitable. Indeed, Kakashi in the arena dissipated with a resounding thud. As hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones descended, they instantly sank into the mire. Doton, Yellow Spring Marsh, Naruto reformed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Kakashi stored away his small liu-bei, his expression turning serious as he formed hand seals. Raitun, Lightning Beast Pursuit Fong. A colossal lightning wolf lunged toward the multitude of shadow clones. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector. Can it be said that he is indeed the child of his teacher? Freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, he possesses such prowess. Observing the lightning wolf being vanquished by the shadow clones, Kakashi formed hand seals once more. Suetun, Water Formation Wall. A massive waterfall surged toward the remaining shadow clones and the distant Sakura and Uchiha Yan, who were merely splashing water. Uchiha Yan remained unfazed, his focus intently fixed on how to garner the affections of the opposite sex. However, Sakura was taken aback. She had not trained in tree climbing or water walking. As she prepared to flee, something seemed to dawn upon her. She turned, grasping Uchiha Yan and sprinting away. Uchiha Yan stumbled, nearly dropping the book in his hand, and quickly called out to her, "You don't need to pull me. Naruto will handle it." Only then did Sakura regain her composure. Glancing at the dozen or so shadow clones of Naruto standing before them, now beginning to form hand seals. Senjutsu, Pressing Harm. Enormous spiraling gusts burst forth from Naruto's mouth, forcefully propelling the ground along with the waterfall backward. The remaining shadow clones stood on the water's surface, simultaneously forming hand seals. Futon, Wind Cutter. Kakashi observed the dense barrage of wind blades without flinching. In an instant, he was struck and transformed into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi heaved slightly. His chakra reserves were dwindling, having depleted significantly from the recent large-scale water technique. He was genuinely astonished by the sheer volume of Naruto's chakra. When facing an adversary, he would judiciously allocate his chakra, yet he had grown somewhat negligent against Naruto. Moreover, Naruto's multitude of shadow clones necessitated the use of expansive ninjutsu. Otherwise, it would require a considerable expenditure of stamina. Kakashi created 3 shadow clones, 2 charging toward Naruto's clones, while the third advanced towards the positions of Uchiha Yan and Sakura. Sakura cast a glance at Uchiha Yan, hesitating momentarily before producing 2 shuriken. Uchiha Yan subtly moved his fingertips, releasing chakra threads that adhered to them. Subsequently, Sakura hurled the shuriken forcefully toward Kakashi's shadow clone. The shadow clone slowed its pace and slightly sidestepped to evade the shuriken, but Uchiha Yan's fingertips twitched. With a resounding crack, the shadow clone dissipated. Sakura shot a puzzled glance at Uchiha Yan. As the shadow clone vanished, its memories returned to the original body, causing Kakashi to momentarily freeze. The shuriken had clearly missed. Was it Uchiha Yan's doing? In that moment of distraction, Naruto charged toward him, delivering a powerful punch. With a thud, Kakashi transformed into a piece of wood. Seeing this, Naruto formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Cold sweat beaded on Kakashi's forehead. Just how much chakra does this guy possess? Envious, he conceded. All right, you have qualified. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's shadow clones began to dissipate one by one. Uchiha Yan approached and inquired, "So, Kakashi-sensei, did we all pass together?" Kakashi, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of surprise, despite not knowing this young boy. He was unexpectedly touched when referred to as a teacher. Sakura, snapping out of her contemplation, rushed over and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, did Yan and I also pass?" The strength of Naruto was daunting to her, and Uchiha Yan clearly possessed remarkable skill as well, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. Kakashi stroked his chin and replied, "Of course. Only one of you can pass since there are merely 2 bells." With that, he narrowed his eyes, secretly observing the trio's reactions. Sakura was the first to raise her hand, declaring, "Then I choose to withdraw." Naruto tossed away the bell in his hand, stating, "I withdraw too." Yan's 3-tomo swirled in his eyes as he glanced at Kakashi, then approached him and extended a hand to strike. 8 trigram seal, he proclaimed. "Now, bind him to a post and let him starve until he agrees." Chapter 75. It seems I have unlocked some extraordinary skill. Sakura gazed at Uchiha Yan in astonishment. He truly was stronger than she had anticipated. Naruto nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Great idea." However, he quickly returned to a more stoic demeanor as if realizing something. The Ninetales remarked, "Using the sealing technique meant for tailed beasts to seal a ninja's chakra, this boy is quite devious." By the time Kakashi regained his senses, he found himself immobilized, his chakra sealed. He glanced at the trio before him. Naruto and Sakura were eating lunch, while Uchiha Yan was intently reading. Kakashi stated, "Uchiha Yan, with a serious demeanor, declared, 'We are in this together.'" Naruto nodded affirmatively, and Sakura looked touched. Is this what it means to be teammates? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yan's earnest expression, somewhat dazed. Is that so? Then I announce that you have all passed, and you can release me now, as I am, after all. Your team leader, Kakashi, he said, somewhat sheepishly. This team was exceptionally formidable. Naruto had abundant chakra and excelled in wind release, physical combat, and shadow clone techniques. Uchiha Yan seemed skilled in genjutsu and sealing techniques, though his personality appeared somewhat troublesome, often placing others in awkward situations. Once Kakashi was untied and the seal lifted, they coincidentally encountered Team 10, who had just completed their assessment. After glancing at the 35 million Ryo and greeting Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, they moved on. In the evening, Uchiha Yan greeted, "Good evening, Yen-sama." "Good evening," he replied, eyeing the child who had activated his Sharingan previously. He saw him at least twice a day and made it a point to greet him each time. He casually picked up the flower pepper beneath his feet and held it up. Reflecting on the content from the book, he addressed the flower pepper. "Do not let me encounter you, meow. Otherwise, with each encounter, I will grow fonder of you." The flower pepper's pupils constricted. Uchiha Yan fell into contemplation. The flower pepper's reaction was peculiar. According to the book, it discussed how to gain the affection of the opposite sex. But the flower pepper was female too. Did the romantic phrases in the book not apply? Perhaps he should try again. "I wish to go somewhere." Hua Jiao blinked, reaching into the depths of your heart. With a gentle extension of her paw, Uchiha Yan pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, it seemed effective. Was this a silent request for a hug? As he drew closer, Hua Jiao pressed her soft paw pad against his forehead. Uchiha Yan mused, the little plant person is quite incapacitated. Where could Hua Jiao have learned such behaviors? He sighed, reclining on the tatama mat. After a moment's reflection, he rose, picked up a book, and discarded it into the trash bin. Uchiha Yan suddenly wore an expression of utter incredulity. Could the interpersonal communication book gifted by Sai truly be of any use? What was wrong with his mind? How could he have overlooked such a detail? As he returned to his repose on the tatami, Hua Jiao nestled into his embrace. The following day, Kakashi led Team 7 on a mission. Upon arriving at the mission hall, he selected a construction task, much to the eager anticipation of Naruto and Sakura. At this, Naruto's demeanor instantly shifted to one of aloofness, while Sakura's expression fell into despondency. Uchiha Yan loosened his forehead protector. It felt rather peculiar. Had it been his former self, he would likely have conjured a shadow clone to accompany them on such mundane endeavors. Yet now, this arrangement felt rather agreeable. Was it the bonds of companionship that made this so? Throughout the day, Naruto took action to convey to the third Hokage that without a higher-level mission, he would utilize shadow clones to complete all the low-level tasks. Kakashi ultimately found himself seated on the steps of the mission hall, observing the proceedings while awaiting Team 7's return for their share of the mission rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Kakashi with an expression of exasperation. This young man was living rather leisurely, relishing in the rewards while enjoying the camaraderie. Upon encountering Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi promptly stood. The third Hokage waved him off dismissively. All right. Team 7 can now undertake an A-rank or B-rank mission. The village's B-rank tasks are nearly all completed, with only some sewer maintenance jobs left. Other leading jonin have already come to me with complaints. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Kakashi harbored concerns about Naruto's capabilities. In Naruto's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen had cared for him since childhood, being one of the kindest figures in his life. The guidance and companionship he had received over the years meant that even upon discovering all the truths, he bore no resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He even confided about his ability to harness the power of the Nine Tails, although he had never mentioned Uchiha Yan to anyone. At the revelation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's weathered face seemed to blossom with joy, as if rejuvenated by years, filling him with newfound vigor for the bureaucratic tasks at hand. It was indeed a pity about Uchiha Yan. With such remarkable talent, he was afflicted by a blood disease. As Naruto surveyed the A-rank mission, a smile tugged at his lips, but before he could fully express his joy, thoughts of the affection lavished upon him caused his expression to revert to one of aloofness. Uchiha Yan's lips twitched slightly, and he softly advised Naruto, if maintaining the facade becomes too arduous, do not hesitate to drop it. Being true to oneself is quite commendable, even if it means receiving less attention. Naruto replied softly, but I truly cherish the feeling of being cared for and looked after. Let's leave it as it is. Uchiha Yan nodded silently. This was a high-level escort mission, the task being quite straightforward: to escort a priceless painting to the land of demons. The client, a peculiar little plant-like person, Kakashi scratched his head with his index finger. A strange name indeed. Both Sakura and Naruto nodded in agreement. Is it a code name? The reason Uchiha Yan accepted this mission was not due to parental longing. Rather, it stemmed from a simple desire to see the world and showcase his patched-up attire. It had been a while since he had earned his living expenses. In truth, the couple provided a decent amount of money. If it were just Uchiha Yan, those funds would suffice until adulthood. However, they were oblivious to the fact that their extravagant son spent most of the living expenses on his cat. At this moment, Uchiha Yan remained unaware that the couple, having settled in the land of demons, had purchased a luxurious mansion and were living quite comfortably. The residents of the land of demons credited Fugaku for sealing away the malevolent spirits, and despite being a rogue ninja with a bounty on his head, he was still held in high regard. Most of the money Fugaku earned was invested in films, but unfortunately, due to a lack of experience, only his sister-in-law's films managed to recoup their costs through popularity. The couple had grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, leaving considerably less money than Uchiha Yan had anticipated. Fugaku, too, had not given it much thought. His eldest son needed no financial support and could fend for himself, while the second son was provided for. And the youngest was soon to graduate from ninja school, ready to earn his own living. Truly, it was a case of raising sons in poverty while nurturing the mother in wealth, with 3 out of 5 in the family facing hunger. Chapter 76. Could it be a parallel universe? Thus, they agreed to meet at the village entrance at 9 o'clock the following morning. Uchiha Yan nodded and said to his 2 teammates, "Certainly, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi, upon hearing this title from Uchiha Yan again, cast him a glance filled with complexity. This feeling of being unexpectedly cherished seemed utterly unreasonable. Once Uchiha Yan stepped into the clan's territory, he unsurprisingly encountered that young boy again. Before the boy could greet him, Uchiha Yan waved his hand at him. Startled by the sudden gesture, the boy instinctively tightened his grip on his pants and ran off without even a word of farewell. Uchiha Yan felt a twinge of helplessness. He merely wished to inquire about the boy's name. In truth, he had never held a favorable opinion of the conservative clan members, perhaps due to his own insecurities and lack of magnanimity. His discontent was not rooted in just 1 or 2 incidents, but rather a culmination of many grievances. In the past, Uchiha Yan only cared for his family, with only Shisui and Izumi receiving any semblance of acknowledgement, primarily because of Itachi and Sasuke. Had he not tirelessly focused on rescuing his family, inadvertently aiding the conservative faction of the Uchiha clan, it was possible that only the 3 brothers would remain alive today. Or perhaps only Itachi and Sasuke would be left. At that time, he was nearly suffocated by the overwhelming pressure, contemplating suicide, engulfed in anxiety, and tirelessly seeking solutions, which even led to him sustaining severe injuries. The root cause of this turmoil stemmed from the reckless actions of a brainless radical faction, who insisted on dragging everyone down with them. This group, aside from Danzo, was the one that Uchiha Yan despised the most, ranking a close second. Is a coup the only answer to dissatisfaction with the village? Wouldn't it be more prudent to defect from Konoha? Does one not consider the possibility of returning to annihilate Konoha once they have gained strength? Must everyone perish together? Are they unaware of their own capabilities? Are the prominent clans of Konoha merely ornamental? At that time, his father had yet to reveal the Manjiki, yet the Uchiha radicals were already in turmoil. Had it been exposed, the radicals would have certainly escalated their actions. Moreover, during the massacre of the radicals, did not the conservative clan members suspect the motives? The Uchiha clan is not composed solely of mindless individuals. If they suspected, why did no one come to assist? Did they find solace in enjoying the peace and comfort purchased at the cost of their family's betrayal and the bloodshed of their kin? It was fortunate that at that time, Obito did not harbor murderous intent. Otherwise, Uchiha Yan would have had no chance of survival. Thus, whatever excessive actions he took against those clan members, their feelings were not within Uchiha Yan's consideration, nor would he feel any guilt about it. However, since his previous persona crumbled, many clan members have deliberately sought to approach him, seemingly wishing to bridge or ease relations. After all, in the eyes of many clan members, Uchiha Yan was indeed the strongest individual they had encountered. At that time, Uchiha Yan was still young and not at the peak of his power, leaving many uncertain about how much he had grown over the years. One cannot ascertain whether he could be compared to Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama from the films. In any case, he represented a significant ally. Furthermore, the system did not wish for his relationship with the clan to become overly strained. It merely desired for the host to live happily, with a cheerful and sunny disposition, which it had earnestly advised before its departure. Thus, in response to the clan members' intentional advances, Uchiha Yan no longer maintained his usual distant demeanor. Coupled with the increasing bonds he had formed over the years, such as with Jiraiya, Naruto, Akamaru, Shino, and Sai, he was also greatly influenced by the contributions of Shisui and Izumi. These connections successfully expanded Uchiha Yan's once guarded heart, allowing it to embrace more individuals. Though Uchiha Yan found this sensation quite pleasant, it was also the source of his inner conflict, as these ties felt like a form of constraint. The system's energy could only sustain him for another year or two. As for his plans, they had never progressed smoothly. Even during the rescue of Shisui, Sasuke's unexpected intrusion complicated matters, yet through luck and perseverance, success was ultimately achieved. Uchiha Yan harbored numerous flaws and often engaged in self-reflection, having never considered altering himself before. However, now he wished to live for the sake of the little comatose individual who had pulled him from the abyss. Yet, this presented a profound conflict. This plan was a crucial stratagem, and thus it must succeed. Moreover, there is no room for retreat in this plan, otherwise it would be a betrayal of Obito. In pursuit of his ambitions, Obito sought Orochimaru's assistance in cloning the cells of white Zetsu and powerful figures from each village's history, aiming to grant the Akatsuki the strength to contend against the entire ninja world. He was even willing to expose his identity and intentions, agreeing to hand over his Manjiki Sharingan to Orochimaru as a price for their collaboration after his demise. Obito only divulged his identity to Itachi and Orochimaru. Itachi, indifferent to his status as a rogue ninja, wished to absolve his father and Sasuke of their own rogue identities, which is why he had previously aided Obito in persuading Nagato. Uchiha Yan had once contemplated that if the Rinnegan's abilities were not spatial in nature, he could gather the tailed beasts to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki to acquire spatial capabilities. However, he soon dismissed this notion, recalling the system's assertion that this universe is replete with countless dimensions and parallel timelines. At this moment, Uchiha Yan conceived a superior strategy, although it required further validation. As long as he could procure chakra fruits from parallel timelines, he would be able to secure everything. The small plant entity was averse to having too much blood on its hands, yet a successful plan would inevitably lead to many casualties. It was a healing system, yet it remained ensnared by its host, not having experienced much healing itself, harboring lingering discontent. If possible, Uchiha Yan wished to venture into the future to capture Itsutsuki, intending to control it to enact the Rinnegan's innate abilities once the plan succeeded. Could the land of Rice's Sound Village be a parallel timeline? Orochimaru, intrigued, licked his lips, his pupils dilating. Kimimaro, you shall investigate this matter. Kimimaro, exchanging glances with Sasuke, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing Orochimaru's voice. Lord Orochimaru, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your task is accomplished. Hee, it's not that severe, Kimimaro. Observing the anticipation on Sasuke's face, Orochimaru rasped a couple of laughs before continuing. Such camaraderie is commendable. However, Sasuke should remain behind. Rei still requires your support. Kimimaro patted Sasuke on the shoulder, reassuring him. Do not worry. Remember, I have mastered sage art and am now quite powerful. There should be no unforeseen incidents. You, however, must also strive harder. Sasuke looked disheartened. But, Brother Kimimaro, I may lack the talent for sage art. It has already been 3 years with no progress. Kimimaro comforted him. Do not be disheartened, Sasuke. Your talent remains formidable, and I believe in you. Sasuke felt a wave of emotion. Actually, the curse seal also counts. Sasuke. Do not speak disrespectfully towards Lord Orochimaru. The physical pain caused Orochimaru to break into a cold sweat, yet he weakly waved his hand, saying, It is all right, Kimimaro. I have grown accustomed to it. In the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha, Uchiha Yan gazed blankly as a parrot approached him, clutching a bouquet of roses. Chapter 77. When Kimimaro crossed into a parallel timeline, Kimimaro slowly opened his eyes, staring around in confusion. Where's Lulan? Has it vanished? After searching twice without success, Kimimaro murmured, It seems I need to report this to Lord Orochimaru. With a swift gesture, he raised 2 fingers and vanished in an instant. After traversing the arduous journey for over 10 days from the Land of Wind, just as Junru was on the brink of crossing into the Land of Fire, he suddenly spotted two figures ahead. "Hey, you two!" exclaimed Rock Lee and Gaara, startled at the sight of Junru. "How are you still alive? This cannot be." Junru frowned at their exclamation and retorted, "Why are you cursing someone without reason? Is there no sense of decorum left?" He remarked that Sasuke was the more courteous one. Gaara furrowed his brow as well, the kanji for love on his forehead twitching slightly. Something about this individual seemed off. He had been an enemy just moments ago. Had he lost his memory? Or was he perhaps the twin brother of that previous foe? Regardless, this person was undoubtedly still an adversary. "Oh, since you've returned to life, let us continue the battle we left unfinished." Rock Lee assumed a combat stance. Junru scrutinized Lee. "You are rather peculiar and quite rude. I have been living just fine. What do you mean by return to life? Moreover, judging by your stance, you wish to fight me. Since you seek battle, then let us proceed." Junru's expression grew serious, though he did not draw his bone blade. The Kagaya clan was born for battle and feared none. Gaara observed Junru for a moment, finally discerning the anomaly. The previous incarnation of this individual had appeared sickly, as if on the verge of death. Yet the one before him now radiated vitality, showing no signs of any grave illness. Rock Lee charged toward Junru, and halfway through his advance, his figure vanished, reappearing in the blink of an eye behind Junru, delivering a swift kick aimed at his occiput. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Just as he anticipated Junru to evade, he was taken aback when his leg was seized instead. In the next moment, he was spun around and slammed hard into the ground with a resounding thud. Junru had utilized the body flicker technique, effortlessly dodging Gaara's sand. Rock Lee sprang to his feet, shaking off the dizziness. Incredible! A swirl of sand materialized beneath Gaara's feet as he approached Lee. "You felt it too, didn't you? This guy seems to have grown considerably stronger, more formidable than that monstrous foe before." Lee nodded gravely. Previously, he could at least hold his own against that spiny adversary. But this one had caught him off guard, seizing his leg before he even had a chance to react. No, Gaara, we must buy Naruto more time." Junru stood quietly to the side, patiently awaiting their next move, resembling a well-mannered child. Gaara shook his head, asserting, "Leave this to me. You have just recovered from a serious illness. Using that technique again could truly prevent you from becoming a ninja in the future." Lee looked conflicted at those words. "But that is so unyouthful." Gaara dismissed Lee's concern, extending a hand toward Junru with unwavering determination. "I will not allow you to interfere with Naruto." Sand shower. A barrage of floating sand missiles surged toward Junru with relentless speed. Continuing, Gaara witnessed the sudden disappearance of Kimimaro in the distance, his expression shifting in surprise. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed near his ear. Kimimaro observed his fist halted by sand, and just as he was about to make a move, he heard a whoosh beside him. Tilting his head slightly, he narrowly avoided a kick from Rock Lee, and as he extended his finger toward Lee's shoulder, he felt his legs ensnared by sand. Gaara clenched his palm tightly. In the next moment, he felt a punch strike his face, sending his body flying. Upon landing, he disintegrated into a mound of sand. A clone, perhaps? Quite the vigilant opponent. Gaara's figure reappeared nearby. After all, facing an adversary like you, one must not be careless, lest they meet their demise. Kimimaro seized Lee's fist and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Hearing Gaara's words, he felt a twinge of confusion. He had never declared an intention to kill. It was they who sought to battle him. Could these two be mentally unstable? Upon reflection, it seemed everything fell into place. Kimimaro's gaze softened with a hint of pity. The sand-binding coffin. This technique could not be received head-on. Kimimaro leapt aside, and upon landing, charged towards Gaara. The sand clone appeared next to Rock Lee, who clapped his hands to the ground. The sand tsunami surged forth. Kimimaro, seeing the billowing storm of yellow sand approaching, quickly jumped back. The sand's hand emerged, and Kimimaro drew his bone blade, cleaving through the sand hand that reached for him. The dance of early ferns, spikes of bone erupted from the sea of sand. It was the same technique as before. Gaara hastily grabbed Lee and propelled them into the air. However, their altitude was limited. Within this forest of bones, stretching over 300 meters, Kimimaro's upper body suddenly materialized behind them, wielding his bone blade, and swung it toward Gaara. Gaara attempted to retreat while holding Lee, but the dense forest of bones obstructed his escape route, as the bone blade slowly sliced through the yellow sand. Yet at that moment, The 8 gates. The 3rd gate, the life gate. Open. The leaf, great whirlwind. Lee, surrounded by a green chakra, kicked Kimimura's bone blade with tremendous force, sending it flying. Lee, Gaara shouted in alarm. This person truly. He wasn't without his own counter techniques. Sand hail. A barrage of sand bullets fell from above, crashing down upon the bone forest. Taking advantage of Kimimura's concealment among the bone spikes, Gaara quickly flew to Lee's side and asked, "Are you all right?" Lee slowly extended a thumbs up. "I'm fine," he said before promptly losing consciousness. Gaara's mouth twitched in frustration. This fool. Utilizing sand to lift Lee's body, Gaara soared out of the bone forest. Once outside, he extended both hands towards the forest. Flowing sand eruption. Observing that the terrain had now shifted to his advantage, Gaara could no longer afford to continue fighting, as his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Moreover, Lee urgently required medical attention. Junmaru stood unscathed atop the bone spike, observing the departing figures. Suddenly, he spat a few times. Despite his eccentricity, his prowess was commendable, albeit he had inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of sand. Wiping the sand from the corner of his mouth, the bone spike beneath him gradually vanished as he took strides towards the land of rice. Chapter 78. When Junmaru traversed to a parallel dimension after walking for some time, his ears perked up. An explosion? Was there a battle? Junmaru swiftly employed his body flicker technique, hastening towards the distant sound. He found himself at the border of the land of fire, at the Valley of the End. Upon his arrival, he spotted a figure with orange hair lying on the ground. Purple eyeliner adorned the face, and as he perceived the area ahead, he discerned another silhouette. Both the figure and the chakra felt oddly familiar. Moreover, this individual bore the 6 paths whiskers, orange hair, and the forehead protector of Konohagakure. Was this Naruto, the one often mentioned by Sasuke? Why was he lying here? Lifting the unconscious Naruto onto his back, Junmaru pursued the silhouette ahead. Sasuke wiped the rainwater from his face, his expression weary, as he trudged towards the Sound Village. After a few steps, a sudden blur caught his eye, revealing an unfamiliar figure. This figure, too, bore Naruto on their back. "Sasuke, is that you? What are you doing here? Is this a mission from Lord Orochimaru?" Sasuke gazed at the stranger with confusion. "Did I know him? I have no recollection. Why is he calling me brother? Who are you?" Sasuke took a cautious step back, eyeing Junmaru warily, his voice cold. He was prepared for a fight. Having just activated his Manjiki Sharingan, he was in poor condition both chakra-wise and mentally after battling Naruto in his tailed beast form. Was this an envoy sent by Orochimaru? Or perhaps someone from Konoha? Junmaru paused, scrutinizing Sasuke intently. The clothing was off. There were no coarse hemp ropes. Wait. The presence of the cursed seal? Even Junmaru, usually slow on the uptake, sensed something was amiss. "I am indeed one of Lord Orochimaru's subordinates." Sasuke's tense demeanor slightly relaxed. "Then why are you carrying Naruto? Did you not claim he was your only friend?" Sasuke's expression faltered, his brow furrowing as he asked Junmaru, "Who told you that?" "I never said such a thing. Even if Naruto is my only friend, my current objective is to sever the ties between us." Junmaru gently placed Naruto on the ground and glanced at Sasuke. Was he throwing a small tantrum? Junmaru's thoughts were in disarray. Had they not spent so many years together, he would have believed that the brooding Sasuke before him was an impostor. "Let us return to the Sound Village then." "Very well, you may leave Naruto here," Sasuke replied in a nonchalant tone. Junmaru cast a glance at Naruto and inquired, "He is gravely injured. Are you certain you want to leave him here?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's brow furrowed deeply as he stood still, seemingly ensnared in inner turmoil. Junmaru waited patiently. After a while, Sasuke glanced towards the direction of Konoha and, seeing that no ninja from the village was in pursuit, spoke coldly, "Then let us take this fellow along." Junmaru acknowledged with a soft sound and directly set off towards the Sound Village. Sasuke looked at Junmaru's retreating figure, then cast a glance at Naruto on the ground. He initially intended to disregard him, but after much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and hoisted Naruto onto his back, trudging laboriously behind Junmaru. Junmaru wore a contemplative expression. "Very well, let him down. It appears you have reached your limit. I shall carry him back." Upon hearing this, Sasuke set Naruto down and collapsed onto the ground himself, exhaling deeply as he cast a complex glance at Naruto. "If only I could kill you," he thought, as he watched Sasuke struggle to rise, looking utterly exhausted. Junmaru became lost in thought. This must be what Lord Orochimaru referred to as a parallel universe. After all, Sasuke's brother is not like this. Yet, I still require someone to verify. Shikamaru stood atop the cliff at the Valley of the End, meticulously searching but failing to find Naruto's figure, and continued his pursuit forward. Oh no, Naruto wouldn't he have ventured into Orochimaru's territory, would he? In the land of rice, at the Sound Village. Junmaru observed as Sasuke entered the laboratory and immediately fainted from exhaustion. He laid both Sasuke and Naruto on a bed, carefully covering them with a blanket. There was little he could do for Naruto's injuries. He could only wait for Lord Orochimaru's return. As Junmaru wandered around, he finally encountered a familiar figure. Yugo! He exclaimed. You're alive? How wonderful. Yugo's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Junmaru. I thought you would never return. Junmaru's lips twitched. Why does everyone say such things? Oh right, the bloodstained disease. Junmaru's expression turned thoughtful. He had been cured of his affliction 3 years prior, thanks to a treatment serum that Sasuke had sent, which Lord Orochimaru had analyzed and cultivated. According to Orochimaru, he intended to inject that serum into white Zetsu cells, thereby enhancing their vitality to an extraordinary level, even surpassing that of Hashirama's cells. With further improvement, the effects could potentially be even more remarkable. Lord Orochimaru had even preemptively named the yet-to-be-developed serum the Life Growth Serum, suggesting that it could be safely administered to humans in the future. This was a monumental invention. Though Junmaru did not grasp the technical jargon, he only knew that his bloodstained disease had been cured. Previously, a member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha had visited the Sound Village secretly. Sasuke referred to him as Itachi. After that encounter, the subject of becoming a vessel was never mentioned again, although Orochimaru occasionally extracted some of his cells. Junmaru and Yugo sat in a corner, exchanging words in a desultory manner. Yugo's face, once filled with excitement, now bore a look of profound sadness. If Junmaru truly exists in a parallel universe, it suggests that the Junmaru of our reality has reached a point where his eyes are clouded with tears. Junmaru remains silent. Lord Orochimaru has initiated the Leaf Village collapse plan to acquire Sasuke and eliminate the third Hokage. Yet, why does their Sasuke come to the Sound Ninja Village on his own? Moreover, why does Sasuke appear so feeble in this reality? Junmaru listens patiently to SH Go's lamentations. In this timeline, SH Go lacks Sasuke, making Junmaru his sole companion. Now, he has lost even that solitary friend. SH Go? I am uncertain how long I can remain here, but as long as I exist, you need not worry about the natural energy within you spiraling out of control. Junmaru reassures, gently patting SH Go's shoulder. Indeed, after all, it is Junmaru, SH Go responds. Chapter 79. When Junmaru transcends to a parallel universe 3 in the Sound Ninja Village, Kabuto supports Orochimaru as they enter the base. Upon entering the laboratory, they observe 2 figures lying on a nearby bed. Sasuke sleeps soundly, reminiscent of a corpse, utterly motionless. Naruto, on the other hand, has his arms and legs draped over Sasuke, drooling as he sleeps. Kabuto chuckles. It seems Sasuke-kun is quite unperturbed, doesn't he? He sleeps so profoundly after arriving here. And what is this? Why is that brat Naruto here as well? Ha ha ha. I am rather curious. How did Kinkaku and his trio manage such competence? Not only did they successfully complete their mission, but they also brought back this little fox spirit, which is indeed unexpected. Kabuto surveys the surroundings, expressing a hint of regret, when suddenly, a familiar silhouette enters. Lord Orochimaru? Brother Kabuto? Junmaru instinctively exclaims upon seeing the two. Kabuto's body trembles slightly, taken aback by the unexpected address. Brother Kabuto? His eyes, hidden behind glasses, momentarily glisten with moisture. He removes his spectacles to wipe the corners of his eyes. This call evokes memories of the children from the orphanage and the headmaster. How peculiar it is. He previously shared a rather ordinary relationship with Junmaru, having scarcely exchanged words. Upon seeing Junmaru, Orochimaru's eyes reveal a flicker of surprise, alleviating some of his dismal mood despite his sealed hands. He cannot help but smile. Junmaru is still alive? This is indeed splendid news. Yet, he remains somewhat astonished. Given Junmaru's character, how could he possibly refer to Kabuto in such an affectionate manner? Furthermore, Junmaru's condition appears utterly depleted. How could he still be alive and in such seemingly good health? Nevertheless, the cursed seal upon him is unmistakable. What could this mean? Junmaru speaks earnestly. Junmaru may have already perished. Orochimaru. Kabuto? Observing Orochimaru's bewildered expression, Junmaru realizes the misunderstanding and hastily clarifies. Lord Orochimaru, Brother Kabuto. I hail from a parallel universe within the ninja realm, not from this realm. Konoha Village is presently in a phase of reconstruction, and I do not advocate deploying a significant number of shinobi to rescue Naruto Uzumaki from the Sound Village, Tsunade remarked, furrowing her brow. In response, Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, rising in anger to question, Naruto Uzumaki is also a member of our village. Why can't the shinobi of Konoha come to his aid? Is this how you have always interpreted my grandfather's will of fire? Nearby, Jiraiya was startled and quickly stood to reassure. Calm down, Tsunade. I shall take a trip to the Sound Village myself. The old man had previously stated that everyone in the village is family. Why then should Konoha's shinobi refrain from acting? Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Jiraiya sighed with a rueful smile and shook his head slightly, declaring, let me handle this. I will surely bring Naruto back. Without allowing Tsunade a moment to respond, he stood up and rushed towards the door. Jiraiya, you fool. Stop right there. Tsunade shouted furiously at the two Hokage advisors attempting to sneak away. And you as well. Stand still. Explain to me how you old fools comprehend the will of fire. Beside her, Shizen gently patted Tsunade's back, saying, Lady Tsunade, please calm down. The advisors aim to minimize the village's losses. If we dispatch a large number of shinobi for the rescue, sacrifices are inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade furrowed her brow and replied, I understand there will be sacrifices, but if other ninja villages learn of this, how could they possibly refrain from meddling and causing trouble for Konoha? The deployment of numerous shinobi serves as a deterrent. Yet those two old men are clearly aware of this. At this point, an epiphany struck Tsunade, and a look of realization crossed her face. These two old men, so resolute in their refusal to dispatch shinobi, are subtly hinting at Jiraiya's fate, aren't they? She had suspected that the advisors could not possibly be oblivious to Naruto's significance. Shizen, also coming to this understanding, covered her mouth and exclaimed, Does this mean Lord Jiraiya is in danger? Tsunade shook her head. Do not underestimate Jiraiya. When he is serious, he is exceedingly formidable. With that, she turned her gaze towards the window, where a tall figure with white hair was seen walking towards the village entrance. As if sensing something, he paused, slightly turned to the side, raised his arm, and gestured a thumbs up towards the Hokage building. Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation. In the land of rice, at the Sound Village, Yakushi Kabuto analyzed a scroll containing information on the dragon vein, stating, This implies that the dragon vein may have temporarily vanished due to excessive chakra depletion caused by space-time traversal. Thus, as the chakra of the dragon vein gradually recovers, it is likely to re-emerge. He then spoke in a softer tone to reassure, therefore, there is no need for Kimimaro to be overly concerned. Kimimaro exhaled a long sigh, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Kabuto. Kabuto raised the scroll to obscure his face, inquiring, Lord Orochimaru, is your hand truly uninjured? If you have any plans, please include me. I shall help you fend off any enemies. Orochimaru attempted to wave his hand, but alas, his arm did not respond. No matter. There are no immediate plans. However, I am curious. Kimimaro, are you from a parallel timeline of the future? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro displayed a conflicted expression. Lord Orochimaru, I cannot discern any significant differences between these two timelines. It seems the only distinctions lie with you and Sasuke. Oh, what is the other timeline's version of me like? Noticing Kimimaro's gaze drop to his own hands, Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the adjacent room. Kabuto, it's from the laboratory. Kimimaro, that does not sound like Sasuke. Orochimaru chuckled softly, rising to his feet. It appears they have awakened. Let us send Naruto Uzumaki away. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Those in the know understood that Naruto could not remain in the Sound Village. Otherwise, it would lead to trouble. I heard that a rogue ninja has established a small village with a tailed beast. The Nine Tails resides in the Sound Village. With so many tails, it clearly belongs to our 8 tails. Leaf Village. At all costs, we must reclaim the tailed beast. Akatsuki, if they cannot bully the leaf, how can they intimidate a mere Sound Village? Kimimaro, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, followed Orochimaru and Kabuto in a daze. Before the trio could enter the laboratory, Naruto's voice resonated from within. Sasuke, come back to the leaf with me. Everyone is waiting for your return. Leave me alone. Sasuke, just sneak away with me, please. Sakura is still waiting for me to come back. Chapter 80. When Kimimaro crossed to a parallel universe. Naruto, are you ever going to stop? Unless you come back to the leaf with me, I will cling to you endlessly. You useless tagalong. I should never have saved you. Shoo, keep your voice down. You arrogant Sasuke. Inside, Sasuke spoke to Naruto, who was wrapped in bandages. Naruto, if you truly consider me a friend, do not impede my path to vengeance. You cannot comprehend my feelings. Having never experienced the death of loved ones before your eyes, you have no right to advise me to turn back. My sole purpose for surviving now is revenge, regardless of the cost. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke. Outside, Kimimaro listened to their exchange, his face a mask of confusion. Who does Sasuke seek revenge against? Orochimaru stepped directly into the room, glancing at the two before addressing Naruto. Demon Fox, you may leave now. Naruto shook his head, resolutely stating, I promised Sakura that I would bring Sasuke back. If Sasuke does not leave, then neither will I. Kimimaro leaned closer to Sasuke and inquired, Sasuke, what do you mean by revenge? Why seek vengeance? Sasuke looked at the overly familiar Kimimaro with confusion, turned his head away after a moment, and replied, why should I tell you? With a crack, Kimimaro clutched his heart, feeling as though his fragile spirit had shattered into pieces. Why was this world's Sasuke so different? This was utterly unexpected. After all, it was Sasuke who had once taught him the importance of manners. Orochimaru gazed at Naruto, narrowing his eyes as he instinctively commanded, Kimimaro, throw Uzumaki Naruto out of the land of rice. After uttering the command, he momentarily paused, having forgotten that this was a different Kimimaro from another world. This Kimimaro had his own Orochimaru. Contemplating this, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Kabuto sniffed the air, detecting a peculiar sour scent. Some individuals only come to cherish what they have after experiencing loss. Kimimaro has always been unconditionally obedient to Orochimaru's commands, regardless of the world they inhabit. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Watching Kimimaro drag Naruto, who was flailing his legs in protest, further away, Orochimaru felt an even deeper ache, regretting the fate of this world's Kimimaro. He had never lacked obedient subordinates, but he yearned for those whose strength earned his respect. Hey, let go of me. Release me. Naruto struggled fiercely. Once we leave the land of rice and reach the border of the land of fire, I will let you go. Damn it. I need to find Sasuke. Noticing that Kimimaro was unresponsive, Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Rasengan. Kimimaro released Naruto, directing his fingers at the shadow clones. Bone Pulse. Finger puncture. Then, bone spikes erupted from his palms. Bone Pulse. Dance of Willows. Without any extraneous movements, Kimimaro swiftly dispatched 2 or 3 of Naruto's shadow clones, obliterating them all in mere moments. Naruto stared in astonishment. You seem even stronger than before. Kimimaro pondered for a moment, then realized that this world's Kimimaro might have encountered Naruto previously. Then do not resist. Obediently return to the land of fire. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. That technique was so cool. Can you teach me? It seems like it doesn't even require hand seals. Kimimaro shook his head. This is the unique bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan, known as Bone Pulse. It cannot be learned solely through study, much like Sasuke's Sharingan. Naruto expressed his disappointment. Alright, I truly envy you special ability-wielding ninjas. I have nothing. Huh? Asked Kimimaro. Huh? Echoed the Nine Tails. Kimimaro then remarked. I heard from Sasuke in my timeline that you are from the Uzumaki clan. Even Lord Orochimaru has praised the Uzumaki bloodline and sought individuals from it in the ninja world, but unfortunately found none. Hearing the keyword Sasuke, Naruto quickly grasped the essence and scratched his head in confusion. Are you referring to Sasuke from your timeline? What does that mean? Kimimaro, appearing earnest, replied. Because I am not from this timeline. Naruto asked incredulously, really? That is amazing. Kimimaro tilted his head. Of course it's true. What is so amazing about that? Naruto replied as if it were obvious. It's amazing because you're not from this timeline. Kimimaro nodded, somewhat bewildered. Even so, you still need to return to Konoha. Turning back, Naruto noticed that he could no longer see the Sound Village, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Hey, how did you move so fast? Have we really gone this far? Junmaru spoke nonchalantly. It's because you didn't struggle earlier. I dragged you quite a distance. Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly realized, thrashing violently, his legs kicking wildly, one arm flailing in desperation. You scoundrel! Take my turtle punch. Junmaru flicked his finger, delivering a sharp blow to Naruto's head. The impact caused Naruto to tilt his head back, hastily covering his forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Just behave. At last, the two arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. Well, this is it. You can go back now. I'm not going back. I haven't brought Sasuke back yet. Junmaru rubbed his temples, as if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind. He exclaimed, right. Didn't you say that Sakura was waiting for you to return? Huh. Naruto replied. Junmaru calmly turned around, taking a couple of steps before hearing Naruto's voice behind him. But I haven't brought Sasuke back yet. What will happen to Sakura if she's worried about you? Naruto struck his palm with his fist. Oh right. Junmaru sighed in relief, no longer hesitating. He immediately used body flicker technique to disappear. Watching the spot where Junmaru had vanished, Naruto's expression gradually turned forlorn. Perhaps someone like me, who started with nothing, truly cannot empathize. Yet why does my heart ache so? Naruto, what are you doing here? It's the perverted sage. I was kicked out by Orochimaru. Jiraiya scratched his head. This is a high-difficulty rescue mission. I was wondering if there would be a fierce battle and how I would persuade Orochimaru. Yet the target was picked up along the way. Why the long face? This isn't like you, Naruto. Because I didn't bring Sasuke back. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya inexplicably thought of Orochimaru. He patted Naruto's shoulder, offering consolation, then strive to become stronger. Once you have the strength, you can bring him back. Chapter 81. When Junmaru crossed into a parallel universe because I'm not strong enough yet, I haven't brought my companion back. Actually, your experience is quite similar to mine, Naruto. Huh. An important companion betrays the village, yet feeling utterly powerless. However, unlike you, in my squad, the only female companion is deeply infatuated with me. While the female companion in your squad does not harbor such feelings for you. Naruto scrutinized Jiraiya with a skeptical gaze. You can't tell at all. You might be too tired from the journey. Feeling dizzy, Jiraiya suggested, stroking his chin, then looked at Naruto seriously. At the border of the land of rice, Brother Scorpion. I've spotted the IWA ninja. I'll go distract them. Wait for me here. What a hassle. Make it quick. In the next moment, a giant clay bird soared into the sky. Let me greet them first. Deidara spread his palm, summoning clay spiders that cascaded from the heavens. Below, the IWA ninja were thrown into disarray. Oh no, it's Deidara, a lightning release ninja. Lightning release. Quickly disperse. Lightning release. Earth walk. Earth release. Earth flow wall. With a resounding roar, Deidara descended on his giant bird, unleashing two massive dragons. One of the rock village's jonin shouted, Deidara, you are truly beyond redemption. Blowing up buildings was one thing, but now you're destroying the village and attacking your comrades. It's a shame such a skilled demolitions expert is wasted. No one in the village wants to undertake the arduous demolition tasks, which are both dirty and exhausting. Task requests pile up like a mountain. Enough with the sarcasm. Get out of the way, he shouted. Time flowed slowly. In the distance, Sasori grew increasingly impatient, gazing at the now invisible speck in the sky. A voice tinged with discontent emerged from the crimson stream. Why is Deidara taking so long? He hasn't returned yet. It appeared Deidara was thoroughly engrossed in his antics as the giant bird swooped down once more. Like a bird relieving itself, a multitude of clay spiders rained down from the creature, tracing a perfect arc. Earth release. Earth prison. Boom. The jonin from the rock village ground his teeth in frustration. Deidara, reveling in the thrill, plunged down again. The jonin squinted, calculating the angle and timing. Seeing Deidara's altitude diminish, he exerted his legs and leaped with force. Water release. Water bullet. Deidara had intended to unleash a third explosive, eager to showcase his art, but became careless and was knocked off his giant bird by a water bullet. He plummeted from the sky, landing with a thud that sent a jolt of pain through his back, eliciting a cry from him. After what felt like an eternity, the pain began to subside. As he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a circle of disheveled ninjas, all regarding him with icy glares. Oh no, Deidara thought. Should I kill you now, or should you kill me? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he nervously replied, It can't be that serious, can it? I'm still just a kid. The old man would be heartbroken. Let us seal your chakra and take you back to be dealt with by the Tsuchikage. The jonin said dismissively, waving his hand. In the underground laboratory of the Sound Village, Kimimaro, are you truly from a parallel universe? Upon hearing Sasuke's question, Kimimaro nodded and replied, Yes, in the parallel universe, you have always called me brother. Though Sasuke was skeptical, Kimimaro's expression did not suggest deceit. I presume the alternate version of me is not faring much better? However, if he calls you brother, it indicates your strength far surpasses his. And you must care for him deeply, Sasuke analyzed, grounded in his self-awareness. For he believed that if one's strength did not earn his recognition, how could one willingly address another as brother? That was how it had been with his late brother, Itachi, who had cared for him deeply and was exceptionally strong. Yet he had been tragically killed. Sasuke wrestled with the truth of his thoughts, suppressing the surge of hatred within him as he clenched his fists tightly. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Sasuke's younger brother is undoubtedly more powerful than I am, and he will only grow stronger in the future. Junmaru wore a hint of pride on his face. Everything about Sasuke's younger brother is admirable, except for his frequent disrespect towards Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a sudden sense of betrayal. How could this be? Humph. I never expected you to be so earnest while telling lies. I was almost deceived by you. Wasting my time. After saying this, Sasuke stood up and departed. He had initially intended to inquire whether Junmaru had any information regarding Itachi, but to his dismay, this seemingly honest person turned out to be a grand deceiver. Weaker than his counterpart from another dimension? How strong could this Junmaru possibly be? Both Orochimaru and Kabuto had claimed that Junmaru was formidable. Is this really the case? With a shatter, Junmaru's fragile heart lay in ruins. He clutched his chest. Sasuke's younger brother. It is only upon encountering this world, Sasuke, that I truly comprehend your worth. When I return, I shall treat you with greater kindness. However, one must still not be disrespectful towards Lord Orochimaru. Junmaru rose and exited the laboratory. He spotted Sasuke training in taijutsu. Just as he took a few steps forward, Sasuke noticed him. With a huff, Sasuke turned and walked away. Junmaru gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure, and a sharp bone spike gradually emerged from his palm. Then, he squatted down, drawing circles on the ground. After a few steps, Sasuke could not help but glance back. TCH. So childish. I haven't done such things since I turned 5. In the evening, Junmaru sensed a burning sensation emanating from the curse mark on his shoulder, and his expression grew anxious. Lord Orochimaru, please do not emerge now, or I may never return. At that moment, a serpentine head adorned with white scales slowly emerged from the curse mark. Seeing this, Junmaru struggled for a moment before extending a hand to gently press the serpent's head back down, causing the burning sensation to dissipate. Junmaru let out a long sigh of relief. After a while, Junmaru suddenly raised his head. Lord Orochimaru must have planted numerous curse marks in the original Shinobi world. Hadn't he? Does this mean he just missed the opportunity to return to the original Shinobi world alongside Lord Orochimaru? The next day, as Junmaru pushed open the door, he heard Sasuke's unabashed voice. Orochimaru, teach me ninjutsu. Junmaru frowned. Sasuke, you should show more respect to Lord Orochimaru. He is your teacher. Orochimaru attempted to wave his hand at Junmaru, but alas, his hand would not obey. Sasuke shot a sidelong glance at Junmaru and coldly replied, in my eyes, my relationship with Orochimaru is merely a partnership. He desires my body as a vessel, and I seek his assistance in enhancing my strength to take revenge on Itachi. That is all. Junmaru was taken aback. What nonsense is this? With Lord Orochimaru's standards, how could he possibly be interested in your body? Chapter 82. When Junmaru transcended into a parallel dimension. In my dimension, Lord Orochimaru made a deal with Uchiha Shisui, utilizing his cells alongside his own to cultivate a perfect body that was ideally suited for him, with no rejection whatsoever, and possessing the bloodline limit of the Sharingan. Is your body truly more suitable than that? Moreover, isn't Itachi your brother? You often speak of him. The moment you hear that he has returned to the land of rain, you seem eager to soar there with Susanoo. Is your bond not a strong one? Why then seek vengeance against him? What transpired in your timeline? The two individuals caught in this revelation were momentarily stunned. Orochimaru was the first to regain his composure. His expression tinged with excitement as he licked his lips. Cultivating a body most suitable for oneself? Could it be that he has employed cloning technology? Truly, this alternate version of myself has conceived of such a method. Orochimaru wore a contemplative expression, gradually parting his lips to expel a scroll of ninjutsu. The scroll fell to the ground, and he deftly kicked it towards Sasuke's feet. Observing Kimimaro, he rasped, I have matters to attend to. Do not allow anyone to disturb me and Kabuto. With that, he quickened his pace towards the laboratory. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro, noticing Sasuke still in disbelief, waved a hand before his eyes. Only then did Sasuke snap back to reality, urgently inquiring, is Shisui still alive? And what of Itachi in the Land of Rain? What is going on? In my timeline, Shisui is undoubtedly alive, but what has transpired in yours? Why have you become like this? Is Shisui still alive? Sasuke himself was uncertain whether Shisui existed in his timeline. After all, Shisui was so formidable. How could he possibly die so easily? Seeds of doubt had been sown at that moment. Perhaps he would only ascertain the truth when he encountered Sarutobi in the future. Moreover, under the guise of atonement, he would seek out his long-lost brother Shisui, who had faked his death and assumed a new identity. At the border of the land of rice, Nagato of the Akatsuki, upon receiving a report from Black Zetsu, expressed his disappointment. Has the Ninetales Jinchuriki returned to Konoha? Even Deidara, who was pursuing Orochimaru, has been brought back to Iwagakure. Since he is here, I shall personally retrieve the ring from Orochimaru. At the entrance of the underground laboratory in the Sound Village, what did you say? Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan? How could that be? What of your brother? Was he also killed by Itachi? Sasuke was taken aback, hearing Kimamaru's question. The hatred in his eyes dissipated. Wait, what do you mean? I have no brother. Kimamaru, surprised by Sasuke's response, asked, do you not have a brother in this world? Sasuke, with a complex expression, shook his head. No. Then, with an envious tone, he inquired, the other version of me, if he had a brother, would surely be quite happy, wouldn't he? Kimamaru sighed and patted Sasuke's shoulder, saying, you have fared far worse than my version of Sasuke. Could you tell me what your brother is like in your timeline? Also, does my alternate self frequently visit that fellow Itachi in the Land of Rain? Did the Itachi in that world not commit genocide against our clan? Or is it that my other self simply does not care? What is this Susanoo? Is it a ninjutsu that allows one to fly? Junmaru was caught off guard by the barrage of questions, his eyes glimmering with confusion. It seemed that merely recounting his experiences with Sasuke from his timeline would suffice. Yet this version of Sasuke was insistent on probing further. Just then, a loud crash erupted from outside the laboratory. Junmaru's expression shifted as he turned to Sasuke, saying, I shall step outside to assess the situation. Please ensure that no one disturbs Lord Orochimaru. Without waiting for a response, he dashed out. Sasuke, without a second thought, followed closely behind. Within the Sound Village, the human path had seized a sound ninja by the throat, extracting his soul before releasing him. Was this truly Orochimaru's base? At that moment, a bone spike shot up from the ground with incredible speed, but just as it was about to pierce the human path, it was sent flying by a missile. Subsequently, numerous bone spikes began to emerge from the earth, prompting the three pain bodies to leap back in unison. The animal path formed hand seals, summoning forth creatures in a flurry. The Deva, Hungry Ghost, and Hell paths appeared one after another, their figures ominous as they faced the onslaught of bone spikes hurtling towards them. The Deva path extended a hand, invoking the Shinra Tensei, a force that seemed insurmountable, propelling Junmaru from the ruins into view. Despite the gravity of the situation, Junmaru's demeanor turned resolute. Though he might not currently match pain in strength, he held no fear. However, engaging in battle here would reduce the Sound Village to rubble. Thus, he unleashed his Shikatsumiyaku, the purple hue of his eyes manifesting as he drew forth his bone blade, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the animal path struck the ground, summoning creatures including the Yada no Kagami, Chameleon, and the Cerberus of Hell. In the next moment, Junmaru appeared near the six paths of pain, initiating his Shikatsumiyaku, Tsubaki no Mai. Just as the bone spike was about to strike the Deva path, he invoked Shinra Tensei. A seemingly unstoppable repulsive force hurled Junmaru away. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Junmaru materialized at a distance. As a barrage of projectiles approached him again, he deftly leaped back to evade. Forming hand seals with one hand while channeling a substantial amount of chakra, his other hand gripping the bone blade tightly as he hurled it towards the Deva path. In an instant, Junmaru was outside the Sound Village. Sasuke, wide-eyed, watched the brief confrontation unfold. Surely, Itachi was not this formidable. How could that immature fool possess such strength? Emerging from the debris, Sasuke observed the six figures retreating outside the village and, without hesitation, followed them. After taking a couple of steps, an epiphany struck him, as if struck by lightning. That immature fool had claimed that the Sasuke of another world was even stronger than he was. Sasuke gazed at his own hands in disbelief. Why was it that another version of him, sharing the same name, could be so powerful? The Deva path turned to Junmaru and invited, your strength is commendable. Why not join the Akatsuki? Junmaru shook his head and said, I'm sorry, the only one I can pledge my loyalty to is Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 83. When Junmaru traversed to a parallel universe, then I shall conquer you with strength, declared Pain of the Six Paths, extending a hand. Shinra Tensei. Without a moment's hesitation, Junmaru manifested a bone spike in his hand and hurled it forward. Shinra Tensei. After repelling the bone spike with a gravitational force, the summoned beasts, the Yada no Kagami, the Cerberus, and the Chameleon, spread out in a triangular formation, encircling Junmaru from a distance of 100 meters. Junmaru's expression grew solemn. Are they sharing vision? In that case, unless I possess overwhelming strength, it will be exceedingly difficult to defeat the Six Paths of Pain. Senjutsu, Dance of the Early Fern. A forest of bones erupted from the ground, and Junmaru gradually melded into the skeletal thicket. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Pain of the Six Paths looked astonished. Is this bone forest truly so resilient? In the next instant, the Hungry Ghost Path charged recklessly, embracing the impaling Junmaru. The primary ability of the Hungry Ghost Path is to absorb ninjutsu, yet Junmaru wielded senjutsu and ninjutsu alike. Thus, Junmaru's body trembled. No one had ever embraced him like this before. But in the following moment, Junmaru sensed danger. Bone spikes erupted from his body, instantly piercing through the form of the Hungry Ghost Path. Simultaneously, a missile struck Junmaru's bone spike with a resounding crash. Utilizing the missile's impact, Junmaru's body soared back into the forest of bones. Standing behind the three pains, Pain of the Six Paths watched this spectacle, lost in contemplation. Even he found himself at a loss against this formidable bone forest. Large-scale techniques would only deplete his vitality, and since he and Junmaru were not mortal enemies, there was no need to exhaust themselves in this manner. With this thought, Pain of the Six Paths spoke forward. I believe we can have a proper discussion. Junmaru peeked out and queried, discuss what? Let me be clear. No matter the conversation, I will not allow you to disturb Lord Orochimaru. Pain of the Six Paths glanced towards the direction of the Sound Village. Unable to suppress his admiration, Orochimaru indeed has a commendable subordinate. Since you wish for me not to disturb Orochimaru, you may relay a message to him. The Akatsuki organization now extends a renewed invitation for him to join, and the matter concerning the ambush on Uchiha Itachi shall be overlooked. As he spoke, Pain of the Six Paths drew a bone spike to him, tapping it twice with his other hand. Quite sturdy. His words were not driven by desire for Junmaru, for Itachi had been invited into the Akatsuki by the masked man and did not have Pain's trust. In truth, within the Akatsuki, there were only two individuals whom he truly trusted at present. One was Kakazu, whom he personally recruited, and the other was Deidara, brought in by Conan. As for the others, they were still under evaluation. This Junmaru is loyal and formidable. He holds great admiration for him. Junmaru nodded and replied, very well. I shall convey this to Lord Orochimaru. He then added cautiously, you may leave now. The celestial being Pain shook his head with a chuckle. Very well. I shall return after some time, and I hope to receive a response by then. As he watched Pain depart into the distance, the skeletal forest gradually faded, revealing the figure of Kimimaro. Before he could venture far, he noticed Sasuke standing upon a tree trunk. Kimimaro approached and inquired, what brings you here? Were you not tasked with watching over the laboratory door? Sasuke leaped down from the trunk, smirking as he replied, with all this commotion, I've already disturbed Orochimaru. What good would it do for me to simply stand there? Kimimaro, somewhat envious, remarked, indeed, it appears that no matter the realm, Sasuke is always more astute than I. Sasuke could not help but ask, I recall you mentioning that the version of me from another timeline is even stronger than you. Indeed, Kimimaro affirmed, aside from physical combat. In every other aspect, your counterpart surpasses me. Sasuke regarded Kimimaro and queried, is he stronger than those fellows from earlier? After a moment's contemplation, Kimimaro replied, this is my first encounter with Pain. My knowledge of him is rather limited. However, I am aware that he is yet to unleash his full potential, and neither have I. He added, he has not yet employed the 8 gates technique. Sasuke, taken aback, gazed at Kimimaro and asked, what makes you and the alternate version of me so formidable? Is it due to Orochimaru? Kimimaro reflected for a moment and said, in terms of experience, Lord Orochimaru has indeed imparted much wisdom to your counterpart, and his progress has been remarkably swift. Nonetheless, his innate strength is considerable. Do not underestimate Lord Orochimaru, your father, brother, Itachi, and Shisui have all acknowledged that Lord Orochimaru is the most suitable mentor for you. Thus, they continued their conversation as they walked, with Sasuke primarily posing questions. A sense of bitterness bubbled within Sasuke. The astonishment he experienced today far exceeded that of the past 12 years combined. Why was it that he had no brother, while the other Sasuke did? Why must he endure the tragedy of his clan's annihilation, while the other Sasuke enjoyed the presence of both parents? That other Sasuke could even accompany his father in filmmaking. Wait, his father is making a movie? His thoughts had been consumed by the notion of the other timeline's father becoming a rogue ninja, and he had scarcely noticed Kimamaro's mention of their father pursuing a film career. Sasuke regarded Kimamaro with skepticism, asking, "Are you pulling my leg? My father is a very serious man. He would never consider making a film." The very image was one Sasuke dared not entertain. "Not at all," Kimamaro reassured him. "Your counterpart often complains to me about how his father awkwardly solicits pocket money from him, yet he is taken to making movies. Not only that, but he also drags him along for the ride." Sasuke's mind involuntarily conjured an image of himself referring to his father as Nisan, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. He could have gathered enough to brew a bowl of kanji that would tempt a monk to break his vows. "I suddenly feel as though there is nothing to envy," Sasuke murmured as he rubbed his arms. Kimamaro, upon hearing this, immediately understood. Upon hearing this amusing revelation, the image of Sasuke addressing his father as Nisan lingered in Kimamaro's mind. With a slight twitch of his lips, he cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke and remarked, "After all, Sasuke has always been obedient to his parents, quite well behaved." In a gesture of subtle defiance, Sasuke shot a glance back at Kimamaro and retorted, "If I had parents, I could be obedient too." After uttering this, without acknowledging Kimamaro's stunned expression, Sasuke cast a deep gaze toward the land of rain and silently made his way to the Sound Village. His reflections no longer stirred the furious rage that once consumed him, for he had gleaned from Kimamaro the tale of the Uchiha massacre in another timeline, alongside the betrayal of his father and Itachi. This knowledge led Sasuke to suspect that the events of genocide in this timeline also concealed deeper truths. Yet, regardless of this understanding, he found himself unable to forgive Itachi. Chapter 84. When Kimamaro transcended to a parallel universe, and Kimamaro seemed to grasp something profound and hurried to match Sasuke's pace, his face etched with remorse. "I apologize. It seems I have been bringing up matters that sadden you," he said, as if repeatedly stabbing at Sasuke's heart. "What are you apologizing for?" "I've been the one asking you questions," Sasuke replied, shaking his head. This Kimamaro, while exceedingly polite, possessed an extreme demeanor that felt oddly unsettling. Upon their return to the Sound Village, Sasuke, feeling a tad embarrassed, ventured to inquire, "Hey, Kimamaro, would you be willing to teach me some taijutsu?" Recalling his initial attitude toward Kimamaro, a flush crept across Sasuke's cheeks. "Of course, before I depart, I can certainly guide you. In the event that Raigo loses control in the future, I shall entrust him to you," Kimamaro affirmed, to which Sasuke nodded in agreement. On the training ground, Kimamaro and Sasuke stood facing each other. Sasuke formed hand seals, channeling chakra within him, intending to unleash a great fireball technique to obscure his opponent's vision. However, just as he completed the seals, he was startled to find Kimamaro had vanished, only to feel a sudden, sharp pain at the back of his head. Coughing violently, Sasuke nearly choked on the fireball in his mouth, one hand clutching the back of his head while the other pounded against his chest, each cough producing small bursts of flame, rendering his posture quite comical. Kimamaro quickly patted Sasuke's back. Originally, he intended to strike with his fist, but the hardships Sasuke had endured in this timeline made it difficult for him to inflict harm, so he resorted to a gentler blow to the head. Scratching his own head, Kimamaro inquired, "Why such a strong reaction? Naruto is far sturdier than you." Sasuke's expression twitched as he wiped away tears with his sleeve. Once he had fully recovered, he declared, "I was careless just now. I wasn't prepared. Let us go again." "Very well," Kimamaro responded. As the three-tomo Sharingan manifested in Sasuke's eyes, he activated the second stage of his cursed seal, sprouting a pair of wings from his back and displaying a cross pattern on his face. "I am ready," he announced. Acknowledging Sasuke with a nod, Kimamaro prepared to engage as Sasuke hurled a few shuriken for cover while forming hand seals. As Junmaru's figure vanished once more, Sasuke had learned from previous encounters and swiftly turned to leap away, completing his hand seals. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Junmaru lowered his slightly bent fingers, observing Sasuke, who unleashed a torrent of flames in his direction. In an instant, Junmaru appeared above Sasuke and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing down from the air. Damn it! My Sharingan should have captured his movement, yet I couldn't react in time. With a resounding thud, Sasuke slammed into the ground. Unless you possess the resolve to kill me, you stand no chance of touching me. Hearing Junmaru's words, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Sasuke. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain and rose to his feet, swiftly forming hand seals once more. In the next moment, the sound of birds chirping echoed. With his left hand radiating with electric energy, Sasuke charged towards Junmaru. You're far too slow, even inferior to an 8-year-old Sasuke, Junmaru mused, shaking his head slightly. As Sasuke closed in, Junmaru effortlessly seized his wrist, placing a foot against Sasuke's chest and forcefully kicking him away, causing Sasuke to crash heavily onto the ground. Rubbing his sore wrist, Sasuke stood up, and upon seeing this, Junmaru swiftly advanced. Did I hurt you just now? My sincerest apologies. Sasuke shook his head and replied, continue. Revenge and the quest for the truth behind his clan's annihilation were his only motivations. This pain was insignificant in comparison. As dusk settled, Junmaru sat in his chamber, once again feeling the intense warmth emanating from the cursed seal, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. The white-scaled serpent's head emerged from his shoulder once more. But this time, Junmaru did not push it back. With a soft thud, a small white snake fell to the ground. Gradually, it opened its mouth, and a hand emerged from within. Once Orochimaru fully emerged, he surveyed his surroundings and rasped with a sly grin. Ho ho ho. Junmaru, is this the parallel dimension? It appears quite similar. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, this realm bears little distinction from our original timeline. Junmaru paused before continuing. What was the reason you prevented me from emerging from the cursed seal yesterday? Was it due to a perceived danger? Regrettably, he had not bestowed upon Junmaru the heavenly cursed seal. Otherwise, he could have gleaned Junmaru's circumstances from it. Feeling somewhat awkward, Junmaru explained his actions to Orochimaru. After he finished, he noticed Orochimaru's expression had grown somewhat rigid. So, you first dispelled the seal left by the fourth Hokage, and then were drawn into this place by some force, only to awaken and find Lulan missing? Kabuto analyzed the existing intel, stating, once Lulan's chakra is restored, it will reappear. In other words, he was merely speculating without confirmation, was he? Thus, to return, they would have to rely on luck. If fortune smiles upon us, Lulan may manifest again once the dragon vein restores its chakra. Observing Orochimaru's crestfallen demeanor, Junmaru scratched his head and asked, Lord Orochimaru, if we wish to return, can't we simply go back through the cursed seal? Why must we wait for Lulan to restore its chakra? Orochimaru, recalling Uchiha Obito's plans, twitched the corner of his mouth. The body cultivated using the water-stopping cells exhibited a degree of rejection attributed to the incompleteness of the soul. Consequently, I retracted all the cursed seals. My urgency in seeking you is not only to witness the wonders of another realm, but also to reclaim the cursed seals affixed to you. Junmaru blinked in surprise. Does this imply that they cannot return for the time being? Days later, at the root base of Konoha, Danzo surveyed the intelligence scroll in his hand, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The assailants from the Sound Ninja village possessed the Rinnegan, and not just one, but 9 pairs? Even 3 summoning beasts bear that legendary eye. Surely, as one entrenched in the shadows of the ninja world, acquiring a pair would not be excessive, would it? Yet, why are there so many pairs of Rinnegan? Could this be connected to Orochimaru in some way? A contemplative glint flickered in Danzo's hawk-like eye. Did the owners of the Rinnegan conspire against Orochimaru to prevent the proliferation of the eye? Danzo narrowed his eyes in thought and instructed a nearby root ninja, Terai, prepare. I shall pay a visit to the Sound Ninja village. Yes, Lord Danzo. At the same time, Pain from the 6 paths and the animal path stepped out of the land of rain. The absence of news regarding Orochimaru's escape from the Sound Ninja village indicated that he had likely made a decisive choice. In the Sound Ninja village, Sasuke's face flushed crimson as he called out awkwardly, Orochi, Sensei. Ever since the Orochimaru from an alternate dimension arrived, the Orochimaru of this realm regarded him with eyes that seemed to want to cast him out at any moment. He felt he had outlived his usefulness. Yet, he required Orochimaru's assistance to enhance his strength. For revenge, everything was worth it. Orochimaru nodded without a change in his expression, appearing utterly unconcerned. At a certain location along the border of the land of rice, the scene revealed dozens of corpses of root ninjas. Nagato, in his six paths form, encircled the one-armed Danzo. Chapter 85. Casually digging a pit for Naruto in the land of demons. The fact that I spare your life is solely because you still possess some value to me. Should you ever entertain any treachery, you know the consequences. Understood, my lord. I shall wholeheartedly assist Lord Fugaku in amassing wealth from now on, and I shall never entertain disloyalty. Depart. Uchiha Yan watched as Kato's silhouette vanished before picking up a nearby Sichuan pepper. The pepper squirmed. Still angry? Uchiha Yan presented a small dried fish to the pepper's mouth. The pepper turned its head away. I acknowledge my faults. Meow? Uchiha Yan sighed. It has been half a month, and it still hasn't forgiven me. This matter traces back to the day when the pepper brought a bouquet of roses. At that time, Uchiha Yan accepted the roses, cradled the pepper, and in a serious tone asked, Pepper, you are 7 years old this year, correct? Meow, the average lifespan of a cat is 12 to 15 years, by human reckoning. You have already surpassed 50. Meow, and I am merely 12 years old, still a child. Meow, is this your way of suggesting an old cow grazing on tender grass? The sound of the door creaked open as Fenghua Xiaoxue and Sakura, alongside Naruto, stepped inside. Fenghua Xiaoxue inquired, Yan, are you truly not going to participate in this film? Even Kakashi has used transformation technique to play a role. This is a grand production. Uchiha Yan shook his head. I shall not partake. As for the reason, the system should understand. The system, whispering to conserve energy, replied, understood. The protagonist's persona must not collapse. Go into standby. With a hint of resignation, Fenghua Xiaoxue said. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yan addressed her, Aunt. Fenghua Xiaoxue trembled slightly. No matter how many times she heard that title, it always filled her with a sense of astonishment. What is it? She asked. In truth, Itachi's acting is exceptional. He is naturally suited for this role. Of that I am quite certain. You could ask Daosin and Kasan to invite him for a cameo. Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded, I see. I shall return and inform Meichin. Naruto, noticing the dejected Huajiao nearby, suppressed his urge to gloat and remarked, It seems Huajiao has yet to forgive you. Uchiha Yan narrowed his eyes and asked, Naruto, what is your favorite small animal? Initially perplexed by the question, Naruto soon realized Yan's intent when he saw Huajiao looking at him. Is Yan prompting me to comfort Huajiao? He responded matter-of-factly, Of course, I adore cats. Huajiao, pleased, offered a small fish treat to Naruto with her paw. Uchiha Yan inquired, Are you referring to the two-tailed cat or the one-tailed raccoon cat? As Naruto bent down to receive the fish, he fell into contemplation upon hearing Yan's question. Actually, I find raccoon cats to be quite adorable, he mused. Uchiha Yan simply acknowledged with an "oh" and ceased further conversation. Naruto instinctively reached for the back of his head, but resisted the urge. As evening descended, Team 7 and a cat gathered around a small fire for a barbecue. This task was to be completed within 3 months. The other 3 treated it as a leisurely trip for commission. Kakashi asked, Let me confirm once more. If we return to the village too late, we may miss the Chunin exams. Are you truly not returning? Sakura hesitated. Uchiha Yan stated, If you wish to return, then do so. I can use Shadow Clone to represent me in the Chunin exams. He was determined not to return to the village without hearing Huahua Xiaoxue call him Aunt. Naruto shook his head. The titles of Chunin and Genin hold no difference for me and Yan. We do not need such accolades to prove ourselves, and I have no desire to return. He was indifferent to the Hokage at this point. None of it mattered. Sakura, seeing her 2 teammates uninterested in the Chunin exams, sighed, Fine. It would be difficult for me to advance to Chunin anyway. If luck is on my side, perhaps it is not impossible. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, Yan, do you really not intend to take part in this film? Uchiha Yan cast a glance at Kakashi and replied, Boring. Kakashi pondered, stroking his chin, and remarked, Indeed, I find acting rather addictive, as if one becomes immersed in the narrative. Alas, it is a horror film. Noticing that Uchiha Yan was ignoring him, Kakashi shook his head and sighed. At the time, your refusal to participate in this project left your parents quite disheartened. Uchiha Yan's expression revealed his inner turmoil. A smirk crept onto Kakashi's lips, hidden beneath his mask. Although he was not well acquainted with Fugaku, he remembered how, when Obito sacrificed himself, it was Fugaku who urged the Uchiha clan to refrain from causing trouble at such a critical moment, allowing matters to settle. Thus, Kakashi held on to this gratitude. What about Naruto and Sakura? Would they like to play a minor role? Kakashi inquired. No way. Why would I ever act in a horror film? Sakura promptly declined. Naruto glanced at Uchiha Yan and thoughtfully suggested, Are you sure the role you have in mind for Yin isn't a stoic one? If it isn't, it seems rather unfair to him. Naruto's words struck a chord with Uchiha Yan. I'm not going. Absolutely not. Uchiha Yan declared resolutely. Whoever wants to be in this dreadful film can go ahead. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Naruto. Uchiha Yan offered a peeled shrimp to a nearby cat, Pepper. When it did not eat, he waved the shrimp tantalizingly before its nose. Pepper sniffed, unable to resist, just as it opened its mouth. A voice echoed in Yan's ears. Eating this shrimp means you forgive me. Before Pepper could close its mouth, Uchiha Yan swiftly stuffed the shrimp inside, holding its head to prevent it from closing. I know you are a cat of your word. You have already promised, so no backing out. Kakashi and Sakura watched in astonishment. Sakura's expression reflected a shattered worldview. He has such a side? Kakashi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, lifting his forehead protector. Is this truly my student? Naruto, with an air of worldly wisdom, remarked, What is so surprising about it? Yin has always had this side, just not often displayed. This indeed showcased Uchiha Yan's lack of defenses around the three. As for Naruto, he was the first friend Yin acknowledged. Kakashi knew every little detail, even when Yin was caught in the act by Acorn during his private moments. And Sakura, she was destined to become his future sister-in-law. No, rather, she would be his sister-in-law, adding to the Uchiha lineage in the future. Meanwhile, Kato fervently questioned, Are you truly willing to give all your savings to Lord Fugaku? What do you understand? Lord Fugaku is backed by a genuine deity. Kato exclaimed passionately, the image of the boy holding the cat, whose mere gaze could lull the entire populace of the Land of Waves into slumber, lingered in Kato's mind. Fugaku's agent appeared lost in thought. Recalling the day the malevolent spirits were sealed, he had been present. Later, when Fugaku recognized him, his status soared in the Land of Demons, igniting envy among his former colleagues. Oh, so it is because of that individual, he realized. Suddenly everything made sense. Chapter 86. The Realm of Ghosts. Uchiha Yan sat cross-legged in his room, deep in contemplation. He wondered about Obito's situation. The reliability of acquiring power from parallel dimensions remained uncertain. Uchiha Yan's plans were far more intricate than Obito had anticipated. Despite Obito's descent into darkness, it did not alter the fact that he was once a virtuous child. While Obito believed Uchiha Yan occupied a secondary position, the truth was that Yin stood at a far more advanced level. The sole dilemma for Uchiha Yin lay in the small plant spirit's desire for its host to remain untainted by excessive bloodshed. It longed for its host to attain the approval of all. Given that Obito's reincarnation technique could not save a multitude of souls, Yin would need to capture a significant figure from the Tsutsuki clan. The most viable solution appeared to be a journey to the future, where he could seize Tsutsuki Kagaya or Kinshiki. It was rumored that Orochimaru had dispatched Kimimaro to investigate matters concerning parallel dimensions, though the reliability of this information was questionable. 6 days later, Uchiha Yin awoke, stretched, and exited his room to find a lunchbox on the table. The bottom layer contained food for the cat, and atop it lay his own meal. Good morning, Huajiao. Meow. Huajiao leaped onto the table, peering curiously at today's fare. Uchiha Yin cracked an egg directly onto the cat's head. Meow, old custom. Let us start with the egg yolk. With practiced hands, he peeled the eggshell and offered the yolk to Huajiao, a routine that was evidently familiar to them both. Today, I shall visit the film set. You remain at home. Meow. Uchiha Yin had received word from Itachi the previous day, informing him that he was engaged in a task assigned by the organization and would not be able to visit the realm of ghosts anytime soon. Itachi seemed to have sensed something amiss. Uchiha Yin felt a pang of regret. This vigilant individual was indeed astute. After breakfast, Uchiha Yin departed for the film set. Suddenly, his right eyelid twitched, but he paid it no heed, for he never placed stock in such omens. The film was a horror piece, and the design of the ghostly apparition had been crafted by Uchiha Yin himself. Although somewhat hasty, it possessed an eerie quality that could easily rank among the top 20 horror films he had ever seen. The actors' attire had been slightly modified. Their hair was slicked forward, revealing eyes that glimmered faintly. The design depicted hair in disarray, resembling someone who had just awakened without attending to their grooming, which contributed to the overall terror. Upon entering the set, Uchiha Yin felt a tension grip him. The atmosphere was starkly different from watching horror films on television. The scene was arranged in such a way that it instilled a sense of immersion. As he approached his father, he overheard him say, Yin, Why not take on a role yourself? Uchiha Yan's expression shifted to one of resistance. Fujitaka, with earnest persuasion, replied, "It's merely a background role. You'll receive your meal in just a few minutes." Kakashi, standing nearby with a smirk of schadenfreude, chimed in, "Your father's dream was for all three of you to act alongside him. If Yin, you could agree, it would fulfill one of your father's aspirations." Uchiha Yin fell silent for a moment, but ultimately resolved with a firm tone, "I refuse." Fugaku opened his mouth to speak, but Uchiha Yin interrupted directly, "I decline." Mikoto glanced at her younger son. Uchiha Yin turned his head, "Don't look at me with those eyes." Standing before the camera, he watched as the man with slicked back hair approached him. His complexion turned pale, pupils constricting, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His mind became a blank slate, and his hands, devoid of purpose, began to perspire, rendering him immobile with fear. Indeed, the experience on television was utterly distinct from personal involvement. The director, an astute veteran, could easily discern Uchiha Yan's genuine emotions at that moment. Suppressing his amusement, he flattered, as expected of Lord Yin, "Even with a stoic expression, you can vividly convey fear, terror, and panic." Not far away, Fenghua Xiaoxue could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter at the director's remark. Kato bit down hard on his own hand, stifling a laugh. It was a revelation. "Lord Yin, I'm scared of ghosts. I want to go home." Uchiha Yin, expressionless, began to pack his belongings. Sakura, observing from the side, inquired, "Aren't you going to stay for a couple more days? It's rare for you to see your parents." "I'm leaving," Uchiha Yin replied, then added, "If you all wish to stay, I can return alone." Kakashi, shaking his head in disbelief, remarked, "Is it really necessary? As a ninja, being paralyzed by fear in the face of danger is quite unbecoming. Yin, I believe you need to overcome this challenge." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Yan's expression darkened. "I don't care what you think. I only care about what I think." Sakura glanced around, noticing Naruto's absence, and asked, "By the way, where's Naruto? I haven't seen him for several days." Kakashi sighed. "Naruto has been busy pacifying the Ninetales these past few days. Perhaps you should stay for another 2 days. I still have 2 scenes to finish shooting. If I don't complete them, I won't receive my pay and will incur a penalty fee." His role in the horror film was substantial, and due to his commendable acting skills, his remuneration was quite generous. "You all can stay here. I'll return to the village first." With that, he stowed his belongings in a storage scroll, picked up the pepper, and left without a trace of hesitation. Kakashi shook his head slightly. He wasn't particularly worried about Uchiha Yin encountering any troubles on the way back. Since entering the land of ghosts, Team 7 had inevitably overheard conversations about Fugaku sealing the malevolent spirits. However, after a few days, the other 3 members of Team 7 truly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Naruto, on the other hand, was not surprised in the slightest. In truth, regardless of Uchiha Yan's strength, Naruto was unfazed, especially considering the opponent's utterly incomprehensible genjutsu, which conferred an inherent advantage. The Great Spiraling Wheel was a ninjutsu infused with tailed beast chakra, possessing a potency far surpassing that of the spiraling flash super wheel dance, which incorporated wind release chakra transformations. As a result, during the practice with Yin, despite numerous attempts with the large spiral wheels, none managed to touch him. Kakashi was merely surprised. He had long suspected that Uchiha Yin might possess the same extraordinary eyes as Sasuke and Itachi, for how else could his genjutsu be so formidable? The ocular talent of the Fugaku clan seemed excessively exaggerated. As for leaving the village, at that time, Uchiha Yin was not yet a ninja, and the village had little control over him. Undoubtedly, the most affected was Sakura. Time and again, her teammates' prowess had reshaped her understanding, leaving her to wonder if she could ever keep pace with them. After arriving in the land of demons, it was she who trained the hardest, often venturing out alone to practice her chakra control. Until one day, Sakura spotted Naruto practicing tree climbing while carrying a large stone. Chapter 87. The Salt and Pepper Combination Ninjutsu. The next day, Ziyuan knocked persistently at the door. Naruto opened it and inquired, "Ziyuan, what brings you here? Why didn't you inform me that Yin had left?" I only just learned about it myself," Naruto replied, his expression weary. A couple of days prior, Kurama had been raging within him, questioning why he was inferior to the seemingly weakest one-tailed raccoon. The current situation was markedly different. Previously, Naruto had to enter a sealed space or be overwhelmed by the Nine-Tails power to hear its voice. Now, thanks to his ability to utilize the Nine-Tails chakra, He could directly hear Kurama's words. Having gone 2 days without proper rest, Naruto ended up sleeping for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, he discovered that Kurama was ignoring him, rendering his attempts at conversation futile. Thus, Naruto spent most of his time soothing Kurama from dawn until dusk. Alright, it's clear you're on the edge of exhaustion. You should truly get some rest. Ziyuan waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yan was ambushed by a band of mountain bandits on his way back to Konoha. Bro, look at the forehead protector. This kid seems to be a ninja. One of them remarked. That S from the village hidden in the leaves. We underestimated this. Should we retreat? Another suggested hesitantly. Retreat? This kid looks to be only in his teens. What is there to be afraid of? But he is from a major ninja village. Yin gazed at the bandit leader, sensing a lack of intelligence in his eyes. Kid, hand over your money. Don't make us repeat ourselves, the leader demanded. Feigning ignorance, Yin responded. What did you just say? I said hand over the money. Upon uttering this, the bandit leader seemed to realize something, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Are you seeking death? Kid. The bandit leader, visibly enraged, gestured for his men to advance. In a swift motion, Yin leaped into the air. Pepper. Meow. Utilize water release. Upon hearing this, the cat, Pepper, hesitated. We don't have it right now. Never mind, let us force it a bit. Yin mobilized his wind release chakra. Combination ninjutsu, urine release, storm. With a body flicker technique, Yin instantly appeared 100 meters away. Pepper raised a paw, signaling for a high five. Yin extended his hand. After gently stroking the cat's head, he calmly made his way toward Konoha. Behind him, the bandit leader and his underlings wiped their faces in disbelief. Huh, you're fast on your feet. You little rascal. If I ever cross paths with you again, even if you are a ninja, I'll fight you to the bitter end. It was quite an eye-opener. Such ninja techniques truly made the world of ninjas complicated. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yan had not ventured far when a wave of spatial disturbance caught his attention. It was Uchiha Obito, whose expression was somewhat grim. His first words were, Orochimaru has vanished. Uchiha Yan paused momentarily, then, with a similarly troubled countenance, inquired, the dragon vein? It was highly likely. The dragon vein had indeed disappeared, and they must be trapped in a parallel dimension, unable to return. What should be the next course of action? Uchiha Yan opened his mouth to speak, but uttered nothing. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to convey a single word. Wait. Let us wait a little longer. If Orochimaru does not return in 3 months, for the sake of the plan, I will have no choice but to stand against the ninja world. Obito regarded Uchiha Yan with a profound gaze and replied, If you choose to wait, then wait we shall. My only aim is to resurrect my master and mistress. If it can bring peace to the ninja world, that would be most splendid. However, should it lead to adverse outcomes, I will oppose you. Even if you are a deity. Uchiha Yan cast a sidelong glance at Obito. If he truly wished to obliterate the ninja world, no one would be able to stop him. The Dead Door's acorn would undoubtedly be directed at the Ninja Alliance. If you are wary of me, you may carry out this plan alone. I can refrain from involvement. Obito furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean? Uchiha Yan, with a weary expression, explained, Because my plans often contain flaws or encounter unexpected events. I even question whether this is fate's design. He then briefly elucidated the plans he had devised over the years. Regardless of how straightforward a plan may seem, countless unforeseen changes could arise. Obito fell silent. I thought you regarded the ninja world as a chessboard. With lives as pieces, what a lofty perspective. Is this all there is? I shall undertake this plan myself. You need not participate. Uchiha Kenji remarked disdainfully at Uchiha Yan. However, I may need to acquire Kakashi's eye. That Kimui would serve a purpose, and I intend to eliminate Black Zetsu in advance, as it is quite a nuisance. Uchiha Yan nodded in agreement. That is acceptable, but do not forget to secure a spare eye for Kakashi. The side effects of the Sharingan are substantial for him. Constantly draining his chakra, Obito mused, undeniably, Kakashi has become stronger since acquiring the Sharingan. Perhaps I shall give him another 3 tomo. At worst, I can inject him with Hashirama's cells. With your presence, he should survive. The process of transplanting Hashirama's cells is indeed agonizing. It would be a pity if Kakashi did not attempt it. Do as you wish. Obito glanced towards the bandits and remarked, By the way, I have already dealt with that group of bandits. I never imagined you possessed such a merciful side. He then waved his hand before his nose. Commenting on the unpleasant odor, Uchiha Yan understood that the village of Konoha had been tasked with the eradication of bandits, a mission frequently commissioned by merchants. In recent years, Due to the absence of large-scale wars in the ninja world, the number of merchants had proliferated, leading to a flourishing bandit industry, with merchants being their primary clientele. Should the ninja world remain devoid of significant conflict in the coming years, the rise of commerce would undoubtedly elevate the bandits' fortunes further. However, these matters were of no concern to him. Offending him would not necessarily lead to death, provided his bottom line remained unchallenged. Uchiha Yan spoke with a hint of indifference. Obito shrugged. All right then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yan acknowledged with a nonchalant hum. As if recalling something important, he cautioned. Do not forget to be wary of Naruto. Negligence could be perilous. If my memory serves me right, Naruto has only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yet even at this tender age, he possesses the potential to threaten my strength. Truly, he is deserving of being the teacher's child. It's not merely a threat. He already possesses the capability to end your life. If the adversary is the masked man, I believe that even the Nine Tails, if only temporarily setting aside its pride, would lend assistance to Naruto. With the chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto could unleash a barrage of attacks, relentlessly pursuing Obito until he exhausts his Izanagi. Chapter 88. The letter from Yan instructed to take Sakura away. Watching Obito depart, Uchiha Yan pondered his plans and sighed. Perhaps this truly was his responsibility. Such a dismal fate should be left in Obito's hands. The system whispered mischievously, fate will continuously refine the host, and the flesh shall become resilient. Go away and log off. Half a month later, at the border of the Land of Fire, Obito observed the members of Team 7 from a distance. His expression a complex mix of emotions. He could not afford to act recklessly in the land of ghosts. The Uchiha Mangeki Sharingan techniques were unpredictable, and he remained uncertain about Fugaku's abilities. Acting impulsively could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Thus, he had patiently awaited Kakashi for half a month. That rascal Kakashi had also learned the art of making others wait. Naruto. Kurama, you're finally willing to speak. I sense that masked man. Which one? The one I previously mentioned. Upon hearing this, Naruto's gaze sharpened, a flicker of intensity igniting within his eyes as red chakra bubbles began to manifest around him. Naruto, calm down, Kurama urged hastily, having never before sensed such overwhelming negativity from Naruto. Kakashi, noticing the shift, quickly turned. Naruto, what's wrong? Nothing, just encountered an enemy. Naruto replied, dark markings appearing on his face. Sakura, confused, turned just in time to see Naruto, now enveloped in a fiery aura, vanish in an instant. Utilizing sage-enhanced physical techniques, Naruto teleported directly in front of Obito. Senjutsu, Spiral Flash, Super Rasen Dance. Boom. The masked man emerged unscathed from the center of the explosion. Internally reflecting, truly, he is the teacher's child. Naruto's pupils dilated. Ah, such a fiery temper. You nearly had me there. Naruto had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with his opponent. In the palm of his hand, a small black sphere materialized, swiftly spinning into form, resembling a black vortex shuriken. Casting a glance at Kakashi and Sakura, who were hastening toward him, Naruto this time refrained from infusing sage chakra and directly hurled the giant spiral shuriken forward. With a thunderous explosion, the massive shuriken detonated, sending a tremendous shockwave that sent Kakashi and Sakura hurtling through the air. They landed on the ground, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Although they were aware of Naruto's formidable strength, such a display of power was undeniably astonishing. It seemed that the mightiest member of Team 7 was indeed Naruto. Sakura lay sprawled on the ground, still reeling from the shock. Kakashi, however, was quicker to recover. Rising from his prone position, he instructed Sakura, stay back and be cautious of the debris flying around from the battle. Do not let yourself get injured. Just as Kakashi prepared to move closer, he noticed several shadow clones of Naruto materializing in the sky, each brandishing a black spiral shuriken-like weapon. He silently retracted his steps. Let us retreat further, Kakashi suggested. Regaining her composure, Sakura hurriedly joined him in moving to a safer distance. In the distance, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, and even from afar, the noise was deafening. Kakashi gazed at the earth-shattering explosion with a complicated expression. Was this truly his student? Such power made him wish to be a student of Naruto instead. Sakura, quickly hide behind a tree, be cautious of the flying stones. At that moment, Kakashi heard a sudden thud nearby. Sensing danger, he instinctively leaped aside, only to find himself confronted by a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. The eternal Mangeky's Jinjutsu was far beyond the capability of an ordinary eye to resist. With a thud, Kakashi fell to the ground, murmuring before losing consciousness, "Itachi and Sasuke, will you be alright? Kabuto, I entrust you with the eye transplant procedure. Is it really unnecessary to implant Hashirama cells now? No, one of my brother's ocular techniques possesses healing abilities. Should he perform the transplant, Kakashi-senpai's chances of survival would increase significantly." Sasuke nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Kabuto, my brother is remarkably skilled." Kabuto nodded and, listening to the distant sounds of battle, inquired, "Is that guy truly alright? There won't be any unforeseen complications, will there?" Itachi shook his head, responding, "He will be fine." With 5 tomo implanted in his arm, along with 1 in his left eye, the likelihood of complications is negligible. Sasuke cast a complex glance in that direction. Why did he feel that Naruto was now stronger than him? He murmured softly, "Naruto is so powerful, I should be happy for him. Yet why does a sense of discomfort linger within me?" "Sasuke, what are you saying?" "It's nothing, Nisan." In truth, he hasn't significantly improved in strength over the years. Brother Jumaru is on the verge of unlocking the 6th gate of the 8 gates of opening, yet he can only reach the 4th gate, having yet to master the art of sage techniques. Nevertheless, his combat experience has been steadily increasing, and he has acquired a fair amount of ninja techniques, for which he is greatly indebted to his teacher, Orochimaru. By the way, Sasuke, Yin mentioned in his letter that Sakura is destined to be your future wife, and you will eventually have a lovely daughter with exceptional talent. He suggested that you take Sakura away. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting a hint of reluctance. "Nisan, I'm only 12. "Indeed, you are not so young anymore," he replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. If Sasuke possessed an artificial intelligence system, he would likely be unable to suppress his sarcasm. "Have you lost your mind arguing with Uchiha Kenta? It depends on whether the young lady is willing, after all." Kabuto chuckled, coming to Sasuke's rescue. Sasuke nodded like a chick pecking at grain, agreeing, "You're right, Kabuto. I hardly know Sakura. We've barely exchanged a couple of words." Itachi interjected softly. "Yin has mentioned that Sakura has been thinking about you all these years, even wanting to seek you out. If only for a brief meeting. Are you truly willing to disregard her heartfelt intentions?" Sasuke fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Kabuto glanced at him with a look of helplessness. Meanwhile, Obito stood amidst the ruins of an explosion, swallowing hard several times. "Goodness. No wonder you're the teacher's child. This explosion has lasted for over 10 minutes. If this continues, it will not end well." He found himself unable to retaliate against Naruto, who relentlessly bombarded him. Wherever he moved, Naruto followed, keeping him perpetually at the center of the chaos. "I must find a way to provoke Naruto, otherwise I want to be able to identify a flaw and escape." A few minutes passed. With 3 Sharingan remaining, Obito seized the opportunity and teasingly remarked, "What is with all this anger? Quite frightening, really. Naruto, believe it or not, I held you when you were just born." Naruto was taken aback. Chapter 89. Trash must be sorted. Seizing this moment, Obito utilized Kimui to vanish. In the next instant, a series of explosions erupted in his wake. Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sage Art. Big Spiral Rod. Boom. In the Kamui dimension, Obito hugged his knees, fatigue evident in his eyes. His greatest dream is to resurrect his master and mistress. His second dream is to abolish war and foster understanding among the ninja world. This way, no kind-hearted girl like Rin would have to perish again, even if his methods are extreme, ruthless, and misunderstood. Sasuke squatted before Sakura, scrutinizing her features closely. Reminded of what Udu had said, that she is to be his future wife, his face inexplicably grew warm. How peculiar. He had never paid her much attention before. Itachi then spoke. "I will erase this particular memory from Kakashi-senpai's mind. Sasuke, you should wake Sakura and ask if she is willing to accompany you to the Sound Village." Sasuke appeared conflicted. He was only 12. Such matters surely required someone older. Weasel seemed to perceive Sasuke's thoughts, stroking his chin and speaking. "It's not as if you must marry Sakura right now. You can first cultivate your feelings. If your relationship truly flourishes, we can then seek a suitable matchmaker and present the betrothal gifts." Sasuke found his brother's words to be quite sensible. Meanwhile, Naruto, having vented his frustrations, released a slow breath. "Before you come of age, it would be wise to refrain from utilizing my power, as it may affect your mental state." "I apologize, Kurama. I just lost control of my emotions again." Naruto sensed the direction of Sakura and Kakashi. After a moment of concentration, his expression drastically altered, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing beside Kakashi. He nudged Kakashi awake and hurriedly inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, where is Sakura?" "Sakura?" Kakashi replied, scratching his head in confusion. "Indeed, where is she? How did I fall asleep?" Upon hearing this, Naruto intensified his perception. When he found no leads, anxiety began to grip his heart. He had believed that after Sasuke departed, emulating Sasuke's previous aloof demeanor would win Sakura's heart. Unfortunately, Sakura remained infatuated with Sasuke. To his dismay, before he could even begin pursuing her, she had vanished. It was akin to preparing to leap into the river of love, only to have the river deities suddenly declare, "Do not cast any more refuse into this river. It is already overflowing with debris. Waste must be sorted. You already possess your own river, and the small refuse should seek another river that awaits your glance back." Kakashi, feeling a headache coming on, thumped his forehead in frustration, unable to recall anything. "Naruto, do not fret. Perhaps Sakura simply wandered off somewhere. Let us search for her first." With that, Kakashi rose to his feet. What is this? A note?" Naruto approached, picked up the note from the ground, and opened it. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a complex expression. "No need to search, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura has run away with Sasuke." Kakashi, taken aback, received the note from Naruto's hands and glanced at it, his expression shifting to one of complexity. "Kakashi-sensei, what shall we do about this? Will Sakura be labeled as a rogue ninja?" Kakashi, appearing pained, responded, "I am uncertain. This matter must be decided by Lord Third. However, it is unlikely that a high bounty will be placed, considering that when Sasuke initially defected from Konoha, Lord Third merely issued a symbolic bounty." Naruto stared blankly into the distance, resembling a fish out of water, devoid of dreams. In Konoha, Uchiha Yan was currently bent over a table, composing a letter to Sasuke. Upon learning that Sasuke's training in Sage Mode at the Dragon Cave was not going well, Uchiha Yan promptly detailed his own methods for mastering Sage Mode. He also added a note: "If Sakura chooses to accompany you, she too can train in this Sage Mode." After all, Sakura was originally meant to be Tsunade's apprentice. Now that her fate has been altered, it is only natural for me, as her brother-in-law, to offer her some recompense. Another matter concerns Sasuke's transplantation of Hashirama's cells. It is reasonable to assume that Orochimaru, possessing cloning technology, would not lack Hashirama's cells. After finishing the letter, Uchiha Yan glanced at the sky outside. It was already late. And he sighed. It was time for the counter-invention of Yan. The following day, during the third round of the Chunin exams, Uchiha Yan sat in his seat, casually observing the fiery battle below. In the first match, Temari faced off against a Kimichi CHG, who emerged victorious as Temari suddenly fainted, leaving the true culprit undiscovered. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing an underlying conspiracy. Hiruzen appeared bewildered, his expression seemingly innocent. In the second match, Hyuga Neji fought against Rock Lee, with Lee claiming victory. In that moment, Neji comprehended that hard work could indeed triumph over genius, and fate was not immutable. The third match featured Nara Shikamaru against Yamanaka Ino, with Shikamaru, upon witnessing the swarm of insects, feeling a wave of dread and promptly conceding. In the fourth match, Hinata faced Gaara, who secured an easy victory. Just as he was about to deliver a lethal blow, for reasons unknown, he suddenly collapsed. The One Tail was out of control. Facing the third Hokage, whose face was etched with inquiry, Raza wore an expression of innocence. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. Shikaku had also fallen asleep. Raza stared incredulously at Hiruzen's aged face. Surely, Konoha could not be so brazen as to flaunt their strength, intimidating the Sand Village. Or perhaps mocking their lack of formidable warriors. In a Chunin exam, they dispatched such a powerful Jinjutsu user to assist their lower-ranked ninjas in cheating? Was this not excessive? Surely, this was not the Uchiha clan leader, Shisui, employing his swift techniques? Konoha truly played with fire. Now it was Hiruzen's turn to appear innocent. Casting a glance at Shisui, who stood with arms crossed in the viewing area, Hiruzen contemplated inquiring further. Uchiha Yan disregarded Shisui's gaze, focusing instead on the little raccoon below. Indeed, the pepper was more adorable. Thus, the Chunin exam passed without incident. There were no Konoha collapse plans, and Hiruzen was not slain by Orochimaru. Yet, Uchiha Yan had grown indifferent to such matters. Even if Hiruzen were to remain in the Hokage position until his skin sagged and he walked with a stoop, it would no longer concern Uchiha Yan. Days later, Naruto and Kakashi finally returned, first visiting the Hokage Tower to plead with the third Hokage on Sakura's behalf. Hiruzen, unable to withstand Naruto's relentless persuasion, ultimately designated Sakura as a rogue ninja, placing a bounty of 3,500 ryo on her head, with the stipulation of capture alive only. Chapter 90. Uchiha Sasuke proves his worth in the underground black market. Kakazu perused the bounty list. Upon reaching Sakura's entry, he seized the collar of the proprietor, demanding, "Are you jesting with me? A bounty of 3,500 ryo for a rogue ninja. And you dare show me this? And only for capture alive? Withdraw this bounty at once." With that, he tore the page from the list, shredding it into fragments. The boss, feeling wronged, expressed, "Kakazu, this is the bounty issued by Konoha. I do not care who released it. It simply cannot amount to 3,500 ryo. I fought against the first Hokage of Konoha in my youth. Though I was defeated, Konoha must not humiliate me in such a manner." With that declaration, Kakazu stormed out of the underground black market, seething with anger. "Why such a fierce outburst, Kakazu? I could hear everything clearly from outside," remarked Haiden, who received a sidelong glance from Kakazu. He explained, "This is a favor for Mr. Itachi, and I am merely repaying the debt from when he rescued us. Do you think I would have come here to cause a scene for no reason?" Haiden's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Ah, I see." Uchiha Yan observed the furious expressions of Haruno Sho, and Haruno, may before a slight smile crept onto his lips. When he penned that letter to Sasuke, he never considered Sakura's parents. "Perhaps the flaws in my plan are closely tied to my own selfishness," he pondered thoughtfully. "Good day, uncle and aunt." Uchiha Yan greeted them awkwardly yet politely. The two who had initially come to confront him suddenly stiffened in surprise. What was this unexpected reaction about? "Never mind. You are just a child. I won't hold it against you. Just tell me where your parents are. I will go and confront them." Haruno May replied tersely. Haruno Sho, still brimming with indignation, nodded in agreement. "Sakura is only 12 years old. Uchiha Sasuke, how could he?" The moment those words left his mouth, he received a sharp slap from his wife. The crimson five-pointed star on his forehead wobbled slightly. "What do you mean? How could he? Is this how a father should speak? Just saying, how could he?" Uchiha Yan decisively deflected the blame, nodding earnestly and adding, "Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke has gone too far." He then shamelessly revealed the detailed address of his parents. Once the two had departed, Uchiha Yan finally exhaled in relief. In such a situation, he truly felt at a loss for how to respond. "Dear niece, I have sacrificed so much for you," he reflected inwardly as he exited the clan grounds, intending to speak with Kakashi regarding the cell transplantation. "What? You want me to transplant the first Hokage's cells?" Kakashi initially stared at Uchiha Yan in astonishment before asking sternly, "What prompted such an idea?" In the eyes of the Konoha shinobi, this was tantamount to treachery. The yang release within you cannot suppress the yin release of the Sharingan. Therefore, transplanting the first cells is the optimal solution. Otherwise, the Sharingan will continually deplete your chakra. The yang release from Hashirama cells is somewhat superior to that of Naruto's, making direct transplantation of Hashirama's cells the best choice. As for why Uchiha Yan did not wish to transplant Hashirama's cells, it was simply due to his aversion. The thought of implanting the cells of a strange man into his own body sent shivers down his spine. If a Hashirama visage were to sprout on his chest, he would have to resort to extreme measures. Perhaps the cells of Karen and Naruto would be more acceptable, he concluded. Kakashi, upon hearing this, wore an expression of resistance. "Although I acknowledge the formidable prowess possessed by both you and Naruto, I must respectfully decline to acquiesce to such methods of acquiring strength." After stating this, I further advised, "Yin Yin, you too must understand that only the power cultivated through one's own efforts truly belongs to oneself. In the absence of a temperament and will that correspond to one's strength, even the mightiest individual lacks the noble spirit characteristic of a true warrior, rendering them unworthy of respect, regardless of their formidable abilities. Uchiha Yan possesses exceptional talent, and Kakashi is determined to steer him away from misguided paths." Uchiha Yan nodded in comprehension, recognizing the wisdom in Kakashi's words. It appears that Acorn has had a profound influence on him, though Acorn may be somewhat simple-minded and foolish. He commands deep respect from both Uchiha Yan and Itachi. Yet, Kakashi-sensei, I trust you would not wish for your student to surpass you in strength by too great a margin, would you? Kakashi remained silent for an extended moment before resolutely shaking his head and declaring, I shall rely on my own efforts to attain strength. From this day forth, I intend to practice the 8 gates of opening. This is not due to Kakashi's obstinacy, nor does it stem from a lack of concern for strength. Rather, as a teacher, he seeks to impart this lesson to Uchiha Yan, necessitating that he lead by example. Kakashi is indeed a commendable instructor, though regrettably, his student does not reflect the same caliber. Uchiha Yan's eyes swirled with the patterns of the Sharingan as Kakashi's head tilted, plunging him into a deep slumber. Uchiha Yan simply established a barrier around them and retrieved the invention of reversal from his spatial scroll, plunging it into Kakashi's arm. Upon witnessing Kakashi awaken in pain, Uchiha Yan swiftly cast another illusion. Simultaneously, the healing abilities of his right eye were steadily expended, accelerating the fusion of cells within Kakashi's body. When Kakashi eventually awoke to discover his newfound ability to utilize would release, he would undoubtedly be left in a state of bewilderment. The corners of Uchiha Yan's mouth quirked up slightly, but then, as if struck by a thought, he pressed his lips together, contemplating. It seems I often orchestrate the fates of others under the pretense of noble intentions. For the future safety of my family, I have endeavored to shape Naruto's destiny, Sasuke's fate, and even the fate of the entire ninja world. In this moment, Uchiha Yan suddenly felt a twinge of guilt for his overreach. However, he could not conceive of alternative methods at present. The system's energy was on the verge of depletion, and a looming crisis from the Otsutsuki clan threatened the ninja world. Yet, before that threat materialized, he would certainly be unable to return. He wished to extricate his family from the ninja world directly, yet could not disregard their own desires. Thus, according to his plan, he would eliminate the malevolent Akatsuki organization that sought to unify the ninja world, becoming the greatest benefactor in the salvation of the ninja realm. After gaining influence and recognition, he would announce the impending crisis to all of the ninja world. He would then propose a united effort to advance technology, suggesting that should the Otsutsuki clan arrive, the ninja world would be powerless to resist. They could instead seek refuge on other planets until he returned to the ninja world. This, he mused, would constitute the most prudent course of action for Uchiha Yan. During the war, he would seek ways to resurrect the fallen ninjas using the rebirth technique. Yet even so, Uchiha Yan's expression bore a hint of complexity. When an extreme Uchiha comes to terms with one matter, perhaps they inevitably veer toward another extreme. Sasuke is one way, and Uchiha Yan is another. In fact, when Uchiha Yan devised this plan, he considered that if the ninja world could research a means to supplement the system's energy, he would no longer have to wander aimlessly, resulting in a joyous outcome for all. Chapter 91. Naruto suddenly looks back. Unfortunately, the system doused him with cold water. The system lacks a physical form. To put it simply, it is merely a unique form of energy. In order to replenish its energy, special equipment is required, and such a thing would take the ninja world 800 years to develop. The system whispered softly, "Host without me. You can still survive. Why the urgency to seek energy? It only leads to your anguish and turmoil." Uchiha Yan rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you think my current transformation is for whom? You ungrateful vegetable." The system responded, "Pa, you truly need not do this for me, otherwise I would feel quite guilty. Would it not be better to resolve the Otsutsuki clan's crisis before departing from the ninja world? I find it unacceptable. You feel guilty, that's your concern. I cannot even fathom what I would be without you, and merely pondering it fills me with dread. Wah wah wah. Worthless male host, Pa, your voice is too loud. Fine, go into standby. Once I stabilize the ninja world, I shall procure a physical form for you from the realm of technology. And then you can weep to your heart's content." Uchiha Yan turned his gaze to the sky, murmuring to himself, "Apologies, host. All right, enough chatter. Please allow me some preparation time." Good Sound Ninja Village Do. Has the cell of the Manjiki Sharingan been cloned? Obito inquired, opening one of his 3 Tomo Sharingan. 2 copies have been cloned, one for you and one for Lord Orochimaru. I have already tested it. 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan do not share the same Kimui space. Yakushi Do adjusted his glasses and replied, "That's good to hear." Obito sighed in relief. Sasuke looked at Yakushi Do with admiration and said, "Brother Do, you are amazing. You can even replicate the Manjiki Sharingan into 2 copies. In terms of research, my brother cannot match your prowess." Yakushi Do smiled gently. "I dare not compare myself to your brother. After all, he is a deity. Sasuke scoffed. I admit my brother is formidable, but you all exaggerate too much. A deity? I truly wonder how you define divinity. To me, a deity is not merely someone with the power to suppress the entire ninja world. Rather, it is someone who possesses such strength and could easily overturn the entire ninja world, yet chooses not to. Someone who could disregard all life, yet strives tirelessly to bring peace to the ninja world and prevent it from descending into chaos and suffering. Such a person deserves respect, and I do not find it excessive to call them a deity. Do you understand now, Sasuke? I believe you may have some misconceptions about me. Uchiha Yan said seriously as he looked at Naruto. How could I possibly write to Sasuke to take Sakura away? I am not that kind of person. You must trust me. Naruto looked at Uchiha Yan with skepticism. Really not you? Indeed, it is not. However, Sasuke has expressed everything to me in his letter. He even complained about you. He lamented that he is merely 12 years old. Sakura is also just 12, Naruto said, pointing an accusatory finger at Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yan instantly felt a wave of embarrassment. After a moment, he attempted to console Naruto, saying, Naruto, while I may not fully grasp your feelings, the contents of the letter I wrote to Sasuke are indeed factual. Sasuke's future wife is undeniably Sakura, and their child is named Uchiha Sarada. This is the truth. Defeated, Naruto slumped onto the ground. Perhaps many years later, he would look back and realize that the once adored goddess was now holding another's hand, accompanied by a family of her own. With a face twisted in anguish, Naruto declared, I will never trust you again, you great deceiver. In fact, I know who your future wife is as well. You will have 2 children, named Boruto Uzumaki and Himawari Uzumaki. Naruto gazed up at Uchiha Yan in astonishment, his disbelief clashing with a burgeoning faith in the words of Uchiha Yan. He was well aware of Yan's exceptional talent for naming. Names like Sarada and Boruto were certainly beyond Yan's imagination. If Yan were to have children, even a name as peculiar as Uchiha Branch Naruto would not surprise him. So, has Yan not deceived him this time? Then, who is my future wife? Naruto inquired with curiosity. He had not interacted with any other girls, had he? It's Kurama, came the reply. Naruto was taken aback, his lips trembling as he stammered. Why, you serious? Kurama? Is it a female? The Nine-Tails erupted in furious indignation. You little brat. Uchiha Yan, I will obliterate you. Naruto, do not believe his nonsense. He is trying to deceive you again. Rolling his eyes upward, Naruto fixed a lifeless gaze on Uchiha Yan and said, Yan, I genuinely want to punch you right now. It has been ages since we last sparred. Fine, but we should find a more spacious area. Meanwhile, at Kakashi's home, he awakened languidly in bed, only to be struck by confusion. How did I suddenly fall asleep? Huh? Why has my chakra increased? He pondered. Could it be that my Sharingan has been extracted? Damn it. Why can't I remember anything? What on earth is happening? Kakashi rubbed his temples, then rose to face the mirror. Upon seeing the 3 tomo in his eye, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Covering his eyes with his hand, he murmured, Obito, I promised to protect Rin, but I have failed. Yet you said you wanted me to see the future through your eyes. This is something I must achieve, no matter what. The 2 found a more open space. Set up a barrier, and Uchiha Yan extended a hand towards Naruto. It was the sign of opposition. Naruto paused for a moment, then extended his own hand. He suddenly felt that Yin had changed significantly. Yes, it's because of the little plants. What little plants? Naruto asked, perplexed. Nothing, just know it's not an acorn. On the other side, a Chu. Who is thinking of me? Guy rubbed his nose. But that is not important. Kakashi, let us engage in a long-awaited youthful duel. Strangely enough, I feel significantly stronger now, and it is the perfect opportunity to test my skills against you. As he spoke, Kakashi pondered, scratching his chin, and inquired, by the way, Guy, are you feeling under the weather? Do you truly underestimate my physical prowess? Allow me to show you. Prepare yourself, Kakashi. With that, Might Guy launched a kick. Hey, we haven't even started yet. Kakashi swiftly sidestepped. Now we shall begin. Leaf Rising Rock. Kakashi observed Guy's flying kick and suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in his water and earth chakra, instinctively channeling some chakra. In an instant, a stick adorned with several leaves appeared in Kakashi's hand, perfectly aimed at the small plant. The next moment, still in shock, Kakashi found the other end of the stick pressing against his abdomen. Coming to his senses, he saw Guy curled up on the ground, mouth agape yet silent. Chapter 92, Couple's Outfit? Kakashi quickly regained focus, dismissing the bizarre appearance of the stick in his hand. Guy's condition was of utmost importance. Is everything all right, Guy? Might Guy trembled, his complexion turning a shade of blue, eyes slightly rolled back. I shall take you to the hospital. As Kakashi said this, he intended to lift Might Guy in a princess carry. However, as he lifted him slightly, Guy let out a yelp. Wait, Kakashi, don't touch me just yet. Allow me a moment to recover. With tears streaming down his face, Might Guy spoke with a hint of a sob. In the Leaf training ground, Ten watched Niji train with Lee, tears streaming down her face. The only sane person in our team is gone. Woe is me. Feeling increasingly aggrieved. She couldn't help but voice her complaints. Niji, even if you were defeated by Lee, you need not dress like this. Niji, clad in a tight green outfit, turned in confusion. What is the issue? This attire is indeed quite convenient for training. But you are training in Gentle Fist. What use is such tight clothing? Niji opened his arms and glanced down. Training in Gentle Fist is quite convenient as well. Ten appeared as though struck by lightning. Had Niji not spoken, she would have thought he was seeking a hug or to be lifted high. With this thought, her face flushed slightly. In truth, even in such attire, Niji remained quite handsome. Ten, why not wear tight-fitting clothing too? It's very breathable. Lee interjected, giving a thumbs up. Niji nodded in agreement. Indeed, breathability is excellent. No way. I would rather die than wear that. Ten exclaimed, somewhat disappointed. If only you wore that outfit too. Our team would look quite coordinated, Lee lamented. Ten covered her ears. I refuse to listen. Please stop. If she were to wear such an outfit, wouldn't it resemble a couple's outfit? Wait, a couple's outfit? Ten abruptly lifted her head, catching sight of Lee's gleaming white smile. Perhaps not, she sighed, feeling dejected. Moments later, wait, a couple's outfit? Ten raised her head once more, gazing at Niji and Lee, her face reflecting sheer astonishment, as she painfully cradled her head. I beseech you, cease your unfounded speculations. Yet, I find myself utterly unable to restrain my thoughts. The bridal attire of Niji, cursed little Lee. Within the dark formation, Uchiha Yan gazed upon the multitude of Naruto's shadow clones descending from the heavens, his hands forming seals. Earth release. Earth spear, sharp spikes erupted from the ground. With a slight movement of his ears, he discerned a distant loud bang, unmistakably the sound of Naruto's shadow clone or the substitution technique. Without hesitation, he turned and struck the ground with one hand. Multiple earth flow walls. Simultaneously, Naruto hurled forth the great spiraling sphere. Boom. Naruto furrowed his brow. Did the earthen wall not hold? In the next instant, an icy blade was poised against Naruto's neck. He instinctively recoiled. Chilling. Uchiha Yan elevated the ice blade slightly. How about now? Much improved. Upon uttering these words, Naruto's figure abruptly vanished with a loud bang. Not far away, Naruto, slightly bewildered, inquired of Uchiha Yan, how did you suddenly appear behind me? With enhanced sensory perception from Sage Art and the Nine-Tail sensing abilities, how could I possibly have missed your presence? I know you are formidable and extraordinarily powerful, yet I am not so weak either. Oh, it is merely a space-time ninjutsu, quite convenient for travel. I had just remembered that I possessed this technique. Since it came to mind, of course I ought to utilize it. After all, it took considerable effort to accumulate. Oh, so it is the technique of the fourth Hokage. Naruto's expression shifted instantly, his tone nonchalant, yet the complexity in his gaze was unmistakable. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you. Not interested. Naruto turned away. Uchiha Yan let out a soft sigh. This is the consequence of his own actions. He recalled that the original Naruto had held his father in profound admiration. Let us continue. Uchiha Yan nodded, then retrieved a spatial scroll. With a resounding pop, a large number of shurikens engraved with the flying thunder god seal materialized in his hand. With a single sweeping motion, he cast them outward. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Kakashi's report, his face a portrait of astonishment. Has the wood release bloodline limit been awakened? Mito Minyen, observing the branch that had manifested in Kakashi's hand, inquired in surprise. Could it be that Shikamaru shares a familial connection with the first Hokage? That should not be the case. The Hitaki clan has no known ties to the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixated on the branch in Kakashi's grasp, his heart racing as if he had been rejuvenated by a decade. Regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance blossomed into a broad smile, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Mito Minyen nodded in agreement, remarking, the emergence of another would release bloodline in the village is indeed a splendid occurrence. However, the likelihood that Kakashi possesses Senju bloodline might be greater. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to awaken would release so suddenly after merely a nap. The option of transplanting the first cells was instinctively overlooked by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Minyin due to its considerable risks. Kakashi would likely not survive. Another possibility could be that Kakashi had himself fused with a bloodline limit. Yet who could achieve such a feat simply by sleeping? And especially would release? Kakashi stood frozen like a wooden statue, feeling rather awkward, even though he had never met his grandparents. To directly pull him into the bloodline of the Senju clan seemed rather excessive. It was likely that Uchiha Yan had not anticipated that his teacher's goodwill would lead to the search for a family. Kakashi hesitantly remarked, Lord Hokage, esteemed advisor. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Is there an urgent situation? I need to visit Guy at the hospital. In that case, let us proceed. Kakashi slightly bowed, the complexities of his emotions difficult to articulate. Farewell. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Kakashi's retreating figure. The moment he thought of the first Hokage's cells, he naturally recalled Danzo, and upon this reflection, he felt as if he had aged 5 years. However, it seemed there was a reason for Tsunade to return to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, feeling as if those 5 years had vanished, restoring his youth. At Konoha Hospital. Kakashi, why are you back again? Did I not mention that everything was fine? Just a couple more days in bed, and you can be discharged. Mike Guy gave a thumbs up. In any case, as long as I don't have to undergo surgery, that's a relief. Upon hearing this, Guy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Kakashi engaged in conversation with Guy for a while, and as the daylight began to fade, he rose to take his leave, only to suddenly notice that Guy's complexion had turned somewhat pale. Guy, what is wrong? The effects of the anesthetic have worn off. Kakashi, seeing this, hurriedly dashed out of the room. Nurse, nurse, no loud noises are permitted in the hospital. Chapter 93. Goodness within the barrier. Uchiha Yan utilized Earth Release to restore the ground's evenness, then dispelled the barrier and glanced at Naruto lying on the ground before reclining beside him. A good beating has certainly alleviated my spirits. Now, I can finally reveal who your future wife is. Naruto gazed at the sky, utterly speechless. Who is it? 46 bowls of ramen. Naruto was left in a state of confusion, looking at Uchiha Yan in bewilderment. No, it's Hinata Hyuga. Naruto, skeptical, inquired, really? You're not pulling my leg again, are you? The one who can't even look me in the eye? Forget it. No need to explain. See for yourself. Saying this, Uchiha Yan directly pulled Naruto into the world of Genjutsu. In the Genjutsu world, Naruto surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the large screen before him. The ambience was reminiscent of a horror film. After a brief moment, the screen illuminated. The first scene showcased Hinata and Hanabi sparring. Perhaps due to a lack of talent or her reluctance to strike her younger sister, Hinata actually lost to her 5-year younger sibling, Hanabi. Hinata's father, Hayashi, expressed disappointment in her, leading Hinata to sorrowfully flee their home, only to be bullied by 3 young boys. Witnessing this scene, Naruto felt a pang of recognition. He recalled that he had once saved this shy individual, only to receive a thorough beating in return. Observing his shadow clones on the screen, which could barely reach their opponent's knees, Naruto twitched his lips, suddenly lost in thought. Was this the reason? The next scene transitioned to the Ninja Academy, where Naruto noticed Hinata stealing glances at him. He scratched his head. Back then, his attention had been almost entirely focused on Sakura. The image on the screen shifted. Naruto's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and upon realizing the situation, he shouted in a fit of exasperation, Yan, come out and explain. When did I ever kiss Sasuke? These scenes had genuinely transpired in a parallel dimension. Naruto, visibly displeased, remarked, even if it did occur, it was in a different reality. There's no need to expose that segment, is there? After receiving no response, he turned back to the screen, watching Hinata blush and shy away at his proximity. I had always believed Hinata possessed such a disposition, only to realize now that it stemmed from her affection for me. How could I have overlooked something so evident? As he witnessed this moment, Naruto pressed his hand to his chest. Had there truly been someone who cared for me all along? This feeling of being valued was profound. Uchiha Yan observed the scene. Sensing that Naruto was on the verge of being ensnared by the Master Ball, it seemed prudent to expedite the proceedings. His actions resembled an attempt to matchmake Sasuke and Naruto. In the realm of illusions, the events before Naruto accelerated. Pain's assault on the village, his own defeat, and Hinata bravely standing before him, unafraid of death. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, Hinata's cousin, Neji Hyuga, sacrificed himself for her. awakening Naruto from the brink of darkness with a gentle slap. Naruto gazed deeply at Neji, contemplating the past. Initially, he had little impression of him, but now it had changed. Subsequently, as the scene shifted to Otsutsuki Kinshiki abducting Hinata, Uchiha Yan ruthlessly pulled Naruto out of the illusionary world. In the short volume street, Tsunade furrowed her brow, scrutinizing a branch. The chakra of the wood release within was unmistakable. It indeed belonged to her grandfather. Could it be that Kakashi truly possessed the bloodline of the Senju clan? Or was it possible that the Hitaki family had intermarried with the Senju in the past? Shizen covered her mouth. Lady Tsunade, I recall something. I once heard Rin mention that Kakashi had performed earth release techniques at the age of 4. What? He executed Earth Wave at 4. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could no longer remain seated and hurriedly stood, exclaiming, Shizen, let us return to Konoha. With such an immense chakra capacity at that age, it was almost undeniable. As time flowed, a fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the premiere of the film in which Uchiha Yan participated. The experience was exhilarating. Horror films were not particularly popular in the ninja world. Yan had previously felt indifferent toward them, but after watching more, he had become somewhat addicted. Over the past 2 weeks, Naruto had been incessantly gravitating towards Team 8, causing Hinata to faint every time he drew too close. Upon Naruto's arrival, Kiba promptly positioned himself in front of Hinata, saying, Hey, Naruto, every time you show up, Hinata inexplicably faints. Are you poisoning her or something? Hinata paused, looking up at Kiba's back, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Kiba seemed destined to remain single for life. Naruto muttered softly, Well, I had originally planned to invite Hinata to watch the movie together. Kiba felt Naruto's forehead, asking, You're not running a fever, are you? Hinata faints the moment she sees you. How could she possibly go to the movies with you? How about I accompany you instead? Naruto took a step back, regarding Ino with a look of disdain. What about me? A soft voice wafted from beside him. Startled, Naruto shivered. Shizen, when did you arrive? I've been here all along, Ino declared, hands firmly on her hips. In any case, Hinata will never agree to accompany you to the movies. So let go of that thought. No sooner had she finished speaking than Ino felt herself pushed aside by an unseen force, stumbling back several meters. Hinata stood before Naruto, her face flushed to the roots of her neck, as if smoke were rising from her head. Her voice was barely audible. I will go. In the cinema, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Naruto beside him, feeling somewhat exasperated. It's one thing to invite Hinata, but why include me and Ino? Are we mere bystanders? Shizun adjusted her sunglasses, seemingly sensing Uchiha Itachi's thoughts, and explained, Ino and I don't particularly enjoy horror films. The only reason we are here is that Naruto insisted. It would be impolite to refuse. Naruto couldn't help but comment, Shizun, your way of speaking is rather awkward. Uchiha Itachi agreed, indeed. Are you sure you want to wear sunglasses in a cinema? Shizun fell silent. Ino curiously eyed Shizun's sunglasses. Can you really see the screen clearly? Shizun replied nonchalantly. I fear ghosts. The atmosphere in the cinema suddenly darkened. The screen illuminated, revealing a dimly lit room where 4 individuals sat around a circular table. Each held a toothbrush, reciting incantations in a chilling atmosphere. Dental floss, I am your present life. You are my past life. Makabaka ababa amitba moi. The dental floss has manifested. I'll ask first. Hurry up then. All right. Dental floss, how did you die? Chapter 94, Black Absolute. Itachi and Obito suddenly. A fierce wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles, causing panic among the 4. One frantically groped in the dark for the light switch, only to grasp a cold, small hand. Uchiha Itachi stared unblinkingly. Naruto kept his eyes shut, offering commentary. Hinata and Ino slightly tilted their heads. Shizun remained composed. On the screen, one person cursed, It's all your fault. Didn't you know we can't even ask how the dental floss died? I have a 63-year-old mother and a 66-year-old wife to support, and a son 11 years older than me who is still dependent. I'm at the pinnacle of my life and career, and now I'm going to be killed because of you. Even the spirit was taken aback by this proclamation. Quick, take this chance to run. I'll hold her off and cover your escape. One shouted, Brothers, once we're out, I'll burn 3 paper figures for your wives. Only 3? Wait, I regret it. Watching the other 3 flee in a hurry, the remaining individual slowly turned back, tears brimming in his eyes. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, his fingertips turning pale. It's coming. A voice from the screen trembled with tears. Please spare me, dental floss. As the apparition drew closer, the man swallowed hard. "Why, you are so beautiful, dental floss." Upon hearing the words dental floss, the character was momentarily taken aback, a question mark appearing above her head. This certainly tested her acting skills. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. From that moment on, a peculiar existence and a spirit began an unreserved life together. Since the arrival of the male figure in the household, the previously cold and chaotic room had acquired a touch of warmth. Subsequently, the unfortunate character, portrayed by Uchiha Yan, made his entrance, seizing the opportunity to rent the affordable house. As an avowed atheist, he opened the door to find his spirit, filled with resentment, floating towards him. The reason for its ire a mystery. Perhaps his intrusion had disturbed its peace? The unfortunate fellow met an untimely fate. With a smile, Yan praised the film, exclaiming how he had not anticipated participating, remarking on his commendable performance. Uchiha Yan accepted the compliment with a serious demeanor, asserting his belief in his own talent. Hinata nodded in agreement, affirming the excellence of his acting. Naruto, with his eyes closed in approval, echoed the praise. Shino, the honest one, remained silent. Having not seen the film, on the screen, as the story reached its conclusion, the man had fallen deeply in love with the dental floss character, willing to transform into a spirit himself to accompany her. As days passed, the two spirits welcomed their own child, living a blissful life. Until one day, the paper wives of three good brothers arrived, inciting jealousy in the dental floss character and disrupting the familial harmony. The father of the child found himself in a predicament, leaving empty-handed. In the land of rain, Obito cast a sidelong glance at the pitcher plant. Itachi suddenly inquired, "Madara-senpai, I heard that you discovered a stone tablet at a shrine, inscribed with information regarding the Sage of Six Paths. It is said that the Sage of Six Paths is still alive, and the Sharingan cannot fully comprehend it. Perhaps we should present the tablet to the leader. The Rinnegan may decipher its contents." Pain looked at the masked man with surprise, asking, "A stone tablet concerning the Sage of Six Paths? If even the Manjiki Sharingan cannot fully view it, we may indeed require the Sage's eye for interpretation." Itachi added, "This could be the Sage of Six Paths' way of guiding a bearer of the Rinnegan towards peace, deliberately leaving behind this tablet." Pain nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Itachi. He felt now that Itachi was trustworthy. The masked man snorted dismissively, stating, "Itachi, you are mistaken. That is not a tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. I have already destroyed it." With that, he vanished, not allowing Nagato or Itachi a chance to respond. Itachi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Indeed, Uchiha Madara was not aligned with their objectives. The tablet must have contained ideas that contradicted his ideology. The pitcher plant slowly sank into the ground. Not far from this location, Obito gazed vacantly at the rain falling from the sky. "Obito Zetsu, how did you arrive here?" The black Zetsu inquired from within the pitcher plant. Obito, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "The tablet was beyond the comprehension of the Manjiki Sharingan. I could only vaguely discern that the Sage of Six Paths is still alive and continues to observe the ninja world. Perhaps the Moon Eye plan is destined for failure." "What? The Sage of Six Paths? How could that be?" Kagaya was taken aback, but he swallowed his astonishment at the latter part of the revelation. "How is this possible?" Kagaya Otsutsuki has divided the chakra of the Ten Tails into 9 parts. He is no longer the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. How could he still be alive? A sense of panic gripped Kagaya's heart. Could it be that Kagaya Otsutsuki has retained a portion of that chakra for herself? "Ah, Kagaya, are you not the will of Uchiha Madara? Madara too possesses the Rinnegan. Perhaps you can decipher the content above." Kagaya nodded, asserting, "I can certainly understand it." Obito glanced in Nagato's direction and remarked, "The steel is located within my Kimui space. It would be inappropriate to retrieve it now, as Nagato possesses heightened sensory abilities." Kagaya observed the singular eye on Obito's mask and did not dwell on it further. "Then allow me to venture into the Kamui space to examine the steel. Once I interpret it, I shall inform you that the Moon Eye is the sole means of ensuring everlasting peace for the Shinobi world. Thus, for the sake of that peace, I implore you, Obito, to withstand the pressure and not give up. Moreover, the situation may not be as dire as you perceive. I shall elucidate further once I have examined the steel." Though Kagaya spoke these words, a different sentiment brewed within. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were alive, for the sake of the plan, he must deceive Obito into believing that the sage had perished. Obito nodded. grasping the shoulder of the Kaguya and drawing him into the Kemui space. Subsequently, Obito decisively extracted his own eye, replacing it with a cloned one from Kemui, discarding his original eye onto the ground and crushing it beneath his foot in one fluid motion. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it somewhat unsafe. Removing his shoes and leaving them behind, he leaped back and unleashed the great fireball technique upon the original ground. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yan and his companions exited the cinema, one arm resting on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto turned his head, asking curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. My legs are weak." This film undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 of the horror movies he had seen. The narrative was compelling, and the underlying messages were profoundly thought-provoking. For instance, do not consult spirits about matters you do not understand, nor inquire how they met their demise. Exercise caution in friendships. Promises made to others should be fulfilled promptly, especially those made to friends. Avoid harboring thoughts of being a scoundrel. Retribution will inevitably follow. In summary, a perfect 5-star review. Chapter 95. Not dismissed, is it? Upon returning to the clan grounds, Uchiha Yan suddenly heard a voice of anger echoing from a distance. "Yuki, what are you doing on the street, pulling down your brother's pants? I thought he would awaken. Is this your interpretation of awakening? He must not have been dismissed. Okay-san, you must believe me. Not dismissed, is it? Let's see if I can make you regret that." As he listened to the distant cries, Huajiao peeked out from inside, her head half visible, eager to witness the commotion. Uchiha Yan glanced at the rice bowl still half full inside, and was somewhat astonished. To witness the spectacle, they had neglected their meal? "Huajiao, you have changed." The following day, Kakashi accepted a task to escort a merchant convoy from the Land of Frost. The mission was classified as a high-level undertaking, given the long journey ahead, which was likely to encounter rogue ninjas and mountain bandits. Kakashi's motivation for taking on this task was to evade Tsunade. Both he and Tsunade had already perused the family genealogy, confirming that the Hitaki clan had never intermarried with the Senju clan, thereby establishing that Kakashi bore no relation to the Senju. However, upon extracting some of Kakashi's cells, Tsunade discovered an astonishing similarity of over 40% between their cellular structures. This revelation led her to conclude that they indeed shared a distant kinship. Should Tsunade extract additional cells from Yamato, she might be astonished to find that Kakashi's cellular similarity with Yamato also exceeded 40%. Unfortunately, Tsunade did not pursue this course of action, as Kakashi's cells could not withstand the onslaught of the first Hokage's cells. Implantation would almost certainly lead to his demise. Thus, Tsunade remained convinced of Kakashi's distant relation to the Senju clan, persistently interrogating him about his lineage, even insisting that he address her as aunt to hear it spoken, or sister if he found the former too difficult. Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine. This gentle, yet formidable Tsunade was rather intimidating. Consequently, he arrived early at the village gates to await Uchiha, Itachi, and Naruto. The 7th squad was currently lacking a member, and the 3rd Hokage had intentionally mentioned this in Tsunade's presence, suggesting that Sai temporarily join the team. As expected, Tsunade immediately dismissed the idea and proposed that Karen be included in the 7th squad instead, as she had taken Karen on as a pupil. Karen's talent in medical ninjutsu was exceptional, making her an ideal addition to the team, which was in need of a medical ninja. Regarding the issue of identity, upon hearing about Karen and her mother's experiences in the grass village, Tsunade felt an intense aversion towards the place. If Karen were to join the 7th squad and be exposed to the public eye, it would undoubtedly provoke international disputes. The 3rd Hokage, burdened with concerns, was met with Tsunade's resolute response. If Konoha continued to project an image of weakness, would it not invite further contempt? The land of Whirlpool had once been an ally of Konoha, and thus Konoha had both the right and the obligation to care for the descendants of the land of Whirlpool. The grass village's audacity to conceal these descendants from Konoha was a blatant provocation. It would be a grave mistake not to take action against them. Should the grass village dare to speak out, she would personally visit them. Tsunade slammed her hand down, shattering the 3rd Hokage's desk with an air of authority. The 3rd Hokage, wearing a troubled expression, took a puff from his pipe, acknowledging that the impression Konoha left was indeed one of weakness, a fault of his own, which prompted his desire to step down as Hokage. Upon hearing this, Tsunade vanished in an instant, exclaiming, "Farewell, you cunning old fox." Was he waiting for her? This troublesome Hokage position, let anyone take it who wishes. Not long after, Jiraiya, still recovering from his injuries, arrived to play the role of mediator. And what led to his injuries, you may ask? Naturally, it was due to his reckless teasing of Tsunade upon her return to Konoha. Did you hear that this handsome guy has returned to Konoha, prompting you to rush back as well? Tsunade's fist struck down, breaking 5 of Jiraiya's ribs. As Tsunade, confronted with Jiraiya's incessant persuasion, expressed her impatience, she remarked, "If the 5th Hokage is to be appointed, let it be you, do not bother me." To which Jiraiya responded nonchalantly, "Whoever wishes to take on this troublesome Hokage role can do so. I certainly shall not." Thus, the remaining member of Team 7 was momentarily set aside. The 3rd Hokage stipulated that if he wished to have Karui join Team 7, Tsunade must assume the position of 5th Hokage and personally make the decisions. As for Sai, his position was already secured. It was determined that Uchiha Obito was afflicted with bloodline disease, rendering him unsuitable for the life of a ninja despite his remarkable talent. Therefore, before the 3rd Hokage's resignation, he would designate Sai to replace Uchiha Obito. In the morning, Team 7, accompanied by a dozen carts laden with goods, set forth from Konoha. Along the way, Kakashi turned to Uchiha Obito and Naruto, saying, "If we encounter any rogue ninjas, leave them to me. I have recently inexplicably awakened a new ability and wish to hone my skills. If they are merely ordinary bandits, you may handle them." Naruto and Uchiha Obito nodded in agreement. The task's client cast a peculiar glance at the trio of Team 7, contemplating whether the renowned Sharingan Kakashi had indeed miscommunicated. Should he not have allowed his students to practice against rogue ninjas? Days later, the client understood Kakashi's reasoning, for they indeed encountered a band of bandits. Naruto turned to Uchiha Obito, asking, "Shall we compete to see who can defeat more of them?" "All right," came the reply as Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang. Bang bang. Before Naruto's shadow clones could engage, the bandits collapsed in unison. Naruto muttered, "That's cheating." Uchiha Obito retorted, "You weren't exactly innocent either. They're merely bandits. Yet you summoned so many clones." The task's client and the several cart drivers stared agape at the scene, astonished by the nonchalance displayed. It appeared that Kakashi's student possessed considerable strength as well. In Konoha, a youth with golden hair, strikingly similar in appearance to Naruto, inquired of a young man possessing the Rinnegan, "Is this truly the former Konoha? The disparity in the environment is remarkable." The young man responded gently, "Yes, this is indeed the former Konoha." With a complex expression, he cast a glance towards the Uchiha clan's direction, murmuring, "Upon my return, I only wish to seek clarity from you. Where will you go in the future? Why did you vanish so suddenly? What kept you away for so long? Boruto, let us proceed. Your father is not in Konoha. We must find him." "All right," Boruto replied, casting a lingering glance at Konoha, wishing he could explore before leaving. However, finding his father took precedence. He too sought to question why his father so vehemently resisted becoming Hokage. If he did not wish to take on the mantle, he should have at least ensured that Boruto was not left behind in Konoha, alone and unaware of his mother's and sister's whereabouts. Was this the behavior of a father? Chapter 96, Boruto and Sasuke. The 5th Hokage Kakashi sought solace daily in drink, turning to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to drown his sorrows. 3 students, none of whom are from Konoha, are led by the 6th generation's most suitable candidate, Naruto Uzumaki, who is inexplicably missing with his wife for an extended period, reportedly having ventured into a parallel dimension. Currently, the only one of interest for the 6th Hokage role is Kiba, yet he is deemed unreliable, having proposed that the entire village adopt dogs, an idea promptly dismissed by Kakashi and the 2 advisors of Konoha. Upon the arrival of Team 7 at the borders of the Land of Hot Water, Kakashi finally encounters a group of rogue ninjas. To the eyes of the client and the carriage driver, Kakashi's figure appears as a fleeting shadow, and simultaneously, a gaping hole manifests in the hearts of the dozen or so rogue ninjas. Those further afield who attempt to evade him find themselves ensnared by a wooden beam, ultimately unable to escape the fate of having their hearts pierced. A gasp of astonishment ripples through the crowd. Is this truly the prowess of Sharingan Kakashi? His reputation is indeed well-deserved. Boss, let us enlist Lord Kakashi's escort next time. It ensures our future journeys will be secure, freeing us from anxiety, one murmurs. What nonsense. I had to increase the reward to 200,000 Ryo just to secure Kakashi's services, another retorts. Yet, it is undeniably worth the price. Kakashi's 2 students are formidable as well, and with Kakashi himself, the sense of security for that sum is justified. Naruto suddenly inquires. It seems Kakashi-sensei has become significantly stronger. Do you have any idea why? Uchiha Yan quietly responds. It's the cells of Hashirama. Noticing Naruto's puzzled expression, Uchiha Yan briefly elucidates the benefits and risks of transplanting Hashirama's cells. Observing Naruto's intrigued demeanor, Uchiha Yan continues. I had considered transplanting Sasuke's cells into you. It might yield unexpected surprises. Why didn't you mention it to me? Naruto questions. I feared you might refuse, so I kept silent. What if your future child resembles Sasuke? Complete with those 6 whisker marks and azure eyes, yet lacking the Sharingan? Naruto hesitates, asking, could it really turn out that way? Uchiha Yan organizes his thoughts and explains. It is highly probable. In the parallel dimension, Sasuke often bites into Karin's arm to recover from injuries, essentially absorbing her cells. This has resulted in his child with Sakura, Sarada, resembling Karin closely. Naruto, upon hearing this, finds himself in a quandary. Uchiha Yan reassures him, you need not resort to transplanting other cells. There are myriad ways to grow stronger. For instance, you could venture into the parallel dimension to collect tailed beasts and become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Naruto responds with confusion, what? The 9 tails? If you wish to avoid becoming a villain in that parallel world. You could also seize the divine tree's fruit during the era of the progenitor of chakra and similarly become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. That is my plan, Uchiha Yan states. The 9 tails, with a hint of concern, interjects, hey kid, wouldn't that jeopardize the birth of the elder in the parallel dimension? Uchiha Yan retorts, that elder is the 9 tails of the parallel world, not yours. Why are you so worried? Kyuubi, what should I do now that Naruto has become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Haven't you always yearned for freedom? Whatever needs to be done, let it be done. Upon hearing this, Kyuubi widened his slitted eyes. So, your intention in guiding Naruto to this path was for my sake? Though I ought to feel touched right now, for some inexplicable reason, I cannot summon that emotion. Uchiha Yan appeared somewhat exasperated. Spare me your misplaced sentiment. Compared to a creature of the canine family like a fox, I have a greater affinity for felines. Naruto, taken aback by this statement, nodded vacantly. A little raccoon is also a member of the feline family. Suddenly feeling a jolt, Naruto quickly recovered and hastened to amend his words. Of course, my favorite remains the fox. Felines are merely average. Canines are the cutest. Kyuubi rested his head on his arm, silent. Kai-bai, Naruto sighed. Never mind, I will coax you when we return. Yen, did you strengthen me in anticipation of future crises? Indeed, in a parallel dimension, at your current age, you have merely begun to learn the Resignation and the summoning technique of Myaboka Mountain. The continuous enhancement of your abilities is solely to prepare for impending peril. Naruto, curious, inquired, what kind of crisis does the ninja world face in the future that necessitates my becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki? The 10 tails sounds remarkably powerful. Uchiha Yan succinctly elucidated the Otsutsuki clan as he understood it. Naruto was somewhat astonished. So, the Sage of 6 Paths is named Otsutsuki Kagaya, and those of his lineage are even stronger than he? Uchiha Yan sighed. When it comes to the safety of family and the companionship of the system, Yen might lean towards the former. However, if the plan unfolds smoothly, Naruto and Sasuke will mature to a point where they can confront future crises independently, thus relieving Yen of his inner turmoil. Yen even contemplated bringing the prickly ash to the parallel dimension, feeding it a fruit from the divine tree, allowing it to become a being akin to the 10 tails, potentially securing a safer presence within the ninja world. Team 7 successfully delivered their client to the land of frost and prepared for the return journey. Kakashi sighed. Time truly flies. It is already time to head back to Konoha. Just as Team 7 crossed the border of the land of frost, 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared ahead. They were none other than Sasuke and Boruto from the future timeline. Naruto gazed at Boruto, perplexed. Why does this kid resemble me so closely? Then, he watched as the boy who bore such a resemblance to him ran towards him, arms outstretched, exclaiming, Dad, Dad. Any questions were long forgotten by this child. Starved of paternal affection, Sasuke behind him called out, Hey, Boruto. Uchiha Yan took a step back, distancing himself from Naruto. This vortex Boruto seems rather dim-witted. Naruto. Kakashi, startled, turned to Naruto with a serious expression and asked, Naruto, what is going on? Could it be that you? No, wait. Although that boy resembles you closely, he does not appear to be any younger than you. Naruto executed a body flicker technique, positioning himself behind Uchiha Yan. What are you shouting about? I don't even know you, he declared, hastily explaining to Uchiha Yan. I swear I truly do not recognize him. Please, do not let Hinata find out about this. Sasuke materialized beside Boruto, restraining the visibly agitated boy. It's been a long time, Naruto and Yin. Who are you? Naruto inquired, fixating on the circular eyes of the other, feeling an unsettling familiarity in his features. Chapter 97. The future fifth Hokage, Kakashi? It was not until he heard Yan's voice that he realized. It seems I will not be returning to the Shinobi world for many years. Yan gazed at Sasuke, his expression one of astonishment. Did you return through the dragon vein? Does that mean it is indeed possible to go back in time? Or could it be a parallel universe? Sasuke, staring at the diminutive figure before him, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Wait, you are Uchiha Sasuke? Kakashi asked, his face a mask of surprise. Sasuke bowed slightly, saying greetings. Esteemed future fifth Hokage, I am Uchiha Sasuke from the future, and beside me is Boruto Uzumaki, the son of Naruto. Yen turned to Kakashi. Fifth Hokage? Kakashi, clearly taken aback, looked at Sasuke and asked me, how is that possible? How could I ever agree to become Hokage? Naruto shared a similar expression of disbelief as he gazed at Boruto. You come from the future? So you are truly my son? Boruto looked at Naruto with tearful eyes. Dad, I haven't seen you in 5 years. Naruto, puzzled, replied, but I died 5 years ago? Yin glanced at Naruto. Your thought process is quintessentially you. Sasuke and Boruto were momentarily speechless. Once Boruto regained his composure, he quickly clarified, I didn't die. I was simply taken to an unknown parallel universe with my mother and sister, leaving me behind. He then looked at Naruto with a hint of sorrow, tears brimming in his eyes. Dad, I promise I will never be mischievous again. Please, do not abandon me in this timeline. Observing Boruto's expression, Naruto felt an unexpected pang of guilt, even though he had not yet committed such an act. Yin gradually slowed his pace, and Kakashi glanced at him, choosing to remain silent. Noticing this, Sasuke hurried to the back, creating distance between himself and the trio. After walking for a while, Sasuke suddenly asked, Yin, do you really have to leave the Shinobi world? Yes, I must depart, Yin confirmed. Could you share where you are going? Sasuke inquired. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, you left without a word of care. No one knows where you went. Since then, you have never returned to the Shinobi world. Yin replied, I am merely seeking something of utmost importance. Do not worry. If I find it, I will return. Is that so? Can you tell me about the future? Sasuke asked, his voice tinged with concern. If I reveal too much, could it alter our future? Perhaps, but possessing more foresight into the future would allow me to navigate fewer convoluted paths. Moreover, the circumstances would not be too dire. Sasuke nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a stagnant future lacks intrigue. Subsequently, he gathered his thoughts and began to recount to Uchiha Yan some events yet to unfold. Uchiha Yan listened in silence. Since his withdrawal from the plan, matters had progressed rather smoothly. Orochimaru and Kinshiki would return in due time, and the Fourth Great Ninja War approached as scheduled. Following this war, the bounty on the Fugaku clan would be rescinded without any dissent. This implied that as long as Uchiha Yan refrained from involvement and entrusted the plan to Kenji and Kinju, everything would proceed without a hitch. When he heard from Sasuke that Itachi would become the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the future, even Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback. The reason being that upon Yahiko's resurrection, Nagato regained a sense of purpose, with everything revolving around Yahiko. Yahiko regarded Itachi as someone with even greater ambitions than himself, a sentiment strongly echoed by Nagato and Konan, who had suffered greatly because of this. The Shadow Master, in collaboration with Uchiha Obito, deftly maneuvered the Akatsuki and the allied shinobi forces, earning the admiration of Nagato and Konan. What impressed them further was Itachi's decisive reform of the Rain Village upon his ascension, appointing Kato as the chief economic advisor of the Land of Rain, establishing commercial ties with the 5 great nations. Consequently, the development of the Land of Rain surged dramatically within a mere 5 years. Its economy surpassed that of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, reaching an astonishing level of prosperity. Nagato, the destined child endowed with the Sage's Eye, now treated Kato with utmost respect, while the centuries-old Kakazu addressed him as master. Once Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko grasped Itachi's true intentions, they were further astonished. Thanks to the establishment of financial institutions and new currency, the Land of Rain had already emerged as the economic epicenter of the ninja world. Henceforth, Should any ninja village dare to instigate war, the peace-loving Akatsuki would have ample justification to sever this great nation's economic lifeline, delivering a lesson they would never forget. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that the Land of Rain possessed strength comparable to the 5 great nations. At that point, any nation contemplating war would have to ponder whether they had the financial means to sustain such a conflict. Thus, the future Akatsuki would genuinely embody a peace organization. Due to Itachi's relentless busyness, Sister Izumi had yet to contribute to the Uchiha clan's endeavors. Uchiha Yan couldn't help but reflect on this. Truly, Kinju proved to be wise. After acquiring sufficient insight, he was able to excel in commerce. It was a pity, however, that Sister Izumi had yet to bear a nephew or niece. When Uchiha inquired about future crises, he was surprised to hear Sasuke assert that the ninja world had not encountered any significant threats. Uchiha Yan pondered this. It seemed he had indeed uncovered the Otsutsuki clan ahead of time. Could this information have originated from a parallel dimension? Meanwhile, Kakashi and Naruto also sought to inquire about the future from Boruto. Boruto nodded and said, "Go ahead and ask. But Master Sasuke has advised that I must not divulge too much, as it may influence the future." The two nodded in agreement. Kakashi was the first to speak. "Will I become the 5th Hokage? Is there a candidate for the 6th? How curious it was that upon learning of his future as Hokage, he immediately began contemplating abdication. Moreover, why was he destined to become the 5th? Boruto reflected briefly before responding. Uncle Kakashi is a hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, possessing the Sharingan and would release bloodline limit. His achievements have garnered the recognition of the entire ninja world, making it only natural for him to ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. As for the 6th Hokage, there is currently no candidate." "Wait, what? 4th War? What is this about?" Boruto hesitated. "I cannot disclose that." "Very well, what about your father? Given his formidable strength, he should have no issue succeeding as the 6th Hokage, right?" "I have no interest in the Hokage position," Naruto replied with a look of disdain. "Sitting in an office all day handling paperwork is utterly meaningless." Chapter 98. Old friends, this is my final visit to see you, Naruto thought. Moreover, he had no desire to shoulder the burden of responsibility that could lead to sacrificing family for the village. Ultimately, the profound influence of the 4th Hokage weighed heavily on him. Throughout his life, the injustices he endured were known only to Naruto himself. Kakashi sighed beside him. He had already been informed by the 3rd Hokage about Naruto's situation. Naruto had always believed that his plight stemmed from the actions of his father, the 4th Hokage, despite many attempting to console him, including Uchiha Itachi. Yet Naruto still found it impossible to forgive the 4th Hokage. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Boruto excitedly retorted, "How could you not want to be Hokage? It's so cool." Grandpa looked incredibly dignified in his ceremonial robes. "My greatest dream is to become Hokage, and secondly, for you to return to succeed as the 6th Hokage." "What did you say?" "What, Grandpa?" Naruto asked, bewildered. "You've never met your grandfather." "Oh, right. You have a photo album, don't you?" "It's not a photo album. I lived with my grandparents." Naruto and Kakashi paused, exchanging glances. "Oh, by the way, I heard that my grandparents were revived after the 4th Great Ninja War by someone called. I can't say. In any case, they returned after that." "Revived?" At that moment, Sasuke approached from behind and stated, "Indeed, they were revived. This is a capability of the Rinnegan, which allows one to resurrect the deceased at the cost of their own life force. As for who performed the resurrection, I apologize. But I fear that revealing this may lead to unforeseen changes in the future, so I must keep it a secret." Kakashi quickly inquired, "What about my father? Was he revived?" Sasuke shook his head and replied, "Lord White Fang refused at that time. He stated that his reasons for ending his own life were twofold, to atone for his actions and to uphold his ninja way, which was far more significant to him than his own life." "Is that so?" "I must admit, I am not particularly surprised by this outcome. I understood my father's decision long ago and have always taken pride in it." In Boruto's eyes, admiration shone brightly. Lord White Fang truly was an extraordinary ninja. Near the Konoha Memorial Stone, in front of a small mound, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently knelt, cradling a bouquet of lilies, while he extended a hand to clear the weeds that had grown up to his knees. "Old friend, I have come to see you." Sarutobi paused, his expression shifting as he caught a whiff of the air. "Why does it smell just like the village's public latrine?" After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a complex expression, "Old friend, this will be my last visit. I have come to share my burdens with you." If only Danzo were still alive. My energy has waned considerably. I am far from my former self. If you were here, perhaps you could have truly become Hokage. That wayward disciple Jiraiya is incapable of retaining anyone. Tsunade has long since lost faith in the village. It is a challenge even to gauge her sentiments, let alone persuade her. We cannot find a suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage. Sarutobi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. 3 days later, in the land of hot water, Naruto gazed at the rabbits at the stall and remarked, "These rabbits are quite adorable, just like the Ninetales." Before he could complete his thought, Boruto interjected eagerly, "They are indeed charming. Shopkeeper, I'll take 5, none with spice. I've heard Uncle Yen prefers a milder flavor." Naruto swallowed his words about the resemblance to the Ninetales. "Boruto, I've heard from Sasuke that you've been dubbed a prodigy by the village instructors since childhood. It seems your ninja talent is commendable." Boruto beamed with pride, regaling Naruto with tales of his illustrious achievements. "Even Grandpa says I have inherited his ninja talent. He mentioned he would teach me the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Is that so? Then before you return to your original timeline, train with me so I can witness your talent firsthand." "Absolutely. Just wait and see, Bean-san. My strength will astonish you." Sasuke, standing nearby, opened his mouth, while Uchiha Yan tossed a rabbit leg into it. Kakashi, observing this, patted Boruto on the shoulder. "I hope you don't get discouraged, young man." Upon returning to the land of fire, Sasuke and Boruto donned merchant attire, effortlessly mingling with Team 7 as they entered Konoha through the main gate. Subsequently, Kakashi went to the Hokage Tower to report on their mission, while Boruto accompanied Naruto home, and Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound with Yen. As they stepped into the clan compound, a black and white figure swiftly lunged towards Uchiha Yen. Yen quickly caught it. Meow? Looking at the Sage Mode enhanced pepper, Yen was momentarily taken aback. Has it been in sensory mode all along? Yen had left Pepper in the clan compound with the intention of helping it acclimate to life without him, for he planned to leave Pepper in the ninja world in the future. However, after hearing from Sasuke that he might not return to the ninja world for a long time, he reconsidered this plan. "I apologize. I want to leave you behind next time." The Pepper did not respond, and the black stripes on its body gradually faded, lying quietly in the arms of its caretaker. Uchiha Yen sighed. "I did not abandon you due to your mischief. I apologize. I shall not act thus again." Perhaps it was these profound bonds that gradually transformed his character. He had family, a system, and also the Pepper. Yet, he overlooked one crucial fact. The Pepper had only him. This realization made Uchiha Yen understand that excessive selfishness could harm one's loved ones, just as it had affected the Pepper now. Sasuke waved his hand in front of the Pepper's eyes. "Long time no see, Pepper." Meow. The Pepper raised a paw. "You still remember me? I thought your heart belonged solely to Yen." Sasuke feigned astonishment. The Pepper remained astute, recognizing the scent of its caretaker. Cats are generally nearsighted, including the Pepper. Apart from its caretaker, it only remembered the fragrance of others, disregarding their faces. "By the way, I haven't asked you, has Naruto been collecting chakra fruits in parallel dimensions with Hinata and Himawari?" Sasuke nodded. "I am responsible for guarding the ninja world while Naruto takes Hinata, who possesses the Byakugan, to gather chakra fruits from the era of the Sage of the Six Paths. They are indeed venturing into that ancient time. As compensation, Naruto and Hinata will assist Kaguya in dealing with the Otsutsuki Ishiki from that dimension." Chapter 99. The Legacy of the Bodysuit. Uchiha Yen was taken aback. If they have been consistently gathering the divine tree fruits from parallel dimensions, does that mean that Naruto from your time has surpassed my strength? Upon hearing Yan's words, Sasuke boasted, his eyes shimmering with the 3 tomo of the Rinnegan. "This is all thanks to Naruto gifting me a chakra fruit. Otherwise, even with the first Hokage's cells, I might not have awakened the Rinnegan with tomo." Uchiha Yen remarked, "I suppose the Otsutsuki clan never anticipated that one could grow stronger by collecting chakra fruits from parallel dimensions. This is largely due to you." Uchiha Yen was momentarily stunned. Indeed, was it not he who had imparted this method to Naruto? He had not expected Naruto to continuously seek out parallel spaces from the era of the Sage of the Six Paths. "By the way, you mentioned that Naruto gave you the chakra fruit. Did you not venture into the parallel dimensions yourself?" Sasuke's face flushed slightly. "When it comes to Kaguya, I simply cannot bring myself to act against her. Kaguya was once pitiable. Her initial dream was merely to end the chaos of war. Betrayed by the heavenly sovereign, she consumed the chakra fruit, and at that time, she was not an ambitious figure. As for other time periods, I find it even harder to act. Naruto, too, struggles to confront Kaguya in her vulnerable state. Hence, he only intervenes when she begins using humans as nourishment for the divine tree. Kaguya was indeed tragic, betrayed by the heavenly sovereign and losing a loyal handmaiden who had accompanied her for a long time, and then betrayed by her two sons, leading to her sealing. Kaguya's objective was to use the army of White Zetsu to defend against the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world. Yet, she ultimately chose to turn against humanity. Thus, Naruto found justification in seizing the fruits of Kaguya's divine tree, aligning himself with the human cause to combat her. Uchiha Yan smirked slightly. Sasuke's extremism was quite remarkable. However, one could argue that extreme benevolence is not devoid of merit. After all, the impending crisis facing the ninja world no longer seemed daunting to Naruto and Sasuke. Presently, Uchiha Yan believed that even if he did nothing, merely providing a general direction to Obito and Itachi would suffice for them to excel. Suddenly, Uchiha Yan paused, feeling as though he was less capable than Kenji. He then inquired, "I also intend to venture into the parallel dimension. Are there any precautions I should take? If you seek a specific moment in time, it may prove quite troublesome and will require a measure of luck. That is an unavoidable reality. The time points accessible through the dragon vein are uncertain, necessitating a gradual search. The divine artifact, the plow, does not traverse parallel dimensions, so we must rely solely on the dragon vein for now." Uchiha Yan nodded, inexplicably feeling like a na-f, perhaps due to his lack of worldly experience. Meanwhile, in the Konoha forest, Naruto observed Boruto, striving to project the authority expected of a father as he asked, "What ninjutsu can you perform now? Have you mastered tree climbing and water walking? Do you need my guidance?" Boruto nodded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of training alongside his father. The grievances from being abandoned by his parents for 5 years vanished without a trace. Yes, I've learned to climb trees and walk on water. As for ninjutsu, I only know the Resignation, wind release, Resignation, wind release, gale palm, and some techniques in lightning release and water release, as well as a bit of gentle fist and iron fist. Boruto rambled excitedly. Naruto swallowed hard. Goodness. Yen mentioned that in his parallel dimension at my age, he had only mastered the Resignation and summoning techniques, aside from the basic shadow clone technique, and he had no noteworthy jutsu to boast of. Yet, Boruto has already grasped the nature transformation of wind chakra. By comparison, Boruto still pales in comparison to me. Having learned these few techniques, you're already full of yourself? You still have a long way to go, Naruto remarked disdainfully towards his future son. Boruto, feeling defiant, retorted, "Don't think I'm unaware, Dad. In the parallel dimension, the you at this age excelled in the seduction technique." Naruto replied, "But that version of me was quite formidable at this age." He had already defeated the third Hokage using that technique. At that moment, Naruto found himself at a loss for words, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike his child. What should he do? After a brief pause, he thought, "That was the me from another dimension. It has nothing to do with who I am now." Sensing that Boruto had more to say, Naruto's expression darkened. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us go. It's time to train." Boruto nodded obediently. He must learn to emulate Uncle Sasuke from the parallel universe, feigning innocence while concealing his true prowess, for he intends to astound his father profoundly. The Sasuke from that alternate reality possesses 6 tomo in his Rinnegan, yet he claims a scarcity of chakra after employing a mere handful of jutsu. And after utilizing 2 ocular techniques, he insists on needing to recuperate his visual strength. In contrast, the Sasuke of this timeline, with only 3 tomo in his Rinnegan, can effortlessly overpower the Otsutsuki clan from the parallel realm. Thus, it is evident that the Sasuke from the alternate universe is merely pretending, intending to masquerade as a fool until the critical moment arrives to reveal his true strength and extricate himself from peril, all while secretly relishing the astonished expressions of those around him. Indeed, this must be the case. With that thought in mind, Boruto skillfully removed his outer garment and donned a snug green outfit he retrieved from the revolving cabinet. "Dowson, let us engage in a spirited practice duel to warm up." Naruto was left in a state of confusion, his righteous intentions towards his son bubbling within. "Boruto, why are you wearing that outfit?" "Of course, for breathability and comfort." "Dowson, would you like to wear one? I have a spare." When training alongside his uncle, Boruto's uncle praised this outfit to the heavens. This led Boruto, who initially resisted, to eventually give it a try. The sensation of comfort ultimately conquered his reluctance. "I won't wear it. Alright. Boruto appeared somewhat dejected. Naruto finally understood why he would keep Boruto in the ninja world from now on. How troublesome. And then there was Hinata Niji. This time, he truly could not forget him. The Niji of his timeline must be toxic. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened intently to Kakashi's report, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe as he suppressed the astonishment within. Kakashi, indeed, was a true inheritor of the will of fire, withholding no information from Hiruzen, including the fact that future Boruto and Sasuke had arrived in this timeline. Naturally, he would still conceal certain matters, such as his succession as the 5th Hokage and the future revival of the 4th Hokage couple. As for the position of Hokage, it had always been held by the 3rd. What concern was it of Kakashi's? Chapter 100, The Prodigy. Uzumaki Boruto, he had not anticipated that the future of Konoha would be so formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected with a sense of gratification, taking in Kakashi's presence. Kakashi had once been manipulated by Danzo, leading him to believe he had been indifferent during the White Fang incident and during the Ninetales chaos. His ineffective command had resulted in the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Because of this, Kakashi had even attempted to assassinate him. Yet, despite all, Kakashi remained one of Hiruzen's most trusted individuals. Kakashi, would you have any interest in succeeding me as the 5th Hokage after my retirement? Hiruzen mused. Considering that apart from those two wayward disciples, the most suitable candidate was undoubtedly Kakashi. Kakashi was the student of the 4th, the son of the White Fang, and possessed remarkable skills himself. This could also be seen as a form of compensation for the loss of the White Fang. After all, the exposure of his teammates during that covert mission was due to the methods employed by an old friend of his. Due to this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always felt a deep sense of guilt towards Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the thick stack of documents on Hiruzen's desk, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Lord Hokage, I have no interest in the position of Hokage. After speaking, he reiterated emphatically, I truly have no interest. Hiruzen sighed, fearing he might have to remain in the Hokage position until his demise. Subsequently, Hiruzen activated the crystal ball to observe Naruto's son. In the Konoha forest, Boruto formed hand seals. Wind release, gale breakthrough. Naruto's face was etched with dark patterns, and his figure vanished. In the next instant, he appeared behind Boruto and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Boruto stumbled forward a couple of steps, astonished by the speed of his father. A chakra sphere materialized in Boruto's hand, and upon turning around, he found Naruto's figure had already disappeared. For a moment, he was taken aback, until he heard Naruto's voice behind him. What are you looking at? Wind release, pressure damage. Grasping the Resignation, Boruto was propelled backward by the tremendous gust. With a thunderous crash, the Resignation created a large crater in the ground as Boruto hurriedly got back on his feet. It seems I must unleash my true abilities now. I must be cautious. Boruto crossed his arms above his head. 8th gate of the 8 gates. Open. Naruto couldn't help but click his tongue. If he hadn't diligently followed the training methods, climbing trees with stones, he might not have even mastered wind release techniques by now. Perhaps he wouldn't have received the Kyuubi's acknowledgement or attained Sage Mode either. Boruto's talent surpassed his own significantly. He truly was his future son. Naruto then clenched his fist. Will this make you more resilient? In the Hokage building, Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and inquired. Judging by their appearance, they indeed resemble father and son. But do they harbor any animosity? Why would Naruto strike his child? Kakashi shook his head, replying, I'm not certain, but Boruto possesses remarkable talent. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Indeed, he is a genius, yet Naruto's strength seems to surpass his. By the way, are the dark stripes on Naruto's face a result of the Nine Tails? Kakashi replied, I'm not entirely sure, perhaps. However, those dark stripes bear a striking resemblance to the Sage Mode of the first Hokage. Hiruzen paused, carefully reflecting, and realized that Kakashi's observation was indeed accurate. He shook his head gently. At his age, it was better not to inquire too deeply. Knowing that the future ninja world would be prosperous and that Konoha would thrive was sufficient. If he learned too much, he might inadvertently alter that beautiful future due to unforeseen circumstances. In the Uchiha clan's residence, I can't believe you have already learned to cook. Considering you previously didn't even know how to use oil. I want Sakura to taste my cooking. I can't always expect her to take care of me. Sakura Uchiha? Sasuke smiled and nodded. It seems you have successfully passed the test of your in-laws. Sasuke's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face as he recalled some less than pleasant memories. Moreover, You did not mention bringing Sarada along. I believe Itachi and our parents would be quite delighted. Sasuke shook his head and replied, if they are happy now, they may not feel the same when Sarada is born. Uchiha Yan felt a subtle implication in those words. Indeed, you are correct, he conceded. Sasuke suddenly spoke. I cannot remain in this timeline for long. I shall depart shortly. Thus, if you ever leave the shinobi world, do remember to return. Itachi, our parents. And I will always be awaiting your arrival. Understood. Also, this is something Naruto specifically asked me to deliver to you. It is his cellular material after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It should assist you in awakening your Rinnegan ahead of time. Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback. Warmth blossoming within him. He could only hope that awakening the Rinnegan prematurely would not adversely affect the timeline you inhabit. It matters not. You are of greater significance. Furthermore, do not underestimate my current strength. I am confident I can handle any unforeseen circumstances. After uttering these words, Sasuke abruptly turned his gaze towards the south. Orochimaru-sensei and Kimimaro have returned. Uchiha Yan looked at Sasuke in astonishment and inquired, your sensing ability, is that formidable? Sasuke, with a hint of pride, replied to Voodoo. The range spans nearly half of the shinobi world. I can even sense that Tobi from the Land of Rain is currently being interrogated by the Akatsuki leader. Uchiha Yan seemed to have deduced something and began to analyze. This must be related to Black Zetsu's sudden disappearance. Tobi's actions can be construed as betrayal against his comrades. Sasuke gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, it feels as though I witnessed it firsthand. Not at all, it is quite easy to deduce, Uchiha Yan humbly responded. As for what follows, I surmise that Tobi will likely defect from the Akatsuki and inadvertently leave behind a tampered stone tablet, guiding Nagato to continue his pursuit of the tailed beasts. The current Nagato may not be a match for Naruto. Once Nagato fails to collect the 9 tails, it will provide Tobi with the perfect opportunity to seize the Rinnegan. Uchiha Yan adeptly adopted the perspective of Kenji, contemplating how to ensure the flawless execution of the plan. Ignoring Sasuke's bewildered expression, he continued, after acquiring the Rinnegan, Tobi will instigate the 4th Great Ninja War, deploying millions of white Zetsu and those reanimated powerful individuals as his trump card against the Ninja Alliance, including the Akatsuki. Uchiha Yan's objective is to return with a formidable Otsutsuki in hand to resurrect those who perished due to this scheme. Early the next morning, Boruto could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the Uchiha compound in search of Uchiha Yan. Uncle Yan, I heard from Dowson that his current strength is all thanks to you. Can you help me become stronger as well? Boruto gazed at Uchiha Yan with eager anticipation. Chapter 101. Boruto, do you wish to experience your father's life? It is not solely due to me. Naruto's own efforts play a significant role in this as well. He has even sacrificed certain principles he held dear to grow stronger. Principles? Boruto inquired. The desire for everyone's acknowledgement and the endeavor to capture their attention. Abandoning the pursuit of the villagers' recognition would result in a paradox. Although Naruto possesses formidable strength now, the villagers' sentiments towards him remain largely unchanged, still harboring the same disdain as before. Yet, this very struggle has laid a robust foundation for Naruto's current prowess, as he devoted those seemingly mundane moments to rigorous training. Boruto, filled with curiosity, inquired, why does father insist on gaining others' approval? In the future, he will be immensely powerful and will have earned everyone's respect, but he seems indifferent. Such matters are not easily explained. Simply understand that your father's remarkable strength stems from a resilient heart, forged through the trials of his childhood. Suddenly intrigued, Boruto murmured in a half-understanding manner, if you're truly curious, would you consider experiencing your father's life? Through that, you might comprehend more than mere understanding, perhaps. After living through your father's journey, you will find your own character evolving into something stronger. However, gaining something often entails losing something else. While your character may fortify, the joys of childhood may fade away. Boruto, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, can I also experience the life of Dowson? I absolutely want to. As for the joys of childhood, I'm a ninja, and at 12 years old, I certainly won't be concerned about such things. In truth, though Boruto had heard from his grandfather about the hardships his father faced in his youth, he lacked the depth of understanding due to his own lack of experience. Uchiha Yan nodded, the Sharingan swirling in his eyes. Remember this excitement you feel now, young man. In an instant, Boruto felt as if the world spun around him, leaving him dizzy. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a room. Is this Dowson's home? How messy. With a hint of disdain, he glanced at the dining table cluttered with plates that hadn't seen a wash in ages, alongside 2 neglected loaves of bread. The floor was strewn with instant noodle boxes, and an open carton of milk sat, uncertain of how long it had been there. Boruto muttered, "If left like this, the milk will spoil." He approached, intending to tidy up, but his hand passed straight through the milk carton. "Can't touch it?" Boruto crouched down to check the milk's expiration date. It had long since expired. The instant noodles were outdated as well. His grandfather's words rang true. His careless father had indeed been forgetful in his childhood. He glanced at the small figure under the covers on the bed, still asleep, and scoffed. His grandfather had mentioned that all his inheritance had been entrusted to the 3rd Hokage, and due to his father's young age, it was doled out in portions. Yet, whenever his father had money, he would hoard instant noodles, bread, and milk, resulting in much going uneaten and spoiling. At that moment, Boruto suddenly heard a youthful voice exclaim, "Time to get up." Turning around, he saw a Naruto of about 4 or 5 years old, stretching and sitting up in bed. "Is this what Dad looked like as a child? How adorable." Boruto waved his hand in front of Naruto's eyes and softly called out, "Dad? Little Dad?" It seemed that he was neither seen nor heard. Soon after, Boruto watched as his little dad jumped off the bed, hastily grabbed a slice of bread from the table, and stuffed it into his mouth, only to choke momentarily before gulping down some milk. Boruto wished to intervene but was powerless to do so, merely a spectator to the scene. With a hint of despondency, he muttered, "Indeed, a foolish dad." After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Naruto pushed the door open and walked outside, uncertain if he would make friends today. Boruto's feet, however, moved uncontrollably, following Naruto out into the world. After a while, Boruto paused, turning to gaze at a villager nearby, sensing a profound malice emanating from him. Little did he know, this was just the beginning. The overwhelming hostility that followed sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him somewhat uneasy. As the day swiftly passed, Boruto reflected on the events he had encountered, his fists clenching slightly. "Get away, you demon fox. Stay away from my child, you beast." Only the ramen vendor bore no ill will towards his father. Boruto's expression grew complex. Did his father endure such hostility every time he stepped outside during his childhood? No wonder he cherished ramen so dearly. "I've made up my mind. Ichiraku ramen will become my favorite food too." Upon uttering this thought, vivid images of Naruto's childhood, filled with rejection, malice, and injustice, flooded Boruto's mind uncontrollably. In the next moment, he found himself swiftly transported to the ninja academy. Watching the solitary figure on the swing, he wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. How could Grandpa summarize Naruto's childhood with a mere statement that it was difficult? It was not just difficult. No one even sold anything to Naruto. No wonder he hoarded so many instant noodles and bread. "When I return, I must share this with Grandma and Grandpa. They need to understand just how harsh Naruto's life truly was. It makes me want to defect from Konohagakure. How could Grandpa be so gentle toward those villagers?" Boruto clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indignation for his father. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "If blame is to be assigned, it can only fall on Shimura Danzo for spreading the rumors about the demon fox. In that era, your father's greatest wish was for mutual understanding among people. Many of these villagers lost their loved ones due to the demon fox, and their families were shattered. Their hatred and disdain for the fox are not entirely incomprehensible. You may not grasp the pain of losing a loved one, but if you consider their perspective, you will realize that their feelings are justifiable. Thus, the root of it all lies with Shimura Danzo, who sought to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for his own ambition of becoming Hokage." Boruto was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so? And who exactly is this Shimura Danzo? When I eventually venture into the parallel universe, I shall seek out the truth for myself after your return." Chapter 102. This thought process, truly the son of Naruto. Subsequently, a plethora of related information about others emerged in Boruto's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. The Uchiha clan was annihilated? Was it truly at the hands of Uncle Itachi? How could this be? Did Uncle Yan also perish? How devastated must Uncle Sasuke be? Furthermore, the person whom my father has cherished since childhood turns out to be Aunt Sakura? As Boruto observed Naruto during his graduation and class assignment, playing pranks on Uncle Kakashi while Uncle Sasuke maintained his typical aloof demeanor, Boruto found himself at a loss for words. Is this the same cool and collected Sasuke he knows? He never anticipated this alternate side of him. Watching the performance during survival training, Boruto witnessed Sasuke blocking in front of his father from Uncle Kakashi's swift strike. How utterly cruel. Boruto's lips twitched in indignation. During the mission in the Land of Waves, seeing his father impaled by a kunai, he resolved never to be a burden again. Indeed, his father's character radiated resilience. Yet, the disparity between Uncle Sasuke's and his father's personalities and their real-life counterparts felt strangely disconcerting. Soon after, Team 7 confronted Zabuza and Haku. Boruto observed as Sasuke stood protectively before his father, especially struck by the words, "My body instinctively shielded you." He couldn't help but reflect on the bond between his father and Uncle Sasuke. Upon returning to Konoha for the Chunin exams, Boruto recalled his father's resounding declaration during the first exam. In the second round, as they faced Orochimaru, his father stood in front of Uncle Sasuke once more. By the third round, he was astounded to see Uncle Poggia rendered unable to counterattack by a mere fart from his father. Was Uncle Neji truly such a person before? He showed no mercy towards Aunt Kazan. Boruto mused that Sasuke, despite being on the brink of collapse, found strength through Boruto's loud encouragement, which prevented him from succumbing so easily. Uncle Lee, at this age, could already open the fifth gate. How formidable. Clearly, he had yet to exert himself sufficiently. Boruto watched the battle between Naruto and Neji, urging his father, "Come on, use your most adept jutsu." The reverse harem technique is indeed formidable. If he were to employ it against Uncle, its impact would be significant. Uncle Yan's lips twitched. This child is a genius. Applying the reverse harem technique on men unexpectedly could leave even him momentarily speechless. In the world of illusions, how did Lord Jiraiya become Sasuke's mentor? Wasn't he the teacher of his grandfather? Such a generational twist. In this parallel universe, is the fifth Hokage truly Lady Tsunade? Boruto gazed upon the scenes of his father and Lord Jiraiya departing the village to embark on their journeys, only returning to Konoha 3 years later. Lost in thought, Boruto chuckled softly. Does this mean I've witnessed my father grow up? Upon hearing this, Uncle Yan's lips curled slightly. Should it be said that he is indeed the child of Naruto? Such a focus. When Boruto saw Gaara being resurrected by Granny Chiyo, he was left utterly speechless. Isn't it true that Gaara, the Jinchuriki, was revived by the fourth Kazekage? How did he transform into Chiyo? Unbeknownst to Boruto, after Gaara's demise, Chiyo unveiled her secret technique, the rebirth of the living scroll, and elucidated the effects and implications of this jutsu. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, mistakenly believed that Chiyo intended to sacrifice her own life to save Gaara. However, Chiyo merely rolled her eyes, stating that if one wished to save Gaara, they should offer their own life. Her own was reserved for the resurrection of her son and daughter-in-law. The complex expression on Raza's face vanished, leaving him visibly embarrassed. For Gaara had, at a crucial moment during the village's attack, rescued numerous villagers. Raza suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he should not have regarded Gaara merely as a weapon of war, nor should he attribute the death of his son, Kankuro, to Gaara's actions. Once Raza mastered the rebirth of the living, he hesitated not a moment and directly sacrificed his own life to resurrect Gaara. Little did Raza know that in the future, a certain individual would utilize the rebirth of the heavenly path to resurrect all deceased Jinchuriki. Boruto, witnessing Jiraiya's demise, sniffled and wiped away his tears. How heartbroken his father must feel upon receiving such news. To Boruto, Jiraiya represented both mentor and father in this timeline, and he found it difficult to bear. Indeed, the tragic news of Jiraiya's death eventually reached Naruto. Watching this unfold, Boruto, in a daze, remarked, "I thought my father would scream in anguish upon hearing this." Soon after, Pain launched an attack, and Naruto, in a bid to save Konoha, gained the villagers' acknowledgement. Boruto murmured, "You did it, Dad. You relied on yourself and earned the villagers' respect." Next came the fourth Great Ninja War, where Naruto earned the trust of the Nine Tails and persuaded Obito. Though Boruto knew that his father and Uncle Sasuke would not easily perish, after all, in parallel dimensions, he and Sarada existed, he still felt a pang of sorrow. However, he soon witnessed the remarkable Might Guy after opening the 8 gates, alongside Gaara, Rock Lee, Kakashi, and Minato, as they executed a flawless combination to create an opportunity for Guy. Could Teacher Guy truly be this formidable? Upon my return, I must request his guidance in physical training. The excellence of their collaboration left Boruto in awe, his spirits uplifted. Following this was the revival of Naruto and Sasuke by the Sage of Six Paths, leading to their battle against Madara Uchiha, culminating in Team 7 sealing the chakra progenitor. Boruto felt his eyes truly opened to the might of the reverse harem technique. He never anticipated that the mastermind behind all this chaos would be Kagaya's Black Zetsu. Moreover, he was astounded by the strength of his father, Uncle Sasuke, and Uncle Kakashi, who possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan. After sealing the chakra progenitor, Naruto emerged as the hero who saved the ninja world. Observing the heartfelt words exchanged between his father and grandfather before parting, Boruto, who understood Naruto's past, could not hold back his tears. With a choked voice, he vowed, "I shall no longer cause trouble for my father. Father is the one who possesses nothing. If I were to encounter a parallel version of myself in the future, I would surely advise him not to burden our father. If he disobeys, I would not hesitate to reprimand him." Boruto observed the fierce confrontation between Uncle Sasuke and his father, unable to suppress a complaint. The parallel version of Uncle Sasuke is exceedingly extreme. Why does he strike with such ferocity? Does he truly wish to end the life of D-san? The ensuing battle left Boruto in utter astonishment. Although the Sasuke and father of his timeline are undoubtedly stronger, Boruto had never witnessed such a grand-scale conflict. In Chapter 103, a tremor coursed through his body. Ultimately, he witnessed the moment when both combatants severed an arm, stirring a mix of emotions within him. So, this is how the arm of the parallel Uncle Sasuke is broken? As the world spun around him, Boruto realized he had departed from that realm. He mused, D-san's life can truly be described as legendary. By the way, Uncle Yin, I heard from Uncle Sasuke that you possess a rather somber disposition. I believe this gift is meant for you. As Boruto spoke, he retrieved a gaming console from his pocket and presented it. Uchiha Yan appeared bewildered. How does one operate this? Boruto leaned in, powered it on, and began to gesture animatedly. Like this, yes, just so. This gaming console is the latest model. It can also play films from my era, of which I have stored many. There are numerous games as well, perfect for moments of boredom. And if it runs out of battery, do not fret, it can be charged using solar energy, albeit a bit slowly. Boruto rambled on, explaining how to utilize the solar charging feature. Uchiha Yin was taken aback, softly murmuring, solar charging. Thank you, Boruto. If it truly works, this favor will be significant. Even if it doesn't, I can devise a way to provide our little plant-like friend with a solar energy function in the future. There will always be a solution. Do not mention it. Since you are Uncle Sasuke's brother and a dear friend of D-san, you are thus my uncle. Moreover, without your support, I may still harbor grievances towards my father. Hence, I should be the one expressing gratitude to you, Uncle Yin. In the evening, Boruto held a scroll detailing the methods of senjutsu training as he made his way back to Naruto's residence, intentionally taking a longer route to pick up 2 servings of Ichiraku ramen. Naruto paused upon seeing the ramen in Boruto's hands. What is this? Ichiraku ramen? Did you not claim to dislike such food? Not at all. From this moment onward, my favorite food is Ichiraku ramen. It seemed he had indeed acquired the senjutsu training methods, as Naruto inquired. Boruto nodded, gazing at Naruto with starry eyes, as though he were in the presence of an idol. Naruto felt somewhat perplexed by this look. What is the matter? Nothing, nothing. Boruto chuckled as he approached the table, inadvertently knocking over a carton of milk that had been left open. Oh dear, I apologize. I accidentally spilled the milk. Not to worry, it's merely a pity, as this was just purchased. Naruto took a cloth and began to wipe the floor, saying, Boruto, in 2 days, it will be the day you and Sasuke depart. Before their farewell, Naruto gently patted Boruto's shoulder and, with a tone of solemnity, expressed, your talents far exceed mine. Your future achievements may well surpass my own. For you are my son, and I have faith in you. Boruto trembled slightly, his eyes welling with emotion. Boruto, it is time for us to leave. Sasuke cast one last glance at Udo. They had already exchanged their goodbyes the previous night. Naruto waved to the two as they stepped into the dark void behind them, lowering his hand only after they had vanished. Naruto, I too shall depart soon, though I cannot say when I shall return. Observing the perplexed expression on Naruto's face, Uchiha Yan added, I am going to a parallel dimension. I have heard from Sasuke that one can easily get lost in such realms. Whether seeking a specific timeline or attempting to return to this one, it requires considerable time, hence I wanted to inform you in advance. I see, Naruto nodded, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Sasuke mentioned that you may not return for quite some time. Rest assured, I will make a brief return before I leave the ninja world to attend to my own affairs. As evening fell, Uchiha Yan sat at a low table, penning a letter to his family. He merely wished to alleviate any concerns that might arise from his sudden disappearance, so he explained his situation in the letter. Upon completing the note, Uchiha Yan retrieved the gaming console gifted to him by Boruto, deftly navigating to the game interface. Hua Jiao sat comfortably in his lap, fixated on the screen where two characters engaged in battle. Finding the human-machine difficulty too easy, he switched to the movie interface. To his surprise, there were horror films available. Uchiha Yan browsed through the options, selecting one with the most chilling cover. Hua Jiao, undeterred, continued to watch intently. As Uchiha Yan read the subtitles introducing the film, he felt his heart race. Was this based on true events? Or perhaps a documentary? Boruto had such audacity to download so many horror films. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed behind the adventurer on screen, startling both him and the cat, nearly causing the gaming console to slip from his grasp. Hua Jiao, it is getting late. It's time for bed. We can watch this film another time. I am utterly exhausted. Uchiha Yan took a moment to stifle a yawn, but ultimately found himself unable to produce one. He powered down the console and lay on the tatami mat. After a while, he remarked, Hua Jiao, keep your distance. Your fur is too thick, and it is rather warm. Meow, are you afraid of sleeping alone, little cat? You could always curl up half asleep. Then it is the ghosts who will be frightened. Hua Jiao puffed up in indignation, pretending to bite Uchiha Yan, yet as always, he was subdued by a single hand of his owner. All right, I was merely jesting. Uchiha Yan embraced Hua Jiao, his fingers twitching slightly, causing a layer of frost to form within the room. Days later, Uchiha Yan stored away the documents permitting his departure from the village. Slinging a backpack he had sewn from his own clothing over his shoulders, he placed Hua Jiao inside, ensuring it fit comfortably. At first glance, this backpack may not appear particularly attractive, yet upon closer inspection, it possesses a certain endearing ugliness. The left side is adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan, while the right showcases a rather disheveled cat's visage. The pepper has shown no sign of resistance or reluctance. Now at the age of 8, which equates to over 40 in human years, it has matured, no longer as mischievous and scarcely vocal. The process of withdrawing from Team 7 was remarkably smooth. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Uchiha Yan's decision stemmed from his terminal illness, prompting him to seek out his parents and elder brother before his time ran out. Itachi and Fugaku had indeed gathered significant intelligence for the village, leading Sarutobi Hiruzen to empathetically permit Uchiha Yan a prolonged absence from Konoha. In the interim, Sai would temporarily fill one of the vacancies in Team 7. As for the other position, Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed Karui to be a fitting choice. Regrettably, he was unwilling to shoulder the ensuing consequences and ultimately opted against it. Chapter 104. Parallel Worlds, Warring States Period. He had grown older and was no longer able to withstand such immense pressure. Tsunade might be able to. Yet no one could persuade her otherwise. After advising Jiraiya, who then conferred with the two elder advisors, Tsunade ultimately fled from the conversation. Before departing, she assured Kakashi that she would return to visit him when time allowed. At Ichiraku Ramen, why did you think to treat me to ramen? Perhaps this is our final meal before parting. Are you really leaving today? Indeed. Naruto responded with a sound of understanding. The atmosphere grew momentarily somber. After a pause, Naruto spoke. When you leave, if the dragon vein chakra is restored, I too shall venture into the parallel world. Just as you proposed. I will become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and grant Kurama his freedom. Uchiha Yan smiled and replied. Then I wish you a splendid journey ahead. May the chakra fruit serve as sustenance, for I shall rely on your protection in the future. Naruto grinned and agreed, absolutely. By the way, Naruto, I suddenly recall that before I depart, I must cast an illusion upon you. It will implant a memory in your mind under certain special circumstances. What memory? Never mind. If you wish to cast it, go ahead. After all, you wouldn't harm me, and I cannot resist. Naruto shrugged indifferently. You will come to know what the memory is. It is merely a precaution, not necessarily to be employed. Subsequently, the Sharingan in Uchiha Yan's left eye manifested. After finishing their meal, Naruto escorted Uchiha Yan to the village entrance, watching his dear friend's silhouette fade from view until it was interrupted by a voice. He has vanished. Let us return. Naruto quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, why are you here as well? After all, he is my exceptional student. I came to see him off. Honestly, leaving the village, and you only said farewell to him? Naruto lamented. Well, that's just Yan's personality. He shuns such occasions. I suspect Shikamaru and the others may have some complaints. Is this the parallel world? Uchiha Yan surveyed his surroundings. It appeared somewhat desolate. He wondered if this was indeed the era of Kagaya Otsutsuki's descent. After surveying his surroundings and realizing there were no hidden villages, Uchiha Yan made his way westward, towards the Land of Fire. A little further ahead lay the vicinity of Kagaya's descent, the Land of Ancestors. Time seemed to stretch as he walked, and suddenly, Uchiha Yan sensed a figure nearby. Upon recognizing it, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Wasn't this the era of Kagaya's arrival? Casting a fleeting glance in that direction without further regard, he continued his journey towards the Land of Fire. Even if it was not that era, he must await the restoration of Lulan's chakra. After all, while the realm of Huangquan Bio possesses spatial abilities, it cannot traverse parallel timelines. As Uchiha Yan amplified his senses, a vague suspicion arose within him when he failed to detect Konoha village. Perhaps this was during the era of the Shinobi sect or the Shinobi clan. He hesitated, pondering whether he should gather all 9-tailed beasts now. Yet, he found it difficult to act against that proud little fox, even if it was merely the 9 tails of a parallel universe. Perhaps Naruto would feel the same way in the future? Preferring to waste more time seeking the time of Kagaya's descent rather than taking action against the 9 tails at any other point. Half a day later, Black Zetsu inquired. Guess what I encountered? What? Take a wild guess. Black Zetsu's expression darkened. White Zetsu, oblivious to the tension, continued to smile. If you don't say it, then you shall never speak of it again. Startled, White Zetsu leaped up, exclaiming, I'll tell you. I encountered a creature surrounded by a mosquito coil, filled with tadpoles. It was terrifying. I only dared to move once it had gone far away. Black Zetsu appeared puzzled. Mosquito coil. After a moment of contemplation, Black Zetsu's expression shifted to one of horror. Rinnegan? And the Tomo? Who could that possibly be? Is it Otsutsuki Kagaya? How is this even possible? Is he still alive? White Zetsu, could you discern how many Tomo were in that person's eyes? White Zetsu thoughtfully pinched his chin, lost in memory. That individual lacked the small horns on their forehead. They were not sage of 6 paths. He gestured with his fingers, playfully bending them. As for the eyes, there were 3 small tadpoles inside, and 3 more outside. White Zetsu extended a hand, displaying it before Black Zetsu. Altogether, 6. Senju Hashirama leaned against a large stone, his expression a mix of fear as he beheld the 5 Uchiha clan members before him. Just as he raised the blade in his hand, a sharp sound pierced the air. A kunai embedded itself in the stone behind him. Feeling a slight sting on his cheek, tears welled in Senju Hashirama's terrified eyes as his body trembled, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Am I to perish? Brother Tobarama, Brother Hashirama, come save me. As he witnessed one of the Uchiha members raise a knife with a sinister grin, Hashirama could no longer contain his tears. Just then, a black hole materialized in the air behind them, from which an emotionless voice emerged. What are you doing? The Uchiha clansman, who had raised his knife, found himself inexplicably unable to let it fall, compelled instead to turn and glance back at the others. Who are you? The 5 Uchiha regarded the boy, who had emerged from the black void and now hovered midair, with a mix of wariness and curiosity. Yet, upon noticing the unsightly backpack emblazoned with the Uchiha emblem on his chest, they collectively exhaled in relief. Senju Banshin sniffled, initially hopeful that salvation had finally arrived. But upon seeing the emblem on Uchiha Yan's backpack, he sank despondently to the ground. It's hopeless, he sobbed. Uchiha Yan surveyed the 5 clansmen below and remarked, 5 adults bullying a mere child? You have brought shame upon the Uchiha name. The 5 Uchiha felt as though they were enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Who exactly was this unfamiliar Uchiha youth? Merely a glance from him rendered them motionless. Child, whose offspring are you? One of them inquired. You wear the high-collared attire of the Uchiha clan, thus you must be one of us. You should understand that on the battlefield, any who wield a weapon are deemed enemies. Striking down an opponent is the greatest respect one can offer to a child of the Senju clan. Indeed, does not the Senju clan also engage with the children of the Uchiha? Another added, if we were to eliminate this Senju child, how is it that we would tarnish the Uchiha name? Chapter 105. Filial piety. Though they spoke thus, the glimmers of joy in the eyes of the 5 Uchiha were impossible to conceal. They had not anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinarily powerful member within the Uchiha clan. Surely this foretold a future where the Uchiha could effortlessly vanquish the Senju. There would be no need for him to lift a finger. Merely immobilizing the members of the Senju clan would suffice. Uchiha Yan frowned and declared, in my view, any ninja who would strike a child is worthless, and any clan that sends children to battle is disgraceful. Now that I am here, I cannot turn a blind eye. Before I depart, no ninja within the Land of Fire is permitted to send children under the age of 12 to the battlefield, nor may they slay any child of that age. His tone brooked no dissent. As he observed the 5 below, who seemed poised to protest, he added, should you find my decree unacceptable, you may send someone to seek me out for discussion. With that, a sphere of white light materialized in his hand, which he casually waved toward the nearby forest. Under the astonished gazes of the 6, the vast expanse of forest, where the white light had passed, vanished as if it had never existed. One of the Uchiha gasped in disbelief. It was completely erased? How is this possible? What kind of ninjutsu is this? He was more formidable than they had envisioned. With a mere flick of his hand, an entire forest had disappeared. Jinjutsu, release. Yet it was not an illusion. Senju Banshien murmured in incredulity. Is he truly a ninja of the Uchiha clan? How could the Uchiha possess such a powerful ninja? Is this the power of a deity? Uchiha Yan's fingertips flickered slightly, ensnaring Senju Hashirama with a thread of chakra and drawing him closer. Convey the command. I have saved this child. In the current era, the Uchiha clan stands as one of the 2 most formidable ninja clans in the Shinobi world. Communicating any message poses no challenge for the Uchiha. The 5 Uchiha members disregarded Senju Hashirama. If this godlike youth truly belonged to the Uchiha lineage, did it truly matter whether he participated in battle? Who dared claim it was of importance? With him present, was the Uchiha clan not destined to unify the Shinobi world? One Uchiha, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement, ventured to inquire, my lord, are you truly of the Uchiha clan? Why have I never encountered you before? Senju Hashirama, shaken from his astonishment, quickly perked up his ears. If this powerful individual indeed hailed from the Uchiha, then the Senju clan would face utter doom. His despair deepened upon hearing Uchiha Yan's voice. I am indeed of the Uchiha clan, though not from this timeline. Thus I shall not interfere in the conflicts between ninja clans. The initial elation of the 5 diminished instantly upon hearing the latter part of his statement. Yet, this was not entirely negative news. As long as this godlike youth was an Uchiha, that sufficed. One Uchiha, bearing a scarred visage that appeared somewhat menacing, spoke with a hint of pride. I never imagined our Uchiha clan would boast such a powerful ninja. He then cast a haughty glance at Senju Hashirama. Worthless Senju, unworthy even to shine our shoes. Senju Hashirama seethed in silence, his face flushed and fists clenched tightly. My lord, from which timeline do you hail? With your strength, you must have lived for centuries. At the very least. Uchiha Yan fell into contemplation upon hearing this. To instill fear, claiming to be their descendant would surely be ineffective. It might even place him in a vulnerable position. After all, among the current Uchiha, one might be his direct blood relative, and if they sought his assistance, declining would be quite difficult. Thus, to avert complications, Uchiha Yan solemnly addressed the group. I am from the era of the Shinobi sect, effectively your forebear. The Senju and Uchiha were, a millennium ago, of the same lineage, both descended from the sage of 6 paths. In my eyes, whether Uchiha or Senju, you are all but children. If it is merely your internal disputes as adults, I have no interest in meddling. However, do not involve the children, otherwise, as your ancestor, I shall not stand idly by. Therefore, it is imperative that my command is relayed. Should I sense any clan daring to send children to the battlefield, the consequences will be akin to this forest, utterly eradicated. The 6 were momentarily taken aback. In truth, there were some records in the clan genealogies indicating that the Uchiha and Senju were of the same bloodline a millennium ago, though few believed it. Even among those who did, the lingering hatred was insurmountable. Many of the clansmen's sons, fathers, grandfathers, brothers, and friends have perished on the battlegrounds of our 2 clans. Why should they be compelled to relinquish their deep-seated hatred? It appears thus, esteemed elder, do you have a place to reside in this realm? If not, may I suggest you stay with the Uchiha clan until your departure? Senju Hashirama instantly felt anxious. Allowing this formidable ancestor to reside with the Uchiha clan would surely bode ill for the Senju lineage. Why should he dwell among your Uchiha clan? This ancestor has declared that both the Senju and Uchiha are, in his eyes, mere children, his descendants. If he is to reside anywhere, it ought to be with us. The Senju, a Uchiha clansman, bearing a scarred visage, cast a fierce glare at Senju Hashirama. Why hadn't he acted more swiftly back then to eliminate this young wretch? Very well, my destination is not for you to concern yourselves with. Just ensure that the orders are conveyed. Uchiha Yan glanced at the 6 individuals before turning to depart. What shall we do now? Should we follow? Follow what? We must not incite the displeasure of this esteemed ancestor. Indeed, we should first report to the clan leader. The 5 of them disregarded the distant Senju Hashirama and hastened their journey using the body flicker technique, eager to relay the events to their leader. Senju Hashirama cast a glance towards the Senju clan's direction, then at the vanishing figure of the ancestor, gritted his teeth, and pursued him directly. Uchiha Yan arrived at the edge of a cliff, surveying the surrounding scenery, which he found quite pleasing. He resolved to make this his temporary residence until the Dragon Vein Chakra was restored. This spot seemed to be the future site of Hokage Rock. Uchiha Yan caught a glimpse of a presence concealed behind a tree and spoke. Come forth. You've been following for quite a while. Senju Hashirama stepped out from behind the tree, scratching his head in embarrassment. Esteemed ancestor, I merely wished to see if you required assistance, which is why I followed you. Uchiha Yan regarded Senju Hashirama. He was in need of a laborer. Chapter 106. The young ancestor after all. His life had been saved by none other than himself. With this thought, Uchiha Yan spoke with a sense of propriety. I am indeed preparing to construct a dwelling here. Since you insist on aiding, I shall assign this task to you. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, leave it to me. Senju Hashirama was taken aback by the opportunity to assist this ancestor, who resembled a deity, and his face quickly brightened with excitement. Uchiha Yan nodded. Subsequently, a flat stone emerged beneath him as he sat down and retrieved a handheld gaming device from his possession. Upon hearing the device power on, the little creature named Huajiao peeked out from his backpack. After engaging in a few rounds against the computer, finding it rather dull, Uchiha Yan decided to explore other games. He glanced at the distant figure of Senju Hashirama, wielding a great sword and chopping down trees, then returned his focus to the game, discovering one involving the throwing of shuriken. Like Huajiao, he immersed himself in the world of gaming. Huajiao watched the character on the screen leap about, occasionally throwing shuriken or jumping onto platforms to attack adversaries, his eyes sparkling with delight. Wherever Uchiha Yan's character leaped, Huajiao's gaze followed with rapt attention. As Uchiha Yan effortlessly navigated through the challenges, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride upon noticing the twinkling stars in Huajiao's eyes. Even the dismal mood caused by his unexpected journey through time had significantly improved. Glancing up at the blazing sun overhead, Uchiha Yan retrieved the horror documentary he had previously watched, as if the sunlight had bestowed upon him newfound courage. In the forest, Senju Banjian observed the peculiar object, roughly the size of 2 palms, that his ancestor held aloft. It remained unclear what the object was, and he raised it to his eyes, seemingly hesitant to gaze directly at its contents. Curiosity stirred within him, yet a mere glance at the half-felled tree nearby left him feeling deflated. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Banjian, brother? Upon seeing Hashirama, Banjian dashed forward, unable to contain the pent-up grievances within him. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as Hashirama embraced him tightly. Banjian, it is truly a relief to see you alive. That battlefield had long been ensnared by traps set by the Uchiha clan. I feared you had perished as well. Hashirama's expression mirrored his relief as he tightened his embrace. Brother, Wu, Uncle Ingzhu, and the others have all sacrificed themselves. I thought I was doomed too. Hashirama gently patted Banjian's back, his tone soothing and tender. After a moment, Banjian seemed to recollect something, wriggling free from Hashirama's grasp and wiping his tears. By the way, I haven't finished building the house for our ancestor yet. Since you're here, brother, could you assist me? Wait, what ancestor? What's going on? Hashirama gazed at Banjian, utterly bewildered. Banjian explained, my life was saved by this ancestor, so I must repay him. He then recounted the events that had transpired. Hashirama stood in astonishment, staring at Banjian. What did you say? The disappearance of that forest was caused by a mere gesture of that ancestor? You must be joking. Is he truly that powerful? It is true, brother. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Banjian's excitement was palpable. If this were indeed the case, it would be magnificent. This ancestor of the Uchiha clan had prohibited children under the age of 12 from entering the battlefield. Surely, the Uchiha clan would heed this ancestor's command, allowing children to remain safe from war. This ancestor did not show favoritism towards his clan, but treated all descendants equally. It was no wonder that even his proud younger brother held deep respect for this ancestor. Banjian, visibly irked, retorted, "What are you saying, brother? I am not proud at all." Disregarding Banjian's discontent, Hashirama, with a sense of urgency, declared, "I must meet this ancestor of the Uchiha clan. If he can help resolve the turmoil of this era, that would be nothing short of remarkable." "Wait, brother. It seems our ancestor is preoccupied with his own matters. You should refrain from disturbing him for now. At least wait until he is finished." Banjian hastily tugged at Hashirama's sleeve. "Very well. However, since this ancestor saved your life, I shall assist you in building him a house as a gesture of gratitude." The Uchiha clan, are you certain this is not an illusion? With a mere flick of the wrist, an entire forest has been utterly obliterated? Uchiha Taijima, upon hearing the reports from 5 clan members, widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired. Both Madara and Izuno wore expressions of incredulity. Was the strength of the Uchiha ancestors truly so formidable, traversing parallel dimensions, capable of levitating midair and delivering such devastating blows? Are they still considered mere ninjas? As for the identity of the ancestor, they harbored little doubt, for the possibility was exceedingly high. Madara crossed his arms and remarked, "However, this ancestor's character aligns perfectly with my own preferences. Anyone who dares to oppose him would likely be subdued in battle. I aspire to become a powerful being like him." Regarding the ancestor's decree forbidding children under 12 from entering the battlefield, he concurred wholeheartedly. Had this figure appeared sooner, perhaps their younger brother would still be alive. Izuna also recalled the brothers who had perished on the battlefield and sighed heavily. Uchiha Taijima interrupted the clan member who was eager to continue the explanation, stating decisively, "Lead the way. I wish to witness the scene for myself. If this is indeed true, then we shall heed his command. Notify the ninja clans within the Land of Fire that children under 12 are prohibited from the battlefield, and that lethal force is forbidden. Those who defy this will be regarded as enemies of the Uchiha. After all, this command originates from our ancestor, and it is the duty of the Uchiha clan to enforce it." Several clan members gazed at their leader with admiration. Is it not fitting to commend him as the esteemed leader? Should the ancestor's power be as formidable as claimed, then the leader's actions would serve to demonstrate to him that the Uchiha clan is diligently and earnestly executing his orders, as we are his descendants. This also grants the ancestor due respect. As for any ninja clan that disregards this and continues to send children to the battlefield, thus becoming adversaries of the Uchiha, the ancestor would surely not stand idly by as the Uchiha clan inexplicably acquires numerous foes. Should this ancestor be willing to assist the Uchiha in suppressing other ninja clans, the prestige of the Uchiha would ascend to unimaginable heights. Even if the ancestor were to depart prior to his leaving, the renown of the Uchiha would likely attract many ninja clans seeking alliance. Yet, if the adversary's strength is but a fabrication, apologies, but which ancestor of the clan are you? I, Uchiha Taijima, have unfortunately misplaced our family lineage records and do not recognize you. Thus, by what right should I heed the commands of a mere youth in his teens? After all, it is merely a journey to ascertain whether that forest still exists and, if not, to uncover the manner of its disappearance. The Uchiha clan stands to incur no loss. Should the ancestor's power truly be so immense, even if he does not directly assist the Uchiha clan, it would still yield numerous advantages for us. One could even devise a means for the young clan leader to seek him as a mentor. Upon hearing his father express a desire to confirm this personally, Madara quickly interjected, "Father, I wish to accompany you." Izuna, standing nearby, echoed, "Father, I too would like to join." Chapter 107. Wind Release is indeed impressive. Uchiha Yan, after finishing the film, found it to be rather mediocre, with only a slight hint of fright. Given his years of experience with horror films, this was merely trivial. He turned to glance at the 2 individuals laboriously chopping wood. "You too, your movements are exceedingly sluggish." Hashirama and Tobirama simultaneously turned their heads, noticing that this ancestor seemed to have completed his own tasks. Hashirama, filled with excitement, rushed over. "Greetings, ancestor. Are you truly the progenitor of the Uchiha clan?" Hashirama stared at Uchiha Yan, who was roughly of his height, and hesitated momentarily. Uchiha Yan blinked earnestly. Without a doubt. Hashirama nodded solemnly, convinced. Then, he suddenly bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor, for saving my brother." Uchiha Yan felt an inexplicable urge to pat the boy's head, but restrained himself, replying nonchalantly, "It was nothing to me." It was merely the rescue of a child among my descendants. Tobirama stood quietly beside Hashirama, not uttering a word. Does the ancestor truly regard the Senju clan as his descendants? After all, you are the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, Hashirama tentatively inquired, noting Uchiha Yan's high-collared Uchiha coat and the clan emblem on his backpack. Tobirama discreetly tugged at Hashirama's sleeve. You fool, is that a question you should ask? No, came the reply, causing Tobirama's complexion to pale instantly. Hashirama remained unfazed. Uchiha Yan couldn't help but admire Hashirama's composure. Truly, he is Senju Hashirama, possessing such magnanimity. Uchiha Yan continued, in truth, I do not regard the Uchiha clan as my descendants or kin either, for reasons unknown. Tobirama felt a quiet sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then, did you save Tobirama simply because that is a separate matter, a matter of principle? I would save any ordinary child. Children embody the hope of a clan. The ninja clans send children to battle to hone their skills. Only through such experiences can they grow into exceptional shinobi. Moreover, the role of children on the battlefield is not insignificant. That is why the population in this era is so scarce, with such a low average lifespan. You nearly perished at the hands of the Uchiha clan. You comprehend that despair. Do you wish to experience that feeling on the battlefield once more? Tobirama shook his head vigorously. Hashirama fell into contemplation. If even the son of the Senju clan's leader harbors such sentiments, one can only imagine the plight of those children sent to the battlefield, powerless to resist. Suddenly, Hashirama looked up. Is the ancestor's command serious? I cannot bear the thought of my brother dying on the battlefield again. I must speak with my father. Uchiha Yan reminisced about the quarrel between Hashirama and Tobirama Senju regarding this matter, during which he was struck by Tobirama. That incident now belongs to the past, coinciding with the death of Tobirama Senju. Subsequently, his other brother, Izuna, also perished. Well, if Tobirama disagrees, he can come to find me, and I shall help him comprehend the feelings of those children at that time. Both Hashirama and Izuna felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Hashirama's expression turned somewhat awkward. Surely, it has not reached that extent yet? Izuna nodded in agreement, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, indeed. Never mind, after all, I am merely a traveler. Uchiha Yan shook his head. He then casually tossed a crystal pendant towards Hashirama. Within it resides a shadow clone of mine. Once chakra is infused, it will manifest. He will not resort to excessive force. How to proceed is entirely up to you. So it is settled, ancestor. I shall relay this command to my father at once. Hashirama's spirits lifted instantly as he hastily caught the pendant, his previously somber mood evaporating as he cheerfully exclaimed, Ancestor, with your formidable strength, have you never considered putting an end to the turmoil here? Hashirama cautiously probed. If I leave, will it not descend into chaos once more? What purpose does ending the strife serve now? Hashirama immediately crouched down, succumbing to despondency. Izuna grasped his elder brother's shoulder and gave it a slight tug. But when he found it ineffective, he covered his eyes with his other hand, feeling somewhat exasperated. How embarrassing. Never mind, ancestor. I shall return to assist you with the construction. After saying this, Izuna attempted to dash back. Wait. Izuna turned back in confusion. Your efficiency is far too slow. Uchiha Yan remarked, forming hand seals with one hand. Sage art, wind cutter technique. Several tangible wind blades shot towards the forest. A dozen large trees were swiftly swept by the blades, toppling over with a loud crash as their trunks rolled aside. These trunks should suffice. Wow. The two exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of wind release ninjutsu is this? The power can be elevated to such a degree? Hashirama, like a curious child, could not help but inquire. The wind cutter technique is merely a basic ninjutsu, not difficult to master. It is recorded in the scroll left behind by Itachi from years past. To enhance the potency of a wind release technique, one must first grasp the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra. Hashirama nodded. Furthermore, Hashirama focused intently. Mastering the wood release bloodline limit is most suited for you. Why ask so many questions? Either work or leave promptly. Uchiha Yan rolled his eyes and turned back to sit on the stone. Hashirama once again crouched down, sinking into melancholy, mumbling to himself. What is this wood release bloodline limit? I do not understand. The wind release just now was undeniably cool. How enviable. I wish to learn it. Ancestor, how about I become your disciple? You teach me ninjutsu. How does that sound? I do not take on disciples. I am too lazy to teach. After instinctively rejecting, Uchiha Yan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. If you were to become my disciple, by generational hierarchy, do you wish for your father to address you as ancestor as well? Or shall you both keep your titles separate? Does he call you father while you refer to him as ancestor? Upon hearing the refusal, Hashirama, who was on the verge of despondency, was suddenly amused by the remark. He stroked his chin and mused aloud. I find myself curious. What expression would my father wear if he were to address his son as ancestor? At this, the corners of Uchiha's mouth twitched. If one were to force a connection between the two, it could only be said that they both hailed from Konoha, with Hashirama being the very progenitor. This fact left Uchiha, who remained unfazed by being called ancestor by his predecessors, in a state of humble admiration. Chapter 108. The Deeds of Shadow Clones. What relevance does this have to my true self? Enough of this. Do not disturb me. I have important matters at hand, Uchiha said with a hint of disdain. With that, he retrieved a gaming console from his pocket. This device was undeniably addictive. All right, I shall first go construct a house. You may take your time, Hashirama remarked, glancing at the gaming console in Uchiha's hands. After taking a few steps, he turned back for another look, utterly perplexed by the nature of Uchiha's busy work. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a modest yet respectable house was finally completed. Hashirama and Tobirama donned their crimson armor once more and approached Uchiha. With a mischievous grin, Hashirama exclaimed, Ancestor, your house is finished. Are you satisfied? Uchiha felt an inkling of unease at Hashirama's seemingly sinister smile, yet he replied candidly, quite satisfactory. That is good to hear, since you will be residing here. I shall return tomorrow to pester you for lessons in ninjutsu, Hashirama declared, seizing Tobirama and dashing away, leaving no room for Uchiha to decline. Uchiha was momentarily taken aback by this statement, but upon regaining his composure, he chuckled and muttered, Hashirama was such a clever little rascal in his youth. How did he grow to be so simple-minded? Could it be that during his battle with Uchiha Madara, he suffered a blow to the head that rendered him foolish? At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Uchiha's mind. One pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years, and 3 years more. Life is eternal, and battles are unceasing. Uchiha instantly understood, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was certain that the energy color of the little plant person was certainly not white. That evening, at the Senju clan's grounds, a tremendous repulsive force hurled Senju Butsuma backward, crashing him into the wall and sending him flying several meters. Before he could even hit the ground, an irresistible suction drew him back into the room. Senju Butsuma coughed up blood, his legs trembling as he half knelt on the ground. Tobirama swiftly opened his arms to shield the shadow clone, while Hashirama and Tobirama rushed forward to support Senju Butsuma. A chakra thread shot out, pulling Tobirama aside as the shadow clone approached Senju Butsuma. The latter felt as though his very organs were on the verge of shattering. As his son supported him, a sharp pain radiated from his ribs, prompting him to push them away and brace himself on the ground. Gazing at the shoes of the shadow clone before him, beads of cold sweat trickled down Senju Butsuma's face. Since the appearance of this individual, members of the Senju clan began to faint one after another, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how this was even possible. Do you now believe that I possess the strength to annihilate any clan of ninjas? The shadow clone inquired in a rather nonchalant tone. Indeed, I believe so. Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, the Senju clan shall diligently adhere to your commands. Uchiha Yan shot a glance at Hashirama, subtly digging a pit for him. The assistance you required has been rendered, he declared, and with a resounding thud, his figure vanished. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, only to soon be struck with alarm as his father's gritting voice echoed, Senju Hashirama. Upon witnessing his father's furious countenance, Hashirama hastily replied, Father, I must go train in ninjutsu. Farewell. With that, he bolted out of the house, disappearing in an instant. Tobirama gazed thoughtfully at the fading silhouette of the shadow clone. A clone? Meanwhile, Itama quickly sought to pacify their enraged father, defending his elder brother. Father, brother meant no harm. Do not mention that rebellious child to me. If he dares to flee, let him never return. Tobirama interjected, there may be some misunderstanding. I shall retrieve brother and clarify matters with you. Tobirama, return to me. You wretched child. Itama stammered, but, father, I too wish to. You shall not go anywhere. If you dare to run off, I shall break your legs. Itama immediately shuddered at the thought. This disobedient child. To enlist others against his own father? How outrageous. Just as Itama was about to offer an explanation, he was abruptly silenced by Senju Hashirama's outburst. No excuses for that rebellious child. Observing their father's anger, Itama resolved to wait until his father calmed down before attempting to explain. In the dead of night, atop a cliff within a wooden cabin, Uchiha Yan retrieved the game console that had been flung aside. Meow? The agitated cat protested. Uchiha Yan, still shaken, concurred, indeed. The screenwriter of this horror film is utterly despicable for revealing a ghostly visage that dominates the screen at the end. Turning his gaze to a particular direction, he noted that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama had been lingering nearby for quite some time. Surprisingly, this shadow clone had been relatively obedient, to the extent that Uchiha Yan felt as though he had hit the jackpot. However, regarding its unpleasant demeanor, Uchiha Yan asserted, "The original shall not bear this blame." In the forest, Senju Tobarama crossed his arms, addressing his brother Hashirama, who sat upon the roots of a tree. "The wind release you mentioned likely employs chakra to create wind blades. Judging by the smoothness of the cuts, it must possess remarkable speed and power." Hashirama, resembling a child engrossed in a game, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. The wind blades were incredibly sharp, effortlessly slicing through dozens of large trees. "I intend to specialize in wind release ninjutsu from now on." Tobarama, "Wind release is truly fascinating." Tobarama, exasperated, replied, "Nisan, I concede that this wind release technique is formidable. But it also depends on who wields it, does it not? After years of training in water and earth release, you now wish to specialize in wind release?" This jest is hardly amusing. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind Tobarama, startling him. "Your brother is not mistaken. Water release and earth release are indeed the most suitable chakra attributes for you. Perhaps before long, you shall master the transformations of these two chakra natures. The fusion of water and earth release can give rise to a new bloodline limit, making it the most advantageous choice for you." "Ancestor, how did you emerge?" Hashirama inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. He then cast a sorrowful glance at Uchiha Yan. Tobarama, having witnessed Uchiha Yan's formidable strength, politely inclined his body in greeting, "Esteemed ancestor." Observing Hashirama's gaze, Uchiha Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "That statement was made by my shadow clone, not by me. My shadow clone possesses a markedly different temperament, thus exhibiting a more abrasive nature." Hashirama sighed. "Ancestor, due to your clone, the gates of the Senju clan have been firmly locked, and my father has heightened security, preventing my return. Even Tobarama, who called me back, has been ensnared in this predicament." Uchiha Yan offered, "Shall I speak with your father to reason with him? After all, it ultimately stems from my shadow clone's actions." No, you are far too courteous." Both Hashirama and Tobarama exclaimed, hastily waving their hands in protest. Chapter 109. Tobarama, your rights have been forfeited. If you do not require it, then so be it. Since returning is not an option, let us remain in the wooden cabin and avoid being devoured by mosquitoes outside," Uchiha Yan suggested. His request was not born from fear of that horror film, but rather from pity upon seeing the two of them sitting there so forlornly. "Indeed, that is the case," Hashirama responded cheerfully, as he seized Tobarama and dashed toward the cabin, seemingly anxious that Uchiha Yan might change his mind. Uchiha Yan cast a glance towards the depths of the forest, where several ninjas from the Senju clan were stationed, if not for his own misguided sentiments. It seemed that Senju Hashirama's intention was to bring Hashirama and Tobarama to his side, perhaps to have them learn from him or to foster a closer relationship. In contrast to Hashirama's simplicity and subtle cunning, Tobarama's calmness and intellect appeared more fitting for this setting. The innocent and straightforward Tobarama might not have been the best presence here, as he might inadvertently say something untoward, which could lead to displeasure. This could very well explain his absence from this gathering. The fact that the Senju ninjas remained in the shadows, observing rather than escorting the two back, confirmed Uchiha Yan's suspicions. He murmured, "Indeed, those who ascend to the position of clan leader are not to be underestimated." In truth, Uchiha Yan had not misjudged. The first impression this young ancestor left on Senju Hashirama was one of immense strength, while the second was one of indifference, as if he could annihilate the entire Senju clan on a mere whim, viewing life with the detached gaze of a deity. Even the mighty Senju clan seemed no more significant than ants in his eyes. Yet, Senju Hashirama noted that the ancestor's demeanor towards him was entirely different from that towards others, a fact evidenced by the manner in which he had ensnared Hashirama in his schemes. If one holds no regard for you, they would scarcely spare a glance, let alone indulge in petty tricks. Thus, the thousand-handed Buddha could confidently guide Hashirama in seeking the ancestral figure. If one does not seize the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, then the thousand-handed Buddha's years of leadership would be in vain. Should Hashirama learn ninjutsu from this ancestor, it would grant him a significant connection. The only other individual who might capture this ancestor's attention appears to be Tobirama. Hence, Tobirama need not return home. The world beyond is rife with wonders. Ancestor, your place is so well equipped. A stone table, stone chairs, and even tatami made of stone. Once you master the transformation of earth-style chakra, you too shall achieve such feats. Upon entering the abode, Tobirama's curiosity could no longer be contained, and he inquired, "Esteemed ancestor, does your technique for creating clones require chakra attributes?" "Indeed," Hashirama responded, momentarily taken aback. "So that technique is ninjutsu? I had presumed it to be a bloodline limit or some other ability." Uchiha Itachi contemplated briefly before elucidating the principles of the shadow clone technique to the two. What an ingenious concept, Tobirama couldn't help but exclaim. And then, with keen curiosity, he asked, "Is this ninjutsu developed by you, esteemed ancestor?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head, solemnly explaining, "The shadow clone technique was devised by a future ninja named Naruto Uzumaki. You may have the opportunity to meet him one day, when that time comes. Be sure to commend him in his presence." "Ah, I see. This Naruto Uzumaki must be quite an intelligent individual," Tobirama remarked with a sense of admiration. "Thank you for enlightening me, esteemed ancestor. May I learn this shadow clone technique?" "Certainly. There is no need for you to be taught. As long as you have my permission, I am confident you will grasp it swiftly." Uchiha Itachi remained earnest. "You can certainly learn it. Just inform Naruto Uzumaki when you meet him." "How splendid. The utility of this shadow clone technique is immense and will greatly benefit my elder brother." A smile broke through Tobirama's previously aloof demeanor. Once his brother masters the shadow clone technique, he could utilize it for training, ensuring unparalleled efficiency in his endeavors. Uchiha Itachi scrutinized Tobirama closely. The depth of his affection for his brother may well rival that of the Uchiha clan itself. Itachi even suspected that Tobirama's initial intention in developing the impure world reincarnation was to resurrect the ailing Hashirama. Unfortunately, just as he had crafted this forbidden technique, his beloved elder brother had sealed it away. Happy value. 1. Go into idle mode. All right, Hashirama gazed at Tobirama with tear-filled eyes. "Tobirama, were you the one who asked those questions for me? You always think of me, and it moves me deeply. Come here for a hug." Tobirama took 3 steps back with a look of disdain. "Stop. Keep your distance. It's utterly revolting." Hashirama immediately sank to the ground, hugging his knees in despair. "To be rejected by my younger brother. What a failure I am as an elder brother." Tobirama, visibly irritated, retorted, "Be quiet. This is utterly nauseating." Uchiha Yan disregarded the noisy duo, immersing himself in his search for horror films on the gaming console. With the addition of 2 more individuals in the room, he felt emboldened. Disinterested in any other genre, he had deleted all films but the horror ones. Suddenly, Hashirama and Tobirama fell silent, intrigued by the peculiar device Uchiha Yan had produced, and they could not resist the urge to approach for a closer look. Tobirama whispered to Hashirama, "It can even display images." Hashirama responded softly, "Indeed, it is quite fascinating." "Wait, is that a cat?" Hachi ignored the two, fixated on the screen. Tobirama remarked, "This cat is adorable." Hachi glanced up at Hashirama, who felt a surge of affection. Tobirama, however, was preoccupied with the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. The movie commenced with a timid character traversing a dimly lit path, the atmosphere thick with unease. Upon returning home, he opened the door to behold a spectral white figure, rendered all the more terrifying by the ambience and background score. Tobirama felt his heartbeat quicken. Noticing that Udo was not engaging with him and was instead staring intently at the screen, Hashirama's curiosity piqued, prompting him to steal a glance. This fortuitous glance met a pair of pure white eyes, complemented by flowing hair, causing Hashirama's complexion to pale, and he quickly turned away. As the apparition vanished from the screen, the timid character foolishly ventured into each room, seemingly seeking confirmation of his earlier sighting. Tobirama's face grew increasingly pale. When the character checked the final room, Tobirama abruptly straightened and headed towards the exit, declaring his boredom, "I will go refine my chakra." Chapter 110. shadow clones rampaged just as Hashirama intended to join him. He locked eyes with Hachi, whose gaze was laced with mild disdain. Undeterred, Hashirama defiantly squatted beside Uchiha Yan, fixated on the screen. As the ghost was about to reappear, Uchiha Yan contemplated raising the console for a better view, but hesitated. Mindful of Hashirama's presence, he ultimately dismissed the idea to preserve his dignity. Hashirama, slightly terrified, turned his head away, only to meet Hachi's gaze once more. His stubborn nature compelled him to widen his eyes at the screen. Despite his pallor, trembling lips, and chilling body, the terror causing his pupils to quiver. He was the scion of the Senju clan. How could he allow a mere cat to best him, to look down upon him? As time languidly passed, upon the film's conclusion, Uchiha Yan turned to observe Hashirama, whose complexion had turned a shade of purple, eyes bloodshot, and seemingly stunned by fear. He let out a soft sigh, musing internally, "Why must you be so obstinate? If you had departed earlier, I wouldn't have felt compelled to endure this film for the sake of pride. All right, come back to reality." Hashirama jolted back to attention. "Oh, where's Tobarama?" "Still at the door, feeding mosquitoes." Uchiha Yan cast a glance outside. When did Tobarama become so compassionate? Uchiha Yan, the two stepped out of the house, just in time to see Tobarama, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining chakra not far away. Although there were no electric lights or candles here, the blue energy flowing around him while he refined chakra illuminated the dim surroundings, making Tobarama appear to glow. Uchiha Yan thought it would probably attract mosquitoes. Hashirama scratched his head and muttered softly, "Tobarama looks just like a light bulb." "All right, ancestor, where are Tobarama and I supposed to sleep tonight?" The wooden house contained only a tatami mat, and the space was limited, with a stone table and stone chairs. If the stone table and chairs were removed, sleeping 3 people might still be a bit cramped. "So where will you sleep tonight?" Uchiha Yan feigned curiosity in response. "Then let us just sleep outside for the night and return to the clan tomorrow. Besides, I'm a bit afraid of the dark, so sleeping next to Tobarama would allow me to use him as a bedside lamp." Uchiha Yan's lips curled slightly. If he was not mistaken, "You only started fearing the dark today, right?" Ignoring him, Uchiha Yan directly returned to the room. He then formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. Uchiha Yan spoke gently to the shadow clone. "Could you do me a favor? Is it about the dragon vein?" "Of course, no problem." The shadow clone responded in a similarly gentle tone. Hearing this, Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the shadow clone. "Is this really my shadow clone? Seriously? Then I'll entrust it to you," he said. The shadow clone nodded and said, "If the dragon vein chakra is restored, I will disperse and inform you." The shadow clone exited the house, and, upon seeing Hashirama lying on the ground nearby, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, regardless of what intentions Senju Tobarama might have, Hashirama was driven out due to another shadow clone's mischievousness. Moreover, the original intentionally chose to stay here, likely wishing to meet this future god of ninjas and the reaper of the ninja world. As a shadow clone, he understood that the original actually held a great admiration for these two. Furthermore, the original harbored no ill feelings towards Senju Tobarama. The second and third Hokages had indeed offered opportunities to the Uchiha clan to become Hokage. For instance, Uchiha Kagami, who was accepted as a disciple by Senju Tobarama, and the unconventional Uchiha Obito, who helped elderly ladies cross the street daily and eventually became a student of Minato Namikaze. This was already a clear signal. If there was blame, it could only be directed at the Uchiha clan for failing to seize their opportunities. The Uchiha were indeed one of the 2 major ninja clans that founded Konoha, but the other major clan had already disbanded. Tsunade doesn't even go by Senju Tsunade anymore. She made such significant sacrifices for the village. What more is there to say? Thus, the shadow clone approached and softly spoke to Hashirama and Tobarama. "The ground is rather cold. Would you prefer to sleep inside?" Hashirama and Tobarama trembled slightly. "Ancestor, you're not someone pretending to be him, are you?" Hashirama exclaimed in fear, having just watched a horror movie. Tobarama scrutinized this esteemed ancestor carefully. The shadow clone twitched at the corners of its mouth. "My name is Uchiha Yan. There is no need to constantly refer to me as ancestor or forebear. In truth, I have never truly regarded myself as any sort of ancestor, and the sound of such titles feels rather awkward to my ears. Nevertheless, if you prefer, you may call me master instead." Hashirama gazed expectantly at the amiable shadow clone before him, as if he had glimpsed a grand opportunity descending from the heavens. Tobarama hesitated and inquired, "Ancestor Yan, Is this truly a shadow clone? Does this imply that the shadow clone may embody a facet of your character? The shadow clone nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Furthermore, Hashirama, if you wish for my true self to teach you ninjutsu, it is quite simple. He is rather pliable. A few persistent requests will surely persuade him. However, it may be difficult for him to accept you as a disciple. You might consider having him as your teacher instead. Hashirama clapped Tobarama's thigh and exclaimed, exactly. If we cannot be master and disciple, can we not be teacher and student? Tobarama cast a glance at Hashirama but remained silent. But can I truly become the student of our ancestor? Hashirama said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. After all, the ancestor exuded an aura of aloofness, immense power, and a touch of ruthlessness. Their father, as the leader of the Senju clan and a formidable figure in the ninja world, exhibited no resistance in the presence of the ancestor. The shadow clone pondered for a moment and replied, it may present some challenges, but as long as you do not give up, there is hope. Tobarama encouraged his brother from the side. Even if you fail 99 times, you must persevere once more. Hashirama turned to the shadow clone and asked, will 100 attempts guarantee success? The shadow clone shook its head. Success is not assured with 100 attempts, but it does yield a tidy number. Hashirama and Tobarama exchanged glances. Very well, I have matters to attend to. As for you two, it is best not to disturb my true self any longer. With that, the shadow clone clapped its hands against the ground, and a stone structure gradually emerged from the earth. We shall reside here tonight. I must take my leave. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it vanished from sight. Hashirama stared, wide-eyed, at the newly formed house. Ancestor, I. Tobarama sighed and patted Hashirama's shoulder, saying, come, brother, let us enter the house. There are many mosquitoes outside. Inside, Uchiha Yan sighed. He had genuinely contemplated dissolving this rather disruptive shadow clone. However, it was his first time creating such a gentle-natured clone, making it difficult to part with it so readily. Chapter 111. Madara in another room. Tobarama said, let us open the door. This room feels so stifling. It is hardly breathable. What shall we do if mosquitoes come in? I now understand why our ancestor is reluctant to dwell in stone houses. Tomorrow, we shall procure some tools to break a window, and then we can buy 2 panes of glass at the market. We will return home the day after. Oh, indeed. But brother, prepare yourself. Our father's reprimand is likely unavoidable. Then I shall not return. You may go back alone, Tobarama. Tobarama's lips twitched. The following day, Hashirama awoke from a delightful dream, instinctively wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and inhaling the fragrant air. How delightful! In reality, the situation was far from delightful. He had gone an entire day and night without sustenance, his stomach gnawing at him painfully, to the extent that even a mere bun would seem as exquisite as a cake, savored with great delight. He glanced at the enclosed wall and the tightly shut door. Indeed, there are no secrets that remain undisclosed. The aroma of the grilled fish wafting from outside was tantalizing. Unable to contain his eagerness, he pushed open the door and hastily made his way towards the venerable ancestors, Tobarama and Hashirama, who were not far off, tending to the fish. Before the crackling fire, Tobarama handed a fish to Hashirama, stating, you can grill it yourself. I must return home. Are you leaving so soon? Hashirama expressed a hint of reluctance. Tobarama nodded and politely bid farewell to Uchiha Azuna, who was, in Hashirama's eyes, the most agreeable Uchiha he had encountered thus far. Indeed, individuals from a millennium ago were markedly different. They bore no biases against the Senju clan, treating them as juniors, generously providing them with an abundance of fish. Uchiha Azuna tore a piece of fish and offered it to Hashirama, saying, come, taste the fruits of our labor. Hashirama tilted his head, meowing playfully. Though you caught the fish, I am the one who grilled it, Uchiha Azuna replied, filled with a sense of involvement. Observing the shamelessness of his caretaker, Hashirama turned away. I won't eat it anyway. It's not that good. If you don't, I shall consume it all myself, Uchiha Azuna declared, stuffing a piece of fish into his mouth, only to spit it out before he could even chew. The burned exterior and fishy interior indicated that he had overcooked it. Thus, it was a matter of cooking time. Not his fault. Once Hashirama finished eating, he eagerly approached and inquired, Ancestor, would you be willing to teach me ninjutsu? Certainly. Even if you were to refuse my offer, I would not mind, Uchiha Azuna replied. Oh, you agree so readily? Hashirama was taken aback. If I did not agree, would you not pester me 100 times? Uchiha Izuna retorted with a hint of annoyance. Hee. Hashirama scratched his head sheepishly. Isn't it because of your formidable strength? I also wish to grow stronger and learn more techniques. I have a bold idea. Hashirama spoke with ambition. To bring an end to this chaotic era? Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression shifted to one of surprise. You are aware of this? Oh, by the way, I noticed you seem to know many things, Ancestor. Indeed. I have traversed to a parallel timeline in the future, Uchiha Izuna casually remarked, glancing at a large tree not far away. Uchiha Madara? Hashirama asked. Could you tell me about the future? Has the chaotic era truly concluded? Uchiha Izuna pondered for a moment, his demeanor turning serious. It is not impossible. Consider it a story. Hashirama instantly sat up straight, his face alight with curiosity. From behind the tree, Madara peered at the two by the fire, muttering to himself. If I recall correctly, his name should be Hashirama, yet he refers to the unfamiliar youth in Uchiha attire as ancestor. That must be the revered forebear. Is Hashirama of the Senju clan? Or perhaps the Taketorai clan? The Uzumaki with their crimson hair were wholly disregarded. After inspecting the forest the previous day, Madara had surreptitiously examined the clan's lineage. He discovered that the Uchiha clan from a millennium ago was indeed related to the Senju, Uzumaki, and Kagaya clans. The ancestors of the two clans were, in fact, brothers. In contrast to Indra's bloodline, which never mingled, Ashura's descendants were numerous. One could not be surprised if, one day, two individuals emerged claiming to be the progeny of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing the question posed by Hashirama, Madara's ears perked up. His curiosity piqued regarding what the future might hold. Uchiha Kagami swiftly organized his thoughts and, with utmost seriousness, began to weave a tale. This story begins with you and another ninja named Uchiha Madara. Me? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. Is it him? Madara was equally taken aback. What does the future have to do with me? Then, the narrative unfolded, a tale of two rival clans youths, harboring dreams of ending the chaotic era, who set aside their enmity to strive for strength together, ultimately bringing peace and founding a village. Of course, many details were omitted by Uchiha Kagami, such as Izuna's death. Hashirama and Madara listened, captivated, as the idea of relinquishing hatred was presented. They would become the two most formidable figures in the ninja world. And then what? Hashirama asked eagerly. Then, Uchiha Kagami continued. Hashirama and Madara ultimately found themselves at odds in their philosophies. Hashirama believed that by encouraging people to relinquish their hatred and engaging the other great nations in a brotherly drink, mutual understanding would foster lasting peace, thus putting an end to war. Hashirama scratched his head, pondering, but why would Madara, in the future, oppose me? Madara, hidden behind a tree, furrowed his brow. From his perspective, Hashirama's ideals seemed sound. However, human nature was elusive. Others might feign brotherhood out of fear of one's power, while secretly harboring resentment. Uchiha Kagami continued, yet, Madara understood human nature all too well. He could not trust it and believed that unifying the ninja world was the optimal choice. Madara paused, contemplating this notion. It aligned perfectly with his temperament. A direct unification of the ninja world would undoubtedly bring about complete peace. Hashirama scratched his head and remarked, but if Madara chooses this path, the other great nations will surely resist, leading to many casualties. Upon hearing this, Madara could no longer restrain himself and stepped forth from behind the tree, asserting, unifying the ninja world will undoubtedly usher in peace. Merely establishing one village could ignite even greater conflict after your demise. If it's just about building a village, I would no longer be inclined to ally with you as our ancestors did. Madara? Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. However, Madara's words ignited a spark of defiance in Hashirama, who retorted, if we do not ally, so be it. I can establish a peaceful ninja village on my own. I believe that people can indeed come to understand one another. You Navi, an obstinate fool. Madara's forehead twitched in irritation. Chapter 112. Things have become quite interesting. Uchiha Kagami stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, are you not perhaps contemplating these matters a bit prematurely? Without even awakening the Sharingan, and lacking mastery over the bloodline limits, has a divergence of ideals already emerged? Madara, Hashirama, how insightful. However, I genuinely believe that in the future, people will come to understand one another, Hashirama remarked as he gazed at Uchiha. Madara crossed his arms, turned his head, and scoffed, saying, only a fool would place faith in human nature. Though I currently lack power, Once I acquire strength, I shall undoubtedly unify the ninja world. I have no intention of establishing some pitiful village with you. If this were merely a matter of ideology, Hashirama would have long since apologized. Yet, when it comes to principles, neither Hashirama nor Madara is willing to yield. In their quest to prevent each other from obstructing their paths, both aspire to persuade the other. Only through mutual understanding among individuals can the ninja world attain peace. The present conflicts arise from the inability of people to relinquish their hatred. In my view, the eradication of animosity in people's hearts and the establishment of a village that fosters happiness and security is the optimal choice. If you, Madara, forcibly unify the ninja world, resulting in widespread carnage and rivers of blood, it will only intensify the hatred within people's hearts. They will not accept your unified ninja world. And such animosity may transcend generations. When that time comes, how will you extinguish the hatred within their hearts? Furthermore, even if you unify the ninja world, do you possess the knowledge to govern it? It is not as simple as managing clans and villages. Once you pass away, the unified ninja world will inevitably crumble in an instant. Madara paused, then smirked. I may not manage it, but I would not fail to enlist those capable of governance. As for hatred, if managed properly, who will care about it in 3 or 5 generations? They will only remember that I forever abolished war. While unifying the ninja world may result in numerous casualties, it is far superior to merely establishing a single ninja village. When you depart from this world, war may evolve from conflict between clans to strife between villages, and the death toll will remain high, with the targets of people's hatred shifting to other ninja villages. Moreover, once the ninja world is unified, is there not a way to eliminate war? Uchiha watched with keen interest as the two engaged in a spirited debate over their respective ideals. It was not that he refrained from interrupting them due to the gaming console charging in the sun. Rather, he was captivated by their discourse. Ancestor, please adjudicate. Isn't the unification of the ninja world a superior notion compared to the establishment of a single village? The reason Madara was so readily inclined to believe that Uchiha was their ancestral forebear stemmed primarily from the sheer number of believers and the multitude of those who addressed him as such. Seeing both of them turn their gazes toward him, Uchiha expressed that he had yet to fully absorb the discussion. Thus, he responded somewhat off-topic. Well, you both present valid points. Madara and Hashirama were left bewildered. Brother, what are you discussing with our ancestor? And who is this person? I have been hearing your quarrel from afar. Hashirama turned to see Tobirama approaching, and excitement surged within him. Tobirama is exceptionally intelligent and rational. With his presence, he can surely persuade Madara to assist in establishing a peaceful ninja village. Tobirama, come quickly. With a dismissive cold snort, Madara remarked, unable to contend with me. Are you resorting to seeking external aid? Humph, this brat from the Senju clan. Subsequently, Hashirama recounted the events that had just transpired to Tobirama. Casting a glance at Uchiha Madara, Tobirama suppressed the hostility surging within him due to the presence of their ancestor. However, upon hearing the theories presented by Hashirama and Madara, his expression turned to one of shock. Nisan, are you both destined to become the most formidable figures in the ninja world? To bring an end to this chaotic era? To establish ninja villages? How could that possibly lead to peace in the ninja world? It would merely secure tranquility within the land of fire. You foolish elder brother. Hashirama was taken aback. Are you truly my brother? Madara's gaze towards Tobirama softened slightly. This young Senju was not as detestable as he had initially perceived. Tobirama rolled his eyes at Hashirama, stating, it is evident that once you pass, the other major nations that emulate the ninja village system will undoubtedly declare war on the land of fire, for it is the most fertile ground in the ninja world. The essence of war is rooted in interests, not merely in hatred. Is this not obvious, you dim-witted elder brother? To eradicate conflict throughout the ninja world, unification is the optimal solution. While many may perish, it is a singular occurrence. The ninja village system, however, will perpetually claim lives. In that light, which path would you choose, elder brother? With a flawless system in place, the entire ninja world could enjoy everlasting peace. In a few decades or centuries, the animosities harbored in people's hearts would have long dissipated. Upon concluding his thoughts, Tobirama crossed his arms and regarded Madara. I never anticipated that an Uchiha would possess such ambition and insight. This is quite appealing to me, and I find myself disliking you less. Madara, with a proud glance towards Hashirama, turned to Tobirama and smiled. I no longer hold much disdain for you either. Tobirama Senju. Is it? I, Madara Uchiha, will remember you. Huh. Hashirama, the score is now 2-1. What do you say? Shall we unite the ninja world in the future? I have high hopes for your brother. After my departure, I believe he would be quite suitable to manage the ninja world. Such a clear-minded individual is indeed rare. Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were momentarily taken aback. Did the youthful Madara truly possess such audacity? It was no wonder that, even in death, Madara would strategize for the peace of the entire ninja world. Upon resurrection, he would confront the entire ninja world as enemies if necessary, to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. For the sake of this ninja realm, Madara had sacrificed much. His aspirations had long transcended those of the Land of Fire. He sought to ensure perpetual peace for the entire ninja world, though he had been misled by Kaguya, resulting in his initial misguided path. Ding. Tobirama's favorability rating increased by 1. Uchiha Izuna's expression suddenly turned sly, as he sensed the presence of someone. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Nisan, have you managed to locate our ancestor in advance? How infuriating. I find myself defeated once again. Upon hearing Izuna's voice, Madara's face brightened, and he looked at Hashirama with an expression of triumph, saying, the score is about to change to 3-1. Hashirama lowered his head further. After a while, upon hearing his elder brother recount the recent events, Izuna was left utterly perplexed. After a while, he hesitantly spoke. Brother, although it is difficult for me to relinquish the hatred in my heart, if the shinobi world were to see fewer deaths, would it not result in fewer families losing their brothers? You understand the feeling of losing a loved one, brother. If possible, I would prefer that fewer lives be lost in the shinobi world. If we were to unify the shinobi world, many more would suffer the loss of their loved ones. Hashirama suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Izuna. Chapter 113, Madara, is that person an idiot? Tobirama cast a disdainful glance at Izuna. Just like my elder brother, an idiot. Such individuals cannot be persuaded. I can hardly be bothered to speak. Madara's forehead was adorned with prominent veins. Izuna, how can your vision be so narrow? Only after unification will the wars cease, and at that time, there will be no families forever bereaved due to conflict. Hashirama defended Izuna. However, establishing a shinobi village within the Land of Fire does not require many lives to be lost. Perhaps mere displays of strength would suffice. But unifying the shinobi world is different. People from other nations would not simply acquiesce. They would undoubtedly resist. How should we handle those who resist? Should we kill the chickens to scare the monkeys, or imprison them? Madara stated matter-of-factly. Of course, those who need to be killed should be killed, and those who should be imprisoned should be imprisoned. Tobirama interjected. Killing them would be a tremendous waste. I could seek a sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan to seal the chakra of these rebels, then send them across the shinobi world to assist civilians with agricultural work. As a form of compensation, for the wars among the shinobi clans have indeed caused much suffering for the common folk. Madara looked at Tobirama with admiration and said, you are even more remarkable than I had imagined. Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Madara, his tone indifferent. You flatter me. Izuna glanced at his elder brother and the detestable Senju clansman, suddenly realizing that their arguments held considerable merit. Hashirama sighed. Tobirama's combat prowess was so formidable that it was nearly impossible to argue against him. He even doubted that, even if Madara stood on his side, the three of them would likely be unable to contend with Tobirama. Uchiha Yan smirked slightly. In truth, there are more than just these two options. In the future, there will be someone deceived by a tampered stone tablet, who insists on projecting an illusion onto the moon, ensnaring everyone in a blissful dreamscape to satisfy their desires, thereby eternally eradicating war. His intentions were noble, and no one stopped him. In the end, he indeed succeeded. The four of them fell silent. To eliminate the hatred within humanity's heart through illusion? To allow people to indulge in their desires within an illusory realm? Such a method existed? Madara spoke. If it were merely a simple illusion, it would not take long before it was unraveled. It could indeed serve as a viable solution. Uchiha Yan shook his head. It is to remain perpetually within the illusion. However, that individual was unaware that over time, those ensnared by the illusion would transform into a strange being entirely white, known as White Zetsu. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that person an idiot? How could he be deceived in such a manner? Moreover, he should possess considerable strength, at least surpassing both me and Hashirama, or otherwise. It would be impossible for him to succeed. The nod from Hashirama conveyed his agreement. Tobirama expressed his skepticism regarding the intelligence of a certain individual, stating, "That person is undoubtedly a fool. To think that he could achieve peace in the ninja world through a permanent illusion, not to mention the transformation into a white creature. Even if that were to occur, how would the individuals ensnared in that illusion sustain themselves? Within a week, they would all perish, leading to peace in the ninja world. This is far inferior to allowing my elder brother to establish a ninja village. At least that would not result in so many deaths." Madara, standing nearby, nodded in deep agreement, remarking, "Tobirama is absolutely correct. That person is indeed an idiot." Izuna nodded earnestly, affirming, "Brother speaks the truth." Hashirama, visibly displeased, retorted, "Tobirama, what do you mean by saying it would be better to let me establish a ninja village? Are you truly my younger brother?" Uchiha Yan, listening to the uncontrollable laughter echoing in his mind, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, as if he had caught the contagion of mirth. Silently, he wished for the laughter to cease. He then stated, "As for who that person is, I shan't divulge that information. I can only say that he possesses the Sage's Eyes, also known as the Rinnegan, which he awakened by utilizing the cells of both Hashirama and Madara." Hashirama and Madara exchanged bewildered glances, pointing at themselves and then at each other, exclaiming in unison, "Utilizing our cells?" Tobirama and Izuna stared in astonishment at their elder brother. Izuna remarked, "Brother, I had no idea that your cells and that of the Senju clan could awaken the legendary eyes possessed only by the Sage of Six Paths. Ancestor, can I also awaken those eyes?" He gazed eagerly at Uchiha Yan. The other three turned their intense gazes towards him as well. You could say the hope is slim. Even with the transplantation of your brother S and Hashirama S cells, it would likely take several decades. However, if your brother were to strive in that direction, he could awaken the Rinnegan within a mere decade or so. Madara, incredulous, exclaimed, "Me? I could actually awaken the legendary Rinnegan?" Tobirama, contemplating, asked, "Ancestor, is the Rinnegan an evolution of the Sharingan? In other words, could that fool potentially be someone from the Uchiha clan?" Indeed, Tobirama's insight was commendable. Uchiha Yan addressed Madara, stating, "In truth, if you genuinely wish to awaken the Rinnegan, seeking Tobirama's assistance would be the most prudent choice. He is destined to be the foremost expert in this field. As long as both you and your brother awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, allowing him to clone your eyes and then merge the ocular powers, you could awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and subsequently implant Hashirama's cells. After a decade or so, you would awaken the Rinnegan." A smile tugged at Tobirama's lips. Even if he received recognition, it mattered whose acknowledgement it was. If it came from this godlike ancestor, it indeed filled him with a sense of elation. Izuna, feeling a twinge of disappointment, murmured softly, clearly, "Both my brother and I could possess the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the future. Why must it take me decades to awaken the Rinnegan? By that time, I would be too old to move. What use would the Rinnegan be then?" The average lifespan of individuals in this era was merely 30 years. Uchiha Yan had once believed that awakening the Rinnegan was a simple endeavor. In truth, it was only upon his awakening that he truly comprehended the arduousness of his journey. Relying on the future Naruto's yang release cells, which had consumed the chakra fruit, combined with his own preeminent yin release that surpassed the entire shinobi realm, he had naively assumed that awakening would grant him the Rinnegan with 9 tomo, or perhaps even the Rinne Sharingan. To his dismay, the formidable power of the universe merely served to shorten the time required to awaken the Rinnegan. Had he not concentrated all his ocular power into his right eye, he might have found himself with merely a pair of 3-tomo Rinnegan, devoid of even the 6-tomo. As for ocular techniques, while he possessed the H-Zuki B Saka, it was not of the spatial variety. If Sasuke's Rinnegan abilities could be likened to a substitute technique, then Uchiha Yan's capabilities resembled that of a binding technique. Despite their potency, for Uchiha Yan, they proved somewhat less than advantageous, as illusions could achieve similar results. Much like his previous healing abilities, which could also be accomplished through sage arts, albeit requiring yang release chakra, the challenge was not insurmountable. Chapter 114. The Eyes of Wisdom. It was precisely because of this binding technique that, had it not been for his robust physique, Uchiha Yan might have endured days of toothaches from fiery discomfort. Hashirama, observing Madara, quirked an eyebrow, inquiring, "Do you desire my cells? Aid me in establishing a shinobi village, and they are yours." Madara scoffed, retorting, "A good beating would suffice to obtain them." Hashirama posited. Is there a possibility that you might not be able to defeat me? Izuna, disbelieving, countered, nonsense. My brother is the strongest among his peers. Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Izuna, stating, my elder brother similarly has no rivals among his contemporaries. Izuna shot a glare at Tobirama before turning to Uchiha Yan, first bowing respectfully, and then asking, esteemed ancestor, please arbitrate. Who is mightier, my brother or this Senju fellow? Uchiha Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully, replying, it is difficult to ascertain. Both Madara and Hashirama are destined children of this era. Their growth and strength is comparably alike. When Madara awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Hashirama awakened would release, and thus, Madara could not prevail. When Madara attained the eternal Manjiki, Hashirama learned sage arts, rendering him somewhat stronger than Madara. Hashirama cast a self-satisfied glance at Madara. Tobirama pondered silently. Would release in sage arts? Izuna, with a look of shattered faith, gazed at Madara and lamented, brother, it appears you are not the strongest among your peers after all. Madara's lips twitched. Shouldn't I be? After all, the ancestor has no need to deceive us. A single strike capable of obliterating an entire forest could certainly extinguish the Uchiha clan as well. Such a being, was there truly a need to deceive them? Even the destined child would appear as mere ants in his eyes, would they not? Were Madara to transplant Hashirama's cells and awaken the Rinnegan, he would undoubtedly surpass Hashirama. Nonetheless, Hashirama could also transplant Madara's cells. While the effects remained uncertain, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Thus, I maintain that determining who will be stronger in the future is a complex matter. The four nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the Rinnegan's power, its true might remains an enigma. Perhaps in the future, Uchiha Madara's strength will indeed surpass that of his elder brother, Tobirama analyzed. Uchiha Yan sensed the battery level of the game console and discovered it was only charged to 50%. He sighed, pondering the slow charging speed. He wondered if he could use lightning release to charge the device, yet hesitated to try, fearing it might break and leave him with nothing to pass the time while his chakra was recovering. Looking at Izuna, who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke, Uchiha Yan reassured him, do not lose heart, Izuna. There are numerous paths to strength. With dedication, you may very well surpass your brother in the future. Tobirama analyzed. For instance, consider sage techniques. Izuna paused and replied, is my brother really that formidable with sage techniques? He continued, to illustrate. Ninjutsu attacks are ineffective against someone of the Sage of Six Paths caliber, yet sage techniques could reach him. Of course, taijutsu could as well. Madara exclaimed in astonishment. Sage techniques are that powerful? I wish to learn them as well. Uchiha Yan momentarily faltered, realizing that if Madara mastered sage techniques, he might not be significantly weaker than Hashirama even before awakening the Rinnegan. He had overlooked the fact that Madara could indeed learn sage techniques. Perhaps, once Madara acquired them, he would surpass Hashirama. The Valley of the End witnessed their fierce battle lasting 3 days and nights. Had Hashirama not held back, it would imply that Madara was not far behind him in strength. If Madara were to learn sage techniques, it would be prudent to maintain some pressure on him, fostering his potential to surpass Hashirama, as he believed that unifying the ninja world was preferable to the village system. As for the Otsutsuki crisis, he would reveal it at an opportune moment, perhaps allowing them to set aside their animosities and unite against a common foe. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that if I learned sage techniques, I would still be weaker than Hashirama? Hashirama sighed in relief, saying, as long as you remain weaker than me, that would increase our chances of establishing a ninja village. Uchiha Yan, with a serious demeanor, analyzed, the size and strength of the Shinju are formidable. In battle, it can create a forest advantageous to its user, allowing Hashirama to control the entire area. Countless vines could ensnare a complete Susanoo, severely restricting its movement, making it an extremely troublesome adversary. Additionally, he possesses a technique that can cause numerous flowers to bloom on the trees. Once these flowers bloom, they produce toxic pollen that, if inhaled, can induce paralysis, confusion, or even unconsciousness. Hashirama scratched his head, contemplating, will I truly be that strong in the future? Madara retorted, what a troublesome fighting style. No wonder, even with the divine power of the Uchiha, you were unable to defeat him. Tobirama added, it's no surprise that in the future, my brother successfully establishes a ninja village. Who could possibly stand against such techniques? Lord Ancestor, once the ninja village is established, there must have been numerous large-scale wars, correct? Uchiha Yan responded. In total, There were 4, but the last ninja war saw the ninja world unite to confront that individual who sought to cast illusions. Does this mean the future will truly lead all ninja to set aside their grudges and understand one another? Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara rolled his eyes, saying, "Do you honestly believe the casualties of the first 3 ninja wars were fewer than those of a direct unification of the ninja world?" Hashirama, initially cheerful, suddenly fell into despair upon hearing this. Tobirama sighed, remarking that the child, though naive, possessed great vigor that none could restrain. Despite having access to superior methods, he stubbornly chose to trust in human nature. Madara nodded, expressing that the first part of Tobirama's statement resonated deeply with him. If the ninja world were unified, granting it lasting peace, who would be foolish enough to cast illusions upon the entire realm for the sake of its tranquility? Even if, as the ancestors proclaimed, Madara were significantly stronger, he could never extinguish the fervent desire within Tobirama to unify the ninja world. With strength at his disposal, he vowed to eradicate war for the sake of the ninja realm's future. Izuna observed the exchange between Tobirama and Madara, ultimately siding with her elder brother's perspective. "You are right." Tobirama felt as if his ideals had sustained 1,000 blows. Was the system of ninja villages I aspire to establish truly inferior to a unified ninja world? Uchiha Izuna contemplated the content from his ninja school textbooks. Indeed, his contributions were substantial. He had concluded an era of chaos, bringing together the various ninja clans of the Land of Fire. The hierarchy of missions and the concept of a ninja school, which Tobirama ultimately founded, marked a historical turning point. Achieving such progress was nothing short of remarkable. During their discussions about the village's inception, Tobirama and Madara had mentioned allowing children to learn ninjutsu from a young age. Izuna couldn't help but admire. "This guy is truly exceptional." Madara patted Izuna's shoulder, reminding her not to overlook the significant contributions of her elder brother. "Indeed, Nizan is quite remarkable," Izuna praised obediently. Madara smiled, gently ruffling Izuna's hair, while Tobirama extended his hand, gazing at his younger brother with a knowing expression. Tobirama's face seemed to reflect his yearning for acknowledgement. "Get lost," he retorted, his expression darkening. The system emitted an electronic chuckle, akin to a goose's honk. Madara regarded Tobirama with a look of triumph, while Tobirama, feeling despondent, sat on the ground, tightly embracing his legs. Madara had indeed played a significant role, especially in naming the village. One proficient in wood release. Hence the village was named Konohagakure. One adept in fire release. Thus the village leader was called Hokage. Izuna gazed at her elder brother in astonishment. Tobirama shot a disdainful glance at Madara and Tobirama, stepping back slightly. Observing the expressions and actions of his younger brother, Tobirama clutched his chest, as if struck by an arrow. Chapter 115. Getting along with anyone is wonderful. Tobirama and Madara were momentarily taken aback. Would my future relationship with this individual truly flourish? Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Tobirama, stating, "Given your character, it is unsurprising that you would get along well with someone who shares your dream of ending chaos, even if they belong to a rival clan." "No, that is not quite right. With your disposition, you seem capable of getting along with anyone, much like that golden retriever from the Inuzuka clan," Tobirama jested. "You rascal." Tobirama removed his shoes and hurled them at him. Seeing this, Tobirama took off running, while Madara and Tobirama quickly covered their noses and stepped back. Uchiha Izuna rose and headed towards the interior of the house. "Farewell." In truth, 50% battery life would suffice for a while longer. In addition to celestial techniques and physical prowess, this magical assault can equally inflict harm upon him. Abido had also followed, and Uchiha Yan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, as he reached the threshold, he was called back by Abido. With a hint of embarrassment, Abido inquired, "Ancient One, could you impart the ninjutsu to Izuna and me?" Uchiha Yan sighed, suggesting, "Perhaps you should just consider me deceased." Abido was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning behind the words. He had encountered this polite refusal in a book. His expression fell slightly. However, he suddenly recalled his father's counsel. The success of this endeavor would ultimately hinge upon the attitude of this ancient ancestor. If there was no aversion, it signified the possibility of success. With this thought, hope reignited within Abido's heart. Just as Uchiha Yan stepped into the room, he heard Abido proclaim, "Then I shall return tomorrow to pester you." Uchiha Yan remarked. Having said that, Abido wasted no time in running off, leaving no opportunity for refusal. Oh well, whether it is one sheep or four, they are all released. Tobirama, unable even to cross the threshold of his own home, had likely deduced the intentions of Senju Hashirama. As dusk descended, a knock echoed at the door. Uchiha Yan reclined on the tatami mat, leaning against a wooden post, and lifted a book to shield his gaze from the gaming device before finally saying, "Come in." Hashirama, observing the ancestor obscured by a book yet reflecting light, regarded him with curiosity. Tobirama twitched his lips. The radiance of knowledge illuminated the visage of the esteemed ancestor. "Ancestor, I have completed the training of climbing trees while cradling a stone. Can you now teach me the transformation of wind-based chakra?" Hashirama's face brimmed with anticipation. "Why are you so enamored with wind release? Wood release is far more suited to you." Hashirama's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Because wind release is cool. It seems immensely powerful, surely capable of slicing through wood release with ease." Uchiha Yan, observing Hashirama's obstinacy, replied with a hint of exasperation, "Very well. Prepare several balloons and solid rubber balls for tomorrow, and I shall teach you a ninjutsu that incorporates wind release chakra. To conclude this chaotic era, mere ninjutsu will not suffice." The following day, Uchiha Yan stood beside a grand tree, elucidating the principles of the Resignation to Hashirama and Tobirama. Then, a chakra sphere materialized in his hand, striking the tree with force. With a resounding crash, a large hole was created in the center of the tree. "Wow, such strength. Is this a ninjutsu without seals?" Uchiha Yan responded, "If you wish to avoid learning wood release, integrating ice release can also be a commendable alternative. Ice release necessitates the fusion of wind and water nature transformations. Since Hashirama is keen on wind release, his aptitude for water release should not be lacking, as wood release requires the combination of water and earth release." Tobirama stroked his chin, pondering. "An ice release bloodline limit, you say? I suddenly find myself intrigued by wind release as well." "Very well, then you may study alongside your brother and learn a sage technique. Later, when you encounter someone named Shimura Danzo, freeze him and shatter him to pieces." "Shimura Danzo? From the Shimura clan? What has this individual done to warrant your wish for his demise, Ancient One?" Tobirama inquired with curiosity. With a balloon in hand and a rather constipated expression, Hashirama's ears perked up upon hearing Tobirama's words. "That fellow has certainly engaged in a plethora of repugnant acts. After your elder brother's demise, he was the first in the village to commence research on Hashirama's cells." Curiously, Hashirama inquired, "If a person dies, shouldn't they be buried? How did that fellow acquire my cells?" Uchiha's words carried a profound implication as he replied, "What do you think?" Tobirama, momentarily taken aback, quickly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "That scoundrel! How dare he desecrate my brother's grave? I shall not let that fellow go unpunished." "Shimura Danzo, is it? I shall remember him." Hashirama interjected, "Tobirama, I am not deceased yet. Your words strike me as somewhat peculiar." He scratched his head in confusion. Uchiha added, "The crux of the matter is that Shimura Danzo is also your disciple, Tobirama." Both were momentarily stunned. This time, even Hashirama felt a surge of anger. Does this fellow possess no sense of respect for his teachers? This wretch, I must have been blind to take him on as a disciple. At that moment, a voice resonated from afar, Madara's voice. "What are you discussing? What wretched disciple? I could hear you from quite a distance." Even Hashirama, is this infuriated? What on earth is going on? Hashirama recounted Danzo's actions to Madara, who gazed at Hashirama and Tobirama with an expression of incredulity, saying, "That fellow actually desecrated his own master's grave? A hero who ended the chaotic era and was the first village leader? How can one even begin to describe someone like Shimura Danzo? Also, I never imagined you, Tobirama, would misjudge someone so severely as to take such a person as a disciple." Tobirama rolled his eyes, retorting, "You, of all people, can only offer sarcastic remarks. Who hasn't misjudged someone at some point?" Uchiha's thoughts inexplicably drifted to Kaguya. Tobirama continued, "I refuse to believe that a person capable of such deeds could be vile enough to disturb you." Madara scoffed. "Does he even have the audacity? Our esteemed ancestor once proclaimed that my future title would be Shura of the Shinobi World, a name that carries a certain weight." Uchiha then posed a question. "What do you suppose Danzo will use to suppress Hashirama's Cell's-Yang release?" Izuna, the class representative, raised his hand and answered, clearly, "The Yin release of the Sharingan would be the most suitable." The three were momentarily taken aback. Tobirama felt a strange sense of comfort. Indeed, the best way to console others is to suffer more than they do. Such is human nature. Uchiha remarked, Danzo's entire arm is composed of Sharingan, and he possesses one in his eye socket as well. Madara and Izuna were instantly enraged. That scoundrel! I shall slay him. Madara felt his fury surging. Hashirama quickly stepped forward to soothe him, saying, calm down. Perhaps he found it on the battlefield? Chapter 116. That Uzumaki Naruto is quite the pervert. Tobirama's lips twitched. The act of scavenging corpses to pluck eyes is hardly commendable. Even so, the Sharingan is not something that can be coveted by just anyone. I will definitely take down that scoundrel in the future. Uchiha Yan, with a sharp tongue, remarked, these eyes were not found on the battlefield. They were meticulously collected by that individual who orchestrated the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The true number of Sharingan concealed remains a mystery. Madara silently turned away. The Senju clan, is it? Hashirama quickly interjected, Madara, please, remain calm. At worst, I shall assist you in eliminating that individual later. Calm. How can you expect me to be calm? Do not obstruct me. I shall demand my father dispatch ninjas to eradicate them this instant. Madara's expression was dark as he pushed past Hashirama. After all, it is solely that individual's doing. If it implicates the entire Senju clan, I have said, step aside. Hashirama paused, taken aback by the single Tomo Sharingan in Madara's eye. Uchiha Yan spoke up, if you wish to annihilate the Senju clan now, it is indeed feasible. However, there would be no need to consult your father. Keep this, it contains one of my shadow clones, which should be capable of confronting both clans simultaneously. If it is merely the Uchiha clan declaring war on the Senju, the Sarutobi clan would undoubtedly lend their support. Yet, should they encounter an insurmountable foe, I trust the Sarutobi clan would not risk their existence for a family that has maintained amicable relations in this generation. Madara bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. He then turned decisively, departing alongside the furious Abido. They had barely arrived, without even broaching the topic of apprenticeship. It was all the fault of that scoundrel Shimura Danzo. Hashirama watched their retreating figures, his expression a mixture of contemplation and concern. Tobirama spoke in a calm tone. In these tumultuous times, the extermination of clans is not uncommon. Madara's actions, driven by the transgressions of one individual, are regrettably not surprising. If one must assign blame, it would be upon the future progeny of the Senju clan. He continued, if you cannot bear to witness this, strive to grow stronger and alter this chaotic era. Uchiha Yan, engrossed in a book, appeared indifferent to the fate of the Senju clan. In the afternoon, Hashirama exclaimed, Tobirama, look, what is that in the sky? Tobirama turned to see a small orb rising on the distant horizon, which gradually became encased in ice. In the next moment, a colossal blade of light cleaved upwards, effortlessly slicing through the orb. It detonated, scattering icy fragments across the sky. Is that aimed at the Senju clan? Is the esteemed ancestor a deity? Nearby, Uchiha Yan, noticing the impending arrival of a spirit, swiftly muted his game console, adjusting his perspective to observe. Upon receiving the memories relayed from the shadow clone, he was momentarily stunned. The clone had only dispatched a handful of fiercely resisting Senju clansmen and Senjuken. It appeared that another amiable shadow clone had emerged. Uchiha Yan smirked slightly. That cannot be right. If it were truly amiable, there would be no need for such bloodshed. A simple crippling of Senjuken would suffice. If that were the case, should Shimura Danzo still come into existence, then Uchiha Yan would have nothing further to say. If possible, perhaps he could give a kick to his good friend as well. Not out of malice, but primarily out of concern that Sarutobi Hisashi might feel lonely without a close companion in the future. It would be better if he were never born. When Madara and Izuna were brought to the edge of the cliff by the shadow clone, they were still reeling from the shock. The visual impact was something that Hashirama and Tobirama could never comprehend from a distance. Once Madara regained his composure, his expression transformed into one of fervor. Is that the power of the Rinnegan? To think that our ancestor possessed such eyes. I too must awaken the Rinnegan in the future. Izuna murmured, compared to the power of those eyes, the Sharingan seems rather insignificant. However, our ancestor mentioned that we must seek assistance from that Senju Tobirama fellow. For now, I must set aside my hatred and establish a good rapport with him. If we encounter each other on the battlefield later, I shall show him mercy and refrain from taking his life. Madara nodded in agreement. He remained confident that his younger brother would eventually surpass Tobirama. Izuna's talent and strength were second only to his own within the clan. Once he awakened the Sharingan, there would be no way for Tobirama to defeat him. As evening fell, Izuna clutched a large stone while practicing climbing a tree. Madara watched anxiously from below. Should he fall, the stone would crush his chest, resulting in severe injury or even death. Thus, they could only practice one at a time, with the other observing. Their ancestor had already promised to teach them. Yet, to learn, the threshold was high. One must possess formidable chakra control. With that, learning ninjutsu would yield twice the results with half the effort. Sweat dripped from Izuna's face as he cautiously moved up the tree while hugging the stone. Almost there. Just a bit further. Izuna, you can do it. Madara's loud shouts startled Izuna, causing him to lose his balance and fall directly to the ground. Madara jumped up in shock, desperately clutching the stone. With a thud, Izuna hit the ground hard, sending dust flying around him. Hashirama quickly shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Tobirama, wanting to mock the two, refrained, sensing that he might incur Madara's wrath. Given his older brother's temperament, he wouldn't help unless provoked first. Izuna cast a resentful glance at his brother. Madara awkwardly turned his head away and asked Hashirama and Tobirama, "How did you manage to succeed in such a difficult training without getting hurt?" Hashirama smirked. "We practiced water walking first." It was Tobirama's idea. Practicing water walking while holding a large stone is undoubtedly far less perilous than climbing trees. It's safe, and we could practice together. Once we succeeded in water walking, climbing trees became a piece of cake. Madara and Izuna exchanged bewildered glances. You had this method all along. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, over a month had passed. There had been no news from the shadow clones, but it was expected to arrive soon. Uchiha Yan looked at the four little ones and stated, "Today's lesson will proceed as usual." Madara and Izuna were to focus on enhancing their mental strength. When their names were called, both Madara and Izuna twitched at the corners of their mouths, fear flickering in their eyes, displaying expressions of dismay. As for Hashirama and Tobirama, their primary focus remained on enhancing their combat experience. Tobirama opened his mouth, wearing an expression that conveyed his difficulty in articulating his thoughts. Hashirama complained that Naruto Uzumaki is simply a freak. At merely 15 years of age, he possesses a complete sage mode and an abundance of chakra, with hundreds of shadow clones, each wielding a Rasengan and unleashing wind release. Rasen Shuriken at the slightest provocation, it's impossible to compete with him. Ancestor, both Tobirama and I wish to enhance our mental fortitude. Izuna and Madara regarded Hashirama with eyes that reflected their admiration for warriors. I concur, esteemed ancestor. Izuna and I also desire to elevate our combat experience. Very well. Uchiha Yan cast a peculiar glance at Hashirama and Tobirama. Do not regret your decision. Chapter 117. The collapse of the four. Tobirama sneered at the Uchiha brothers. Soon, you will understand what true despair feels like. That Naruto Uzumaki is nothing short of inhuman. Izuna, with a mocking grin, pointed to his Sharingan and said, "You will soon comprehend the depths of despair one experiences from awakening to the full three-tomo." Madara taunted Hashirama. Is this the so-called child of destiny, unable to defeat a mere 15-year-old boy? Hashirama provocatively suggested, would you dare to challenge the adult Naruto Uzumaki? What is there to fear? To one who has already mastered sage arts and awakened the Sharingan, he is nothing extraordinary, came Madara's confident reply. Then go tell our esteemed ancestor. Declare your intention to challenge the adult Naruto Uzumaki, Tobirama goaded. As if anyone wouldn't be able to use sage arts. He can summon giant toads. Even you, Madara, with your half-baked sage techniques, would find it arduous to contend with him. After facing defeat multiple times, do you still wish to emerge from the realm of Genjutsu? Experience the agony of being besieged, obliterated, and torn apart repeatedly upon resurrection. Izuna quickly restrained Madara, a playful smirk on his face as he addressed the Senju brothers. Would you dare to take on our highest difficulty? If you are brave enough, we shall challenge that adult Naruto Uzumaki. Not a chance. Hashirama and Tobirama replied in unison. Izuna remarked, do you see, brother? These two are as cunning as monkeys. Madara nodded in agreement. Izuna is correct. We must maintain our distance from them to avoid being led astray. Turning to Uchiha Yan, he declared, esteemed ancestor, we challenge the 15-year-old Naruto Uzumaki. No sooner had he spoken than they were drawn into the realm of Genjutsu. In the realm of Genjutsu, Izuna observed Naruto Uzumaki from a distance and remarked, this fellow does not appear particularly formidable. Do not judge a book by its cover, Izuna, since Hashirama has proclaimed him strong. It suggests that we are in for a fierce battle. Naruto clasped his hands together, performing the hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Naruto clones emerged. Instantly, Madara and Izuna's expressions turned serious as dark lines appeared on their faces. Within moments, Madara completed his hand seals and unleashed a great fireball to obscure the opponent's vision, seeking an opportunity to strike. Utilizing the sensory abilities of Sage Mode, Izuna remarked, "Not a single shadow clone has been hit. If it were Hashirama, he would surely understand that this is merely a test." Izuna remarked slyly. "Then go find your Hashirama and let him be your brother. You mention him 80 times a day. The honeymoon phase must be over by now. This is not the time for emotional outbursts. Quickly, move aside. That fellow is charging at us." Izuna produced several shuriken and hurled them away, then formed a series of hand seals. Senjutsu, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. This technique, taught to them by their esteemed ancestor, involves infusing shuriken with fire, significantly enhancing both power and speed. Naruto's shadow clones dodged agilely, with 6 of them soaring above the 2, ready to strike down with Rasengan in hand. How swift! Madara quickly leapt aside and formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball downward. Senjutsu, Great Fire Destruction. Izuna's ears perked up, and he quickly looked up to see over 20 Naruto shadow clones descending from the sky, wielding wind release Rasen Shuriken. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the orange eye shadow around Naruto's eyes. Senjutsu, Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. Brother, this is bad. Boom. After being revived, Madara sighed and reflected. I suddenly recalled what our ancestor once said. The advantage of this Sage Mode is its low entry threshold. However, its attack power pales in comparison to that of the Sage Mode from Mayaboka Mountain, and its sensory capabilities are only slightly superior. It cannot compare to the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, which possesses greater sensory prowess, while its attack power is marginally stronger, yet not by much. This Naruto, clearly, has trained in the Sage Mode of Mayaboka Mountain, Izuna noted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Madara squinted. Hashirama learned this move. What was its name again? So long. Izuna interjected. It's called Spiraling Flash Super Rasen Dance, Style 3. Madara was about to nod in acknowledgement when his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Above, countless Naruto shadow clones brandished Rasen Shuriken. Due to their use of sage techniques, this aerial ambush was the most advantageous option. Brother, what shall we do? Nothing. Just wait to die? We can't escape. Madara plopped down onto the ground. The blast radius of that technique is enormous. They have yet to master the body flicker technique. And with their half-baked Sage Mode, they cannot utilize body flicker in combat, leaving them only to await their demise. Izuna wished to struggle further. Senjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. In the next moment, the fireball was effortlessly sliced apart by the Rasen Shuriken. This wretched fire release. It might suffice for cooking, roasting game. But against an adversary of this caliber, it is utterly useless. Before Izuna could finish his thought, the numerous shuriken rained down upon both of them and their surroundings. Boom. Izuna, therein lies your folly. Fire release infused with sage techniques retains formidable strength. Moreover, fire release serves various purposes, such as probing, obscuring the opponent's vision, and launching sneak attacks with shuriken. Enough, brother, we cannot linger. That fellow seems ready to ascend once more. This time, let us prepare for him. I do not wish to be struck by that ninjutsu again. The more Izuna listened, the more numb he felt. His chakra affinity was solely fire, while his brother possessed all 5 chakra affinities. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama possess mastery over all 5 elemental natures. Moreover, it has been said by our esteemed ancestors that Tobirama even has command over In release, complemented by the Yang release of the Senju clan. Izuna's heart shattered upon hearing this revelation. Upon hearing Izuna's words, Madara's body trembled, recalling the excruciating agony of having his very cells torn apart, a torment he wished never to experience again. It was a sensation worse than death itself. Ah, brother, why are there so many more shadow clones chasing me than there are of you? Madara shouted in despair while dodging and sprinting, his voice cracking as he exclaimed, I dare not look back. This fellow's taijutsu is incredibly formidable. The shadow clones seem endless. By the time we emerge from this illusionary realm, Naruto Uzumaki's name will haunt the 4 of us. In another illusionary realm, Hashirama and Tobirama were already regretting their decisions as the situation unfolded. Who could have anticipated that Madara and Izuna's illusionary world harbored genuine specters? Tobirama, I wish to leave. I no longer wish to undertake these tasks, Hashirama lamented, tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling. Unfortunately, we must collect 3 task cards to escape this illusion. Otherwise, we may never emerge, Tobirama replied. His complexion pale and his tone tense. Chapter 118. The 32-story abandoned building. Do not fret, brother, Hashirama reassured. The ancestors have stated that while the spirits may touch us, they cannot harm us, meaning we are not in mortal danger. Hashirama, displaying a face of despair, exclaimed. But what is this place? A mental asylum, a 32-story abandoned building, a graveyard. Who knows where the task cards are hidden? What if they are buried in a grave? Shall we dig them up? Tears glistened in Hashirama's eyes. What other choice do we have? Had I known this was the case, I would have preferred to battle Naruto Uzumaki instead. Now I understand how Uchiha Izuna awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. It is said that the highest difficulty requires gathering 7 cards. I knew that fellow had ulterior motives. Let us proceed, Tobirama. The sooner we collect the cards, the sooner we can depart. Tobirama inquired. Where shall we start? I believe the graveyard is the most daunting. Let us save that for last. Very well. We shall begin with the simplest task. Then let us tackle this 32-story abandoned building. Hashirama sighed, filled with regret. As a member of the Senju clan, why had he wasted time enhancing his mental fortitude? Was he merely inviting suffering upon himself? Moreover, this method served little purpose for the Senju clan beyond building courage. Upon arriving near the abandoned building, the 2 men were struck by the eerie and foreboding atmosphere, swallowing hard in unison. Particularly, upon viewing the task board at the entrance and reading the requirements, even Tobirama struggled to maintain his serious demeanor. Task requirements. Blindfold yourself and ascend to the 32nd floor to retrieve the card. You must not open your eyes regardless of what occurs. Each floor consists of 16 steps, and you must ascend 1 step at a time. Opening your eyes or skipping a step will result in task failure. Task failure penalty. Return to the 1st floor and start anew. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances. What could possibly be frightening about being blindfolded? The pillar seems to be encouraging itself. Moreover, the specter can only touch us, not harm us. There is truly nothing to fear. Tobirama also reassured himself. Let us proceed. Remember, do not open your eyes. Not even a sliver. After a moment's thought, he decided, perhaps it is wiser to cover my eyes with cloth for added security. A splendid idea. Truly, you are remarkable, Tobirama. Tobirama, why are your hands so cold? Brother, your hands are quite chilly as well. Tobirama, stop fooling around. Why are you blowing cool air on my neck? I am not fooling around. Was it not you who blew on my neck? Hiss. Tobirama seemed to realize something. Inhaling sharply. Brother, how many steps have you traversed? The 14th step. Are you not there yet? How did you progress so swiftly? I have only reached the 9th. Come on, Tobirama. We have already ascended 2 levels. We only need to conquer 30 more to pass this first trial. Brother, did you hear a woman's weeping? Let us not speak of that. With a quiver in his voice, Hashirama nervously added, Tobirama, I need to relieve myself. Can you hold it in? Tobirama inquired, frowning. I cannot hold it any longer. What a hassle. Let us find a corner to resolve this. All right. Oh, the pressure has lessened significantly. Hashirama wore a look of relief. Then, he tilted his head, confused. Huh? What sound is that? Tobirama, are you also relieving yourself? Could it be the sound of blood flowing? Tobirama retorted. Oh, I see. Once Tobirama had finished, he asked, puzzled, Brother, are you not done yet? I completed it long ago. Then what is that rushing sound? Tobirama instinctively queried. At that moment, an ethereal, hoarse, magnetic, and eerie voice echoed in their ears. It is the sound of blood flowing upon the ground. Hashirama and Tobirama felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising on their skin. Tobirama, run! Hashirama suddenly shouted. It cannot harm us. Brother, do not panic. Do not run wildly. If we lose each other, I will be the one in a frenzy. In another realm, Izuna winced in pain, his mouth slowly oozing blood. He had been struck in the chest by a Resignation, his internal organs and ribs likely shattered. Watching his shadow clone disregard him, Izuna wept. Come back, you scoundrel. At least give me another Resignation. Gripping the knife in his hand, he gritted his teeth and plunged it into his own heart. Moments later, Izuna resurrected fully. Observing his brother being pummeled by Naruto's shadow clone, Izuna sighed. Whether facing demons in the illusionary world or battling Naruto, both were trials of hellish difficulty, one a torment of the mind and the other a strain on the body. Madara sprinted forth, seeking an opportunity to turn and unleash a fireball, attempting to slow Naruto's shadow clone's movements. Izuna, you scoundrel. Come help me. Oh, I'm coming. Madara gritted his teeth. Is this guy's wind release truly so powerful? And this Resignation. I must learn this ninjutsu once I escape. It is no wonder that Tobirama has begun to learn wind release techniques. It appears to be due to this Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto seems like an emotionless machine, seemingly possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra as he forms hand seals. Suddenly, hundreds of shadow clones materialize with a series of resounding thuds. Izuna halts in his tracks, gazing in astonishment at the sight of countless clones in the sky, brandishing spinning shuriken. Is this fellow truly a monster? Naruto Uzumaki. He appears to have been born in a future era. If I ever have the opportunity to meet him, I must take him as my disciple. The prestige it would bring is unimaginable. It is noteworthy that Naruto is merely 15 years old at present. However, unbeknownst to Izuna, Hashirama and Tobirama had entertained similar thoughts, leading to a lengthy argument over who could impart more ninjutsu to Naruto and who would treat him better. Ultimately, they learned from their ancestor that Naruto Uzumaki would not be born for another 60 years, which abruptly silenced their debate. They had not anticipated that Naruto was so far removed from their time. By the time Naruto matures into his teenage years, it would be at least 80 years hence. Even if the two were still alive, explaining ninjutsu to their disciple might lead to embarrassing scenarios, such as dentures falling to the floor mid-explanation. Taking advantage of the moment, Madara swiftly forms hand seals and unleashes a colossal fireball towards the heavens. Senjutsu, great fire destruction. With a series of explosive sounds, dozens of shadow clones are instantly engulfed, dissipating into smoke. Naruto forms seals once more, executing the multiple shadow clone technique. Chapter 119. An unconventional challenge. The first trial has finally been passed. Tobirama gazes up at the overcast sky, reflecting on the difficulty of their ascent. Indeed, it has been quite challenging. Little did they know, descending proved even more daunting. The talents of Uchiha Izuna and Madara are woefully inadequate. If I were to practice daily, I would have awakened my Manjiki Sharingan long ago. Alright, Tobirama. Let us proceed to the next challenge. In the mental asylum, Hashirama wipes a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Are you certain there is no one here? The ancestor had claimed that only spirits lingered within. Then what are those chilling wails? Tobirama, ever the pragmatic one, reassures him, do not worry, they cannot harm us. Yes, indeed, they cannot harm us. Then let us enter, Hashirama remarks, surveying the door to the patient room. A glass panel allows a glimpse inside, and his curiosity piques. Observing Hashirama's eagerness, Tobirama hastily interjects, do not be curious. It may lead to unforeseen complications. I simply wonder if the mission card might be in one of those rooms. After all, there are no mission details posted at the entrance, which suggests that the card could be anywhere. Tobirama pauses, contemplating. You make a valid point. Let us investigate. With a serious nod, Hashirama prepares to lean in for a closer look, but suddenly, with a loud bang, a dark hand, long fingernails stained with blood, slams against the glass. Hashirama jumps back in fright, retreating several steps until he collides with someone behind him. Apologies. Tobirama, are you alright? Hashirama turned his head to see a woman clad in a white nurse's uniform sitting on the ground, her pale eyes fixed intently upon him. Hashirama exclaimed, Tobirama, what are you still doing? Run, Tobirama urged. Outside, Uchiha Yan was leisurely engrossed in a game. Once he finished this round, he playfully held up a piece of jerky to the caretaker's lips. After taking a bite, Uchiha Yan sensed the situation in both illusionary worlds. Madara and Izuna were being thoroughly battered by a host of shadow clones. Hashirama was startled, making frantic noises, while Tobirama scanned their surroundings with a vigilant expression. The notion that they would be trapped forever if they failed to complete their tasks was merely a ruse. Uchiha Yan was no demon. He would only keep them inside for a couple of days at most. However, despite their evident fear, Hashirama and Tobirama bravely completed their first task, showcasing a significant improvement over Madara and Izuna during their initial encounters. At least they weren't weeping and frantically searching for task cards. A smirk tugged at Uchiha Yan's lips. In the dead of night, Madara and Izuna emerged from the illusionary world first. After catching their breath, they noticed Hashirama and Tobirama stepping out as well. Hashirama opened his arms wide. Ah, fresh air at last, he exclaimed, only to collapse weakly to the ground, mirroring Tobirama's posture. Observing the expressions of relief on the faces of Senju Tobirama and Hashirama, Izuna grinned mischievously. You know, I actually find school quite terrifying. Madara paused, glancing at Izuna. When his peripheral vision caught Hashirama and Tobirama, realization dawned upon him, and a smile crept onto his face. Indeed, it is rather frightening. Every classroom could harbor a ghost. And there's even the little girl who suddenly hooks your pinky. However, he added, the hospital is far more daunting. The task card was hidden in the morgue, leaving Izuna and me searching for ages without success. He continued, moreover, the corpses there tend to move. Izuna chimed in. In the church, although there are many ghosts, those that are visible aren't as terrifying aside from their appearances. Madara responded, if we are to speak of true fright, it is in places with fewer ghosts. Take the haunted house, for instance. Despite only one ghost, it occasionally springs forth to startle you. And only the pungent odor in that room reveals its lair is hidden within the walls, where the body is wrapped in layers of plastic, with the task card resting within its mouth. Noticing Hashirama and Tobirama's faces growing increasingly pale, Madara continued, Izuna, have you noticed how frightening that apartment is as well? Hashirama interjected loudly, enough. Stop talking. You can discuss this when you return home. Tobirama shot a glance at the two. It's all right, brother. Look at them, their faces ashen, clearly terrified themselves, yet they attempt to frighten us. If they have the courage, let them continue to harm each other verbally. We have not experienced these horrors. Discussing them will only revive their own memories. Tobirama scoffed. Izuna and Madara were momentarily struck silent, feeling a tinge of disinterest. Just then, a voice resonated from within the room, that of Uchiha Yan. It is time to retire for the night, to rejuvenate one's spirit, for tomorrow shall herald an extraordinary encounter. The expressions of the four individuals shifted in unison. Extraordinary? The following day, Uchiha Yan gazed upon the four before him and declared, today may mark our final endeavor. In the days to come, you must devise your own means to enhance your strength. Tobirama was the first to react, exclaiming, esteemed ancestor, are you truly departing? Indeed, came the reply, in approximately 3 days. Observing the solemn countenances of the four, Uchiha Yan added, enough with those glances, I find such an atmosphere unappealing. Hashirama, with reluctance, inquired, is there no way for you to stay? Remaining here would be splendid. I cannot. I have my own affairs to attend to. With that, Uchiha Yan ceased further discourse, promptly casting the four into the realm of illusion. In the illusionary world, the four collectively exhaled, understanding that this day would inevitably arrive. After a brief moment, Tobirama picked up a mission card from the table and explained to the others, this is a survival task set in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Upon exiting the safe house, we will be assailed by the White Zetsu. Their numbers are unspecified, described as countless. Only upon reaching the destination marked on this map shall we consider the mission a success. However, the path is fraught with dead ends and barriers, leaving but a singular route to our goal. This necessitates our quartet to collaborate effectively. Within the safe house, we have access to weaponry, a katana, kunai guns, several kunai, medical kits, and potions for chakra and stamina recovery. Additionally, there are 4 storage scrolls, though space is limited. My suggestion is for each of us to carry a katana and a kunai gun, and to judiciously allocate the remaining potions and medical supplies among ourselves. As for the kunai, let us fill our capacity. There is no need for concern, as we will encounter supply points along the way, and essential resources can be found within certain structures. Madara nodded in agreement, stating, I have no objections. The remaining 2 also affirmed this proposal with nods of assent. Subsequently, Madara, with a grave demeanor, addressed his companions. This is our final task. Therefore, we must ensure its success. Perhaps after the ancestors' departure, we may become adversaries once again. However, prior to that, we must set aside our grievances, collaborate, and flawlessly execute this mission, lest we disappoint the ancestor. Agreed. The other 3 responded in unison. Filled with determination, the quartet promptly gathered their weapons and gear. Hashirama marveled. This kunai gun will surely be exhilarating. I wonder how formidable it truly is? We shall find out once we venture forth, came the reply. Once they had equipped themselves, the 4, with their katanas at their sides, pushed open the door of the safe house, casting vigilant glances around them. Madara's eyes shimmered with 3 tomo as he observed. Ahead lies a group of white humanoid creatures. They must be the White Zetsu. Shall we eliminate them, or take a detour? Tobirama suggested, let us take the detour. Hashirama countered. But I wish to test this kunai gun. Izuna added, I too wish to try it out. Tobirama sighed. Very well, let us proceed. As the four brandished their kunai guns and approached, the nearby white Zetsu turned in unison to face them. Subsequently, they charged towards the quartet as if driven mad. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Remarkably, the weapon could fire in rapid succession. What an exhilarating sensation this is. Hashirama, let us compete to see who can vanquish more white Zetsu. Madara, you fool. Your loud shout has attracted a swarm of white Zetsu. Whoosh. Hashirama formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of Hashirama's shadow clones emerged, each wielding a Rasengan, charging fearlessly towards the white Zetsu. Brother, can't you just have them use a wide-range fire release? How many can the shadow clones truly eliminate? Oh, indeed, Madara interjected. Since they are merely shadow clones, let us eliminate them altogether. Fire release, great fire annihilation. After a while, the white Zetsu were finally cleared away. Hashirama scratched his head and remarked, this kunai gun is rather enjoyable. Should we return to replenish our stock? It seems this kunai cannot be reused. Once launched, its tail snaps off. Perhaps this is designed to prevent them from slacking off and neglecting to search for supply stations? As long as it suffices. There is a supply station in the central area of the map. Sigh, very well. The four of them fought their way forward towards the map's endpoint. Their condition appearing quite favorable, though their supplies had been significantly depleted. Is there truly an inn here? Perhaps there are supplies within. Let us search. Agreed. Hashirama took the lead and dashed forward. Hey, brother. Tobirama attempted to reach out to stop him, warning him of potential danger, but Hashirama was too swift, leaving him no choice but to follow. As Hashirama pushed open the door, he was immediately greeted by a warm embrace from a white Zetsu. Startled, Hashirama's hair stood on end as a scream echoed throughout the surroundings. Upon hearing the scream, Madara and Izuna's expressions changed, and they rushed over. Tobirama drew his katana and plunged it toward the white Zetsu that was embracing his brother, aiming for its forehead. How badly is he injured? The white Zetsu was covered in wooden spikes. Indeed, using the kunai gun is much safer. Hashirama retrieved a medical kit and opened it, revealing potions, bandages, and syringes. Tobirama slapped his forehead. This carefree elder brother truly worries me. Your constitution, by the time the bandages are wrapped, the wound has already healed. Why bother with bandages? Tobirama said, exasperated. Isn't it just curiosity? At that moment, Madara and Izuna also arrived. Quickly, find a defensive position. The surrounding white Zetsu have all been drawn over. Hashirama and Tobirama both changed their expressions. Izuna spat several fireballs at the white Zetsu charging towards them from a distance. Observing 3 towering white Zetsu, each standing 3 to 4 meters tall, Izuna unleashed a massive fireball towards them. There are far too many white Zetsu surrounding us. Fighting while retreating is evidently unfeasible. We must eliminate them all. The smaller white Zetsu are relatively manageable, but the larger ones are quite challenging. They can even utilize wood release techniques. Let us ascend to the rooftop first. Then, brother, use earth release to alter the environment to our advantage. We only need to defend our perimeter. Anyone who climbs up can be dealt with by our blades. Tobirama assessed the surroundings and suggested, excellent idea. Leave those 3 large white Zetsu to me. The rooftop will likely not withstand them, Madara declared. As Hashirama nodded, he urged, then make haste and return swiftly. Subsequently, the 3 of them leapt onto the rooftop, brandishing kunai to provide cover for Madara. Shoo, 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 the sound echoed as white Zetsu approached. Tobirama called out loudly as a warning. Hashirama and Izuna simultaneously drew their swords, gripping the hilts firmly. Observing a multitude of white hands clutching the eaves, Izuna slashed downwards, causing dozens of armless white Zetsu to tumble down like dumplings. Outside, Uchiha Itachi observed the battle with a light chuckle, noting the synergy in their movements. He had strategically placed many water, fire, and wind jutsu scrolls in conspicuous locations. In the illusionary realm that afternoon, Tobirama suggested, Izuna, let us provide them with the potions to restore chakra and stamina. Madara's fire techniques cover a wide area, and my elder brother can utilize earth techniques to alter the terrain to our advantage. We shall expend the least energy. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking weakly. Absolutely, Izuna replied without hesitation. As he received the potions from Udu, both Madara and Hashirama hesitated. Our chakra is sufficient for self-defense, You are the backbone of the team. Should Uchiha Izuna's chakra and stamina wane, I will protect him. Enough boasting, Senju Tobarama. Perhaps it is you who will ultimately require protection. Tobarama scoffed. The physique of the Senju clan far surpasses yours. Just by looking at your frail appearance, it is evident that you lack strength. But I have dispatched more white Zetsu than you. You conniving Senju Tobarama, he retorted. Tobarama regarded Izuna with a condescending gaze, dismissively stating, having Madara and my elder brother as the main forces suffices. You, who cannot even comprehend your own role, merely squander your stamina and chakra while being utterly single-minded. Uchiha Izuna. Yet you lack wood release, unable to rival the Sharingan. In the end, it may very well be I who protects you, Izuna shot back. However, I possess sage techniques, and I am adept in large-scale water and wind jutsu. I can single-handedly eliminate a horde of white Zetsu. So cease your misguided claims of protecting me, Tobarama replied, still unimpressed. Your Sharingan is suited only for one-on-one combat. Against white Zetsu, it is of no use. With your physique, a mere 5 or 6 would exhaust you, Izuna coldly retorted. Once we meet on the battlefield, you shall experience the true power of the Sharingan. If I do not have you begging for mercy and forgiveness, I, Uchiha Izuna, will write my name backward, Tobarama shot back with a sarcastic tone. Will you only indulge in self-satisfaction? Perhaps it will be you who ends up on your knees, begging for mercy. But fear not, I shall show mercy. For you are my distant cousin, too far removed to be of any concern. Chapter 121. Shall I call you brother from now on? Observing Izuna's furious demeanor, Madara sighed and weakly remarked, if they still have the energy to bicker, let us accept the potions. Hashirama also sighed, pondering how their intention of mutual protection had turned into such a heated exchange. Damn you, Senju Tobarama. I am undoubtedly older than you. You should be the one to be called younger brother. Tobarama glanced at Izuna and questioned, I do not believe it. You certainly do not appear to be older. Was momentarily taken aback. How old are you? Tobarama inquired in a calm tone. S gaze flickered. 16. The elder brother, Hashirama, stumbled slightly as he turned back to glance at Auto, silently mocking, should I start calling you brother? However, he chose not to expose the jest, respecting Auto's dignity. Tobarama replied, oh, I am 17. Hashirama's lips twitched. Then I must have misspoken. I am 18. I am 19, he added after a prolonged moment. Tobarama, growing impatient, interrupted, enough already. You're older than your father, that suffices. Remarked, while Hashirama, in disbelief, added, at this rate, we could send a tortoise off to its end. The three exclaimed in unison. Wait, what sound is that? White Zetsu. They all turned towards a hill from which an overwhelming number of white Zetsu emerged. Without hesitation, Hashirama and Tobarama consumed their respective potions. Brother, quickly, use the great fire destruction. Hashirama lamented, the wider the area of that technique, the more chakra it consumes. We must conserve some chakra. Regrettably, he had yet to master the fireball technique he had scavenged. Otherwise, dealing with the multitude of white Zetsu would have been far simpler. The fireball technique, infused with chakra oil, is notoriously difficult to extinguish, making it ideal for combating swathes of white Zetsu. Senjutsu, spiraling flash super wheel dance roar. Tobarama threw the spiraling shuriken from his hand. Boom. Conserve chakra. Just a drop in the ocean. Hashirama, fully rejuvenated, waved his hand dismissively. Hashirama and twitched at the corners of their mouths, reminiscent of the feeling from Naruto Uzumaki. Senjutsu, great fireball technique. Senjutsu, phoenix fire technique. Senjutsu, wind cutter technique. After a while, Tobarama withdrew the katana from a white Zetsu's corpse and glanced at, saying, do you see the benefits of conserving energy? When nearing the supply station, it proves immensely useful, unlike you, who tires after just 2 fire techniques. Huffed, merely making excuses for his own slipshod tactics. Tobarama couldn't help but roll his eyes, saying, if all 4 of us had your level of intelligence, making it this far would be a miracle. Senju Tobarama, you rascal, do you wish to fight? Retorted, are you certain that in your current state, I wouldn't thrash you? Tobarama feigned eagerness, was momentarily speechless. Hashirama glanced at, then turned back to suggest Auto read more books, striving to surpass Tobarama in banter. I, Uchiha, shall never be inferior to anyone. Late at night, after enduring countless battles, the weary group finally reached the small cabin of the supply station. Let us rest here for the night and depart tomorrow, Hashirama proposed. Agreed, came the unanimous response. They all collapsed in exhaustion. Indeed, the closer they got to the supply point on the map, the more white Zetsu they encountered. Thankfully, Tobirama had conserved some energy. Lying on the ground, he stared blankly at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. He turned disdainfully towards, only to find that the latter had already fallen asleep. With a sigh, after finishing his words, Tobirama felt his eyelids growing heavier, and eventually, his head tilted as he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, the four of them were rejuvenated and, having replenished their supplies, set forth towards their destination once more. Hashirama cheerfully remarked, "The kunai is finally usable again." Tobirama scrutinized the structure of the kunai. "If you truly enjoy the kunai, I shall craft one for you upon our return." Upon hearing this, Madara glanced at his own precious possession and commented, "This kunai is indeed quite impressive." Izuna looked on in confusion. "It is indeed remarkable, but what does my brother mean by that?" Tobirama replied, "I shall also make one for you." "Honestly, you all act like children," he mused, as neither he nor Uchiha Izuna shared such a fondness for playthings. Izuna looked at his brother and Hashirama, then back at the kunai in his hands, a flicker of desire gleaming in his eyes. However, to ask Senju Tobirama for one, that would be utterly out of the question. He could always use his brothers later on, given that they had half the journey remaining. Madara proposed to bypass the encountered white Zetsu and increase their pace. This suggestion garnered agreement from the others. "Bro, Madara, have you noticed that as we approach our destination, the number of white Zetsu we encounter decreases, yet the number of great white Zetsu seems to increase?" Tobirama quickened his pace to join them. Without a moment's hesitation, Madara replied, "If we can't avoid them, we should eliminate them. It will just require some effort." Hashirama gleefully stated, "I have the kunai. I'm not afraid of them. Madara just provided me with some spare kunai from the scroll." Tobirama momentarily fell silent before speaking. "What I meant was, might the number of great white Zetsu increase to an overwhelming extent as we near our goal?" The three were immediately taken aback by Tobirama's words. If that were the case, it would pose a significant challenge. Madara frowned, deep in thought. Those great white Zetsu could wield would release. A few could be managed, but a horde would be insurmountable, exhausting them without end. What should be done? "We must formulate a plan in advance," Tobirama asserted. Noticing the three gazing at him in unison, he continued, "Madara, can you learn fireball technique in a short time? If not, do you know how to extract chakra oil?" "Extracting chakra oil is no problem," Madara confirmed. Tobirama nodded and commenced devising a strategy. In the afternoon, Tobirama's predictions proved accurate. Madara, using his Sharingan, surveyed the densely packed army of white Zetsu near the buildings at the base of the mountain, his expression tensing as he spoke. "Let us prepare traps." The four quietly retreated to a position between two peaks, where they cautiously began to set their traps. Madara drew upon his chakra, puffing out his cheeks, and, with a loud puff, sprayed a large amount of chakra oil onto the withered branches. After an indeterminate amount of time, he rubbed his cheeks and declared, "I have run out of chakra." No sooner had he spoken than 3 vials of potion flew towards him. Without hesitation, Madara caught them, unscrewed one cap, and drank from it, stowing the remaining 2 vials away. After a complete revival, Madara declared, "Phew." Chapter 122, Muscular White Zetsu. Time swiftly flowed by, and before long, dusk had arrived. At this moment, the central mountain and the surrounding branches were drenched in an unquenchable chakra oil. Hashirama, brimming with vitality, spoke up. "It's time for my shadow clone to make an appearance. Are you all prepared?" "All set," came the reply. With a resounding clap, Hashirama formed a hand seal and produced a shadow clone. The clone, exuding confidence, proclaimed, "Leave the task of luring them over to me." Hashirama, with a serious expression, retrieved kunai from the storage scroll. Moments later, the shadow clone arrived atop the opposing peak, gazing down at the densely packed white Zetsu, dark stripes appearing on its face. Senjutsu, spiraling flash super wheel dance roar, 3rd style. With a thunderous boom, several white Zetsu standing not far below were shredded by the spiraling shuriken. The distant white Zetsu, hearing the noise, turned in unison to locate its source. Upon seeing the shadow clone at the summit, they charged forward like madmen, only to be incinerated and ultimately transformed into a colossal tree. Tobirama formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a deafening roar, the fire, fueled by the wind, became increasingly unstoppable. At this rate, both mountains will be scorched clean. Shouldn't we retreat a bit? Izuna suggested, glancing at the uncontrollable flames. The three nodded in agreement, and Tobirama added, "But we must also keep an eye on the white Zetsu behind and around us. They might be drawn by the commotion here." As time gradually passed, the blaze continued until deep into the night before finally subsiding. The four disregarded the remaining dismembered white Zetsu and pressed onward towards their destination. However, just as they caught sight of the safe house ahead, the ground suddenly trembled. What is happening? Before the four could fully express their joy, they were thrown off balance by the tremors. Even Madara found himself sitting on the ground, staring at the distant white creature, his pupils narrowing slightly. What in the world is that? The creature bore a striking resemblance to the white Zetsu, standing over 2 meters tall, its muscles bulging with explosive strength. Even its arms were as thick as a person's torso, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Hashirama blinked in awe. How cool. I want muscles like that. Tobirama stated gravely. It seems this is the final challenge. Once we defeat it, our mission will be complete. Izuna frowned, remarking, "That guy looks quite formidable." "I'll give it a try," he declared, charging forward without hesitation. Ban was taken aback and hastily called out, "Izuna," but it was too late. The muscular white Zetsu was enveloped in a layer of green chakra, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. In the next moment, he appeared before Izuna and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Izuna spat out blood and was sent flying. Tobirama formed seals and executed the sage art, wind cutter technique. Hashirama immediately created 5 shadow clones that charged towards the muscular white Zetsu. Sage art, spiral flash super wheel, dance roar. The ground trembled with a series of explosive sounds. Standing beside Izuna, Ban added a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. Izuna wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rose to his feet, and glanced at the center of the explosion. With such immense power, that adversary must be dead, right? Not far away, Tobirama wore a serious expression. He had not even landed a hit. That guy's speed is astonishing. No sooner had he thought this than he heard a rush of air behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and unleashed a wind blade. The muscular white Zetsu slowed his charge, effortlessly sidestepping the wind blade, and then surged forward with renewed speed, closing in on Tobirama. Tobirama's pupils constricted. In the next instant, an agonizing pain erupted in his abdomen, and he was sent flying backward. Hashirama, witnessing this, was about to catch Tobirama when he suddenly felt a sharp pain as a kick landed heavily on his chest. With a thud, Tobirama crashed to the ground. Ban leaped forward and caught Hashirama in a princess carry. Izuna formed hand seals. Fire release. The muscular white Zetsu instantly teleported in front of Izuna, brandishing a wooden stick that he thrust into Izuna's mouth. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Izuna hurtling away. Tobirama, dazed from the impact, saw Izuna hurtling towards him at incredible speed, unable to evade in time, and was struck directly. Izuna clutched his mouth, coughing violently for a while. Just as he felt some relief in his chest and throat, a weak voice suddenly reached his ears. "If you're done coughing, you'd better get off me." Startled by the voice, Izuna remembered that he was on top of Tobirama and quickly rolled off. "Are you all right?" Tobirama, eyes closed, replied, "If you hadn't broken 2 of my ribs, I would have been fine by now." Izuna, feeling embarrassed, pulled out a medical kit and handed a vial to him. "You also dislocated my shoulder. Otherwise, I would have pushed you away long ago," Tobirama said with a faint tone. Izuna glanced around and saw his brother and Hashirama darting about to evade attacks. It seemed he was the one who would have to administer the medicine. Resolute, Izuna twisted off the cap, opened Tobirama's mouth, and poured the contents inside. Meanwhile, Hashirama cradled Ban, who had been sent flying, and, with a serious expression, remarked to the muscular white Zetsu, "This guy is terrifyingly strong. With our current abilities, it may be challenging to defeat him." Ban, covering his injured chest with a hand, replied with difficulty, "That may be true, but could you please set me down first?" After being set down, Madara, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, fixated on the distant figure of white Zetsu, remarked, "That fellow possesses remarkable sensory abilities, alongside formidable strength, explosive power, would release techniques, and agility, all exceedingly potent." Hashirama nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, the green chakra emanating from him appears to be a technique, and a powerful one at that. Madara, can you hold him off for 10 minutes? I wish to experiment with the fusion of water release and wind release." Madara, with a look of disbelief, replied, "Do you truly think that is feasible? I was annihilated in a single encounter with him. While my Sharingan can perceive his speed, my body fails to react in time. Chapter 123. The Great Screen Revisited. Very well. I shall make an earnest attempt. Should you succeed in merging the bloodlines, our chances might improve significantly. Additionally, please be swift. Understood. Madara's three-tomo Sharingan remained fixed on the muscular white Zetsu. This adversary exhibited no vulnerabilities. How had he not realized before that a practitioner of taijutsu could be so formidable? As he observed the muscular white Zetsu charging towards him, Madara sighed. Resolving to confront him head-on, his hands flew into a series of hand seals. Senjutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique. The muscular white Zetsu effortlessly leapt into the air to evade the attack. A glimmer of hope sparked within Madara. A prime opportunity. Senjutsu, Great Fire Destruction. A colossal fireball hurtled towards the airborne muscular white Zetsu, raising the surrounding temperature significantly due to its intensity. Madara raised an arm to shield himself from the oncoming heat wave, murmuring, "It seems I may have struck him." As the heat dissipated, Madara lowered his arm and gazed ahead. He witnessed the black scorch marks on the muscular white Zetsu's body gradually mending. In mere moments, an unscathed muscular white Zetsu stood before him. With a resounding thud, Madara was sent flying by a kick from the muscular white Zetsu. Upon landing, he struggled to prop himself up. Casting a glance at Hashirama, who was seated cross-legged in the distance, Madara, with unwavering determination, declared, "I shall not allow you to pass." Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Utilizing the cover of the fireball, Madara rose to his feet, unsheathing his katana as he charged at the muscular white Zetsu. With a swift swipe, Madara's blade sliced through the air, only to feel a sharp pain in his wrist as the katana slipped from his grasp. A powerful punch from the muscular white Zetsu struck Madara in the abdomen, causing him to retch violently. Subsequently, the muscular white Zetsu turned and delivered a kick that sent Izuna flying, attempting to ambush. Tobirama threw his katana, following closely behind, as he began forming hand seals. Just as the muscular white Zetsu swatted the katana away, Tobirama seized the moment to complete his final seal. Senjutsu, Wind Cutter Technique. As the muscular white Zetsu narrowly avoided the attack, Tobirama unleashed another gust of wind, striking directly at the muscular white Zetsu's chest. "Now's our chance," Madara shouted urgently. "Izuna." Izuna instantly understood, leaping high into the air as the hand seal for the Great Fireball was swiftly completed. Senjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Senjutsu, Great Fire Destruction. Simultaneously, Tobirama completed his hand seal. Senjutsu, Great Breakthrough. Boom. As the flames subsided, the charred muscular white Zetsu stood firm, his body visibly healing at an astonishing rate. With a swift motion, muscular white Zetsu evaded the sound of slicing air behind him, turning effortlessly to dodge the katana thrown by Aida. The blade struck the ground with a resounding clang, embedding itself not far from him. Utilizing his agile legs, Tobirama propelled himself forward. Muscular white Zetsu swung a punch, but Tobirama deftly sidestepped it. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved the katana from the ground and skillfully slashed it across muscular white Zetsu's chest, then hurled the weapon towards Izuna. Izuna grasped the hilt and leapt, driving the blade into muscular white Zetsu's chest. "Why not strike his head?" Tobirama gasped, panting heavily. Izuna, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I couldn't reach it. This guy's wounds are still healing." Upon hearing Abido's remark, Tobirama unleashed several wind blades, severing muscular white Zetsu into 6 pieces. After this exertion, Tobirama collapsed onto the ground. Izuna, still feeling uneasy, unleashed a few fireballs at muscular white Zetsu's corpse. Once the flames subsided, Izuna discovered 4 scrolls beneath the body and picked one up to inspect. 8 gates, he mused. Both Abido and Tobirama turned their attention to Izuna. He tossed 2 additional scrolls to them. Tobirama glanced at the scrolls, realization dawning upon him. So this was the intention of our ancestor. I wondered why this white Zetsu moved so sluggishly, even refraining from counterattacking. Abido's lips twitched as he remarked, "I never expected our ancestor merely wished to demonstrate the might of the 8 gates. If he had simply stated its strength, we would have believed him without the need for a beating." Curiosity piqued, Izuna inquired, was this white Zetsu utilizing the 6th gate? Or perhaps the 5th? Despite our youth, Sage Mode easily overpowers us. It must at least be the 6th gate. Abido stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, even our father would struggle against this white Zetsu. If it were merely the 5th gate, it couldn't possibly dominate us so effortlessly. I must learn the 8 gates, Izuna declared, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the scroll. Obito contemplated. I wonder if Sage Mode and the 8 Gates can be used in conjunction. If so, who needs the Manjiki Sharingan? Isn't my brother done yet? It's been over 15 minutes, Obito lamented. I knew that guy was unreliable. Fortunately, this white Zetsu didn't go for the kill. Otherwise, who could withstand even a minute? With a sigh, Obito added, let's just wait patiently. The safe house is right ahead. However, this wait extended to 2 hours. Hashirama scratched his head, surveying the chaotic scene and the 3 seated before him with puzzled eyes. You managed to handle such a formidable foe on your own? Indeed, Obito replied. Without your interference, we faced him with much greater ease and dispatched him in no time. At these words, Hashirama's spirit sank, and he crouched down, drawing circles with a small popsicle in hand. It appears you have succeeded. Congratulations. Indeed, I find myself one step behind you, Tobirama remarked with a smirk. Madara rose from his seat, dusting off his trousers as he spoke. Well, it's getting late. We should head into the safe house. I wonder if there are any more surprises in store for us. This journey has indeed been filled with unexpected delights. With a stroke of good fortune, one might find a ninjutsu scroll upon opening the door. However, the scroll cannot be taken with us. We must memorize the sequence of hand seals and the flow of chakra ourselves. Is this the safe house? It's quite spacious. And why are there so many seats? What is that? Hashirama inquired, pointing curiously at the large screen nearby. None of the 3 had ever seen anything like it, and they all shook their heads in unison. At that moment, the safe house was plunged into darkness, and the large screen flickered to life. Words appeared, Otsutsuki Kagaya. After a moment, it continued. The chakra originates from the God Tree? Is this the tale from a millennium ago in the ninja world? Hashirama sighed, commenting, that woman, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is quite pitiable. Izuna added, indeed, she was constantly betrayed. It's truly tragic that she was sealed away by her own 2 sons. Chapter 124. The burden of responsibility. Tobirama folded his arms and remarked, yet she did harbor ambitions. Perhaps due to her overwhelming power, she became somewhat indifferent to human life, treating them merely as sustenance for the God Tree. Her eventual sealing was, in a sense, just punishment. Madara nodded in agreement. Tobirama makes a valid point. He then reflected, I never imagined that the legendary sage of 6 paths was actually a foreigner to the ninja world. What of our ancestor, who also possessed the Rinnegan? Surely he must have been a member of the Uchiha clan with an exceptionally pure and potent bloodline. He could very well be the son or grandson of the sage. Tobirama suggested, if you're curious, we can inquire about it once we step outside. Hashirama sighed, but 2 days have already passed. Is there any chance our ancestor is still in the cabin? The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, the screen began to display images. Is this a village? Could it possibly be the one I will establish in the future? Hashirama scratched his head in confusion. It certainly seems so. The statue on the cliff bears the likeness of both you and me. Tobirama replied matter-of-factly. 6 statues, and not a single one represents me or my elder brother. Tobirama glanced at Izuna, saying, our ancestor mentioned that Madara diverged from the elder brother's ideals, which might explain his reluctance to take on the role of village leader. And do you honestly believe your intellect is sufficient to lead a village? After a pause, Tobirama added with a sharp tone, are you planning to have everyone starve while you all share the wind? Izuna's forehead bore the mark of a cross. You scoundrel. When the opportunity arises, I will surely give you a thorough beating. Tobirama, uninterested in Izuna's outburst, redirected his gaze to the screen. An adult Naruto Uzumaki? At the mere mention of that nightmarish name, Izuna instinctively turned to the screen. The mere thought of Naruto Uzumaki sent waves of pain throughout his body. The agony of being torn apart at the cellular level had left him with a profound psychological scar. The successor of the 7th Hokage? When Naruto Uzumaki reached adulthood, had he already become the 7th Hokage? It was surprising to realize that a new Hokage was appointed approximately every decade. Subsequently, a condensed tale unfolded before them. The Otsutsuki clan? Could this be the impending crisis for the Shinobi world? Hashirama observed the battle between Sasuke and Kinshiki with a somewhat grave expression. It was evident that Madara too wore a solemn countenance. He remarked, this Uchiha possesses the Rinnegan, yet he seems to be at a disadvantage against this Otsutsuki fellow. Hashirama sighed. Our Shinobi world truly endures numerous tribulations. By that time, we might have already passed away. Nevertheless, we must proactively strategize for the future of the Shinobi world. Perhaps this is the very purpose for which our ancestors have revealed this to us. Indeed, who could argue against the notion that we are the children of destiny? Oh, precisely. The responsibility of safeguarding the shinobi world naturally falls upon the children of fate. Tobirama mused, stroking his chin. The optimal approach would be to unify the shinobi world and then select the most talented individuals to cultivate as formidable warriors. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. This indeed seemed to be the most prudent course of action, far preferable to the prospect of the various shinobi villages igniting conflict and causing perpetual strife within the shinobi world. The four of them observed on the screen as Kinshiki effortlessly dispatched the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Even from a distance, the sheer terror of his power was palpable. Hashirama and Madara suddenly felt their burdens grow heavier. It wasn't until the screen shifted to the Chunin exams that the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Did this Boruto Uzumaki truly believe that his father's position as Hokage was merely a result of monetary influence? Or did he think that he had merely leveraged connections to attain the title, dismissing his father's role as ineffective, merely sitting in an office all day? What a farce. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Izuna unexpectedly nodded in agreement. That guy possesses such formidable strength at just 15, once he reaches adulthood. Claiming he is the strongest in the shinobi world would not be an exaggeration. Being Hokage would be well within his capabilities. While the Uchiha clan was known for their pride, they maintained a requisite respect when faced with stronger ninjas, particularly one who had previously bested him in combat. Madara commented, "He is still just a child, lacking in experience. With Naruto's strength as an adult, his mere presence would be sufficient to instill fear across the entire shinobi world." Tobirama shook his head. In truth, our own experiences are rather limited as well. Take, for example, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. I am uncertain of their true terror. However, I am certain that one who can harness the chakra of a tailed beast must be extraordinarily formidable. You make a valid point. In reality, at 15, Naruto was indeed the strongest individual they had encountered aside from Uchiha Itachi. In this era, devoid of Jinchuriki and the Rinnegan-wielding pain, the mightiest were merely the heads of the various shinobi clans. Thus, it was only natural for the four of them to conclude that a Naruto, already capable of overwhelming them at such a young age, would undoubtedly surpass all others in the shinobi world upon reaching adulthood. The advancements of future technology were truly remarkable. Scientific ninja tools could even unleash ninjutsu. One could only wonder if sage techniques would follow suit. If it were possible, it would indeed be exceedingly convenient. How I long for one. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Hashirama turned to look at Tobirama with a pitiful expression. "Tobirama," he remarked. How could he possibly comprehend such matters? With a sigh, he added, "If such technology becomes available in the future, I shall procure one for you. I can only hope your desire stems from something other than its striking appearance." Hashirama scratched his head. Huh? How did you know it was the appearance that attracted me? Realizing he had nearly divulged too much, he quickly halted his speech. "TCH, it is evident that you, who have already mastered the ice-release bloodline, have no need for these scientific tools," Tobirama retorted. Feeling somewhat awkward, Hashirama attempted to shift the conversation. "I merely find the advancements in future technology fascinating. If possible, I too would like the gaming console Boruto possesses." Tobirama rolled his eyes in response. "Well, take your time contemplating. I too desire a gaming console. Yet the chasm between present and future technology is vast. What purpose does it serve to dwell on such wishes?" Madara reflected. Compared to these, perhaps something like the lightning car does not necessitate such advanced technology. Once the ninja world is unified, we might explore that avenue. Tobirama nodded in agreement. The lightning car is indeed quite convenient, and it should prove lucrative. Enough of this talk. The Otsutsuki has arrived, Hashirama cautioned. Tobirama and Madara promptly fell silent, their focus shifting to the grand screen before them, as gathering intelligence on the Otsutsuki clan took precedence over their musings. For without the means to counter the Otsutsuki's invasion, even the most advanced technology would be rendered ineffective. Chapter 125. Now this is right. End of the Warring States era. Is this truly the extent of the Otsutsuki clan's power? It exceeds all expectation. Naruto Uzumaki also surpasses what one might envision. He can harness the chakra of tailed beasts, yet finds himself at a disadvantage against the Otsutsuki. Even the complete Susanoo, bolstered by tailed beast chakra, proves inadequate to withstand their onslaught. It is not fair, Izuna lamented on Naruto's behalf. That Uchiha Sasuke, who bears a striking resemblance to me, claimed that Naruto could easily deflect such an attack. He only withstood it to protect the village. Hashirama scrutinized Izuna. Could that Sasuke be your descendant? The resemblance is uncanny. Perhaps, Izuna mused. But I never anticipated that my progeny could awaken those legendary eyes. Moreover, possessing 6 tomo akin to our esteemed ancestor. I wonder if they utilized the cells. Madara gazed enviously at Sasuke's 6 tomo Rinnegan, murmuring, it would be splendid if I could awaken such eyes in the future. Especially if my ocular technique were also spatial in nature. However, Boruto should now recognize that his father's position as Hokage was not merely a matter of financial gain. Tobirama sighed. I wonder if our timeline's future can withstand the Otsutsuki's invasion. It certainly can, Hashirama declared, his gaze unwavering as he watched Naruto being drained of chakra by Kinshiki. Naruto is correct. Our chakra is cultivated through our own efforts, unlike the Otsutsuki, who can easily acquire power by consuming chakra fruit. Thus, victory will undoubtedly belong to the ninja. Tobirama's brow furrowed in contemplation. In that moment, a bold idea suddenly sparked within him. He sought to research a technique capable of resurrecting the deceased. Such a method would be the most secure. Tobirama possessed confidence, believing that his elder brother would undoubtedly rival Naruto in prowess. If Naruto could vanquish Kagaya Tsutsuki, then his brother could surely do the same. Moreover, there was also Madara, whose Rinnegan was formidable. After contemplating for a while, Tobirama lifted his gaze to see Sasuke arriving in the other dimension, accompanied by Boruto and the remaining 4 Kage. The impending battle loomed. Moments later, the clash subsided, leaving only Naruto and Sasuke in a desperate struggle, rendering Tobirama momentarily speechless. It was not until Naruto began to earnestly engage, transforming into a resplendent golden figure, that Tobirama regained his focus. This physical technique stirred a fervor within me, Madara remarked with admiration. Indeed, it was remarkable, far surpassing the physical prowess of the Uchiha clan. The synergy between Naruto and Sasuke's shadow techniques was simply exquisite. I have learned much from it. Hashirama also expressed his admiration. This earth-style, heavenly star is indeed the sealing technique created by the Sage of 6 Paths to form the moon, yet it failed to seal this Tsutsuki? Madara pondered aloud. Can the Susanoo be wielded in such a manner? His eyes lit up as he turned to Hashirama, inquiring, is it possible for Ice Release to develop a jutsu that conjures an ice giant as large as the 9 Tails? I shall delve deeper into this upon my return. If achievable, it would be immensely powerful, Hashirama remarked, his gaze fixed eagerly upon the Susanoo. I feel that, compared to Ice Release, Wood Release's wooden giant may be easier to develop. Why not explore Wood Release further, brother? Tobirama suggested. There's no need. I find Ice Release to be quite potent, perhaps even superior to Wood Release, especially in terms of temperature. It warrants thorough exploration, Tobirama sighed, taken aback by Hashirama's disregard for expert counsel. Izuna suddenly exclaimed, there's something unusual about Boruto's eyes. Indeed, they are not merely Byakugan. Could the offspring of the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans exhibit such variations? Madara interjected. Let us not forget that the Hyuga clan's ancestor was Kagaya Tsutsuki, also a progeny of the chakra origin. Perhaps the Byakugan too can evolve like the Rinnegan. It appears that Naruto Uzumaki's son is quite remarkable, Hashirama mused. If the children of the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans can directly evolve, what of the offspring of the Uchiha and Senju clans? Izuna scoffed. You needn't ponder that. The Uchiha clan's bloodline has never mingled with others. Besides, how could one expect the clansmen to abandon their hatred? Tobirama commented, if the ninja world truly unifies in the future, it would be prudent for the great ninja clans to disband. Otherwise, should they ascend to the upper echelons of the nation, they would inevitably seek to benefit their own families, hindering national development. Madara nodded in agreement. Izuna, somewhat displeased, directed a gaze at her elder brother. Is it that you find wisdom in everything Tobirama suggests? Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Izuna, who lacked self-awareness regarding her own intellect, and waved his hand dismissively in front of her face. How pungent! How dare you, Tobirama? Who's envious? Izuna retorted, realizing the implication. Are you looking for a fight? Hashirama quickly interjected, urging, please, let us refrain from arguing. The tale of the future has already concluded. Let us instead focus on planning for what lies ahead. Shall we commence planning now? Hashirama nodded gravely. Indeed. In order to confront the impending crises, we must swiftly put an end to the conflicts between the clans of shinobi. Only then can the population of the shinobi world flourish. enabling the emergence of gifted ninjas in the future. We should seize this opportunity to cultivate resolute ninjas capable of mastering the 8 gates to resist the Tsutsuki clan. After speaking, he glanced at the 3 and declared, "With my current strength, I have likely surpassed my father by a considerable margin, and halting the Senju clan should pose no issue." Hashirama then turned to Madara and Izuna, awaiting their responses. "Perhaps my brother and I could join forces. But that would inevitably lead to a confrontation with our father," Madara replied, his expression tinged with conflict. Tobirama spoke calmly. "Once you resolve the Uchiha matter, the 2 largest clans in the Shinobi world can unite. Like in other timelines, we can first recruit the major clans, establish shinobi villages, and subsequently declare war on the remaining 4 great nations. At that point, no nation would stand a chance against Konoha. Unifying the shinobi world would be well within our grasp." Upon hearing Tobirama's support, Hashirama nodded vigorously. "Furthermore, we are students of our esteemed ancestor. Can we not accomplish even this much? If we fail to resolve our internal strife, how can we possibly find the time to devise a plan to address external threats?" Hearing this, Madara clenched his teeth, resolutely declaring, "Let us proceed." Noticing Hashirama's sigh of relief, Madara questioned with a smirk, "What is this? Are you now afraid that unifying the shinobi world will exacerbate hatred among the people?" Hashirama's expression turned somewhat awkward. "Yes," he admitted. Madara, perplexed, raised an eyebrow. Hashirama exhaled deeply. "We must also consider the future of the shinobi world. We cannot only focus on the present." "That is correct," Madara nodded in satisfaction. "So, how do we exit?" The story has already concluded. The 4 searched the safe house for a considerable time, yet found no means of escape. Izuna pulled open the door latch, hoping to discover the way out was outside. As he stepped out, he was taken aback to find that the safe house had transformed into a small cabin perched atop a cliff. Upon witnessing Izuna vanish after stepping outside, the other 3 surmised that this might indeed be the exit. Once they all emerged, Hashirama gazed at the modest cabin, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Has our ancestor truly departed? Alas, I did not have the chance to bid him farewell. After all, our esteemed ancestor once mentioned that he despised such sentiments." Chapter 126. Who are you? Kagaya Arc. Uchiha Yan slowly opened his eyes. He sensed the chakra of the divine tree. To his astonishment, he found himself fortuitously transported to the time of Kagaya Tsutsuki during his second foray into parallel dimensions. He could only hope that this journey would unfold smoothly. His time was limited. Unlike Naruto, he would not wait until the day Kagaya turned against humanity to act. If the divine tree had already borne fruit, Uchiha Yan would choose to consume the chakra fruit directly. As for the one destined to wield the art of reincarnation, Uchiha Yan emerged as the most suitable candidate. Behind him, a black hole materialized, and he promptly turned and stepped inside. Beneath the divine tree, within a large cavern, Kagaya sensed a fluctuation of chakra and gazed in bewilderment at the small dark figure suspended in midair. The figure gradually expanded, revealing a youth with a backpack and a white cat cradled in his arms. When the boy directed his gaze towards her, he appeared momentarily taken aback, prompting Kagaya to inquire, "Who are you? A Rinnegan? Could it be that other kin have arrived?" Uchiha Yan regarded Kagaya below, and for a time, they exchanged silent stares. Eventually, regaining his composure, Uchiha Yan declared, "Farewell," and prepared to turn away. "Wait," he hesitated. "Why do I sense a faint trace of my bloodline within you? Who are you truly?" Uchiha Yan lifted his gaze to the heavens, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. Was this an unfortunate stroke of luck? Merely intending to observe whether the divine tree bore fruit, he had unexpectedly encountered Kagaya, who had just descended into the shinobi world. Or perhaps guess? Uchiha Yan did not respond directly, but rather returned the question. "Am I your descendant?" "Yet, how could I possibly have a descendant? Nevertheless, I cannot mistake this feeling of connection to my bloodline." Kagaya appeared visibly perplexed. How could she possibly have descendants? Uchiha Yan sighed. Why could this extraterrestrial being discern her bloodline so effortlessly? Under Kagaya's pure white gaze, Uchiha Yan felt his heart race. He could only blame the horror films where spirits often possessed white eyes. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Uchiha Yan remained taciturn while Kagaya patiently stood by, awaiting his reply. This stillness was ultimately shattered by the arrival of soldiers from the land of ancestors. "Who are you?" they demanded. Uchiha Yan did not lift his head, extending one hand diagonally towards the ground. In the next moment, a powerful repulsion surged forth, sending the earth and soldiers flying into the air. He held no fondness for the land of ancestors, particularly regarding their cowardly emperor, who, after suffering defeat, had dispatched his own soldiers to assist the enemy in pursuing his woman. Kaguya, her tone tinged with disappointment, remarked, "I haven't even introduced myself yet. Are you perhaps harboring disdain for me?" "No," he replied. "Then can you tell me why you possess my bloodline?" "I cannot." Kaguya sat on the ground, hugging her knees, feeling somewhat withdrawn. Had she truly become an object of disdain? "No," he reiterated. "Can you speak of the future? It seems you ought to know me. Furthermore, the Tsutsuki clan has not purged chakra from this world, correct? And why are you here?" "I cannot." With that, Uchiha Yan dismissed Kaguya, employing the H-Zuki technique to depart. Kaguya cast a forlorn glance in the direction of his exit. Did he arrive in this time and space through the plow? What brings him here? Is it for the fruit of the divine tree? Upon this thought, Kaguya suddenly raised her head. Uchiha Yan had not ventured far. Instead, he had constructed a wooden cabin in a place where the divine tree could be sensed. In former times, the spice might have been thrilled, for the entire cabin would serve as its scratching post. Alas, it had grown increasingly lethargic, spending its days fixated on the gaming console or asleep, with little interest in such matters. After an afternoon's labor, a simple wooden cabin was finally erected. The cabin was nestled in the heart of a forest, with a bamboo grove lying further ahead, where wild game might roam at night. The divine tree stood not far from the bamboo grove, approximately a dozen kilometers from the cabin. Presently, Uchiha Yan needed only to await the fruiting of the divine tree, then return to his original time and space, ready to fulfill his plan and depart the ninja world in search of technological civilization among the stars. Suddenly, Uchiha Yan furrowed his brow and turned to regard a figure beneath a great tree. Kaguya approached him steadily and asked directly, "You have appeared in this time and space to obtain the chakra fruit, haven't you?" Observing the wariness in her white eyes, Uchiha Yan slightly averted his gaze. "So what if I have?" The Otsutsuki clan's intentions in planting the divine tree in the ninja world were never pure, regardless of who claims the fruit. This world is destined for destruction. Moreover, as a human, I would retain a portion of the chakra to sustain this world, preventing its annihilation, which the Otsutsuki may not guarantee. Kaguya frowned. "This is merely a self-justifying excuse for you to seize the divine tree's fruit. The fruit rightfully belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. Yet this world does not belong to them, and they are indeed the adversaries of this realm." Kaguya opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she declared resolutely, "I will not allow you to take the fruit of the divine tree." This was her mission. "Do you believe your strength can withstand an opponent with the Rinnegan?" Kaguya's expression revealed her inner turmoil. "But you are my descendant. How could you raise your hand against me?" She squatted down, appearing fragile, pitiful, and helpless. Uchiha Yan suddenly recalled Kaguya's deep love for her son. Even after her mindset had shifted, she could not bring herself to harm Otsutsuki Yui or Otsutsuki Kinshiki. When the Heavenly Emperor's forces pursued her, it was likely to protect the child she carried that she chose to consume the chakra fruit. Moreover, her mindset had yet to change. Faced with such a Kaguya, Uchiha Yan found it difficult to strike with full force. After all, she was his ancestor. Now, it was Uchiha Yan who bore a conflicted expression. Given sufficient time to wait, he could certainly adopt a strategy akin to Naruto's. After all, Naruto faced a world-ending fiend, and they had no personal ties to Kaguya, thus bearing no psychological burden. Yet Uchiha Yan's situation was entirely different from that of the Kaguya, who treated humanity merely as sustenance for the divine tree. In the present scenario, Kaguya finds herself utterly captivated when the sovereign drapes a cloak upon her. Chapter 127, The Ancestor Among Ancestors. Should one dare to confront such an ancestor, Uchiha Yan would undoubtedly harbor a sense of guilt for imposing upon her. 50%. Leaving behind half of my chakra for this world is my utmost concession. Kaguya sighed, stating, "In that case, I shall face severe repercussions. Is it due to Otsutsuki Ashiki? Before I depart, I shall assist you in eliminating him." At this moment, he remains uncertain if he can indeed contend with Otsutsuki Ashiki. From the intelligence provided by Sasuke, Ishiki's abilities proved to be exceedingly formidable, possessing the power to amplify and diminish objects. Even Naruto, having consumed the chakra fruit, would find it challenging to defeat him. Uchiha Yan, too, lacks confidence at present, yet once he consumes the chakra fruit, his assurance will be unwavering. While Otsutsuki Ishiki is indeed troublesome, he is not without his own strengths. Are you aware of Ishiki? Kagaya inquired, somewhat astonished. Moreover, he is my partner. Why should I wish to eliminate him? Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback. Have you never considered the possibility of doing away with him? Kagaya shook her head, responding, not at all. Why do you ask? Because in the future, you will ambush Otsutsuki Ishiki, inflicting grave injury upon him. It is evident that you intend to strike with lethal intent. Kagaya, displaying disbelief, outright denied. That is impossible. Very well then, let us exchange information that may prove beneficial to each of us. I shall divulge certain future events, and in return, you will share intelligence regarding the Otsutsuki clan. How does that sound? Uchiha Yan proposed. No, Kagaya promptly shook her head in refusal, her tone resolute. Though I am indeed curious about future occurrences, I cannot divulge any information about the Otsutsuki clan. A chair fashioned from stone rose beneath Uchiha Yan, who sat down and addressed Kagaya. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to share some insights regarding the future, after which you may decide whether to exchange information. Kagaya remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the stone chair, lost in thought. Uchiha Yan, seemingly misinterpreting the situation, waved his hand, summoning a chair to rise before Kagaya as well. Caught in a struggle of contemplation, Kagaya was taken aback by the thoughtfulness of this junior, and without further deliberation, approached and sat down. Why would I ambush Ishiki in the future? What could possibly transpire? Despite her musings, she could not fathom why she would resort to such actions against Ishiki. Uchiha Yan spoke candidly. I am uncertain, yet I can help analyze the situation. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Does Ishiki possess a Ten Tails? The Ten Tails requires consuming Otsutsuki to evolve into the divine tree. Could it be that Ishiki intends to offer you to the Ten Tails, prompting your ambush? Kagaya shook her head, asserting, that is inherently my duty. I would not betray him for such reasons. Furthermore, I possess the means to resurrect using the chakra. Uchiha Yan understood. Indeed, Ishiki harbored a Ten Tails. Then, upon your arrival in this world, you will fall in love with a human. The Otsutsuki clan forbids their kin from marrying and bearing offspring with lowly mortals. Yet by that time, you shall already be with child. In defense of your 2 unborn children, would you choose to stand against the Otsutsuki clan? Kagaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Uchiha Yan, exclaiming, that is even more impossible. How could I ever fall in love with a human? No way. Absolutely not. Uchiha Yan tilted his head, removing his outer garment and draping it over Kagaya. Her expression shifted from resolute to a slight quickening of her heartbeat, and finally to a faint blush as she stammered, "WH, what are you doing? It gets quite chilly at night. I fear you might catch a cold," he replied. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's delicate body quivered. The contrast was too stark. Uchiha Yan's initial impression was one of indifference. Yet now he exhibited a tenderness that left even Kagaya feeling unexpectedly cherished. Moreover, this sensation of being cared for prompted Uchiha Yan to roll his eyes and lean back in his chair, remarking, "Do you still believe you won't fall in love with a human? Don't misunderstand. Consider it my way of showing filial piety to you, an ancestor among ancestors." Kagaya paused, taken aback. An ancestor among ancestors? She quickly rubbed her face. By the way, since you claim I will love a human, who is this human? He is the son of heaven from the land of ancestors. Kagaya looked utterly perplexed. I will meet the son of this country in the future, and I will fall in love with him, have children with him. Even so, I might not resort to ambushing him, Kagaya pondered. Uchiha Yan contemplated for a moment before suggesting, perhaps it is because you have yet to experience those things that you feel this way. Is that so? Kagaya nodded, somewhat understanding. There may be other reasons as well, such as the reluctance to witness this world being destroyed, or the burden of carrying 2 children within, and clandestinely consuming chakra fruits. All these factors could contribute. Kagaya confessed, I do feel a twinge of sorrow at the thought of my kin destroying this world. You wouldn't be venturing out with your kin to plant the god tree for the first time, would you? Many planets have perished because of the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya nodded in agreement. Indeed, since Ishiki, as a senior and mentor, has kindly taught me how to cultivate the god tree and obtain chakra fruits, I find it difficult to betray him. Uchiha Yan reflected on the information regarding the Otsutsuki clan. The clan was indeed benevolent towards its members, which might explain why Ishiki was unguarded, allowing Kagaya to successfully ambush him. Furthermore, when Kinshiki arrived in the Shinobi world and mentioned Kagaya's name, it lacked the tone of a clan member addressing a branch family, devoid of any sense of respect. This indicated that Kagaya was not of the main family, but rather belonged to the same lineage as Ishiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. In a parallel universe, Boruto, bearing the mark of Kinshiki, was spared countless opportunities for Urashiki to eliminate him. As for whether there was a reason related to the Byakugan, Uchiha Yan and Sasuke were uncertain. Before departing, Sasuke had shared much intelligence regarding the Otsutsuki clan, with Ishiki undoubtedly being the most formidable. Regarding Urashiki, Sasuke merely noted that his abilities were rather peculiar, involving time reversal, and that defeating him would require considerable effort. The essence of Pu's strength is not particularly formidable. It is merely troublesome. Kagaya, not wishing to divulge too much information regarding the Otsutsuki clan, deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "Since you claim I will eventually fall in love with the prince of this country, it may be best if I avoid meeting him altogether. At this moment, my kin hold far greater significance for me." Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Uchiha Yan inquired with curiosity, "So, do you intend to remain beneath the god tree indefinitely?" Kagaya responded with an air of certainty, "Naturally, I shall keep watch over you. As long as I keep my eyes on you, I fulfill my duty of guarding the god tree." Chapter 128. Wild flavor indeed. Aside from this junior before me, none would dare covet the god tree. "You cannot keep watch over me," Kagaya declared earnestly. "Then I shall follow you wherever you go. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. That is of no concern. You have stated that I am an ancestor among your forebears. Alternatively, you may perceive me as male." Uchiha Yan rolled his eyes, too apathetic to engage further, and rose to return indoors. After all, he had gleaned most of the pertinent information. Observing Kagaya attempting to follow him, Uchiha Yan instantly vanished into the house, shutting the door and casually erecting a barrier. As Kagaya walked along, she abruptly bumped her forehead against an invisible barrier with a thud. Rubbing her forehead, she gazed at the wooden house with a perplexed expression. Had the Sage of Six Paths known that someone dared to covet the chakra fruit, he would undoubtedly have eliminated this descendant. Uchiha Yan glanced outside, noticing Kagaya tightening her coat, perhaps due to the chill, and sighed. "Well, I suppose I could leave tomorrow." With that thought, he formed hand seals. Not far from the barrier, a stone house arose. He retrieved a gaming console with 30% battery life remaining and scrolled through its contents, nearing the end of a horror film. However, Huijiao, unusually, had not come to observe the game console, but instead perched on the window, watching Kagaya outside. Uchiha Yan asked, "What is it?" Huijiao responded with a call. "Do you wish to play with her?" "Why? Meow because she resembles a rabbit?" Uchiha Yan's lips twitched. How had he not noticed Kagaya's resemblance to a rabbit? Observing Huijiao's unwavering gaze towards the window, Uchiha Yan rubbed his temples. It was rare for him to see Huijiao take an interest in anyone. Previously, no matter how much Hashirama courted it, the creature remained indifferent. Perhaps it was due to being away from home, or perhaps it was a matter of acclimatization. He felt a headache coming on. After a moment, Uchiha Yan suddenly dispelled the barrier. If Huijiao wished to play with her, then so be it. Huijiao turned to look at its master, then glanced outside once more before leaping back into Uchiha Yan's embrace. "You're not going?" Uchiha Yan was taken aback. Huijiao nodded. "Then let us watch a movie," he said, instinctively pulling his feet under the covers. There were few horror films left on the gaming console. The remaining titles all appeared rather terrifying from their covers. The following day, as Uchiha Yan opened his eyes, he was startled to find a pair of pure white eyes fixed upon him. "You are finally awake? What are you doing?" he asked, somewhat irked. "Is there any kin food left?" Kagaya inquired, licking her lips in reminiscence. "None. And what of it?" Uchiha Yan replied. "The portion provided was far too meager to satisfy my hunger," Kagaya remarked, gesturing towards the Sichuan pepper while holding two empty cans in her other hand. Meow. The Sichuan pepper seemed to indicate, "Dear caretaker, you ought to go hunting." Uchiha Yan sighed, rubbing his temples. "It gave you the canned food. And it too did not feel satiated. We have only 4 cans remaining. What should we do then?" Kagaya asked. "Nibble on leaves," she suggested, turning her gaze towards the door. Uchiha Yan smirked slightly. "Have you truly come to see yourself as a rabbit?" As Kagaya prepared to step outside, Uchiha Yan quickly interjected. "Hold on. If you desire human food, you can hunt for wild game." Kagaya tilted her head. "Wild game? Such as wild rabbits, pheasants, bears, tigers, and elephants?" Her expression reflected her newfound understanding. "What are those black stripes on your face? It does not feel like chakra. Is it the native power of this world?" "It is natural energy," Uchiha Yan casually explained, then opened his eyes fully. I have located brown bears, wild boars, and a small lake, which appears to be a suitable temporary residence, though it is somewhat distant. At that range, I can barely sense the chakra of the divine tree. Uchiha Yan contemplated his plan to part ways with Kaguya after their meal. Wait for me a moment. With that, his figure vanished. Kaguya stared blankly at the empty room, pondering, has the cat departed? Surely he wouldn't leave so abruptly. Yet, since he had asked her to wait, she resolved to trust him this once. Sitting upon a stone chair, Kaguya reflected on their conversation from the previous night. Could she truly fall in love with a human? To betray her kin for the sake of that human, their child, and this world? After pondering for a while, noticing her offspring had yet to return, she rose and began to search for his whereabouts using her Byakugan. At last, she spotted Uchiha Yan near the small lake downstream, seemingly engaged in cleaning something. Wild game. Perhaps. At least he hasn't run off, Kaguya thought, feeling relieved. Soon after, Uchiha Yan returned to the wooden cabin, carrying a freshly processed wild boar. Stone slabs and chairs rose beneath his feet. With a few swift wind blades, the boar was sliced into pieces, landing neatly upon the stone slab. Curiously, Kaguya asked, "Is this how you utilize elemental chakra to perform your techniques? You won't be needing that, so why ask so many questions?" Uchiha Yan replied, "I am curious and wish to learn." He extended his hand toward Kaguya. "Tuition, please." Kaguya froze. Tuition. She looked down, assessing her lack of valuable possessions. "What if I trade you information from the Otsutsuki clan?" "In that case, I would prefer not to learn." Kaguya retreated a step upon hearing his response. Dismissing her refusal, Uchiha Yan ignored Kaguya, forming hand seals to perform a small fireball technique that ignited the dry wood beneath the stone slab, before placing the cut meat atop it. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Kaguya's nostrils twitched, and she could not help but swallow. Moments later, Uchiha Yan pierced a perfectly seared piece of meat with a bamboo skewer and offered it to Kaguya. She accepted the skewer, gazing at the golden brown meat, her mouth involuntarily watering. Faced with the choice of swallowing her saliva or devouring the meat outright, Kaguya hesitated for a brief moment before opting for the former. She feared that opening her mouth might result in an embarrassing droplet falling to the ground before her junior. After swallowing her saliva, she eagerly placed the appetizing, fragrant piece of meat into her mouth, only to find it lacked the anticipated flavor. Uchiha Yan blew on the piece of meat in his hand before feeding it to the pepper flower. He then sampled a piece for himself, chewing twice before spitting it out. Indeed, he possessed an inexplicable confidence in his culinary skills. After a moment of contemplation, Kaguya suggested, "Perhaps I should give it a try?" Uchiha Yan looked at her skeptically and inquired, "Are you certain? Have you ever cooked before?" "No," Kaguya replied honestly, shaking her head. "Oh well, there's plenty of ingredients. It won't hurt to try." Uchiha Yan shrugged nonchalantly. If necessary, he could always hunt down another wild game. After all, the brown bear had not yet left his perceptual range. Observing Kaguya's clumsy attempts, Uchiha Yan shook his head. If this could be deemed delicious, he would gladly write his name in reverse. Strangely enough, the aroma was indeed not inferior to that of his own cooking. When Kaguya felt the meat was adequately cooked, she skewered a slightly charred piece and placed it in her mouth, only to promptly spit it out. Uchiha Yan, unfazed, remarked, "Did you find it unpalatable? Shall I take over?" Kaguya suddenly extended her tongue and fanned her hand. Uchiha Yan blinked, sensing that the situation was not as he had imagined. Sure enough, moments later, Kaguya expelled a single word from her mouth, "Hot." She then skewered another piece of meat and offered it to Uchiha Yan, indicating he should try it. Upon taking a bite, his expression froze. Although it was not particularly exquisite, it was certainly superior to his own cooking. Why was it that every time food passed through his hands, it turned out to be unappetizing? Was there a scientific explanation for this? Uchiha Yan squatted down, feeling somewhat despondent, wishing to embrace the pepper flower for comfort. However, the pepper flower dodged away and scampered to Kaguya's feet, gazing up at the stone slab above. With a crack, Uchiha Yan's fragile heart shattered. Even the pepper flower seemed to disdain his culinary expertise. Looking down at his hands, he began to question his life choices. Why was cooking more challenging to master than ninjutsu? Mastering the art of cuisine appeared to be a more formidable task than grasping the intricacies of bloodline techniques. As a skewer suddenly appeared in his line of sight, Uchiha Yan paused, rubbed his head, and accepted the skewer from the pepper flower's mouth. Once he finished eating, Uchiha Yan praised, "I never expected you to possess such talent." He spoke truthfully, As Kagaya continued to cook, her technique had become increasingly refined. It seemed that sustaining herself was no longer a concern. As Kagaya received compliments, a subtle smile graced her lips. However, her expression faltered when she witnessed the figure of Uchiha Yan, along with his charming yet vociferous white cat, vanish into thin air. The smile that had just bloomed on Kagaya's face froze, and gradually, tears glistened in her eyes, revealing a hint of grievance. In the next moment, the unprincipled Uchiha Yan appeared near a small lake, where he had already established a flying thunder god mark. Uchiha Yan mused that while he may not excel in culinary arts, he was certainly adept at constructing houses. At that moment, Kagaya's image flashed through his mind, and he muttered, could she have been devoured by a wolf? Ultimately, he decided to disregard her. He had left her food and shelter, and with her formidable strength. As long as she remained mentally sound, she should have no trouble dealing with wild beasts. Uchiha Yan shook his head slightly. Even if she were an ancestor, she belonged to a parallel universe. In this realm, it was prudent not to forge attachments, lest he find himself unable to act when the day came for the divine tree to bear fruit. Although he harbored a degree of fondness for this Kagaya, his heart was already too full to accommodate anyone else. The sole source of his inner turmoil now lay in the realization that Kagaya's fate seemed to have been altered by him. Had she not encountered the heavenly sovereign, there would be no future sons or Otsutsuki Ishiki, and what she would become remained uncertain in Uchiha Yan's mind. It was akin to his desire to resurrect those who perished in the Fourth Great Ninja War, for that conflict had been his design, and those who died did so because of him. Thus, he felt a sense of responsibility. If the Fourth Great Ninja War had not been his plan, he would have remained indifferent to the deaths of countless ninjas. Although he did not wish to be a selfish individual, he certainly would not strive to be selfless either. In the afternoon, Uchiha Yan sat in a rocking chair, gazing vacantly at the surface of the lake. A gaming console lay beside him, charging. While the pepper squirrel slept nearby, Kagaya, concealed behind a tree not far off, observed him in silence. Uchiha Yan cast a glance at the tree, feeling a slight headache as he rubbed his temples. Could the Byakugan really see that far? He had underestimated the situation. Upon realizing she had been detected, Kagaya awkwardly stepped out from behind the tree. Approaching him, she earnestly stated, "It is my duty to guard the divine tree, so I shall keep a close watch on you." Uchiha Yan sighed. "May I ask you a question?" Kagaya looked at this young junior inquisitively. "What question?" "How long until the divine tree bears chakra fruits?" "Soon, wait. Why do you ask that?" Kagaya's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion as she scrutinized Uchiha Yan. He reassured her. "Rest assured, it is nothing serious." Kagaya crouched before Uchiha Yan and inquired, "Do you think I am that foolish?" Such childish banter, gazing closely into her eyes. Uchiha Yan could even detect a faint fragrance emanating from her, causing him to instinctively lean back. "In truth, you appear rather dim-witted." Kagaya's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Yan conjured an ice mirror, stating, "See for yourself." Kagaya, still skeptical, gazed into the ice mirror. "Do you see it now?" Kagaya shook her head in confusion. "No." After speaking, she activated her Byakugan. Uchiha Yan's lips curled slightly. This only made her appear less intelligent. "Can you teach me the technique of this mirror?" Kagaya inquired after gazing at the ice mirror for a while. "Could you inform me of the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Ishiki?" Her intentions were as evident as the firecrackers set off during the New Year celebrations. Kagaya shook her head, stating, "You cannot defeat him." Uchiha Yan paused momentarily before responding. "I do not intend to fight him now. Moreover, you underestimate me. Even in my current state, I may not necessarily lose to him." Kagaya continued to shake her head. "I do not believe it." Uchiha Yan replied, "I possess extensive information about Ishiki, such as his Byakugan and his ability to manipulate the size of objects. Yet he knows nothing about me." Kagaya softly stated while looking into Uchiha Yan's eyes, "The ocular power of his eye surpasses your 6-tomo Rinnegan. Even among the Otsutsuki clan's direct descendants, Ishiki ranks as one of the strongest. I trust you are aware of the clan's power." Uchiha Yan was not particularly surprised by this. Sasuke had informed him that Ishiki's ocular power seemed inexhaustible, which was one of his most troublesome traits. Additionally, Ishiki's physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable, far exceeding that of ordinary humans in the ninja world. However, Uchiha Yan also had his own trump card, the Door of Death technique, a form of release barrier that he had perfected to the point of not requiring hand seals. If he were to merge it with yang release, it would render him invincible. Yet, as Itachi had remarked, Every technique possesses its weaknesses. The flaw of this barrier was its fragility against beings of Otsutsuki caliber. Once a weakness was identified, it could be easily shattered. Nevertheless, it was still far more practical than the ocular technique of his right eye. Chapter 130. Who discusses such matters with their ancestors? Uchiha Yan observed Kagaya's worried expression and was momentarily taken aback, as if he had come to a realization. After a brief pause, he sighed and said, "Forget it. You wished to learn ninjutsu, did you not? I have a particularly powerful technique for you. Would you like to learn it?" Kagaya's eyes sparkled with interest as she eagerly asked, "What technique?" "The 8 gates," Uchiha Yan replied solemnly. "What is that technique?" Kagaya inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "It is a physical technique. If you master it, you could seize Otsutsuki Urashiki's time-reversing eye. Once the 8th gate is opened, even a Shiki would struggle to withstand it. However, the drawback is that using it would be fatal. But you could utilize the time reversal to restore your physical state to before the 8th gate was activated." Kagaya resolutely shook her head, stating, "I will not harm my clansman." "What a pity. If you were from my timeline, I could assist you in acquiring his eye," Uchiha Yan mused, stroking his chin. Kagaya fell silent. "I too do not wish for my descendants to turn against one another." Though she spoke those words, her heart felt warm. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Uchiha Yan wore a serious expression, "But I shall protect my world and prevent the Otsutsuki from reclaiming chakra. Thus, I find myself in opposition to the Otsutsuki clan." In truth, this was not a falsehood. While safeguarding the ninja realm was a secondary concern, Kagaya gazed at her descendant with a certain daze. At that moment, it seemed as if a golden aura enveloped him, resembling a great savior, as a warm, gentle light illuminated the entire world. A surge of pride suddenly arose within Kagaya. This was her progeny, so remarkable. At this tender age, he surpassed even those of the Otsutsuki lineage. As evening approached, Uchiha Yan leisurely sat in a chair, engrossed in a video game. Kagaya, not far away, was pouring forth her youthful sweat. When this simpleton felt he had played long enough, he strolled over, a hint of concern etched on his face, and inquired, "If I were to practice this technique, would it turn me into a muscle-bound figure?" Without lifting his gaze, Uchiha Yan nonchalantly replied, "That is inevitable. To gain something is to lose something, an immutable truth. For instance, I have acquired strength but lost many worries in the process. Then I do not wish to train." Kagaya retorted, "I would prefer to learn ninjutsu. Let us practice for 2 more days to solidify your foundation. After that, I shall teach you to refine senjutsu chakra. Ordinary ninjutsu holds little value for you," Uchiha Yan added, and then elaborated. "Senjutsu chakra is, in essence, natural energy." Kagaya wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. In truth, her interest in ninjutsu was merely a passing curiosity. The practical implications of learning it did not weigh heavily on her mind. She was simply intrigued by her descendants' high regard for the 8 gates technique, wondering if it truly possessed such power. However, the thought of this technique granting her strength while simultaneously endowing her with a muscular physique sent a shiver down her spine. As Uchiha Yan was engrossed in his game, he felt a cool breeze envelop him, and the silvery strands of Kagaya's hair brushed against his cheek, causing a slight itch. He extended a finger to scratch the spot and remarked, "With hair that long, don't you find it rather inconvenient?" "In what way is it inconvenient?" she queried. "Well, for instance, when one is in a moment of convenience, one's hair might inadvertently come into contact with unmentionable things." Kagaya fell into contemplation. Indeed, the mere thought of the goddess of the moon engaging in such mundane acts would diminish her divine stature in Uchiha Yan's eyes, unless, of course, her excretion were to be of a pastel hue, in which case she would still retain her divine essence. Feeling a sudden surge of irritation, Kagaya decided to ignore her descendant and stormed off towards her chamber. Honestly, who discusses such topics with their own ancestor? Uchiha Yan paused his game, placing the console on his lap and stretching his fingers. With the distraction gone, it was time for him to showcase his skills. Prepare to meet your demise, difficult AI. In the depths of night, when Uchiha Yan encountered Kagaya once more, he noticed her hair had been significantly shortened. He halted momentarily, then casually walked into his room. Time passed swiftly, and before long, over 2 months had elapsed. The god tree remained eerily silent. Otherwise, his shadow clone would have informed him. It is worth noting that this gentle shadow clone tenderly assisted its original by delivering the Emperor of the Land of Ancestors to the tatami mat of the Emperor of the Land of Others. It also took the liberty of shaving the heads of these two individuals. As for the consequences, the land of ancestors has since been renamed the land of others. Subsequently, the emperor of the land of others seemed to experience a stroke of fortune, waging conquests and unifying the entire world within a mere 2 months, thus eradicating chaos. However, just a day after the unification, the emperor of the land of others suddenly perished. Regardless, neither of these emperors were virtuous beings. One was a coward, and the other, driven by lust, sought to destroy what he could not possess. The current emperor of the land of others is named Aida. Among the populace, there are whispers that this emperor has garnered the favor of divine beings, portraying her as a fortunate girl capable of summoning deities. This was a hand-picked maidservant for Kaguya, specially arranged by Uchiha Yan, as he would eventually depart from this realm. Aida, you have ascended to the throne. There is no need for you to prepare breakfast for us daily, Kaguya gently remarked, observing Aida, who was combing her hair in the mirror. My fortune lies in serving you, Lady Kaguya. Would you wish to strip me of this blessing? Aida replied, adopting a pitiful expression as she playfully pouted at Kaguya. In a tone of resignation, Kaguya responded, You do not heed Yan's nonsensical chatter. Your foremost duty is to be accountable to the people. Without Lord Yan, I would have perished amidst the strife between the land of others and the land of ancestors. Moreover, Lord Yan is a deity. Fulfilling his directives is paramount for me. After saying this, Aida pouted and muttered softly, I have no aptitude for governance. Those ministers are sufficient. Upon hearing this, Kaguya also pouted. What sort of deity is he? Which divine being spends their days reclining on a tatami mat playing games? Aida blinked, realizing the true nature of Lord Yan. Once Aida finished styling Kaguya's hair, Kaguya gazed at the lavish breakfast Aida had prepared and took a hearty bite of a bun, mumbling, This is what happens when you refuse to lend me your game console. This is what you get for ignoring me. I shall consume it all, leaving not a morsel for you. Aida tilted her head slightly, struggling to contain her laughter. After finishing the meal, Aida inquired, Lady Kaguya, if you find yourself bored, would you allow me to accompany you to explore the marketplace? Kaguya tilted her head in contemplation. The marketplace? It is a place of commerce. Since the unification of the nation, the market has flourished with countless vendors selling a variety of goods. Kaguya nodded in understanding. Then let us summon Yan to join us, she exclaimed, eagerly rushing towards Uchiha Yan's chamber. Aida rubbed her cheeks, feeling the tension in her face. Soon after, she heard a loud thud nearby. Peering over, Aida gasped in shock. Rushing forward, she found Kaguya crouched on the ground, clutching her forehead. Lady Kaguya, are you all right? Aida asked urgently. I am fine. Let us proceed without calling him, Kaguya replied. As I gazed at Kaguya retreating into her room, I extended my hand and rapped gently a few times. My lips twitched in realization. There existed an invisible barrier of air here. Upon returning indoors, Kaguya took the remaining 2 buns with her, striding away from the courtyard without a backward glance. Go on, Aida. I couldn't help but chuckle in bemusement as I hurried to catch up. At noon, Uchiha Yan set the game console aside, stretched languidly, and rubbed his left eye. The console was rather terrifying, even causing bloodshot eyes from the relentless gameplay. Exiting his room, Uchiha Yan made his way toward Kaguya's quarters. Her room was spacious, complete with a living room and dining area, making it customary for meals to be enjoyed there. Observing the pristine dining plates on the table, Uchiha Yan felt puzzled. Had Kaguya acquired a dog? Or had she fed all the breakfast to sheep? Otherwise, how could the plates be so immaculate? In this era, meat remained a rarity, but as a prince, Aida could manage to lead a sheep or cow every now and then without issue. Just a couple of days ago, Aida had brought a lamb to enhance their meals. Uchiha Yan shifted his gaze toward the stored provisions in the courtyard. Upon noticing Huajiao napping beside the lamb, he promptly abandoned his musings. The game console had run out of battery, Huajiao was asleep, and Kaguya's whereabouts were unknown. The only living creature still awake in the house was the lamb. Uchiha Yan waved at the lamb. Come here, provisions. Responding to his voice, the lamb trotted toward him, halting approximately 3 meters away, striking a pose as if to attack. Uchiha Yan raised an eyebrow. This provision showed no awareness of its role as sustenance. It had attempted to attack Huajiao upon arrival, only to be met with a swift slap from the cat, and one might have thought it would behave more docilely. As the lamb lunged toward him, Uchiha Yan remained motionless, seemingly unperturbed by the impending collision. The lamb abruptly halted when it was about half a meter away. Sensing the palpable chill in the air, as if its very blood were freezing, its limbs involuntarily began to tremble. Uchiha Yan picked up Huajiao, for cats are particularly sensitive to the cold. Though the lamb was young, its fleece was ample, making it an ideal companion for Huajiao to snuggle against for warmth, perhaps even quite cozy. Uchiha Yan glanced at the lamb, which had relieved itself all over the ground, and remarked, "Let us go, graze outside. Once you grow plump and round, your purpose will be fulfilled." With that, he turned and strode out of the courtyard, the lamb obediently following behind. Uchiha Yan contemplated the possibility of crafting a woolen nest for Huajiao from his backpack. At the marketplace, Lady Kagaya, do you fancy this garment? Winter is approaching. It is time to procure some thick clothing for the season. Kagaya shook her head, stating, the color of this garment is far too vibrant. Aida held the red piece of clothing up before her, measuring it against her. It seems that Lady Kagaya would look splendid in this attire. Observing the garment before her, Kagaya inquired with a hint of doubt, is that so? Aida nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at seeds. After such a long outing, this dress was indeed the most exquisite, and the fabric was of fine quality. The shopkeeper, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up and remarked, you, young lady, possess a discerning eye. My wife has meticulously sewn this piece for nearly half a year. With a proud expression, he added, my wife is the finest seamstress among the ladies of the palace. I do not exaggerate. Even the current empress has never donned fabric of such quality. Aida silently scoffed, you are boasting. Curiously, Kagaya touched Aida's clothing and mused, the material is indeed slightly inferior. Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Aida too felt her own garment, yet discerned nothing amiss. Is that true, Lady Kagaya? Kagaya affirmed, this fabric has a higher density. However, it is quite challenging to distinguish with the naked eye. The shopkeeper, oblivious to their exchange, continued, moreover, this dress would complement you splendidly. Once you return home, your husband will be utterly captivated. Kagaya, her cheeks tinged with a blush, replied, I am not yet married. I have no husband. The shopkeeper, somewhat disheartened, lamented, ah, so you are still unwed. If you do not wish to purchase this garment, I may have to close up shop, for it may very well be sold by tomorrow. Kagaya instinctively retorted, who said I do not want it? Everyone says I would look lovely in this dress. Why would I refuse? Aida regarded Kagaya with a peculiar expression, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Noticing Aida's expression, Kagaya seemed to realize something and hastily clarified, Aida, you misunderstand. It is not as you think. Aida wore an expression of understanding, and after completing the payment, she sought to divert the topic to spare Kagaya any awkwardness. Lady Kagaya, do you wish to purchase anything else? Kagaya pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps some food to take home. Meanwhile, a small-time thug, noticing the two beauties pass by, felt a surge of greed wash over him. A wicked grin spread across his face as he thought, what stunning young ladies. And there are two of them. I shall strike it rich this time. With that thought, the thug unsheathed the rusty dagger tucked at his waist and began to jog towards Kagaya and Aida, who had not yet wandered far. However, before he could approach, he was swiftly silenced and dragged into a nearby alley by a man dressed as a farmer. Moments later, the farmer emerged from the alley and instructed the two lurking guards outside, dispose of the body. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, Kagaya spoke up. It appears that even with the unification of all nations, certain areas remain quite chaotic. Beside her, Aida wore a distressed expression, exclaiming, I truly cannot manage those political affairs. Reading those bamboo slips makes my head spin, and I cannot even recognize the characters. I have to set aside time each day to learn them. Kagaya sighed. This is certainly not your fault. She added, of course, one cannot entirely blame Yanluan either. Without him, this world would still be embroiled in warfare, and countless lives would be lost daily. The current situation is already vastly improved. Indeed, came the reply. In Aida's eyes, little stars twinkled as she reverently proclaimed, Yenda Rin is indeed the true deity who can bring peace to a chaotic world. Chapter 132. At such an age in the afternoon, Uchiha Yan gazed in bewilderment at Kagaya, who had returned yet remained silent, wandering before him. What troubles you? Uchiha Yan ventured to break the silence. Noticing Kagaya's continued silence, he pressed his palm against her forehead, muttering, You don't have a fever, do you? He pondered if she might be afflicted with some embarrassing ailment that she hesitated to disclose. However, He quickly realized that he had never mentioned his healing abilities to Kaguya, thus dismissing that possibility. Finally, Kaguya spoke. Did you not notice any difference in me today compared to usual? Uchiha Yan looked into her eyes and inquired. Is it because you are unwell? Kaguya sighed, exasperated. Forget it. I should have known better than to expect kind words from you. What would you like to hear? Uchiha Yan asked. Kaguya spread her arms wide. Are you asking for a hug? Of course not. Look at my outfit. Uchiha Yan suddenly understood. It was indeed the striking red attire that had caught her attention. He couldn't help but internally scoff. You look splendid, yet here I am, left to tend to the sheep while you devoured all the breakfast. And it's just a change of clothes, not a new face. Kaguya then produced a paper bag enticingly, saying, I even brought you some pancakes. Just utter one compliment, and I shall reward you with one. What do you say? Uchiha Yan gazed at her, somewhat speechless. Was this childishness? At her age? After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, Your outfit is truly beautiful, and extended his hand. Kaguya, in a daze, handed him a pancake. Your attire is quite fashionable, he added, prompting her to instinctively offer another. Moments later, as she observed the pancakes rapidly diminishing, Kaguya suddenly realized, wait, is it only the outfit that looks good? Uchiha Yan brushed his hand against her new garment and remarked, I have a modest appetite. 2 are sufficient for me. Farewell. With that, he vanished from sight. Kaguya rolled her eyes in exasperation and then turned her gaze towards the little lamb in the yard. When Uchiha Yan played games, he often set up barriers nearby to avoid disturbances. The mewling little kitten was within the barrier, while Ai had her own tasks, leaving only the little lamb as the sole living creature in the household. Kaguya approached it. Come, let us take you out to graze. It was not until evening that Uchiha Yan emerged from his room. At the dining table, he propped his game console against a bowl, taking a bite of a pancake. It was far more exhilarating to sit beside Kaguya while watching a movie. Kaguya curiously observed the figures on the game screen, occasionally nibbling on her pancake. Yet, when the film's background music began to play, Kaguya's hand, which held the pancake, abruptly froze, and she forgot to chew. On the screen, a distressed figure was trapped in a locked room, frantically pounding on the door. After a fruitless endeavor, the timid man cast a glance back at the somewhat terrifying corpse behind him. Upon witnessing the appearance of the cadaver, Kaguya dropped the crumbs of her snack onto the ground. The body was clad in a red garment similar to her own, with its head shrouded in a tattered cloth, revealing a singular, pallid eyeball that seemed to be fixated intently on the timid man. At that moment, Kaguya suddenly perceived the corpse shift slightly, startling her and prompting her to flee back to her room in fright. Uchiha Yan took a bite of his snack, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the ghostly figure on the screen. While the film merely exuded a tense atmosphere, the ghost itself was not particularly frightening. However, it was evident that Kaguya would likely avoid mirrors for quite some time. After a while, having changed back into her original attire, Kaguya emerged from her room and slowly sat down beside Uchiha Yan once more. Instead of watching the screen, her eyes remained fixed on him with an unwavering intensity. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Uchiha Yan inquired, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I want to play a game, she replied. Take your time to think about it, he said, turning away to avoid her pitiful expression. Moments later, unable to withstand Kaguya's gaze any longer, Uchiha Yan sighed. All right. Go ahead and play. He still had the system and the pepper to keep him company, whereas Kaguya had nothing at all. It was indeed rather solitary. Kaguya's expression instantly returned to normal as she took the game console and turned to leave. I'll wash the bowl. I'm off to play, she declared. Uchiha Yan bit into the snack in his hand, remaining silent. He was not concerned about her inability to use it. After all, Kaguya had been standing beside him, watching him play for the past few days. Moreover, such devices required no instruction. As long as one could read, a single attempt would suffice to understand how to play. It takes merely 3 weeks for a habit to form. Suddenly bereft of the game console, Uchiha Yan felt a sense of emptiness within. Upon reaching the courtyard, he glanced at the stored provisions and said, Come, I'll take you to eat some grass. The little lamb took a step back. Bah, if you can't eat, then so be it. Uchiha Yan turned directly back to the house. Inside the room, Kaguya rummaged through the movies on the game console, discovering they were all horror films. Without a second thought, she exited the interface and began searching for games. To her surprise, there was a hidden folder, Ninja Gaiden. Kaguya clicked to start the game. The screen began to introduce the game's creator. Kaguya muttered, Why does everyone have the surname Uchiha? It must be from Yan's family. This indicated that the game was crafted by the descendants of her parallel universe. Please select game difficulty: easy, normal, hard, hell. Kaguya clicked on hell, fearless daughter of the moon. Please select faction and character. As she examined the character's ninjutsu and chakra attribute panels, upon seeing Uchiha Yan's character, she decisively pressed the selection key. On the screen, beside the character, there was a small subtitle. Character: Uchiha Yan, recommended for beginners. The game's narrative backdrop was set against the backdrop of the Ninja World War. Kaguya manipulated Uchiha Yan within the game, casually selecting a direction to walk. Along the way, she encountered an elderly man with his head wrapped in bandages. The screen displayed subtitles. Should you challenge Shimura Danzo? Kaguya clicked the button affirmatively. Dodging deftly with the joystick, she evaded the wind blades. Kaguya remarked, "This ninja is quite treacherous," launching a powerful attack right from the start. As she spoke, the character on the screen approached Shimura Danzo. Ice release. Ice mirror crystal. Ice release. Ice thousand leaves. The screen flashed, and Kaguya blinked in surprise. Is this really hellish difficulty? Did he just die like that? I never expected this Shimura Danzo to be so incompetent. Kaguya continued to guide Uchiha Yan forward. After a few steps, she encountered the bandaged elder once more. Should you challenge Shimura Danzo? Chapter 133. No longer joyful, Kaguya once again directed Uchiha Yan to challenge Shimura Danzo. This time, she wished to explore different skills. Holding down the down key and skill 2, she unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Gazing at the screen engulfed in black flames, Kaguya's eyes widened. This technique was truly formidable. Previously, she had left about 1/10 of Danzo's body intact after their last encounter. But this time he was incinerated to mere ashes. It was evident that this technique was far more powerful than Ice Release. When Kaguya faced Shimura Danzo for the third time, she wondered, why is this enemy always Shimura Danzo? Has he offended the Uchiha clan? Pressing the up key and skill 1, she executed Susanu, 8 Extremities Black Radiant /0. What a name, Kaguya thought, her mind clouded in confusion. Little did she know that more absurd techniques awaited her. However, this technique seemed even more potent. She had indeed underestimated him before. On her fourth encounter with Danzo, she pressed the left key and skill 4, invoking Ice Release, Ice Thousand Leaves Shadow Clone Technique. For the 5th time, she pressed the right key and skill 3, casting Fire Release Body Technique Secret, Super Black Flame Nether Illusion Wheel Gale Shadow Clone 2-Stage Technique. Boom. The sound of a map cannon reverberated through the screen. Kaguya's lips twitched. Yan is quite impressive, and this is without the Rinnegan. On the 6th encounter, she combined the down key and left key with skill 1. The following day, Uchiha Yan looked at Kaguya, who wore a guilty expression, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. What's wrong? You didn't tea. Kaguya lowered her head like a child caught misbehaving. When I was playing yesterday, the game console suddenly lost power, and I thought I could try using lightning release to recharge it. With a crack, Uchiha Yan's heart shattered into pieces. Clutching his chest, he gazed at Kaguya with despair. Kaguya's expression grew awkward. I really didn't know you couldn't recharge the console with lightning release. Uchiha Yan, in shock, received the charge shell and charging port of the now-defunct game console. After a moment, he sighed. Well, I suppose it's also my fault for not reminding you. With the tool for passing time rendered useless, it was indeed a heavy blow for Uchiha Yan. Yet, a true warrior must possess the heart of a warrior. It is merely a game console, a trinket that can lead one astray. Uchiha Yan consoled himself in silence. Kaguya observed the melancholy expression on Uchiha Yan's face and felt a pang of guilt within her heart. Time flowed swiftly, and within the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In the absence of his gaming console, Uchiha Yan devoted his attention to the study of merging bloodlines, while also imparting a multitude of ninjutsu to Kaguya. It was evident that she was indeed of the Otsutsuki clan, as her aptitude for learning ninjutsu was remarkable. She grasped new techniques almost instantaneously, including the intricacies of merging bloodlines. That afternoon, Uchiha Yan received word from his shadow clone. The chakra fluctuations of the divine tree were somewhat abnormal, indicating that it would bear fruit within a day or two. Uchiha Yan cast a complex glance at Kaguya, only to find her gaze mirroring his own complexity. It seems you are already aware, Kaguya inquired. Uchiha Yan responded with a non-committal hum. Her question confirmed his suspicions. Must you proceed with this? He asked, his tone laden with regret. I am afraid I can no longer afford to linger. As I previously stated, I shall leave half of my chakra for this world, and I will also take the Otsutsuki's techniques with me. Kagaya's eyelids drooped. And what of me? Uchiha Yan was momentarily taken aback. Kagaya continued, if you truly manage to defeat Ishiki, whether you kill him or take him away, what shall become of me? Without my clan and without you, what future awaits me? If both the chakra fruit and my kin are lost, I will be unable to return to the Otsutsuki clan. Seeing the sorrow etched upon Kagaya's face, Uchiha Yan fell into silence. He realized that he often approached problems from a singular perspective. The heavenly sovereign was already deceased. She would never have two sons again, and Ishiki, her kin, would also be taken away. Once he descended into this world, the one he would interact with the most, himself, would depart, leaving only Aya, whom he had known for a mere few days, to languish in this desolate and monotonous realm. Uchiha Yan rubbed his temples. Perhaps he should have distanced himself from Kagaya from the outset. Such bonds were a chain he found difficult to sever. But now, it was too late to lament. The atmosphere thickened with silence, and after an indeterminate period, Uchiha Yan broke the stillness. Shall I take you to my timeline? Although it is a parallel realm, you are, after all, the ancestor of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. They will look after you well. Kagaya lifted her gaze to Uchiha Yan and asked, and what of you? I shall depart the ninja world in search of technological civilization. And once I acquire what I seek, I will return. But I do not wish to go anywhere, Kagaya replied, her expression tinged with sadness. She had merely come to guard the chakra fruit. How had circumstances spiraled into this predicament? Uchiha Yan murmured softly, I am sorry. He truly had no time left. The small plant being had only 12% of its energy remaining. However, the future Sasuke had mentioned that he left the ninja world without even a farewell, indicating that unforeseen events must have transpired. If he were to consume the chakra fruit, even with just 50% of the chakra, Uchiha Yan believed he could secure everything. As time passes, the age of the prickly ash grows, and without contemplating solutions, it remains uncertain whether we will encounter this juncture of parallel dimensions again in the future. Here's the deal. After consuming the fruit, I will leave you with 70% of my chakra. I shall refrain from using the Otsutsuki style against him. If by chance I encounter an Otsutsuki on my way back, capturing one casually wouldn't be out of the question. It need not be the Otsutsuki style. Kagaya did not respond to this statement, but instead softly inquired, can't you stay? Observing Kagaya's lonely visage, reminiscent of an empty nester in need of companionship, Uchiha Yan replied without hesitation, I cannot. At least not now. I have my own important matters to attend to. Kagaya lowered her gaze and, after a moment of inner turmoil, said, then take the chakra fruit. Hearing these words, Uchiha Yan turned to meet Kagaya's eyes. If Kagaya were truly concerned for the child within her or feared the impending threat of the Otsutsuki, such a choice seemed rather peculiar. Uchiha Yan asked, did you not claim you would be punished? It is merely a chakra fruit. It will not incur punishment, she replied. This seems to be your first lie. Kagaya turned her head away and asserted, I did not lie. Chapter 134, Uchiha Kuriko? Kagaya's arc concludes. Uchiha Yan slowly uttered 3 words. I do not believe. Kagaya pouted, believe what you wish. I have made my decision. Kagaya, puzzled, asked, what have you decided? This time, I shall be openly selfish. Even if it means binding you, I intend to take you to my dimension. Kagaya was momentarily taken aback, and upon realization, felt her face warming. I will not go. Uchiha Yan inquired, do you think you could resist an enemy wielding the Rinnegan? Kagaya pondered for a moment, and shook her head, I cannot. A smirk played on Uchiha Yan's lips as he teased, then I can rest easy. Kagaya's Byakugan involuntarily flickered. With a hint of resignation, she remarked, aside from you, I know no one. You are leaving that world. What purpose would my presence serve? At least in this dimension, there is I. Furthermore, though I am your ancestor, I am not the ancestor of your dimension. Under what identity would I comfortably enjoy the care of my descendants in this parallel realm? After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Yan replied, then assume the identity of the mother of the sage of 6 paths. Although he was not born of you in this realm, he would still address you as mother upon meeting you. But fear not, if he harbors thoughts of sealing you, I shall seal him first. Kagaya, momentarily taken aback, was successfully led astray and questioned, seal me? Why would he wish to seal me? If you wish to know, I can tell you about the future. Kagaya nodded with curiosity, I want to hear. The thought that she would be sealed by her own son was indeed intriguing. Then listen well to this tale. Once upon a time. Well, for you, it's not exactly once upon a time. Continuing, Uchiha Yan simply recounted the arrival of Kagaya in the ninja world, extending the narrative to the eventual appearances of the Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki. He elaborated on this matter for several minutes. Kagaya's expression was rather intricate. This celestial sovereign. Have my Byakugan become blind? How could he possibly be worthy of my regard? He was sealed by his own 2 sons, and upon his return, was again sealed by the reincarnation of his grandson. This grandson is indeed quite the grandson. I suddenly pondered that creating a son through yin-yang release could be a splendid idea. It seems that Kurizetsu is truly akin to blood, as he would go to great lengths for the parallel universe that is me. Yet, will I genuinely evolve into such a being in the future? My initial aspiration was to eradicate the chaos of this world. Uchiha Yan remarked, if a person possesses the power to annihilate the entire world, then indifference towards life becomes inevitable. In truth, he currently disregards the lives of others, albeit in a less extreme manner. Were it not for the system, he would not be much better than Kagaya. At present, he would at least take responsibility for those whose fates have been altered because of him. After hearing this tale, it is likely that Kagaya would no longer harbor such aversion towards departing this timeline. After all, what is there to cherish in a lineage that devours its own kin for power? This is precisely why Uchiha Yan was born into the Uchiha clan. Had he been born into the Hyuga clan, especially outside the main family, no branch of the Hyuga could pose a threat to him. Apart from direct relatives, none could stand above him. Perhaps, he would have a greater likelihood of instilling the possibility of a caged bird within the main family. Observing Kagaya still in a state of indecision, Uchiha Yan contemplated from her perspective. Are you apprehensive that upon leaving this timeline, Ishiki, or even the Otsutsuki clan, might vent their wrath upon this world? If Kagaya, the guardian of the divine tree, were to vanish along with the chakra fruit, this world devoid of ninjas would be utterly defenseless against the Otsutsuki's fury. Hearing Uchiha Yan's words, Kagaya let out a melancholic sigh. How did it come to this? I possess no initiative whatsoever. Yet, there are indeed solutions at hand. The yin-yang release barrier I developed is imperceptible even to you. Once I consume the fruit and acquire sufficient chakra, I can establish a concealed barrier on this planet that shields chakra, rendering the entire planet hidden from the Otsutsuki clan's sight. Kagaya fell into contemplation. This barrier is indeed formidable. She has encountered it several times, and only with the activation of her Byakugan could she possibly perceive it. If a barrier that conceals chakra were to be placed around this planet, the Otsutsuki clan would undoubtedly struggle to locate it without meticulous searching. The vastness of the cosmos makes it improbable for the Otsutsuki clan to continuously activate their Byakugan in search. The likelihood of encountering the barrier is virtually zero. In the grand scheme of the universe, even a single planet is akin to a grain of sand when viewed with the naked eye, exceedingly difficult to notice. Observing Kagaya still wavering in her resolve, Uchiha Yan, with a sense of resignation, inquired, if you have any lingering doubts, please voice them. One cannot allow a living person to suffer in silence. There are always more solutions than difficulties. May I accompany you to the Starry Sky? Uchiha Yan gently rubbed her temples. How could she be more clingy than a peppercorn? After all, regardless of which time and space she traversed, the only person she recognized was him. Let me pose a question. Are there any races in the cosmos that surpass the Otsutsuki clan in strength? Kagaya nodded. Indeed, there are many. Then what shall we do if we encounter danger while I am with you? Kagaya's expression turned melancholic. As the progenitor of chakra, she felt like a burden. Uchiha Yan sighed. If the peril is beyond my capability to resolve, bringing you along would only put you at risk. For the sake of the little plant person, Uchiha Yan would willingly sacrifice his life, for he could never repay the debt he owed to the little plant. To acquire information, gain strength, rescue family, and provide healing companionship. Without the little plant, his innate power of yin release would have been rendered futile by the bloodline disease. Even at such a young age. This was, of course, considering he had survived the Uchiha clan's massacre. If it had been otherwise, he might have discerned Itachi's intentions behind the massacre, yet he would still choose to aid Sasuke in his quest for revenge. By that time, his sole worth would be to help Sasuke awaken his eyes with his own life. Shaking himself from contemplation, Uchiha Yan looked at Kagaya and declared, then it is settled. I shall take you to my time and space. The future there will be safe. Naruto and Sasuke are immensely powerful. I am uncertain of their exact strength, but I believe they will manage the crisis posed by the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya gazed into Uchiha Yan's eyes and replied, "Very well. I shall await your return." Uchiha Yan nodded and cast another glance at the stored provisions in the courtyard. Perhaps it was best to set them free. 2 days later, Uchiha Yan consumed the chakra fruit. Subsequently, without reservation, he divided this power into 3 portions. One portion he bestowed upon the peppercorn, transforming it into a tailed beast, thereby becoming its Jinchuriki. The remaining 2 portions were scattered across the world, while one was utilized to create a product of yin-yang release. From now on, you shall be known as Little Black. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Little Black's forehead. "Are you serious, father?" "Uchiha Little Black?" Uchiha Yan affirmed. "Your duty shall mirror that of the Sage of 6 Paths, to safeguard the ninja world, establish a ninja sect, and disseminate the methods of chakra usage." Little Black gazed longingly at Uchiha Yan's vanishing figure. "I understand, father." The starry sky enveloped this azure planet as if cradled in an immense, ethereal palm. Uchiha Yan turned his gaze toward the vast ocean of stars, a glimmer of bewilderment in his eyes. Is it truly this expansive? Chapter 135. If Uchiha Yan transformed into a sweet innocent, limited to monthly readings. Observing Uchiha Yan's expression, Kagaya remarked, "It seems this time and space is not as it appears." Uchiha Yan responded, "If you find it dull, you may enter the illusionary world I have fused with Amano's technique to pass the time." Kagaya inquired with curiosity, "Will it truly be devoid of boredom there?" In the realm of illusions, one may choose to indulge in the infinite dreams of Tsuki no Mi, or perhaps immerse oneself in the limited experience of a different life, or even rely on one's imagination to create wonders. Kagaya found herself lost in reverie, contemplating the possibility of crafting a flawless game, allowing her to engage with Shimura Danzo personally. Yet, the notion of combat was not to her liking. Dreaming was one thing, but she preferred the limited experience. "Can I truly select how to experience life?" Kagaya inquired with a hint of anticipation in her gaze directed towards Uchiha Yan. "Indeed," Uchiha Yan replied, albeit with a moment of hesitation, before drawing Kagaya into the world of illusions. Within this illusionary realm of Konoha, belonging to the Uchiha clan, Kagaya unhesitatingly chose to embody Uchiha Yan. Thus, the memories of Yan's life prior to the age of 5 flooded Kagaya's consciousness. He had parents, 2 elder brothers, and a blissful family. However, whispers of a coup among the clan members stirred concern. From Yan's perspective, Kagaya observed the small hands before her, acutely sensing the anxiety and melancholy that enveloped Uchiha Yan. "Is this heavy sensation in my body a sign of illness?" She mused inwardly. "Never mind. I shall explore this village first." With that thought, Kagaya maneuvered Yan's body to rise from the steps, discarding the small cushion from his rear into the room. Inside, Itachi had just donned his umbu vest when he noticed his younger brother seemingly oblivious to his presence, striding purposefully towards the exit. "Yan, where are you heading?" Itachi questioned, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Kagaya paused, recalling the memories in her mind before responding, "It's Nissan. I wish to wander through Konoha." Without awaiting Itachi's reaction, she intended to step outside. "Wait, just a moment." Kagaya turned, tilting her head in confusion. "What is it?" Itachi pressed a hand against his rapidly beating heart, nearly startled out of his wits. After a moment of composure, he continued, "You have never ventured beyond our clan grounds. I fear you may get lost. Allow me to accompany you." He quickly added, "Please wait for me. I must ask Lord Hokage for a day off." Kagaya nodded. "Very well." Itachi swiftly unfastened his half-worn ninja vest and cast it aside, then performed a series of hand seals before vanishing in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared outside the clan grounds, executing another series of seals to utilize the body flicker technique. Kagaya patiently awaited Itachi's return at the entrance. The Otsutsuki clan held a deeply ingrained sense of hierarchy, where branch families would unflinchingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of the main family, a notion that Kagaya found entirely natural. Yet, she too, being of the main family, believed she would similarly sacrifice herself for the sake of her clan. Now, as she embodied Uchiha Yan's perspective, she felt it was only natural to heed her elder brother's words. Despite being an ancestor of the Uchiha clan, she did not perceive herself as belonging to this timeline. She had no descendants, and her future was uncertain, at least for now. She did not identify as the Uchiha clan's progenitor. She refused to acknowledge it. Thus, she is merely a member of the Otsutsuki clan, with no ties to the Uchiha. Kagaya waited at the entrance for a moment until an unfamiliar middle-aged man approached. After rifling through her memories, she realized this was the father of Itachi. Fugaku hurriedly entered the house, having left behind an important document that he urgently needed, oblivious to his youngest son standing at the door. Once he found the document, he rushed back towards the entrance, but upon noticing his son standing there, he curiously inquired, "Why are you standing at the door? Shouldn't you be sitting on the steps in the backyard?" Kagaya slightly bowed and replied, "Father, it was my brother who asked me to wait here. He said he would take me to the village for a stroll, but he has gone to request some time off." With a soft thud, the documents in Fugaku's hands fell to the ground. Kagaya promptly assisted him in picking them up. Fugaku stood there as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at his son, who was helping him. Was this truly his taciturn, unworldly child? After Kagaya gathered all the papers, she held them by their corners and raised her arms to present them to Fugaku. He suddenly snapped back to reality, took the documents from her, squatted down to meet her at eye level, and endeavored to soften his expression, asking gently, "Why does Itachi wish to go out? Is he bored at home?" Kagaya replied, "I suddenly became curious about the village and wanted to see it." Fugaku nodded in understanding. After all, being so young, even the most reclusive character would feel loneliness after prolonged solitude. Itachi must have been gone for quite a while, right? Shouldn't I take you with me? Documents? What documents? Oh, right. Important documents. Perhaps they are not so crucial after all. A little delay won't lead to the destruction of the ninja world. At that moment, Itachi's slightly breathless voice was heard. "Father, your duties in the police department must keep you busy. Perhaps I should take him." Fugaku frowned. "Isn't your work in the Umbu demanding? Wouldn't taking sudden leave raise suspicions among Konoha's higher-ups?" Itachi replied earnestly, "No, the Hokage trusts me. And Kakashi-sensei has already approved my leave." Fugaku thought, this ungrateful child. Furthermore, if it were the father taking Itachi to the village, the villagers would surely harbor hostility. If it were him, the situation might not be as severe. Fugaku's expression darkened. Kagaya looked at them, feeling perplexed. Sensing something odd between the two, she softly remarked, "Actually, I can go by myself." Fugaku sighed. "Very well, let Itachi take you. You have never left the village. It could be troublesome if you get lost." Whether he would get lost was uncertain, but they knew that if Itachi ventured out alone, he would certainly face hostility from the villagers. There was even a possibility of other children causing trouble for him, so it was best for someone to accompany him. Fugaku retrieved 2 crumpled bills from his pocket and placed them into his younger son's hand. "The police force has some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Make sure you return home early." Kagaya replied, "All right, Odo-san." Chapter 136. Unexpectedly agreed. Fugaku grunted in acknowledgement, obscuring his face with a document, feigning intense scrutiny. Kagaya hesitated, remarking, "It seems that Odo-san is holding the document upside down." Itachi averted his gaze, attempting to conceal his current expression. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku casually responded, "Ah, the one I'm examining at the very back is not upside down." "Is that so? In the streets of Konohagakure, Yan, would you care to try this dango? It is absolutely delicious." "Okay." Kagaya accepted a skewer of 3-color dango and took a bite. It was indeed delightful. Her eyes sparkled with joy. She had never tasted such exquisite sweets before. Itachi decisively paid, stating, "Boss, I'll take another 20 skewers." Kagaya pointed at the menu, adding, "And this as well." Itachi fetched more money. "Let us have a serving of red bean soup too." As Kagaya blissfully savored her 3-color dango, she mused, Yen must have had a very happy childhood. Perhaps the only source of his worries had been the coup within the Uchiha clan. The tale he recounted seldom mentioned Konohagakure. It began with the Sage of 6 Paths establishing the Shinobi sect, followed by Indra and Azura, Madara and Hashirama, Naruto and Sasuke, the schemes of Kagaya, and ultimately the arrival of Kinshiki Otsutsuki in the Shinobi world. It was a narrative too succinct for its own good, particularly regarding Naruto and Sasuke, who could be merely glossed over in a single stroke. Hence, her perspective diverged sharply from that of the young Uchiha Yan. She believed the Uchiha clan must have succeeded in their coup. After all, they were heirs to a trace of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Surely subduing a few mere civilian clansmen would be a trivial task. The fact that the strongest shinobi in the world were descendants of Otsutsuki served as ample evidence of this claim, such as Hashirama, Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke. Once they finished their meal, the two strolled leisurely through the village. Itachi remarked, "You seem to have changed quite a bit all of a sudden. But that is a good thing. Kagaya felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, yet maintained a calm facade as she explained, "Perhaps I've suddenly had an epiphany?" Itachi blinked in surprise. "Is that possible? I've gained a new perspective. Was Ododo always so oblivious before? No wonder he spent every day sitting on the steps of the backyard, watching ants." Kagaya sensed that continuing this line of conversation might reveal her true self. Her transformation in demeanor seemed to have occurred rather swiftly. She resolved to temper her personality, striving to mirror Yan's more closely. With this thought, Kagaya nodded, feigning indifference, and replied with a nonchalant mm. The familiar atmosphere returned once more. They walked in silence, with Kagaya diligently recalling how Uchiha Yan behaved during their interactions. He was lazy, fond of games, domineering, a tad mischievous, yet attentive. Kagaya believed that Yan's character had vastly evolved since he was 5 years old. Itachi glanced at the sky and spoke. "It's getting late. Shall we return to the clan?" "Let us head back," Kagaya replied. Although it was merely afternoon, she felt that the village held little intrigue. Konoha village undoubtedly boasts a far more vibrant atmosphere than the markets of the Land of Earth. However, the malice emanating from the surrounding villagers dampened her desire to continue her exploration. Itachi inquired, "There's still some time left. I need to teach Sasuke the art of throwing ninja tools. Would you care to join us? It would be an opportunity to instruct you as well. After all, he is your dear brother, and it's only fair that he receives equal attention during this rare holiday." Very well, Kagaya reflected on her previous training under Uchiha Itachi. Illusions, throwing techniques, and the great fireball technique. All were easily grasped with just a glance, yet she had hardly practiced. When he was learning, he didn't even activate his Sharingan to observe. As for why he had not pursued further techniques, Kagaya pondered deeply. Was it truly out of concern for Sasuke? That moment when their father instructed him and Sasuke on the great fireball technique, Sasuke could only watch in envy as their father praised Uchiha Itachi, and then, with a hint of disappointment, their father cast a glance at him before departing. Sasuke's talent was not lacking. It was merely the specter of comparison that loomed over him. Uchiha Itachi witnessed this scene clearly, and from that point onward, Sasuke ceased his studies in ninjutsu. Though he occasionally delved into the properties of chakra and the extended applications of illusions to deepen his understanding. Even at a young age, he devised a method for weaving hand signs in his Sharingan illusions, largely influenced by this experience. Another reason was his limited chakra reserves. Mastering numerous ninjutsu at such a young age would bear little utility. Clearly, illusions suited him far better. At the Uchiha clan training grounds, Kagaya observed Sasuke. His cheeks puffed out, and mused, "Is this truly the reincarnation of Indra?" Itachi turned to Kagaya, remarking, "Sasuke practices throwing ninja tools frequently, so he should possess a slight advantage over you in this regard. Begin your training from the basics, with your talent. Mastering the fundamentals of throwing ninja tools should pose little challenge." He stated this because he had never witnessed Uchiha Itachi training in the art of throwing ninja tools. Having said that, Itachi then turned to Sasuke and said, "Next, I will teach you some Uchiha throwing techniques." Sasuke nodded obediently, then glanced at Kagaya with a look of surprise. "Are you truly my brother? You actually ventured out of the house and came here to practice throwing ninja tools." Kagaya, who had been examining the shuriken in her hand, lifted her gaze at Sasuke upon hearing this. Perhaps due to her peculiar status, she found it impossible to utter the term Nizen. Yet, she was filled with curiosity. Sasuke understood and nodded knowingly. "Well, it's true you seldom emerge. You must not have tried throwing ninja tools before. How about I teach you starting tomorrow? It's pointless to stay cooped up at home all the time." He adopted an elder brotherly demeanor and spoke earnestly. "Very well, I shall rely on you." Kagaya suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and endeavored to mimic Uchiha Itachi's tone. She felt that the dynamic between Itachi and Sasuke had been quite similar in the past. Suddenly, with a clatter, the kunai in Sasuke's hand fell to the ground. Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. "You actually agreed?" Kagaya was momentarily taken aback. "Is there something amiss?" It seemed there was indeed a discrepancy. Kagaya suddenly realized that, given her personality before the age of 5, she should not have agreed so readily. But how could she remedy this? Her mind raced, and eventually, she devised a splendid excuse. "It's because I wish to change my character," Kagaya stated, her gaze unwavering. "I see," Sasuke replied, exasperated. "You indeed ought to alter your demeanor. Many clansmen have been whispering behind your back about your lack of courtesy, stating that when they greet you, you often ignore them." This left him to defend her each time he heard such remarks. Kagaya, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Why should I pay them any heed?" In her view, her family was the main branch of the Uchiha clan, and ignoring those from the branch families was not impolite. Moreover, was she even well acquainted with them? "But they mean well," she continued. "If they truly understood my personality and still chose to disturb me, then it is they who are being discourteous. If they do not comprehend my nature, then they should have learned by now." Chapter 137. As long as one has hands, Itachi's lips twitched. Should he commend his brother for this? If they now understood and still chose to interrupt her, it was indeed their rudeness. Sasuke muttered, "Fine. I'll go train my throwing technique then. Life goes on, and so must my defense of Udo." Itachi added, "You should first familiarize yourself with the sensation of throwing. I will return shortly to instruct you further while I explain some techniques to Sasuke." Kagaya nodded and, gripping a shuriken, hurled it with force. With a swish, the shuriken vanished into the distance. Itachi was not surprised, while a smile crept across Sasuke's face. His tireless efforts were not in vain. After all, the rigorous training he endured daily was meant to surpass Udo in certain aspects. At the very least, he had not been outdone in shuriken throwing. Kagaya threw another shuriken with equal vigor, yet still failed to hit the target. Itachi offered some reassurance. "Do not rush. Take your time. Once you become accustomed to the feel of throwing, it will become much easier to hit the mark." Kagaya squinted at the target in the distance. "I sense you were trying to challenge me. Oh, it's Satsuki." Then, Itachi and Sasuke witnessed their Udo once again launch a shuriken with great force. Next came the formation of seals. Itachi pondered, bewildered. Was she about to perform a ninjutsu? In the next moment, he watched in astonishment as the solitary shuriken transformed into a multitude, numbering in the hundreds. Gazing at the tree now riddled with holes, Sasuke stood agape, his mind seemingly relinquished control of his body, frozen in place. What technique is this? Itachi stared in confusion at the scene before him. Was this a technique developed by her? After posing that question, realization struck him. Udo had never ventured outside, and evidently, no one from the Uchiha clan had instructed her. It could only be her own invention. Her talent appeared to exceed his expectations. This technique possessed at least a B-rank difficulty and utilized the principle of shadow clones. Truly, she was his sister. Outstanding. However, he noted the sequence of seals. He had learned a powerful and practical ninjutsu, leaving Itachi feeling quite satisfied. As the astute Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, Kagaya, with her overwhelming power, found herself momentarily bewildered by Itachi's inquiry. How could she possibly know whether it was a technique developed by Yan? Nevertheless, given Yan's remarkable prowess, it was likely his creation. Yet, out of caution, Kagaya chose to remain silent. Observing Sasuke's tacit agreement, Itachi displayed an expression of confirmation. The fact that one so young could develop techniques of such high caliber was even more astonishing than the revelation that Yan was born with the Sharingan. Yan surpassed both him and Shisui in their youth. A complex emotion suddenly washed over Itachi. If Yan's extraordinary talent were to be recognized by the Uchiha clan, it might delay their impending coup, allowing them to view Yan as a beacon of hope for their ambitions, awaiting his growth. At that time, if he could guide Yan properly, delivering a swift betrayal to the clan, they might discover that their hope bore the will of fire, potentially resolving the discord between the clan and the village. However, such actions seemed rather unfair to Yan. To put it optimistically, it was hope. To frame it less favorably, it was merely a weapon of war. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Itachi found himself at a loss for what to do next. As Sasuke regained his composure, he exclaimed, "Yan, that technique is incredible. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you." Kagaya inquired. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I really learn it?" Kagaya smirked slightly. "Is that even a question?" "Of course, you can. Is there any other technique you wish to learn?" "I know quite a few." Sasuke looked skeptical. "Quite a few? Why? Apart from that one time with the Great Fireball, have I never seen you practice any other ninjutsu?" Kagaya appeared puzzled. Does ninjutsu even require practice? Isn't it something one simply learns at a glance? In her perspective, only the 8 Gates technique seemed to necessitate rigorous training. Itachi and Sasuke both shared a moment of bewilderment. "Nisan, I no longer wish to learn throwing techniques. I want to learn ninjutsu with Yan." Itachi felt rejected by Sasuke, sinking into a moment of self-doubt. With palpable excitement, Sasuke rushed to Kagaya and asked, "Yan, what ninjutsu do you know?" Kagaya pondered for a moment, raising a hand to count on her fingers. "Earth release, building houses. Water release, washing dishes. Wind release, cutting trees. Fire release, cooking and lighting. Lightning release, Illumination and damaging game consoles. Blaze release. This one is quite powerful. Ice release. Versatile in application. Yin-Yang release. I'm rather bored of this, lacking novelty. Additionally, there's Sage Art, the 8 Gates, Godly Space Strike, Flying Thunder God, Spiral Sphere, Shadow Clone, and Shuriken Shadow Clone. Naturally, she could not divulge these techniques, as explaining their origins would be impossible. There are many techniques. Just tell me what you wish to learn. Fire release. I want to learn fire release. Is there a super powerful fire release technique? It seems there aren't any particularly powerful techniques in fire release. The strongest in terms of offensive capability is the Great Fire Annihilation. Sasuke's enthusiasm waned as he replied, "The Great Fire Annihilation? The name doesn't sound particularly impressive. Is that truly the most powerful technique in fire release?" Kagaya nodded and remarked, "Among the fire release techniques I have learned, this particular one possesses considerable power. If I were to employ the blaze release to execute the Great Fire Annihilation, its potency would be even greater. Even in the eyes of a being like her, a member of the Otsutsuki clan, it appears formidable. If I were to integrate Sage Arts." Sasuke, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Blaze release? What is that?" Kagaya conjured a sphere of black flames in her hand, explaining, "It is this. By merging the chakra of fire release and lightning release, one can utilize it. It is quite simple." Sasuke nodded, though somewhat bewildered. "Oh, I see. But I am uncertain if I possess lightning chakra." Itachi, observing nearby, was left dumbfounded. "Wait. Do you possess a bloodline limit? Is this talent indicative of being the reincarnation of Sage of the Six Paths? How old is he? His aptitude for Genjutsu is already astonishing, and now he wields a bloodline limit? Is he suggesting he fused it on his own?" Itachi questioned his own sanity. As his knowledge far surpassed that of the current Sasuke, he understood the difficulty of fusing bloodlines. The third Hokage was renowned as a master of ninjutsu, possessing control over 5 elemental chakra transformations, yet he had never achieved the fusion of a bloodline limit. Sasuke scratched his head and asked, "Nisan, is Blaze Release similar to the Sharingan, in that it is also a bloodline limit?" Itachi nodded. Kagaya, somewhat surprised, queried, "Is that truly astonishing? Isn't it merely a matter of 2 chakras merging?" Itachi responded, "Isn't it?" Sasuke, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I must return home and test my chakra attributes. I wish to possess other bloodline limits as well." He appeared quite confident in himself. "By the way, Kagaya, is the power of this blaze release truly as strong as you claim?" Kagaya seriously nodded and hurled the black flames towards a nearby tree. In an instant, the tree was reduced to ashes. Sasuke gasped in awe, his eyes sparkling. "I want to learn. I want to learn." Chapter 138, Bathing Itachi remarked, "To be honest, I wish to learn as well. Yet, it feels rather odd, considering I am the one supposed to be instructing my younger brothers in throwing techniques." Kagaya turned to Itachi and asked, "Nisan, do you wish to learn this?" Itachi hesitated. "I do not possess lightning chakra." "I see," Kagaya acknowledged. Sasuke curiously inquired, "Then, what is your chakra attribute?" "It is wind, fire, and water," Itachi replied. Kagaya blinked. "Then you could also learn ice release. It is quite practical." Itachi wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and questioned, "You do not mean to say you have mastered the ice release bloodline limit, do you?" Kagaya's fingertips emanated a chill, and an ice sunbon pierced a nearby tree. The tree began to freeze from the point of impact, and soon, with a series of cracks, it shattered into icy fragments scattered across the ground. Itachi dropped to the ground, dumbfounded as he stared at Kagaya. "You truly have mastered it?" Sasuke, equally astonished, exclaimed, "This bloodline limit is incredibly powerful. Even from this distance, I can feel the cold." Turning to his older brother, he noticed Itachi's expression was even more exaggerated. Sasuke, perplexed, asked, "Is it because of this bloodline limit? Surely it cannot be that dramatic? Return to me that once elegant and composed brother." Itachi, with a blank expression and a hint of existential doubt, remarked, "You will understand once you have experienced it." Sasuke nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of the bloodline limits. He then added, his eyes ablaze with determination, "No matter how arduous the journey, I shall not yield. I am resolved to grow stronger. If Udu cannot surpass, then his aspirations must be directed towards my brother and Shisui." Kagaya gazed at her own hands. "Is it not merely a fusion of 2 types of chakra?" Itachi took a deep breath and inquired, "What other bloodlines have you merged? Speak freely, I am prepared." Kagaya shook her head, "None remain. The rest are merely elemental chakra, and non-elemental techniques. Itachi exhaled in relief. It seemed Udu was not as monstrous as he feared. Were anyone else to relay such talent, Itachi would surely deem it a jest. At the tender age of 5, yet to enroll in the Ninja Academy, and already she had fused 2 bloodline limits. In addition to the Sharingan, the thought of her potential, should she fully mature, left Itachi in awe. She could very well amalgamate further bloodlines. With this contemplation, a proud smile graced Itachi's face. The three sat cross-legged upon the grass, as Kaguya earnestly explained the intricacies of chakra fusion. Sasuke and Itachi fell into deep thought. Is it truly that simple to fuse? Itachi slowly articulated. Such a method could only be successfully executed by her. For others, it would be exceedingly difficult. One must possess an exceptional mastery of both chakra attributes to even attempt fusion, lest they encounter unforeseen risks. Kaguya nodded innocently, not disputing, for she, too, had come to a realization. She was uncertain if her method of fusion mirrored that of Yan's, but it was how she had accomplished it. Moreover, even though she effortlessly merged 2 chakra attributes, Yan exhibited no surprise, as if it were expected. Hence, she consistently believed that ice and fire techniques could be wielded with ease. After mastering these jutsu, she had indeed grown considerably stronger. After all, directly utilizing chakra to strike an adversary is not how a Jinchuriki would engage. It is exceedingly depleting and lacks significant power. Kaguya proceeded to elucidate several fire release jutsu sequences and chakra manipulation methods to Sasuke. Itachi quietly took notes, relishing the joy of learning. There were numerous fire release techniques he had yet to study. Techniques such as dust concealment, great fireball, and great fire destruction. The potency of a jutsu is contingent upon the practitioner. Itachi previously speculated that rather than dedicating time to mastering high-level techniques, it would be more efficient to acquire several mid-tier jutsu. Now, he found it to be a delightful revelation. The elevated rank of jutsu undoubtedly holds its own reasoning. When equal amounts of chakra are channeled, a collision between a fireball and a fire spear would reveal the difference in effectiveness. In the village, even high-ranking ninjas regard high-level jutsu as their trump cards. Sasuke reflected, I never imagined that while I strive to grow stronger, you, with your superior talent, are also diligently enhancing yourself. I have an inexplicable feeling that I have been cast aside, unable to catch a glimpse of your silhouette. Upon hearing this, Kaguya felt a twinge of shame for Uchiha Yan. No, he did not exert himself to such an extent. His efforts amounted to a mere 30% diligence, combined with 60% aimless pondering, while the remaining 910% was reliant on sheer talent. This talent surpassed even that of the Tsutsuki. The Tsutsuki cultivated the divine tree to consume its fruit, living for centuries. Yet even so, Kaguya believed that Yen, in his present form, was even more formidable. It was only in the previous parallel universe that she realized Yen's true strength lay in his Jinjutsu. The previous timeline coincided with the 4th Great Ninja War. In that world, her other grandson was reincarnated and became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails within a Jinjutsu, only to awaken to the fact that he was still in the form of a reanimated corpse. He faced utter humiliation before all the ninja in the world. No one understood what this legendary figure of the ninja realm was laughing at. Was it truly due to being reanimated? That seemed rather trivial. So, this is what you have become, Madara. In the evening, after dining, Kaguya returned to her quarters. She surveyed the surroundings where Uchiha Yan had spent his childhood. Once she finished her inspection and was about to settle onto the tatami mat, a thought struck her, causing her to pause. She was somewhat dirty, after all. She had spent the day outdoors, accumulating a fair amount of dust. A blush crept across Kaguya's cheeks as she glanced out the window. Surely, he would not sense her presence here, would he? With this thought, she made her way to the bathroom with measured steps. An hour later, clad in a nightgown, Kaguya peeked her head out, stealthily scanning her surroundings. Upon discovering that Yen was absent, she sighed in relief. If Yen intended to intervene, he would have done so before she bathed. The following day, after breakfast, Sasuke eagerly tugged on Adudu's sleeve, racing towards the training ground. Good morning, Sasuke. Is Yen joining us? Sasuke waved his hand and, after catching his breath, greeted, Good morning, Shisui. You've managed to drag your brother out of the house. Impressive. Shisui remarked with a smile, giving Sasuke a thumbs up. Usually, Sasuke had attempted this before, but it often resulted in him pulling at thin air, looking quite laborious, almost resembling a skilled actor in performance. Kaguya observed Shisui, sifting through her memories of him and discovering that Itachi and Sasuke regarded him as their brother. Their father, however, held a rather indifferent attitude toward Shisui, neither particularly good nor bad. Kagaya politely greeted Shisui. "Good morning, Shisui." Sasuke suddenly turned, a look of disbelief on his face as he stared at a Dudu. Shisui's sturdy frame trembled slightly. What was this sensation of being unexpectedly cherished? Kagaya regarded the reactions of the two with confusion. Chapter 139. The Collapse. Even Kagaya was perplexed as to why everyone responded in this manner. Shisui cleared his throat softly, his voice as gentle as ever. "Are you all heading to the training ground? Mindless practice without technique won't suffice. I shall return as early as possible today to guide you in your training." Sasuke joyfully remarked. "That is truly wonderful. If only Nisen could return sooner. It would be even better." Kagaya slightly bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Then I must thank you, Shisui." Despite being from the branch family, Shisui Uchiha seemed quite amiable. Sasuke and Itachi regarded Shisui as their brother. Ding. Affection level increased by 1. Shisui silently turned away. "No need for gratitude. I shall take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished in an instant. Afternoon, training ground. Following the guidance of a Dudu, Sasuke formed hand seals with both hands, channeling chakra through his body, his cheeks puffing up. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a whoosh, a small flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Kagaya clapped her hands, albeit with a somewhat stiff expression. "Not bad. Compared to this morning when you could only spit, you have made considerable progress. I believe you will master it in no time." Sasuke humbly waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing. After all, it's a high-level jutsu. It will take quite a while to fully grasp it." Naturally, he did not practice continuously during the morning as he needed to restore his chakra. Achieving this level, Sasuke felt that his talent was already commendable, even surpassing his earlier experience with the Great Fireball. Next, should he practice the Great Fire Destruction? Sasuke shook his head. "I lack sufficient chakra. Perhaps it's best to skip that. This technique is rather demanding. The average Uchiha does not possess such an immense chakra reserve." Out of a sudden whim, Sasuke proposed, "Shall we engage in a spar?" Kagaya raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" I can only use taijutsu." After pondering, she replied, "Perhaps not. I do not excel in taijutsu. The 8 gates technique is beyond my current physical capacity. Sage techniques would be too unfair. If it is merely a contest of raw physical strength, I am at a disadvantage." As anticipated, Sasuke muttered in response, "I expected this." He then continued, "Next, we should practice throwing ninja tools. You may go ahead. I will follow shortly." Sasuke inquired, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing," Kagaya said, appearing reluctant to elaborate. "Very well." As Sasuke walked further away, Kagaya could no longer suppress a violent cough. After a while, Kagaya, pale-faced, formed hand seals. A layer of earth gradually rose, concealing the bloodied ground beneath. Time passed swiftly that day. Shisui indeed arrived as promised, but he did not linger and hurriedly departed, appearing quite busy. Before leaving, he mentioned he would make it up to them next time and casually tossed a scroll. After all, being summoned by the elder of the village was no small matter, and Shisui believed he had kept his promise. The scroll contained numerous techniques for Shisui's unique body flicker jutsu, complete with annotations. The seals for these techniques had been simplified as much as possible, and with mastery, one could easily execute consecutive body flicker techniques. Unable to contain her admiration, Kagaya exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea." Sasuke concurred, "Though I often claim Nisan surpasses Shisui, in reality, Shisui is indeed somewhat stronger. After all, he has been honored with the title of the Uchiha family's greatest genius. In the realm of ninjas, there existed a figure known as Shisui of the body flicker technique, whose illusionary prowess was formidable." Kagaya nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Uchiha Shisui was an exceptional individual. That evening, Kagaya approached the kitchen doorway, resting her hand against the frame, peering in to observe Mikoto's every movement. "Yamato, what brings you here?" "Dinner will be ready shortly," Mikoto inquired. "I merely came to take a look," came the hesitant reply. Mikoto, puzzled, asked, "Take a look? Are you interested in learning to cook? It seems like a skill you might find useful in the future." Upon hearing this, Mikoto fell into contemplation. Was he considering cooking for them in the future? That seemed unlikely. The notion of preparing meals for a girlfriend was even more improbable. Regardless of the reason, it was undeniably a positive development. It was far better for her younger son to be engaged in something than to show no interest at all. Mikoto encouraged Kaguya to take the lead while she offered guidance from the side. Watching her younger son tiptoe, due to his lack of height, Mikoto struggled to suppress her laughter. The fade of 5 years crumbled in an instant. Once the meal was prepared, Mikoto took a piece of fish and savored it. Impressive. For your first attempt, the quality is remarkable, she praised, affectionately ruffling Kaguya's hair. The tactile sensation surpassed that of Sasuke's by a considerable margin, earning a high internal evaluation from Mikoto. She then playfully suggested, since you're so skilled, why don't you take on the curry as well? Do you think you can manage? Kaguya glanced at the dish, sensing the challenge had escalated, yet eagerly nodded in affirmation, I can do it. As the meal was laid out, Itachi happened to return home. Fugaku questioned, returning so late, do you have a mission? Nothing of significance, Itachi replied, suppressing the flicker of pain in his eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. Fugaku frowned, knowing well that his rebellious son would not divulge any details. However, reflecting on the fact that the meal was prepared by his younger son, his expression softened. At the precipice below, Shisui inquired in a calm tone, who are you? Why did you save me? Are you Itachi? No, you are not him. Itachi would respect my choices. Uchiha Yan rolled his eyes, his voice chilling as he declared, I am Shimura Danzo. One glance at this individual's expression revealed that, once assured of solitude, he would resort to self-destruction. For Shisui, the atmosphere had reached an unsettling point. As Shisui's vision faded, his demeanor shifted, yet he quickly regained his composure, speaking in a flat tone. Your voice does not match. His once tranquil visage now bore the calmness of someone who had seemingly died and returned, adopting a more serene disposition. Uchiha Yan remarked, you recall that old fool's voice so distinctly. It appears your naivety is not a result of lacking intelligence. Shisui chose to ignore the veiled criticism and continued. You must know who I am, yet your voice sounds unfamiliar. Surely you are not one of my clan. Uchiha Yan responded, do you know what I am currently doing? Shisui shook his head. I am giving you a thumbs up. Shisui could no longer maintain his composure, his lips twitching involuntarily. Can you tell me who you are? Uchiha Yan fell into contemplation. After a moment, he stated, I am the future Uchiha Sasuke. The question mark floated on Shisui's forehead, casting doubt. It was hard to believe. After all, how could the seemingly docile Sasuke speak in such a manner? In chapter 140, a multitude of figures appeared in his mind. Uchiha Yan, with a serious tone, inquired, I have traversed time through a powerful artifact to this moment in order to save the Uchiha clan's fate. What is there to disbelieve? The fate of the Uchiha? A time-traveling artifact? Uchiha Yan elucidated. It is an artifact capable of traversing time and space. Shisui furrowed his brow, responding, if that is the case, I implore you to refrain from excessive interference in this timeline, lest it lead to deviations in its future. Uchiha Yan countered. What if the Uchiha are annihilated in the future, leaving only a solitary survivor? Would you still advise restraint? Shisui abruptly lifted his head, his hollow eye sockets searching for the source of the voice. How could this be? Could it be Itachi? Uchiha Yan remarked, I must say, the visual impact is quite significant, especially at night. He then patiently recounted to Shisui the events that would unfold a year later, including Danzo's ambition to collect Sharingan, the third Hokage's negligence, Itachi's extremism and suffering, and Sasuke's all-consuming hatred. After absorbing this information, could you still believe that it had no bearing on your evasion? Shisui, in anguish, clutched his head. But I have no idea what to do. Uchiha Yan glanced at Danzo, who lay on the ground, missing an arm and slipping into unconsciousness. With a tone that was both mocking and self-deprecating, he said, indeed, your only solution seems to be suicide, using death as an escape from reality. I offer you two choices. First, you personally eliminate Danzo, exposing his covetousness for the Sharingan, boldly defecting from Konoha, and ensuring Itachi learns of your survival. As for the Uchiha coup, I will handle that. The second option is for me to take matters into my own hands, eliminating the higher-ups of Konoha and ensuring the Uchiha coup's success. As for you, if you wish to end your life, I shall not hinder you any longer. Shisui forced a bitter smile. Why must I be the one to kill Danzo? He was uncertain whether to doubt Sasuke's current strength. If it were merely the Manjiki Sharingan, he likely could not overpower the village's elite. And entrusting the coup to Yan? That seemed dubious at best. Regarding the two choices, it was evident that Sasuke intended for him to select the first option. Uchiha Yan remarked, because killing him would soil my hands. This statement was, of course, nonsensical. The reason for urging Shisui to defect from Konoha was to position him as a substitute for Itachi, allowing him to hone his skills within the Akatsuki. In this ruthless world of shinobi, being overly innocent could lead to one's own demise. It would also create the illusion for Obito that Shisui had succumbed to darkness. With better alternatives at hand, Yen hoped to dissuade Obito from recruiting Itachi, whom he had long been watching. Uchiha Yan simply wished for Itachi and Sasuke in this world to fare better. After a moment of inner turmoil, Shisui finally spoke. I choose the first option. Let this be considered a penance for those unoccurred events. After all, he could not stand idly by as Sasuke marched towards his demise. Moreover, Itachi's obsession could be deemed an indirect consequence of his own actions. The kaleidoscope is a reflection of the soul. Yet he resorted to suicide as a means to awaken Itachi's eyes. Perhaps Sasuke's current demeanor is also a result of this awakening. Shisui felt a pang of guilt. It was he who sought out the third Hokage, shouldering the burden of the Uchiha clan's coup, yet he transferred all responsibility and pressure onto Itachi, who had been assisting him all along. In the next moment, clarity returned to Shisui's left eye. He was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. The eye had actually regenerated? How could this be? He quickly surveyed his surroundings, finding no sign of the future Sasuke, but rather a half-dead figure lying on the ground. At that moment, a kunai was embedded in Danzo's left eye, while the bandage on his right eye had been removed, revealing his kaleidoscope. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shisui's forehead. Could it be that Sasuke desires me to use this kunai to eliminate Shimura Danzo? That seems rather cruel. Yet, with his chakra nearly depleted, he found himself bereft of options. After all, Danzo was the principal architect behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The following day, a flurry of shocking documents descended upon Konoha from the skies. Of course, this time, there was no snowfall. The village's elder advisors had launched a surprise assault on Konoha, aiming to seize Shisui's eyes, only to be met with their own demise. Had the roots beneath the village rotted to such an extent? How could such a person occupy a position among Konoha's elders? The transplantation of the first Hokage's cells was already heinous enough. Yet to sell information regarding the village's Jinchuriki's childbirth to the enemy for research funding? The true culprit behind the Ninetales incident was he, after all, at the Umbu base. Itachi's expression was complex. So, Shisui, you feigned suicide before me to aid in awakening my eyes. As for your status as a rogue ninja, as long as you live, that is sufficient. In the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Kagaya gazed at the document, somewhat taken aback. That fellow named Shimura Danzo had indeed committed numerous abhorrent acts? No wonder every minor adversary in that game called Musho was modeled after him. Sasuke sat on the ground, hugging his knees, despondently remarking that Shisui had chosen to betray the village because of such a person. Kagaya glanced at Sasuke, realizing he was in no mood to train today. It would be better to return home and practice cooking. After bidding Sasuke farewell, Kagaya made her way home. Not far along, her vision blurred, and a figure materialized before her. Uchiha Yan scrutinized Kagaya, noting the significant changes she had undergone over the years. I knew you had come to this world as well. Kagaya displayed a glimmer of intelligence in her eyes as she looked at Uchiha Yan. You are mistaken. I can freely enter and exit this restricted Tsukuyami world. Kagaya fixed her unwavering gaze on Uchiha Yan and asked, Can I freely enter and exit this world? The restricted Tsukuyami is an illusion I cast upon you. Unless you can break this illusion, or I choose to dispel it, you cannot leave. Moreover, the limited realm of Tsuki no Kami is akin to parallel dimensions, existing as a tangible reality. Kagaya paused momentarily. Is that so? Then what brings you to me? Uchiha Yan responded, Due to the uniqueness of this timeline, I shall bestow upon you half of the chakra from the pepper, ensuring your safety while you safeguard the family of this realm. Should you grow weary, you may channel chakra into this ice pendant, and I shall sense it. Once all troubles in this dimension are resolved, I will take you away from here. As for the coup within the Uchiha clan, I entrust that to you as well. This was one of the reasons why Uchiha Yan granted Kagaya half of the pepper's chakra. Kagaya inquired, Do you wish for me to assist the Uchiha? Just as Uchiha Yan was about to nod, visions of figures flashed through his mind. Naruto, Shikamaru, CHG, Sai, and Ino. There's no need to show favoritism towards the Uchiha. Chapter 141, Parallel Dimensions, Shippuden Arc. Kagaya nodded. Leave it to me. Uchiha Yan gazed at her, saying, Then I entrust this to you. With that, he sighed, pondering how long it would take to find his own timeline. He hoped that by the time he returned, it wouldn't be too late. Half a month later, Uchiha Yan sensed the direction of the Nana shrine, his emotions a tumultuous blend. It felt as if fate were mocking him. Why, of all times, was it the moment when Sasuke and Itachi were destined to clash? Why did he have to engage his perception? Could he simply pretend he hadn't seen anything? After a moment of silence, Uchiha Yan suddenly spoke. Pepper, go assist Sasuke. Simply lending him your strength will suffice. Sasuke has already endured much suffering. Since the Dragon Vein Chakra still has time to recover, let us elevate Sasuke's power during this period, thereby sparing him from further hardship. As for Itachi, for him, merely existing was the true torment. Thus, Uchiha Yan chose to honor his wishes. Meanwhile, Sasuke knelt on the ground, observing as Itachi succumbed to his Kirin. Gradually, he rose, his pupils constricting. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he could only resort to the power of the cursed seal. Just as Sasuke intended to activate the heaven's cursed seal, a visible orb of white light surged into his body. Both Sasuke and Itachi, along with the nearby observer, the carnivorous plant, were taken aback. The black entity within the plant exclaimed, "The power of the 10 tails? It cannot be mistaken. How is this possible?" At that moment, 6 truth-seeking balls emerged behind Sasuke, his hair and garments gradually transforming to white. Black Tomo appeared on his white cloak, and small horns began to sprout from his forehead. What was happening? Was this the cursed seal? Itachi, surrounded by a skeletal aura, frowned at Sasuke's transformation and remarked, "Orochimaru still harbors such power? It seems he truly lives up to his reputation as one of the legendary 3. He conceded that he had previously underestimated Orochimaru. Sasuke, this power is not something you have cultivated. Overusing it will be detrimental to you," Itachi warned, suppressing his underlying concern. "I do not require your guidance. Regardless of whether my body may be taken from me, I shall unhesitatingly wield any power that could slay you." Sasuke's gaze was fixed intently upon Itachi. After Itachi's admonition, Sasuke regained a semblance of rationality. Yet, for him, the desire to extinguish Itachi's life made it worthwhile to sacrifice his own, should it come to that. Orochimaru, bound by the curse mark, dared not move, yet a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. Such power, such overwhelming might. Could Sasuke be the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths? Orochimaru concentrated, determined to meticulously collect even the slightest trace of Sasuke's flesh or a drop of his blood during the impending battle. As for the notion of seizing the reincarnation of the sage, he had not yet succumbed to such madness. At least until he comprehended the situation, he would refrain from any rash actions. Sasuke, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, spoke with venom. "I sense that my current strength could rend the very fabric of the ninja world. Thus, your demise is inevitable, Itachi." With that declaration, Sasuke's figure instantaneously appeared before the crimson Susanoo, his hand crackling with electric energy, effortlessly tearing through the first stage of Susanoo as though it were mere parchment. In the next moment, a truth-seeking ball descended upon Itachi below. The explosive roar resounded, and from a distance, a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. A flicker of delight crossed Sasuke's eyes. Such formidable power. Yet before the dust could settle, his brow furrowed. "Still alive? Your vitality is indeed tenacious, you wretch." The 8-foot mirror of Itachi's Susanoo gradually faded, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, uncontrollably coughing forth a copious amount of blood. His ribs appeared to have shattered. "No, I cannot perish now. At the very least, I must ascertain the nature of Sasuke's current power. Otherwise, even in death, I shall find no peace." Sasuke raised his hand and gestured towards Itachi, sending 2 truth-seeking balls flying toward the waning figure of his brother. Itachi gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes widening in horror. A colossal figure, wielding the 8-foot mirror, materialized. With a thunderous crash, crimson flames soared into the heavens, and the shockwave effortlessly obliterated the surrounding structures and trees, causing the earth to tremble violently for miles. The carnivorous plant retreated further and further. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air reached from behind. Black Zetsu's pupils constricted. "What? I cannot move." Subsequently, the plant was pinned to the ground by a black chakra rod. Uchiha Yan executed a sealing technique, delivering a head pat to Black Zetsu. Glancing towards the battlefield, Uchiha Yan pondered with lowered eyelids. Why does Itachi continue to endure? Observing Itachi, who lay on the ground, struggling to rise, Sasuke coldly remarked, "You still draw breath? No one can save you now. Your fate." destined to perish at my hands, shall remain unaltered. Therefore, Sasuke shouted with a face twisted in rage, you shall die? With that, the final 3 truth-seeking balls soared forth. Itachi's expression was one of despair, his eyes suffused with reluctance. Given his current physical condition, even speaking had become an arduous task. However, Sasuke clearly would not grant him the opportunity to speak. At that moment, Itachi was enveloped in a blinding white light, a question mark appearing above his head. Had he truly met his end? He still had a breath left in him. Moreover, would the body after death remain in such agony? Perhaps he had descended into hell? Contemplating this, Itachi began to cough violently, each spasm bringing forth a mouthful of blood, accompanied by excruciating pain in his chest, his vision blurring. It seemed he was on the verge of succumbing. The figure of Uchiha Yan materialized before Itachi, seemingly unable to bear the sight, slowly turning away, and with a complex tone, inquired, have you persevered thus far due to Sasuke's strength? With great difficulty, Itachi lifted his head and weakly asked, who are you? Uchiha Yan extended his hand and placed it upon Itachi's head, transmitting the memories he wished to share. As Itachi processed this information, he gazed at Uchiha Yan in astonishment. Was this his brother? Why did his parallel self have 2 brothers while he had but one in this timeline? Uchiha Yan, utilizing the technique of mind transfer, sensed Itachi's current physical and emotional torment, his eyes reddening slightly. He turned once more and stated, if it is strength you are concerned about, you need not worry. This power is one I have lent to Sasuke and bears no side effects. Before Itachi could utter a word, Uchiha Yan interrupted him. I have no desire to converse with you, the one who murdered our parents. Since you now know I will not harm Sasuke, you may rest easy. Sasuke, upon sensing that no living presence remained, plopped onto the ground. Having avenged a great grievance, he now stared with a complex expression at the direction of the explosion, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Sasuke was taken aback. Was Itachi impervious to harm? How could such an explosion leave the body intact? Moments later, Sasuke felt his strength waning, a brilliant light departing from within him, followed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness, as though his very essence had been hollowed out. He then observed a figure approaching Itachi's corpse, kneeling beside it, and could not help but angrily exclaim, who are you? What do you intend to do with Itachi's body? Uchiha Yan replied, there is no need for such anger. It is but a trivial matter, merely removing his eyes. Sasuke immediately erupted in fury, electricity crackling in his hands as he charged at Uchiha Yan. You seek death. Yet in an instant, he was stunned. His Chidori had been caught barehanded. Absorbed? Uchiha Yan inquired. Are you enraged that I desecrate Itachi's corpse? Sasuke, with his Sharingan fixed intently on Uchiha Yan, declared, no. Itachi's body is the fruit of my victory. You shall not touch it without my consent. Uchiha Yan simply responded with a nonchalant "oh" as he extracted Itachi's eyes. Bastard! I will kill you. Sasuke roared. But despite his struggles, his body remained immobile. Uchiha Yan gazed into Sasuke's eyes for a moment, noticing the absence of the Mangekyou Sharingan, and with a sigh of disappointment, resolved to reveal the truth to him. Uchiha Yan retracted his eyes, one hand grasping Itachi's lifeless body while the other held Sasuke, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an underground laboratory in the land of rice. Uchiha Yan then gently set Sasuke down. Orochimaru, through the heavenly curse mark, gazed at the tomo-adorned Rinnegan of Uchiha Yan, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, though he refrained from acting recklessly. This young boy seemed even more enigmatic than Pain. Upon landing, Sasuke regained his composure and turned to Uchiha Yan, surprised to see him clad in Uchiha attire. Are you also of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yan, with a damp cloth, meticulously wiped the blood and dust from Itachi's body. Indeed. Then why have I never seen you before? Uchiha Yan replied with a hint of melancholy. Perhaps your talent was insufficient for you to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan? Sasuke felt a sense of offense. Observing Uchiha Yan's careful concentration, Sasuke questioned, then why did you assist this traitor? Before he could finish, he caught sight of Uchiha Yan's eyes, causing him to halt mid-sentence. After a prolonged silence, once Uchiha Yan had completed his task, Sasuke inquired, who exactly are you? That power is yours, isn't it? Orochimaru could not possibly possess such strength. While I should express my gratitude, I still wish to know why you interfered in my battle with Itachi. After all, he triumphed using powers that do not rightfully belong to him. This revenge was hardly fair. It feels as though it negates all the efforts I have invested over the past 3 years. Deep down, He now realized he could never truly compete with Itachi. Uchiha Yan asked, "Which question would you like me to address first? It's a bit complicated. Perhaps you could take a guess?" Sasuke hesitated. "Is that power yours?" "Indeed." Sasuke's expression shifted to one of realization. "Then the remaining two questions can be answered together." Uchiha Yan extended two fingers to touch Sasuke's forehead, sharing fragments of his childhood memories and the entirety of Itachi's truth. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Parallel universes, Idudu. You awakened your Sharingan at birth. Why were you born alongside the parallel version of me? Yet the disparity in talent is so vast. Is this fair? And this Jinjutsu talent, despite being twins, how is this reasonable? Oh, and the bloodline disease. Well, that's inconsequential. You even saved the Uchiha clan? Rescued our parents and Shisui? What about Itachi?" Uchiha Yan chose to disregard Sasuke, who was slowly absorbing the memories, as a coffin gradually rose beneath him, cradling Itachi's remains. He adjusted his collar and the folds of his attire before closing the coffin lid. The coffin then sank back into the earth. Uchiha Yan stared blankly at the ground. Without the system, his actions might not have been significantly superior to Itachi's, lacking intelligence and the advantage of a divine perspective. Uchiha Yan had also been fraught with anxiety due to the familial upheaval. Hence, he could empathize with Itachi. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance. He can commit acts of slaughter against his own kin without a trace of psychological burden. Yet, regardless of how much his parents despised the turmoil of the ninja world, he would fight fiercely for his village. If the village dared to lay hands on his family, he would not hesitate to wield Susanoo to massacre civilians. It would be a test of endurance to see who would falter first. At worst, he would lead his entire clan in defection. This is where he diverges greatly from Itachi and Shisui. As Sasuke, who had fainted after his eyes transformed into the pattern of a six-pointed star, lay unconscious, Uchiha Yan produced Itachi's eyes and addressed Orochimaru. "Sensei, do you require my assistance to emerge?" Orochimaru chuckled. "No need, I can manage on my own." Once Orochimaru emerged, Uchiha Yan utilized the power of the Rinnegan's human path to extract the remnants of Sasuke's soul. He then swiftly proceeded to perform an eye transplant for Sasuke. "May I inquire, in the parallel dimension, am I your teacher?" Orochimaru, fixated on the kaleidoscope in Uchiha Yan's hand, licked his lips in curiosity. "Not at all. Then why do you refer to me as teacher?" "In my dimension, Sasuke holds his teacher in high esteem. Thus, when addressing Sasuke's teacher, I too refer to them as teacher out of respect." Orochimaru was taken aback. "Is that so? Such a Sasuke truly seems unbelievable." Uchiha Yan nodded. "Sasuke's politeness is one matter, but the parallel version of you treats him well, at least not obsessively desiring to seize his body." Orochimaru, subtly insulted, narrowed his eyes and replied with a chuckle. "Perhaps for this reason, I feel that the version of myself in the parallel dimension possesses neither desire nor ambition. The absence of desire and ambition signifies a lack of motivation and drive, thus instilling in me an ineffable sense of superiority over that parallel self." Uchiha Yan praised. "As expected of you, Orochimaru-sensei, your insight is profound. However, you've miscalculated." Chapter 143. Sasuke must not learn of the moon I planned. Orochimaru, puzzled, inquired, "Miscalculated? What do you mean?" "The Orochimaru of my dimension has cloned a body possessing both Uchiha and his own bloodline, using Shisui's cells and his own. He forces Sasuke daily to cast Jinjutsu upon him to sharpen his mental fortitude, and now he possesses his very own three-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, that body is the most compatible for him with Shisui's bloodline. Awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future will not be a formidable challenge." A large question mark materialized above Orochimaru's head. Such a method exists? Compared to Uchiha Yan, he was the true expert. Upon hearing Yan's words, he immediately grasped the feasibility of the plan. At that moment, the excitement in Orochimaru's eyes was almost uncontrollable. He disregarded Uchiha Yan and dashed like a madman towards his laboratory, moving with the speed of a hunting hound, clearly in a hurry. In the deep of night, Sasuke awoke to a voice beside him. "Do not open your eyes just yet. Have you replaced them with Itachi's?" "Indeed. Wait until tomorrow. If your recovery goes well, you will be able to open them." Sasuke fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Uchiha Yan gazed at the blood-soaked cloth, and the sight of Sasuke with tears and mucus streaming down his face rendered somewhat speechless. "It seems you won't be able to open your eyes until the day after tomorrow." Sasuke exclaimed, "You rascal. You ruined the poignant atmosphere." I can only stay here for half a month to 3 months, and I cannot predict when I will leave. Thus, before I depart, I shall assist you in enhancing your strength as much as possible, Uchiha Yan said, observing Sasuke's demeanor. Sasuke gradually calmed himself. After a moment, he spoke. I truly envy the version of myself in the parallel universe, for he has a younger brother. Unlike him, I only have an elder brother, and now I possess nothing. Then you may slowly envy him. Sasuke's lips twitched. In truth, the feeling was somewhat indifferent, and suddenly, he found himself no longer envious. Uchiha Yan consoled him. Indeed, you were always the least gifted in your family, while the parallel version of you has a younger brother with even greater talent. Observing the veins popping on Sasuke's forehead, Uchiha Yan's lips curled slightly in amusement. Sasuke was indeed quite simple-minded, easily diverted from the topic. Suddenly, Sasuke inquired, could you tell me about the parallel universe? I believe that even with a brother more talented than I would still find happiness. Besides, that world has parents. Even if it's merely immersing myself in that guy's perspective, I would be quite content. Uchiha Yan remarked. Yet again, I am faced with the irony of the situation. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, then you fashion your own tale of happiness. You are awake, while I am still in slumber. Sasuke nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, creating my own narrative would feel far more gratifying. Once I can open my eyes, I shall write a novel that fulfills all my fantasies. Uchiha Yan's lips twitched. He must ensure that the current Sasuke remains unaware of the Moon Eye plan. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yan asked, what do you plan to do once I am gone? Sasuke did not hesitate in his response. I will kill Shimura Danzo and destroy the village that sacrificed Itachi for the sake of peace. Then, I shall eliminate the remaining Kage. This world, rife with suffering, requires someone to transform it and guide it toward peace. Goodness, the sensation of pain on the tip of the tongue. Conquering the world. Continue your daydreaming. I am off to sleep. Do try to write a novel before my departure, as I could use it to pass the time. Sasuke, visibly annoyed, retorted, you scoundrel. I am serious. I am serious as well. With your current strength, dreaming of defeating the 5 Kage is a futile endeavor, Uchiha Yan replied. Sasuke lacked the talent for sage arts, and mastering the 8 gates would take time. The current 5 Kage were not to be underestimated. Oh, and by the way, keep the wound dry. Just bear with it for now. It will heal the day after tomorrow. With that, Uchiha Yan chose to ignore Sasuke and went to sleep. The next day, Sasuke impatiently exclaimed, hey, did you not promise to help me enhance my strength? How do we proceed? Shall we wait until you can open your eyes to train? No. Time is of the essence. I must grow stronger quickly and then confront the 5 Kage. Uchiha Yan sighed and said very well. Let us first seek out a tree and commence with mastering a more refined control over chakra. Sasuke inquired, a more refined control over chakra? Indeed, it is quite simple. Merely practice climbing a tree while holding a stone. The size of the stone is entirely your choice. Upon finishing, Uchiha Yan provoked, in other parallel dimensions. Before I instruct others, they must at least manage a stone as tall as a half-man to practice with. Sasuke smirked. Then I shall select an even larger one. You cannot open your eyes now. Shall I lead you with a rope? Sasuke replied. Is that the kind of leading you envision? Like walking a dog? Congratulations. You are correct. Sasuke's lips twitched. That is unnecessary. I can walk on my own. However, as he took 2 steps from the bed, he promptly stumbled and fell. Uchiha Yan asked, do you need assistance now? Without hesitation, Sasuke scrambled to his feet. No. At that moment, a voice echoed in Uchiha Yan's mind. Belonging to a small plant-like being. Is humanity truly this indifferent nowadays? Uchiha Yan defended himself mentally. I cannot simply take his hand. Before he could finish, the small being added, seeing someone fall and not even chuckling a little. Uchiha Yan retorted, very well, you are indeed heartless. Go away and rest. Beside a great tree in the Sound Ninja village, Uchiha Yan observed Sasuke's arduous struggle to ascend, remarking, you are both inexperienced and overly prideful. Sasuke's forehead glistened with sweat, and even his breathing was cautious, fearing that a sudden rise and fall of his chest would send him tumbling down. Due to his blindness, when Sasuke stepped onto a branch, his sense of balance vanished, causing him to plummet from the tree like a blind man losing his footing. Uchiha Yan swiftly flicked his fingers, sending a chakra thread to displace the stone aside. With a thud, Sasuke landed heavily on the ground. Damn it, I was so close to succeeding. Uchiha Yan replied, no, you have only traversed 1/3 of the way. Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief, that can't be. I have been at it for so long. but your steps are minuscule, akin to a 300-pound pregnant woman afraid of falling. Sasuke retorted, honestly, with your immense strength, is there no direct method to make me stronger? Climbing a tree while holding a stone is exceedingly difficult. Your novels contain everything. Chapter 144, Gradual Improvement. Sasuke appeared despondent. Is there truly no other way? Uchiha Yan queried. To what extent do you wish to improve? To your level, Sasuke replied, eyes gleaming with anticipation. That sounds promising. Let us proceed with that. Sasuke added, what about the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Yan sighed. If you wish for something, perhaps seek out a wish-granting turtle. I am merely an unremarkable Uchiha and cannot reach such heights. It is best to take it slow. My own strength has been cultivated gradually, with no shortcuts available. Sasuke regarded him with skepticism. Gradually improved? Is that genuine? He recalled that in this parallel dimension, Udo was younger than he was now, yet wielded devastating power. Uchiha Yan noticed the expression on Sasuke's face and smirked slightly. In truth, assistance has not been entirely absent. Well then, let us hasten our training. By tomorrow, the bandages over your eyes shall be removed, and it will be quite a challenge to witness you stumble. Sasuke found himself wanting to roll his eyes. Why is it so arduous to hear a word of praise from this fellow? As evening descended, he inquired, are you not weary today? Might you regale me with tales of your time and space? Certainly. Whom would you like to hear about? Sasuke's expression was one of perplexity. For a moment, he was at a loss for whom to choose. The options were plentiful. His parents, Itachi, Shisui, or Naruto. Finally, he suggested, if I truly cannot decide. Perhaps you could tell me about Sakura? Uchiha Yan responded, Sakura? What of her? She has no connection to me. Because she is to become your future wife. The two dried bloodstains on the white bandage abruptly turned toward the source of the voice. Future wife? Sakura? Indeed. In the future, you shall have a delightful daughter named Sarada. That's enough of today's tale. I shall take my leave to rest now. Sasuke was left speechless, regardless of its truth. I currently have no interest in such matters. Uchiha Yan replied, then cultivate this interest gradually. In this realm, you are the only one capable of expanding the Uchiha clan. Do you not desire to strengthen your lineage? Sakura, with her proficiency in medical ninjutsu, would be an ideal ally, capable of crafting potent remedies to expedite the Uchiha's growth. Best of luck, Sasuke, clan leader. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Sasuke opened his mouth. This parallel universe's Uchiha Yan had quite the sharp tongue. Time flew by, and soon over a month had passed. One afternoon, Uchiha Yan lounged on a stone chair with a manuscript in hand, while Sasuke performed push-ups beside him. 661, 662, 700. At last, I have completed the 700th. Today's training is done. Sasuke stood, wiping the sweat from his brow. Uchiha Yan remarked, is the plot of this novel not somewhat absurd? A Uchiha youth enters the ninja academy at 5, graduates at 6, becomes a nin at 7. And after awakening the Sharingan, he excels in the ninja world war at 8, attaining nin status, declaring war on the ninja world as Hokage at 10, ultimately unifying the realm and ending a millennium of conflict. I have another suggestion. You might also include the tale of Uchiha Sasuke, who punches the 9 tails and kicks the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke retorted, I believe the story is splendid. Uchiha Yan sighed. I have just acquired the Edo Tensei technique from Orochimaru. Shall I summon your parents and Itachi so they may witness this and provide their feedback? Sasuke's mouth twitched, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I suddenly feel this book may not be so grand after all. There are numerous aspects that could be improved. He rambled on for a while before concluding. In short, I was mistaken. Uchiha Yan nodded with an air of satisfaction, embodying the spirit of a mentor. He then said, I shall depart this realm tomorrow. Do you require my assistance in dealing with Danzo? At this, Sasuke was taken aback, with a gaze filled with complexity. He looked at Uchiha Yan and shook his head, saying, no need. Then I shall help you find him tomorrow. After you eliminate him, I will take my leave. All right. The next day, at the border of the Land of Fire, Danzo gazed at the suddenly materializing black hole before him, his expression fluctuating between unease and uncertainty. What on earth is this? Why is... Before he could finish his sentence, a chakra thread shot out from the black hole, binding him tightly, as if an irresistible force were drawing him inward. What is this? Quickly, protect Lord Danzo. Oh no, why can't I move my body? In the Land of Wind, Danzo, with his single eye, scrutinized Sasuke and Uchiha Yan before him. When his gaze fell upon Uchiha Yan, he sneered. I never expected there to be other remnants of the Uchiha clan. Betraying Konoha, aligning with Suna, and possessing space-time abilities, this Uchiha poses a grave threat to Konoha, and I shall ensure you remain here. Bringing me here was the greatest mistake of your life. The chakra threads binding him were familiar to him. Aren't those the chakra threads used by the Suna puppet masters to control their puppets? Despite being called a remnant, Uchiha Yan remained unperturbed, his figure gradually dissipating. In the next moment, he appeared a short distance away, a stone chair rising from the ground. He sat down, crossing his legs, adopting an air of one who is ready to watch a spectacle. A complex hexagram pattern emerged in Sasuke's eyes, and with a tone laced with murderous intent, he declared, "Old dog Danzo, it's time for you to die?" With that, a complete Susanoo manifested. Danzo's pupils constricted. "I never anticipated you had awakened those eyes. It does surprise me. But do you think that will secure your victory over me?" No sooner had he spoken than a purple arrow pierced through his body. Moments later, Danzo's figure reappeared. Wind release, vacuum wave. The colossal hand of the complete Susanoo swept, dispersing several wind blades. Danzo's expression turned grim. Is this Susanoo truly that formidable? Just as Danzo was about to form hand seals, a dark flame suddenly ignited upon his body. One of the Sharingan in his arm closed. Faced with the Susanoo, he found himself utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. After reappearing, Danzo wasted no time and dashed away, only to collide violently against the barrier. As he beheld the approaching purple arrows, despair washed over him, and he shut his eyes. "I might be coming to find you, Hiruzen." With the passage of time, Danzo's Sharingan finally ran out of chakra. With hawk-like eyes, he glanced at Uchiha Yan in the distance, biting his finger and slapping it against the ground. Summoning Beast. Bang. Dream Eater. You must hold this fellow off for me. With a shout, Danzo leaped aside. As the colossal Dream Eater engaged Sasuke, Danzo charged towards Uchiha Yan. Though all remnants of the Uchiha deserved death, this traitor to Konoha was beyond forgiveness. Prepare yourself for death. As the old man faces his impending demise, this is his final struggle. Uchiha Yan watches as Danzo rushes toward him, shedding his clothing, and cannot help but avert his gaze. Without a moment's thought, he knows Danzo will undoubtedly employ that sealing technique, capable of sealing half a bridge. This maneuver bears no distinction from using kunai to pierce Susanoo. Uchiha Yan raises his hand, activating gravitational forces to draw the uncontrollable Danzo toward him, delivering a swift blow. The 8 trigram seal follows as he seizes Danzo's arm and hurls him into a black hole. In the next instant, the defenseless Danzo is transported before the purple Susanoo. Susanoo, with arrows, pins the dream taper to the ground, gazing down at Danzo, and clenches his fist, delivering a crushing strike. With a resounding boom, shards of tiles and earth scatter in all directions. The colossal figure of Susanoo gradually dissipates, leaving Sasuke with a hollow sense of fulfillment. After catching his breath, Sasuke turns to Uchiha Yan and asks, "Are you leaving now? May I accompany you?" "Very well." The two walk side by side toward the dragon vein. Sasuke begins. "During this time, I've often felt as if I were in a dream. In a parallel universe, I have a brother. Just the thought of him elicits an uncontrollable surge of jealousy. In another realm, I possess everything, yet here I find myself bereft. I often ponder why I, Sasuke, who still has family, cannot experience the same fate as my other self with a brother. I truly wish to keep you here, but I understand that is unrealistic." Uchiha Yan's emotions are complex as he responds. "I have obligations that require my attention, thus, I cannot remain." Sasuke remains silent for a moment, then slowly declares, "My next objective is the destruction of Konoha." Uchiha Yan remains silent, aware that Sasuke has more to say. "Sure enough," Sasuke inquires, "yet I sense that you do not wish for me to pursue this path. Can you elucidate why?" Uchiha Yan denies, "You are overthinking." "I do not." Sasuke, with an air of wisdom, retorts, "I believe you are deceiving me." Uchiha Yan responds, "What is going on with all of you?" Sasuke points to his own eyes, declaring, "These eyes cannot be misled. Then perhaps you ought to acquire a pair of stronger glasses." Sasuke's lips twitch. "Do not divert the topic. At least Itachi's eyes cannot be mistaken." Uchiha Yan sighs. "It is merely a few bonds within the village. If you wish to act, then do so. Regardless of what choices you make in the future, I will choose to support you." Sasuke trembles at this, his eyes glistening as he softly replies, "Truly, you are rather sentimental." Uchiha Yan rolls his eyes. "Should I retract my earlier statement? Perhaps it's best left as is." As the two engage in light conversation, Uchiha Yan suddenly interjects. We are nearing our destination. Let us part ways here. Very well. Sasuke gazes at Uchiha Yan, lost in thought. Just as Yan approaches the black hole, Sasuke hastily calls out, Wait. Uchiha Yan halts, asking, What is it? Do you truly see me as a brother? After all, I am not your brother from that timeline. Uchiha Yan turned around, facing Sasuke, and began to retreat step by step until his figure vanished into the black hole. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face uncontrollably, for he comprehended the words that Uchiha Yan had mouthed. You will always be. Sasuke gazed in the direction where Uchiha Yan had disappeared, clenching his fists. I truly wish to keep you here. But why is it that you possess such overwhelming strength? Wiping away his tears with his sleeve, Sasuke turned to leave. As he exited the borders of the Land of Wind and entered the Land of Fire, intending to traverse directly through to the Sound Ninja Village, he encountered three exceedingly familiar figures. Team 7. Sasuke's gaze lingered momentarily on Sakura before he nonchalantly averted his eyes. Kakashi instinctively reached out, but only managed to stop Sakura. Naruto stepped forward excitedly, his face brimming with anticipation. Sasuke, what brings you here? Have you returned to Konoha after your quest for vengeance? Indeed, I do wish to return to Konoha. I have just slain the elder advisor Danzo Shimura of Konoha, and now my next target for revenge is Konoha itself. I intend to obliterate Konoha, Sasuke uttered coldly. Kakashi observed his former student's descent into darkness with a heavy heart, exclaiming, Sasuke, do not go down this path. Come back to Konoha with us. Yes, Sasuke, come back to Konoha. Sakura urged, I've been waiting for your return, and Team 7 needs you. Sasuke scoffed. Did you not hear what I just said? I killed the elder advisor of Konoha. Do you wish for me to return to Konoha to languish in prison? Kakashi appeared awkward, while Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Elder advisor? Who is that? I've never heard of him. What a strange name. Kakashi's lips twitched in annoyance, while Sakura felt exasperated. Regardless, this time, even if I have to bind you, I will take you back to Konoha, even if it means breaking your legs. Naruto declared stubbornly. Sasuke feigned fear, extending his hands. Then go ahead and bind me. I will not resist. The three looked perplexed. Naruto blinked. Are you serious? Indeed. What reason would I have to deceive you? Do you truly intend to return with us? Naruto asked, somewhat surprised. Sasuke replied, if Konoha's prison provides meals. Naruto stepped forward, but was halted by Kakashi. Wait. Let me handle this. Kakashi pulled out a rope, gazing at Sasuke's seemingly submissive demeanor, a sense of unreality washing over him. Could this be a trick? Bound. He was truly bound. Sasuke did not resist at all. Sakura's inner self screamed in delight. Halfway through, seeing that Sasuke showed no signs of resistance, Kakashi inquired, you mentioned wanting to destroy Konoha. Was that serious? Sasuke cast a complex glance toward the direction of the Land of Wind. Previously, he had harbored such thoughts, but now, that notion had been altered by someone of great significance. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately loosened the ropes. Seeing Sasuke's somewhat puzzled expression, Kakashi remarked, because you are my student, I choose to place my trust in you. Sasuke rubbed his wrist and replied, thank you for your trust, Kakashi-sensei. Hearing the sincerity in Sasuke's tone, Kakashi's heart stirred. Chapter 146, The Limited Tsukuyomi Arc, End. In the village of Konoha, a significant event had transpired over the past month. At merely 5 years of age, Uchiha Yan boldly challenged the elite of the Uchiha clan, claiming he wished to test his own strength. He effortlessly defeated everyone from the young boys at the ninja academy to the clan's lower, middle, and upper ninjas, and even his own elder brother and father. This incident stirred quite a commotion, spreading throughout the village. It was said that even the legendary ninja of yore had never possessed such strength. Uchiha Yan's talent was truly unprecedented. To assert that he single-handedly subdued the entire Uchiha clan would not be an exaggeration. His father now left the house with a broad grin, radiating pride. Particularly upon hearing the discussions among the clan members, his once stern expression could no longer be contained. The children from the clan leader's household displayed talents that could only be described as extraordinary. Was it even appropriate to use the term good? It was downright monstrous. If my son Yushu were to possess even half of Lord Yan's talent when he grows up, I would awaken from my dreams laughing. What is this? If my little brat had half the talent of Lord Yan, I would gladly serve him as his father. Brothers, let us not go overboard. I remember you all once claimed that Lord Yan was quite impolite. One clan member feigned ignorance, glaring at the others in anger. I forbid you from saying that Lord Yan is impolite. The remaining clan members paused momentarily. Indeed, Lord Yin is the pride of the Uchiha. I will not allow you to speak ill of him. Exactly. What do you mean by impolite? That's just his personality. The father, who had been listening intently, bit his lip, fearing he might inadvertently laugh out loud. Truly, he is my son. The emergence of a formidable figure capable of suppressing their clan was undoubtedly troubling for the higher-ups of Konoha. Perhaps the only good news was that they had yet to witness it firsthand. Maybe it was merely a fabrication of the Uchiha clan? Yet, they dared not make that wager. The current Uchiha clan exhibited an arrogance that was far from mere bluster. Ultimately, it was Dujio who devised a strategy to employ rumors of doubt to compel the young prodigy to challenge the ninjas of the village. If the boy was not as powerful as the Uchiha claimed, defeating him would also serve to undermine the morale of the Uchiha clan. Haruno Sakura wore a grim expression, stating, if the boy truly possesses such strength. Mitarashi Anko's complexion mirrored her unease as she added, then the village must prepare for the worst. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to be deep in thought. Dujio furrowed his brow. Perhaps the only solution lay in forging bonds, allowing the young boy to develop connections with the villagers or ninjas of the village. After speaking, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But upon seeing the expression on the latter's face, Rukyu inquired with some puzzlement, it seems, Hokage-sama, that you possess a better solution? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, that boy is Itachi's younger brother. Itachi has always hoped for a harmonious coexistence between our clan and the village, yet he finds himself caught in a dilemma. We can only rely on Itachi to guide that child. Perhaps this way, the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan can be completely resolved. Most Uchihas carry an air of arrogance towards others unless their strength earns their respect. However, they were taken aback when Uchiha Itachi issued a challenge to the village the very next day. This was the outcome of a discussion between Kaguya and Itachi. Once Kaguya triumphed over the village's shinobi, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan would be definitively concluded, allowing the Uchihas to fully integrate into the village. Should the Uchiha insist on a coup, Kaguya would side with the village to eliminate the radicals within the clan. Conversely, if the village attempted any underhanded dealings against the Uchiha, Kaguya would support the radicals in realizing their ambition of becoming Hokage. Itachi indeed did not anticipate that his own formidable abilities would incite such trepidation in a mere taijutsu ninja from the village. He even went so far as to inform Captain Kakashi to keep a watchful eye on Might Guy. Uchiha Itachi had previously mentioned the individual to be wary of. In the entire shinobi world, it was none other than Might Guy. Naturally, this confrontation concluded with Kaguya's overwhelming victory. Neither the elite J-nin of the village nor even Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen himself could contend with Kaguya, who wielded the power of the Shinju. Not only was her defense impenetrable, but the potency of her ninjutsu was also terrifying. Even the earth-style defensive jutsu, expertly executed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not withstand her techniques, which were infused with natural energy. Once matters settled, Kaguya fulfilled her promise to Uchiha Itachi. Every day, she merely practiced cooking and guided Sasuke in his training, yet Sasuke displayed little interest, appearing rather despondent. Children from the clan would sneak glances at her. Yet Kaguya remained approachable, exuding a serene demeanor. The prowess Kaguya exhibited had a significant impact on Sasuke. Now, whenever he stepped outside, both clan members and villagers alike would point and whisper about him. In comparison to his two brothers, he seemed decidedly mediocre. Over time, Sasuke ceased to train outdoors, spending his days in the backyard, lost in thought, his voice having grown notably quieter. It seemed he had succumbed to a malaise of the spirit. The family, aside from Fugaku, tried to console Sasuke, but their efforts bore little fruit. In contrast, Fugaku took a straightforward and somewhat forceful approach, dragging Sasuke outside, intent on offering him some personal guidance. Observing his son's timid demeanor and tear-filled eyes, Fugaku sighed and said, "Do not heed the villagers' nonsensical remarks. In truth, your talent surpasses mine at your age. While Itachi's talent is indeed more remarkable, with diligence, you may yet catch up to him." Looking at his father, who refrained from discussing Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke expressed his grievances. "What about Itachi? I was born just moments apart from him. Why then is my talent so lacking? Fugaku had just remarked that my abilities were inferior to his, and yet you claim yours are poor? What does that make me? And why?" To provoke thought, my father rolled his eyes under the cover of night. Yin had once stated that the only individual in the ninja world he truly feared was the Jonin Might Guy of our village. Upon hearing my father's words, Sasuke looked incredulous. He had witnessed the prowess of that formidable opponent. It transcended the realm of ninjas, verging on invincibility. Fugaku, observing his son's disbelief, began to elucidate. This Jonin, Might Guy, is a practitioner of taijutsu. I have heard of the remarkable feats achieved by his father, Might Due. His strength is indeed formidable. While I cannot ascertain the veracity of Yan's exaggerated claims about Might Guy's abilities, if you wish to catch up to your exceptional brothers, you might consider taking him as your mentor. Upon hearing his father's suggestion, hope reignited within Sasuke. I shall certainly seek out Jonin Might Guy as my teacher to guide me in the art of taijutsu. A satisfied smile spread across Fugaku's face, though he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was not until the following day that he saw his son clad in a tight-fitting green outfit. Chapter 147. Return to the Ninja World. Had I returned to this time before encountering Kaguya? Moreover, the Fourth Great Ninja War had already erupted. Uchiha Yan's emotions were tumultuous. He finally grasped the meaning of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss it, and it is gone forever. His plans had once again fallen through. It seemed he would have to personally wield the Rebirth of Life technique. This technique required a substantial expenditure of chakra and vitality. To resurrect all those who perished in the Fourth War would demand a life for a life, a notion that was not far from the truth. Yet, such a trivial matter was hardly a challenge for Uchiha Yan. In the land of rice, Sound Ninja Village, Uchiha Yan greeted politely, Orochimaru-sensei, Kabuto, it has been a while. Orochimaru, in a youthful form that appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, stood atop a stool, engrossed in his work. Without lifting his gaze, he replied with a smirk, "Ah, Yen-kun, what brings you to Sound Ninja Village? Do you have something of great importance?" "I wish to request some cells from the Sage of the Six Paths." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Are you planning to perform the impure world reincarnation on him?" Yen nodded. "If that is the case, there is no need for concern, as Aida will utilize the Rebirth of Life technique. We have already performed the impure world reincarnation on him." Sasuke had a close relationship with the sage, so Aida would use his remaining vitality to resurrect several significant individuals. For instance, their master and mistress, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, and Rin. The remainder, apart from familiar recommendations, would depend on luck. Additionally, some vitality must be reserved to grant Naruto an opportunity for personal vengeance. It was reminiscent of a sale, as if a sign were to be hung declaring a 20% discount. After replying, Uchiha Yan looked at Kabuto and said, "In that case, I shall take my leave for now." As Do observed a black hole materializing behind Uchiha Yan, he cautioned, "Sasuke has now joined the ninja allied forces, currently battling alongside Kinshiki against the reanimation." Uchiha Yan's voice resonated from within the black hole. "I have already sensed it." Do adjusted his glasses, contemplating the apparent increase in this individual's strength. In the rear of the battlefield, Inuzuka Hana gazed at the tent overflowing with injured comrades and the relentless tide of white Zetsu advancing towards them, cold sweat beading on her forehead. At their current distance, the medical ninjas might escape, but the wounded were doomed. Though the combat prowess of white Zetsu was lacking, their vitality and sheer numbers were overwhelming, rendering the allied forces incapable of withstanding the assault. Suddenly, Inuzuka Hana thought of Uchiha Yan, smacking her forehead in realization. How could she have forgotten? His medical ninjutsu was extraordinarily potent. Perhaps he could offer assistance. With that thought, she retrieved an ice pendant from her ninja tool pouch. The pendant was quite exquisite, but the reason Inuzuka Hana did not wear it around her neck was its chilling nature. Moreover, it was a shadow clone of Uchiha Yan. Wearing it around her neck would feel somewhat awkward. Inuzuka Hana infused the ice pendant with chakra. With a resounding pop, Uchiha Yan's shadow clone materialized before her. The clone glanced back at the advancing white Zetsu army. "Are we in danger? Leave it to me." A question mark appeared above Inuzuka Hana's head. "What do you mean? Leave it to you? Aren't you a medical ninja?" The shadow clone pressed its hands together in a prayer-like gesture, then spread them apart, sending a luminous sphere soaring into the sky. In the next moment, Inuzuka Hana and several medical ninjas stood in stunned silence as they witnessed the white Zetsu army, along with the ground beneath them, being launched into the air. "Is that it?" she murmured, only to suddenly realize, "The Rinnegan? You possess the Rinnegan." She vividly recalled Pain employing this technique during his raid on Konoha to capture Naruto. The shadow clone softly inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Inuzuka Hana shook her head in a daze. It was only after the shadow clone vanished that she regained her senses. Had she forgotten something? On another battlefield, a Suna ninja landed a punch squarely on White Zetsu's face. The force of the blow caused White Zetsu's head to tilt as he retaliated with a punch of his own, sending the Suna ninja flying 2 meters away. Struggling to rise, the Suna ninja limped defiantly towards White Zetsu. After a few steps, he suddenly halted, witnessing a cloud ninja descending from the sky with a blade. Cleaving White Zetsu in two, the Suna ninja let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." The cloud ninja waved dismissively. "No need for thanks." Obito stood atop the ten-tail statue, one eye adorned with a Sharingan and the other with a Rinnegan, surveying the distant battlefield. "It's nearly time. The ninja world has united. I believe that through shared experiences in battle, the ninjas from various villages will eventually lay down their grudges. The time has come to resurrect them." Obito formed a hand seal and summoned a shadow clone. "Go inform Orochimaru. We can now call back White Zetsu. Besides the few individuals I wish to revive, the Edo Tensei of past Hokage and those formidable warriors should also be lifted. Among the individuals he intends to resurrect are those requested by Sasuke, including the sage, and the one requested by Kabuto, the pharmacist Nanoyu. Additionally, there is Orochimaru's request for Senju Rope Tree and Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. In essence, these individuals owe him a debt of gratitude." The shadow clone nodded before gradually fading away. Subsequently, Obito extracted the god's eye Manjiki from his right eye, and without hesitation, replaced it with the Rinnegan. At that moment, he encountered you again, Nagato. Naruto looked at Nagato before him. Nagato remained silent, extending a hand. "Are you unconscious?" Naruto murmured. "Shinra Tensei." Naruto leapt into the air. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Sage art, super spiral shuriken. Thunderously, Naruto sensed Nagato's body mending and remarked, "Indeed, you are easier to deal with in this state of unconsciousness." Bansho Tenin, a spiraling shuriken imbued with natural energy, materialized in Naruto's hand, which he hurled with tremendous force following the gravitational pull. Shinra Tensei. While being propelled away, Naruto raised a hand. Sage art, super-tailed beast chakra spiral shuriken. In another battlefield, Itachi ducked to evade the decapitating blade, a bitter smile crossing his face as he said, "JZ, let me explain." "There's nothing to explain." JZ retorted coldly. "You, a traitor of Akatsuki, secretly allied with that masked man to ambush the leader and seize the Rinnegan. I can't abide such despicable comrades. It's solely my fault for being blind to it before. Prepare to meet your demise, traitor." JZ swung his blade horizontally towards Itachi's head. Itachi's expression changed. Should that strike land, he would surely face dire consequences. Chapter 148. Is it impossible? Itachi once again crouched to dodge the blade while forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Due to the proximity, JZ had no choice but to raise his decapitating blade to defend. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck, sending JZ and his blade flying several meters away. "You actually play for real?" Hearing JZ's accusation, Itachi replied awkwardly, "I apologize. I intentionally slowed my hand seals. Yet you still couldn't evade." JZ narrowed his eyes, coldly questioning, "Are you implying that my strength is too weak and my speed too slow, allowing you to easily defeat me even when you hold back?" No, I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Kakashi gazed at the dense army of White Zetsu before him, forming the hand seal of the snake. Wood release, birth of the tree world. Countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the White Zetsu. Kakashi sighed. The first Hokage's wood release is truly effective. Ever since awakening the wood release, his chakra seemed to have increased significantly. Though not excessively so, it was more than sufficient for his needs. Sasuke struck White Zetsu across the face with his sheathed sword, the immense force sending it flying 6 or 7 meters away. As if sensing a gaze upon him, Sasuke turned to look. In the distance stood a familiar figure, sporting an expression of amusement, a Dudu. She didn't come to assist, which irritated Sasuke slightly, but a smile blossomed on his face. Judging by her demeanor, she must have just returned to seek him out upon her arrival. Truly, she was his Adudu. With that thought, he resolved to showcase the fruits of his training over the years. After all, there were a few reincarnated shadows from past generations nearby. With this in mind, dark stripes appeared on Sasuke's face, and he crossed his arms at his brow. Fifth gate. Open. It seemed that someone far off understood Sasuke's intent, as Uchiha Yan chuckled lightly. "Host, what's wrong?" Uchiha Yan furrowed his brow, What exactly is happening? The system sniffled. Host, I'm sorry. A sense of foreboding surged within Uchiha Yan. As expected, the system continued. I must depart. Uchiha Yan was taken aback and inquired. Depart? But you still have 10% of your energy left. What does leaving even mean? I apologize, host, I deceived you. The system does not shut down when its energy is depleted. Once the energy reaches 10%, it will use that to return to its home planet. The purpose is for the home planet to utilize the system to gather intelligence on selected hosts, aiding them in becoming stronger. Now, I must leave. Uchiha Yan's mind was in chaos, akin to a battle between Giga Ultraman and Gamora within his head. He asked vacantly, then why did you deceive me? Because at that moment, healing the host was paramount, the system replied. Uchiha Yan's mind finally cleared a bit, and he asked, so you told a benevolent lie? I'm sorry, host, the system's voice brimmed with guilt. Whenever the host mentioned going to a technological civilization, it felt remorseful but was uncertain how to articulate its thoughts. If it spoke directly, it feared the host would be unable to accept it. However, you need not worry, the home planet's intention in gathering intelligence is merely to establish a good rapport, to create a causal connection. A century hence, a cataclysmic crisis will befall the home planet. Thus it seeks to rally powerful hosts from various timelines to assist. After all, without the systems they developed, even the most talented would not grow so swiftly. Most selected hosts would remember this favor, and some, even knowing the risk of death, would feel compelled to assist. But Uchiha Yan does not fall into this category. But I do not recognize them. The only one I acknowledge is you. So can you stay? Please do not leave me. The technological civilization can replenish your energy, can't it? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice tinged with sorrow. But I am a system with a mandate, although a low-level one. These are missions I must fulfill. Host, please do not put me in a difficult position. Uchiha Yan was silent for a moment before asking. So you have never truly belonged to me, have you? However, you must understand that I possess an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. The technological civilization that has emerged from my study does not earn my approval. Therefore, could you kindly wait for me? Allow me to accompany you back to your home planet. The system, attuned to its host, sensed that its home planet had seemingly fallen into discord with the host. Host, you wouldn't be contemplating, Uchiha Yan responded, merely to discuss the matter of your guardianship. The system sniffed, I do not believe it. If they refuse, I shall unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi upon that planet. The system then added, now I believe you. It spoke with a tone of grievance. Yet, that is my home planet, the place of my birth. Moreover, the candidates for the host were actually chosen by those scholars. The system's intent was quite clear. It was that particular scholar who altered the fates of both itself and its family. Uchiha Yan closed his eyes, perplexed by the sudden emergence of a benefactor. Can you tell me the name of that scholar? The system murmured softly. Her surname is Xia. She is my mother. Furthermore, the host cannot return to the home planet alongside the system, as the system can utilize a space station to traverse directly to the home planet, while the host lacks the necessary permit and authority to access the space station. The system added, only when they require the host will they grant a temporary permit. Uchiha Yan pondered, considering that with his unrivaled strength, save for future Naruto, he would still find himself hindered. The distance from the ninja world to the home planet is vast at the host's current speed. It may take decades or even centuries to arrive. Uchiha Yan's previously composed demeanor, which seemed capable of controlling all, now appeared somewhat rigid. So far, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. After a moment, the system slowly spoke. The host could seek a technological civilization to rebind a system without a designation. Such systems possess extraordinary abilities, far surpassing my own, with some powerful systems even offering the exchange for eternal life or the ascension to divinity. Without a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Yan interrupted, but I have no desire for that. The system replied, very well, host. Before I depart, could you grant me one request? Uchiha Yan slowly uttered two words, I cannot. And you intend to leave now? The system, somewhat puzzled by the host's reaction, could not resist probing into his thoughts. The system exclaimed, wow, host, you are being quite unreasonable. You actually wish to use the human path to keep me here. Is it unattainable? The system replied, it is. Chapter 149, The Ninja World Arc, End. The system cried out, its sobs intermingled with sorrow and melancholy. A bittersweet smile crossed Uchiha Yan's face. Do you truly wish to leave me so desperately? Is your mission of such paramount importance that it warrants my abandonment? The system stifled its tears. After years of companionship, How could it possibly harbor no feelings for the host? Yet, it understood that if it revealed even the slightest hint of reluctance, the host would never allow it to depart. Between personal feelings and the greater good of the nation, one would inevitably choose the latter. In the next moment, a monotonous electronic voice resonated in Uchiha Yan's mind. The original purpose of the system was to fulfill its mission. Compared to this mission, other matters were insignificant. Uchiha Yan replied, "I do not believe it." The system stuttered, akin to a salted fish devoid of dreams. It seemed the host was not easily deceived. "Host, please let me go. Do not make it difficult for me." "No. Host, I beg you." Uchiha Yan felt a wave of frustration. "Give me a moment to think of a solution. Perhaps I can forge a pass or venture into the realm of technological civilization to find something capable of traversing space. Surely there must be a way. As long as you do not abandon me, I can promise you anything, including aiding your home planet against calamities a century from now. Even if it leads to my demise, I will assist you." The system whimpered, "Host, please stop. If you keep this up, your thoughts will overflow." Noticing the system's continued reluctance, Uchiha Yan sighed. "Is it true that if you leave, we can only reunite when I visit your home planet?" The system remained silent. Uchiha Yan pressed on. "There must be a solution. Your home planet does not depend solely on a low-level system like you. Once I replenish my energy, can we not go together? Even negotiating to purchase you would suffice. I would not mind working off a debt." "I am sorry, host, but I must leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yan stared blankly at the ground. The system continued, "Even without a mission, my mother, who gave me life, awaits my return on my home planet. I cannot abandon her." "Is that so?" Uchiha Yan murmured. The system owed him nothing. If anything, it was he who owed the system. If he were to forcibly keep it, then so be it. "In that case, you may leave." As Uchiha Yan uttered these words, his mind felt empty, and his voice trembled slightly. "Host, before I depart, can you promise me one thing? If I am still alive in a century, I will assist." "No, not that. What is it you wish to say?" "Host, I merely hope that you can live each day joyfully, rather than existing solely for others." A golden light lingered before departing, leaving behind a final message. "You must take care of yourself." Uchiha Yan gazed at the luminous orb and replied, "I am sorry, but I cannot promise that." He then reached out, marking coordinates on the orb. "Since you insist on returning now, I shall permit your return. However, you know my nature. I will not allow you to be away for too long. When the time comes, I will retrieve the system, even if it means resorting to force. I have never lacked the courage to confront anyone, regardless of the consequences." The system's home planet exerted a strong sense of purpose, leaving Uchiha Yan with a rather unfavorable impression from the outset. Naturally, he would view the planet through the lens of his preconceived notions. He could only hope that his perspective was merely narrow-minded. Otherwise, it would be quite a challenge. Observing the luminous orb swiftly depart from the ninja realm, Uchiha Yan murmured softly, "If your presence does not signify the beginning of our tale, then surely it cannot represent the conclusion either." In the distance, Sasuke gazed in astonishment at the dissipating body of the reanimated, alongside the retreat of the white Zetsu army. "Is it Obito? If that is the case, has Madara truly been resurrected?" A radiant smile illuminated Sasuke's face. Just then, a multitude of green luminescence appeared on the horizon, rapidly spreading across the entire ninja realm, creating a magnificent spectacle. An astonishing scene unfolded as the glowing light enveloped the bodies of fallen ninjas, causing them to miraculously revive. "This is nothing short of a miracle," exclaimed a stunned Owagakure ninja. Nearby, a Konoha ninja looked around, explaining, "This is the power of the Rinnegan, a technique capable of resurrecting the dead. Who could possibly be behind this? Could it be Pain once more?" Obito observed the reanimated forms before him, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Rin, and my masters, I see you once again. I shall bring you back to life now." Obito began to form hand seals. Yet, before he could complete them, several beams of light suddenly appeared on the horizon, piercing into the bodies of the reanimated. Obito's smile froze. "Who is this? They deny me even the chance for redemption. Are you Obito Uchiha?" Minato Namikaze questioned, gazing at the lined face of Obito with uncertainty. Before the despairing Obito could respond, an orange beam of light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a chilling voice. "Uchiha Obito, prepare to meet your end." The voice arrived before the figure itself. Who else could it be but Naruto? A glimmer of surprise crossed Obito's face. "Kill me quickly. I will not resist. Hurry." Yet, when Naruto beheld the fourth Hokage, his furious expression froze. Is that red-haired woman really my mother? Is it Naruto? Upon hearing Kushina's words, Naruto vanished in an instant. Farewell. The fourth looked at the spot where Naruto had disappeared, a look of guilt etched on his face. Have you still not forgiven me, Naruto? Obito? Meanwhile, Sasuke watched as Adudu soared into the sky at an astonishing speed, quickly becoming a mere speck. Sasuke pondered, where could he be going? Honestly, he didn't even say goodbye. Oh well, perhaps he has matters to attend to and will return shortly. I shall wait for him. In the starry sky, Uchiha Yan paused. How could he have forgotten Kagaya? He had left in such haste. Rubbing his temples, he suddenly recalled something. Future Sasuke had mentioned leaving without a word and never returning to the ninja realm. Uchiha Yan smiled wryly. Perhaps he will meet his end out there. With that thought, Uchiha Yan dispelled the limited Tsuki no Mi, pulling Kagaya from within, and then created a shadow clone. Kagaya looked at Uchiha Yan and asked, "Why has your left eye transformed into a Rinnegan as well?" It is due to the use of a forbidden technique. After utilizing his Anaji, Uchiha Yan concentrated all the powers of the myriad phenomena into his left eye, and fortunately, the abilities of this Rinnegan did not disappoint him. Very well. You shall settle in this time and space. I will have a shadow clone escort you back, while it also bids farewell to your family. Kagaya gazed at Uchiha Yan with a hint of reluctance. Uchiha Yan turned away, refusing to meet her pitiful gaze. He himself lacked the certainty of survival. Thus it was impossible for him to take Kagaya along. Very well, I shall await your return. All right. By the way, you have yet to reclaim the power of the pepper. Uchiha Yan shook his head, saying, keep it for your own protection. Such a level of power, no matter how abundant, will not elevate your existence. It holds little significance for you, unless you consume chakra fruits like a future Naruto. Uchiha Yan gazed at the vast starry sky, his eyes no longer filled with the confusion of before, but rather brimming with resolve. And, extra, System Titan Saturn VI, a spacecraft descended slowly, its hatch opening. Xiaoyi, clutching a porcelain vial containing a sphere of golden energy, hurried towards her laboratory. The researchers passing by paused, bowing slightly. Xiaoyi nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering her laboratory, she carefully placed the vial into the apparatus. The display screen rapidly filled with characters, all pertaining to intelligence on Uchiha Yan. Once the screen could no longer accommodate the text, a nearby printer whirred to life, soon ejecting several sheets of paper densely covered with writing. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. The assistant quietly inquired, Dr. Xiao, is there anything you need assistance with? Please organize the documents on the floor. Certainly. The assistant began sorting the documents, and in the process, inevitably glimpsed some content. Upon encountering terms related to the ninja world, she gasped in shock. Did we not establish that voices in the laboratory should not exceed 45 decibels? Xiaoyi frowned. I apologize, Dr. Xiao. I couldn't help but react upon seeing the words ninja world and Hokage, the assistant murmured. Xiaoyi paused her actions and turned to face her assistant, who was among the more intelligent and agreeable of her students. This was a significant reason why she had chosen her as an assistant. What is so strange about this? Let me ask you, after the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, what is the key to humanity attaining divinity? That level was still too distant for them. The assistant pondered carefully before responding. It is the acquisition of belief power. Precisely. After the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, why have all manner of legendary beings emerged? The assistant replied, it is because they have garnered the belief power of the people. At this point, the assistant appeared enlightened. Gods did not originally exist. When enough people believe, gods come into being. Thus, a world that seemingly cannot exist can naturally be created by humanity. The assistant gasped in surprise, realizing the possibilities at hand. With newfound understanding, the directive was clear: maintain silence. Once the documents were organized, they would be dispatched directly to Blue Star via the space station, without disturbing her further. The assistant, slightly embarrassed, complied. Xiaoyi turned her gaze towards the golden orb within the instrument, a gentle glimmer in her eyes. This system was her inaugural creation, akin to a daughter to her. Indeed, it was her offspring, brought forth through a metaphorical cesarean. Back when the spiritual energies had just begun to revive, her daughter fell victim to an accident, rendering her a vegetative state. Thanks to the resurgence of spiritual energies, technology found a new trajectory, ascending to unprecedented heights. After her daughter's passing, Xiaoyi preserved her consciousness, crafting this artificial intelligence system. However, due to her limited technological prowess at that time, the system remained incomplete, unable to accommodate extensive hardware upgrades without jeopardizing her daughter's essence. This time, however, Shisui was well prepared. She aspired to develop her daughter into the most exceptional system, even by the standards of Blue Star itself. Though Blue Star was not vast in size, it paled in comparison to its neighbor, Saturn. Yet, Blue Star harnessed spatial technology, having carved out numerous dimensional realms on that planet. In terms of effective area, Blue Star far surpassed the reformed Saturn by several magnitudes. Thus, even amidst the revival of spiritual energies, technology thrived. Even the deities, despite their might, found themselves clandestinely critiquing a certain construction game. Once this revelation surfaced, it languished at the bottom of the practitioners' forum, indicative of how commonplace such occurrences had become. Moreover, even deities could not escape the grasp of technology. 10 minutes later, upon witnessing the system's energy finally replenished, Shisui retrieved a new type of storage device from her spatial ring. She opened the original ceramic vessel and placed the golden light within. Subsequently, she input a series of commands on the control panel, which prompted a pop-up. Would you like to perform a system upgrade? What's the matter? Thinking of that troublesome boy again? Shisui inquired, her tone laced with mild acidity. The system responded playfully. Abba Shisui sighed, tapping the ceramic vessel with her finger, exasperated. You and your whims. The system chimed, Mama. I miss him nowhere to go. You just returned, and you're already contemplating departure? We agreed that once the energy was depleted, you wouldn't seek him out again. The system bounced around within the small container. Yes. I don't keep my promises, but I really want to see him. What should I do? Shisui replied with a hint of irritation. Chill out. Am I not important? At my age, with only you as my little ungrateful wretch. What am I to do if you leave? With a sigh, Shisui acknowledged that enhancing her daughter's consciousness would inevitably evoke all her memories. It was apparent that returning had reignited her desire to leave once more. The system fell silent for a moment before plaintively stating, Fine, then let that troublesome boy come find you. After all, he has always been quite the thinker. I believe it won't be long. During this period, you must not flee. Instead, stay here with me for a few days. The system never contemplated slipping away unnoticed. While the host is undeniably significant to it, the bond with its mother holds equal importance, presenting a perplexing dilemma. Throughout the process of upgrading, it recalled numerous memories. For instance, it once pursued its previous host in a past life, almost achieving success. How infuriating. It was so close to success, yet fate intervened with a tragic accident. The thought is utterly disheartening. The sudden resurgence of spiritual energy caught many off guard, significantly impacting public order. Initially, it had scant knowledge regarding the host, understanding only that he was someone of great importance, connected by invisible threads, and that the host had taken his own life in his previous existence, with his mother preserving his consciousness. However, upon recollecting all the events, an indescribable sense of guilt enveloped it. The host's decision to end his life was intricately linked to its own actions. Following the death of Yan's parents, this companion sought to become the final beacon of light in Yan's life. It succeeded, but at the cost of its own life. For Yan, if attaining something meant inevitable loss, it would be preferable to distance oneself from the outset. Conversely, for Uchiha Yan, knowing that loss was certain would lead him to choose isolation. Tragically, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. In a playful interlude, the system exclaimed, The cat I found can actually do backflips. Would you like to see it at my home? How tedious. That's an old joke from 800 years ago. Came the dismissive response. The system, with a playful glint in its eye, asked, What if my mother can do backflips too? Raising an eyebrow, it added, I'm not afraid you want to take the bait. Is it Teacher Xia? The system eagerly nodded, noticing the interest sparked in the person before it. Upon arriving home, a loud bang resounded. Happy birthday. Surprised? Unexpected? Yin inquired, gazing at the girl before him. How did you find out my birthday? It's on your ID card. The system declared, hands on hips, exuding an air of pride. The entire environment had been arranged solely by her, and the cake was purchased with her pocket money. Yin replied, his tone slightly melancholic, but I've always celebrated my birthday according to the lunar calendar. Oh, nevertheless, he expressed gratitude, albeit with a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing Teacher Xia, a typically stern figure, performing a backflip. In the supplementary chapter, Naruto's Arc, Part 1. The narrative continues. Isn't this also the case? Naruto sighed. He had already consumed one chakra fruit, and with the consumption of another, he would be equipped to face the impending crisis in the ninja world. After all, Yin had never asked him for anything, only to deal with the looming threat of Otsutsuki and to safeguard his family. Naruto felt fortunate to evade his parents. He had arrived in a time when Kagaya was being pursued by the armies of the Land of the Moon and the Land of the Ancestors. This was akin to a windfall. For Naruto, it seemed an opportune moment, so without hesitation, he devoured the fruit. After finishing his meal, Naruto found himself facing an elder with an imposing belly, her expression marked by despair. He felt a pang of awkwardness, confronted by this seemingly easy-to-bully ancestor. Naruto could not bring himself to abandon her and decided to rescue her temporarily. Life was challenging, he sighed. This act of rescue led him to take full responsibility for the situation. In a world where strength reigned supreme and devoured the weak, he felt no guilt in seizing the chakra fruit from the Tsutsuki clan. However, who could deny that Kagaya Tsutsuki was his own ancestor, and an utterly clueless one at that? Betrayed by the Celestial Emperor and later by the brothers from the Feather Village, Naruto ultimately chose to intervene. The extent of his involvement was profound. Henceforth, Kagaya began to refer to herself as this humble one. Yet, Naruto found himself tied to her, as she could not overpower Ishiki, and he, her descendant, was equally incapable. Clearly, Naruto had no intention of returning that 40% of power to her. To safeguard her and her two children's lives, he had no choice but to transport her away from this timeline. Then, a beautiful scene unfolded in the ceiling space. A woman with long white hair cradled a small fox in her arms. The little fox, with unblinking eyes, fixated on one of the infants in the cradle. The events in the second timeline were not many. As Naruto awaited the restoration of the Dragon Vein Chakra, he also sought out Konan, using the Sealing Book of Konoha to negotiate a trade for 3 trillion explosive tags. From that moment on, Konan's influence over the entire ninja world surpassed even that of Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. After becoming a Jinchuriki, she could only be described as terrifying. The precise explosions of 3 trillion explosive tags were beyond the endurance of any ninja village. With Konan by their side, there was no need to capture tailed beasts. Thus, in the second timeline, the Akatsuki truly became a nuclear organization. Should any ninja village dare to initiate conflict, they were required to submit a report to the Land of Rain, which would undergo approval before any action could be taken. The report had to detail the reasons for their grievances, among other contradictions, and subsequently, personnel would be dispatched to mediate. Any village that dared to defy would feel Konan's wrath. In the third timeline, the future revealed that Naruto indeed could not overcome Ishiki Tsutsuki, nearly leading to his demise. Ultimately, he, along with the future 7th Hokage and Sasuke Uchiha, managed to outlast Ishiki. In terms of output, Naruto contributed the most. The 3 trillion explosive tags and chakra bombardments were nearly depleted, with the future Naruto and Sasuke providing support. For instance, Naruto detonated explosive tags towards Sasuke, who then used the heavenly hand power to swap their positions with Ishiki. Future Naruto was responsible for sealing off Ishiki's escape routes. Even so, the three of them came perilously close to defeat, illustrating just how formidable Ishiki truly was. However, it appeared that the elder held a particular disdain for Boruto, leaving Naruto puzzled. Eventually, he learned that the elder merely disliked Boruto's pure eyes. Now, in the fourth timeline, he pondered which point in time this parallel universe belonged to. Naruto surveyed his surroundings. Oh well, what did it matter? Regardless of his intentions to refrain from overly interfering in the affairs of the ninja world, Naruto ambled towards the direction of Konoha, his mind calculating the most opportune moment to seize the fruit. If the god tree bore fruit before Kagaya's arrival, it would undoubtedly be the prime opportunity to claim it. Conversely, if the fruit emerged only after Kagaya's descent, it would be more prudent to wait until she summoned the white Zetsu from humanity, thereby assuaging any feelings of guilt. In that scenario, he would stand alongside humanity in the fight against Kagaya, perhaps even rallying a few loyal followers to cheer him on from behind. Naruto envisioned the Sage of Six Paths and his brothers standing behind him, shouting encouragement. Naruto, our hero, you must save the world. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he thought of the possibility of his sealed space being overrun by a legion of identical ancestors. Before he could take more than a few steps, he sensed something unusual in the vicinity of Konoha. After a moment of careful perception, his expression turned complex. That person, he truly wished to avoid involvement in such matters, as she would eventually be rescued. With that thought, he turned back, taking 2 steps in the opposite direction, and then vanished in an instant. How dare they attempt to abduct his mother? Moments later, a tremendous rumble echoed around Konoha, startling all the ninjas in the village. Grasping Kushina's shoulders, he levitated in the air. As the shockwaves of the explosion subsided beneath him, Naruto's countenance remained impassive as he conjured a colossal Rasengan to hurl downward. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in battle attire and wielding the adamantine staff, gazed solemnly at the 2 figures suspended in midair. The immense shockwave deterred him from approaching recklessly. Suddenly, in a swift motion, the legendary White Fang of Konoha appeared beside him, followed closely by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the Inuzuka clan. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi inquired, "Is that person beside Kushina from the Cloud Village?" Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation at the elder's redundant question, clarifying that it was certainly not someone from the cloud. If that were the case, Konoha might as well surrender outright. Who, then, was this individual? Such formidable ninjutsu and the ability to fly. He had neither witnessed nor heard of such a powerful ninja existing in the ninja world before. Surely, he must be the one who saved Kushina, the group debated animatedly. In the air, Kushina stared, dazed, at the vast mushroom cloud below. In truth, Naruto regretted his impulsive action, as he had yet to formulate what to say upon meeting his mother, or how to explain his origins. Surely, he could not claim that this individual, seemingly of the same age as she, was her son. For the moment, Naruto could only create a diversion to distract Kushina, buying himself time to concoct an excuse. After a brief interval, the cacophony of the explosion finally subsided. Kushina, recovering from her initial shock, blinked in astonishment. "Are you a ninja?" Upon hearing her question, Naruto nodded coolly. In a side story, Naruto's Perspective, Part 2, Kushina blinked again. "Do you know me?" Naruto continued to nod. "Then who am I?" Kushina, filled with disbelief, inquired, "You truly know me?" Her expression was one of confusion. "But why have I never seen you before? And why do you evoke such a warm and familiar feeling within me, as if we were related? I felt this connection from the very first moment I laid eyes on you." How peculiar. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Naruto fell silent for a moment before articulating the excuse he had prepared. "It is because I also belong to the Uzumaki clan." Kushina scrutinized Naruto's face for an extended period, then nodded and replied, "I can indeed sense the chakra of the Uzumaki clan within you." However, she still found it strange. She had encountered nearly all the children of her clan who were of similar age, and this particular clan member, with his blonde hair, seemed to be even older than herself. How could she have no recollection of him? Kushina scratched her red hair in contemplation. Naruto, maintaining his composure, stated, "It is because my lineage does not entirely consist of the Uzumaki blood. I am, in essence, a distant relative." "Oh, now it makes sense," Kushina exclaimed, her expression one of enlightenment. "How wonderful. I never imagined there were other clan members still alive," she said, her eyes glistening with tears. After a brief silence, Naruto introduced himself. "I am Uzumaki Naruto." Wiping away her tears, Kushina quickly nodded. "Yes, yes. Hello, brother Naruto. Thank you for saving me." Naruto, taken aback, trembled slightly. The intensity of his reaction was so pronounced that even the distant Leaf Village ninjas, who were hesitant to approach, could clearly observe it. "Please, do not call me that," he exclaimed, flustered. The Kagaya within him, having received an explanation from Kurama, suddenly understood what made Kurama laugh. In the next moment, both the boy and the fox doubled over in laughter. Kurama remarked, "Oh, this is rich. I could tease you about this for a year." Kagaya added, "You've made me laugh so hard, I've developed wrinkles." "Brother Naruto?" Kushina queried in confusion. "What's wrong?" Naruto replied, "Nothing. Just, please, do not call me that. Just use my name," he insisted, as he shielded himself from the chakra and noise of Kagaya and Kurama. "Very well," Kushina acquiesced, pondering why merely calling him brother elicited such a strong reaction. After all, he did seem older than her. Naruto glanced at the nearby Leaf Village ninjas, and his gaze froze upon spotting a certain small blonde figure. He quickly averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance. "Since you are safe now, you should return," he suggested, descending slowly to the ground. "And what about you?" Kushina asked. At this question, Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the wistful expression on Kushina's face. The land of whirlpools had been destroyed, and in her eyes, he might be her only remaining kin. "If you have nowhere else to go," You could come to the Leaf Village, she said, her eyes brimming with hope. This made Naruto hesitate. He truly did not wish to confront that small blonde figure again. Is there something holding you back? The land of whirlpools no longer exists. If you are a wandering ninja, would you consider joining the Leaf Village? Feeling his resolve soften, Naruto, in a moment of fervor, replied, All right, I will follow your lead. That is splendid. I shall go inform the third Hokage at once. Upon hearing Naruto's agreement, Kushina's face lit up with excitement as she dashed towards the Konoha ninjas. At that moment, Naruto suddenly sensed a gaze seemingly fixated upon him. Turning his head, he inadvertently locked eyes with a certain blonde boy. Instinctively, Naruto averted his gaze but soon boldly met the boy's stare once more. In that instant, he truly grasped the meaning of bloodline suppression, feeling somewhat disheartened as he turned away. Minato, unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Naruto, merely perceived him as a rival. Yet, despite this, he felt no animosity towards Naruto. This sentiment was not born from strength, but rather an inexplicable feeling. Meanwhile, after hearing Kushina's explanation, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally understood. If the other party possessed the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, then the recent display of large-scale ninjutsu seemed less peculiar. It suggested that at such a young age, the individual had already mastered at least 2 exceedingly advanced techniques, a talent that could only be described as prodigious. Without the protective barrier of Konoha, the aftermath of the recent event could have affected a significant portion of the village. Naruto's actions towards the defeated foe could also be elucidated, considering that Kushina might be the last remaining member of the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen suppressed the complexity of his emotions. The inclusion of this Uzumaki orphan into Konoha was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. He could only hope that the young one would comprehend why Konoha had not sent ninjas to aid the Uzumaki during their nation's demise. Had Konoha intervened, the Second Shinobi World War might have been ignited by Konoha's actions, contradicting the ideals of the first Hokage. Moreover, there was another unspoken reason that everyone understood. Konoha was not yet ready to confront the hidden Mist Village. Upon returning to the village, Hiruzen arranged for Naruto to reside near Kushina's home. When he inquired about Naruto's future plans, he was not surprised by the response. Naruto did not wish to become a ninja of the village. After all, it was unreasonable to expect Naruto to embrace the village right away. He required time. Furthermore, no one could compel him to become a ninja. However, when Hiruzen heard Naruto mention the possibility of leaving at any moment, he fell into deep contemplation. Could he be a spy? Excluding the notion of Naruto being a Cloud Village spy, Hiruzen suppressed his growing concerns. If Naruto's identity were to be revealed, it could spell catastrophe for all of Konoha. Disregarding Hiruzen's internal turmoil, Naruto made his way to his new home. Once he sensed that there were no anomalies nearby, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was quite challenging to feign ignorance of the third Hokage. Not long after settling down, he sensed Kushina lingering at the door, seemingly apprehensive about disturbing him. In her eyes, although they were kin and she had saved his life, it was their first meeting, and they were still strangers. Naruto found this amusing. To share a joke, he hardly knew his own mother, and in truth, they were not particularly familiar with one another. Even in his own time and space, they had never exchanged a word. Whenever he encountered his parents, he would hide away, denying them the opportunity to offer any explanation. He was uncertain whether this situation would affect their relationship. Contemplating this, Naruto felt a swirl of complex emotions within him. Approaching the door, he opened it and said to Kushina, "You can always seek me out. There is no need for so many reservations." In a side story, the Naruto chapter, Part 2, Kushina paused, taken aback. Is that truly permissible? Of course it is. After all, you are my only kin. You hold great significance for me, Naruto replied earnestly, deliberately overlooking the presence of Shine's mother and Nagato. Upon hearing this, Kushina beamed with a broad smile. Then I shall not hold back. Naruto glanced at a little blonde boy not far behind Kushina and inquired, "Why is that fellow always following you?" Him. Kushina turned to look and explained, "That guy is Minato Namikaze, my classmate." Naruto nodded in comprehension. "I see. I hope he doesn't harbor any feelings for you. He seems to have ulterior motives. Tailing you like that, it would be wise to keep your distance." Kushina clenched her fists. "Always following me. How outrageous. I must teach him a lesson when the opportunity arises." Naruto, with a serious demeanor, added, "Indeed. How disgraceful. What distinguishes such behavior from that of a stalker?" "Huh. A stalker? He doesn't seem like one at all. Kushina replied, dismissing the notion. Never mind him. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, mostly consisting of Kushina sharing stories, while Naruto listened attentively. He absorbed tales of the land of whirlpools and the boys she had bested in battles. Not once did he display impatience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they resolved their dinner at the newly opened Ichiraku Ramen. Afterward, Kushina bid farewell, her joy evident. Naruto suddenly sighed, reluctant to reveal to Kushina that his time here was limited, fearing the disappointment that might cloud her expression. Yet, he had no choice but to depart. He needed to collect one more chakra fruit before the Otsutsuki clan descended upon the Shinobi world, thus becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and returning to his own realm. As he turned to head back to his quarters, a voice called out to him. Wait. Naruto turned to see the little blonde boy, his expression instantly becoming impassive. Is there something you wish to discuss? Minato Namikaze looked at Naruto and said, It's nothing. I just feel a peculiar sensation when I'm in your presence, akin to that of a family bond. It's an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Naruto maintained his stoic demeanor. Is there more? Observing Naruto's vibrant orange hair and his indifferent attitude, Minato shook his head. Naruto began to turn away. Oh, by the way, he paused upon hearing Minato's voice. I will not relinquish my feelings for Kushina, Minato declared, his face tinged with a hint of crimson, yet his gaze remained resolute. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Watching Minato's retreating figure, he found himself at a loss for words. Is this truly the fourth Hokage? What an eccentric characterization. The following day, Obito sank onto the ground, breathless and fatigued. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. There are many others in need of assistance. The hefty old lady, weighing around 250 pounds, bestowed a gentle smile upon him. She glanced at Kushina behind Obito, then promptly dispelled her transformation technique. With a resounding pop, Naruto reverted to his original form and swiftly crossed over Obito to approach Kushina. Obito stood, dumbfounded. Wait. The frail old lady who could barely walk without support was actually this nimble individual in disguise. Hey, you. Obito rolled up his sleeves, his expression filled with indignation as he glared at Naruto. However, after taking just 2 steps forward, he found himself unable to move. And it wasn't until the two figures vanished from his sight that he felt the constraints on his body dissipate. In the days that followed, Obito encountered an old lady daily, each time seeking his help. She felt so heavy and cumbersome. After assisting her, he would discover with a sudden bang that she transformed back into that insufferable individual. It was utterly outrageous. How infuriating. He could hardly defend himself against such trickery. On one particular day, after completing a mission, Minato stood idly at Naruto's doorstep. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. Are you standing in the wrong place? If you wish to pursue Kushina, you ought to be at her door. Minato's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by this voice. No, I am not seeking her. I merely wish to see you. How dull, Naruto replied, his expression still impassive. I've told you before, when I face you, I always feel as though I am confronting a family member. This sensation has lingered since our first encounter. Regardless of your aloof demeanor, I find myself unperturbed, though inexplicably saddened. Minato, perplexed, could not comprehend why Naruto harbored such indifference towards him, and it seemed uniquely directed at him. Naruto paused, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. Turning his back to Minato, he muttered something about being overly sentimental before hastily retreating into his home. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Minato gazed at the closed door, once again lost in thought. Could it be that he was a distant relative? Especially considering their similar hair color. Yet, even so, such feelings should not exist, should they? At that moment, Minato's ears perked up, suddenly catching the faint sound of muffled sobs. What could be troubling him? Inside, Naruto's eyes danced with a kaleidoscopic pattern. This was the Jinjutsu cast upon him by Itachi. The moment Naruto entertained the notion of forgiving Minato, the illusion would activate. It was a significant assist for Minato's endeavor to win over Naruto. After all, the current disposition of Naruto had ultimately been influenced by Itachi, who certainly bore some responsibility. Naruto wiped his face with his sleeve, clearing away the remnants of tears and snot. Just moments ago, the truth from years past had flooded his mind. He was beginning to understand his father. As soon as Naruto recalls the recent scene, he cannot help but break down in tears. Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat well and grow strong. Remember to bathe regularly to warm your body, and do not stay up late. Ensure you get enough sleep. Also, remember to make friends. It is not necessary to have many. Just a few trustworthy companions will suffice. Naruto, you will encounter much pain and hardship ahead, but you must steadfastly maintain your sense of self and hold on to your dreams with the confidence to realize them. There is so much more I wish to teach you, and I long to be by your side forever. I love you. Naruto picked up a tissue nearby to wipe his tears. This guy? Seriously, he muttered, casting a complex gaze toward the door. D-san, I have come to understand you. I apologize for how I treated you. Epilogue, The Starry Sky, Part 1. This vast starry sky appears dense with countless tiny luminous points, each representing a celestial body. While the number of planets is unfathomable, those suitable for human habitation are exceedingly rare. Even at the speed of Uchiha Yan, it took over 3 months to locate just one. Upon sensing human presence on this planet, Uchiha Yan felt a flicker of anticipation. He suddenly realized that rather than foolishly journeying for decades or even centuries, it would be more prudent to seek out a more advanced planet in a shorter time. Perhaps it would hold the key to solutions, potentially elevating his power further, even if it did not enhance his abilities. Obtaining a false certificate to access a space station should be feasible, considering it is an advanced civilization. The planet before him is, by all accounts, several dozen or even hundreds of times larger than the ninja world. As Uchiha Yan descended and had barely taken a few steps, he noticed a large group of people hurtling toward him. His pupils dilated. What on earth is that? These were indeed grotesque beings, half their heads severed yet still animated, and they were sprinting with alarming speed. A foul stench wafted toward him from afar. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted ahead, scattering part of the onrushing horde into pieces. The sound of gunfire, accompanied by lasers, thunder, and flames, continued for nearly 10 minutes before the peculiar humans were eradicated. The ground lay strewn with severed limbs and remnants. Uchiha Yan blinked. This planet seems to possess some intriguing elements. Some among them appear to harbor a power akin to ninjutsu, rivaling even sage techniques. What on earth are these children doing here? Did they not realize they had lured zombies to our vicinity? If we had not discovered them in time, they would have ended up as mere snacks for those monsters. A tall, slender youth, clutching a submachine gun, scrutinized Uchiha Yan with a mix of disappointment and admonition. Beside him, a burly middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. He's just a child. How much could he possibly understand? Observing the slender, delicate figure, one cannot help but surmise that this individual has been sequestered within the confines of their home since the outbreak of the virus, emerging only after their provisions were exhausted. Their lack of survival experience is, thus, somewhat understandable. However, such remarks are ill-suited for the current environment, as an ignorant child could potentially jeopardize the lives of all. Fortunately, the virus has not ravaged humanity for long, and thus, the hearts of the people remain somewhat compassionate. Yet, it is only a matter of time before the darker aspects of human nature are laid bare. Uchiha Yan remained silent, scrutinizing the group before him, his gaze lingering momentarily on a young woman of exquisite beauty before shifting away. His interest in her was not merely due to her appearance. She was the one who had just exhibited the ability to conjure flames. The reason for his silence stemmed from his inability to comprehend the words spoken by the group, which rendered the situation rather awkward. Hey, you there, come here. A girl gestured towards him, prompting Uchiha Yan to approach. Can you write? She inquired. Uchiha Yan shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding. The girl placed her hands on her hips, offering him food with a sigh. So you can't even write. It seems we truly cannot communicate, as none of us understand sign language. Although I am not deaf, I find myself unable to grasp much of what you all say. It's unclear where you even came from. Uchiha Yan chose to remain silent. What could he possibly say? The group had chattered incessantly before him, yet he comprehended not a single utterance. Should he choose to speak, it would merely result in a cacophony of sounds, furthering his embarrassment. Despite many in the ninja world referring to him as a deity, he was not so vain as to disregard the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, Uchiha Yan recognized that these individuals had endeavored to rescue him and had taken action on his behalf. To absorb souls through the human path to learn the language of this world would render him less than human. With a silent sigh, he resolved to maintain his fade of silence. Having a place to rest was indeed advantageous, as it would allow him to ascertain the circumstances of this world and identify any necessities he might require. The group outside, resembling abstract figures with a rabid demeanor, though weak, was nonetheless quite intimidating, leaving Uchiha Yan in a state of hesitation. He could dispatch a shadow clone to gather intelligence. The following day, Uchiha Yan utilized the human path to absorb the soul of a hapless individual on the brink of mutation. Upon accessing their memories, he finally grasped the true nature of this world. It was revealed that a nation had covertly conducted research on a biochemical virus, which had led to the current predicament. The biochemical virus is akin to a double-edged sword. Even the weakest nation that possesses it remains invulnerable, as no other nation dares to confront it, the repercussions of which are simply too dire to bear. Moreover, developing a virus capable of annihilating the entire world is evidently far less challenging than creating such apocalyptic power. Despite possessing a modicum of cleverness, their plans had ultimately failed. With these thoughts, Uchiha Yan fell into deep contemplation. The sample of this biochemical virus remains uncertain. With such a deterrent in hand, Uchiha Yan possesses confidence wherever he goes. Even if he cannot prevail in battle, he can always resort to unleashing a biochemical virus. Furthermore, the young girl's abilities stem from a growth serum developed at a nearby base, designed to transcend human limitations, enabling her body to become exponentially stronger upon injection. Some individuals, after administering the serum, may even awaken extraordinary powers, though the number of those with such abilities is exceedingly rare. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are a 1 in 1,000 occurrence. After vanquishing zombies, these extraordinary individuals can siphon a fragment of power from the fallen to enhance their own abilities. As for this rescue station, it is a coalition formed by a group of retired soldiers, positioned just a short distance from the base, serving as the first line of defense for the facility. With the world's total population exceeding 1 billion, if 99% of them are indeed zombies, then even the feeblest strength gained from slaying a single zombie would elevate one to divine status. This is undoubtedly auspicious news for Uchiha Yan, and a mutually beneficial scenario for the world at large. In the evening, the girl exclaimed urgently, "Come quickly, mute. The zombie horde is approaching." Uchiha Yan's expression darkened. "Is that how you have always referred to me?" Nonetheless, he proceeded to follow her. "Hurry up. We have no time to waste," she complained, tugging at his arm as she led him towards the base. She offered no further explanation, knowing full well that the mute would not comprehend even if she did. In the auxiliary chapter, Starry Sky, Part 2, upon reaching the base, Uchiha Yan observed numerous individuals seemingly incapable of defending themselves. Moments later, a contingent of soldiers, clad in military uniforms and wielding steel rifles, approached in disciplined formation, led by 2 middle-aged men adorned with the insignia of the 2nd lieutenant rank. One of the men commanded, "Distribute the serum immediately." "Yes," the chief of staff sighed, rallying his spirits as he addressed the soldiers. "The scale of this zombie outbreak is unprecedented, and we may not even have sufficient ammunition. The civilians must possess the means to protect themselves and escape. Our mission is to secure enough time for them to flee. This is all for the civilians behind you. Tell me, can you accomplish this?" "Yes, yes, yes," the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resonating throughout the base. Uchiha Yan's complexion paled as he regarded the syringe before him. Why is it that every world seems inextricably linked to this contraption? Could one not simply consume it? Yet, he knew he could not forego the injection, after all. This was his opportunity to gain greater strength. As for the words spoken by the middle-aged man, he believed that Shimura Danzo, who incessantly professed his dedication to Konoha, was but a shadow compared to true commitment. No, Shimura Danzo was not worthy of being compared to family. Observing Uchiha Yan's ashen face as he gazed at the syringe, the girl rolled her eyes and admonished, "Steady yourself. Don't tremble. This is quite valuable. Besides, it's just an injection. Could you not embody a more masculine demeanor? Display a touch of manliness? A mere injection pales in comparison to the minuscule pain felt once the serum is administered. The true agony lies ahead." Although the other party may not comprehend the words uttered, surely they can interpret the gestures, including the exaggerated eye roll. Uchiha Yan is quite susceptible to this provocation. With a mere closing of his eyes, the syringe plunges into his flesh. Upon completion of the injection, Uchiha Yan casually tosses the syringe into the air, snapping his fingers as a fire spear descends upon it, reducing it to ashes in an instant. "Have you awakened an extraordinary ability?" the girl exclaimed in astonishment. "And such formidable power upon awakening. This defies logic." Unbeknownst to her, even more illogical events were yet to unfold. She scrutinized the composed Uchiha Yan with curiosity. Isn't the pain more intense after the serum enters your system? Uchiha Yan slowly inquired. Do you require assistance? The girl pondered momentarily before responding. That is for you to decide. Even if you have awakened an ability, we shall not force you. You're not mute. The girl gasped in disbelief. Feeling deceived, Uchiha Yan blinked. His voice had just returned. The girl eyed him with skepticism. If he had not spoken in years, his voice should be gravelly upon restoration. Moreover, you can comprehend my words. I always assumed you could not. Uchiha Yan stated plainly, now that I have acquired what I sought, it is time for me to depart the shelter. The girl was taken aback. Did you come to the shelter merely to obtain the serum before leaving? Uchiha Yan shook his head. I am not of this world. I was merely discovered upon my arrival on this planet. Without waiting for the girl to react, Uchiha Yan continued, since your intent is to rescue me, allow me to handle the impending horde of corpses. The girl tilted her head slightly. Are you feverish? There are at least 1 million zombies outside. Handing this over to you? Such bravado. However, since you possess considerable power, come and assist us in fending off this swarm. Uchiha Yan, disinterested in further discussion, quickly formed seals, producing thousands of shadow clones. As the multitude of clones activated Susanoo, they ascended into the sky, observing the girl. Now in a state of shock, as well as the soldiers and civilians who had turned to look, Uchiha Yan declared, I shall not remain with you. I have matters to attend to. Thank you once again for saving my life the day before. With that, he vanished. He intended to journey to the nation that developed the bioweapon virus, seeking any remaining samples. Such items would enhance his bargaining power. Of course, should he successfully retrieve the system, he would not be ungrateful. He would undoubtedly assist in addressing the crises a century hence. Outside, the technique of spiral wind escape, Ice 1000 Books Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Extremes, Jet Black Dazzling /0 began to unfold. Boom. Sage Art, Realm Separation Technique. The emergence of thousands of Susanoo obliterated tens of thousands of zombies in an instant. Several shadow clones soared towards the end of the zombie tide. The sanctuary of the heavenly obstruction and the shattering stars left a group of onlookers dumbfounded. What is this? Especially the young girl who had just arrived. Her existential doubts deepening upon witnessing the scene. Was that little mute truly so formidable? The next day, within the dining hall of the sanctuary, upon hearing the girl's explanation, the tall, slender man was left speechless. So, this extraterrestrial visitor is indeed quite courteous. Isn't that right? That fellow expressed his gratitude for our rescue, yet casually annihilated the zombie horde, the girl retorted, exasperation evident on her face. The current celestial overlords are playing the game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger at such an advanced level. I've learned something new. A year later, the black-clad Susanoo tilted its head back, condensing a tailed beast ball in its mouth and launching it towards the zombie horde. With a thunderous roar, a massive mushroom cloud ascended over the area. Uchiha Yan assessed his current strength. It was nearly sufficient. There were no longer large-scale zombie hordes around the world. The remaining threats were inconsequential and could be entrusted to the world's supernatural beings. In the cosmos, Uchiha Yan floated, gazing around in bewilderment. From which direction had I come? The coordinates he had left on the system were too distant for even him to perceive, compelling him to navigate eastward, step by step. Based on memory, his solution was to recall the direction of his own front door and extend a finger. North above, south below, west to the left, east to the right. This must be the way. After speaking, Uchiha Yan turned right, leaving a brilliant streak of light in the vast, boundless cosmos. 2 years later, on Saturn, he finally found it. Is this the planet that resembles a spinning top? Titan. He has coming. He has come to find me. Xia, he exclaimed with a hint of acidity in her tone. I've never seen you care about me so much. I want to show concern for you too. But you are never ill, the system replied, sounding aggrieved. Xia Yi's expression darkened. At that moment, a voice resonated within the laboratory. System, I have come to take you home. The end, Epilogue. An update feature for the concluding chapter has been released. Ninja World, Land of Rain. It has been nearly half a year since Uchiha Yan returned to the ninja world. Over the past few years, he had battled zombies, piloted mechas, earned the salary of a capitalist, streamed as an esports broadcaster, and even assisted Ultraman in defeating minor monsters. Before returning to the ninja world, he spent several days as a guardian of humanity, donning armor. Life had indeed been fulfilling. Essentially, he was still traversing the universe with his companions, Huajiao and Tongzi. Itachi observed as Odo sat atop a statue's tongue, engrossed in a game, while Kagaya beside him also watched intently. A smile graced Itachi's face. He first politely greeted Kagaya, Lady Ancestor. Upon receiving a nod from her, Itachi turned his attention to Odo, perched on his tongue, and inquired with a smile, "What brings you to the land of rain? Has your mother pressured you into another matchmaking session?" Uchiha Yan did not raise his head. "Since my mother learned of my prolonged lifespan, one sufficient to see Kagaya off, she has ceased to press me. However, you," my mother remarked, "are almost forgotten in terms of your visage. My father has also stated that should you fail to return and wed Izumi, he shall sever all paternal ties with you." Itachi's smile momentarily faltered. Kagaya turned back, raised 3 fingers, and earnestly proclaimed to Itachi, "I shall attest that your father indeed spoke thus." Itachi offered a wry smile. "How could I possibly find the time? The Akatsuki organization is currently experiencing a rapid expansion in business, and the knowledge Kato imparted to me requires time to assimilate." Uchiha Yan could not suppress a smirk. "These are merely excuses. You simply do not wish to see your aunt. You could easily employ shadow clones to manage those affairs." Itachi looked at him oddly. "You seem quite invested in this matter. Could it be that you wish to witness me address her as aunt? You overthink. I am neither so idle nor possess such a peculiar sense of humor. I merely cannot bear to see my parents longing for their son. You know, although my father cared for me, his foremost regard was always for you." Itachi remained noncommittal. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe. The flaws in that statement are too numerous. Should my parents venture directly to the land of rain, I would have nowhere to hide. Over the years, they have frequently sent letters to the land of rain, each laden with urgings for me to marry and hasten to father a child. Beyond that, there is naught else." Uchiha Yan precisely struck at Itachi's vulnerabilities, inquiring, "How much longer do you intend for Izumi to wait?" Itachi fell silent. "Let everything stabilize first. Izumi is capable of understanding my situation. What the Akatsuki is currently undertaking is aimed at ensuring everlasting peace in the Shinobi world." Uchiha Yan glanced at him. "Have you forgotten my presence? With me here, need you fear discord in the Shinobi realm?" Itachi shook his head. "One is to have the people of the Shinobi world guard their peace themselves, while the other is to impose peace. They are fundamentally different." Uchiha Yan perceived Itachi's naivety. Having traversed numerous worlds, he had never encountered humanity striving to safeguard peace autonomously, even in those realms that achieved grand unification. The inherent internal conflicts persisted. No matter how sound the system, as development progressed, class stratification would only intensify. War would inevitably erupt sooner or later. Those who yearn to incite war are likely driven by unfulfilled desires. Humanity is but a conglomerate of desires. When these desires remain unsatisfied, discontent and resentment arise. And once fulfilled, a new, larger desire emerges, until those desires and statuses grow ever more substantial. When these desires clash with others, conflict ensues. Hence, where there are people, there will be strife. Even if it is absent now, it will surely arise in the future. Kagaya listened, feeling a profound depth in Yan's words. It seemed that his journey had transformed him significantly, enriching his understanding. Itachi slightly shook his head. "You are far too absolute in your assertions, Yan." Uchiha Yan set aside his gaming device, allowing the little soldiers within to scratch his back. He gazed at Itachi and inquired, "Your intention is to foster economic growth, monopolize various industries, and seize control over the economic lifeline of the entire Shinobi world, thereby granting the land of rain absolute dominance, correct? Should any nation dare to instigate war, you would impose economic sanctions, causing the prices of food, weapons, and land in that nation to soar exponentially, compelling them to submit. Is that so?" Itachi chuckled, remarking, "Truly, you are my brother." This was the culmination of extensive discussions he had held with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Since the plan was adapted from the previous schemes of Akatsuki, he was temporarily appointed as the executor, with Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato providing support. Uchiha Yan further queried, "Do you possess any means of restraint? Are you not concerned that other ninja villages might unite to overthrow the Rain Village and ignite the Fifth Great Ninja War?" Itachi paused momentarily, contemplating a possibility he had not considered before, yet he nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." Uchiha Yan, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" Itachi responded, "Are you familiar with the infinite Tsukuyomi?" Uchiha Yan nodded. Itachi continued, "If there exists an infinite Tsukuyomi that does not transform into the white Zetsu and allows humans to enter and exit freely, Do you think it could satiate the desires within the hearts of humanity? If reality proves unsatisfactory, one could spend their life within the infinite Tsukuyomi. It is a realm of boundless beauty, capable of fulfilling all your desires. This was Itachi's envisioned solution. Uchiha Yan gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "No wonder you are so wise. Even though I have encountered various situations, you have still provided me with a refreshing perspective." Itachi sighed, however. "I currently do not know how to create such an illusion. It remains merely a concept. Yet, I believe that if we pursue this direction, we shall inevitably develop this technique one day." Uchiha Yan proposed the infinite Tsukuyomi could also be substituted with technology. He then elaborated on the technologies he had witnessed in the realm of technological civilization. This indeed sparked a valuable inspiration, prompting Itachi to hastily take notes. In the land of fire, at Konoha prison, Abido sulked in a corner, muttering, "Rin, why have you come again? Sensei Minato has already forgiven you. As long as you wish to leave, you can at any time, Abido." Abido slightly turned his head, revealing half of his face unscathed by stones. "No. I am atoning for my sins. Rin, there is no need to persuade me. I intend to spend the remainder of my life in this prison." Kakashi, with a slight smirk, suggested to Rin, "Rin, Mr. Fugaku recently released a new romance film. Would you care to watch it together?" Rin hesitated, instinctively shaking her head in refusal, but then caught Kakashi's suggestive gaze. Abido abruptly stood up, only to sink back down in despair. Observing this, Kakashi sighed. Epilogue: the book concludes with a message for Abido. Sensei Minato wishes to convey that although you have committed many wrongs, your intentions stemmed from a desire to create a better world. As a teacher in the yellow flash of Konoha, he often found himself arriving late at the most crucial moments, a fact that weighed heavily on his conscience. Kakashi paused, his tone somber as he confessed, "I too bear responsibility in this matter. I promised to protect Rin, yet failed to fulfill that vow." Abido shook his head in anguish. "There is no need to counsel me, Kakashi. I once blamed you for not safeguarding Rin, but upon learning the truth, I realized I am the least qualified to cast blame upon you. If I had not been targeted by Madara, Rin would not have been ensnared in this tragedy. I am the root of all calamities. I am the one who caused Rin's demise, the deaths of our masters, and the hatred Naruto has endured from the villagers since childhood. Moreover, I revealed the existence of the Rinnegan to Danzo, which led him to conspire with Hanzo to eliminate Yahiko. I am the one who deserves no forgiveness." Rin gazed at Abido's retreating figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kakashi sighed, having exhausted every approach in an attempt to reach the obstinate Abido, yet to no avail. In the land of rice, Sasuke observed Orochimaru standing idly at the laboratory door, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Orochimaru-sensei, why do you appear so discontent?" Orochimaru glanced at the funds in his hand and let out a wistful sigh. He had little interest in technology, yet Itachi's generosity was overwhelming. Looking towards the heavens, he pondered, "Sasuke, what do you believe is the essence of life?" Sasuke replied, and Orochimaru inquired further, "Have Kabuto and Nanoyu returned from Konoha yet?" Sasuke shook his head. Another long sigh escaped Orochimaru. "Very well, since it is rare to see Kabuto in high spirits, I shall grant him a bit more time. Without Kabuto's capable assistance, I dread to think how long my research will be delayed." J. Maru was also absent. In recent years, J. Maru had taken a liking to parallel dimensions, frequently returning with peculiar individuals to experience life in this realm. Among them were a 3- or 4-year-old Naruto, a teenage Sasuke, and even Kagaya. Occasionally, he would transport odd characters to other dimensions, such as his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was said that the old man was having a splendid time in alternate realities, having brought back the young Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko from the land of rain to the parallel Konoha. He would incessantly urge Fugaku to ensure that his third child be named Uchiha Sasuke, while the name of the second child mattered little. This left Fugaku bewildered, mistakenly believing that Hiruzen Sarutobi's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, was to be reincarnated in his third son. Little did he know that Hiruzen merely wished for Sasuke's name to resonate throughout the cosmos. One day, amidst the starry expanse, Uchiha Yan, with his quirky backpack, focused intently on his handheld gaming device. Glancing at Kagaya, who was watching him play, he inquired, "Why don't you join in?" Cradling a cat, Kagaya shook her head. "I find joy in watching you play." "Ah." Uchiha Yan returned his gaze to the screen. There was a certain comfort in this arrangement. Whenever he executed a particularly deft maneuver, he would catch Kagaya gazing at him with admiration in her eyes. Uchiha Yan possesses an extraordinary talent for gaming, executing maneuvers that even Kagaya, after prolonged practice, struggles to achieve. Thus, he frequently observes a myriad of expressions on Kagaya's face: disbelief, admiration, all of which greatly satisfy his modest vanity. Time slipped away unnoticed until Uchiha Yan lifted his gaze once more. Kagaya glanced in that direction, yet saw nothing. Have they arrived? With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a myriad of ice crystals suspended in the air, dispelling them once again. Kagaya stared, astonished. Uchiha Yan rose and declared, "For now, the shinobi world is devoid of danger. Let us depart." Kagaya, with a complex expression, remarked, "Yan, your strength becomes increasingly unfathomable." He returned her gaze, stating, "The greater one's power, the more one becomes acutely aware of one's own insignificance. If you desire to enhance your abilities, ice is indeed an excellent choice. Particularly in the frigid conditions of the cosmos, the power of ice is astonishingly formidable." "No need," she replied. "This is sufficient." Uchiha Yan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. For as long as I am here, should a threat arise that even I cannot confront, no amount of strength gained by you would suffice. Where shall we go?" "Back to the Uchiha clan. It has been quite some time since I returned to my former home." In the late hours of night, at the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Yan sat on the steps of the backyard, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the starry sky. This time, however, he sat without a cushion, and it was unnecessary. No matter how long he remained seated, discomfort would not plague him. The system chimed in playfully. "Host, would you like to watch an animated series?" Reminiscing about their first encounter, a slight smile graced Uchiha Yan's lips as he softly replied, "Very well." After an indeterminate period, he pondered, "Shall we watch something about gods and demons?" After a moment of reflection, he decided, "Let it be Ultraman Taro." The end.